On the awakening platform in a school square, a golden tortoise shell emitting a faint glow sits in the center of the platform. Simply placing your hand on the tortoise shell activates the awakening power within your body. This is the ritual used in this world to awaken one's talents. Below the plaza, Lin Sheng looked up at the awakening platform, feeling both nervous and expectant because this awakening was related to his future. Lin Sheng was transported to a strange world where beast taming was practiced by accident. In this world, everyone could awaken their beast taming talent through a ritual at the age of 18. If one successfully awakens a powerful talent, one can soar to great heights, completely change one's destiny, and gain immense power. If the awakening fails, one can only live a mediocre life. But Lin Sheng only has a white snake he brought with him from Earth. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in Lin Sheng's mind. Host's age has been detected. The mythical gene system will be activated after awakening the beast taming talent. The system can utilize the genes, skills, and bloodline essence of any creature, even mythical ones, and inject them into the host's tamed beast, enabling the beast to quickly level up, acquire new skills, and unlock evolutionary paths. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Sheng's tension vanished instantly, replaced by boundless joy. He knew that from this moment on, his destiny had begun to change. Lin Sheng plans to successfully awaken his beast-taming talent in the upcoming awakening ceremony, activate the system, and use the system to gradually evolve the little white snake that came with him into the legendary god-level beast-taming dragon, thus rapidly rising in this beast-taming world. Lin Sheng's gaze was intense. His anticipation for today's awakening ceremony grew ever stronger. Everyone present stared intently at the tortoise shell, as if trying to establish some kind of telepathic connection with it, and familiarize themselves with this power in advance. I hope I can awaken my beast-taming talent. I don't want to be an ordinary person. Go for it. Even with just a D-rank talent, you can still become a beast tamer. It's starting. It's starting. I'm so nervous. A student stepped forward and placed his hand on the tortoise shell. Rank C talent. Strength enhancement. Temporarily increases beast taming power. The student standing on the platform was extremely excited. This meant he had successfully awakened his beast-taming talent and had the opportunity to become a beast tamer. From this moment on, his life had transcended a social class. That's good, that's good. A C-level talent is already quite impressive. The homeroom teacher nodded with satisfaction. The students who followed also awakened considerable talent. After all, most of their parents were beast tamers. Only a very few failed to awaken their beast-taming talent. Lin Sheng, it's your turn. The teacher looked at Lin Sheng with a slight smile. Go Lin Sheng. Bai He, the music minister, also encouraged him. She had secretly loved Lin Sheng for 3 whole years. However, Lin Sheng already had a very beautiful girlfriend, which made Bai He, the school beauty, feel somewhat inferior. Therefore, she could only keep her feelings hidden in her heart. Lin Sheng nodded and stepped forward. Then, he placed his hand on the tortoise shell. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. B-grade talent. Bloodline amplification. A B-grade talent? Seems pretty good. Lin Sheng nodded slightly. Bloodline amplification allows his contracted beast-taming bloodline to be enhanced to a certain extent. Although the improvement was limited, bloodline was an extremely important power for beast tamers. However, for Lin Sheng, the truly crucial thing was his system. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in his mind again. Beep, beep, beep. Host awakens talent. Mythical gene system activated. B-grade bloodline amplification evolves into a talent surpassing SSS grade, sequence extraction. It's finally here. Even though Lin Sheng had a premonition, he still couldn't help but feel his heart racing and his chest pounding. Moreover, isn't the highest talent level in this world SSS? People with SSS level talent are extremely rare, yet I've awakened a talent that surpasses SSS level? Just how powerful would it be? Thinking of this, Lin Sheng's gaze fell on his talent description. Sequence extraction, capable of extracting the genes of all living beings and infusing them into the beast tamer. The moment his gaze fell upon it, Lin Sheng immediately understood its meaning. In the process of evolution in nature, all organisms gradually evolve abilities that are beneficial to themselves. Lin Sheng was able to extract and store all these abilities, and then inject them into his tamed beasts. In this way, his tamed beasts could obtain these powerful abilities. At that very moment, a creature appeared in Lin Sheng's mind. A dragon. Its head resembled a camel's, its antlers a deer's, its eyes a rabbit's, its ears a cow's, its neck a snake's, its belly a clam's, its scales a carp's, its claws an eagle's, and its paws of tigers. That was it. However, dragons do not exist in this world. Or rather, dragons only exist in myths and legends. If we use this ability, is it possible to bring true dragons, divine phoenixes, auspicious unicorns, or even those legendary, indescribable creatures into this world? Thinking of this, Lin Sheng couldn't help but feel excited. He could already imagine himself creating countless auspicious beasts, summoning wind and rain, and turning the world upside down. Lin Sheng, how is it? The teacher asked. Teacher, S-rank talent, bloodline enhancement, Lin Sheng replied casually after a moment's thought. After all, she couldn't easily reveal her talent, which surpassed SSS level. Besides, even if she did, no one might believe her. However, completely hiding his talent is unrealistic, as the school will later test each student's abilities. However, the highest level of the testing equipment is only S level, which naturally cannot detect his true talent level. S-rank talent. The teacher exclaimed in surprise, his face filled with disbelief. But upon further reflection, however, Lin Sheng seemed to have no reason to lie. In other words, it was true. Lin Sheng had indeed awakened an S-rank talent. The students below were immediately stunned. S-rank talent. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, with its billions of people, there are probably no more than 100 who can awaken an S-rank talent. The probability is even lower than winning the lottery. Such a rare S-rank talent had actually appeared in their school. Even as mere witnesses, the students were incredibly excited. From this moment on, Lin Sheng would embark on a completely different path of beast taming from theirs. Seeing Lin Sheng awaken his S-level talent, he couldn't help but feel happy for him. At this moment, the principal also heard the commotion. He quickly ran over from a distance. S-level talent. This has reached the highest level of scholarship resources in the school. Student, what's your name? The principal, who was over 50 years old, was so excited that the wrinkles on his face were squeezed together. Lin Sheng. Good. The school will provide a scholarship of 5 million, plus a royal level cub that you can choose from, the principal announced. Hearing about these rewards, the students below were practically drooling with envy. The levels in this world are divided into Awakening, Warrior, Lord, Monarch, Calamity, Emperor, and Mythical. A king-level Beastmaster is even qualified to become the Lord of a city. Only when a Beastmaster reaches the level of Lord or Calamity can they be qualified to contract a second beast. Now, Lin Sheng can directly obtain a king-level cub. It can be said that Lin Sheng's future is already limitless. The headmaster smiled as he looked at the young man before him. That was a cub with king-level talent. Even the headmaster himself only had Lord-level beast-taming talent, so his strength had always remained at the Lord level. Lin Sheng was able to obtain a low-level king-rank beast right from the start. This was definitely a tremendous opportunity. I'd better not, principal. I already have a beast I like, Lin Sheng said after a moment's thought. After all, he had already decided to form a contract with Xiaobai. Moreover, Xiaobai was a creature he brought from Earth. Perhaps, with the help of the system, he could evolve it into a true dragon. That would be far stronger than ordinary beast tamers. But if you don't have enough talent for beast taming and can't pass the subsequent exams, you can't become a beast tamer. The principal was stunned when he heard Lin Sheng's words. The teacher was stunned. The students were even more dumbfounded. That was a king-level cub. What kind of creature could be more talented than a king-level cub? They remembered that although Lin Sheng's family had some money, it was almost impossible for them to buy a king-level cub, let alone one of a higher level. Left with no other option, the principal said, "All right then, we won't force you. The money will be deposited into the card you opened at the school, and you can withdraw it anytime." "Thank you, Principal Wang." Lin Sheng bid farewell to everyone. Then he turned and excitedly headed home. He wanted to test his system to see if it could create a real dragon. That's a king-level cub. My parents used up their savings of decades to buy me a lord-level cub. Did he have a better option? Why would he give up even a king-level cub? Several students were puzzled by Lin Sheng's choice. Even he felt that making such a decision solely out of momentary stubbornness seemed somewhat irrational. However, everyone's doubts would eventually be completely dispelled in the near future. Lin Family Villa. A small, snow-white snake coiled around Lin Sheng's arm, constantly circling. As Lin Sheng drew a drop of blood with his finger, the little white snake opened its mouth and took it in. However, it didn't reveal its fangs, but simply gently sucked a few drops of blood into its mouth. Then, a strange feeling arose in Lin Sheng's mind. The two parties officially completed the contract. Contract successful. White snake level, early awakening talent, early awakening skill, entanglement. So its level is really too low? Lin Sheng smiled wryly. After all, this was a creature brought from Earth. Although it had awakened some intelligence, its strength was not strong. It was no match for the ferocious beasts in the wild that could compete with beast tamers for territory. Fortunately, he still had the system, and his family happened to have several million in inheritance. He could easily buy some ferocious beast carcasses online for extraction. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng acted immediately. He logged onto the internet and placed an order for a complete late-stage awakened silver-scale fish. Your package has arrived. A knock came at the door. Coming. Lin Sheng excitedly went to the door and dragged the silver-scaled fish, which was almost as big as him, into the room. Thump. Lin Sheng threw the silver-scaled fish onto the floor and wiped the sweat from his brow. As expected of a ferocious beast, it's so heavy. This silver-scaled fish was covered in silver scales, and its sharp teeth could even bite through a 20-centimeter thick steel plate. It looked terrifying. This one cost 100,000. It's too expensive. Lin Sheng squatted down with some heartache and placed his hand on the silver-scaled fish. I hope you won't disappoint me. Extract. As Lin Sheng's words fell, the skin of the silver-scaled fish under his hand began to dry up and peel off. In just a few seconds, the entire fish was completely reduced to a skeleton. A strange feeling immediately arose in Lin Sheng's mind. Extracting silver scale fish bloodline. Obtaining silver scales, water spray, and sharp teeth. After the extraction was complete, when Lin Sheng looked at Xiaobai again, that can be bestowed, notification appeared on its body. Without hesitation, Lin Sheng placed his hand on it. Bestow silver scale fish bloodline. Silver scales. Spray water. Sharp teeth. The next instant, the white snake that had been coiled around Lin Sheng's arm suddenly showed a pained expression. Then, its previously small scales began to grow rapidly. The silver scales that originally belonged to the silver-scaled fish gradually covered the white snake's body. At the same time, with the infusion of the silver-scaled fish's bloodline, Little White's body shape also underwent some changes. Little White curled up on the ground in pain, but it could still feel that its master was helping it. The pain lasted for several minutes before gradually subsiding. By then, Little White's appearance had changed noticeably. Its scales had become tougher and denser. Its snake eyes had also transformed into a unique shape, somewhere between fish eyes and snake eyes. Such immense power. I can feel a force constantly returning to me. Lin Sheng clenched his fists. He could clearly feel the power surging through his muscles. If he wanted, he could even punch through a solid wooden board. However, he had no interest in trying those things now. Lin Sheng turned to look at Xiaobai's panel. White snake level, mid-awakening talent, late awakening skills, entangling, water spray, evolution path, silver-scaled piranha, silver python water monster. It's already at the mid-stage of awakening? Lin Sheng opened his mouth, feeling somewhat incredulous. For a beast to reach the mid-stage of awakening, it needs to eat its own special food for at least a month. And during this process, it must also follow a professional training manual. Even so, there's only a sliver of a chance to break through to the mid-stage of awakening within a month. The money spent would definitely be far more than 100,000. And now, Lin Sheng has only bought a silver-scaled fish and extracted its bloodline. Then, the bloodline was injected into Xiaobai's body. Xiaobai's level immediately increased to the mid-awakening stage. It even gained the skills and evolution path of the silver-scale fish. This was simply too good to pass up. However, the silver python water monster is not the evolutionary path of the silver-scale fish. It seems that as long as certain conditions are met, a new evolutionary path can be automatically unlocked. The sharp teeth skill was not successfully granted, probably because it is incompatible with Little White. Lin Sheng never liked to procrastinate. He would act immediately on his ideas. Currently, I don't have the ability to purchase the top-tier bloodlines and skill parts. Training his beast tamers needed to begin as soon as possible. Lin Sheng had to plan carefully and select the finest biological materials. Just then, a notification popped up. Ding dong. Your bank card ending in 9527 has received 5 million yuan. Please check your account. My school scholarship has arrived. With this money in my family's savings, it should be enough to buy the materials. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng immediately opened Jingmao, a Chinese e-commerce platform. He quickly selected creatures that might allow Xiaobai to evolve towards becoming a dragon. The express delivery industry in this world is highly developed. Once an order is successfully placed, a ferocious beast courier will deliver the goods to your doorstep in less than half an hour. The prerequisite is, you have enough money. Lin Sheng's family happened to be quite wealthy. About 10 minutes after the order was placed, the corpses of various ferocious beasts began to arrive. Soon, these beast carcasses filled the courtyard of Lin Sheng's villa. Chapter 4 Little White just begins to show its potential. In the courtyard, Little White was sniffing around a pile of ferocious beast corpses, seemingly very curious. Lin Sheng looked at it and smiled. Little White, these aren't for you to eat. Little White's intelligence had increased considerably compared to before, and it immediately stepped aside upon hearing the command. After all, it was already a mid-stage awakened beast, but its sudden increase in strength required time to adapt to its new power. However, obeying its master's commands was already instinctive for it. Lin Sheng stretched out his palm and said calmly, "Absorb." Before him lay the corpses of dozens of ferocious beasts, including a sharp-clawed viper, a red-crowned bird, a long-haired camel, an armored tiger, and a golden-eyed eagle. Obtain the crimson bird bloodline. Obtain the clawed viper bloodline. Obtain the ironclad tiger bloodline. Obtain the eagle eye skill. Obtain the hardening skill. Obtain the extreme speed skill. In just a few seconds, dozens of late-stage awakened ferocious beasts were reduced to a pile of bones. These beasts were extremely valuable, and Lin Sheng felt a pang of heartache seeing them vanish in an instant. But considering the gains he had made, he still felt it was all worthwhile. "Come here, Little White." Little White immediately swam to him, excitedly flicking its tongue. It seemed to know that it was about to become stronger again. Lin Sheng reminded it, "Inject only a portion of the bloodline first. You might not be able to handle too much." Little White nodded gently. It knew very well that it would hurt a lot at first, but its body would gradually adapt after the power merged. The next moment, Lin Sheng stretched out his hand, and a drop of bright red blood floated in the air before falling into Little White's mouth. The moment the blood entered its body, Xiaobai immediately curled up. A large number of genes were running wildly inside its body, and its cells were constantly being stimulated. Even for an awakened creature, it would be extremely difficult to withstand so much bloodline at once. However, the changes were also obvious. The scales on Little White's body had become sharper and harder, and its body had become much thicker. What used to be a finger's grasp now required the whole hand to hold. Its snake eyes had also become exceptionally sharp. At the same time, Lin Sheng received feedback. He looked around, and his vision became clearer than ever before. The flowers and plants in the distance, and the ants on the ground, were clearly visible. He then began trying to imbue Xiaobai with the skills he had just acquired. Unfortunately, most of the skills failed to fuse, and he only managed to retain 3: water spray, entanglement, and harden. Lin Sheng wasn't disappointed. Instead, he smiled and said, "It seems water spray really suits Xiaobai. Not bad luck." Most awakened-level creatures possess only 1 or 2 skills, but Xiaobai already has 3. More importantly, he can continue to acquire skills through the system. As he acquires even more advanced skills in the future, Xiaobai's strength will only become more terrifying. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng felt a surge of excitement. Now, passing the Beast Tamer test is basically a sure thing. In this world, Beast Tamers possess extremely high status and power, are uniformly managed by the Beast Tamer Association, and are not even bound by ordinary laws. If an ordinary person provokes a Beast Tamer, the Beast Tamer may even have the right to kill them on the spot, under legal conditions. Of course, these rights are earned by Beast Tamers through long-term battles with ferocious beasts. Lin Sheng's parents were Beast Tamers, so his family was well off. Unfortunately, both of them died in battles against ferocious beasts when he was young. Because of this, he never had a good impression of ferocious beasts. Just then, Little White finally stopped rolling around and lay limply on the ground. A line of information immediately appeared before Lin Sheng's eyes. White snake level, mid-awakening talent, late warrior skills, entangling, water spray, hardening evolution path, python, silver python water monster, unicorn snake, rainbow electric eel, scaled snake. Upon seeing these data, Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. His talent has reached the late stage of the battle general realm, and finally, the python path has appeared. In this world, ordinary snakes have long been eliminated, and purebred pythons are almost non-existent. But to transform into a dragon, the first step must be to evolve from a snake into a python. The python's evolutionary path is the simplest, requiring only continuous growth. As for the paths of the silver python water monster and the unicorn snake, although they seem stronger, they might interfere with future dragon evolution, so Lin Sheng does not intend to choose them. Moreover, with Xiaobai's current physical strength and 3 skills, he is not afraid at all when facing creatures in the late awakening stage or even the early stage of warrior level. Time flies, and 3 days have passed. Over the past 3 days, Lin Sheng has been injecting the stored genes and bloodline essence into Xiao Bai's body every day. In just 3 days, Xiao Bai's level has been raised to the late stage of awakening. This growth rate is terrifying. Under normal circumstances, even with ample resources, it would take at least 6 months. But Lin Sheng only took 3 days. He touched Xiao Bai's head and suddenly noticed 2 small bumps on either side. They've actually grown. Those were the beginnings of 2 small horns. Xiao Bai nestled comfortably on Lin Sheng's arm, looking completely content. Lin Sheng said softly, "It seems that injecting horn genes is indeed effective, but it's still far from strong enough." He knew that some ferocious beasts in this world could even release lightning with their horns, but with his current strength, he couldn't even come into contact with creatures of that level. Then Lin Sheng stood up and said to Xiao Bai, "When we get to school, you'd better behave well." Hiss! Xiao Bai nodded earnestly. To it, Lin Sheng had given it wisdom and strength, so it would do its best in whatever it did. Lin Sheng suddenly smiled. I wonder what kind of expressions those classmates will have when they see me abandoning a king-level cub and instead contracting a regular white snake. Thinking this, his gaze gradually hardened. He knew very well that what he held in his hand was no ordinary snake, but a divine dragon destined to one day command wind and rain, control lightning, and soar through the heavens. Chapter 5. The School Beauty's Secret Admiration. Yangqing Noble High School. Outside the school gate, a group of parents are chatting. Someone says enviously, "Aunt Lu, I heard your son has contracted a beast tamer with late-stage warrior talent. He's basically got a sure thing in this test, right?" Aunt Lu quickly waved her hand. No, it's just good luck. As long as he can become a beast tamer, all our hard work over the years will be worth it." Another parent chimed in with a smile. "My son awakened a D-level beast taming talent and successfully formed a beast taming contract. I was so happy that I couldn't sleep all night." Soon, someone else whispered, "Have you heard? That S-level talent student from Yangqing refused the king-level beast tamer cub the school offered during the awakening ceremony. That cub was later given to the second-place winner. I think his name was Bai He." Everyone sighed in admiration after hearing this. A king-level beast tamer cub was a top-tier resource that was practically impossible to find in Yangqing. It was precisely because Lin Sheng had awakened an S-level talent that the school had made an exception and prepared such a beast tamer. But no one expected that he would refuse it outright. What's so special about a king-level cub? Lin Sheng, who happened to be passing by, overheard these comments. He simply smiled and remained calm. A small white snake was coiled in his arms, lying lazily and looking quite content. Lin Sheng gently stroked it and chuckled softly. "Once I activate my beast taming space, you'll have a place to live." In this world, as long as one awakens their beast taming talent and contracts a pet, they can activate their beast taming space through the school's ceremony, thus officially becoming a beast tamer. The beast taming space is both a habitat for pets and a symbol of the beast tamer status. The space's potential is roughly divided into F to SSS levels, depending on the beast tamer's and pet's talents. The higher the level, the faster the pet grows within, and it can also recover from combat losses and internal injuries. Just then, a group of classmates surrounded Lin Sheng. "Lin Sheng, senior brother Lin. What a coincidence, you're here too." Someone joked, "Today is the beast tamer instruction ceremony. Who wouldn't come?" A girl smiled and said, "Senior brother Lin, let's go in together and get a good spot early. Maybe we can open the beast taming space sooner." Lin Sheng nodded. "Okay, let's go in together." These students were all accompanied by sizable pets, making them quite conspicuous in the crowd. Today was a special day. The school allowed students to bring their pets out, whereas normally, it wasn't permitted to release pets freely in the city. Everyone was extremely excited to be able to exchange a few words with a genius like Lin Sheng, who possessed S-level talent. However, since they hadn't seen Lin Sheng's tamed beast, they were somewhat curious, but no one asked any further questions. Soon, a group of people arrived at the school playground. The principal was standing on the platform, giving a speech, his tone filled with emotion. "Students," he said, "it is an honor for the school to have nurtured such outstanding beast tamers as you. However, if you get into trouble while you're out in the world, you'll have to solve it yourselves. Of course, when you achieve success, you're welcome to come back and visit your alma mater, and maybe give the school a shout-out." At the end, the principal even pretended to wipe the corner of his eye. The students in the audience understood perfectly. The message was essentially twofold. If something goes wrong, don't blame the school. If you become famous, remember to promote the school. The principal quickly waved his hand. There are less than 100 days until the college entrance exam, so I won't take up any more of your time." After speaking, the principal stepped aside, and a staff member brought out a crystal-clear raw stone. That was the key material for activating the beast-taming space, the Spirit Stone. Simply have the pet drip blood onto the Spirit Stone, and then have the beast tamer place their hand on it to awaken the beast-taming space. Depending on the space's level, the Spirit Stone will also emit different lights. Soon, a student stepped onto the stage. His tamed beast was a flamingo half a person's height, possessing warrior-level talent. After the flamingo dripped a drop of blood, he placed his hand on the spirit-transmitting stone. A faint green light emanated from the Spirit Stone, enveloping him and the flamingo. Immediately, someone in the audience exclaimed, "A C-grade beast-taming space. 100 meters by 100 meters, and triple growth acceleration. This result is already quite good. After all, neither the student nor the beast tamer has particularly high talent, yet they awakened a C-level space, rekindling hope in many people." As the ceremony continued, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from the Spirit Stone. The entire hall erupted in an uproar. The principal smiled. A-grade beast-taming space. Tenfold growth boost, 500 square meters of space. Someone immediately recognized the girl on stage. Isn't that Baihe? She awakened her A-level talent before and even got the king-level cub that senior brother Lin rejected. A classmate next to her whispered with a smile. She's always been in the top 3 of the school beauty list, but she's always had a crush on someone, so she hasn't competed for first place. Who is it? That person. Could it be Lin Sheng? Everyone suddenly realized. As Baihe stepped off the stage, her gaze immediately fell on Lin Sheng, her face beaming with obvious joy. As long as she could keep following in Lin Sheng's footsteps, she was already very content. She waved to Lin Sheng. "Good luck, it's your turn." Lin Sheng nodded. "Okay." Then he got up and walked onto the stage. In fact, even he himself didn't know what level his beast-taming space would be. Meanwhile, all the students below the stage were more curious about something else. What kind of beast had Lin Sheng contracted that would make him give up a king-level cub? Chapter 6: God-level beast-taming space. A legendary phenomenon. Generally speaking, the first beast a beast tamer contracts is called their initial beast. Because beast tamers are still human, their physical limits are limited, so the initial beast level almost never exceeds the king level. In other words, that king-level cub is already considered a top-tier starting beast. Yet, Lin Sheng refused this top-tier cub on the spot. This action immediately aroused the curiosity of many students, and all eyes fell on Lin Sheng. Even the principal on the platform, as well as 2 powerful figures from the Beast Taming Association, were intrigued. On the high platform, a middle-aged man in a black combat uniform with a cold face looked at Lin Sheng and asked indifferently, "Is this Lin Sheng?" The principal quickly nodded in response. "Yes, Chief Instructor Liu." This Instructor Liu is the number 2 figure in the Yangqing Beast Taming Association, possessing strength at the late stage of the Battle General realm and a beast about to break through to the Lord level. Being chosen by him would be a rare opportunity for any student. A woman in a black bodysuit standing nearby smiled and sized up Lin Sheng, saying, "This kid looks pretty good, at least he has a good appearance." The principal listened with a hint of helplessness. When Baihe awakened her A-level beast-taming space earlier, neither of them had reacted much. But as soon as Lin Sheng appeared, before even seeing his beast, they were already paying attention. However, the principal could only sigh inwardly. These 2 were the 2nd and 3rd leaders of the Yangqing Beast Taming Association, truly important figures. If they hadn't come to the school today, he might never have met them in his life. Just as the group was talking, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared on the field. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Spirit Stone suddenly burst forth with 3 beams of light, green, blue, and red, instantly enveloping the entire area before shooting straight into the sky. The dazzling brilliance almost illuminated the entire academy. The 3 people on the platform paled. 3-colored light. That's the mark of an S-rank beast taming space. Who is it? They immediately looked down. Before the Spirit Stone, a young man stood with his hand on the stone, a thick white snake coiled around his arm. The soaring light was emanating from him. Lin Sheng. The principal had a premonition, and the students below were all stunned. Actually, no one was surprised that Lin Sheng had awakened an S-level beast-taming space. After all, he already possessed S-level talent, and as long as his beast taming wasn't too bad, awakening an S-level space was almost inevitable. What truly shocked everyone was the beast Lin Sheng had contracted. It was just a white snake. It had no horns, no claws, and no spiritual light whatsoever. It looked completely ordinary, like any snake you could find anywhere in the mountains and forests. The students immediately began to murmur amongst themselves. This is Lin Sheng's tamed beast? It's so ordinary. Why would he contract something like this? Even the principal was dumbfounded. He never expected that Lin Sheng, who had initially refused a king-level cub, would end up contracting such an ordinary white snake. In his eyes, this snake was incomparable to that king-level cub, but at such close range, he couldn't be mistaken. It was indeed an ordinary white snake. The principal even couldn't help but think to himself, could this kid watch too many TV dramas and actually want to contract a white snake and wait for it to become his wife? But he quickly dismissed the thought. Who would give up a higher level of beast-taming talent for something like this? At this moment, Instructor Lu frowned. This student has good talent, but his beast-taming is a bit of a drag. The woman in black beside him smiled. I think he's quite opinionated. Beast-taming doesn't have to be the strongest. Suitability is more important. The principal quickly explained. Gentlemen, I did indeed entrust that king-level cub to him, but he refused. He looked distressed, fearing the two might misunderstand and think he had embezzled resources. After all, anything issued by the Beast Taming Association was a serious crime if anyone dared to tamper with it. Just as everyone was lamenting, another strange phenomenon appeared. Whoosh! The previously scattered, three-colored light suddenly merged, condensing into a dazzling golden light that instantly enveloped Lin Sheng. Even the white snake on his arm was dyed gold. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Golden light. This is an SS-level beast-taming space. The students erupted in excitement. The textbooks said that when three colors merge into golden light, it's an SS-level phenomenon. I knew it. How could Brother Lin only be S-level? A beast-taming space of this level must be at least as big as a super-large villa. Instructor Lu and the woman in black on the stage were also moved. An SS-level beast-taming space truly deserves an S-level talent. The principal breathed a sigh of relief, a smile spreading across his face. It seemed the white snake hadn't affected Lin Sheng's awakening. However, before everyone could process their shock, another unexpected event occurred. Whoosh! The golden light suddenly contracted and condensed back into the spirit stone. A few seconds later, roar! A dragon's roar that shook the heavens and earth suddenly resounded. The golden light within the spirit stone transformed into a small golden dragon, churning and roaring within the stone. Lin Sheng himself was stunned. Wasn't there no dragon in this world? Why would a dragon's image appear inside the spirit stone? Meanwhile, the playground was completely silent. Countless students stared wide-eyed at the spirit stone on the platform. The principal and the two instructors even stood up abruptly. The woman in black's voice trembled slightly. This is a phenomenon that only appears in an SSS-level beast-taming space. The dragons roar across the 9 heavens. She took a deep breath and continued. There are fewer than 10 people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who have awakened an SSS-level beast-taming space, and such a top-level phenomenon has never occurred before. In other words, Lin Sheng is the first person in the history of the Dragon Kingdom to trigger a dragon's roar phenomenon upon awakening his beast-taming space. Everyone previously thought this was just a legend, but now, this legend has become a reality before everyone's eyes. However, just when everyone thought it was all over, crack. Chapter 7: The Struggle Between Two Powerful Figures. Lin Sheng had always believed that true dragons did not exist in this world. Just like on Earth in his previous life, dragons only existed in ancient books and legends. Only occasionally would some ferocious reptiles stained with dragon blood appear, resembling lizards. Because these descendants of dragon blood possess extremely strong combat power, dragons have gradually come to be regarded as apex predators in legends. Coupled with the influence of human faith, dragon-like phenomena occasionally appear when the beast-taming space awakens. Although these creatures do not actually exist, there is a chance they can be summoned during awakening. And this was exactly the situation facing Lin Sheng. A golden dragon phantom slowly emerged from the spirit stone. The moment he saw this phantom, Lin Sheng almost instinctively activated his skill, sequence extraction. The next second, a crisp cracking sound suddenly rang out. The originally incredibly hard spirit stone instantly developed several cracks on its surface. Immediately afterward, the golden dragon phantom suddenly burst forth from the crack. However, before it could soar into the sky, it was instantly absorbed into Lin Sheng's body. No one witnessed any of this, as everyone's attention was completely captivated by the dragon's roar. My God, was that a dragon's roar just now? This is beyond the capabilities of an SSS-level beast taming space. This is definitely the first time it's appeared. This is probably a god-level beast taming space that surpasses SSS level. Could Lin Sheng's little snake actually be a young dragon? Are you dreaming? If it really is a dragon, I'll eat this spirit stone on the spot. Wait, did you guys hear something cracking just now? The once quiet playground instantly erupted in chaos. Students chattered amongst themselves, some even bringing their tamed beasts forward, hoping to absorb some of the so-called dragon energy. Meanwhile, the three people on the platform were completely stunned. Lu Qing, the head instructor of the Beast Taming Association, had his eyes practically glowing. He stared intently at Lin Sheng, like a wolf spotting its prey. I never expected to run into such a genius just on a routine trip. He immediately looked at the principal. Principal Zhang, I'll take this student. As for the Spirit Stone, take this business card to the Beast Taming Association. They'll compensate you. The woman in the black bodysuit beside him also handed over a business card. The principal quickly accepted the card with both hands, his attitude extremely respectful. He had initially been reluctant to part with the Spirit Stones, but upon seeing the business card, his concern vanished. Spirit Stones were indeed rare, but this resource was almost entirely controlled by the state. As long as the association was willing to compensate, the school wouldn't suffer any loss. The principal nodded repeatedly, almost incoherently. Don't worry, I'll get him cleaned up tonight. No, I'll go ask Lin Sheng for his opinion right away, he said, glancing down at the business card. When he saw the words Dragon Slayer Bureau on it, he was suddenly jolted. The Beast Taming Association is actually divided into 3 systems. First, there's the association department responsible for resources and auctions of ferocious beasts. Second, there's the military, which controls a large number of beast tamers. And the last, top-tier force, the Dragon Slaying Bureau. And the woman before them was actually the director of the Yangqing Dragon Slaying Bureau. It's important to understand that to enter the Dragon Slaying Bureau, a student must be among the top geniuses in the entire grade. But now, they've specifically requested Lin Sheng. This is practically a direct route. Just as the principal was in shock, a cold snort suddenly came from the side. I disagree. Lu Qing stepped forward directly. I spoke first. What do you mean by trying to poach him now? He must join the military. The woman in black simply smiled faintly. Don't rush. We don't need to argue. She glanced at Lin Sheng in the distance, her tone relaxed. Why don't we just ask him directly later? Lu Qing glanced at her, but didn't say anything more. Indeed, arguing here was pointless. Ultimately, it depended on Lin Sheng's choice. The principal stood to the side, silently wiping the sweat from his brow. 2 top-tier powers were actually vying for a student on the spot. He had never seen anything like it before. For the other students, this was the height of envy. After becoming a beast tamer, there were only 3 best paths. And now, 2 of them were open to Lin Sheng. It was practically like walking straight to the finish line of life. But for Lin Sheng, this is probably just the beginning. Of course, the principal also had some concerns. If Lin Sheng only chooses one faction, he will inevitably offend another. Whether he will face trouble, then is hard to say. As Lin Sheng awakened his SSS-level beast taming space, the atmosphere at the scene was completely ignited. The students were incredibly excited, lining up to activate their beast taming spaces. Many even fantasized that if they could absorb some dragon energy, they might awaken a powerful beast tamer themselves. In less than half an hour, all the students had completed their awakenings and officially become beast tamers. As for their identification certificates, those would be issued by the Beast Taming Association later. At this moment, Lu Qing stepped onto the platform again. He scanned the playground, and the previously noisy students immediately quieted down. Lu Qing nodded in satisfaction, then spoke. Hello, students. I am Lu Qing, the chief instructor of the Yangqing Beast Taming Association. I'm here today to do 3 things. First, to issue you Beast Tamer certificates. Second, to select outstanding talents from among you to join my military or to join the Dragon Slaying Bureau, where Ms. D is located. He paused deliberately at this point. The students' eyes lit up instantly. Becoming a beast tamer was all about getting into the Beast Taming Association. Once inside, not only would one enjoy a prestigious status, but one would also gain access to vast resources and wealth. And if one could enter the Dragon Slaying Bureau, which only recruited elites, that would be even more incredible. Rumor had it that the founder of the Dragon Slaying Bureau was a super strong individual standing at the pinnacle of humanity. It was a place almost every student aspired to. However, its acceptance rate is extremely low. A school might not even get 1 person in a year. At this moment, someone in the crowd couldn't help but ask, "What's the third thing?" This was precisely the question on everyone's mind. Because in previous years, when the association came to the school, they were only responsible for awakening and taking away a few people. They had never heard of a third thing. Lu Qin coughed lightly twice, his expression suddenly becoming solemn. Chapter 8, Di Qian's Trump Card? The instructor had barely opened his mouth when a violent coughing fit erupted. Cough, cough, cough. My throat's been a bit sore lately. Chief Instructor Lu waved his hand, then began to speak. However, after only a few sentences, the students below were already drowsy. His official opening remarks were long and convoluted, making their eyelids droop, almost like a pet with hypnotic abilities. After a few minutes of rambling, he finally got to the point. In recent years, our Beast Taming Association has seen very few disaster-level beast tamers, Chief Instructor Lu said in a somber tone. Therefore, the association has decided to concentrate resources on cultivating a small number of geniuses. Upon hearing this, the students in the audience instantly became much more alert. Chief Instructor Lu continued, "This time, we will select 100 people nationwide and provide them with top-tier resources prepared in advance. However, there is one prerequisite. They must be members of the Beast Taming Association. Even cleaners or gatekeepers, as long as they belong to the association, are eligible to participate. The selection competition will be held in Beast City in 1 month." After a brief silence, the room erupted in barely suppressed commotion. Only 100 people would be selected nationwide. In other words, the winners would be the top 100 of the younger generation in the Dragon Kingdom. Some couldn't help but whisper excitedly. Resources given to only 100 people are absolutely top tier. If we get these resources before the college entrance exam, we might really have a chance to enter one of the 5 great beast taming academies. Many students stared intently at the opportunity, their eyes burning with desire. After all, a weak beast tamer and average talent didn't necessarily mean a mediocre future. There was once a catastrophic beast tamer whose initial beast was only at the warrior level, and whose talent wasn't particularly outstanding, yet he ultimately went further than those geniuses. Sometimes, what determines destiny isn't just talent, but also one's own will. Amidst the crowd, Lin Sheng silently pondered. Giant Beast City. It seems there are Lord-level ferocious beasts lurking there. He definitely had to participate in this competition. With his current strength, acquiring rare resources wouldn't be easy, and the Beast Taming Association was clearly the fastest route. However, to survive in Giant Beast City, Xiao Bai's current strength was clearly insufficient. But as long as he gets the resources, his chances of getting into his ideal university will be much greater. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng felt a surge of excitement. Moreover, I also obtained dragon genes. He originally came only to awaken his beast taming space, but he didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain, which perfectly aligns with his future goals. Lin Sheng, congratulations. Bai He walked over with a gentle smile. Thank you. Lin Sheng nodded in response. With his talent surpassing SSS level, awakening a top-tier beast taming space was a foregone conclusion. It was just a matter of what unusual phenomena would occur. Bai He blushed slightly upon hearing the response and whispered, "Yes, keep it up." Her feelings were no secret. Every time Lin Sheng achieved something, Bai He was the first to congratulate him. Even if he failed, she would come to comfort him. Almost the entire school knew that she had a crush on Lin Sheng. Bai He was quiet and pretty, and Lin Sheng once had a thought. Since he had been given a second chance at life, should he have a passionate romance? But he quickly dismissed the idea. This world was too dangerous. Falling in love in this world was a recipe for disaster. One wrong move, and you were dead. To survive, he had to be as cautious as a cold-blooded killer. What's more, he has a nominal girlfriend. Whenever he gets a little close to any other girl, that girlfriend will suddenly appear, using her stunning beauty and powerful background to utterly humiliate the other woman. Just as Lin Sheng's thoughts drifted away, the principal approached with 2 people. One of them was Chief Instructor Lu, who had spoken earlier, and the other was a sharp-looking woman dressed in a black bodysuit. The principal introduced, "This is Chief Instructor Lu from the Beast Taming Association, and this is," the woman spoke first, "My name is Di Qian, the captain of the Yangqing branch of the Dragon Slaying Bureau." She extended her hand and lightly shook hands with Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng nodded. "Instructor Lu, Captain Di, what can I do for you?" The two spoke almost simultaneously. "Of course, we're inviting you to join us." Their voices overlapped perfectly. They both paused, then glared at each other, the air instantly thick with tension. "Hey Lu, are you mimicking me?" Di Qian said coldly. Chief Instructor Lu retorted, not to be outdone. I was the one who started recruiting first. It's your sudden intrusion that's going too far. Hearing this, Lin Sheng understood. They had all come to invite him to join the Beast Taming Association. And this was exactly what Lin Sheng wanted to do. After all, the first condition for participating in the Giant Beast City selection was becoming a member of the Beast Taming Association. Only then could he focus on improving his own and his pet's strength. At this moment, Di Qian spoke first. Lin Sheng, our Dragon Slaying Bureau only recruits true geniuses. She said seriously, moreover, our director is one of the world's top beast tamers. As long as you join, I can give you 30 million dragon coins and provide all the resources needed for your pet to advance to the Lord level. Upon hearing the conditions, everyone around gasped. But Chief Instructor Lu remained unyielding. We can provide those conditions too, he added. Furthermore, I can offer a rare evolutionary path for snakes. And my tamed beast is about to advance to the Lord level. You can witness it in person. Upon hearing this, Di Qian was stunned. The evolutionary path for beast taming was practically a top-secret resource. Chief Instructor Lu had clearly spared no expense. However, what they didn't know was that this kind of thing was almost meaningless to Lin Sheng, because others needed the evolutionary path, but he didn't need it at all. Seeing Chief Instructor Lu escalate the challenge, Di Qian's eyes hardened. Determined not to let this genius be snatched away, she gritted her teeth. You forced me to do this. Then don't blame me for using my trump card. Chapter 9 Me and My Useless Sister. Lin Sheng, your sister is also in our Dragon Slaying Bureau. I personally sent her to headquarters back then. As long as you join my department, I'm confident I can cultivate another genius like her. Di Qian said with a smile. Chief Instructor Lu was stunned upon hearing this. He hadn't heard that Lin Sheng had an older sister before he came. If that were true, blood ties would obviously carry more weight than the snake evolutionary path he had presented. Lin Sheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. What good would it do to send her? In his view, both the snake evolutionary path and that sister were burdens to him, and he had absolutely no interest in them. The two women vied for him like they were fighting over a treasure, and Lin Sheng just wanted to complain. Couldn't they at least offer some real sincerity? He'd even give his sister money instead. In fact, Lin Sheng did have an older sister. He was only 10 years old when he transmigrated to this world, and he couldn't possibly manage the family fortune on his own. Just then, a girl 2 or 3 years older than him, claiming to be his older sister, suddenly came to their house. She shielded Lin Sheng from all the relatives who wanted a share of the family fortune, and even took care of his food, clothing, housing, and education. At that time, Lin Sheng joked, if it's a genius older sister and a useless younger brother, isn't that the template for a protagonist? But reality is cruel. The two of them were quite ordinary at first. It wasn't until later that her amazing talent and absurdly strong desire for control slowly became apparent. Lin Sheng once jokingly asked, Sis, why aren't you a beast-taming genius? His sister was stunned for a long time after that question. Not long after, she really did become a beast-taming genius, the kind that only appears once in a century. At that moment, Lin Sheng even wondered if his cheat ability was words that become law. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng couldn't help but let out a long sigh. But now, I've finally gotten rid of her. He came back to his senses, looked at the two people in front of him, and said seriously, I will make my own choice. Although conditions are important, my own thoughts are even more important. The two were slightly taken aback. The young man before them was clearly more opinionated than they had imagined. Instructor Lu waved his hand. Don't worry. Even if you choose her, I won't make things difficult for you. You are both geniuses of the Beast Tamer Association. Di Qian also smiled and nodded. Lin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid of being targeted by these powerful figures. His small frame couldn't withstand that. He began to seriously consider his options. Joining the military would offer more stable resources and training, but freedom would be restricted, and the risks were considerable. The Dragon Slayer Bureau, on the other hand, was more like a freelance job, where resources were earned through merit and operations were more flexible. However, in many situations, the danger was even greater than in the military. The conditions offered by both sides were almost identical. Lin Sheng suddenly thought of a problem. The director of the Dragon Slaying Bureau had sworn to use his tamed beasts to slay a true dragon, and he himself was preparing to evolve his tamed beasts into true dragons. Wouldn't that be like being blind to one's own strength? If he infiltrated the Bureau, eventually became its director, and then renamed the Dragon Slaying Bureau the Dragon Raising Bureau, it seemed quite interesting. Of course, the most important point is that Lin Sheng likes freedom. After all, he's the protagonist, so he needs to be a little free. Otherwise, how would he encounter fortuitous events and casually recruit a few underlings to die for him? After thinking it through, he raised his head and said, I choose to join the Dragon Slayer Bureau. Chief Instructor Lu frowned and couldn't help but click his tongue. Sure enough, young people are more easily attracted to sexy and hot senior sisters. He should have used someone else to recruit her. Di Qian smiled brightly. I'll take that person with me. But Lin Xing added, Captain D, but don't send me to my sister, and don't tell her I joined the Dragon Slayer Bureau. Di Qian paused slightly, then nodded. In her mind, her younger brother definitely wanted to surprise her, to tell her personally when they met. I've joined the Dragon Slayer Bureau too. When she first joined the Dragon Slayer Bureau, she excitedly told everyone in her family. But she was completely wrong. Lin Xing simply didn't want to be controlled by his sister anymore. If she knew he had joined the Dragon Slayer Bureau, he'd probably be transferred over the next day. The thought of that was terrifying. All right, I still need to select other geniuses. I'll come find you again in 3 days when I notify the various universities, Di Qian said. Understood, Lin Xing nodded. After all, even geniuses won't receive much attention until they truly demonstrate their abilities. Di Qian added, the resources that belong to you will be delivered to your home today. After saying this, she left the prestigious high school with Instructor Lu. As soon as the two left, Lin Xing was immediately surrounded by a group of students. Brother Lin, what exactly is an SSS-level beast taming space like? Tell us about it. Yeah, we can brag about it later. Also, what kind of beast do you tame? It can even awaken such a top-level phenomenon. The crowd became more and more excited as they talked. Some speculated, it must be at least king level. Brother Lin's talent is only S level, so his beast taming must be king level to trigger this phenomenon. I think it's more than that, at least disaster level. Don't be ridiculous, whose body can withstand the feedback from a disaster level beast taming? Everyone was incredibly curious. Just what kind of terrifying species was the white snake in Lin Xing's arms that made him abandon his king-level cub to form a contract with it? But no one would have guessed. It really was just an ordinary little white snake. And there wouldn't be another one like it in the world. Lin Xing was at his wits' end with the questions and could only wave his hand and say, it's just an ordinary little snake. Sorry everyone, I have to go home now. After saying that, he quickly got away and ran home as fast as he could. As long as I devour an awakened-level ferocious beast, I can evolve. What if it's dragon vein genes? Thinking this, Lin Xing felt a surge of excitement, and his pace quickened. Meanwhile, the news in Yang City had exploded, and the protagonist of the news was none other than Lin Xing. Chapter 10 Crazy Spending. Spending 50 million. Not long after awakening his talent at the competition, Yangqing's news began to frantically report on Lin Xing's deeds. Even people in several other base cities have heard of this name. In the Dragon Kingdom, there are only 3 major base cities: the Imperial Capital Base City, the Magic City Base City, and the Mount Everest Base City. Around these 3 super base cities, there are more than a dozen cities of varying sizes. Yangqing is an affiliated city under the jurisdiction of the Magic City Base. Although it's just a subordinate city, its population still reaches hundreds of millions. The land area of this world far exceeds that of the previous Earth, so the population size is also much larger. However, although the news got out, it didn't reach the level of causing a national sensation. Lin Xing's sister was in the main city of the Imperial Capital Base at the time and was completely unaware of this. But in Yangqing, this was already considered a major news story that caused quite a stir. On the news homepage, there were even several eye-catching headlines. A new SSS-level beast taming space has been created. The contracted cub seems to possess a catastrophic talent. Could this break the initial contract restrictions for beast taming? Look closely. This man is called Xiao Shuai. He's at the Beastmaster ceremony at Yangqing Noble Middle School. The comments section was incredibly lively, with countless citizens discussing the matter. However, Lin Xing himself didn't seem to care much. He sat on his leather sofa at home, watching the news in silence. This news is so well made up. He never said that Xiaobai had a disastrous talent, but the media just put it that way on him. Isn't this just giving him too much screen time? How can we keep a low profile like this? At this moment, deep within Lin Xing's consciousness, there exists a vast beast-taming space. It covers an area of several thousand square meters. If an ordinary beast tamer wakes up in the morning, it gets out of bed. When Xiaobai woke up, it was basically like getting out of a huge bed that was thousands of square meters in size. It was practically like being treated to a luxurious gold bed. Even more astonishingly, This top-tier beast taming space can increase the growth rate of tamed beasts by hundreds of times. In other words, if Xiaobai stays inside for 3 days, it's equivalent to growing up in the outside world for a year. Of course, this terrifying rate of growth comes at a price. Because the faster you grow, the more energy you consume. Its daily food intake is almost equivalent to that of an ordinary beast in 100 days. What's more troublesome is that Xiaobai has very high requirements for food, resulting in extremely high costs. Even some wealthy people could go bankrupt if they were kept for too long. Thinking about this, Lin Sheng felt somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, someone volunteered to be a sucker and took care of all of Xiaobai's meals from awakening level to disaster level. If he had concealed his strength back then, the cost of feeding him would probably have been enough to give him a headache. He did a simple calculation of the evolutionary requirements. It takes about 1,000 years for a snake to evolve into a python. A late-stage awakened ferocious beast possesses nearly a century's worth of growth energy. In other words, only about 10 are needed. With this in mind, Lin Sheng already had a plan. He was preparing to go into the wild to hunt ferocious beasts. Although the scholarship can last for a while, there are too many expenses in the future. More importantly, newbies also need real battles to hone their skills. You can't cultivate true strength in a greenhouse. Just then, my phone suddenly beeped. Your bank card ending in 9526 has received 50 million. Please check your account. A message was also attached below. The extra 20 million was obtained by your sister. Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow upon seeing this sentence. You can do that. Unexpectedly, his sister helped him exchange an extra 20 million. At the same time, his identity information was officially entered into the Dragon Slayer Bureau system. Simply log in to the Beast Tamer Association's exclusive network and enter your identity information to access the Beast Tamer trading platform. This platform is mainly used for beast tamers to trade ferocious beasts, cubs, and various resources. In addition, there are a large number of other goods. For example, ointments that quickly heal injuries in the wild, various animal food, special materials, etc. You can buy almost anything as long as you have money. As a member of the Dragon Slayer Bureau, Lin Sheng enjoys a 10% discount on all items purchased in the mall. This discount will continue to increase as your status rises. Lin Sheng browsed the store and soon saw many evolution paths. Blue-haired Razor Evolution Path, Disaster Level Talent, 50 million. Ironclad Python Evolution Path, King Level, 30 million. Lightning Serpent Evolution Path, Lord Level, 5 million. Seeing these prices, Lin Sheng couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. 50 million for one evolutionary path, and that's just data. He remembered that the owner of the Azure Silk Thunder Serpent was a disaster-level beast tamer. Moreover, buying the route is not the end of the story. The evolution process also requires a large amount of rare resources, making the cost even more outrageous. However, this is indeed something that can change one's destiny. If successfully trained, a calamity-level beast tamer could even become the lord of a city. But Lin Sheng did not intend to follow these established paths, because he wants to follow his own path of evolution. Just buy some carcasses of giant pythons and extract their essence. He made a decision quickly. Not long after, Lin Sheng directly recharged all 50 million into the mall, converted it into points, and then quickly spent it all. In just a few minutes, 50 million was gone. The speed at which he spent money made his heart race. However, he knew very well that this was just the beginning in the world of beast tamers. Once the beasts reach their later stages of development, the cost will be astronomical. Not long after, a large transport truck stopped in front of Lin Sheng's house. The vehicle was loaded with the carcasses of giant pythons worth 50 million yuan. Because of the 10% discount, he actually bought an extra 5 million worth of goods. He used the remaining change to buy wound ointment. This ointment is made from the mucus of beast tamers and has extremely strong restorative abilities. Even if you get a cut, it will heal in minutes after applying it, and it won't even leave a scar. The courtyard was soon filled with the corpses of giant pythons. Lin Sheng stood in the middle, extending his palm. Sequence extraction. The next moment, the giant python's corpse rapidly shrank. Obtain the essence of the giant python. Obtain the essence of the 7-colored giant python. Obtain the essence of the venomous python. A large amount of genetic essence was absorbed by the system. It also acquired a bunch of snake-like skills, such as devouring, entanglement, strengthening scales, and even venomous fangs. Then Lin Sheng called out softly, "Noob." With a flash of white light, Xiaobai was summoned from the beast taming space. The little white cat is much bigger now than before. It no longer just wraps around the arm, but can be wrapped around the waist. Lin Sheng said in a low voice. Let's try to learn the new skill first. He slowly injected the skill genes into Xiao Bai's body. Soon, a series of failure messages appeared. This was exactly what he expected. After all, the success rate of skill fusion is extremely low. However, at this moment, suddenly, a completely different notification sounded from the system. This instantly interrupted Lin Sheng's thoughts. Chapter 11 Little White's Combat Power. Instant Kill of Lightning Serpent. The moment the system notification sounded, Lin Sheng was slightly taken aback. Awakening level entangling skill gene upgrade. From beginner level entanglement to expert level. Your skill proficiency has improved? Lin Sheng was somewhat surprised, but he quickly figured it out. These absorbed ferocious beasts had already mastered the entanglement technique to an extremely high level, even developing it into muscle memory. Now that their genes have been extracted, they naturally inherited this memory along with it. In this world, every skill has a proficiency level. Beginner, proficient, expert, perfect, flawless. As beast tamers continuously engage in battles and use skills, their proficiency will gradually increase, and the power of their skills will also grow accordingly. It typically takes hundreds or thousands of skill repetitions to progress from beginner to proficient. Lin Sheng skipped this process entirely. Thinking of this, he felt a surge of excitement. This means that Xiao Bai can use the most standard way of exerting force and angle as soon as he makes a move. In battle, this is an absolute huge advantage. It seems there are still a few entangled memory genes left. Let's try again. Lin Sheng tried injecting memory genes into Xiao Bai several more times. As a result, his skill proficiency did improve somewhat, but he still couldn't break through to the master level. Lin Sheng was not surprised by this. To achieve mastery, one must go through at least a few life or death battles. Reaching the proficiency level for free is already quite impressive. If you want to improve further, you'll probably need skill genes that are also at the mastery level. Lin Sheng looked down at Xiao Bai. Open your mouth. Little White obediently opened its mouth. Lin Sheng dripped the giant python's genes, which he had just extracted, along with the drop of golden genes he had obtained from the spirit stone, into its mouth. The moment the gene entered his body, Xiao Bai's body trembled violently. A plume of scalding white steam continuously rose from between the scales. Immediately afterwards, its body began to visibly swell and grow larger. A few minutes later, Xiao Bai's size had doubled. The most obvious change is in its eyes. The snake's eyes, which were originally cold, had now turned into a spiritual, emerald gold color. Lin Sheng could clearly sense that Xiao Bai's intelligence had improved again. Soon, new information appeared before his eyes. White snake. Level, late awakening. Talent, king, early game. Skills, entangling, mastery, water spray, hardening. Evolutionary path, python, silver python monster, unicorn snake, rainbow electric eel, scaled snake, dragon blood monster. Upon seeing this information, Lin Sheng couldn't help but clench his fist. Late stage of awakening. More importantly, Xiao Bai's talent level was directly upgraded from warrior level to king level. There's even a new evolutionary path, the dragon blood water monster. Clearly, the drop of golden gene from the spirit stone played a significant role. Although there was no direct route involving a dragon, it greatly enhanced the bloodline. Lin Sheng seemed to be deep in thought. No wonder the spirit stone can awaken a beast-taming space. It seems that the origin of this thing is definitely not simple. If given the chance, he would definitely make more. But now, there are more important things to do. Lin Sheng looked into the distance and said calmly, it's time to test our strength in the wild. The Beast City assessment is open to beast tamers from all over the country. If you don't adapt to the combat environment beforehand, you'll easily suffer losses later. There are 3 secret realms near Yangqing. Many years ago, countless void rifts appeared all over the world. Those ferocious beasts and monsters descended from the rift and gradually changed the ecology of this world. Later, many of the cracks were destroyed by the beast tamers, but many ferocious beasts still gathered there. These places were not very dangerous, so they were preserved as training grounds for young beast tamers. Of course, even so, people still die inside every year. Lin Sheng quickly selected his target. Let's go to the lightning serpent's lair. After a quick preparation, he took Xiao Bai, some wound medicine, and antidote, and soon arrived at the outskirts of Yangqing. This is a dense jungle, and also the place where lightning snakes are most active. Because the danger level was not high, there were no guards at the entrance. Instead, many beast tamer teams hunted lightning snakes in the vicinity and sold them to the Beast Taming Association. Lin Sheng glanced around. Not many people, That's perfect. After saying that, he stepped directly into the jungle. The little white snake coiled around his shoulder, its head constantly looking left and right, appearing extremely excited. This is its first time entering the real wild. The wildness in their blood was also fully unleashed. Shortly after Lin Sheng entered, several professional hunters nearby began to whisper among themselves. Wasn't that young man who went in just now Lin Sheng from the news? No way. Didn't he just sign a beast taming contract? Why is he coming to a place like this all by himself? That's right. Even a late-stage awakened beast tamer wouldn't dare to venture deep into the lightning serpent's territory alone. Maybe I saw it wrong. How could a rich kid like that come to the wilderness by himself? That's true. I just saw a few students, each accompanied by a beast master of the warrior rank. As they talked, they stopped caring. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng had already ventured deep into the jungle. Suddenly, Little White gently flicked out its tongue. Hiss dash. A sense of danger permeated the air. The next second, suddenly, the bushes ahead burst open, and a snake as thick as an arm darted out. Lightning snake. Level, late awakening. Talent, late stage lord. Skills, paralyzing poison, entangling. The lightning snake was extremely fast, and it pounced on Lin Sheng almost instantly. Its fangs snapped open, aimed straight for the throat. However, at this very moment, smack, Little White swung its tail sharply. The air exploded instantly. The lightning snake was still in midair when it was violently whipped away by its tail. When it landed, its head was completely flattened. He died on the spot. The whole process took only a moment. Sold out instantly. Lin Sheng looked at the corpse on the ground and couldn't help but pat Xiaobai's head. So strong. The lightning serpent is a snake-type beast that many beast tamers dream of. It is fast, highly venomous, and definitely not weak. But in front of Xiaobai, he didn't even have a chance to use his skills. It was whipped to death by a single tail lash. This shows that Xiaobai's true combat power is far more than what it appears to be. Lin Sheng's eyes gradually brightened. Since it can instantly kill late-stage awakened beings, what if we encounter a general-level opponent? Thinking about this, he suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. If we can get a warrior-level skill, this trip into the wilderness will be a huge success. Chapter 12 Evolution. Mastery-level skills. Well done. Hiss. Hearing its owner's constant praise, Little White's tail practically floated in the air. This must be the 7th lightning snake already, right? Lin Sheng extracted the genes of the lightning snake. Then it was injected into Xiaobai's body again. Entangling, proficient, upgrades to entangling, master. Mastery level. But this skill doesn't seem to be very useful. Lin Sheng spoke quietly. In these few instances, Xiaobai killed the lightning serpent with a single blow. The other party had absolutely no chance to resist. Naturally, the entangling skill becomes unnecessary. And that's why this skill levels up so quickly. This is also because this wild area is full of snakes and ferocious beasts, almost all of which have the ability to entangle. Otherwise, even the lowest level of skill, it would take at least a few years to reach the level of proficiency. Because this is not just about improving proficiency. This is also accompanied by an increase in power. Master level, almost 100% chance of entanglement upon contact, and immune to entanglement attacks from any creature with a lower entanglement level than oneself. This is absolutely outrageous. This jungle is practically free of natural enemies. Let's find a warrior level 1 to test our skills. Lin Sheng grew increasingly audacious. Simply fighting weak awakened creatures is no longer enough for his training. Only by getting infinitely close to death can one truly understand the meaning of life. Meanwhile, in this jungle, 3 or 4 beast tamers at the warrior level were surrounding a girl, fighting against a lightning snake in the late stage of awakening. The girl's tamed beast is a king-level cub, the Thunder Lion. Roar! The mighty lion roared in fury. Tall and big, with a cute but fierce look. But in the instant it pounced, it found an opportunity, biting the back of the lightning snake's neck and killing it instantly. Able to kill a late-stage awakened beast at the mid-stage of awakening. No wonder it's a king-level cub. It's all thanks to Mrs. Skillful command that the battle was ended in just a few minutes. That's true. Even other beast tamers of the same level probably wouldn't be able to kill the lightning snake in such a short time. They saw the girl's tamed beast kill the lightning snake. The protectors nearby immediately began to frantically lick it. No way, I'm far from that level. The girl spoke modestly. If Lin Sheng were here, he would definitely recognize Bai He. As students of a prestigious school, they naturally all have extraordinary backgrounds. And the Bai family, where Bai He lives. Furthermore, They wield considerable influence and have numerous branches throughout Yangqing. Miss, let's hurry. I have a feeling that the warrior-level Thunder Serpent is nearby. Miss, please don't make a move then. With an Awaken-level pet, it's impossible to defeat a warrior level 1. We'll help you retrieve the snake crystal from that Thunder Serpent. They came here to find the key to the evolution of the Thunder Lion. Razor Gallbladder. The next evolution of the Thunder Lion is already prepared. Incidentally, one can also hone by his combat skills in the wild. As he spoke, one of the beast tamers summoned an eagle with a wingspan of over 2 meters and began searching the surrounding area for the aura of a warrior-level lightning serpent. Found it. The protector's faces lit up with joy. The group quickly headed towards the jungle. Meanwhile, at that location, Lin Sheng's white snake has already clashed with a thunder serpent of warrior level. Hiss hiss hiss. Hiss. A huge, blue python, its long, thin tongue flicking out of its mouth, cautiously stared at Lin Sheng and Xiao Bai. The other party's information also appeared before Lin Sheng's eyes. Razor. Level, early stage warrior. Talent, late stage warrior. Skills, entangling, discharge. Evolutionary path, Thunder Serpent. Introduction. Razor's evolutionary journey has long been halted due to its insufficient bloodline strength. A Razor of the warrior class, no wonder it exudes such a powerful aura. Lin Sheng was taken aback. I wonder if we can steal this electric discharge skill. Lin Sheng spoke quietly. Go Xiao Bai. Lin Sheng ordered Xiao Bai to launch an attack. The other party is being far too cautious. If this drags on any longer, things could go awry. Upon receiving the order, Xiao Bai immediately rushed forward. The moment the two made contact, the lightning snake tried to entangle Little White. Unfortunately, the opponent's entanglement skill wasn't as proficient as Xiao Bai's, and Xiao Bai's body was instead tightly locked in place. The next moment, the little white thing is about to bite Razor's neck. Crack! Razor finally couldn't hold back and instantly released a large amount of electricity. However, this electric current, which is enough to cause an ordinary person to instantly go into shock and die, is like a tickle to Xiao Bai. That's it. Silver-scaled fish scales are designed to prevent electric shock. Lin Sheng smiled. The next instant. In an instant, Xiao Bai spat out a water sword that pierced through the head of the Razor. Razor is dead. Well done. I'll reward you with snacks when we get back. Lin Sheng encouraged him. Hiss. Sequence extraction. Lin Sheng touched Xiao Bai's forehead again and absorbed the warrior-level Thunder Serpent on the ground. Obtain the Razor Bloodline Gene. Obtain Razor Skill Genes. Obtain the Razor Evolution Path Gene. Obtain Razor Scales, Razor Venom, and Razor Gallbladder. Then the lightning snake on the ground was absorbed, leaving only a blue crystal. Lin Sheng immediately picked it up. Since it's an item dropped by a warrior-level ferocious beast, it must be very valuable. We'll sell it to the Beast Taming Association then. Lin Sheng placed the blue crystal into the beast taming space and bestowed Razor's skills and various genes upon Xiao Bai. Since the Razor's scales are much weaker than those of the Silverfin, it was not replaced, but instead its superior features were inherited. The entire snake scale became smooth, and Xiao Bai's size also began to gradually increase. The cells inside the body were working frantically, consuming the energy of this Razor snake. After all, it's a Razor of the warrior level, so it will take some time to completely absorb its bloodline genes. However, the skill of discharging electricity was also not inherited. It might be because of the scales. If we can continuously acquire the superior genes of other creatures and create the strongest scales, then we should be able to inherit many skills. Thinking about it, Lin Sheng, with Xiao Bai in tow, prepared to leave the jungle. The training is almost complete. Repeatedly absorbing the genes of those organisms will have little effect on Xiao Bai's growth. Only the first absorption will have a significant effect. He needs to ask the Dragon Slayer Bureau for some food that Little White needs to evolve. These are the main factors that drive the evolution of pets. At the speed of my beast taming space, I could eat a year's worth of food in just 3 days. Lin Sheng found the thought of the Dragon Slayer Bureau spending money to raise a dragon for him amusing. And not long after Lin Sheng gang left, a large and impressive group arrived at this place. Chapter 13. Miss Bai, what are you so happy about? Razor is dead? We detected his vital signs just minutes ago. How could it be so fast? A group of people surrounded a girl, standing in front of the skeleton of the Thunder Serpent, somewhat surprised. They followed the trail of the Lightning Serpent to this place. The time difference between the two was only a few minutes in total. However, this snake was already dead. It should be noted that even for 3 warrior-level beast tamers, Dealing with this Thunder Serpent, which is also a warrior-level beast, would require considerable effort. To prevent it from escaping, it will take at least 7 or 8 minutes to finish. In the blink of an eye, the razor was reduced to just a skeleton. Could it be that we've encountered a professional snake killer? Impossible. No matter how skilled the technique, it's impossible to remove every last bit of meat from the skeleton so cleanly, right? This guy must be at least a late-stage battle general-level beastmaster. Otherwise, there's no way he could have killed the agile Thunder Serpent in such a short time. And he even took Razor's snake crystal. We searched for weeks before finding one. Let's just forget about it. This forest isn't our family's private property. Since it's been taken from us, let it be. Bai He spoke in silence. Losing such a piece of snake crystal means it will take a lot of effort to find it again next time. Miss, you're too kind. You know, there are some professional hunters who love to follow others around and steal their spoils. We've been following this snake for a long time, and we only just found it now, only to have it snatched away just as we were about to catch it. Forehead. Even Bai He was somewhat puzzled at this point. A warrior-level ferocious beast in the wild is not as formidable as an awakened level one. Because it contains many materials for evolving beasts to the warrior level, it is very expensive, which leads to many people hunting it, making its numbers extremely rare. Obtaining a high-quality piece of material is even more difficult. Moreover, her mother, Madame Bai, made her personally go out into the wild to find materials, showing her no leniency whatsoever. The loss of the snake crystal this time is a great blow to Bai He. We need to head back to the city right now. There are probably hunters and other private groups outside the city buying up ferocious beasts. This kid is definitely eager to get rid of them, so if we go there now, we can still find him. We can't wait for Bai He to speak. The group quickly mounted their beasts and rode towards the edge of the city. Hey buddy, have you hunted any rare materials? We can offer a higher price than the Hunter Association. As soon as Lin Shenggang stepped out of the jungle, he was stopped by several people. However, they were stunned when they saw Lin Sheng's appearance. So young, yet you dare to venture into this jungle alone? Of course, how much can I sell this snake crystal for? Lin Sheng took out a blue-purple crystal from his pocket. This thing is useless to him. It's better to just sell it. The moment they saw the blue crystal, their eyes lit up. This is Razor's serpent crystal. Due to its rarity, the Hunter Association has offered 1 million. Hey buddy, how about we give you 1.3 million to sell us this snake crystal? The group looked at Lin Sheng with hopeful expressions. It seemed as if it was afraid that someone else would see it later and buy it at a higher price. Given my current rank in the Hunter Association, even if I sold it to the Hunter Association for points, I would only get a 10% discount. It's better to sell it directly to an individual. Lin Sheng made a decision quickly. After all, the Hunter Association is just a tool for making profits. It will sell to whoever offers the highest price. For such a precious resource, individuals would certainly offer a higher price. Just as Lin Sheng was about to agree. Wait! A sound came from afar. The group of people were stunned for a moment, and together with Lin Sheng, they turned their heads to look in that direction. In the distance, several richly dressed beast tamers stood atop a giant rhinoceros, 2 or 3 stories high, and charged toward them. A beast tamer at the general level, and he seems to be from the Bai family. The men immediately turned pale. They're trying to steal the snake crystal from them. Lin Sheng's eyes met those of the girl sitting on the rhinoceros's back at a glance. Isn't that Bai He? What's she doing in the wild? Lin Sheng silently thought to himself. Wait a minute, young man. How much did they offer you for this snake crystal? Asked one of the beast tamers standing on the rhinoceros's back. 1.3 million. Although the Beast Taming Association offered 1 million, the actual premium for this snake crystal is extremely high. Trying to get it for 1.3 million is simply a pipe dream. Hey buddy, sell us this snake crystal. I'll offer you 3 million. The beast tamer on the rhinoceros's back offered a very high price. Even Lin Sheng was taken aback. This was the first time he had sold a ferocious beast, and the price was much higher than he had imagined. He would have been quite satisfied with selling it for over 1 million. But I never expected to be scammed out of 2 million. Pervert, giving such a high price. Are you out of your mind? Upon seeing this, the group immediately lowered their heads, turned around, and left, not daring to linger there any longer. After all, they were in the wrong. Moreover, Lin Sheng has not verbally agreed to the deal, so he can choose someone else. Thank you very much. Lin Sheng took out the snake crystal, and the transaction was completed quickly. Anyway, this thing is useless to him, so getting 3 million is already a great deal. See you at school then. Before leaving, Lin Sheng made sure to say goodbye to Bai He. Uh-huh. Bai He nodded in response. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Sheng. After Lin Sheng left, the others finally showed a look of shock. So young, and he can kill Razor all by himself. As expected of an S-rank talent. To be able to kill a warrior-level Thunder Serpent in less than 15 minutes is truly monstrous. Just as rumored, Lin Sheng's pet is a pet with a disaster-level talent, or even a late-stage disaster-level talent. Luckily, the young lady told us beforehand, otherwise I definitely would have offended him. It really was a lucky break. What incredible fortune. But it seems like it wouldn't be bad to build a good relationship with such a genius. The group then began to praise Lin Sheng repeatedly. It was a genuine compliment. This boy's talent for taming beasts truly exceeded their expectations. At this point, the others understood. Why did Bai He say she wanted to spend a high price to buy that snake crystal? This can be considered a favor done. After all, although the snake crystal is quite expensive, it's still very difficult to sell it for 3 million. That's why I've said it before, my talent is far from enough. Bai He seemed quite proud as she stood with her hands on her slender hips and spoke. The servants were also dumbfounded. Miss, this guy is going to be your enemy in the upcoming exams. The enemy is so strong, shouldn't we be worried? You seem even happier than him. Chapter 14 Upgrade Resources, Early Stage of Battle. So this snake crystal sold for a high price. The Bai family is indeed very wealthy. Lin Sheng thought to himself on his way back. The high school he attended was a prestigious private school in Yangqing. Almost all the children of powerful figures and wealthy people in Yangqing attend that school. He also had a good reputation at Yangqing Noble High School. It's not because they have money. It's just because he's handsome. It could even be said that after his parents passed away, he was among the poorest and least influential people in his class. However, since everyone has been well off since childhood, they don't take this aspect very seriously and are very simple-minded. With just a few words, Lin Sheng, who has lived 2 lives, can easily manipulate you. But even though I'm rich, I owe someone a small favor for reminding me. If I become stronger in the future, I'll still have to help them out if I have the chance. He is not a heartless person. A moment of deep thought. Lin Sheng has returned home. As soon as he got home, he immediately sent a message to Di Qian of the Dragon Slayer Bureau. Didn't you say you were contracted with Lord-level resources? How exactly will they be allocated? After waiting a short while, a message came back from the other end. What breed is your pet? What kind of food do you need? Snakes are generally fed a mixture of various meats. There are 3 price ranges for snake pet food on the market at 100,000, 300,000, and 500,000 respectively. I will prepare the best quality for you. As for the materials needed for advancement, it depends on which type you need. However, food can only be borrowed in advance for a maximum of 3 months, while the materials needed for advancement can only be applied for when the pet is advancing. After thinking for a moment, Lin Sheng replied to the message. My beast taming space consumes energy 100 times faster than usual, so it consumes 100 days worth of energy in a single day. As for the materials for advancement, you don't need to prepare any for me. Lin Sheng didn't want others to know how his pets advanced. After all, this is a unique route. Leaking it carelessly can easily arouse suspicion. After Lin Sheng sent out the message, the other party obviously fell silent. And that is indeed the case. Di Qian on the other side was completely dumbfounded. I didn't expect the SSS-level beast taming space to consume energy so quickly. 100 times? What kind of joke is this? Doesn't that mean that 3 days can consume the energy needed for a year? If it's 500,000 a month, then we need to prepare 5 million worth of food for him every month. Even Di Qian was astonished by the price. I should have given this kid to that Lu guy. Di Qian immediately felt a little regretful. This guy can eat way too much. However, there was a slight element of joking in that statement. Actually, she was quite happy inside. After all, the more a pet can eat, the greater its potential and the faster it grows. In reality, the resources consumed to evolve to the Lord level are not much different. It's just that they are overdrawn in advance. Then I'll hire fewer people and allocate their resources to Lin Sheng. Fortunately, Di Qian still held some power over resource allocation. Lin Sheng's talent also qualified him to use these resources. Soon, Di Qian issued the order to several of her subordinates and told them to carry it out. Her role was to take the geniuses from Yangqing to Giant Beast City to compete for the training slots for disaster-level beast tamers. This is the real issue. The resources needed to train a disaster-level beast tamer probably exceed 5 million per day. Lin Sheng, I hope you won't let me down. At least help me secure one of the spots. She would naturally benefit if one of her students could get the spot. Conversely, if resources are provided but there is no feedback, she will have to bear the consequences herself. You could say that. Di Qian has placed a huge bet on Lin Sheng. Luckily, someone prepared these resources for me. Otherwise, the 3 million I made from selling snake crystals wouldn't even be enough to feed Xiaobai for a few days. Lin Sheng sighed. He touched the forehead of Xiaobai beside him. Hiss. Little White seemed to sense its owner's mood and let out a few pitiful cries. It seems to be saying that Xiaobai can go hungry. Good grief. She's even trying to charm me now. Trying to provoke me, huh? Lin Sheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. You actually managed to goad me. Even if no one prepares food for him, Xiaobai will not starve. After all, only by staying in the beast taming space can one obtain 100 times the energy consumption. Moreover, Lin Sheng can control this speed. Your package. Soon someone knocked on the door. They're here. Lin Sheng immediately went out the door and carried in a large box. Several large characters were written on the box. High-grade pet food for snakes. Ingredients: giant rat meat, lightning snake meat. Various meats and even plant-based foods are mixed in, ensuring a balanced diet, and the requirements for their component content are extremely strict. No wonder it can sell for such a high price. Lin Sheng was taken aback. 500,000 a month is not something an ordinary family can afford. It's a service geared towards wealthy people. What's more, Xiaobai eats 5 million a month. Open the packaging. Inside were pieces of meat shaped like rat sticks. It looks kind of silly and cute. Just one a day is enough to sustain your energy needs for a month. The energy content of this is self-evident. But for Lin Sheng, a single rat stick could only last for 3 days at most. Meanwhile, Little White was drooling with envy. Xiaobai's eyes were fixed on the rat stick in Lin Sheng's hand. It's easy to imagine just how tempting this thing is to snakes. Give. Lin Sheng didn't tease it. He picked up one and handed it over, and Xiaobai swallowed it whole. Then a satisfied expression appeared on his face. The energy within is constantly being digested in its abdomen. Over the next few days, Lin Sheng takes Xiaobai to the wilderness every day to train its combat capabilities and upgrade its skills. At night, they would stay in the beast taming space to digest and absorb the energy. Finally, a few days later, before the battle for spots in the beast city began, Xiaobai has reached the level of warrior general. Before Lin Sheng's eyes, a white snake, almost as tall as him, was coiled up. White snake. Level: early stage warrior. Talent: king, early game. Skills: entangling, mastery, water spray, hardening, dragon's might. Evolutionary path: Jiaolong, silver python water monster, dragon blood water monster. Dragon's might: form a domain, suppressing creatures with lower bloodlines within it. Domain capabilities. And finally, a skill related to dragons has appeared. My choice was definitely right. Lin Sheng was slightly excited. Once Xiaobai reached the early stage of the warrior level, he gained confidence. Moreover, Xiaobai's strength now lies not in his skills, but in the characteristics of different parts of his body. For example, its scales can be used in water and are protected from electricity. These were all taken from other creatures. And in the future, the characteristics of its scales will only increase. Its defensive capabilities will become increasingly outrageous. Just then, Di Qian suddenly received a phone call. Chapter 15 Selection Tournament. Disaster Level Resources. He saw the call notification from Di Qian. Lin Sheng pressed the answer button. Then, a rather lazy female voice came from the other side. The selection competition for half of the Dragon Kingdom's regions will soon be held in Giant Beast City. Including you, there are more than a dozen people from Yang City participating. Almost all the beast tamers participating in this competition are at the warrior level. Are you confident? Yes, but not many. That's good. Get a good night's sleep tonight, and I'll pick you up tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, the other end of the phone hung up. Lin Sheng was left holding the phone, slightly stunned. Didn't you say I lack confidence? Why don't you offer some outside help? Hiss. However, although Lin Sheng lacked confidence, Xiaobai beside him was full of fighting spirit. He kept practicing snake-style boxing on the side. The long snake tail crackled and popped in the air. At this point, Little White had completely evolved into a giant python. At night, he often liked to lie in bed and entangle Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng was truly afraid that one night. He dreamt he was hunting a ferocious beast, and roared, "Little White, get him!" Then, in a moment of panic, Little White accidentally strangled him to death. It's not impossible. After all, his small frame couldn't withstand the force that could shred a truck. However, she was afraid of hurting Xiaobai's feelings. So I haven't brought this up yet. Cultivating affection and trust between oneself and one's pet is also part of a beast tamer's job. This competition should be genuine and valid. Before the match even started, Lin Sheng saw many broadcasts on television. I heard that because it's the first time this has been held, the rewards are extra generous. Those who secure one of the 100 spots will receive resources decreasing with each subsequent spot, from highest to lowest. This competition has attracted the attention of countless people. It is known as the second chance in life, second only to the college entrance examination. Once you get this opportunity and resources, you should be able to pass the college entrance exam easily, just like Wudong's cloud ladder, stepping on the right foot with the left and ascending directly to the sky. Lin Sheng considered whether he should send a message to his sister about this important matter. However, after much consideration, I decided against it. Finally, the night passed. The next morning, Lin Sheng got up, washed his face and brushed his teeth, and also helped Xiao Bai brush his teeth. Then he dressed and went downstairs. At this moment, Di Qian was leaning against an SUV, her black bodysuit highlighting her slender figure. Even the finest muscle lines are clearly visible. It immediately attracted the attention of countless people around. Even some neighbors looked at Lin Sheng with envy, and then said to their children, "See, these days, even to be a gigolo, you have to be a beast tamer." Such words. Lin Sheng was also helpless. After receiving feedback from his physique upon becoming a beast master, how sensitive was his hearing? Not to mention what the people around him were saying. Even if you were hundreds of meters away from him, you could hear their heartbeats. Smack. Let's go. Di Qian opened the back door, nodded to Lin Sheng with her chin, and then got into the driver's seat. Lin Sheng then sat down directly on the slab. Several beast tamers, 3 men and 2 women, were already sitting in the SUV. Among them was a figure familiar to Lin Sheng. "Bai He, what are you doing here?" "Can I be here? I'm a newbie in the Dragon Slayer Bureau now." Bai He responded with a melancholy tone. "We were saying we'd meet again a few days ago. How could you forget so quickly?" "That's true. With your talent, getting in here should be quite easy." Lin Sheng spoke quietly. The others then greeted him as well. "From now on, we'll all be working together, so please take good care of me." Yes. I never expected to see Lin Sheng in person here. From now on, we're all Dragon Slayers. Ha ha. Those young men and women clearly recognized Lin Sheng. His words were tinged with excitement. After all, we are all in Yangcheng. Yangcheng is not a large city, so it's perfectly normal for geniuses to know each other. Lin Sheng gave an awkward laugh. Looking around, Lin Sheng noticed that there was only one seat left next to Bai He, so he plopped down on it. At this moment, Bai He's heart started racing, and her whole body stiffened considerably. And seeing that everyone had arrived, as soon as Di Qian stepped on the gas, the SUV shot off like a sharp arrow, the scenery around the street flying wildly behind her. Several times, she almost crashed into the car in front of her, narrowly avoiding it. That car was driven way too aggressively. Everyone was somewhat frightened. Even the lips of several young men and women turned pale, but Lin Sheng remained calm. "If we really do crash, at worst we'll just let Little White entangle us. Little White has thick skin and hard scales, so this little injury will at most be a scrape." At that moment, Di Qian, who had been sitting silently in the front seat, spoke up. "This is your identification. Our daily work at the Dragon Slayer Bureau is no different from that of the hunters, but the creatures we deal with are much more bizarre." As he spoke, he tossed several small notebooks to the group in advance. Lin Sheng reached out and caught it, then opened it. Name, Lin Sheng. Position, Rookie Dragon Slayer. Permissions, none. Lin Sheng knew everything Di Qian said. The matters generally handled by the Dragon Slayer Bureau. In addition to hunting ferocious beasts in the wild, they will also hunt down demons hiding among the people in the city. This is a creature of a higher level than a ferocious beast. The Dragon Slayer Bureau also has another privilege. It allows you to enter newly discovered secret realms and obtain the latest resources within them. But it is also more dangerous. Rumor has it that the Dragon Slayer Bureau is searching for something in those secret realms. A boy nearby whispered something, sounding quite mysterious. "Don't spread rumors, don't make up rumors. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you off right now." Upon hearing Di Qian's words, the young man immediately shut up. Although this instructor usually seems kind, he actually has a bad temper. The main reason is that we don't want them to be laughing and joking when they are about to face ferocious beasts. We have to show our attitude. "Captain D, what's the competition like this time? If we can team up, I'd like to team up with Senior Lin Sheng." Me too. Let me go, but I really don't have much confidence." My pet beast is only at the mid-stage of the Battle General realm. My level isn't high either. I'm only at the late stage of the Battle General realm. I still need Senior Lin Sheng's protection. The group looked at Lin Sheng with hopeful expressions. Senior Lin Sheng's beast taming skills must be at least at the late stage of the Battle General level. After all, that's a catastrophic talent. Even by he coughed silently twice. I'm only at the early stage of the War General realm. Lin Sheng suddenly felt an urge to beat them up. I've worked so hard for so long, and I'm only at the early stage of the Battle General realm. I thought everything was settled, but it turns out I was the clown. Little White ate the rat sticks and absorbed the essence of so many creatures to level up, so the cost is indeed much higher than that of ordinary creatures. However, this also proves Xiaobai's talent. Yes, definitely. Chapter 16 selection begins. 3 eagles instantly killed. Lin Sheng sat in the vehicle, trying to comfort himself. However, Lin Sheng could understand that these guys' pets were of a higher level than his. After all, not everyone is like him. Contracted pets start from the lowest level and are upgraded accordingly. These are usually pets in the mid to late stages of contract awakening. At worst, it is at least a pet beast in the early stage of awakening. However, Xiaobai has no level. Purely natural and pollution-free. Soon, Di Qian led everyone to the outskirts of Yanqing. Not far from Yanqing lies the city of giant beasts. Standing atop the towering city walls of Yanqing, one can see the town's ruins. This was an abandoned city that was completely destroyed by the ferocious beasts that rushed out when the secret realm descended. Even today, many powerful and ferocious beasts still roam the city of giant beasts. You can go ahead, I'll leave you here. Di Qian left everyone behind and then drove away. Let's go. Bai He summoned the towering, thunderous lion and invited Lin Sheng to ride with her. Lin Sheng didn't hesitate and jumped up in one swift motion. After all, Xiaobai isn't very good at long-distance travel. This raging lion was also well trained by Bai He and had no will to resist. If some owners don't train them well, your own tamed beast may attack other people. That's why summoning beasts is forbidden in cities. The others also summoned their own beasts. A white feathered eagle and a scorpion with a body as strong as a horse. The group rushed towards the direction of the giant beast city. Because Bai He was wearing an off-shoulder dress, her fair neck and exposed back rose and fell in front of Lin Sheng without any warning. Helpless, Lin Sheng could only turn his head to look at the distant snow-capped mountains. Upon noticing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Bai He's eyes. Am I not pretty? Bai He felt depressed. However, she did not give up. After all, I've worked so hard for so long. Having finally managed to align with Lin Sheng, how could they possibly give up so easily? Under the extreme speed of the Thunder Lion, the two quickly arrived at the abandoned city. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the giant beast city, many students were already waiting with their hands raised. They were accompanied by a variety of pet beasts of different species. However, these pet beasts were somewhat inferior to the Thunder Lion. As soon as the Thunder Lion arrived, the surrounding beasts made way for it, not daring to fight for it. No wonder my pet beast acted a bit timid. It turns out it's the Thunder Lion. That's a pet beast with king-level talent. Which city's beast tamer is this? Where did they get this Thunder Lion cub from? I don't know, but the guy is quite handsome. The girl is also very pretty, but we can't be fooled just because someone has a king-level beast. Character has nothing to do with looks or beasts. Are you mistaken? That Thunder Lion belongs to a beautiful woman. What? A gigolo? Why the hell don't I have that kind of luck? For a moment, Lin Sheng became the center of everyone's gaze, filled with envy and jealousy. He wished he were the one riding behind that beautiful woman right now. Lin Sheng was already used to the stares of those around him. After all, back in Yanqing, he had already been ranked number 1 on some kind of list by his classmates. Why? Being handsome can sometimes be a problem. However, I think most of the time it's because I'm too capable. Lin Sheng sighed helplessly. Little White, who was in the beast taming space, couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. I don't know if my owner is narcissistic or if that's really what they think. As time goes by, more and more students gathered around the beast city. Lin Sheng even saw several S-level talent beast tamers during the trip. There are also several other pets with the same king-level talent as the Thunder Lion. Lin Sheng had seen it in the illustrated guide to beast taming. Azure Eagle, Ironclad Giant. Even these kinds of pet beasts are available. However, the armor of the Iron Giant should be very hard. I wonder if we can extract it and add the genes into the scales. Lin Sheng suddenly had many ideas. If we can achieve this, the strength of Xiaobai's scales will be increased to a whole new level. At that time, we will no longer fear guns or any other firearms. And just when everyone was waiting, suddenly, a sound came from the broadcast. Please listen carefully. The following are the competition rules. Upon hearing this sudden sound, everyone present immediately fell silent and looked toward the source of the sound. In this competition at the Coliseum, 50 people will be selected to qualify, while another 50 will be selected at a different venue. The rules of the game are very simple. I have placed 50 hostages in the Beast City. The contestant who rescues the most hostages will win first place in this competition. The contestants who do not rescue any hostages will be ranked according to the number of monsters they hunt. There are no other restrictions. Let's begin. That concludes the explanation of all the rules. Although it was not specified what the hostages were or where they were located. But the instant that sound ended, almost everyone present rushed into the town in front of them at the same time. This incredibly dangerous town of behemoths has now transformed into a paradise that everyone longs for. In order to obtain the resources to become a cataclysmic beastmaster, no one will hold back. Lin Sheng, do you want to come with me? Yes, brother Lin Sheng. It's safer for us to act together. We can split the cost of the hostages we rescue. The group from Yangsheng extended an invitation to Lin Sheng. However, Lin Sheng shook his head. Let's split up. Also, don't trust others too much in the future. After giving a brief explanation, Lin Sheng headed into the town. Cities are different from the countryside. The obstruction of vision is very serious. It's no longer possible to deal with ferocious beasts like we do in the wild. It's fair to say that this kind of city, with its ruins and broken walls, is a paradise for ferocious beasts. Meanwhile, to get a better view, Lin Sheng also went to the rooftop of a tall building. However, as soon as he came up, hold head high, the 3 eagles that were patrolling high in the sky spotted him instantly. Then it rushed down with lightning speed. Lin Sheng immediately summoned Little White to protect himself behind him. However, eagles are natural predators of snakes. The 3 eagles, still full of momentum, swooped down in front of us. And the next moment, Xiao Bai's snake tail turned earthy yellow in that instant and whipped towards the 3 ferocious beasts in the air. Smack! 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 3 loud bangs rang out. The 3 ferocious beasts were instantly whipped and exploded. With the enhancement of Xiao Bai's hardening, the ferocious beast at the Mere Awakening realm was no match for this level of attack and was instantly killed. Phew! Sequence extraction. Lin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. It rushed over so suddenly that it almost startled him. Lin Sheng placed his hand on the remains of the 3 ferocious beasts. First time acquiring the bloodline of the Azure Eagle. Obtain the Far-Seeing Gene. Obtain the Eagle Claw Gene. Gain the Gene for Flight. Acquire the Night Vision Gene. Chapter 17. Another S-Rank Beastmaster. Another series of skill extractions. Xiao Bai's strength now is vastly different from before. The moment he acquired the skills, Lin Sheng injected the genetic abilities of these ferocious beasts into Xiao Bai. Obtain the bloodline of the Azure Eagle. Gain the skill of Visual Focus. Gain visual enhancements to your skills. We've gained 2 more skills. Visual Focus seems to improve Xiao Bai's dynamic vision, while Visual Enhancement can increase Xiao Bai's visible range. Lin Sheng was in a good mood. Both of these skills are what he needs. Eagles can spot rabbits running on the ground from thousands of meters in the air. Its exceptional eyesight is self-evident. I don't know where we can get flight genes. If Xiao Bai could fly, things would be much easier for him in the future. Meanwhile, this visual ability was also fed back to Lin Sheng. He keenly sensed that not far from this tall building, there were also several beast tamers observing him. As soon as he turned his gaze, he saw the other person. At this moment, those people were also suddenly startled. He hurriedly stood up and said, "We were just passing by. Boss, I heard that hostages are usually on higher floors." Those people left a few words and hurriedly departed. They were afraid that this big shot might dislike them and eliminate them as well. Based on Lin Sheng's ability to instantly kill 3 Awakened-level creatures, he was far beyond what the few of them could handle. Who was that person just now? We were so far away, and we could see him at a glance. I should have been hiding very well. He looks familiar. If I remember correctly, he's the beast tamer who awakened the SSS-level beast taming space before. It was him. Upon hearing this, sweat immediately streamed down the beast tamer's forehead. Luckily, I didn't make a move earlier. Otherwise, who knows who would be lying on the ground right now. And then they saw the group leave. Lin Sheng had no intention of continuing to pursue the past. The main problem is that Little White is not suitable for chases. Its movement speed is just too slow. We'll have to start from this aspect when hunting ferocious beasts in the future. A higher floor? Then that's the only option. Lin Sheng's gaze fell upon a tall building in the distance. In his line of sight, he could clearly see that several beast tamers had already arrived there ahead of time. This is one of the benefits of visual ability. It allows us to obtain information that we couldn't get before. Lin Sheng went downstairs and quickly arrived at the location. Meanwhile, somewhere in Shanghai, in a secret location, several figures were sitting in the monitoring room, watching video recordings from various parts of the beast city, recording the number of ferocious beasts killed by the students. Meanwhile, this was shown in the surveillance video footage. A boy was standing on the shoulder of a giant wearing steel armor, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the beast tamers around him. With each strike of the enormous spiked club in his hand, a huge cloud of dust was stirred up, and one of the beasts was severely injured. What a powerful beast! Which city is this? Which student is this? Iron Armored Giant, King-level talent. He's an S-rank talent user from Iron Mountain City, located near the Iron Mountains. So it's an S-rank talent. No wonder the beast taming is so domineering and powerful. I heard that the beast taming in the Steel Mountains has extremely terrifying defensive capabilities. The Awakened level can withstand a Gatling gun firing for an hour. This student should be able to secure one of the spots, right? I want this student. Make sure he's assigned to me during training, boss. You fatso, you think you can just take it because I say so? All you do is eat. How can you be a good teacher? Alright, stop arguing. I'll make arrangements after the competition. A middle-aged man with a resolute expression spoke up to stop the crowd. The middle-aged man had lost one of his arms, leaving him with only his right arm, but everyone present still treated him with great respect. Even Di Qian and Lu Qing, the chief instructor whom Lin Sheng had met before, were here. However, the two people whom the principal respected were sitting upright in their chairs like students. Everyone regarded the man with the missing arm as their leader. Di Qian, I heard that you have an SSS-level beast-taming space beast tamer. Has he agreed to join us? The one-armed man spoke expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, the people around him showed expressions of shock. SSS-level beast-taming space. Does such a beast-taming space, which is rare even once in a century, really exist? Upon hearing this, Di Qian immediately stood up. He has agreed to join us, and he's currently in that beast city. What's your name? How strong are you? Lin Sheng's strength is around the early stage of the war general realm. His tamed beast is a white snake of unknown species. Lin? Another one with the surname Lin? Switch the video back to the previous scene. The one-armed man spoke. After all, he is the owner of an SSS-level beast-taming space, and his talent is even at the S level, so he is naturally worthy of their attention. The other beast tamer also turned his attention to that direction. The video then switched back to footage from a few minutes earlier. Lin Sheng stood atop a high-rise building, several stories high, with his white snake, which was almost as tall as himself. It seemed to be observing something around it. This fighting spirit needs improvement. There are many bird-like ferocious beasts in the giant beast city. Standing in this place will only make you a thorn in their side. The slightly overweight instructor spoke up. Just as expected. The next instant, 3 huge eagles swooped down from the sky and flew straight towards him. Moreover, all 3 eagles are at the late stage of awakening. Although dealing with awakened-level enemies is relatively easy for a warrior in the early stages, it is inevitable that a prolonged battle will take place as 3 enemies are attacking simultaneously. However, judging from the time it took him to be recalled, he dealt with 3 awakened-level ferocious beasts in just a few minutes. Such strength deserves the title of S-rank. But that's all there is to it. After all, almost any beast tamer with S-rank talent can do this. Several instructors gave their evaluations. Anyone who makes it into the top 50 in the competition is entitled to receive substantial resources and professional training. Naturally, extra selection and attention are required. Everyone was waiting to see what method he planned to use to deal with the attack. Just as the 3 eagles were about to fly up to Lin Sheng, he still hasn't given the order to attack. Too close. It hasn't even assumed an attack stance yet. At the speed of a snake, it would be difficult to hit a giant eagle flying at top speed. A sudden tightness gripped everyone's hearts. At such close range, it would be quite difficult to resolve the situation without any casualties. However, something unexpected happened. The long snake tail suddenly vanished from its spot. Chapter 18: The Serious Consequences of Rumors. The snake's tail that was originally standing upright. In that instant, it vanished from its spot, leaving only a blur that cut through the air like a knife. Whoosh! The The group's eyes widened in surprise. Knife? Where did you get the knife? No, it's not a knife. It is not a snake tail, but one with immense power and speed. But how fast does it have to go to produce a sound like a knife cutting through the air? Keep in mind that a snake's tail is not a sharp blade. Before anyone could continue thinking about it. Smack, smack, smack. 3 sonic booms instantly echoed high in the sky. The 3 awakened giant eagles were instantly blown apart, as if they had been hit head-on by a missile. This horrifying scene immediately shocked everyone, leaving them speechless for a long time. Is this the speed a white snake should have? Even the one-armed man's expression turned serious at this moment. Immediately switch the video back to its original position and then slow it down. Very quickly, the video feed was switched back to the scene before Xiao Bai made his move. Slow down 10 times. However, even when the video was slowed down 10 times, it was still difficult to see the movement trajectory of the snake's tail. Slow down 100 times. Slow down 500 times. Slow down 1,000 times. Only then can the movement trajectory of the snake's tail be clearly seen. In that instant, the long snake tail was covered with a layer of gray keratin. Then it was pulled out, retracted, pulled out again, and retracted again. This continued several times until all 3 ferocious beasts were killed. That level of proficiency. You must have practiced a lot. He must have had a lot of real-world experience before this. I guarantee it. What kind of creature is this white snake? It can instantly kill 3 late-stage awakened beasts in the early stages of a battle general's life. Could it really be a disaster-level monster, as the news reports? Then it's simply the perfect choice for training a disaster-level beast tamer this time. Don't get too excited yet. What if it's not a disaster-level pet? Everyone looked at Lin Sheng's figure in the picture, and their eyes flashed with admiration. If it really is a disaster, then they'll make a fortune. Not only will we no longer need to find disaster-level cubs for them, we can even get a disaster-level beast tamer for free. You should know that catastrophic beasts are among the most renowned on the entire planet Earth. The difficulties and dangers involved in taking their cubs are unimaginable. So the original plan was to select 100 people. Then they undergo specialized training, with only a few selected for focused development, and they are helped to find pets with catastrophic talents. If it's truly a disaster-level cub, then we can save ourselves a lot of trouble. However, they weren't very confident, since catastrophic cubs were extremely rare. It seems Lin Sheng is about to encounter the beast tamer of that iron-armored giant. Someone called out. Countless eyes were once again focused on the surveillance footage. Really? At this moment, Lin Sheng, with his white snake, had already made contact with the armored giant, who was wreaking havoc. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. The Iron Giant is also a pet beast with king-level talent. Moreover, it belongs to a special category of humanoid pets. Given the fighting prowess the White Serpent just displayed, the ironclad giant shouldn't be a match for it, right? What nonsense are you talking about? The ironclad giant is a humanoid beast known for its early-stage combat power. Not to mention the ironclad giant at the mid-stage of the war general realm. Yes, just like those awakened beasts from before. If it were an ironclad giant, it could be instantly killed if you could hit it. Moreover, the ironclad giant is known for its defensive capabilities, and it would be very difficult for a creature like the White Serpent to break through its defenses. Let's avoid direct confrontation for now. Beast masters should also use their strengths to attack their weaknesses. The beast tamers present analyzed the situation. They seemed to have little faith in Lin Sheng. At this moment, Di Qian trusted him completely. Don't forget, he's an SSS-level beast taming space beast tamer. Di Qian spoke confidently. He believed that Lin Sheng knew what he was doing. The fact that Lin Sheng still dared to come after the iron-armored giant defeated several beastmasters shows that he knows what he's doing. Meanwhile, in the city of giant beasts, you're Lin Sheng. A boy stood on the towering shoulders of the iron-armored giant, looking down at Lin Sheng. You know me? Lin Sheng hid behind Xiao Bai, somewhat puzzled. They can say their own name right away. Moreover, this guy isn't even from Yanqing. They must have investigated him beforehand. Of course, I love making friends with the strong. Your very first beast taming has already managed to contract a late-stage cataclysmic level beast. I want to challenge you. Let's see how big the gap is between my king-level pet beast and your cataclysmic level beast. The boy looked defiant. He wanted to prove that the talent of the pet beasts was not the problem. The beast tamer was the key. With my S-rank talent ability that amplifies defense, combined with the defensive power of the Iron Giant. Absolutely no problem. No one can break through my defenses. What the hell? Where did this post-disaster period come from? Lin Sheng looked around, but there were only him and Xiao Bai, one person and one snake, there. What? This rumor has already spread to other cities? It seems to be getting more and more outrageous. Lin Sheng couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Even if Xiao Bai has now absorbed the liquid from the spirit stone, his talent will only be at the king level. It has absolutely nothing to do with the later stages of a disaster. Are you mistaken? My pet talent is only at the monarch level. Lin Sheng spoke the truth. It's no use hiding it now. You have to accept it today, whether you like it or not. Iron Giants. Charge. Aye. The boy gave the order. The Iron Giant picked up his giant hammer and charged toward Lin Sheng with long strides. Doesn't this guy listen to people? Lin Sheng frowned slightly. Then suddenly he seemed to realize something. Little White, spray water in that spot. As Lin Sheng gave the order, Xiao Bai did not understand why, but still did as he was told. It opened its mouth and sprayed a puddle of water onto the ground. And that ground was where the Iron Giant landed. Spraying water? I don't know why a snake would have the ability to spray water, but no attack can possibly harm my ironclad giant. The boy spoke confidently. What's more, the accuracy is terrible. If you can't even hit such a big target, how can you demonstrate the defensive power of my Iron Giant? This is a water skill from the silver scale fish. It's not only extremely powerful, but its slime is also incredibly slippery. Lin Sheng's lips curled up slightly. Let alone a clumsy beast like the Iron Giant. Any creature could slip and fall on it. Lin Sheng also has an information gap. That is, the other party has never seen a snake with the ability to spray water. Even if it exists, it couldn't possibly be related to slipperiness. Because this isn't a snake's skill at all, it's a silverfish's. Chapter 19, Song Yunzong's brain damage. The next moment, the arrogant iron-armored giant stepped onto the puddle of water, slid down, and crashed headfirst to the ground with a loud thud. The boy standing on its shoulder glared at it, and before he could react in time, he was also thrown down and covered in dust. The boy suddenly stood up, looking completely bewildered, with no idea what had happened. What exactly is this liquid? How come it's even slipperier than a fish's water spraying skill? Back then, his Iron Giant only stumbled when dealing with the silver scale fish. He has been extra careful since then. But I never expected to be tricked by a snake today. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai had already taken the opportunity to slip behind the boy. The long tail of the matter was already poised to be unleashed. As long as Lin Sheng gave the order, the boy would be sent to the afterlife on the spot. I surrender. Faced with a life-or-death situation, he dared not say anything more. As expected of a catastrophe-level pet, although my ironclad giant's talent is not as good as yours, with my training, I will definitely be able to catch up with you. The boy still looked determined to fight. Hee, then good luck. Lin Sheng didn't want to say anything more to him. But what if this guy finds out? His pet's talent was about the same as Lin Sheng's, but he still lost. He's probably going to be mentally broken. Certainly. If he were to challenge Lin Sheng again and be so badly beaten that he lost his composure, then it would be none of Lin Sheng's business. After all, with the toughness of his Iron Giant, it was simply a pipe dream to think he could withstand the entanglement of a master-level expert. Even in a direct confrontation, Little White could completely annihilate his ironclad titan. However, before leaving, Lin Sheng still managed to collect some interest from that iron-armored giant. Inject the genes of the Iron Titan. Hardening, beginner, evolves into hardening, proficient. With the advanced level of hardening, the tail has already evolved from yellowish-brown to iron-black. Lin Sheng stroked Xiao Bai's dark, pointed tail, quite satisfied. Although only a portion of the hardening can be achieved. However, its hardness and power have increased several times compared to before. Meanwhile, in a monitoring room somewhere in China, everyone was completely astonished. Being able to find the opponent's weakness in such a short time and use one's skills to launch the most appropriate counterattack already demonstrates the basic awareness a beast tamer should have. Indeed, snake-like pets have a low chance of winning in hand-to-hand combat against ironclad giants, and even if they wanted to win, it would take a long time. But he can decide the outcome in an instant with just his beast tamer's combat skills. This combat quality is even stronger than some beast tamers in the army. In battles between pets, the Beastmaster is indeed the biggest weakness, and Lin Sheng just took advantage of the opponent's pet's clumsy nature. If all the guys under my command had this kind of fighting spirit, I wouldn't have to work so hard every day. It's normal for a pet with a catastrophic talent to beat a king-level pet, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. The one-armed man sighed. They had expected at least a protracted fight, but I never expected it to end in such a one-sided way. Di Qian, Once the camp opens, this student will be under your supervision. Upon hearing this, Di Qian's eyes lit up, and she quickly stood up to respond. Clear. Isn't this wrong? Shouldn't we discipline students in batches? Yes. They should be redistributed. Everyone sensed that Lin Sheng would one day become a great beast tamer in the Dragon Kingdom, so they began to compete for him. After all, the title of teaching a disaster-level beast tamer can become a topic of conversation over drinks in the future. I know you're reluctant to give up such a promising talent, but you have to understand that Di Qian has taken a huge gamble on him. The one-armed man turned his hands behind his back and spoke. Everyone fell silent. They had indeed heard that Di Qian had poured 10 times the resources others had into this Lin Sheng. If Lin Sheng doesn't perform well, such extravagant and wasteful behavior is punishable and may even result in demotion. I have no objection, but can we have the last one? Even if it's eliminated, judging from the performance of this iron-armored giant in killing several other beastmasters just now, it still deserves to be included in the list. Give it to me. I don't have an S-rank talent beast tamer under my command yet. I also need someone to do odd jobs here. The young man is too sharp and needs more tempering. If the beastmaster of the iron-armored giant heard these words, he would surely vomit blood. So you guys are just scavenging for trash here? What does the one left over mean? I am, after all, a beast tamer with S-level talent. They even formed a contract with a king-level pet. Can you please show some respect? Fortunately, he couldn't hear those words. I still feel good about myself. Senior Brother Lin. My name is Song Tianzong. Remember my name. I will come back to challenge you again. Not Songtian was carried away from the giant beast city by 2 staff members. Lin Sheng could only respond with a smile. The name is pretty domineering, but the intelligence is questionable. Could it be that the fall just now damaged his brain? But it doesn't matter. When it comes to training later, won't the people from the military camp and the Dragon Slayer Bureau make him scream in pain? After defeating the Iron Giant, there were no more beast tamers around who dared to challenge Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng arrived at the rooftop of the building without any problems. In the center of the rooftop stood a beast tamer dressed in tattered clothes, with a wooden plaque around his neck that read hostage. Hey classmate, you've finally arrived. The hostage's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Sheng, as if he had seen a savior. He hurriedly took off the wooden plaque from his neck and handed it to Lin Sheng. Before leaving, he muttered to himself, "Damn it. The organizers of this competition must be out of their minds." In short, the insults were extremely offensive. These all seem to be people from the Beast Tamer Association, right? Besides being hostages, these hostages probably also serve to protect the safety of the beast tamers in the city. Lin Sheng thought to himself, after all, to achieve a good ranking, the battle will inevitably revolve around the location of the hostages. Fortunately, these members of the Beast Tamer Association can also protect the students. Never mind, let's go to the next place. Afterwards, Lin Sheng led Xiao Bai to one high-rise building after another. With his previous experience, Lin Sheng found the fight much easier. In just a few hours, they won 5 plaques. Just as Lin Sheng was about to head to the next location, a strange aura suddenly emanated from a street he had originally planned to pass through. At that moment, Xiao Bai suddenly became alert. Lin Sheng stopped abruptly, his brows furrowed slightly, and walked step by step into the street with its eerie atmosphere. What he saw on the street stunned him. Chapter 20: The Trapped Crowd, the Master of the Space. Deep in the street where Lin Sheng was located, the original road has long since disappeared, replaced by a void of darkness. And within that darkness, a bewitching purple light was emanating. Lin Sheng immediately thought of many things. Because everything before my eyes was exactly the same as what I had read in the book. Gray fog cracks. This is a small space that might appear after a large secret world has been destroyed. It can also be understood as a tiny secret realm. Among them, the fog cracks are the most dangerous. Because the creatures within cannot be judged by common sense, they are extremely bizarre creations. However, although it is dangerous, it also contains tremendous opportunities. Once you break through a secret realm, equipment and materials will randomly drop from it. These are all necessary for pets to advance. Some equipment can also provide a certain degree of protection for the Beastmaster's life. Unlike the previous Beastmaster of the Iron Giant, who was caught by Lin Sheng and had no power to resist. Although Xiao Bai's level is still in the early stage of Warrior General, his true strength has already reached the late stage of Warrior General, or even the early stage of Lord. The strength of the smaller secret realms that are divided from a large secret realm cannot be much greater. At most, they would be at the late stage of the Battle General realm. Lin Sheng became interested. This is a golden opportunity, don't miss it. The first wave in a typical dungeon is usually the richest. If you can't win, you can just run away. Lin Sheng had no reason to refuse. Never mind, Xiaobai, come with me to the dungeon. If you lose, you'll have to work in the sea. If you win, well. Hiss. Rush. The man and the snake acted without the slightest hesitation. They stepped directly into the black mist. At the same time, somewhere within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, just as everyone was observing the students on the surveillance screen, something terrible has happened. The space within the giant beast city has suddenly become severely unstable. Preliminary estimates suggest that a crack has appeared within it. A staff member suddenly burst into the room and addressed the group. What? Everyone present tensed up instantly. Although from time to time, some spatial rifts remain in the damaged secret realm. However, for something like this to happen during the competition is absolutely a dereliction of duty on their part. Moreover, the moment this space appears, it could very well suck in the students who are currently competing. That would be very dangerous. You should know that even a small remaining space is extremely dangerous. Without a Lord-level beast tamer leading the team, given these students' experience and abilities, it would be extremely dangerous for them to go in. Because, given equal skill levels, students lack experience and are likely to be able to perform at less than half their potential. Have you located that spatial rift? What type of rift is it? Even the one-armed man looked somewhat serious at this moment. We found it. It's the Gray Fog Rift, located near the Tiantian supermarket in Beast City. Hiss. Everyone present gasped in shock. While contributing to global warming, it was also due to my own surprise. The Gray Fog Rift. That's where those cultists are. Di Qian, go and fix that rift immediately. We absolutely cannot allow it to affect the selection. Clear. Upon receiving the order, Di Qian immediately stood up. He put on a black combat uniform and followed the man outside. Meanwhile, in the cracks of the gray fog. How magnificent! Before Lin Sheng's eyes, what appeared was an extremely large building. However, at this time, many tombs were placed around the building. Just as Lin Sheng and Bai Shi were about to enter the building directly, a weak voice suddenly came from the grave beside them. Lin Sheng. The voice was extremely weak and powerless. Lin Sheng's heart skipped a beat in shock. Xiaobai is quite clever. Hiss. What kind of monster are you? It's us, Senior Brother Lin. Still calling me Senior Brother Lin? Could this be the legendary evil spirit that likes to call people's names behind their backs? But something still doesn't feel right. This is the world of beast tamers. How could there be ghosts and monsters? Even supernatural pets wouldn't dare talk to me like that. He is, after all, a warrior-level beast tamer. They are far beyond the reach of some mere brats. Wait, this voice sounds familiar. Lin Sheng frowned, then walked toward the source of the sound. After rounding a hilltop, they suddenly discovered the 5 people hiding behind it. It was in Di Qian's car earlier, whereby he, also a beast tamer from Yanqing, was also present. The one who called out Lin Sheng just now was Bai He. The 3 men and 2 women were already quite thin and pale from hunger, and they breathed a sigh of relief the moment they saw Lin Sheng. We were originally a team in Beast City, but we were inexplicably sucked to this place and have been here for almost a week now. Bai He said weakly. So that's how it is. Lin Sheng roughly understood the situation. This is a gray fog rift, where the flow of time differs from that outside. Since we were passively teleported in, there's no way out unless the Lord here is killed. That guy is in the building up ahead. One of the beast tamers pointed there, a hint of fear in his eyes. They seemed quite afraid of the monster in the building. Then you guys wait, I'll go take care of it. Lin Sheng took out several bags of snacks from his beast taming space and distributed them to the group. Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. Only Bai He remained relatively reserved, nodding to Lin Sheng and saying thank you. As for the beasts that several people tame, since we're almost out anyway, let's just go hungry for now. I can't afford to support so many people plus pets. Giving him some food was already a sign of Lin Sheng's kindness. Of course, Lin Sheng was referring to distributing the prizes to the few people he had only met once, besides Bai He. Lin Sheng, be careful. That guy is a demon with very special abilities. Bai He spoke again. They had all tried to deal with it before, but without exception, they all ended in failure. It was only thanks to Bai He's pet beast, the Thunder Lion, that the other party didn't dare to press them too hard. But if this drags on any longer, they're all going to die here sooner or later. Thank goodness, Senior Brother Lin Sheng is here. A female beast tamer looked at Lin Sheng's back and spoke silently. A hint of admiration appeared in his eyes. In a moment of extreme hunger and despair, Someone brought food, and the person was so handsome that it was hard not to feel affection for them. Bai He, however, became wary at this moment. I'll go with him. Maybe I can be of some help. With that, Bai He got up and followed. At this time, Lin Sheng followed Xiao Bai into the towering complex of buildings. We climbed up one flight of stairs after another and entered a large hall. Right now, suddenly a voice came from ahead. Another human rat has gotten in? Hee. Chapter 21. I really like your horn. It's mine now. Another human mouse has come in. Hee. Did I enter the boss's range and trigger the CG? Lin Sheng silently complained. Xiao Bai had often watched Lin Sheng play games in his previous life. After awakening his intelligence, he inherited these memories and couldn't help but nod in agreement. The master is right. And at this moment, in front of Lin Sheng, a creature, entirely black and resembling a human, stood there. But he was as strong as a bull, taller than two people. However, what Lin Sheng cared about was, it's the pair of horns on his head. Those were a pair of crisscrossing antlers, like those of a deer. Isn't this exactly what I wanted? Lin Sheng was pleasantly surprised. Unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise in this secret realm. And this demon's life level is not high. It's just the later stage of the War General realm. With Xiao Bai's current strength, dealing with it is more than enough. At this time, although the demon in front of it could not understand Lin Sheng's words, it could sense the unpleasant information in his words. I've changed my mind. I'm not giving you any more hope. I'm going to kill you now. The dark demon stretched out a hand, pointed at Lin Sheng in front of it, and said in an icy tone. Then he leaped into the air and flew down towards Lin Sheng. If I were hit directly by that, I'm afraid their internal organs will be shattered. Fortunately, Lin Sheng's physical abilities are extraordinary. He dodged the attack with a jump and a roll, and Xiao Bai followed closely behind. The two barely escaped the attack. After the black demon behind them landed, it suddenly charged towards the two of them. You think you're so great? Xiao Bai was furious. Just before the black demon was about to touch the two, Xiao Bai's snake tail turned completely black, radiating a steel-like luster. Then he lashed out at the demon. Whoosh! The sound of air being cut could be heard. Startled, he stretched out his arm to try and defend himself. However, gotcha! A sound of bones breaking rang out. The demon's black face immediately turned even blacker. An indescribable pain shot from my arm to my brain, as if I had been struck on incredibly hard steel. It immediately let out a painful roar that sounded neither human nor inhuman. A woo! The piercing scream echoed all around. Meanwhile, all the low-level demons in the secret realm became impatient. The group of people waiting outside the complex heard this voice along with Bai He and were immediately startled, a bad premonition rising in their hearts. Oh no, we have to go help. This demon is about to unleash its fury. Senior brother Lin Sheng alone certainly can't withstand it. Quick, let's go in and fight him right now. Exactly. If we keep dragging this out, we're all doomed anyway. We might as well fight him alongside senior brother Lin Sheng. That way, we might still have a chance. Rush! At this moment, both boys' eyes turned red. Lin Sheng had clearly entered the secret realm on his own initiative, yet he not only refused to leave, but also wanted to help them. However, Lin Sheng is now in danger. They just couldn't stay calm anymore. After all, this is the territory of demons, which provides them with a strong boost. Even a pet with a catastrophic talent would suffer if it faced him. Meanwhile, outside this crack, a beautiful woman in a black leather jacket darted straight in through the crack. However, she was bounced out again as if she had been bounced back just a few seconds after stepping into the black mist. Di Qian was stunned for a moment. Has someone already deliberately entered this crevice? This situation only occurs when someone has already entered the crack. Only one person is allowed to enter these small, crack-like spaces at a time. But who would willingly enter such a place? Students can't possibly be unaware of the dangers of such places, and probably none of the trainees who come here to compete are so reckless. Then it can only be those instructors who are playing the role of hostages. Upon realizing this, Di Qian breathed a sigh of relief. With the experience and skill of those instructors, resolving these minor cracks would be no problem. But it's better to confirm first. Thinking of this, he picked up the phone and called headquarters back. Beep, beep, beep. The call was answered quickly. I've reached the outside of the gray fog rift, but I've been repelled. Has someone else already gone in? Upon hearing Di Qian's words, the one-armed man gestured with his hand. One of the staff members quickly bent down and began to check. However, very soon, he looked at the one-armed man, but shook his head. No one. Then who is inside? Di Qian was immediately stunned. She really didn't expect things to turn out this way. If someone was passively sucked in, that would be understandable, but who would be so stupid as to actively enter into it? Or would someone be so overconfident as to overestimate their abilities? The problem is that they overestimated their abilities. If someone were to be involuntarily pulled inside and anger the Lord there, who might then drag everyone down with him, the death toll would be enormous. At this moment, everyone in the monitoring room fell silent. At this moment, it was as if a dark cloud was hovering over their heads, making it difficult for them to breathe. They genuinely didn't expect things to get this serious. You should know that time flows differently inside the secret realm than outside. Who knows how long they've been in that secret realm? At this time, the demon suffered a great loss, its pupils widening instantly, its eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Once you enter my territory, don't even think about leaving alive. Almighty Lord, Supreme Being, grant me the power to bathe in flames. The demon roared in anger. Then, black flames suddenly erupted from the two horns on his head. The flames gradually climbed up his body along with his feet, but they did not damage his skin. Hiss. It's the second stage, Master. Little White hissed. I've seen it on TV. Xiaobai, you've even learned to answer first. I'm so pleased. Lin Sheng patted Xiaobai's head. But I also really like these demon horns. Lin Sheng's gaze lingered on the giant elk antlers that were emitting black flames. But unexpectedly, this only fueled the demon's rage even more. He took a step and charged towards Lin Sheng. They vowed to tear the humans before them to shreds. This flame, combined with the scales of the silver-scaled fish and the enhancement from the scales of other creatures, should be able to withstand it for a while. Little White, use water spray first, then immediately use the entangling skill. As Lin Sheng spoke, Xiaobai instantly spat out 3 water swords. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 water swords flew in front of him, but the demon remained completely unfazed. And his right arm, which had been broken by Xiaobai, was actually restored in the flames. He reached out and deflected a water sword. However, the other 2 piercings did create a hole, neither too big nor too small, in its body. But in just a moment, the wound was completely healed. There was just less black flame. At this moment, Xiaobai had already touched its body. Chapter 22: The Possibility of Creating an Evil God. As soon as Xiaobai touched the demon's body, it clung to it like a snake and bound it tightly. As Xiaobai's muscles continued to exert force, the demon let out a painful roar. At this moment, the flames on its body only left some small marks on Xiaobai's scales. It's harmless. No. At this moment, the demon finally felt fear. It had already discovered those humans when they intruded into its space. Or rather, it deliberately let those people in so that it could feed on their fear. But unexpectedly, such a perverted person came in halfway through. Even its demonic fire couldn't harm the opponent. The binding force is extremely strong. Even with all its might, it couldn't break free. It's clearly just a lower life form. How could that be? However, before it could finish uttering those words, its eyeballs, bones, and flesh exploded from its body. The spurting blood stained the surrounding ground red. And it was at this very moment. Countless little devils also gathered in the palace. Gaga 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 gaga. These kids aren't very smart. The moment they saw Lin Sheng, they felt an urge to attack. They didn't even consider the question. If they can't even beat their leader, what's the point of them joining the fight? Meanwhile, after the demon lord's death, the entire small space also faced collapse. The beast tamers who were about to rush into the palace were startled. This space looks like it's about to collapse. The group of people immediately showed expressions of shock. Could it be that Lin Sheng has already killed that demon? Impossible. How could it be so fast? Otherwise, how could this space disintegrate? Only when the Lord here dies will the space merge with the outside world. Holy crap. Demons are several times stronger than other creatures of the same level. It would take at least 3 late-stage or general-level beast tamers to deal with a single demon, right? Awesome. The group was completely convinced. This is a true beast tamer. No wonder senior brother Lin Sheng was so calm just now. He was confident. They were even thinking of going in to help. It seems that even if they go in, they'll only be a hindrance. Meanwhile, outside, this space is gradually merging with reality. Looking at the ball of light and the ground space that were gradually spreading in front of them, Di Qian frowned and quickly jumped back. Space has collapsed. It seems someone killed the Lord of the Space. Who is it? A look of shock appeared in Di Qian's beautiful eyes. To have a space all to himself, one must at least be a demon in the late stages of the War General realm. Furthermore, The combat power of demonic creatures is more than 3 times that of creatures of the same level. In other words, the people who entered the space this time are at least at the late stage of the war general level, or even at the lord level. But she's only at the lord level. Almost all the lords and beast tamers present were in that monitoring room. So who exactly is it? Caw caw caw. At this moment, a large number of red-skinned imps and demons surrounded Lin Sheng. They held either long knives or weapons made of human bones, and roared wildly. And it was at this very moment. Xiao Bai's pupils gradually emitted a sacred and majestic golden light. In that instant, it seemed as if an invisible wave spread out from its surroundings. In an instant, an aura of majesty, like a mountain, enveloped the heads of the surrounding demon imps. Faced with the oppressive aura of this ultimate being, the dozens or even hundreds of demon imps present felt an involuntary surge of fear into their minds. In an instant, hundreds of little devils simultaneously prostrated themselves before Lin Sheng. His bones and pupils trembled violently, and he felt no will to resist whatsoever. Dragon's Might. Although it's called Dragon's Might, it's just the name of the skill, and its actual effect is far less powerful than that of a real dragon. It can only be considered a counterfeit at best. If it is a real dragon, even a mere wisp of dragon might leak out, and all the ferocious beasts in the entire beast city would bow down in worship. At this moment, Lin Sheng felt no emotion whatsoever. Instead, a different idea came to mind. Can I create an evil god by using demon blood and the bloodline of supernatural pets? Lin Sheng became excited at the thought. He had heard the demon pray to his lord before. In other words, these supernatural creatures and demons have their own beliefs. If we could use their bloodlines to fuse together and create an evil god, wouldn't that mean we could control these creatures and truly ascend to their top? Yog-Sothoth, Lord of R'lyeh, Nyarlathotep. Which of these evil gods, upon arriving in this world, wouldn't utterly crush those lesser gods? However, the bloodline of these brats is probably of little use. Lin Sheng's gaze fell on the demon lying on the ground. Even this lord can only be used as a temporary measure in the early stages. Fortunately, I joined the Dragon Slayer Bureau. I heard that the missions they undertake involve entering certain spaces where the creatures they encounter are extremely evil and chaotic beings. I'll have no shortage of opportunities to search for their bloodline components in the future. As he spoke, Lin Sheng approached the demon amidst the grove of crawling imps and activated the sequence extraction skill. Obtain the demon blood gene. Obtain the black flame horn gene. Obtain the demon power gene. Black flame horn. It seems this thing didn't originally belong to this great demon. But now it's mine. Lin Sheng smiled slightly and injected the black flame horn's genes into Xiao Bai's body. As for the remaining genes, Lin Sheng planned to save them for later. After he has collected the bloodlines of various strange creatures, he will then inject them into the evil god for use. Black flame horn gene injection successful. Upon receiving this gene, Xiao Bai became excited. It had just witnessed the powerful healing ability of that black flame. If I could have this ability in the future, wouldn't I be able to live life to the fullest? Hiss. Thank you, master. Xiao Bai quickly thanked him. I never expected that I was just an ordinary little snake, but my owner didn't abandon me. Instead, he helped me grow stronger and stronger step by step. At this moment, Xiao Bai's trust in Lin Sheng had reached its peak. Lin Sheng smiled and patted Xiao Bai's head. This isn't a small snake, it's a dragon cub. At the same time, Xiao Bai's interface appeared in front of Lin Sheng's eyes. White snake. Level, early stage warrior. Talent, king, early game. Skills, entangling, mastery, water spray, hardening, proficient, dragon's might, black flame horn, eagle eye, visual enhancement, silver scales, thunder serpent scales, unicorn serpent scales, vision. Evolutionary path, Jiaolong, silver python water monster, dragon blood water monster. This skill set is ridiculously numerous. Even Lin Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Whether it's active or passive, it has completely exceeded the upper limit of skills that ordinary pets can possess. At this time, after the space is completely integrated with the outside world, Di Qian was stunned by the scene before her. Chapter 23, Lord Level. Slender Man. At this moment, Di Qian was wearing a black combat uniform. It outlines her perfect figure in every detail. However, as she stood at the street corner, her beautiful face was filled with undisguised shock. At this moment, Di Qian simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was visible in the distance. The palace that was formed from that space. Dozens, or even hundreds of demons with bright red skin and various shapes were crawling around. This scene was originally something that would only appear in hell, but at this moment, those demons were bowing down and worshipping a figure in the center. Di Qian felt no respect from them, only endless fear and dread. It was as if they were in awe of the king of hell. They are offering their loyalty to that figure. Meanwhile, outside the encirclement, several beast tamers were also in shock. What happened in those few seconds was enough to make their brains shut down on the spot, and they started to feel feverish and irritated. They simply couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. But what truly shocked them was the figure standing amidst the demons. Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng was already quite handsome. Now, in this situation, it appears even more sinister. Everyone stared in fascination. What they found even more unbelievable was, Lin Shengfei not only killed the lord of this space by himself, it even subdued the lord's crazed, violent, and ruthless demons. Are you the son of the devil? This space isn't here to imprison you, it's here to take you in. Meanwhile, Shatter Space. Obtained, Demon's Token. A token of the devil? In the instant the space shattered, a red disc resembling an eyeball appeared in Lin Sheng's hand. It's probably a material needed for the advancement of bizarre creatures. These kinds of things are usually quite expensive. Thinking it over, Lin Sheng put the thing into his beast-taming space. Hiss. Master, I can't hold on much longer. Little White's eyes were wide open, and it slowly flicked its tongue. The golden light in those eyes was so intense that it seemed to be turning into red magma. Can't hold on any longer? Lin Sheng frowned. Slowly back away. As Lin Sheng gave the order, the man and the snake began to slowly retreat from the demon's encirclement. Along the way, Lin Sheng could clearly see the red neck of the demon crawling on the ground and the blood-red markings on its body. It can be said that Lin Sheng could take the lives of these brats at any time if he wanted to. They seemed to know nothing of resistance. They trembled under this oppressive force. It seems that no matter what form a creature takes, the suppression of bloodline and hierarchy among them is extremely severe. Lin Sheng thought to himself silently. After all, these creatures place far greater emphasis on hierarchy than humans do. However, once the effect of dragon's might wears off, these demons will suddenly rise up in rebellion. Meanwhile, Di Qian, who was standing at a distance, also keenly noticed this. With a wave of her hand, in a flash of light, a thin, ghostly figure appeared beside Di Qian. The ghostly figure was pitch black, and only its shape, which resembled a woman, could be discerned. It was almost identical to Di Qian's figure, and her hands were replaced by two sharp knives, exuding an extremely cold aura. A bizarre beast-taming technique. Among pets, they are the most difficult to tame and the most difficult to estimate in terms of strength. Shadow, kill all those demons, but don't hurt those humans. Giggle, 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 giggle. As Di Qian gave the order, the ghostly figure emitted a cold, acrid sound, as if grinding its teeth. Then, step by step, they walked towards the direction where Lin Sheng and the others were. The moment he stepped into the space where Longwei was, he paused noticeably for a moment. In the end, I still went inside. It can even affect Lord-level creatures? This kind of domain ability is truly unheard of. Despite Di Qian's calm demeanor, but I still couldn't hide the shock in my heart. After all, even her Lord-level strange creatures don't have their own territory. However, at this moment, a small snake at the level of a warrior general was able to possess such a powerful domain, even suppressing creatures of the same level. If this gets out, things will definitely fall into chaos. I'm really a little envious of that. At that moment, the strange creature whose hands had transformed into long swords passed by several other students. Those beast tamers, and Bai He suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Only after recognizing that it was Captain Di Qian's tamed beast did they feel relieved. Savior. Upon seeing the bizarre creature whose hands had transformed into sharp blades, Lin Sheng's eyes immediately lit up. That looks really strong. Their strength is definitely not weak. At this moment, the strange creature was also bewildered by Lin Sheng's gaze. Who wouldn't avoid looking at her or keep their distance when they see her? Although everyone tried their best to hide their inner fear, they could not escape her eyes. She has the clearest perception of negative emotions like fear. However, she couldn't see any fear in Lin Sheng's eyes at that moment. Some people just feel inexplicably excited, not knowing where the excitement comes from. I'm so excited about her. I'm a bizarre creature. They feed on the fear of life. Are you really not going to give me any experience points to grind? Never mind. Distract attention. Giggle, giggle. The ghostly figure let out a terrifying sound again, and then instantly transformed into a phantom, darting in front of him. With a swift movement of its blade, countless red heads were tossed into the air. Under Xiaobai's domain, these demons, before they died, did not know how they ended their lives. They were all killed in less than a few seconds, just like mowing grass. It was as if, in an instant, all the heads of these creatures had been separated. So strong. This is the Lord level. Killing these awakened level, or even early-stage warrior level demons, is like mowing grass. He and the others were shocked. Lin Sheng was also very surprised. I wonder when Xiaobai will be able to reach this level. Then, Lin Sheng quickly realized what was happening. Initiate sequence extraction immediately, and extract the genes of all the surrounding imps. Obtain the devil's genes. Obtain the demon blood gene. Di Qian walked to Lin Sheng's side, and then put away her ghostly form. How did you acquire your domain skills? Di Qian asked directly. To obtain a domain skill, one must either awaken the beast taming space within a spirit stone, or have a pet reach the Lord level and possess the potential to become a king, in which case there is only a slight chance of awakening it. After I awakened the beast taming space, Xiaobai gained domain abilities. Lin Sheng said casually. This isn't a lie, it's the truth. I see. So what abilities does your field possess? Upon hearing this question, Di Qian's eyes revealed an undisguised curiosity. Any skill in any domain can enhance one's own beast taming ability while weakening surrounding beast taming abilities. And this ability will become increasingly overpowered as your level increases. But no matter what, it's impossible to suppress a beast of the same level. At most, it has a strong suppressive effect on beasts that are lower than its own level. However, Lin Sheng's beast taming ability is limited. But this shattered Di Qian's understanding. It seems to be able to suppress creatures with bloodlines lower than Xiaobai's at present. Lin Sheng spoke quietly. This ability might not be strong enough for other creatures, but it is abnormal enough for Lin Sheng, because he can continuously enhance Xiaobai's bloodline. To be invincible among opponents of the same level, and even to influence opponents of higher levels. That's a pretty tough field. You continue the competition. I need to go back and reply to my letter. Clear. Lin Sheng nodded, silently watching the excited Di Qian. Is that strong? It's not time for Long Wei to truly unleash its power yet. Chapter 24. The competition is over, and Lin Sheng is in second place? Are you serious? The one-armed man asked with a serious expression. It's true, of course. He shattered that space all by himself, and his pet beast even possesses domain abilities. These words were spoken. This person could no longer remain calm. They started discussing it excitedly. He's only been a contracted beast for a short time, yet he's already able to shatter a small gray mist space all by himself. This level of strength already puts him in the top 10 of the contestants. That's right. Moreover, his beast taming also possesses domain abilities, which might truly be a catastrophic or even an emperor-level talent. But didn't he say that his pet beast only had a king-level talent? Do you even know what it means to play dumb to fool others? Every genius naturally has secrets they don't want to tell others. At this point, everyone nodded, remaining tight-lipped about the matter. I didn't expect this kid to be so well hidden. However, such combat strength and talent are enough for them to pay attention to and strengthen their training. Who is currently in first place? The one-armed man suddenly spoke up and asked a question. It's Du Ning. She has already obtained 13 hostage tokens. The second place is Lin Sheng. He obtained a few more tokens after coming out of the space, and he has a total of 8 tokens. However, Lin Sheng didn't seem to pay much attention to these signs. Instead, he was busy searching for and hunting special ferocious beasts in the city. This kid is really outrageous. He's actually practicing during the selection competition. Although the one-armed man was sharp-tongued, his eyes showed great satisfaction. That's exactly the kind of student he wants. The rewards for the top 3 rankings this time are almost identical. Since we've already secured the win, why bother with the ranking? Improving your own abilities is the most important thing. That Du Ning, she must be from the Du family in Shanghai, right? Yes, her pet beast, Ice Butterfly, must have been raised and nurtured by her since it was a cub. Its current level has already reached the late stage of battle general. Only a powerful family like this could do something like this. The one-armed man spoke with emotion. At this moment, a girl with delicate and cool features appeared on the surveillance footage. Beside her, a huge, snowflake blue butterfly floated. Just by standing together, she and her pet animal exuded a natural aura that kept people at a distance. The Du family is the head of the 3 major families in Shanghai. He commands more than 10 lord-level beast tamers. It's even related to beast tamers at the king level. They are truly the #1 family. Time's almost up. Let's end the match. Clear. At this time, in the city of giant beasts. The competition is over, and the results are final. All beast tamers, please assemble at the starting point in Beast City for the announcement of the results. The competition is over, and the results are final. All beast tamers, please assemble at the starting point in Beast City for the announcement of the results. The competition is over, and the results are already set. Lin Sheng at this moment. I just hunted down a grizzly bear with Little White. Having extracted the bear's power, they heard this announcement. Is it over already? I haven't had my fill of hunting yet. Lin Sheng was in a good mood. After leaving that space, he hunted down all sorts of ferocious beasts related to dragons along the way. Now it has accumulated a lot of genes for Xiaobai. Gene injection. As Lin Sheng activated his innate skill, countless genetic abilities were injected into Xiaobai's body once again. Acquire bear-like strength genes. Obtain snake venom genes. Obtain the bear paw gene. Obtain the Hawkeye gene. Visual reinforcement, beginner, upgraded to visual reinforcement, proficient. With the injection of genes, Xiaobai's scales gradually became fuller, and its body size continued to grow. Evolutionary path. Jiao. It can walk in water and has 4 limbs. Condition. Late stage of the warrior realm, having devoured 1,000 kinds of creatures. Aren't these conditions simple enough? Compared to other creatures, it's so much easier for Little White to evolve. After all, it doesn't rely on those evolutionary paths or eat a fixed amount of food every day. It relies entirely on Lin Sheng's sequence extraction skill. And they even obtained a token of the devil. Such a rare item must be very expensive. Hopefully, it will fetch a good price after it gets out. Lin Sheng led Xiaobai towards the edge of the giant beast city. Soon, the remaining beast tamers who were not eliminated by the ferocious beasts gathered here. There are approximately 160 people, but only 50 can be selected. First place, 13 spots, Du Ning. Second place with 7 goals, Lin Sheng. 3 people came in third place, and Zhang Ku is one of them. No. As each name was called out, the students whose names weren't called turned pale. Du Ning stood there with a cold expression. It's no surprise that she got first place, because she has always been #1. However, but there was one thing that bothered her greatly. This is Lin Sheng. She saw him at a building during the competition. Instead of fighting for the wooden plaque, this guy kept hunting ferocious beasts around the floors where the hostages were located. But even so, he still managed to get second place. Does this guy think the selection process is a joke? Du Ning's slightly pale eyes turned to the young man in the distance who was smiling and petting his pet beast. Hee, you noticed it too, didn't you? A female instructor suddenly appeared beside Du Ning. Who is he? Du Ning asked without turning her head. Lin Sheng is Lin Ming's younger brother, your idol's younger brother. I heard that his pet beast is an emperor-level creature, just like you, and already possesses its own domain. Moreover, during the competition, he discovered a gray mist space and destroyed it all by himself. Upon hearing the instructor's words, Du Ning's pupils constricted slightly. She's not my idol, just a senior. As for her brother, he's none of my business. I don't want first place this time. I don't need something that doesn't live up to its name. With that, Du Ning turned around and left. The little girl is still so competitive. She says she doesn't want him, but she's definitely put him first in her heart. The instructor chuckled. It seems that this provocation tactic was very successful. What she loves most is watching geniuses compete. Sigh, sometimes being too confident really requires you to temper your arrogance. The instructor spoke with a sigh. However, aside from Lin Sheng of Yangqing, probably no one else can dampen her spirits. Du Ning was very angry. She had never been this angry before. It wasn't because the other party looked down on her, but rather this dismissive and indifferent attitude. It made Du Ning, who had been pampered since childhood and always came in first place, very unhappy. Lin Sheng, you despicable bastard. Du Ning bit her silver teeth lightly. It doesn't matter. We'll have a chance to meet again when the disaster-level beast tamer training program begins. Chapter 25 Rumors are harmful, the older sister in the capital. Congratulations, Lin Sheng. Bai He smiled and congratulated Lin Sheng. You too. Weren't you on that list of 50 people as well? Yes. I heard that our group of 50 will be training together with the 50 people being tested in another city, and the standards will be set by the disaster-level beastmasters. A disaster-level beast tamer? Lin Sheng asked in confusion. He had considered many possibilities, but he never imagined that this training would be led by a disaster-level beast tamer. You should know that a single beastmaster of the disaster level is enough to rival an entire clan. Just like the first-place winner in this test. He comes from the Du family, the largest family in Shanghai. Even the Du family could only try to curry favor with and get close to beast tamers of the disaster level. As for getting a catastrophic level beast tamer to teach others, that's an extremely difficult and almost impossible task. No one can demand anything of them unless they are in a good mood. This powerful freedom is something Lin Sheng yearns for and needs. Of course, after all, it's for training disaster-level beast tamers. Even if they can't necessarily train them, they should at least be disaster-level beast tamers to teach them, right? That's true. Lin Sheng nodded silently. And I heard that out of those 100 people, 3 of them can get a catastrophe-level pet cub of their choice. Bai became somewhat excited when this was mentioned. This is a disaster-level cub, something that cannot be sold anywhere in the world. Naturally, ordinary people have no way to come into contact with creatures of this level. But now that the opportunity is right in front of us, who wouldn't be excited? Even the largest family in the Dragon Kingdom would probably want to compete for it. A catastrophic cub? Lin Sheng also needs such a pet beast as his second tamed beast. The key is that it's self-selected. In other words, we can request biological, elemental, supernatural, or other rare types. This smells delicious. I knew that disaster-level beast tamers enjoyed extremely high honor and prestige in the Dragon Kingdom, and even the whole world. If only I could get such a cub. That beast tamer's life is practically taking off. Besides, Bai spoke abruptly, seemingly a little hesitant at first. After a few seconds, she blushed slightly and said, "My father said he wants to meet you. I wonder if you have time." Your father? Head of the Bai family? The head of the Bai family holds an extremely high position in Yangqing. He's the kind of person who only appears on TV, and now this kind of person is actually coming to see him? Lin Sheng didn't think it was impossible. He just had no reason to believe it. Could it be? Do you want him to be your gigolo? Forget it. I haven't done anything to you. You explain to your father. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. It would be bad if the Bai family had misunderstood because the two were too close. That's not what you meant. My father just wanted to recognize you as a public figure. Bai lowered her head. Her pretty face flushed. Her cheeks and neck were so red they looked like they were about to drip water. Oh, I see. That's fine then. I'll go see your father tomorrow. Lin Sheng shook his head violently. How could even he have such a twisted understanding? But it's not that he was crooked. It's just that Bai was too beautiful. If such a top-tier beauty is surrounded by you and pursuing you relentlessly, and you can have her at any time, no one could resist. Okay, it's a deal. Bai's voice was filled with barely concealed excitement. She could only feel her heart pounding wildly. We're about to succeed. First lure them to your home, then. Cough cough. No, it has to be done willingly. Lin Sheng got into the vehicle. They quickly returned to the university. There's still a week before training starts, so I can stay at school a bit longer. Lin Sheng got out of the car and stepped into the school gate again. And right after he got off the car, instantly, a group of fans surrounded him. Holy crap, it's Brother Lin. It's Brother Lin himself. Didn't we see each other at school every day before? What's so strange about that? You don't know anything. You should know that senior Brother Lin is currently the #1 in the selection competition. He's destined to become a disaster-level beast tamer. Even the principal will have to lick his boots then. First place? I remember you were second in the qualifying rounds. First, he thought he was not as good as his senior Brother Lin and won by taking shortcuts, so he gave up and retreated to the second line. How could you possibly admit you're not strong enough? Do you know who won first place in this selection competition? It's Du Ning, the ice beauty from the Du family in Shanghai. Doesn't that just prove that our Brother Lin is charming? Even that Ice Queen is captivated by him, willing to give up her seat and submit to him. That makes sense. In comparison to these two, it seems that Brother Lin's status is even higher than that of the most powerful family in Shanghai. In an instant, everyone looked at Lin Sheng with even greater admiration. A true man should act this way. What Ice Queen? I can win her over with my strength and make her willingly submit to me, turning her into my beloved wife. Listening to everyone's boasting, Lin Sheng felt completely numb. Can you guys please stop spreading rumors about me? Although Lin Sheng didn't know why, the youngest daughter of the Du family gave up first place. But he knew one thing. That is what it means to be subdued and willingly kneel down. If Miss Du knew about these words, Lin Sheng would definitely be in deep trouble. Lin Sheng's premonition was also very accurate. This selection competition concerns the entire Dragon Kingdom. As a result, many things that happened between the two selection competitions have made the news. The most attention-grabbing thing is that the first-place winner abstained. Du Ning at this moment. He sat upright in his own garden, with Ice Butterfly by his side. Giggle. The reason Du Ning refused people was actually this man. He captivated the Ice Queen, who willingly submitted to him. At this moment, Du Ning looked at the overwhelming news information on her phone and the words that made her blush, and she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. The icy aura emanating from the ice butterfly froze all the plants around the courtyard into ice flowers. One can imagine how furious she must have been. Lin Sheng, how dare you spread rumors about me? Miss, should we send someone to deliver all these news articles to you? The butler standing nearby said somewhat nervously. The youngest daughter of the Du family is usually calm, but I never expected her to be so angry today. No need. I'll handle it myself. Du Ning took a deep breath. Deleting these news articles at this time will only have the opposite effect. It would be better for her to leave this person behind during training, let Lin Sheng see the difference between the two of them, and then apologize to her personally. Nighttime, at Lin Sheng's home. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Sheng's phone rang unexpectedly. At this time, the phone had 2 large characters written on it. Lin Ming, his sister, a genius beast tamer in the capital. Chapter 26, the strongest and most comprehensive scale genes. You're calling me at a time like this? Lin Sheng frowned. I had a bad feeling. Then, Lin Sheng hung up the phone immediately. The ominous premonition indeed disappeared, and Lin Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, it was all an illusion after all. Meanwhile, in a tavern in the capital city, 2 pretty women looked nervously at the short-haired girl sitting in front of the counter, holding her phone. What's wrong with the captain? He seemed quite happy when he was on the phone just now. Why did his expression suddenly change? I don't know. I've never seen the captain so happy before, but judging from her current temper, I reckon another demon is going to suffer soon. As they spoke, the 2 of them unconsciously pulled their clothes closer to their chests. At this moment, Lin Ming also got up from the bar counter. The right hand gripped it so tightly it made a creaking sound. But that face, which could make anyone's breath catch in their throat, was extremely gentle. Never mind, my younger brother is all grown up now. He should have some personal space. Although Lin Ming said that, but his right hand, which was clenched tightly, did not loosen its grip at all. But where did he get this pet? With a pet of this level, the chances of snatching a spot for a disaster-level cub from the offspring of those powerful families are slim. Lin Ming whispered quietly. She knew very well that if she didn't help, her younger brother Lin Sheng wouldn't have the money to buy a high-level talent pet. And his opponent? They are descendants of several major families in Shanghai and Beijing, and even some descendants of disaster-level or king-level beast tamers. To stand out from these people and snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Unless I could go back to those days, maybe I'd still have a chance. Lin Ming whispered. But it doesn't matter. No matter how useless her younger brother is, she still has to support him. What are you thinking about, Captain? One of the team members asked with some concern. Oh, it's nothing. The egg we got after completing the mission was a king-level egg. Let's sell it. Captain, aren't you of great use? It's useless now, let's sell it. I understand. But a lot of people are eyeing this egg. It'll probably fetch at least $1 billion. The team members immediately became excited. Knock, knock, knock. Your package has arrived. It's finally here. Lin Sheng's face lit up with joy. Just a few minutes ago, Lin Sheng hung up the phone and displayed the demon's keepsake in the mall. Within minutes, a group of beast tamers with demon-type beasts came to the door, wanting to buy it at a high price. Because the token of a demon is an essential item for demon-type pets to evolve into higher-level demons. It may be of little use to other beast tamers, but for those who need it, it is worth an astronomical price. Therefore, Lin Sheng sold the demon's token for 100 million dragon coins, which was 100 million higher than the market price. Then I bought what I needed online. Soon, Lin Sheng unloaded all the things he had bought into the courtyard. Giant Cobra King, late-stage warrior, 10 million dragon coins. 7-colored scaled fish, mid-warrior level, 9 million dragon coins. Spiked mountain dragon, late-stage warrior, 13 million dragon coins. There are a total of 7 creatures. Lin Sheng's reason for buying these creatures was quite simple. Little White needs to change its scales. Now that I have the ability, I should buy higher-level scale genes. The scales of the spiny back pangolin are extremely strong and can withstand the bombardment of missiles. The rainbow scale fish allows Little White to move underwater and stay there longer. And the scales of the giant Cobra King have extremely strong resistance to venom. Later volcanic creatures possess fire resistance, poison resistance, lightning insulation, and frost insulation, while sky creatures have perfectly streamlined scales that reduce air resistance and grant extremely high speed. It's already perfect, isn't it? The genes of the scales are almost flawless. Lin Sheng smiled. He was certain that Xiao Bai was now the most resilient among the warrior-level warriors. It can withstand even more damage than a turtle. It's very difficult to damage it no matter what kind of attack it takes. It can be said to be the culmination of all the world's most resilient organisms. Moreover, it doesn't require using their scales. You only need to convert their genes. Sequence extraction. Gene injection. Lin Sheng activated his innate ability. The several warrior-level, heavily armored creatures in front of them were corroded in that instant. Finally, Lin Sheng injected it all into Xiao Bai's scales. Obtain the bloodline genes of the King of Glasses. Obtain the Rainbow Fish bloodline gene. Obtain the Snow Bear bloodline genes. Obtain Volcanic Rockworm. Obtain the Fire-resistant gene for scales. Obtain the Flowing Scale gene. Obtain the Sky Bug line gene. It only lasted for a moment. Countless genes were injected into Xiao Bai's body, and Xiao Bai's scales have also undergone a tremendous change. However, it's not possible to tell in a short period of time. But Xiao Bai can feel that he feels much safer now than before. They are capable of anything, from climbing mountains of knives to plunging into seas of fire. I wonder when I'll be able to learn to fly. Lin Sheng began to feel a sense of anticipation. But none of that matters right now. His primary goal was to enhance Xiao Bai's bloodline genes, claws, horns, eyes, and sharp teeth to their maximum potential. That would require a lot of funding. Moreover, the Dragon Slayer Bureau cannot provide it to itself. However, the training program for a disaster-level beast tamer will definitely consume a lot of resources. This is Lin Sheng's primary goal. I will continue to improve my skills so that I can obtain more resources and achieve a higher ranking in this training. This has attracted the attention of higher authorities. That way he can make exorbitant demands. Then let's focus on training first and improve Xiao Bai's attack power. Lin Sheng has already set his goals. That is to stand out in this disaster-level beast tamer training program. At this moment, Xiao Bai's two horns were about to grow out. When that time comes, these invincible scales, combined with the Black Flame's unparalleled regenerative abilities, will be enough to make them invincible in training. Moreover, when I go to the Bai family this time, I estimate that they will also provide resources. Lin Sheng had a premonition. The Bai family came this time to win him over. However, he took these resources without any qualms. After all, if one's own strength is not strong enough to attract others to win him over, where will one get resources? Ultimately, everything depends on being strong enough. Just like Captain Di Qian's Lord-level pet. If Xiao Bai reaches the Lord level, it will be enough to earn everyone's respect. Everything fell into place naturally. First, we'll go to the Bai family's place for an appointment, and then we'll take Xiao Bai for a few days of training to hunt some aggressive, ferocious beasts. After making his plans, Lin Sheng quickly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, outside the Bai family villa. Chapter 27, The Bai Family Support, Speculation on Training. Early the next morning, outside the Bai family villa, a handsome young man with delicate features was standing outside the door, and next to him was an old bicycle. This contrasted sharply with the boys and girls around them who drove luxury cars. It's as if people who shouldn't be in the same frame are standing together. Who is that guy, big brother? Did he come to the Bai family looking for a job? A girl sat in the Rolls-Royce, leaning against a boy and chuckling softly. Upon hearing this, the boy's expression changed drastically. Keep your voice down. Don't you know who he is? The boy's actions startled the girl. He asked with some concern. Could it be that he just got out of prison and has 100,000 powerful brothers in there who could come back at a moment's notice? Damn, I think you're drunk and confused. Even 100,000 brothers wouldn't be enough for him. Speak. The boy immediately stepped on the gas and drove off in the Rolls-Royce amidst a roar of the engine. I was terrified that if I stayed even a second longer, my face would get slapped and swollen. And when the girl saw it, when the head of the Bai family personally walked out of the Bai family villa, I was immediately startled. He sobered up considerably and felt a wave of lingering fear. Let alone her. Even the powerful figure behind her boyfriend's father, whom she relied on, was no match for the Bai family. You could even say that the Bai family is the emperor of the entire Yangcheng. If you want someone to disappear, that person won't live past the next day. Is this young man from Shanghai, given his young age? Her limited imagination could only lead him to these thoughts. Meanwhile, outside the Bai family's gate, Bai Jioga, the head of the Bai family, also came out to greet them with two guards. Young friend Lin, I didn't expect you to come in person. I was planning to send someone to pick you up this afternoon. Fine. Lin Sheng shook his head. He happens to enjoy riding a bicycle. Not wanting to waste any time, they arrived early in the morning. However, Baijiuge was quite handsome, not at all like the serious-faced, pot-bellied family head Lin Sheng had imagined. Soon, Lin Sheng followed him into a hall of the villa. He and his mother were already sitting there. Lin Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Bai's beauty was indeed due to her family background. Not only was his father handsome and dashing, even his mother still retains her charm. She's quite good-looking. Mother Bai smiled and nodded. Back then, she only agreed to let Baijiuge marry into her family because she was attracted to his looks. Lin Sheng would never have imagined this. The head of the Bai family, the most powerful person in Yansheng, was actually his son-in-law. Lin, my daughter Baihe often mentions you at home, saying that you are very talented and that you are her role model. Now it seems that this is indeed true. Therefore, I intend to provide you with a sum of money in the name of my Bai family. There is no other meaning behind it. It is simply a small act of assistance from my Bai family to the younger generation of Yansheng, so that you may have the opportunity to obtain the disaster cub. Baijiuge got down to business. Certainly, he felt the possibility was extremely slim. After all, those who go to participate in the training are all super geniuses with illustrious backgrounds and high aspirations. Lin Sheng, standing before them, was just an ordinary person with a little money. Then thank you very much, Patriarch Bai. Lin Sheng nodded. Upon hearing this, Bai's mother immediately burst into laughter. If Lin Sheng continues to refuse, her impression of him may worsen. But to everyone's surprise, the young man accepted it directly. This actually pleased her somewhat. The money will be transferred to your bank card afterward. If you need anything else, please feel free to do so. Lin Sheng arrived so early. He must have something to do. This was the Bai family patriarch's intuition. Thank you very much, Patriarch Bai and Madam Bai. I'll be going now. Lin Sheng said goodbye. He does have some things to take care of. The two members of the Bai family weren't as overly polite as he had imagined, which made Lin Sheng feel very comfortable. Just after Lin Sheng left, how do you plan to support him? Bai's mother asked. Let's start with a grant of 25 million, since it's a requirement from the board of directors, and it will be broadcast on television afterwards. Baijiuge said silently. He guessed that Lin Sheng already knew. The directors and shareholders of the Bai family wanted to establish a good relationship with this genius through the Bai family. If Lin Xingfei becomes successful in the future, the Bai family will also benefit from his good fortune. Since we've already given it, why not round it up to a whole number? 2,500 doesn't sound good. Bai muttered softly. Bai's mother immediately laughed. You silly girl, you're already siding with outsiders the moment we meet, aren't you? All right. Since the board of directors is paying for it anyway, let's make it 30 million. Besides, won't all of Bai's money be his in the future? Bai didn't react at first when she heard this. After a moment's thought, she blushed deeply with embarrassment. Mom. Haha, don't worry, Mom supports you, right Baijiuge? Bai's mother stared at him blankly. Of course. I definitely agree. Baijiuge hurriedly raised his hands in surrender. Joke. Countless people in Yansheng are now trying to curry favor with Lin Sheng. Who wouldn't want to establish such a relationship with a genius like Lin Sheng? This is like a windfall. If Lin Sheng can become a disaster-level beast tamer in the future, at that point, it won't just be Yansheng anymore. They could try anything in Shanghai. Even if not, a monarch level 1 would be good too. Besides, this young man has a pretty good character. Both of them were very satisfied. I never thought history would repeat itself, and yet another guy is going to be living off a woman like me. Baijiuge silently complained. At the same time, as soon as Lin Xinggang left the Bai family, he rushed to the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts. After all, the goal is to hunt down 1,000 ferocious beasts. The current number of newbies is far from enough. Therefore, Lin Sheng would go out during the day to hunt ferocious beasts. I'll just find a hotel nearby to spend the night. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Sheng's pet beast has finally reached the time to level up. Mid-stage warrior. Hiss. Little White curled up on the ground, and a layer of white molting began to appear on its body. As that layer of skin sheds, the originally white and rough scales become extremely beautiful and vibrant. It's clear that genes are at play. Each and every perfect scale was arranged and attached to Little White's body, making it look extremely beautiful. It's like the most perfect masterpiece in the world. Lin Sheng couldn't resist touching it. The pain startled Xiaobai. Lin Sheng quickly withdrew his hand. Hiss. It's okay, master, you can touch it. Little White will bear it. Are you him? Lin Sheng did not have this particular fetish for bullying his pet animals. Choose to wait on the sidelines. Finally, half an hour later, Xiaobai finished shedding its skin. The bright white scales on that body immediately made Lin Sheng's eyes light up. Finally, it's starting to look like a dragon. These scales are probably visible to any expert. They couldn't resist spending a lot of money to buy them for their collection. Perfect. Only these two words can describe the exquisite beauty of these snake scales. Once the pain subsides, I'm going to masturbate to my heart's content. Lin Sheng smiled. At this time, Lin Sheng's phone suddenly rang. Chapter 28 Training Plan, Go Special Forces. Lin Sheng picked up the phone. It was Di Qian who called. Hello, is this Captain D? It's me. The training program is about to begin. I'm sure you've seen the recent TV broadcasts, right? Yes, a lot of people are paying attention. Lin Sheng nodded. In terms of the level of attention this training session received, there was absolutely nothing wrong with it. These past few days, almost every time Lin Sheng turned on the TV, he could see experts discussing training. Almost everyone is predicting who will get those 3 catastrophic cubs. Lin Sheng also obtained a lot of information about his opponents from television. He discovered that he had many opponents who were a real headache for him. If it weren't for Xiaobai evolving its scales at the crucial moment, Lin Sheng must be having a real headache right now, right? For example, in another competition for 50 spots, the winning contestant's pet was an elemental-type pet. This kind of pet has no physical form, making it the most difficult to deal with. The pets of the other individuals are also extremely rare. Their talents are almost all at the monarch level. The talent limit for forming a contract with the first pet beast has been reached. Lin Sheng's talent for pet beasts was rumored to be at the disaster level, or even the emperor level. Let those experts boast wildly on television. He exaggerated so much that even Lin Sheng himself almost believed it. Isn't this just inviting trouble for myself? He even suspected that someone might dislike him. They deliberately created trouble for him in the training plan, so that other athletes would deal with him. That's right, training is about to begin. A vehicle will be picking you up from your doorstep in no time. The training location will be kept strictly confidential. Start preparing for your funeral. Prepare for the worst? Captain D, are you using the wrong phrase? You didn't use the wrong word. This training is life-threatening, so it's good to prepare in advance. Lin Sheng's brow twitched. The call ended. It seems this training program is indeed very dangerous. However, Lin Sheng also received feedback from Xiaobai's genes, and now his physique is extraordinary. If we're talking about the past, the ferocious beast could slap him against the wall so hard that he couldn't be pried off. If I slap him now, he'll at most roll around twice. This is already a huge step forward. Besides, there are still a few months until the college entrance examination, so it's always good to start training in advance. Lin Sheng's goal is to get into one of those 5 universities. The training plan is at most one part of it. I heard that those 5 universities only admit a few hundred students each year. Only a few hundred people will be recruited from a pool of billions. You can imagine how difficult that is. His older sister got into a prestigious university in the capital. Anyway, Lin Sheng isn't very confident right now. This training program is an excellent springboard. Lin Sheng didn't have to wait long. Soon, a massive armored vehicle pulled up in front of Lin Sheng's villa. The surrounding neighbors all came out to watch. I never expected Lin's younger brother to be so talented. Who can blame them when their parents are both beast tamers? Their children are naturally exceptional too. It's all about genes. To be able to participate in the training program, this means they must be among the top 100 young beast tamers in the Dragon Kingdom, right? Sigh, I regret it. Back then, when my daughter was pursuing Lin Sheng, how could I have been so blind as to stop her from going? Have you forgotten? Lin girl keeps a tight rein on her younger brother. Even if you had agreed back then, you wouldn't have had a chance. That's true. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Lin Sheng boarded the giant armored vehicle and quickly left the area. Inside the armored vehicle, the road was completely obscured. Lin Sheng could only feel the bumps and jolting of the vehicle as it traveled on the road. It's always good to keep it a secret. If those malicious people find out that all the geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom are gathered in one place for training, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. I want to fool everyone. Then don't even spare your own people. I don't know how much time passed. The giant armored vehicle finally came to a stop, and then the rear door opened. Lin Sheng got out of the car and arrived at a contracted airport. 3 small passenger planes were also parked at the airport. Meanwhile, several beast tamers from Yangcheng who had passed the test were already standing there. It's brother Lin. Senior brother Lin Sheng is here. I'm so nervous. I can't believe I passed the test. You can keep a good mindset. I heard that even if you pass this test, there is still a possibility of being eliminated during training. Don't even mention being eliminated. Instructor D told me there might be danger to my life, which terrified me. I bought a set of life-saving armor overnight. As he spoke, the man shook the hardware on his body. It seems perfectly safe. At this moment, the people in Yanqing were very excited. After all, the outskirts of Yanqing are extremely dangerous. Ferocious beasts roamed everywhere, making it impossible to venture deeper. This is why, despite all their years, they have never left Yanqing. And now that we're finally leaving, how can anyone not be excited? Lin Sheng. Why he waved back. Lin Sheng nodded. Now that everyone's here, let's get on the plane. Di Qian was still wearing that black combat uniform. The group followed her onto the plane on the left side. Whoosh. 3 planes took off simultaneously. Even from inside, the outside scene remains invisible. The small passenger plane took off very quickly. During the flight, Lin Sheng could occasionally hear terrifying cries of birds and beasts coming from outside the plane. However, these birds and beasts were all shot down the moment they approached the passenger plane. Lin Sheng knew without even thinking that it must have been Di Qian who did it. Generally, for some passenger planes to take off, a beast tamer must be on board to guard them. You can basically earn over 100,000 yuan in one trip. And there are many similar jobs. This is also why beast tamers are never short of money. The fact that this passenger plane is being attacked repeatedly means that it has entered an extremely dangerous area. Some safe routes might not be attacked even once a year. Just as Lin Sheng was pondering where he was flying to, a package was suddenly thrown over. Get ready to parachute, or you'll be eaten alive. Di Qian's voice came from behind. Then the rear cabin door of the passenger plane opened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, an endless cold wind rushed in. Go, Special Forces. A sentence inexplicably popped into Lin Sheng's mind. Without hesitation, the group grabbed their backpacks and immediately jumped down after Di Qian. This kind of parachuting is a piece of cake for beast tamers. After all, each of them possesses physical qualities and learning abilities that are no less than those of professional athletes. And in the air, Lin Sheng could clearly see that there was a base surrounded by high walls in the jungle full of ferocious beasts. That's true. If you jump even a second less, you'll probably jump outside the base. Lin Sheng was completely speechless. This is truly putting your life in danger when there is none. Even during Lin Sheng's parachute journey, I also saw several people carrying those huge umbrellas, hanging on the tall tower in the center of the base, swaying in the wind. Chapter 29 Lightning, swift as lightning. Smack. With a cool and graceful movement, Lin Sheng landed. Several staff members immediately ran up and took Lin Sheng's umbrella bag away. And then very quickly, 5 teams gathered on the playground. Lin Sheng then joined the team where instructor Di Qian was. A one-armed man walked onto the open space in front of the crowd. All the students present held their breath. Hello, my name is Gao Liang, and I am a king-level beast tamer. These words were spoken. A buzz of discussion erupted below. A king-level beastmaster. The strongest beastmaster in our city is only at the king level. But I heard that this training session isn't being attended by a disaster-level beastmaster. Indeed, why is it only at the monarch level? It's not bad, though. Listening to the doubts of several classmates, Gao Liang smiled. You guessed right, there is a catastrophic level beast tamer. But he said he doesn't teach useless people, he only teaches the 3 most outstanding ones. If you can handle the upcoming training, everything will be fine. At this point, Gao Liang paused for a moment, then pointed to the students hanging on the central tower. As for them, they don't need to participate in today's training, and they won't get any points. Integral? Although the students didn't quite understand what the points were for, but I had a vague feeling that this thing was very important. Lin Sheng was the same. After all, you could tell from the instructor's pitiful gazes at the students on the tower. The consequences of not getting points will likely be severe. I won't say anything more. In the first few days, I will conduct a unified test on your pets and beast tamers' nerve reaction speed, muscle strength, defense, and other aspects. Those who fail the test will not receive any points. Summon your pets, and we'll begin the neural reaction speed test now. Gao Liang had completely changed her previous kind and gentle demeanor. He instantly became serious. Start now? Everyone present was stunned. I just jumped off the plane and haven't had a proper rest yet. But some students looked completely indifferent. For example, Lin Sheng and Du Ning. And several beast tamers whose names I don't know all seemed extremely calm. Alright, I will now conduct the next neural reaction speed test for you. Di Qian walked out of the crowd. He then summoned his ghostly pet. A bizarre pet. Hiss, why do I have a bad feeling? Could it be that they're planning to make us hide from the ghostly attacks? You jinx, shut up. That's right, it's a lord-level pet beast. How could it possibly dodge it? Feeling the chilling aura, the students below turned pale. It does seem dangerous, but that's all that matters. Lin Sheng spoke quietly, with a beginner-level proficient visual ability. In addition, it absorbed the neural reflexes of ferocious beasts such as wasps and eagles. You could say that. Xiaobai has virtually no rivals in terms of neural reaction speed. Begin now. You. Come here. Di Qian casually pointed to a boy. The boy immediately turned pale. Oh well, it was bound to happen sooner or later anyway. The boy gritted his teeth and decided to give up entirely. He summoned a creature with long limbs from his beast-taming space. Everyone present was stunned. Even Di Qian was taken aback. Ah, this. What is that? Isn't it a sloth? This is no joke. Sloths are among the fastest reacting creatures in the world. Of course, number 1 or 2. Here refers to the last 2 digits. The sloth with its long limbs lay on the ground and slowly moved towards Di Qian step by step. Never mind, I'll go instead. Di Qian sighed and rubbed her forehead in exasperation. By the time it gets to my side, a whole day will probably be over. Go lightning. Keep it up. The boy looked at the sloth monster lying in front of the ghostly figure and offered words of encouragement. The sloth slowly turned its head. It seemed to be about to nod to its master. Puff. This scene finally made the others almost unable to hold back. What? This is hilarious. By the time you fucking nod, your head will have been chopped off. Di Qian clearly had no intention of waiting for it to nod. The ghostly figure raised the long sword on its right arm and slashed down with a whoosh. However, something unexpected happened. Ghostly appearance. They actually managed to cut through everything. Di Qian was suddenly stunned. At this moment, the boy finally stopped pretending and revealed a sly smile. Lightning flash, as fast as lightning. His sloth has the ability to accelerate instantly. I was just pretending to gain the instructor's trust. However, he couldn't dodge the next blow. Whoosh. The ghostly figure still slashed so fast, it was almost invisible, leaving only a fleeting afterimage. In the blink of an eye, a mark was left on the sloth's body. You've dodged it once, so you're qualified. Thanks, instructor. Haha. Lightning, let's go. The boy, along with his pet beast, immediately stepped aside. The students around them were dumbfounded. But the people who followed were not so lucky. Because next, Di Qian will no longer be negligent. Whoosh. 0 eliminated. Whoosh. 0 eliminated. 1 qualified. In just a few minutes. Of the 100 beast tamers, more than 30 were eliminated. This means that these 30+ people will not be able to earn points. Damn, that attack speed is too fast. Even if the instructor suppressed his strength, it's still a lord-level pet beast. Yes, I barely managed to dodge 1 attack thanks to my pet's speed-boosting skill. Damn it, you're lucky. My pet beast can't even keep up with the speed of a sloth. Ha ha ha, people will probably laugh themselves to death if I go out like this. You know what? The elimination list for this training will be published in the news. Public execution, is that it? I admit I'm scared. Next, Du Ning. As the name was pronounced, a girl with crystal-clear, jade-like skin stepped forward from the group. As soon as it appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Such a beautiful girl is a pleasure to behold, even from afar. It's a pity no matter how beautiful it is. That's beyond their reach. Why do I feel like she glanced at me? Lin Sheng said silently. You too, bro? I also felt like the goddess just glanced at me. Me too, me too. Are you too? Who has yellow urine? Those with diabetes should stay away. Don't let them get away with it. Whoosh. Before the others could continue speaking, a chill emanated from the front. An ice butterfly, entirely ice blue in color, gently fluttered its wings in midair. Not bad. It seems you've trained this pet quite well. Di Qian nodded in approval for the first time. But I won't show any mercy. Please begin. Du Ning was very polite. Or rather, there was an innate arrogance about her that she herself couldn't even perceive. Chapter 30. I wonder to what extent your white snake can achieve, but it is precisely this subtle arrogance that is present. This is what cultivated Du Ning's unique temperament. I can only dodge 1 attack at most. If it were a goddess, she could definitely dodge several attacks, right? That's not necessarily true. Supernatural creatures attack in ways that are different from normal creatures. You never know how their wrists might twist. Indeed, that's extremely difficult to guess. But it doesn't matter. If our pets don't have an advantage in speed, they might have an advantage in defense tests. That makes a lot of sense. And at that very moment, whoosh, another long blade slashed down. And in that instant, the ice butterfly's wings fluttered slightly. A chilling aura spread outwards. Even the ghost blade was covered in frost. Slow it down. Ice butterfly easily dodged the attack. She dodged it so easily, no wonder she's a goddess. Release a skill, isn't that against the rules? I remember that the previous pets used speed-up skills, but this time they slowed down the opponent. Isn't this test an experiment on everyone's reaction speed? It's definitely not against the rules. After all, you need to time your skill release well. That's right. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then the ghostly figure unleashed 4 more slashes. It wasn't until the 7th strike that they finally capitalized on their opponent's mistake. 7 cuts. This is already terrifying. Anyone with eyes could see that the ghostly figure was swinging his knife faster and faster, each swing heavier than the last. Being able to dodge 7 cuts already puts you ahead of most people. Come back, Ice Butterfly. Du Ning returned the Ice Butterfly to her beast-taming space. Great, it passed. As Du Ning stepped off the stage, she passed in front of Lin Sheng. He said softly, I'm really looking forward to your performance. I wonder if your little snake can defeat my Ice Butterfly. Leave this message. Du Ning then left. Damn, you're amazing. We were just joking and dreaming, but you actually told the truth. So, the ordinary man and the clown were actually me. If I remember correctly, you're Lin Sheng, the one who spread rumors about Goddess Du, right? It looks like it's the right one. There aren't many people in the entire base who are this handsome. Awesome. You dare to go against Goddess Du head-on. You better watch out for those lackeys. Regarding what everyone said, Lin Sheng neither confirmed nor denied it. He didn't even listen to what Du Ning was saying. Lin Sheng may appreciate her looks, but that doesn't mean he'll think highly of her. Next, Chen Gao, a gloomy-faced boy, stepped forward. He summoned a blazing fiery demon hound directly from the beast-taming space. Elemental pets. Everyone present was taken aback. It's an extremely rare elemental pet. You should know that the lowest level of talent for this type of pet is Lord level. In subsequent tests, Chen Gao did not disappoint. Successfully dodged 5 attacks. After all, it was a ball of fire, so the area affected by the impact was just too large. If you don't control it well, you'll easily get attacked, so it's naturally no match for the Ice Butterfly that reduces the opponent's speed. Not long after, Brother Lin Sheng, it's your turn. The test has just finished, a beast tamer from Yangqing said. Lin Sheng nodded silently. Little White, come out. A white snake emerged from the beast-taming space and coiled around Lin Sheng. By this time, Xiaobai's body had already grown as thick as a small tree. Its length also reached about 5 meters. It immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. What a handsome guy. This must be Lin Sheng, the genius beast tamer from Yangqing, right? Good heavens. The top geniuses and family signs in other cities all have ice butterflies and flaming demon hounds. These are all well-known pets. What kind of creature is this white snake? Haha, could this be a baby dragon? You're kidding. But this snake doesn't seem to have any outstanding features, so we can't tell anything yet. It can't just be an ordinary snake, can it? How can it compete with others like that? Originally, everyone had some expectations. What is the pet beast of this top genius? After all, the previous 2 had already impressed them greatly. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Sheng's pet beast was just an ordinary little white snake, only a bit too big. To be honest, no one meant to look down on him. These pets are only competing for the top 3 spots in the training camp to obtain the disaster level cub. That's just wishful thinking. It's probably hopeless. Snakes have too much room to be attacked. We'll probably have to give all the points to Miss Du Ning this time. With such a long body, it's difficult to keep an eye on the tail even if you can only look at the head. But I always felt that the white snake staring at me for so long made me a little uneasy. One of the students spoke up quietly. He has a special feeling about the bloodline of some pet animals. But now, facing this ordinary white snake, he felt very uncomfortable. And at that very moment, Di Qian finally made her move. Whoosh! Instead of holding back, the ghostly figure slashed at Xiaobai at an even faster speed than usual. Di Qian wanted to quickly test Xiaobai's strength. And this slash cut through the air. Originally, it was almost time for everyone to choose some unseen knives. At this moment, however, the speed seemed extremely slow to Xiaobai. With just a tilt of the head, he dodged it. 1 cut. Lin Sheng spoke quietly. Holy crap. There's still time to count. How pretentious. Everyone stared in disbelief. And then, an even faster slash. Xiaobai easily dodged it again. Then, 3 cuts. 4 cuts. 5 cuts. Is he about to break Goddess Du's record? Everyone was truly surprised that this little white snake was so good at hiding. Du Ning's small mouth slightly parted below. She admitted it. She started to panic. Even the genius whose pet beast was the flaming demon hound was shocked. Only the people of Yangqing cheered and encouraged Lin Sheng. Go for it, brother Lin. Lin Sheng is awesome. Who says pets have to be rare breeds? Then, just as expected, Lin Sheng successfully dodged the remaining 2 attacks, breaking Du Ning's record. Instructor Di Qian, please wait a moment. What? It's not working anymore? Well, you're right. Ghost Shadow had just used speed close to that of an early-stage Lord-level character. If even Lin Sheng can withstand it, that's just too outrageous. But unexpectedly, Lin Sheng grinned. No, Instructor D, I just want to test just how fast Xiaobai is right now. So could you please stop going at it one step at a time? Let the storm rage on. Chop me all you want. I can take it. Lin Sheng spoke with a serious expression. Judging from his expression, it doesn't look like he's joking. Upon hearing his words, all the students around him were dumbfounded. Chapter 31, Rank Number 1. An Imperial-like enjoyment. What? Such a show-off. Are you putting on a show? It's already ridiculous that I could withstand one hit, and you're letting me keep getting hit? I've never seen such an arrogant person. However, he does have the right to be arrogant. His pet beast is probably the strongest among us right now. Don't be too confident. There's still the defense test coming up. That's the real challenge. The beast tamers of the surrounding cities were completely shocked by Lin Sheng's identity. They never imagined that beast taming could be done like this. It's amazing how a snake can be so agile and skillful. It's even faster than some speed-type beast tamers. Although snakes are quite fast, they don't have any extra advantage in dodging attacks. This guy, Du Ning blushed slightly upon seeing this. My previous confidence was completely shattered in that instant. Reflect on your past actions. He even went to Lin Sheng in person to provoke him. Looking back now, I realize I was indeed overestimating myself. Ice Butterfly's pet was far inferior to the opponent's. But I won't lose in terms of growth potential. Sooner or later I'll catch up with you, and even surpass you. Du Ning remained defiant. That's for sure. If a genius gives up because of one failure, the invincible spirit has been lost. Then she wouldn't be a true genius. A strong person will not back down or give in because of a small setback. Moreover, there will be tests on various aspects of defense afterward. There are plenty of months of training. But actually, when Du Ning thought this way, deep down, he already believed that his pet beast was inferior to Lin Sheng's. Then I'll make my move. As he spoke, the ghostly figure slashed down with both weapons simultaneously. The difficulty of dodging this time has increased exponentially. Just a dozen seconds later, Xiaobai couldn't take it anymore. The final result was 15 attacks, more than twice that of Du Ning, who came in second. Aside from the disbelief of those around them, the most shocking thing was Di Qian herself. She was certain that the ghostly figure had just used the abilities of an early-stage lord. But the opponent still managed to dodge so many attacks. Lin Sheng, what kind of creature is your pet? Could it really have dragon blood? Du Ning's pupils suddenly contracted. Impossible. Those are creatures that only exist in legends. How could Lin Sheng possibly have that? Alright, test over. A total of 67 people passed the test. The first place winner will receive 1,000 points. Second place, 500. Third place, 300. As the rankings were read out one by one, countless envious glances were cast toward Lin Sheng. 1,000 points. I don't know what it's for. But those who managed to dodge one attack only received 10 points. That's a difference of 100 times. Alright, it's lunchtime. We'll conduct the defense test this afternoon after lunch. Finally, it's time to eat. I've been waiting so long. How's the food today? Training a disaster-level beast tamer is definitely not just talk. The food must be top-notch. That makes sense, hee. Brother Lin Sheng, let's go together. Bai He and the others from Yangqing planned to invite Lin Sheng along. No need, I can manage on my own. Lin Sheng is used to eating alone. None of them blamed them. It's perfectly normal for geniuses to be eccentric. Soon, the group arrived at the dining hall. It must be said that the food here is indeed extremely plentiful. The food and drink for almost all the pets and people present were taken into account. Basic meal, 1 point. Medium meal, 5 points. Premium meal, 10 points. Top meal, 20 points. Deluxe meal, 50 points. The pet nutritionist's price quote was ruthless. This immediately turned some students' faces pale. What if I don't have any points? Not everyone has points. Like those hanging on the tower. It failed the test. Where do the points come from? Everyone finally understood why the instructor had said that as long as they could persevere, that would be enough. They can't even get a meal. They'll probably quit on their own after 2 or 3 days of starvation. Damn. Luckily I passed the test and got 10 points, enough to last 3 days. But the food here is really great value for money. A basic set meal would cost 10,000 outside, but here you can get it for just 1 point. What kind of food and drinks would a deluxe set meal include? I can't even imagine it. I can't even imagine it. I'd like a deluxe meal, please. A figure came to the window. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to that. He suddenly understood. So it's Lin Sheng. Of course, 1,000 points can afford the deluxe meal. Damn it. Even if I can't afford it, does that mean I look down on it? I want to see what kind of set meal is so expensive. I saw someone buying a luxury meal. Countless eyes in the restaurant turned to look at them. Then a plate was handed out. This dish is made with the rarest parts of various creatures, such as earthworm gall, phoenix marrow, and black chicken gall. It is most suitable for long-term consumption by warrior-level creatures. It can enhance the pet's defense, reaction speed, and all other abilities. It can even reshape the pet's constitution and revive ancient bloodlines. It was created by the professional nutritionist of that disaster-level beast tamer back then. The pet nutritionist seemed quite pleased with himself, able to personally prepare meal packages for disaster-level beast tamers. It's every pet nutritionist's dream. Is this the same package that person used to train their pet beast back then? And it's exclusive to warrior-level warriors. If this recipe were released outside, it would probably cause a frenzy. No wonder the ingredients are given pseudonyms. Something that costs an exorbitant price can actually be bought for only 50 points. In a short time, everyone looked at the plate of food, which was divided into 2 portions for the beast tamer and the beast. I couldn't help but swallow. Even the pets following beside him couldn't help but drool. Unfortunately, they can only blame themselves for not being good enough. Smack. Here you go. This is your level 1 energy meal. The nutritionist casually handed out a plate containing a large piece of meat. Any chef you pick up on the street can make this. It would be an insult to have a pet nutritionist like him, who has gone through layers of testing and training, do it. Wah. No way. I must work hard so that my pet can also enjoy a deluxe meal. Several people secretly made up their minds. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't underestimate a beast tamer's poverty. Give me one too. Du Ning went to the window, not wanting to be outdone. We also ordered a deluxe set meal. As soon as Lin Shingang sat down, Xiaobai couldn't help but swallow the lump of meat into its stomach. He immediately showed a satisfied expression. Comfortable. But look at Du Ning on the other side. He savored his iced butterfly slowly. It looks very elegant. Moreover, this guy deliberately chose to sit opposite Lin Sheng. The two were sitting so close together, the contrast was immediately apparent. Have no choice. In order to salvage his image, Lin Sheng had no choice but to draw on his years of dining experience. Just as everyone had almost finished eating, the bugle call to assemble sounded again. Chapter 32 Taking a hot bath is better than being a god. Assemble in the training room immediately. The instructor stood at the cafeteria entrance with his notebook in hand and shouted, I've only eaten half of it. You really think you're here for a vacation? Damn, I lost 0.5 points. Don't lose too much money. Just pack it up in a bag and take it home. Stop talking, let's go. The once noisy cafeteria. More than half the people left in just half a minute. Du Ning took out a handkerchief and wiped the corner of her mouth. She raised her fair chin and walked past Lin Sheng. Let's go, brother Lin. The group from Yangqing greeted Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng, let's go. Bai He, her face flushed, waved to Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng nodded silently and swallowed the last piece of meat. He got up and walked outside. A few minutes later, 100 people gathered in the training room. The instructor this time was a bald man with scars on his face. He stretched out his arm and looked at the pocket watch on his hand. Everyone who is late will have half their points deducted. The bald man spoke earnestly, his expression serious. Everyone's face immediately turned pale. Fortunately, the bald man added another sentence. I'll let it slide this time, but if you can't gather everyone within 1 minute next time, I'll deduct the points from this time as well. Thank you, instructor. I'm so scared. If I lose all my points, I'll end up with 2 CS. Even Lin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. If they really deducted that amount, what would happen? 1,000 points wouldn't even be enough to eat a luxury meal every day for a month. If we deduct half again, it will be even less enough. Alright. Next, summon all your tamed beasts and put them in the pool in front for a bath. The instructor then pointed to a swimming pool in the training room. Bath. The students were puzzled. However, they still summoned their respective pet beasts. Glug glug. The fiery demon hound comfortably stepped into the pool. The surrounding water surface instantly became scalding hot. The surrounding beasts immediately scattered to the side. Then they ran into the ice butterfly behind them again. I almost got frostbite. And in that pool, there was a gigantic iron-armored giant. As soon as we entered, the water level rose by half a meter. The pool only barely reached its waist. The pets have almost all gone inside. The bald instructor nodded silently. The assistant beside him immediately understood. Reaching the wall, he removed one of the handles. As time passed, the water in the pool gradually became boiling hot. The pets that were playing around also sensed something was wrong, and all wanted to leave. Roar! Caw caw caw! Why did the water get hot? Little calf, come on up. Still soaking there? I'll boil you into a ripe frog in a minute. The beast tamers became anxious. Without water, this defense test is considered a failure. The bald instructor's deep voice rang out. Little Neo, don't come up. Hold on. If you can hold on for a little while, get up here. I'll treat you to a big meal. Those people's expressions changed instantly. Everyone present realized that this was the defense capability test for the afternoon. A comprehensive test of your pet's resilience in various extreme environments. If you win, I'll give the first place 5,000 points. The bald instructor was very generous. This excited everyone. 5,000 points. Getting first place is equivalent to getting first place 5 times in the previous tests. But if you come in second place, it's like you get nothing. It's the same point system as before. And some beast tamers who accidentally ended up on land. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Hee, this test is practically tailor-made for my iron giant. Song Yun spoke confidently. He then glanced at Lin Sheng's tamed beast, the white snake. I won with skill. Now I'll compete in defense, and I refuse to believe anyone can beat my iron titan. The iron giant's defense is indeed superb. Many contestants, seeing that their tamed beasts were about to collapse, sent them away. After all, not everyone's pet has the defensive capabilities of an iron giant. Half an hour later, the water in the pool has boiled completely. If you stayed in that water at that moment, you would be like meat being boiled. There are only 5 pets left. A white snake, a colossal iron-armored giant, an ice butterfly surrounded by ice, where the fog is the thickest. The flame hound was thoroughly enjoying itself. It was like soaking in a hot spring. A giant volcanic rockworm. It floated on the water, its condition unknown, whether it was dead or alive. Compared to other pets that showcase their unique abilities, only the white snake actually took a bath in the water. With its volcanic rock layers providing fire resistance, you could easily stay here for several days. Damn it, I can understand the other pets, but what's with that snake? Even cold-blooded animals don't make you change like this. You're here to take a bath? Could this snake be a descendant of the flame serpent? That's quite possible. Apart from the flame serpent, other snakes are unable to resist heat. Everyone stared intently at the white snake thrashing about in the water. Everyone else's beasts are fighting desperately against the scorching environment. You actually flipped over in the water? They still complained that the water wasn't hot enough. I deliberately ran up to the flaming demon hound and soaked in the water together. That's way too pretentious. Even the fiery demon hound was somewhat bewildered at this moment. Staring with eyes forged of flames, he looked at the white snake beside him. Its walnut-sized brain truly made it unable to comprehend everything that was happening before its eyes. If we were to ask who is suffering the most right now, that would undoubtedly be Du Ning. After all, her ice butterfly is not compatible with this test. Only by constantly using skills and releasing cold air can one barely withstand this heat. The other contestants weren't as relaxed as they seemed either. Only Lin Sheng stood there calmly. He would also exchange a few words with Baihe from time to time. Lin Sheng from Yangcheng? He's certainly something special, huh? The bald instructor walked over and burst into laughter. The more they try to show off, the more they pretend to be cool. The more necessary it is to suppress. But I wonder if you can hold on any longer? The bald instructor's expression changed. Assistant, turn on the air conditioning and set the temperature here to minus 270 degrees Celsius. Clear. The bald instructor and his assistant immediately brought him a heavy coat and put it on. Then I turned on the air conditioning. Absolute zero. It only lasted for a moment. The once scalding hot ice surface instantly froze, and then solidified. Chapter 33: A Tale of Two Extremes. Bald Man is completely convinced. This sudden change startled everyone in the room. I could feel the temperature around me getting colder and colder. You can even see the breath of some beast tamers. It's so cold. It's like experiencing both ice and fire. This test is too extreme. who can withstand the heat and the cold at the same time. However, the temperature can't be raised too high, but this level of cold air is already enough to cause frostbite. Isn't that obvious? The pool is already frozen over. Can Brother Lin Sheng's white snake withstand the attack? Some of Yangqing's old friends were worried. But their worries were unnecessary. How could Lin Sheng not have anticipated this? When it comes to adapting to the environment, Xiaobai is absolutely unbeatable right now. Its scales can adapt to any environment. Otherwise, how could it be worthy of such a noble creature as a dragon? Certainly. The premise is that the testing difficulty should not be increased to the Lord level. After all, the genes in Xiaobai's body are extracted from warrior-level creatures. Almost everyone present was in the mid to late stages of the War General realm. Raising it to the Lord level is unrealistic. In this chilling air, the flames on the fiery demon hound gradually died out. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer. He was the first to jump out of the pool. Ice Butterfly, on the other hand, was quite pleased with herself. Even the volcanic rockworm, a pet that lives in volcanic areas, was not affected at all. I remember this guy was in the top 3 in the northern competition. His volcanic rockworm is a pet beast with an extremely pure bloodline. I've heard that high-level volcanic rockworms can store heat in their bodies, ensuring they maintain their internal temperature even after leaving the volcano. It seems so. Another big shot has appeared. Whose beast is this? I didn't expect the beast tamer to be so low-key. Everyone was somewhat surprised. But, compared to these pet animals, Lin Sheng's white snake is truly unbelievable. It was still gliding on the ice. It seems to be able to store heat in its body, just like volcanic rockworms. Good heavens. The bald-headed instructor couldn't help but sigh. It can withstand his flame test, and also withstand his extreme cold test. This year's students are indeed much stronger than in previous years. But what surprised him the most was Lin Sheng's snake. Not only are its scales extremely beautiful, but its defensive capabilities are also astonishing. Looks like I'll have to throw in some serious stuff for you guys. Give me power. Listen to the bald instructor's orders. The assistant standing next to him was stunned for a moment. Instructor, are you sure? Of course. In literature, there is no first place, but in martial arts, there is a clear winner. We must determine a victor. But the bald instructor gritted his teeth and said, I understand, but it will take some time. The assistant then turned and left. Damn it. You brat, you still called it a snake. And you even said it had king-level talent. Song Yunzong was completely dumbfounded. His newly established sense of invincibility. It was completely shattered on that sliding white snake. Unexpectedly, his iron giant was no match for a snake. Even standing here and enduring the attack, its defensive capabilities are not as high as that snake's. Could it be that the heavy armor on my iron giant is just for show? Why are my iron titan's feet frozen solid? A snake, acting like nothing's wrong. This could never be a king-level pet. For the first time, Du Ning felt immense pressure. This is a challenge to her status as a genius. This is the first time Du Ning has truly considered someone as her rival. But I won't lose. Ice Butterfly's environmental adaptation skills are no weaker than any other pet. Du Ning raised her fair face and spoke earnestly. Not to mention, her Ice Butterfly level is in the late stage of warrior. Lin Sheng's white snake, however, looked nothing more than a newly broken through mid-stage battle general. Although it's only a difference of 1 level, who knows how many years it will take in between. And it just so happens that this is the time. The bald instructor's men had just turned on the power. On the way back, they ran into Gao Liang and Di Qian. Chief Instructor Gao, Instructor Di. Well, the two of us are planning to go check on how the students' defense tests are going. Oh, is that so? Instructor Zhang asked me to open the 3rd barrier of the defense test, the electric shock test. Electroshock test? Both of them were taken aback. Gao Liang and Di Qian exchanged a deep look. Being able to proceed to the 3rd test means that a beast tamer has made it to the 3rd level. That's interesting. I wonder if that kid named Lin Sheng is still doing the tests. Lin Sheng's pet is a white snake, which is not particularly outstanding in terms of defense. I'm afraid it might not even be able to withstand the first test. It wasn't that Di Qian lacked confidence in Lin Sheng. I'm just telling the truth. That's true. A pet is good enough if it has just one strength. There's no need to ask for too much. Sorghum agreed. Previously, snakes or cold-blooded creatures were thought to be the cause. There has never been a winner in this kind of test. This has nothing to do with the pet's strength. It's just because they are different kinds. Let's go take a look. Gao Liang led the two of them toward the training room. Meanwhile, in the training room, crack. After a loud noise, Instructor Zhang, the bald instructor, began the third test. Countless static electricity began to surge into the pool water, shattering the surrounding ice blocks. The Iron Giant, being a conductor, was startled. He hurriedly walked out of the water. It only lasted for a few seconds. Du Ning gritted her teeth and retrieved the ice butterfly. Her pretty face was filled with resentment. No way. This wave was contained. I definitely won't lose next time. Surprisingly, only the flame rockworm and Lin Sheng's white snake remained in the arena. Because the flame rockworm used a skill, a layer of earthen shell appeared around it, which temporarily blocked the electric current. Xiao Bai's scales can perfectly isolate those electric currents from its body. After all, it still carries Razor's excellent genes. If the current cannot be isolated, that Razor's electric discharge skill will hurt itself. Little White at this moment. The pool acted like a conductor, surrounded by blue lightning. Its snake scales and eyes seemed to emit a faint blue light, like a dragon bathed in a storm and lightning. He looks imposing and domineering. In contrast, consider the volcanic rock worms. It's obvious they're about to break down. What kind of creature is that white snake? It can even block electric currents. Fearless of fire, water, and electricity, this is the true dragon. Could it be that, as the rumors say, his pet beast talent is at the emperor level? That's quite possible. Aside from an emperor-level creature, I can't think of any other outrageous being capable of doing something like that. This kid, I really can't handle him. The bald instructor was completely convinced. You could say that all the students present might disagree, but only he did. It's completely true. The first snake creature to survive all 3 challenges without using any skills. This completely shattered his worldview. This defensive capability. Absolutely perfect. Let him appreciate it too. At this time, Gao Liang and instructor Di Qian arrived at the training room. Chapter 34. With unparalleled defensive power, what kind of creature is Xiao Bai? Amidst the sound of footsteps, Gao Liang and Di Qian entered the training room. Their gazes immediately fell on the white snake bathed in lightning. Their previously calm gazes instantly turned to astonishment. Then came the shock. It seems the match is over. I really didn't expect Lin Sheng's pet to rank first in defensive capabilities. I originally thought that with his lightning reflexes being so fast, his resistance to lightning must be extremely low. Di Qian's face was full of disbelief. Is there anything that little white snake can't do? This ability to adapt to the environment. It's hard to believe that this creature isn't found all over the world. Even those present had never seen it before. Certainly, if this is just an ordinary snake, they definitely won't believe it. Joke. Even if an ordinary creature is nurtured with all its might, it would take countless years for it to develop sentience. Let's wait a little longer for the bloodline to awaken. By the time you've contracted a pet beast, others will probably already be standing at the top of the world. Therefore, this idea was ruled out from the start. Little White, come on up. To the astonishment of the crowd, the white snake swam across the pool and came to Lin Sheng's side. Everyone looked on with envy. Putting everything else aside, this level of loyalty is unmatched by most pets. If it were any other pet, it's difficult enough just to stay in such an extremely uncomfortable environment, not to mention staying inside for an hour or two. That is, Du Ning, Song Yunzong, by he and several other wealthy young men, whose pet beasts were raised together from a young age. That's why they trust their master so much. Could it be that Lin Sheng's pet beast was also raised together from a young age? I'm so envious. 5,000 points in one go. Damn it. Song Yin wanted to cry, but had no tears. Lin Sheng, you are indeed very strong. Have you been hiding your strength? Du Ning stretched out her slender finger and placed it on her red lips, asking with some confusion. Those beautiful eyes stared straight at Lin Sheng's face. Until Lin Sheng looked back. Du Ning's eye blushed and looked away. Bai He, who was standing to the side, immediately darkened her expression upon seeing this scene. However, she recovered quickly. She walked straight up and grabbed Lin Sheng's clothes. Congratulations, brother Lin Sheng. No problem. Lin Sheng responded calmly. I've gotten used to the voice chat every time I win. Damn it, putting on airs in front of beautiful women. If you're so capable, why don't you go and pretend? If you're not, what are you complaining about? To kill someone, you must first destroy their spirit? At this moment, Chief Instructor Gao Liang and Di Qian, who were in the distance, also nodded to Lin Sheng. The two were clearly very satisfied with his performance. At least for now, we have at least the basic qualifications to own a disaster-level pet. But a test is still just a test. It may be affected by the pet's race, pet's status, and pet's level. For example, Some pets may be relatively weak in the early stages. However, its evolution speed is extremely fast. The best example is Ice Butterfly. Once this creature evolves into a Lord-level being, its strength will undergo a dramatic change. The same is true of Baiha's Thunderous Lion. As a pet beast with the same king-level talent, it is not much weaker than the Ice Butterfly and the Ironclad Giant. There have been people like Lin Sheng who have overpowered all others before. But as soon as training began, the gap between them widened immediately. So everything depends on the training that follows. Soon, the bald instructor began announcing the rankings. First place, Lin Sheng, 5,000 points. Second place, Lu Yan, 500 points. Third, Du Ning, 300 points. The difference in scores between the first and second place is enormous. It has a strong visual impact. The rankings were all announced in just a few minutes. Lin Sheng let out a long, comfortable sigh. 5,000 points is enough for him to use for a long time. At this moment, Xiaobai had not yet returned to his beast-taming space. A number of students also gathered around. They stared at the white snake in astonishment. Creatures of this caliber are meant to be admired from afar, not touched. They were very envious. Brother Lin, God Lin, where did you catch this pet beast? Yeah, is it really an emperor-level talent? If it's a disaster-level event, wouldn't I also have a chance to get it? Listening to what the others were saying, Lin Sheng smiled helplessly. You really want to know? Of course. Of course. Upon hearing that there was hope, the people around nodded repeatedly. They practically had eager to learn written all over their faces. Meanwhile, Song Yunzong, who was in the distance, perked up his ears. Du Ning, who was about to leave, stopped and bit her lip upon hearing this. Hee. Looking at Du Ning's straight back, Lin Sheng smiled. Not emperor level, just monarch level talent. As for the species, it should be the only one in the world, right? Lin Sheng squinted, seemingly lost in thought. Cut. Fine. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. The only one. That's so pretentious. Even a pet beast with emperor-level talent wouldn't dare claim to be the only one in the world. Fine, don't talk then. Let's go. Everyone looked disappointed. Du Ning, who was in the distance, felt that she had been tricked and her body trembled involuntarily. Even Song Yunzong's face darkened. I have a feeling that Lin Sheng is doing this on purpose. Is Lin Sheng really a monarch-level being? He looked at Lin Xingjuan's handsome face with anticipation. Why would I lie to you? Lin Sheng flashed a bright smile. Bai's heart suddenly raced. However, I was also somewhat disappointed. These kinds of things really shouldn't be said carelessly, not even to me. Ha ha ha. Young people should have confidence in their pets. I believe in you, young man. Chief Instructor Gao Liang burst into laughter. Di Qian and the bald instructor were both slightly surprised. First, the head instructor of the sorghum company said such things before training even started. This indicates that Instructor Gao Liang approves of Lin Sheng. I think he's the most likely to get a disaster-level pet. The training has only just begun, and Instructor Gao Liang would not have said that without absolute certainty. You guys should get a good night's sleep tonight. We'll officially begin training after the tests are finished. If you can achieve a high ranking during training, you also have a chance to obtain a disaster-level pet cub. Of course, that person has spoken. If you have enough talent, it's not impossible to expand the quota to 3. Gao Liang spoke with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, some students became excited and secretly made up their minds. Time to eat. Lin Sheng brought Xiaobai to the restaurant. I randomly ordered a regular set meal. Since the deluxe meal contains a lot of energy, 1 serving a day is enough for Xiaobai. Normally, this kind of regular set meal is fine. Soon, the man and the snake finished off all the food. Lin Sheng arrived at the residential area. As soon as I arrived, I could hear some students crying and wailing from a great distance. Good heavens, what's going on? Lin Sheng asked in confusion. Residential areas also require points to be paid. He, who was standing beside her, spoke up quietly. So ruthless? Lin Sheng was taken aback. This level of strength. Training hasn't even started yet, and it's already like this. Once the training begins, will half of the people still be alive? Chapter 35 Lin Sheng's upgrade goal. This is a residential area. It's no different from an ordinary apartment building. However, there are still a few detached villas that stand alone. A single room in a regular apartment building on the 7th floor costs 10 points per night, while the detached villa next door can be occupied by yourself, but it costs 30 points per night. Because it was just for sleeping. Many beast tamers have chosen to live in apartment buildings. Of course, even if you want to live in an apartment building, you still need to have points in your account. Currently, Lin Sheng has the most points. He, Do you want to stay in the villa with me? I'll pay your points. Lin Sheng smiled. No need. I have quite a few points too. And here, you can only spend your points on yourself. Bai blushed slightly and closed her eyes tightly as she spoke. Invite someone to live with you. They even offered to pay. This tastes really strange. Lin Sheng, however, clearly did not notice any of this and simply asked a question. All right then, I'm leaving. Lin Sheng arrived at the villa area next door. I swiped my ID card. Student Lin Sheng has spent 30 points. You've been granted the right to stay in villa number 3 for one night. Drop. The door opened with a series of electronic sounds. The entire camp was filled with the scent of money, power, and status. However, the real world isn't much better than this. Go take a shower first. It's been days since you last showered. Lin Sheng felt sticky all over. Xiaobai can clean her body in the beast taming space, but Lin Sheng cannot. A dozen minutes later, in the bathroom of the villa, Lin Sheng turned off the tap and stepped out of the bathroom, revealing his perfectly sculpted muscles, coupled with his handsome face. If people saw this, it would probably charm countless young girls. Ding. 1 point consumed. I heard that sound. Lin Sheng was dumbfounded. You have to pay to take a shower? Can't you be a decent human being? Never mind. It's just a few points. Even if you wash every day for a month, it'll only cost 30 yuan, right? I just wiped it off quickly. Lin Sheng collapsed onto the soft bed. He quickly fell asleep. As the next morning dawned, the bugle sounded. All the students came to the playground. The test this time is about speed. Accelerate along this track, and your top speed will be tested when you reach the finish line. The students were eager to try. They all summoned their pet beasts. The same applies to Lin Sheng's white snake. Everyone paid close attention to his pet beast. They simply couldn't believe that Lin Sheng's white snake could still get first place. But given their previous experiences of being proven wrong, no one dared to speak up anymore. The match began quickly. The beasts began to run, as if a beast tide had descended. The ground in the training camp was shaking from being trampled so much. Then the match ended. Bai has Thunder Lion won first place in speed. Its top speed reaches 300 kilometers per hour. I knew it. How could a snake run that fast? But Lin Sheng, don't be discouraged. Getting into the top 5 is already pretty amazing. The instructors were afraid that Lin Sheng was too competitive. I can't think straight. However, at this moment, Lin Sheng didn't care at all. He never genetically upgraded Xiaobai's speed. Furthermore, Xiaobai's future focus will be on flying, not gliding. Isn't it ridiculous to see a dragon running on the ground with 4 claws? I remember there is a kind of ferocious beast of extremely high level that can fly even without wings, but with my current strength, it would be too difficult to kill it. Lin Sheng murmured silently. That creature was at the monarch level. It was the weakest of the young. It's not something he can think about right now. Then the time. Strength test over. You're still a snake? You can lift a cauldron weighing thousands of tons with just your tail. That kind of strength is greater than that of an iron giant. Tell me, are you a descendant of the Titans? Keep a low profile. It's just the power of a bear. Dynamic vision test complete. Good lad. You can read those words perfectly, word for word, even when the video is slowed down 1,000 times. Your visual ability is simply unmatched. Keep it low-key, it's just Hawkeye. In the following days, various tests were conducted. Lin Sheng swept almost all of the first and top 3 spots. Such terrifying performance ability. This surprised everyone present. They became increasingly curious about Lin Sheng's pet beast's talent and bloodline. As for Lin Sheng's low profile, they'll treat this kid like he's in Versailles. Even instructor Gao Liang and the other 2 instructors were dumbfounded. Good lad. I was worried he'd be upset after losing the match, but it seems I was the one who made a fool of myself. Not only can it achieve first place in areas where it has an advantage, but it can also achieve a high ranking even when it has a significant disadvantage. Does this snake really have no weaknesses? I'm starting to doubt whether dragons really exist in this world. How is that possible? This is clearly the image of a white snake, completely unrelated to a dragon. Besides, it's a legendary creature that doesn't exist in reality at all. It seems the only way to truly prove ourselves is through training. We'll begin formal training tomorrow. At this time, rankings in the training plan. It has already been released to the outside world. It was clear to everyone. The doubts that had been raised about Lin Sheng had now completely vanished. This is what a genius is like. Top-tier talent is truly terrifying. That's not entirely true. At least in my opinion, Lin Sheng's pet beast is far inferior to those of others. What do you mean by a big difference? Don't be fooled by the appearance of a pet in its cub stage. Many highly talented creatures will indeed disguise themselves as ordinary creatures in their cub stage to save their lives. That should be the case, but I don't know what kind it is. Could it be a 9-headed thunderous sky-devouring python? But it doesn't have 9 heads. The doubts and questions raised by the public continued to grow online. By this time, Lin Sheng's deeds had spread throughout almost the entire city of Shanghai. They had even heard of it in the other 2 major base cities. The Bai family at this time. I told you long ago, our daughter made the right choice. Maybe she really will bring us a disaster-level beast tamer. Mother Bai chuckled. He looked exceptionally happy. At this point, Bai Jiuge had nothing more to say. The talent this kid has shown is indeed a bit beyond his expectations. He had thought, under the combined attack of that group of rich kids, it's already quite remarkable that Lin Sheng was able to achieve a top 10 ranking. But to my utter surprise, to achieve such a high ranking in the test after only a few days of training. This cannot be explained by luck. Perhaps I should support my daughter's choice. Bai Jiuge smiled awkwardly. Now he was completely out of control. Because now it's no longer Lin Sheng trying to climb the social ladder by associating with the Bai family. Now the balance of power between the 2 sides has been completely reversed. Chapter 36. The White Mother's Meaning. Training begins. Of course, the most important thing is that my daughter agrees. It's not bad for the 2 of them to be ordinary friends. Bai Jiuge laughed. I remember you didn't say that before. Bai's mother rolled her eyes at Bai Jiuge. Bai Jiuge could only give an awkward smile. Isn't that also for the sake of his daughter? Who would want their daughter to marry a penniless and powerless young man? What if I get scammed? After all, the Bai family was considered a prominent family in Yangqing. However, many people approached Bai He with this intention. But now, those doubts have been dispelled. Not even ordinary friends. This young man is so handsome, polite, and ambitious. If you don't make a move, do you expect your daughter to become a concubine? Bai's mother frowned slightly. Polygamy is permitted in this world. Just like Bai Jiuge. His 2 concubines were found for him by Bai's mother. She is, after all, a princess of the Bai family. She can be a proper wife, but how can she be a concubine? What are you thinking? The 2 of them have only just met. And Bai He isn't even an adult yet. Bai Jiuge was shocked. How can my wife's ideas be so bizarre? I was just trying to praise him, but as we talked, things started to go in the worst possible direction. Anyway, don't worry about it. I'll have a good talk with her when she gets back. Madame Bai raised her chin and left directly from that spot. Bai Jiuge could only sigh helplessly. The poor son-in-law had no say. If he had 100,000 brothers. Forget it, I'll just have to be a good son-in-law. Isn't it better to be a kept man? Why are you stirring up trouble? At the same time, the capital city. Under the dark and dazzling moonlight. The girl was wearing a black trench coat that completely concealed her slender figure. The upturned collar hid her eyes in the darkness as she stood on a high-rise building, scrolling through her phone. And what's displayed on the phone? This is the ranking from the test of this training program. Complete transparency and openness are intended to prevent anyone from using underhanded tactics. Not bad, Lin Sheng. Lin Ming smiled, a smile that hadn't appeared for a long time. She was genuinely happy for her younger brother. So much so that his eyes welled up with tears from his self-pity. It's hard to imagine that such a cold-blooded dragon slayer has his own weaknesses. It's a pity I can't see you now. What a shame. Lin Ming stroked the phone screen. The last time I saw Lin Sheng was at his school. I never imagined they would grow to this level in such a short time. She desperately wanted to fly there right now, to grab Lin Sheng and give him a good squeeze. At this time, Lin Sheng was far away in a villa area of an unknown training base. I inexplicably shuddered. It seemed to recall some distant, unknown fear. Which enemy is thinking of me this time? Lin Sheng pulled the blanket up a little. Take your heart back. I'm browsing the training camp's online store on my phone. After several tests, I now have more than 12,000 points. But it's a bit expensive to use camp points to buy a Lord-level creature. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. Lord-level creatures are dozens, or even hundreds of times more expensive than general-level creatures. The reason they are so expensive is because they are difficult to hunt. With Lin Sheng's current financial resources, to upgrade Xiao Bai scales to Lord level, it would take as many as 50,000 points. What's more, they haven't even replaced all the general-level warriors yet. I need about 300 more ferocious beasts to hunt enough for Little White to evolve. Let's save these points and exchange them for Lord-level items before the training ends. Lin Sheng had made up his mind. The next day, training camp. Students and instructors gathered at the foot of the camp's 100-meter-high city wall. The imposing and heavy steel city towers, even when observed up close, are still extremely awe-inspiring. It was almost time. Instructor Liang finally spoke. You've almost crystallized by now. Of the original 100 students, only 70 remain, with more than 20 students choosing to withdraw. Now we will begin your formal training. If you can pass the formal training, you will be qualified to obtain a catastrophic cub, and this training will last for about a month. Upon hearing about the disaster level cub, everyone present had their eyes shining. Isn't this what they came here for? If you can get a catastrophic cub, maybe I can get a guaranteed admission to one of those 5 legendary universities. We'll go back from the training base then. You can also make a name for yourself in your own city and be a top scorer. How awesome is that? As the saying goes, the best speech is the least speech. I won't waste any more words. This training is very simple. Head north from Kaoshiman, and you will see an extremely high mountain peak there. And atop that mountain peak, there is a dragon blood fruit guarded by a lord-level creature. Bring that fruit back, and you'll be qualified to receive a catastrophe-level pet cub. The competition will last for a month, and there are no restrictions on the content. Even if you only survive in the wild for a month, you can still get a lot of points. If you encounter danger, you can press the communicator in your hand, and someone will come to your rescue immediately, but it also means that you have failed. Upon hearing this, everyone understood. This is essentially letting incompetent people survive for a month and accumulate some points. Those who are capable will go after lord-level creatures and compete for the dragon blood fruit. I think I'd better go outside and hide. Luckily, I've watched Master Bay's wilderness survival videos. I've seen it, but do you have a nuclear-powered knife and a lighter? I heard that you have to sign a life or death agreement before the accident, so the mortality rate must be quite high. I'm panicking because they want me to sign a life or death agreement. If you're panicking, then just quit. I said I panicked, but I didn't say I was scared. You're awesome. Some students were somewhat flustered, but no one backed down. After all, such an opportunity to turn things around is very rare. Open the city gates. The city gates slowly opened with a thunderous roar. Some students rushed out with their pets, not wanting to wait any longer. With their speed, getting that dragon blood fruit would be incredibly easy. Why is Lin Sheng taking such a leisurely time? His pet beast has no advantage in speed, not to mention its level is only at the mid-stage of the War General realm. This competition is not only about speed, but also about endurance, patience, and the ability to survive in the wild. This is what Chief Instructor Gao Liang explained. Under these rules, even if the pet is powerful, it doesn't have much of an advantage. Moreover, Lin Sheng's white snake has not yet used any skills. Battles between pets are mostly decided by skills. Then the outcome of this battle is hard to predict. I think Lin Sheng is very confident. Di Qian said quietly. Why are you always defending him? Does he think he's the king of heaven? The bald instructor rolled his eyes. Haha, that's understandable. After all, Di Qian placed a huge bet. Chief Instructor Gao Liang laughed heartily. At that moment, a figure jumped down from the city wall and landed directly in front of the three. Chapter 37 Disaster Level Beast Tamer. The Six Kings Competition. I saw this figure. The three of them dared not be negligent. He immediately gave him a standard military salute. Greetings, Senior Ding. The three of them had clear eyes, without the slightest sign of slackness. The man standing in front of them, dressed in black and with a full beard, nodded seriously. He was the one in charge of this training program. The Dragon Kingdom's Disaster Level Beast Tamer. Ding Long. How's it going? Has training started yet? As you can see, it has already begun. It's good that it started. These past few days of testing have been so noisy that I haven't been able to sleep, and I can't even play the game properly. Ding Long rolled his eyes. All day long, a bunch of little guys with their pets are making a ruckus in the training camp. He couldn't even hear his own footsteps. Luckily, my teammates insulted my parents a few times. He was so angry he almost went down the internet cable and punched the person. Upon hearing this, the three instructors all gave awkward smiles. But Senior Ding, what do you think of Lin Sheng's pet beast? Does he have a chance? Di Qian asked the question. Ding Long glanced at her. It seems you value this student quite a bit. However, his potential is not bad, but his chances of getting the dragon blood fruit in this competition are slim. Ding Long shook his head. Upon hearing this, Di Qian immediately became anxious. Senior Ding, Lin Sheng has achieved first place and top 3 rankings in several tests. Even the other 2 instructors were baffled at this point. By all accounts, Lin Sheng is the most likely beast tamer to obtain the disaster level cub. How could the chances be so slim? It's not that he lacks talent. Quite the opposite, his talent and his pet are the ones I can't understand the most. Ding Long said with a serious expression. These words only made everyone more confused. Senior Ding's words can be seen as a great affirmation of Lin Sheng, but they didn't think he could get the dragon blood fruit. Why is that? Soon. Ding Long then provided the answer. You haven't noticed yet, have you? That little girl from the Du family, the Tsang family, and the other beast tamers are all suppressing the level of their pets. Their pet beasts will break through to the Lord level in just a few days. On the other hand, Lin Sheng's white snake, although it performed well in all tests and had the strongest talent, was the one that leveled up the slowest. If I'm not mistaken, he must have contracted his pet after awakening his talent, and it was a pet in the early stages of awakening. Upon hearing this, the three instructors immediately opened their mouths. They really didn't notice that. No wonder those guys have been slacking off in training lately. They initially thought they had been discouraged by Lin Sheng. Now it seems they were the ones who were pretending to be weak while actually being strong. Could it be that all these geniuses enjoy playing dumb to outsmart others? That makes sense though. Lin Sheng's white snake probably started leveling up from the lowest level, while the other people's pets were probably already at the early or even mid-stage of the battle general level when they were contracted. Di Qian spoke quietly. After all, it is a pet beast with king-level talent. Her upgrade speed cannot compare to that of her lord-level ghost. The two sides are not even on the same level. According to their investigation of Lin Sheng, this white snake was indeed contracted when Lin Sheng had just awakened his beast-taming talent. Even if you have talent, you won't be able to use it now. After all, Lin Sheng's pet beast level was only at the mid-stage of the warrior level. To upgrade it to the lord level in a month was simply a pipe dream. Even if Senior Ding could go back in time, he probably couldn't do it. So that's how it is. Di Qian fell silent. There's nothing we can do. That's just how the rules are. Ding Long had no other options. After all, he wasn't the only one going to take this catastrophic cub. However, it's not entirely without a chance. Ding Long added another sentence. As long as you upgrade to Lord level within a month. But 1 month to go from mid-warrior to Lord level? Are you dreaming? Why? The three instructors also sighed. For the rest of the time, they could only wait outside the training base to see who would return first. At the same time, in the jungle, having just stepped into the wilderness, Du Ning did not head directly towards the mountain peak. That location is very far away, even at the fastest speed. Even without the interference of wild monsters, it will take at least 6 or 7 days to arrive. However, if there is any disruption, this number of days will increase. Moreover, even if you arrive early, you'll still have to compete with others. Why not evolve the ice butterfly to Lord level first? A faint frost appeared in Du Ning's eyes. She sat cross-legged under a waterfall with ice butterfly. At this moment, the waterfall that was originally cascading downwards had already frozen into blocks of ice sculptures. The ice butterfly gradually melted into a cocoon within the ice sculpture, emitting wisps of cold air. This place is a few kilometers away from the main route, so we shouldn't be discovered. Du Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Then she raised her fair chin. Lin Sheng, I hope I never run into you again. And such a scene. It also happened in several places in the jungle. At least several beast tamers are upgrading their pets. There are truly many, many more sixth brothers. An open space. Roar. The enormous bull let out a painful roar. He was wrapped up by a thick white snake, which bit his spine and caused him to collapse to the ground. Sequence extraction. Obtain the wild bull genetic bloodline. Obtain the power gene of the wild bull. Obtain the wild bullhorn gene. The raging bull in front of them was instantly reduced to a pile of bones by Lin Sheng's skill. Not bad. Lin Sheng reached out and wiped away unexplained sweat from his forehead. This is already the 10th one. Lin Sheng's reason for hunting these demons was quite simple. In addition to increasing the genes of the newbie, it also allows it to quickly advance to the Lord level. I can kill 50 or 300 a day, and I can finish them all in just 6 days. By then, Xiaobai's level will be close to that of a lord. Lin Sheng felt slightly excited. After all, many of the creatures here are being killed for the first time. It can seize the power within the opponent's bloodline. After it evolves, Little White's horns will be almost fully grown. They went through all that trouble to travel so far. At Xiaobai's speed, it would probably take him half a month to make a round trip. It would be better to just stand guard at the door and beat up anyone who comes back. Lin Sheng flashed a bright smile. The little white snake beside it was also eager to try. Hiss. The owner is so clever. It's estimated that no one could have guessed what Lin Sheng was thinking right now. There are more than 70 contestants. Who can beat all 70 of them? After all, you're guarding the door, and you don't know who got the dragon blood fruit. That means we have to search everyone. But that's obviously impossible. Because the beast tamers here are not ordinary people. He's a genius among geniuses. However, Lin Sheng is no ordinary person either. Next, we just need to keep upgrading and wait for the rabbit to run into the tree stump. Lin Sheng laughed even more heartily. Who is the Six Kings? This remains to be discussed. Chapter 38 The second pet beast makes Little White feel a sense of crisis. In the jungle, Lin Sheng led Xiao Bai toward the high mountain. It's not that I want to compete for that dragon blood fruit. The deeper you go into the jungle, the higher the level of the ferocious beasts and the rarer their species. That would give Lin Sheng more opportunities to obtain high-level ferocious beast genes. Just as the man and the snake were moving forward, a strong wind suddenly swept through the jungle. Then a huge, white-browed, one-horned tiger with piercing eyes suddenly darted out from the side. Fierce and cautious tiger. Level, late-stage warrior. Talents, early game lord. Skills, pounce, fang tooth, ferocity, harden, proficient, intimidating roar. Evolutionary path, fierce and cautious tiger. Introduction. Fortunately, that drunkard didn't encounter it back then, and fortunately, it didn't encounter a mysterious person who could slide tackle. Late-stage warrior. This is the first tiger that Lin Sheng has encountered in the late stage of the battle general realm. The Lord Demon I encountered in the secret realm was only at the late stage of the war general realm. However, this was only halfway into the jungle. Then we encountered a tiger at the late stage of the war general realm. The jungle is indeed dangerous. Not to mention ordinary people, even beast tamers could die at any time in the wild. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. Roar. The enormous, ferocious tiger let out a terrifying roar. Then he charged straight over. It stretched out its enormous tiger paw, which instantly turned into a steel-like black. However, before he could take a picture, Little White's snake tail also turned pitch black. It shot out with a whoosh. In just a moment, the snake's tail pierced through the back of the white tiger's neck. The enormous white tiger carcass crashed to the ground with a thud as the snake's tail was pulled out. It's already a piece of cake for Xiao Bai to advance one level. Lin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. In the past, the fight would probably have lasted a while longer. Sequence extraction. Obtain the hardening, skilled gene. Hardening, proficient, upgrades to hardening, master. Level upgraded to late-stage warrior. Master level hardening. Lin Sheng was overjoyed. After spending so much time, I finally got another master level skill. The current version of Xiao Bai uses hardening technology, which could probably cover the entire body. Our combat effectiveness has been significantly improved. Hiss. After absorbing the bloodline, the little white snake's body gradually became burning hot. Its body size also grew larger and larger, and its scales became more and more plump. A pair of less noticeable round horns also grew on its head. It can be said that beneath Xiao Bai's scales at this moment, it is all muscle. With just a flick of its tail, it could crush a warrior-level ferocious beast on the spot. Only 300 more are needed to evolve into a lord-level creature. Lin Sheng gently stroked Xiao Bai's forehead with his hand. Hiss. Master, please continue. Little White needs to become stronger. They're actually that ambitious? As your master, you make me very happy. Lin Sheng smiled and nodded, his hand stroking Xiao Bai's forehead even harder. Hiss. I'm afraid of being pushed down by the second child. Xiao Bai's eyes were very serious. It could sense that its master was going to contract a second pet beast, and it was now full of a sense of crisis. Only the strong deserve to sleep in beds. Oh, then you'd better work harder. Lin Sheng thought that Xiao Bai would feel repulsed by his contracting of a second pet. After all, this would make the initial beast tamer feel betrayed. When a beast tamer contracts a second pet beast, they are all placed together with the initial pet and nurtured for a period of time. Only after both parties have a good understanding and familiarity with each other will they choose to enter into a contract. Otherwise, it can easily cause conflicts among your pets. If the beast tamer were to forcibly use a contract to suppress them, it would be quite dishonorable. Continue. Hiss. Xiao Bai's level is already more than enough. From now on, Lin Sheng only needs to keep hunting down ferocious beasts. And in this kind of wilderness, well, we have no shortage of our ferocious beasts. Around each warrior-level ferocious beast, there are usually 2 to 3 awakened-level beasts lingering. They are not only family members, but also have different social statuses. And a ferocious beast of lord-level status. Dozens, or even hundreds of ferocious beasts at the warrior level surrounded them. Even a newbie like him could instantly kill a warrior-level opponent. They might even have the opportunity to fight against some of the weaker ferocious beasts at the Lord level. But that's why we still can't confront Lord level ferocious beasts head on. The day passed quickly. I killed about 50 today. I need to keep up the good work tomorrow. Otherwise, it will be difficult to evolve into a Lord level creature before they come back. Lin Sheng explained to Xiaobai. Hiss. Awesome. The next day, more than 50 were still hunted down. The third day, 62. Day 4, 73. Day 5, 120. Based on the habits of these ferocious beasts, I can now confidently locate the corresponding beast in specific locations, and my efficiency in killing them has also increased significantly. Lin Sheng pondered silently. Little White blinked as it looked at its owner. Now it is as thick as a bucket. The pair of small white horns on its head are also recognizable, except for the fact that it can't fly because it doesn't have claws. It already possesses almost everything a dragon should have. During this period, Xiaobai even acquired 2 more skills. Danger Intuition. Heal the eyes. Danger Intuition allows Xiaobai to detect danger in advance. The Healing Eye allows Xiaobai to heal others, and this skill can also cause some damage to strange creatures. Perhaps in the future we can create a pair of holy eyes that can ward off evil spirits and demons. Lin Sheng recalled that dragons were creatures with an extremely strong ability to suppress strange and evil spirits. It relies on these dragon eyes that can ward off evil and bring good fortune as soon as they are opened. If only I could have a pair of eyes like that. In the future, following the Dragon Slayer Bureau to tackle those dangerous dungeons will give you a significant advantage. It can also help your second pet. Hunting accessories. In this way, by stepping on the right foot with the left, one can attain the status of an immortal emperor. These have all been verified by predecessors. Sigh, grinding monsters is always so boring. Lin Sheng shook his head helplessly. If the other students who were hiding in the cave heard this, they would definitely want to run out and yell at him for being shameless. Being able to survive in the wild for a month is already the mark of a master among masters. And then spend a whole month killing monsters in the wild? They wouldn't even dare to dream of it. You should know that some hunter teams probably only go out to hunt ferocious beasts once a month. Even so, there is still a risk of injury or disability. It's easy to imagine how much Xiaobai's strength has inflated. At this moment, in the camp, so many days have passed. These students should be close to the summit by now, right? I'll go take a look. You two stay here and guard this place. Ding Long can't stay idle. He spoke a few words to the 3 of them. The 3 instructors exchanged helpless glances. In the past few days, they have rescued more than 30 students from the wild. Besides those who lacked the strength, there were also many who were starving to death. I imagine the remaining students are having a tough time, right? The 3 of them thought of it subconsciously. Meanwhile, on the highest peak of this unfamiliar land, Chapter 39 geniuses from all sides gather at the mountain peak. At the foot of a towering, extremely steep mountain peak, a giant butterfly with wonderful patterns on its wings, its body shaped like an ice sculpture, looks extremely fantastic and gorgeous. And right next to this butterfly, there were several cheese-covered Himalayan sheep, also frozen solid. Cheese-baked Himalayan lamb. It is a ferocious beast that evolved from the Himalayan blue sheep. It is the #1 killer when rock climbing in high mountains. Meanwhile, these warrior-level ibex had already lost their lives inside the ice sculpture. Ice Crystal Royal Butterfly. It evolves from Ice Butterfly, and its special move is Shout-Eye. Let's take another route. Du Ning's beautiful eyebrows furrowed. Although these general-level cheese ibex are not worth mentioning. But if you anger the master of this mountain peak, things will get very bad. Du Ning did not believe that only her Ice Butterfly had evolved to the Lord level. It's just a pity that I've never run into that guy Lin Sheng. Du Ning slightly raised her beautiful chin. No other meaning intended. He simply wanted to spar with Lin Sheng. It's definitely not because I feel I can't beat him. It's just a little white snake. Du Ning became increasingly angry as she thought about it. The more I want to see this guy, the less I can see him. And in the shadows surrounding Du Ning, this young lady is quite something. She can even evolve such a difficult-to-train pet beast to the Lord level. It seems that she is determined to get the dragon blood fruit this time. Ding Long nodded silently. Rumor has it that once the Ice Butterfly evolves to a catastrophic level, a mere flap of its wings can freeze an entire city. It is an extremely dangerous and terrifying creature. However, it is also extremely fragile and difficult to cultivate. If this Ice Crystal Emperor Butterfly evolves to the cataclysmic level, it will probably have no rivals. Ding Long stroked his beard. They then left the place. On a mountainside, far from here, the giant, A massive creature standing 10 meters tall, wearing heavy armor, with a giant sword at its waist and a mask that revealed only its eyes, was climbing upwards. And on the shoulders of giants, there stood a young beast tamer as well. Night Giant. It has also reached the Lord level. Ding Long was slightly taken aback. Now that they have weapons, the Night Giant's fighting power is no longer what it used to be. It's a qualitative leap compared to before, and the armor on his body was even more difficult to break through. With their current fighting strength, even the owner of this mountain is probably no match for them. I really underestimated these students. They are all geniuses among geniuses. Compared to my compatriots back then, my compatriots were simply trash. Ding Long complained. This was simply the best class he had ever led. Select a few disaster-level beast tamers from among these people and train them. He will be in a good mood. I must get this dragon blood fruit. Strike the snake at its vital point, for snakes fear a sword. My Night Giant is the nemesis of snakes. Song Yunzong regained his confidence. Now he fears nothing, he only seeks defeat. The Night Giant responded with a sound of agreement. He was clearly still resentful about his previous defeats. The Knight's honor cannot allow him to continue losing. He must get his revenge. Listening to Song Yunzong's words, Ding Long couldn't hold back any longer. Just how hated is Lin Sheng? I've heard about him spreading rumors about Princess Du, but how did Song Yunzong get involved? This kid is way too much of a troublemaker. If this guy really gets his hands on the dragon blood fruit, if he causes trouble for himself in the future, wouldn't that ruin his reputation as his master? To be honest, Ding Long was a little flustered. But it doesn't matter. Being targeted by these two geniuses, getting the dragon blood fruit, that's even more impossible. Ding Long said slowly. Certainly. He was simply stating a fact. If Lin Sheng were to obtain the dragon blood fruit, he would spare no effort in teaching him. Big Yellow. Did you smell Lin Sheng and that little white snake on the way? Why, he touched the massive, monstrous thunder lion beside her. At this moment, the thunder lion's fur had turned snow white. Those eyes seemed to contain endless thunder. Clearly, this thunder lion has reached the level of a lord. Roar! The thunder lion roared and shook its head. Besides, the name Rhubarb made it feel that the dignity of its lion clan had been insulted. Why does this sound so much like a dog's name? All right then, Big Yellow, let's go. Big Yellow, we'll be there soon, Big Yellow. Why, he smiled, then flipped over and sat directly on the back of the thunder lion. The thunder lion felt as if knives were being plunged into his heart. A series of data appeared on the screen. True damage minus 99,999. True damage minus 99,999. True damage minus 99,999. It's about to vomit blood. But for the sake of its young master, the Thunder Lion had no choice but to do so. Rhubarb it is. It's just a title anyway. Only the owner will bark. At this moment, the Thunder Lion had not yet realized what was happening. In the future, a second person will call him Big Yellow. Similarly, many beast tamers also came to the mountains. I almost rushed here. All pets are at the Lord level. Because if a warrior-level warrior doesn't team up, they simply can't get here. The demons they encountered on the road alone could hold them off for a long time. And the beast tamer who possessed the volcanic rock worm was the low-key guy. We had reached the halfway point of the mountain. I must get this dragon blood fruit. The low-key guy's gaze was firm. The reason why we kept a low profile in the camp was quite simple. When I was parachuting, I accidentally got caught on the central iron tower. It belongs to the category of passive and low-key. If this gets out, where will he put his face? If I become stronger in the future, I might be dragged out and whipped from time to time. The scene is terrifying to even think about. It's better to keep a low profile for now. Wait until you get a disaster-level pet. By then, who will remember that he was hanging on the tower? Let's do it this way. He continued walking, carrying the volcanic rock worms towards the summit. Because this mountain range is extremely high, it would probably take half a day to climb to the top. Therefore, all the awakened ones worked very hard to rush upwards. Almost everyone dared not slack off. After all, if you're even a few seconds slower, the dragon blood fruit might be snatched away by someone else. And it would be difficult to snatch it from him again. Nobody wants the fishermen to benefit. They won't take action unless absolutely necessary. However, to everyone's surprise, at this moment, on the mountaintop, beast masters have already arrived there. And they are currently fighting with the master of this mountain. Chapter 40 The Terrifying Domain of the Ice Crystal Emperor Butterfly. Is Lin Sheng out of luck? Damn it. If I'd known I couldn't win, I wouldn't have come up so quickly. A beast tamer with his one-horned snow leopard. They are facing a group of ferocious beasts. Those were huge white snow wolves. Among these snow wolves was a lord-level white wolf that stood 5 meters tall and was significantly larger than the other white wolves. They were staring at him intently. And now these white wolves are guarding a fruit tree on that cliff. Even among geniuses, there are differences. With his one-horned snow leopard, it would be quite difficult to deal with so many warrior-level ferocious beasts. Just as he was hesitating whether to play defensively or go all out, a clear, cold voice came from high above. "Get out of the way." Upon hearing the sound, he instinctively looked up and ahead. All that could be seen was the sky. The magnificent ice crystal butterfly, carrying a woman with a cold and aloof face, slowly landed on the ground. She was like a goddess from the heavens. This left the beast tamer completely stunned. "Little butterfly, freeze the entire land." As Du Ning's pink lips parted slightly, cold words came out of his mouth. The ice crystal butterflies in the air slowly flapped their wings. But an invisible, terrifying domain power spread outwards. The first to be hit were several white wolves, who were instantly frozen in place. Its pupils were wide open, but it had already lost all signs of life. And this destructive force continued to spread outwards. Those dozens, or even hundreds of white wolves lost their life force in just a few seconds, remaining in place like an ice sculpture. And the beast tamer standing behind Du Ning. Upon seeing this terrifying scene, his pupils widened in shock. What? This is just too outrageous. It instantly killed dozens, or even hundreds of ferocious beasts at the level of generals. Is this what a domain is? Unfortunately, his beast-taming talent level was too low, and he was unable to awaken his domain. There is a world of difference between them and those highly talented pets. If you don't leave soon, you'll turn into an ice sculpture too. Du Ning's words were cold and devoid of any emotion. They are enemies now, and there is no need to show them any mercy. If you stay here any longer, you will be seen as trying to take the dragon blood fruit. I understand. Snow leopard, let's go. The innocent boy was startled. They hurried down the mountain. Joke. This godlike power is something his cheese snow leopard could never contend with. At this moment, Du Ning was like a snow maiden from an extremely cold place. She was surrounded by absolute death. The moment the area expanded, all the surrounding warrior-level ferocious beasts were frozen into ice sculptures. Ice Spike. The ice crystal butterfly slowly flapped its wings. Dozens of slender icicles appeared all around. Then, in an instant, it froze the stiff-moving lord-level snow wolf through the ground. Blood stained the earth red. The white wolf lord at level 4-4 was utterly powerless to resist. In the same category, a creature with a monarch-level talent is enough to crush a lord-level creature. Alright, it seems I'm the first one here. Du Ning took long, fair steps, and walked gracefully forward. After passing by one white wolf after another, frozen into ice sculptures, they finally arrived at the fruit tree. Just as she was about to reach out and pluck the red fruit. Whoosh! A terrifying gust of wind pressure rushed down from high above. Du Ning was immediately startled, and the ice crystal emperor butterfly, carrying its master, retreated rapidly. The next second, boom! An explosive sound rang out ahead. A large sword came crashing down. So it wasn't Lin Sheng who arrived first, but you? Hee hee, no matter what, I want this fruit tree. Night Giant, bring me this dragon blood fruit. As Cang Yunzong issued his order, the armored giant stretched out its towering hand and uprooted the dragon blood fruit tree. Then he leaped off the cliff. Let's go? Watching the boy's departing figure, Du Ning's eyes grew increasingly cold, as if covered with a layer of frost. Can you get away? In secret, looking at the dragon blood fruit tree that had been uprooted, Ding Long was so angry he almost rushed out. Damn it! You little bastards, you can't go easy on them. That dragon fruit tree, he planted it there. Uprooted completely. He was so angry he almost had a heart attack. You should know that this tree is worth over $1 billion international dollars. You just pulled it out like weeds? What if you kill him? He's about to vomit blood. However, it seems that Lin Sheng really has no chance now. The dragon blood fruit trees have all been uprooted, and there's been no further activity. Ding Long thought of Lin Sheng. Is that really the case? Getting first place in all tests means you're destined to not achieve good results in the wild. He taught so many students, it was like a curse. Now the dragon blood fruit has fallen directly into someone else's hands. With his warrior-level pet beast, Lin Sheng had no chance left. And only half a month has passed. Upgrading to the lord level is a pipe dream. Knock knock knock. A gigantic knight, holding a dragon's blood fruit tree in his hand, he ran wildly through the jungle. With each step he took, the ferocious beasts around him were terrified and scattered in all directions. Behind him, several beast tamers were also in hot pursuit. Lin Sheng probably knows that a warrior-level pet beast can't deal with a lord-level one, so he didn't try to snatch it. That's like his style. However, it probably won't be long before those players discover that the dragon blood fruit tree has been taken away, and then they'll come after me. With Lin Sheng no longer the biggest threat, I can simply head back to the base without any problems. Song Yunzong narrowed his eyes. The Iron Giant's size was so enormous that hiding would not be easy. However, he is now the first to head back, and should be the first to arrive at the base. As for fighting against the Ice Crystal Butterfly, after witnessing that terrifying domain, Song Yun no longer harbored such thoughts. And even if the two of them start fighting, the commotion will likely attract the others soon. It's like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. In the end, I still managed to get my hands on him. At this moment, Song Yunzong just wanted to burst into laughter. A catastrophic pet. And they're still cubs. Who can contract a disaster-level pet for their second pet? Only I, Song Yunzong, can achieve this. Only true geniuses deserve to be catastrophic cubs. As the crowd gave chase, not far from the base, Lin Sheng's white snake had just finished molting, completely evolved to Lord level. White snake. Level, early Lord. Talent, mid-stage monarch. Skills, entangling, mastery. Water spray, mastery. Hardening, mastery. Healing eye, danger intuition. Dragon's might, black flame horn. Eagle eye, visual enhancement, vision. Evolutionary path, Jiaolong. Description, devouring the genes of thousands of life forms. The true king of nature. Lord level. Hiss. The little white creature coiled around Lin Sheng, its golden pupils exuding majesty. With the essence and blood of 1,000 creatures, Xiaobai gradually developed its own dragon might. Creatures within a radius of dozens of miles dared not approach this place upon sensing its aura. It's worth mentioning that Xiaobai's water spraying skill has also been upgraded to the master level. They were now surrounding Lin Sheng. They seem very affectionate. It has just shed its skin and emerged from its weakened state. I want a hug. They should be back by now, right? Lin Sheng touched the little white dog's horn, which he had almost rubbed bare, and grinned. He had scouted out almost all the roads leading to this place. Wherever they go, they will always pass by the main road at the front gate. This road is mine, and this tree should belong to me too. Chapter 41 Dragon Blood Fruit Acquired. The night giant nearly trips again. Ding Long was on his way back. But unexpectedly, they spotted a familiar figure. What's Lin Sheng doing here? Ding Long was somewhat puzzled. In his view, the outcome is now almost certain. It's already very difficult to reverse the situation. What is Lin Sheng doing standing on the main road with his pet beast? Suddenly, a bad idea popped into Ding Long's mind. His eyes widened instantly. Is this kid planning to ambush someone on the road? That's practically suicide. Given Lin Sheng's high intelligence, he shouldn't have done something so stupid. Could it be that he doesn't know that other people's pets have already evolved to the Lord level? Ding Long suddenly realized. That's quite possible. After all, Ding Long didn't notice when those pet beasts were evolving. When everyone parted ways, their levels and pets were only at the warrior level. Should we give this kid a heads up? After all, Lin Sheng has many enemies. If he gets humiliated and his invincible spirit is shattered, he might be defeated. Even if he develops great talent in the future, he will probably remain unsuccessful and unfulfilled. Forget it. The training is fair, and if I interfere, it will no longer be fair. Ding Long shook his head. They went straight back to the training base. Seeing this senior, the bald man, who had been squatting at the door eating a boxed lunch, suddenly had his eyes light up. Senior, who has obtained a dragon blood fruit now? Upon hearing this, Di Qian, who was in the distance, also raised her fair forehead. Did Lin Sheng obtain the dragon blood fruit? She asked directly. Your precious subordinate didn't get it. The dragon blood fruit is now in Song Yunzong's hands. If Du Ning doesn't catch up, he should be able to win. I was just asking about the precious subordinate. It doesn't matter if he doesn't get it yet. With his talent, he'll get it later. Di Qian blushed slightly and coughed awkwardly. Then I looked at the jungle in the distance. One failure means nothing. Thump. Thump. Knock knock knock. The gigantic night giant was running wildly through the bushes. Each step he took left a huge armored boot print on the ground. On the outskirts of the jungle, there were at most creatures at the late stage of the war general realm. The surrounding ferocious beasts all fled in all directions upon hearing the news. Even more ferocious beasts ran to Lin Sheng's place. Shouldn't they be here soon? Lin Sheng and Xiaobai stood on a tall tree branch, looking out into the distant jungle. On the distant horizon, A massive head clad in armor gradually emerged. With Xiaobai's vision, it was clear that the armored figure was holding a tree in his hand, with a crystal-clear red fruit hanging from it. You're the one. Little White. Hide in the shadows and prepare to make your move. Hiss. The two quickly jumped down from the tree. They lie in wait in the jungle, ready to strike. Soon, the enormous night giant arrived here. Whoosh! Before that step could be taken. Suddenly, a stream several meters wide rushed out from the side. It instantly covered the feet of the night giant. What? Song Yunzong was dumbfounded. Some unpleasant memories suddenly surfaced in my mind. But it's too late now. The night giant never once thought of stopping as he ran. He stepped down. His entire body suddenly rose up. Fortunately, I still have a long sword in my hand. The night giant Zhang plunged his long sword into the ground, barely managing to steady himself and avoid falling over again. But in the chaos, the dragon blood fruit tree in his hand had already been thrown away. I didn't expect the night giant to be so agile after evolving. Lin Sheng took the bright red fruit from Xiaobai's mouth and smiled slightly. Unfortunately, Xiaobai's water spraying skill has reached the master level. It can instantly create a slippery stream on the ground. Damn it, Lin Sheng, it's you again. Song Yunzong was completely enraged. That last blow almost tore the seams off his armor. The night giant sheathed his sword, stood up, and prepared to give chase. However, Lin Shenggang turned around. Suddenly, a chill swept over me. Lin Sheng's expression changed. Little White opened its mouth and a stream of water shot out. In the blink of an eye, the stream was frozen into an ice wall. Behind the ice wall, a tall figure could be vaguely seen, along with a huge butterfly that looked like an ice crystal. Run? Why have you stopped running? Du Ning's expression was indifferent. The night giant behind Lin Sheng also stood up. The huge shadow blocked all the sunlight from shining through. Give me the dragon blood fruit, and I might let you go. Du Ning extended her fair and delicate right hand. Lin Shengchao looked behind him. The night giant had already gripped his longsword. Lin Sheng, give me the dragon blood fruit. Your late-stage warrior level pet is no match for us. I'll be honest with you, my night giant has already reached the lord level. Song Yunzong stood on the shoulders of giants and spoke confidently. His nose was almost pointing to the sky. Give it to me, and I'll let you go. I can also take care of that pig-headed guy behind you. Du Ning tucked her hair behind her ear. Who are you calling a pig-head? A well-shaped mark appeared on Song Yunzong's forehead. The dissatisfaction in my heart had accumulated to the extreme. At this moment, 3 more people arrived. Finally caught up. What's the situation now? On the left, a beast tamer, accompanied by a blazing fiery hound, was eyeing the area menacingly. Lin Sheng. As Bai He rode on the back of the Thunder Lion, she couldn't help but squeeze her legs together. The current situation has left her somewhat conflicted. The dragon blood fruit was in Lin Sheng's hands, but she didn't want to take it. However, can Lin Sheng, with his mid-stage white snake, withstand it? This snake doesn't seem to have any obvious distinguishing features. A masked beast tamer, with a jet-black beetle perched on his shoulder, whispered silently. This situation means that the opponent's pet beast has not yet evolved to the lord level. Despite his appearance, he has studied the characteristics of many evolved pets, which allows him to discern the level of their species. This is quite useful in combat. Lin Sheng's pet beast does not meet the characteristics of a lord-level creature among snakes. How about we make him hand over the dragon blood fruit, and then we can fight over it? Someone made a suggestion. Haha. Lin Sheng suddenly smiled nonchalantly. Hiss. Haha. Although it didn't know why its owner was laughing, Xiaobai just had to laugh along. It would rather make mistakes than do nothing. That hearty smile instantly captivated Bai He, leaving her mesmerized. To be able to laugh even in such a dangerous situation, you truly are something else. The people around them frowned. Why don't you guys come and get it? Whoever gets it gets to keep it. Lin Sheng spoke calmly. These people were fighting over each other and didn't take him seriously at all, which made Lin Sheng slightly annoyed. Chapter 42. 5 people stand off. The white snake's true strength. You want us to rob you? Are you sure you can leave here unscathed? The masked beast tamer chuckled. However, before he could continue laughing, Lin Sheng's right hand trembled. The fiery red dragon blood fruit in his hand was instantly thrown towards that person. All eyes were drawn to the fruit in the air. The hostility naturally shifted to him. What? The masked beast tamer felt a surge of anxiety. It summoned its own volcanic rockworm. This volcanic rockworm is about the size of a basketball. Although it is considered a giant among ordinary volcanic rockworms, it is much smaller than the pets of the other people. The rockworm flapped its wings and flew towards the red fruit in the air. Its body was also covered in fiery red lava. Let's see who dares to try and steal it. Anyone who touches it will be exposed to temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. At this moment, Xiaobai had already rushed to the vicinity of the volcanic rockworm. The tip of its tail turned jet black and lashed out in a flash. Whoosh! How dare you? The masked beast tamer smiled. A mere warrior-level creature dares to attack my lord-level volcanic rockworm? Won't this burn your tail off? However, an unexpected scene unfolded. Smack! A loud bang was heard. The flying volcanic rockworm was struck head-on by Xiaobai. With a crack, several gaps appeared in the thick scale armor on his body, and he was sent flying like a bullet. In contrast, look at Little White's tail at this moment. It was just a slight burn. After a barely perceptible black flame spread, the wound disappeared without a trace. Puff! The masked beast tamer, whose pet had been hunted, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The spirits of the beast tamer and the beast are connected. The carapace on the volcanic rockworm is itself a part of the worm. This blow dealt him a heavy blow, rendering him unable to compete for the fruit. And the red dragon blood fruit landed steadily in Lin Sheng's hand. Anyone else want it? Feel free to come and get it from me. Lin Sheng held the red dragon blood fruit in one hand and scanned the crowd. Like the master of this place, he is extremely majestic. Everyone present was still in shock. A volcanic rock worm the size of a basketball is definitely at the lord level. But why? He was sent flying by a beast tamer who was at the mid-stage or even late stage of the war general realm and immediately lost consciousness. Could it be that Lin Sheng's snake has reached the lord level? But it doesn't look like it. Song Yunzong was already starting to panic. And most importantly, this is a steal. Although there was a careless and underestimated opponent of the volcanic rockworm, it failed to realize this possibility. But it can shatter the scales on its body with its tail. This still proves that the snake in front of us is not to be underestimated. At least among them, they are already the strongest. How about we join forces? Song Yunzong spoke silently. There's no way he could possibly snatch the dragon blood fruit from Lin Sheng on his own. Even if he is arrogant, he cannot underestimate his opponent based on the strength Lin Sheng just displayed. Besides, Lin Sheng isn't the only one here. The other beast tamers were also present. He's not so foolish as to let others reap the benefits. Lin Sheng, while he was still in a daze. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the boy in the arena who was holding a red fruit and had a giant snake coiled around him. How can you underestimate Lin Sheng? He's my role model. If I'm already this strong, how could Lin Sheng possibly be weak? Bai He, you really need to reflect on yourself. Looking at Bai He's appearance, Song Yunzong's lips twitched. It seems there's no hope for this girl. Forget about helping them join forces against Lin Sheng. It would be good enough if they didn't stand with Lin Sheng and instead turned against them. Du Ning, standing some distance away, remained silent. It seemed she had no intention of speaking to him. And at that moment, Song Yunzong finally couldn't hold back and made his move. There's no point in dragging this out. He might as well make the first move. The night giant raised the enormous iron sword in his hand. As it was lifted to its highest point, it suddenly slashed down. Whoosh! The great sword pressed down and tore through the air. The night giant's immense power seemed capable of cleaving through anything. If it hits the ground, enough to split the earth and cleave mountains. However, Xiaobai and Lin Sheng did not shy away from it, showing no fear whatsoever. Based on the power genes that Xiaobai has now obtained, the only advantage this night giant had against him was his weight. The fact that Xiaobai could easily lift a cauldron weighing 1,000 tons shows that his true strength is far more than that. Thump! The broadsword came crashing down. The dust kicked up swept outwards. A fierce wind howled, and everyone squinted as they looked at the scene. Bai He also felt a sudden tightness in her heart for no apparent reason. Once everyone could see clearly, he was instantly dumbfounded. All that could be seen was the woodland. The tail of a snake is shaped. In the future, a huge iron sword, 7 or 8 meters long, will be directly embedded in the snake's tail. No matter how hard the night giant tried, he couldn't pull it out. It was as if the giant's sword and the snake tail were originally one and the same. How is this possible? How can there be a creature stronger than my night giant? Song Yunzong was completely dumbfounded. His only advantage is his great strength. But now it's been subdued by a snake. Who would believe that if I told them? Who would believe that? In the strength test, many people were able to lift the cauldron simply because it was light. Now it seems, in terms of strength, he really lost. A complete and utter defeat. Although he hasn't lost yet, it's more painful for him than if he had. The next instant, Little White's tail suddenly exerted force, pulling the knight's greatsword directly from its hand, then flying into the air, spinning twice, and landing back on Little White's snake tail. Then Xiaobai took the giant sword and slammed it down directly at the night giant. Boom! A deafening roar followed. The night giant was slammed deep into the ground by the greatsword. His legs sank into the soil. It looks quite comical. The technique of hammering nails still needs to be improved. Lin Sheng gave his own evaluation. Hiss. I've tried my best, master. Xiaobai felt a little wronged. It used all its strength to swing it like that. If you keep smashing it, it probably won't work. Upon hearing this, Song Yunzong, who was lying in the dust, almost coughed up blood. Good heavens, is this the reincarnation of Hercules? The beast tamer of the fiery demon hound standing not far away swallowed hard. This giant snake was simply beyond my ability to handle. Its power is even greater than a dragon's. Now he's considering giving up on the dragon blood fruit. After all, there will be other opportunities later, so why put all your eggs in one basket? Wouldn't it be a waste if he really died? And a huge commotion coming from here. It had already been heard by everyone in the training camp. Has a fight already broken out? Judging from the noise, it should be the night giant, right? It's definitely him. Besides Song Yunzong's night giant, what other beast could make such a commotion? It seems that Du Ning has stopped this guy. The outcome is now uncertain. Everyone's gaze drifted leisurely into the depths of the jungle. Chapter 43 Domain Showdown. Disobedience requires education. The commotion is so great, the situation looks quite intense. Should we go over and take a look? The bald-headed instructor showed his appreciation. No need. If my estimation is correct, without Lin Sheng as a threat, Du Ning should be guaranteed to win. Ding Long slowly took a sip of the goji berry tea. He's guaranteed to win? Even if he can easily defeat the night giant, there are still other beastmasters out there. That's true. The more people involved, the more unpredictable the outcome becomes. However, Senior Ding must have his reasons for saying that. That's exactly what Ding Long was waiting for. It seems that Di Qian has good taste. Although their overall strength is about the same, the ice butterfly has now evolved into the ice crystal emperor butterfly and has its own domain. Field. The group stared at each other, wide-eyed. He awakened his domain so quickly? He's only at the Lord level. It seems the ice crystal emperor butterfly's talent is indeed formidable. It's such a pity. If Lin Sheng were still here, perhaps we could put up a fight against him, but now only Du Ning's pet has a domain, so there's no suspense anymore, right? Unrivaled among those of the same level in this field. This is not just a saying. Those pets capable of awakening their domain are all pets with the potential to become kings. The earlier the awakening occurs, the better. The greater the potential of this pet, the better. This is a skill that grows along with the pet's level. At the same level, a pet with a territory has a win rate of over 90% when dealing with a pet without a territory. This is because the domain creates an environment that is favorable to one's pet, and it exerts a tremendous suppressive force on the opponent. Each field has extremely abnormal effects. Later on, perhaps a pet without a domain could have a better chance of defeating one with a domain. However, both sides are currently only at the Lord level. The suppressive power of this domain against the enemy is therefore self-evident. Boom! A beam of white light shone from the jungle ahead. It seems Du Ning has already opened her domain. She'll probably be back with the dragon blood fruit soon. Finally, they looked over in surprise. Meanwhile, in the woodland, the ice crystal butterfly hovered in midair, and with just a slight movement of its wings, an indescribable chill swept outwards. Her primary target was Lin Sheng, who was standing in the center of the arena. As for the flaming demon hound on the side, just make a minor impact. That's enough. The icy chill only lasted a moment, but it quickly covered the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees with a thick layer of frost. Then quickly strip it of its life. In an instant, the world turned white. This reminded Lin Sheng of a movie he had seen in his previous life. A blast of cold air swept by, freezing pedestrians on the road into ice sculptures. Without heat, there is only death. Extremely cold regions. This is the domain of the ice crystal emperor butterfly. The air temperature will drop to its lowest point in this area. Furthermore, the ice crystal butterfly's frost power will be enhanced to its limit. In the end, I still won. Du Ning smiled, a rare occurrence for her. Her face was clean and fair, so beautiful that it made one momentarily lose their composure. However, Lin Sheng only glanced at her. Laughing? Opening champagne at halftime, huh? Lin Sheng also gave her a faint smile. The two looked at each other across the distance. and Du Ning suddenly felt an inexplicable urge to look away. Did this guy see me smile just now? Before she could continue thinking about it, Xiao Bai's pupils gradually brightened, emitting a faint golden light. An invisible and indescribable aura spread wildly outwards from around Xiao Bai. The moment they made contact, Du Ning's domain was instantly pushed outwards and could no longer expand. Even the initial domain is being continuously compressed. A thunderbolt struck Du Ning's mind. Your pet also possesses a domain. Du Ning opened her mouth. She stared in disbelief at the handsome young man ahead. Lin Sheng's domain power was even subtly overpowering her ice crystal emperor butterfly. This means that the other party's pet has more potential to become a king than hers. But this was the first time she had ever seen a domain that only released its aura to suppress the opponent. It has almost returned to the meaning of the field itself, without relying on the aura generated by one's domain to subdue the other party. Rather, the domain itself represents its own aura and majesty. Du Ning could even sense it. When the ice crystal queen butterfly met the snake's gaze, it inexplicably trembled. Meanwhile, the flaming demon hound and the thunder lion in the distance were even more unrestrained, prostrating themselves on the ground. At Lin Sheng's instruction, the oppressive force emanating from the thunder lion had lessened somewhat. The scope of the field is extremely broad. Du Ning was somewhat incredulous. How could a small white snake possibly possess such powerful territorial abilities? Before Du Ning could continue thinking about it, Xiao Bai and Lin Sheng were walking towards her step by step, and at this moment, her domain was still being compressed. Even now, the area is less than a third of what it used to be. Young miss, the little princess of the Du family, don't block the way. You're not allowed to call me princess. Little butterfly, ice pick. Du Ning bit her silver teeth lightly. The base of her ears turned red. Dozens, or even hundreds of sharp ice spikes instantly appeared in the air. With a flap of the ice crystal butterfly's wings, dozens, or even hundreds of ice spikes shot towards little white like bullets. But, within this field, Xiao Bai's physical reaction speed, nerve reaction speed, and physical fitness have all been greatly improved. With just a flick of its tail, it shattered dozens, or even hundreds of ice spikes into pieces. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng had already arrived in front of Du Ning. With a flick of its tail, the white snake slapped the ice crystal butterfly in midair and sent it crashing to the ground. Under Xiao Bai's immense force, the ice crystal butterfly was powerless to resist. But after all, it is a king-level talent. It's impossible to kill it instantly. Smack! Little White's snake tail twitched. Du Ning fell directly to the ground. The little girl made a mistake and deserves to be taught a lesson. Besides, I don't have time to spread rumors about you. I've said my piece. Lin Sheng smiled and spoke to Du Ning on the ground. Du Ning touched her aching backside. Her face flushed red. Can't you play somewhere else? This guy definitely did it on purpose. Looking at that handsome face, Du Ning gently ground her teeth, her face blushing with embarrassment. Even her father never dared to hit her. So, do you still want to fight? Upon hearing this, Du Ning trembled. However, Lin Sheng did not look at her at this moment, but spoke to the beast tamer of the hellhound. Fight. Want to fight? Xiao Bai, go. Don't kill him, just cripple him. Fight my ass. I said fight my ass, bro. The beast tamer was immediately startled. I almost knelt down and begged for mercy. Who would dare fight you? Although elemental pets do not have physical forms, it does not mean that they are immune to harm, nor does it mean that their tamers are not physical beings. Looking at Du Ning, Bai He rode on the back of the thunder lion, her beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed, making her look incredibly cute. We just met, after all, not as long as I've known Brother Lin. Chapter 44, How did you get this fruit? It would be best if we didn't fight. I don't like fighting and killing. That's so rude. Lin Sheng smiled and nodded. The owner of the fiery demon hound's lips twitched. Looking around at the devastated forest. You still dare to say you don't like fighting and killing? Every tree and every blade of grass here is inextricably linked to you. Brother Lin Sheng. Bai He rode the thunder lion to Lin Sheng. He smiled and waved. The match is still ongoing, don't get so close. So what if we're close? It doesn't say we can't team up. Bai He pouted. If those guys weren't so weak, I definitely would have stepped in to help. It only took the blink of an eye. Lin Sheng almost completely overwhelmed everyone present. Bai He had no time to react. By the time she came to her senses, Lin Sheng had already defeated the rest of the group. However, these things indirectly prove just how powerful Brother Lin is. Moreover, the disaster-level beast tamer. Then my parents won't be able to stop me, right? As she spoke, Bai He looked at Lin Sheng with a hint of affection in her eyes. Then it was quickly put away. No rush. As long as you can keep up with Brother Lin, you'll always have a chance to confess. Looking at this silly girl, Lin Sheng gave a dry laugh. His current strength is too weak to afford to think about anything else. There are actually quite a few geniuses in this world. And there are quite a few geniuses like him who can upgrade their pets to the Lord level and become Lord Beast Tamers in just a few months. However, no one's pet can compare to Lin Sheng's. Keep acquiring genes and keep getting stronger. With the college entrance exam approaching, we will inevitably encounter other geniuses. If I can upgrade my second tamed beast to the Lord level before the college entrance examination, I'll be confident. Lin Sheng plans to apply to a university in Shanghai. That is, the highest institution of learning in the base city where I am located. His older sister was admitted to a prestigious university in the capital city back then. This is why Lin Sheng didn't go to the Imperial Capital Academy. To avoid being ravaged by Lin Ming. She enjoyed bullying Lin Sheng since she was a child, and he almost suffocated in bed several times when they were kids. I don't know whether to say I have a strong protective instinct or a strong possessive instinct. In short, Lin Sheng simply refused to go. You take a rest, I'm leaving. Lin Sheng smiled and looked at Du Ning. A loss is a loss. Du Ning stood up and turned her face away, so her expression was not visible. However, she was probably seething with hatred inside. After all, she is the little princess of a core family in the Shanghai base city. Having suffered a great loss in such a place, there's no way to retaliate. I got spanked again. Deep down, they were definitely 100% unwilling. Take me back, Lin Sheng said, looking at Bai He. Okay, Bai He immediately agreed. Lin Sheng turned over and sat directly behind Bai He. The two walked one in front of the other. It took about 10 minutes to reach the base gate by following the main road. It should be about time, right? Hey, look over there. There seems to be a figure over there. It looks like Bai He's Thunder Lion. The group of people suddenly stood up. Could it be that Bai He ultimately obtained the Dragon Blood Fruit? The bald instructor spoke quietly. That's rather unusual. This was even somewhat beyond their expectations. The figure was getting closer and closer. They arrived in just a few minutes. Lin Sheng and Bai He flipped over and jumped off the raging Thunder Lion. Why are you two back? Upon seeing Lin Sheng, Di Qian stepped forward in surprise to ask him a question. The bald instructor and Ding Long also came over. Oh, this is Ding Long, Senior Ding. He's an honorary member of the Shanghai Beast Tamer Association. Di Qian immediately introduced herself to Lin Sheng. Honorary member of the Beast Tamer Association? Lin Sheng and Bai He were both taken aback. The number of honorary members of the Shanghai Beast Tamer Association is extremely small. Moreover, each and every one of them is a beast tamer of the king level or above. Could the beast tamer who is now standing in front of them be that catastrophic beast tamer? Lin Sheng thought of many things in a short time. The unshaven, smiling man in front of him also exuded a subtle, yet powerful aura. Those muscles were so muscular that you could feel their powerful, oppressive presence even through their clothes. Although he has a kind face, he should not be underestimated. Greetings, Senior Ding. Lin Sheng greeted Bai He. Is that dragon blood fruit on you right now? Ding Long looked at Lin Sheng with some surprise in his eyes. I really didn't expect that. He actually misjudged it. In the past, even without leaving the base, you could guess who would win the championship. But now that he's gone out and taken a look, it has actually affected his judgment. Unexpectedly, it was Lin Sheng, whom he had never been optimistic about, who won the final championship. Of course, this pessimism refers to a temporary situation. He valued Lin Sheng's talent quite a bit. However, once these words were spoken, then it was the turn of the three instructors around them to be dumbfounded. The three of them looked at each other, somewhat bewildered. What? Is the dragon blood fruit on Lin Sheng? How is that possible? In just half a month, Lin Sheng was able to upgrade his mid-stage warrior pet to the Lord level. But these words were spoken by Senior Ding Long. They had no choice but to believe it. An indescribable excitement rushed into Di Qian's mind. She had always trusted Lin Sheng, and if he could really get the dragon blood fruit, that would be the greatest comfort to her. At this moment, Di Qian was not sure, so she asked again, Lin Sheng, did you really get that dragon blood fruit? Looking at the instructor's excited expression, Lin Sheng remained silent. He simply took out the dragon blood fruit from his beast-taming space. And in his hand, a translucent, crystal-clear red fruit appeared out of thin air. The instant I saw this fruit, it felt as if an electric current surged from her spine into Di Qian's mind. This excited her again. Real. It's actually true. Although it is unknown how Lin Sheng obtained the dragon blood fruit, the fact is right before our eyes. It made her unable to believe it. But this is unbelievable. How exactly did they do it? You must understand that Lin Sheng is facing Du Ning, who possesses a domain. Higher-level pets are used against lower-level pets. Once the domain is released, the suppression will be absolute. Even so, Lin Sheng still managed to obtain the dragon blood fruit. Could it be that Yansheng is about to produce another genius who gets into one of those 5 prestigious universities? Good heavens! Even the bald-headed instructor couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The students who had been eliminated and returned to the camp also gathered there. Hearing the instructor's words, he looked on in disbelief. It was actually Lin Sheng who obtained that fruit. I even saw Tsang Yunzong's pet beast break through to the Lord level. That's incredible. A catastrophe-level pet cub. I'm jealous, but it doesn't seem to have much to do with me. Brother Lin is awesome. I knew you could do it. How did you obtain this fruit? Ding Long asked again. Summon your beast, and let me take a look. Ding Long said impatiently. Chapter 45 The organization behind the training program, Disaster Relief. Noob. Lin Sheng summoned Xiao Bai from the beast taming space. This snake is somewhat large and has a pair of small horns on its head. If you look at it from a distance, you might not be able to see it clearly. However, it becomes more obvious when viewed up close. You really have the aura of a lord. How did you do that? Ding Long frowned. This snake exudes the aura of a lord, but its imposing presence far surpasses that of an ordinary lord. For a fleeting moment, Ding Long even mistook it for a mid-stage lord. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but he dared to speak out. Regardless of the method, it's impossible for him to upgrade a mid-stage warrior's pet to the lord level in such a short time. Could it really be an emperor-level talent? Or is the SSS-level beast taming space truly that monstrous? Ding Long dared to speak his mind. Lin Sheng was truly the first top-tier beast tamer he had ever met from the beast taming space. Thinking about it that way, it does seem quite possible. That's right. Lin Sheng's beast taming space is SSS level, and a dragon's roar phenomenon appeared when he opened it. I was there at the time, and I can vouch for that. Di Qian vouched for Lin Sheng. This explains why Lin Sheng's pet beast consumed so much energy. The students around them were also amazed as they listened to the instructor's discussion. This is the benefit of a top-tier beast taming space. They never even dared to dream of raising their pets to the lord level in just half a month. But even if they're at the lord level, the other beasts are also at the lord level. The bald instructor was somewhat confused. Moreover, the young lady from the Du family, Du Ning, has awakened a domain ability in her pet beast, the Ice Crystal Royal Butterfly. As we all know, pets with a domain have a 90% win rate against their own level and a 99.9% win rate against lower-level pets. Could it be that Lin Sheng's pet beast is of the same level? Its combat power is already 10 times that of the Ice Crystal Emperor Butterfly. This snake doesn't look like one at all, does it? The bald instructor looked at the little white boy who was shaking his head and begging to be rubbed against him. I really don't understand. It's simple, because Lin Sheng's pet beast also possesses its own domain ability. Di Qian spoke with a smile. What? He also possesses a domain. One of the instructors standing nearby opened his mouth, somewhat incredulous. 2 beast tamers. Both possess their own domain-specific capabilities. This training program is a real gem. That's right, and Brother Lin was surrounded by those 4 guys at the time. He defeated all 4 of them in just a moment. Why, he said with a touch of pride. It's like a little girl showing off her amazing older brother. What? Did I hear that right? 1 against 4? Judging from the commotion just now, there was definitely more than one lord-level being, and to dare to gang up on a lord-level being, the opponent's level must also be lord-level. To fight 4 lords of the same level at the same time, one of whom has a domain, is just too daring. My God, this isn't just genius, this is monstrous. Is this what a disaster-level beast tamer is like? I feel like I'm already witnessing a disaster-level beast tamer rising up. The students listening in were frequently amazed. Exclamations of admiration and gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd. A beast tamer with a domain can naturally deal with 3 beast tamers without a domain at the same time. There is absolutely no problem with that. But one of them possesses a domain, so the outcome is hard to predict. Even so, he still fought against 4 opponents single-handedly. Why, he even said that it was done in an instant. It was not that they stole the dragon blood fruit and left. This is absolutely amazing. What a prodigy. The bald instructor touched his head, which was as shiny as a light bulb, and exclaimed in amazement. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Di Qian smiled and looked at Lin Sheng. Yes, thank you for your trust, instructor. Lin Sheng smiled. Although the SSS beast taming space played a role, but the rapid leveling up is largely thanks to the talent ability of sequence extraction. Looking at the boy's smile, Di Qian's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. Alright, since you won, this first disaster level pet is yours. Come with me. Ding Long also smiled, a rare occurrence for him. Teaching geniuses is always a joyful experience. Moreover, if Lin Sheng can grow up, he will at least become a king-level beast tamer. They're already capable of handling things on their own. It will make him look good when people talk about it later. Several tens of minutes later, Lin Sheng followed Ding Long to his office. What kind of pet are you planning to get? I recommend that you get a pet with support and healing abilities, such as the Minghuang butterfly or the Tianji vine king. This way, you can team up with your first pet beast, and with a little training, your combat power will increase exponentially. Ding Long shared his thoughts. Most beast tamers choose these pets as their second contracted beast. This can be considered a standard combination. Although it is standard, it has a significant advantage when dealing with other combinations. Aren't there any elemental pets? Lin Sheng inquired. These pets have pretty imposing names. It sounds like a disaster at least. However, Lin Sheng does not intend to take the support role. Once all the enemies are defeated, why would we need support or healing? He's going to launch a full-scale attack, to leave the other party with no room to resist. Elemental type? 2 attack-type pets. Ding Long frowned slightly. It's not impossible, but elemental pets are quite difficult to catch, and catastrophic ones are even rarer. But it's not that it's impossible to get it. As long as you have the request, we can definitely do it for you. Lin Sheng believed this. They don't even consider who's behind the training plan. Who is in charge? If someone dares to train a disaster-level beast tamer, then that person must be one of the top few standing at the summit. Acquiring a disaster-level cub is both difficult and easy. Are you planning to get an elemental pet? No, I was just asking. Forehead. Ding Long noticed that this student seemed a bit mischievous. I want a supernatural pet. Lin Sheng's eyes were serious. The supernatural. Ding Long's heart skipped a beat, and he was startled. Goodness, are you really that brave to take it? Supernatural pets are even rarer and more difficult to deal with than elemental ones. As for a catastrophic cub, don't even think about it. If you look back at human history over the past 100 years, you probably won't find many people who have captured supernatural disaster-level cubs. The main problem is that these kinds of pets are really difficult to tame. Its danger and combat power are far greater than those of other pets of the same type. Just like the supernatural creature that Di Qian possessed in the later stages of becoming a lord. Even against a monarch in the early stages, there is a certain win rate. It's easy to imagine just how powerful this pet beast is. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Lin Sheng was somewhat puzzled. He was clearly unaware of the rarity of supernatural disaster-level pets. Of course, no problem. Ding Long nodded. It's difficult, but not impossible. The organization leading this training is backed by the core of the Beast Taming Association. Cut off the disaster. All of its members are disaster-level beast tamers. It's quite easy to get a disaster-level cub. That's good. Lin Sheng suppressed his excitement. Evil God. We can start manufacturing it right away. Chapter 46 Bloodpool. Lin Sheng's thoughts on choosing the cub. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer within just 1 month. In addition, we will provide you with all the resources needed to upgrade your pet to the disaster level. But these resources are only available to the pet we found for you. Hearing Ding Long's words, Lin Sheng nodded. Of course he knew all that. It's good that you know. Ding Long was finally relieved. But you have to be careful. Supernatural pets are the most difficult to tame. Countless owners of supernatural pets have died at home in the past. Even after months of training, we must not let our guard down. I see. Lin Sheng nodded. He had already checked that. But Xiaobai is there. Dragons are the masters of evil spirits. Can't we let him turn the world upside down? If we can't beat them, we'll just release Little White. This is why Lin Sheng chose the supernatural genre. Of course, the most important thing is, Lin Sheng is going to create the legendary evil god, Nyarlathotep, one of the 3 pillars, known as the chaos of submerged movement. His image is ever-changing. It can disguise itself as any form. Its appearance is also the closest to that of the legendary demon. Lin Sheng happens to possess the genes and blood of a demon. If we can recreate the legendary evil god, even if it only unleashes a little bit of its power, that would be enough to completely crush the gods worshipped by the demons of this world. Let them know what a real evil god is. Eat this dragon blood fruit, and the resources I applied for you should arrive in a few tens of minutes. They should be enough to support your training at the training camp for a month. Resources for training disaster-level beast tamers. Lin Sheng was slightly excited. He casually tossed the bright red fruit into Little White's mouth. Little White swallowed the fruit in one gulp. A wave of heat gradually began to spread from my abdomen. This is the energy brought by the spiritual fruit. It can greatly promote the gene revival and bloodline growth of Xiaobai. The pair of small horns on its head visibly grew a few centimeters longer. Lin Sheng sat in the room. Little White was digesting the energy from the dragon blood fruit. Lin Sheng was on the side, feeling the feedback coming from Xiaobai. Such a wait is not agonizing. On the contrary, it makes people feel very comfortable. Over time, it can even become addictive. After all, we are on the path to becoming stronger. Several tens of minutes later, the resources have been approved for you. You can get a 1-month access to the level 1 blood pool. Hearing Ding Long's words, Lin Sheng silently opened his eyes. Blood pool? What's that? Why does that sound so sinister? This blood pool is a treasure. It is formed by the condensation and gathering of the blood of various ferocious beasts, and the toxins have been removed. It is also formulated by a top-level disaster-level nutritionist. As long as the beast tamer and the beast master immerse themselves in it, the genes in their body will grow rapidly. There's even a chance to awaken domain skills and enhance potential. In short, the benefits are endless. Using a level 1 blood pool for 1 hour will cost approximately 5 million dragon coins. Does that mean it would cost over 100 million dragon coins per day? Even the richest person wouldn't dare to be so extravagant if they used it for a whole month straight. Lin Sheng was stunned. But considering that these are the resources needed to train a disaster-level beast tamer, it makes some sense. After all, it would be very easy for a disaster-level beast tamer to earn 100 million dragon coins. All you need to do is hunt down one king-level ferocious beast. They could even earn hundreds of millions more. It's normal for it to be expensive, as most of the blood pools used in the first-level blood pools are made from the genes of Lord-level ferocious beasts. Ding Long explained. Even Ding Long couldn't help but feel moved at this moment. Even he hadn't used the blood pool back then. The blood of a Lord-level ferocious beast. Does that mean its genetic lineage is also included? That's natural. Blood pools usually use fresh blood because blood that has been stored for a long time will become corroded and spoiled. Listen to Ding Long's words. Lin Sheng became excited again. It just so happens that he has nowhere to find a Lord-level ferocious beast and seize its genes. Now that this pool of blood exists, just soaking in it will allow you to absorb a large amount of genes from Lord-level ferocious beasts. Then, when the feedback is given to Xiaobai, he can be completely transformed. Come with me. Ding Long led Lin Sheng to a room. The room is shielded on all sides. A faint ray of sunlight shone in from outside. As soon as you enter, a rich and fragrant aroma wafts over you. It makes you want to take a deep breath. In the 100 by 100 pool in front of you, it contained a pool of light red blood. The smell was coming from the pool of water. It didn't have the bloody, pungent smell I expected. Instead, it had a delicate fragrance that made me want to taste it. This is an impulse from our genes. Go ahead. Ding Long closed the door. Lin Sheng took off his clothes and entered the pool with Xiaobai. In an instant, a stinging sensation spread through my skin. It felt as if something was trying to crawl into my body. And what followed was an extremely comfortable feeling. Comfortable. Lin Sheng slowly lay down. Little Whitey, standing nearby, also rolled over on its belly in the pool. However, Lin Sheng did not forget the important matter. Sequence extraction. Lin Sheng extended his right hand. Suddenly, a blinding light burst forth from the room. In that instant, the water in the pool shrank by 1/3. Then, a series of voices, like a screen being flooded with messages, echoed in Lin Sheng's mind. Obtain the Longhorn Beetle Demon Gene. Obtain the Blazing Sun Tiger Gene. Obtain the genes of Qingtian Bulls. Obtain the Iron Blade Unicorn Golden Leopard Gene. Obtain the Green Forest Lord's genes. Gain the Hardening, Proficiency, Skill Gene. Gain the Claw Attack, Proficient, Skill Gene. Obtain the Rainbow Arowana Whisker Gene. Data streams were jumping around frantically. Lin Sheng was so overwhelmed by this sudden happiness that he lost his mind. That feels so good. He really didn't expect it. Blood can actually be absorbed. After absorbing it, a wave of dizziness and lightheadedness followed. It took Lin Sheng several minutes to recover after clinging to the edge of the pool. It seems there's a limit to how many genes I can extract each time. I need to recover for a while. Lin Sheng touched his forehead. This time, the genes of at least 100 organisms were extracted. This was truly something he couldn't handle. That's enough for today. I need to go back and digest these genes. This is a Lord-level creature. Lin Sheng couldn't contain his excitement. And Little White, sensing its owner's mood, also became excited. Although some general-level soldiers were also mixed in. But these creatures all have extremely high skill levels. If injected into a novice, many of their skills can be upgraded. Outside the door at this moment. That's great. I probably won't have to see that kid for a month. Ding Long stroked his beard with a smile. Spending time with Lin Sheng was a huge blow to him. This kid is just too monstrous. They always do something unexpected. However, it seems there won't be a chance this time. This is a huge, level 1 blood pool. It will take at least a month to absorb. However, before Ding Long could continue thinking about it. Creak. The door behind me rang. Chapter 47, The Evolution of the Flood Dragon. Lin Sheng opened the door and walked out. Before that, they had already put on clothes. Huh? Why did you come out? Ding Long asked with some doubt. It can't be absorbed anymore. It needs to be digested first. Lin Sheng touched Xiao Bai's forehead and responded. Can't absorb it. Ding Long walked past Lin Sheng and went straight into the house. A pair of eyes gazed into the pool in the dim light. At this point, 1/3 of the essence in the blood pool had been lost. You've already absorbed 1/3 of it. Ding Long's beard was trembling slightly. How much time has passed? I estimate the whole process will take no more than a few minutes. He drained 1/3 of the blood pool. Is he even human? Even if you drink it directly with your mouth, it's impossible to drink it that fast. But the facts are right in front of us. This room is designed to prevent the essence within from leaking out. It's impossible to transfer blood in a short time. Then there's only one possibility. Lin Sheng has already absorbed 1/3 of the essence from this blood pool. Boom. Despite some speculation. However, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck Ding Long's mind. It exploded violently. That kid. So this is the beast taming space that produced the dragon roar phenomenon at the SSS level. It actually has such miraculous effects. Maybe this kid can actually get into those 5 universities. Ding Long was extremely excited at this moment, and his beard trembled slightly. It's hard to imagine how excited he must have been at that moment. It's like finding a rare treasure. For a moment, he even forgot about the price of the blood pool. Although the blood pool is expensive, the Disaster Relief Society behind the training can still afford to supply it. If we can train another disaster-level beast tamer, the association's power will be boosted once again. The Disaster Relief Association certainly wouldn't provide financial assistance for training for no reason. They have received such great benefits from them. There will be opportunities to recruit these powerful individuals into the association in the future. After all, they control 70% of the disaster-level beast tamers in the Dragon Kingdom. Even if you don't join, it is impossible for us to be their enemy. Ding Long walked out of the room. You'll stay here and train for the rest of the month. If your blood pool is insufficient, come to me anytime, and I can supply it immediately. Lin Sheng nodded. If it can still be updated, that would be the best. After all, each time one absorbs a ferocious beast, their blood might change. He can also gain newer abilities from it. After the training is over, the National Unified Examination for Beast Tamers will begin soon. Which university do you plan to apply to? Ding Long looked directly into Lin Sheng's eyes. Shanghai University. Lin Sheng responded immediately. Good. Upon hearing this, Ding Long smiled with satisfaction. If Lin Sheng only wants to apply to those top-tier universities, that only shows that their mindset and vision are not long-term enough. This makes it very difficult to become a top-tier expert. On the contrary, choosing one of the 5 major universities would make Ding Long think more highly of him. However, getting into those 5 top universities is not easy, although with your abilities you could easily get into a first-class university. But if you want to get into a top university, your opponents will all be beast tamers who can pair up 2 beasts. I know that. Lin Sheng's face was serious. Those guys trained their contracted beasts together with their uncontracted beasts. The 2 beasts were as if they were of one mind. In battle, they support, attack, and assist each other. Lin Sheng must obtain that pet beast afterward. Immediately enhance their strength, but at the same time, prevent them from developing a rebellious mentality. They also need to train each other with their first tamed beast and get along well. You can imagine how difficult that is. Moreover, this second beast is an extremely difficult to tame supernatural creature, and it was just stolen. Its difficulty will inevitably increase significantly. This is why Lin Sheng said he wanted to choose a supernatural pet. The reason for Ding Long's surprise. Alright, you can continue training now. I'll be selecting 2 more geniuses from the camp in the next few days. Ding Long left with a message and departed. Lin Sheng then took Xiaobai back to his room. Immediately inject the Lord-level genetic bloodline into Xiaobai's body. Obtain the Blazing Sun Tiger gene. Obtain the genes of Qingtian Yak. Obtain the Iron Blade Unicorn Golden Leopard gene. Gain the Hardening, Proficiency, Skill gene. Gain the Claw Strike, Proficient, Skill gene. Obtain the Rainbow Arowana Whisker gene. Hardening, Mastery, upgraded to Hardening, Perfect. Eagle Vision, Beginner, upgrade to Eagle Vision, Advanced. A vast amount of skills, techniques, and bloodline essence surged into Xiaobai's body in an instant. In just a moment, Xiaobai's body surface became as hot water, emitting wisps of mist. Moreover, the body continued to expand under this fog. On both sides of Xiaobai's head, a pair of slender dragon whiskers gradually grew. The antlers on its forehead continued to extend and grow backward. His golden pupils became even more lively and expressive. Boom! This energy flowed back into Lin Sheng's body, and in an instant, it almost knocked him over. With just a casual press, the iron bed frame was instantly flattened. Is this my power? Lin Sheng looked at his hands in disbelief. Lord-level genetic bloodline, indeed domineering. He turned to look at Xiaobai again. With its antlers and whiskers, it's already starting to resemble a giant dragon. However, the 2 pairs of golden claws unique to dragons did not appear. Adding legs to a snake is superfluous. It's still within the category of a snake. It hasn't evolved into a dragon yet, and can't possess dragon claws. White Snake. Level, Early Lord. Talent, Late Stage Monarch. Skills, Entangling, Mastery. Water Spray, Mastery. Hardening, Perfect. Healing Eye, Danger Intuition. Dragon's Might, Black Flame Horn. Eagle Eye, Proficient. Visual Enhancement, Vision. Evolutionary Path, Jiaolong. Description, devouring the genes of thousands of life forms, the true king of nature. A perfect level of hardening skill is enough to allow Xiaobai to withstand all current firearms. Aside from nuclear weapons, we have nothing to fear. And Xiaobai also has the Fish Whiskers skill. It can breathe underwater and swim quickly, making it an escape tool. Check the conditions for evolving into a Jiaolong. Lin Sheng said. Then a string of data appeared before my eyes. Flood Dragon, King level, devours all kinds of life. Dragon Soul, already possessed. Dragon Soul, is this the little dragon phantom that escaped from the Spirit Stone and was absorbed by me before? Unexpectedly, there was an even bigger surprise. If you miss it, I'm afraid Lin Sheng will have to search for the Dragon Soul for a very long time. Now all that's needed is for things to fall into place naturally. Several tens of minutes later, Xiaobai has received the message. Its scales, genes, and skills have been completely revamped. It can now completely withstand attacks from mid to late game demons. Although the level is in the early stages of a lord, but Xiaobai has already acquired the combat power of a mid-stage lord. If you take those skills into account, even a lord in the later stages isn't without a fighting chance. Lin Sheng spoke with a smile. Chapter 48. When 3 people walk together, one of them must be my teacher. On the way to digest these genes, Lin Sheng took Xiaobai and went to the deep mountains again. Training by killing ferocious beasts can help you become familiar with the use of skills and accelerate the absorption of knowledge. Almost every day thereafter, Lin Shengdu spent his days like this. After soaking in the blood pool, they went out into the wild to hunt ferocious beasts. Once you've recovered enough, soak in the blood pool again. It takes about 3 to 5 days to absorb all the bloodline of the ferocious beasts in the pool. And after it's all used up, Ding Long will then fill it up again. Lin Sheng used the sequence extraction skill again in the blood pool. Obtain the pale cancer gene. Obtain the genes of Qingtian Yak. Obtain the genes of the bony scarab beetle. The genes we obtained this time have a lot of overlap with those from before. Lin Sheng led Xiaobai out of the pool and said quietly, "There's nothing we can do about it. There are many types of lord-level ferocious beasts. However, it is actually limited within a certain area. Even if Lin Sheng wanted to obtain more genes for Xiaobai, he would probably have to leave the city and go to other places in the future. However, as things stand at the moment, even in the area surrounding Shanghai, there are countless types of ferocious beasts. The reason for the gene duplication in this blood pool is most likely due to the similarity of the ferocious beasts it raises. Everything in this world revolves around serving the Beastmaster. Naturally, some people hunted or even bred ferocious beasts. Then they profited from it. There's not much to say about that. It's almost exactly the same as the Earth I lived on in my previous life. But that's fine too. The duplication of bloodlines means that their skill memory genes are also duplicated. It can quickly improve a beginner's skill level. This is important. The later the game goes, the more important skill proficiency becomes. After all, aside from their domain, Xiaobai has very few skills that he owns. They do have some relatively weak skills. Therefore, upgrading these skill levels becomes the top priority. While I was thinking, Lin Sheng led Xiaobai out of the room. However, as soon as the door opened, a girl as white as snow walked in front of them. The two locked eyes for a moment. Lin Sheng's muscles were also exposed. Du Ning was stunned for a moment, and then a blush instantly spread from her neck to her entire fair face. Abnormal. After uttering a curse, Du Ning turned and left, her face flushed. My heart was pounding. The scene I had just witnessed kept replaying in my mind. His perfectly defined muscles were even more perfect than some of the male stars she had seen in magazines. No, why am I even thinking about this? This guy's a pervert. Du Ning was going crazy. Every time I see Lin Sheng, something bad always happens. Watching the girl's hasty retreating figure, Lin Sheng didn't know what to say. After all, they were in the wrong. It seems that Du Ning has also obtained a second disaster-level pet beast. To be honest, Lin Sheng really hadn't expected this. After all, I live a very simple life, going between 2 points every day, and almost no one comes here. However, they overlooked the fact that someone might pass the test again and obtain a disaster-level cub, which they could then train together with. As usual, he came out without wearing a shirt. Looks like I'll have to be more careful next time. Lin Sheng spoke quietly. He wasn't surprised that Du Ning was able to obtain a second disaster-level cub. After all, her pet beast possesses domain abilities. That alone is enough. After that, Lin Sheng often saw Du Ning. Every time we meet, Du Ning would always steal glances at him, intentionally or unintentionally. They seemed quite curious about the speed at which Lin Sheng's strength was increasing. More than 10 days later, the third person to obtain a disaster-level cub has been identified. To Lin Sheng's surprise, it turned out to be an acquaintance from Yanqing. White Lotus. I really didn't expect that you would be able to snatch a disaster-level cub from their hands. Lin Sheng found it somewhat unbelievable. It's not that I doubt Baihe's abilities. I only know how difficult it is. However, it's not impossible. After all, Lin Sheng had never fought against Baihe's pet beast. Moreover, the most threatening night giant has been severely injured by Xiaobai, and it will probably take him at least a month to recover. This gave Baihe an opportunity. After all, everyone's pet beasts have king-level talents. Why can't I do it? I've been working really hard since we left school. Baihe chuckled to herself. But brother Lin Sheng, what type of contract are you planning to make with your second cub? I heard from Du Ning that she's planning to choose an elemental one. And that's what I'm planning to do too, since elemental ones are very rare. Baihe was as happy as a child. It's a secret. Lin Sheng smiled. Mysterious. The more Lin Sheng did this, the more curious Baihe became. In the time that followed, the two would often go out together in the wild. They would discuss matters related to beast training from time to time. In the end, even Du Ning joined in. It went from a group of 2 to a group of 3. Of course, these are all pure friendships between comrades. Their main objective was to find out which cub Lin Sheng had chosen. It really piqued their curiosity. What kind of offspring would someone like Lin Sheng choose? Are they the same element class? Or is it a simple, unadorned type of defense? But, although the three became closer, it only made Du Ning let go of her prejudices. Baihe also had other motives. As the saying goes, be closer to your enemy than anyone else. The relationship between the three of them is so delicate. Finally, I spent a month living a simple and unpretentious life with 2 stunningly beautiful women. Lin Sheng's white snake has broken through its current level once again. Reached mid-stage Lord. In the jungle. Smack. Little White's snake tail twitched. Instantly killed a ferocious beast at the early stage of the Lord level. It's as simple as killing a chicken. Wow, that's strong. Little White seems even stronger than before. Baihe stood aside and watched. Previously, her Thunder Lion had entered the Lord level at the same time as Little White. It happened in such a short time. Xiaobai has already reached the mid-stage of Lord. This upgrade speed has far surpassed theirs. And at that very moment, a message was transmitted from the watch. Both of them received the message at the same time. I looked down at my watch. Your cubs have arrived. I saw this line of text. Both of them could not contain their joy. They glanced at each other. Riding on the Thunder Lion, they galloped towards the base. In less than half an hour, they then returned to the base from the jungle hundreds of kilometers away. Chapter 49 The Second Tamed Beast, Emperor Level. An unexpected delight. In a courtyard, 3 completely black cages were placed on the ground. Du Ning, Bai He, and Lin Sheng stood in front of the cage. Even through the cage, you could feel the anxious noise coming from inside. This is a disaster-level cub I captured for you. Keep in mind that this time, the Duanzai group mobilized more than a dozen disaster-level beast tamers. We infiltrated the heart of the ferocious beast's territory and engaged in a cataclysmic battle with those beasts and demons, a battle that shook the heavens and shattered the void. This can be described as a major operation that has not been seen in nearly a century since humans established base cities. We'll keep fighting until the very foundation of the Great Tao is obliterated. Talent. All right, Senior Ding, stop bragging. We all know that. The 3 of them silently rolled their eyes. Has Senior Ding been reading too many novels? They even fought so hard that the main road was obliterated. It would be good enough if they could grind the mountain down completely. Ahem. Isn't this to let you know how hard it is to bring cubs into the world? Cherish every moment. Ding Long explained silently. He seemed a little guilty. After all, what he said earlier was something he wrote idly in his spare time. Now comes the main event. You must get your pets to accept you. When these cages are opened, the first person they see will be you. When making agreements and offering reassurance, it is essential to ensure that no one is around. It's best to cultivate a good relationship within a week and sign a contract within half a month. Ding Long gave a very detailed account. After all, this is a contracted cub. He certainly couldn't just stand by and watch. Because some descendants of powerful bloodlines will actively choose to become beast tamers with great strength. He's here. It's simply impossible for these students to form contracts with these pet cubs. We understand. The 3 nodded to each other. A week's time frame, a 2-week contract. Time is indeed of the essence. But for the sake of the catastrophic cubs, it's all worth it. After picking up the cage that was covered by a black curtain on the ground, the 3 of them returned to their dormitory. Before Lin Sheng left, Ding Long called him back once. You'd better watch out. You creature have severely weakened my old friend. They didn't even have time to check if the cub was injured before they brought it over. To obtain it, he would have spent at least tens or hundreds of billions on his pet. It will take him more than half a year to recover. Ding Long glanced at the cage. His eyes were filled with deep fear. But don't worry, it's just a cub and doesn't know anything yet. What's truly formidable is its catastrophic mother. In the end, even the old monster only suffered minor injuries. Don't worry, Senior. A touch of emotion welled up in Lin Sheng's heart. These predecessors truly lived up to their word. It seems that this organization called Disaster Breaker is not as dark as its name suggests. The beast tamers in the story are quite humane. In Lin Sheng's house, Lin Sheng sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at the dark cage. Little White, meanwhile, craned its neck to the side, equally curious. Whether I can get into a top university in Shanghai depends on you. Lin Sheng touched the dark cage. To put it simply, you are the key to whether I can become the strongest in the world. That's getting off topic. If I don't become the strongest person in the world, it's all your fault. Before even opening the technological cage, Lin Sheng began to earnestly instruct the creatures inside. Xiao Bai, who was listening nearby, was completely stunned. Lin Sheng moved forward and looked around the cage, quickly spotting a deep red button indentation. As Lin Sheng pressed into the indentation, the darkness surrounding the technological cage disappeared. The scenes inside also came into view. Lin Sheng was stunned when he saw the creature in the cage. Even Little White's snake eyes widened in surprise. It hasn't even started spitting its tongue anymore. All I could see was inside the cage. A ghost-like creature was floating there. It looks just like a Teru Teru Bozu, a Japanese doll. There was still a hint of grievance on her face. That's right. Just like a ghost is enough to describe this creature. This isn't right, is it? Hiss. Who is trying to frame my master? Both the man and the snake were dumbfounded. Even a complete novice could tell that this is just an ordinary ghost. How could I possibly be worthy of my master's tall, mighty, and handsome appearance? Lin Sheng ignored Xiao Bai's flattery. Could it be that the catastrophic-level beast tamer just picked someone randomly to deal with me? You're a disaster-level beast tamer. You can get injured even when you capture an awakened-level ghost. Seriously injured. Could it be that the wrong cub was taken? Lin Sheng often sees these kinds of melodramatic plots in TV dramas. Could this melodramatic plot have actually happened to me? No. Lin Sheng suppressed his anxiety. The data viewing skill has been enabled. The other party's attributes instantly appeared before my eyes. Ghost. Level, mid-stage warrior. Talent, late-stage warrior. Skill, curse. Evolutionary path, none. Introduction: an extremely high-ranking and enigmatic emperor. In his childhood, he conceals his form and talents to ensure he survives to a sufficiently powerful age. His disguised form is mostly that of a being with the talents of a warrior general, so do not be fooled. Emperor level. Some pet cubs do indeed surpass their parents in talent, but most are not as good as their parents. I've struck gold. 1 in 10,000, no? 1 in a billion. Lin Sheng instantly became excited. What are you looking at? Release me right now. The ghost looked at the man and snake in front of it. He cursed inwardly. However, the two men showed no intention of letting it go. Impossible. Am I not convincing enough to resemble those lowly commoners? The ghost found itself in an unfamiliar environment and felt like crying but had no tears left to shed. It is extremely intelligent. He was born at the mid-stage of the warrior level. That talent is truly terrifying. This guy's disguise even took into account his appraisal skills. If Lin Sheng hadn't had the system, even with the ability to identify living beings, he probably would have been fooled by it. Looks like their racial talent is all in disguise. As long as they survive, they're invincible, right? The little ghost clearly hadn't noticed yet. Everything about it had already been seen through by the humans in front of it, leaving it with nothing but its underwear. All I can do is continue to pretend to be helpless, weak, and pitiful. After all, that snake next to us looks terrifying. It suddenly made its heart tremble. Although it doesn't have a heart, the snake seemed to obey the commands of the two-legged creature in front of it. So what race is this creature that looks like a two-legged animal? If I just obey, he won't feed me to this snake, right? You're still putting on an act for me? Well, that's perfect. This is a pet beast with imperial talent. It was such a pleasant surprise to receive this. Lin Sheng forcibly suppressed his inner excitement and tried to keep his expression calm. He had heard of it before. Creatures with emperor-level talent are the pinnacle of existence in this world, and they disdain making contracts with any human. If it is really exposed, I'm afraid even if this little ghost dies, it wouldn't want to make a contract with him, right? Oh, poor child, your parents entrusted you to me before they died. My parents? Dead. The little ghost listened to Lin Sheng's words without showing any expression. After all, it had never met its parents. Moreover, there is very little parental affection among supernatural beings. But you're too weak. I'm afraid no one would be willing to form a contract with you, right? Lin Sheng sadly turned his head away. Upon hearing this, the ghost became excited. These two-legged creatures really didn't see through me. Then hurry up and release me. But if we let you go, you'll probably be killed within a few steps. It's very dangerous out there. Don't you think so, Xiaobai? Hiss? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Seeing its owner's gaze, Xiaobai nodded quickly. Hiss. I almost died outside just now. Xiaobai was very cooperative. The ghost in the cage trembled slightly. But you're really too weak, aren't you? I have to feed little white hundreds of little ghosts like you every day. So, should I make a contract with you, or let you go out and be eaten by ferocious beasts? That scene was horrific. They were being eaten alive. A flicker of fear crossed Lin Sheng's eyes. But what he was thinking about was the scene of being with Lin Ming. Wah! The little ghost panicked immediately. In its view, its disguise skills were absolutely impossible to detect. This was an intuition born from its very soul. And the terrified look in those two-legged creatures' eyes just now was so real. Chapter 50: The Little Ghost's Identity, Yet Another Dragon Generation. Hey, let's go? Let's get some fresh air. Lin Sheng did not agree directly. Instead, he took Xiaobai and left the room. The little ghost in the cage seemed puzzled after the two left. He doesn't seem to be lying to me. Could he really not intend to form a contract with me and just release me? The little ghost thought of Lin Sheng's panicked look just now. He couldn't help but shiver. That expression would only appear if you've witnessed something truly terrifying. As a ghost, it knew this all too well. Outside the door at this moment. These guys will probably take quite a while to contract these 3 pet beasts. Ding Long murmured to himself. He gave a 7-day and a 2-week limit. In reality, it just made the 3 of them feel a sense of urgency. After all, the earlier the contract is signed, the less likely there will be any unexpected events. Elemental beings are generally extremely violent. Keeping them confined in one place for too long can easily lead to resistance and tension. However, just as Ding Long shook his head, intending to leave, Lin Sheng's door opened again. What? Ding Long couldn't help but curse under his breath. That kid. The contract was signed as soon as the cage was opened? Even if you beat him to death, he still won't believe it. The fastest record for contracting a disaster-level cub in the Dragon Kingdom, held by professional beast trainers, is that it took at least 3 or 4 days. Your contract was successful? Ding Long asked nervously. How could that be? We just met. Lin Shengtan made his move. He had an expression that said, "How could you ask such a question?" Ding Long suddenly felt an urge to curse him. How could I ask such a question? Wasn't it all because you forced me to do this? This time, however, Lin Sheng finally did something decent. So, how was that pet? Was it easy to tame? What kind of talent does it have? Ding Long asked impatiently. It's a little ghost, quite good at disguising itself, an emperor-level talent. Lin Sheng stroked his chin and said earnestly. Ding Long rolled his eyes. How could the cub of a disaster-level pet be a little ghost? Moreover, his old friend began to suffer serious injuries. It's absolutely impossible to catch a ghost. Not to mention emperor-level talent. He could count the number of beast tamers with emperor-level talent in the entire Dragon Kingdom on his fingers. In the past, a cub of imperial caliber was once publicly auctioned in the Dragon Kingdom. It sold for a staggering 100 billion. Of course, this is only the transaction amount on the surface. Behind the scenes, they gave people countless benefits. Watching Lin Sheng walk towards the cafeteria, Ding Long suddenly seemed to remember something and took out his phone from his pocket. A mysterious phone number was entered. Hey, what's up now? I'm recovering from my injury. I'd like to ask, what species is that supernatural pet you captured? Ding Long asked the question directly. It's a supernatural creature, you already said so, why are you still asking? Did something happen? You didn't let that cub escape, did you? No, my student even joked that the cub has emperor-level talent. Ding Long chuckled dryly a few times. Then he shook his head. How could that be? His old friend was just a disaster-level beast tamer. If he encountered an emperor-level ferocious beast, wouldn't he be so scared that he would turn around and run away? You dare to steal someone else's child? However, unexpectedly, the other party fell silent for a moment. It really is an emperor-level cub. I knew the kinship between these supernatural creatures wasn't that strong. Why did it chase me for 900 kilometers after I stole its cub? Turns out, this kid stole it too. If I remember correctly, not long ago, that black dragon Nyarlathotep attacked the lighthouse country because its cub had gone missing. This brat's got some nerve, daring to steal even the offspring of an emperor-level black dragon. Listening to what my old friend across the room had to say, Ding Long was instantly dumbfounded. What did you say? Black Dragon Nyark. Ding Long was stunned for a moment. Just a few years ago, a major event occurred on Earth. A black dragon of imperial caliber burst forth from the territory of the strange creatures and launched an attack on the nearest beacon nation. That attack completely destroyed the coastal cities of the United States. This provoked the emperor-level and disaster-level beast tamers of the Lighthouse Kingdom to come out in full force. They nearly managed to surround and kill the black dragon in the Western Ocean. It was later discovered that the black dragon's cub had been stolen by someone. That's why he became so irritable. As the faith and leader of the bizarre creatures, the black dragon Nyark is already a top predator on Earth. Ding Long had seen it on television before, and he could feel the overwhelming, endless aura of darkness that emanated from it. He almost became possessed by a demon. If it weren't for the fact that the United States severely injured the black dragon Nyarlathotep, then even these disaster-level beast tamers dared not venture into that forbidden land to plunder cubs. But that's not necessarily true. Many descendants of powerful races hide their true forms in their childhood. Besides, how could this brat be so bold as to steal his own boss's child? Ha. Then what are you even talking about? You made me excited for nothing. Ding Long rolled his eyes. Didn't I just suddenly remember? People still need to have dreams, right? I wonder where that cub is now. If it can't fall into our hands, it's better to kill it. That's true. If it grows up and becomes our enemy, it'll be another troublesome opponent. If this is truly a pet beast with emperor-level talent, that would be a major event for the entire Dragon Kingdom. However, he guessed that his old friend was dreaming again. This kid has loved dreaming since he was little, and he also likes anime characters. The creatures in this world that can be called dragons. This means that it is at the top of its class. Even if it really is true, do you want them to bow down and make a pact with humans? Dream. No one can make an emperor submit. In the restaurant, Lin Shenggang had just entered the door. A group of people immediately surrounded them. It seems like I only see Brother Lin Sheng when we're having meals. Have you received your disaster-level cubs yet? Let me see. What are you talking about? You think you can just look whenever you want? The enthusiasm of the crowd. Lin Sheng responded politely to each of them. Then we went to the restaurant's front desk. Are there any ingredients made from supernatural creatures? Of course. Instructor Di Qian's pet uses this kind. The nutritionist took out several pieces of meat from backstage that were oddly colored and twisted in shape. This is what supernatural creatures love to eat. I guess it was bought for Instructor D. The nutritionist asked in secret. Using your own points to buy things for others is not allowed in the camp. Of course not. Lin Sheng smiled mysteriously. They then left the restaurant. Emperor level, I wonder when it will reveal its true form. It is indeed difficult to form a contract with an emperor level being. Deceive, you can't just deceive without coaxing. Otherwise, even if a contract is signed, it's easy to get upset with yourself. Hiss. Just beat them up a few times. Xiaobai was eager to try. No, we must win over the spirits with virtue. Soon Lin Sheng and Xiaobai returned to their room. Chapter 51 The Qilin tramples on the dead. All lives in the human world vanish. Lin Sheng and Xiaobai had just returned to their room. The little ghost in the cage smelled the aroma. Suddenly, things became restless. Lin Sheng didn't intend to tease it. He simply put the pieces of meat into the cage. Really, although the ghost was impatient, it did not eat. You're not going to eat it? Then I'll take it away. Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow and took the pieces of meat back. The little ghost panicked immediately. I haven't eaten for several days. If you take it away again, when will we be able to eat it? The next moment, its original form changed in an instant. Its body, resembling a Teru Bozu, a Japanese doll-like object, gradually melted away. Then it solidified in the cage into a strange-looking, robust creature that resembled a small deer. This fawn was covered in jet-black fur, with deep, dark eyes, and its antlers, instead of forking, were thick and extended backwards. Even its hooves and short tail radiated black flames. It exudes an exceptionally powerful and extraordinary aura. It's just a bit tiny. The fawn made a strange sound. Its front hooves kept lifting up and stomping on the ground. Huh? What's different? Lin Sheng feigned doubt. But the other person's information had already surfaced in my mind. Black flame deer cubs. Level, mid-stage warrior. Talent, emperor level. Skills, disguise, disappears upon reaching king level. Black fire, trample, size change, death domain. Evolutionary path, black flame deer. Introduction, a powerful and domineering creature, located at the top of the food chain, and given the title of dragon by humans. Lin Sheng's mind went blank for a moment. Isn't this the cub of that black dragon Nyarlathotep? He had naturally heard the legends from back then. Creatures that can be called dragons are all at the top of the food chain. The key is this guy? They even have a domain. It is said that when a Qilin rides on auspicious clouds, all the troubles of the world will be averted. This black flame deer will likely only bring death and disaster. Your talent is barely passable. Lin Sheng opened the cage. The cub emerged from the plate and quickly devoured all the food. They were obviously starving. Would you like to form a contract with me? Lin Sheng spoke directly and frankly. The little deer glanced at the white snake, eyeing it menacingly to the side, and silently nodded. The deer had to bow its head under the eaves. I will definitely do it in 30 years. Before it could even make any ambitious vows, an indescribable surge of energy and a strange feeling flowed into his body. Boom! It was only for a fleeting moment. The little deer instantly broke through to the late stage of the battle general realm. Even its jet-black body and hair became more abundant and shiny. This is the ability of a two-legged creature. The fawn was stunned. Don't worry. As long as you follow me, I will definitely treat you well. Lin Sheng spoke with a smile, looking at the two-legged beast that had provided him with benefits and food. The fawn, which had just been jostled and frightened, immediately had tears in its eyes. Being a kept man can be pretty good. It takes at least half a year for a general to break through to the later stages of the game. But the two-legged creature merely touched itself. He broke through in an instant. This left the little deer a bit bewildered. Lin Sheng successfully signed a contract. It is bound to the soul of this creature and comes with its own deer language translator. From now on, I'll call you Xiaoling. Lin Sheng spoke up. Because the other party was in ghost form when they first met, the fawn showed no sign of resistance. It was just a soft murmur. Its size rapidly increased until it was as big as a wild horse. So handsome. Lin Sheng stroked Xiaoling's thick, soft black fur. If you were to ride one of these around, you'd definitely be the coolest kid in the room. He had heard of that emperor-level black dragon. A single trampling event destroyed hundreds of high-rise buildings in a coastal city. Its power is unimaginable. It's unknown how many thousands of kilometers away this place is from the heart of the supernatural creatures. Lin Sheng muttered to himself. As long as I don't leave the Dragon Kingdom, don't take Xiaoling to that kind of place. Its parents will never find it. Thinking it over, Lin Sheng put Xiao Lin and Xiao Bai into the beast taming space, and then went out the door. He plans to take his two pet animals to the wild for training. While we're at it, let's level up Xiaoling. As soon as I stepped outside, I encountered a group of people talking. The cub is just too irritable. No matter how I try to calm it down, it just keeps getting agitated. Bai's brows furrowed slightly. Several times, the pet hurt me, but I was very patient. Du Ning spoke quietly. There wasn't a trace of impatience on her face. It takes time to cultivate the bond between the pet and the animal. After all, it's a disaster-level event, so it's relatively difficult to form a contract with it. Some weaker beast tamers cannot form a contract with a highly talented pet, even if their family buys them one. Both of them became somewhat sullen. But it's still early. As long as the contract is successfully signed before the end of the month, it's fine. Brother Lin Sheng. The moment I saw Lin Sheng, Bai's worries vanished. Even Du Ning, who was standing to the side, didn't notice that the corners of her mouth had already turned up. How's your pet contract coming along? Du Ning inquired. The contract has been successfully formed. It's a pet beast with emperor-level talent, the cub of that black dragon. Lin Sheng said it directly. It's not that he's not afraid of being exposed. But even if I told them, they probably wouldn't believe me. As expected, the two women silently rolled their eyes. If you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. However, Brother Lin Sheng, Senior Ding will inspect our results before the training ends in a month. If we still can't form a contract by then, these pet cubs will be taken back. If we can successfully form a contract, getting into a good university will be much easier, but if we can't, it will be a lot of trouble. Bai frowned. All three of them have a chance to get into those 5 universities. The prerequisite is that you can form a contract with these 3 disaster-level cubs. But this is way too difficult. Although the two are very strong, they are not strong enough to make those pets instantly recognize them as their masters. I'm going to do field training. Good luck to you guys. Lin Sheng bid farewell to the two men. Watching Lin Sheng's departing figure, Du Ning frowned slightly. I heard from Senior Ding Long that he contracted a supernatural cub, which is probably more difficult to get along with than our elemental creatures. So Brother Lin is still hunting ferocious beasts? Shouldn't he be spending more time bonding with that little cub? Bai opened her mouth. His pupils revealed his worry for Lin Sheng. There's less than a month left. Didn't Brother Lin say he was going to take the entrance exams for those 5 top universities? Why would anyone be foolish enough to choose a supernatural pet and then not care about it at all? Let him be. Du Ning shook her head. She drifted away as her beautiful hair bounced. Du Ning guessed that Lin Sheng's first pet contract was too simple. They mistakenly assumed that the second one was the same. In fact, a beast tamer's second pet usually has higher talent than his first pet. This will make the second pet feel resentful of being relegated to a concubine's position, making it even more difficult to form a contract with it. She estimated that if Lin Sheng didn't intensify his efforts to cultivate their relationship, he would still go on a wilderness training trip. Losing the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds will eventually lead to bitter consequences. Chapter 52 Initial Understanding, Special Admission to a Top University. In the wild jungle. More than 30 wild boars in a pack charged toward Lin Sheng. The black deer standing beside Lin Sheng nearly trod down with its black hooves. Unconsciously, a pitch-black domain spread outwards. The flowers, grass, and trees on the ground, visible to the naked eye, are gradually decaying and dying within a circle, until all 30 one-horned wild boars were enveloped inside. Sensing the fear of death, the one-horned boar's eyes widened in terror, and it began to flee frantically. But, if the King of Hell wants you to die at midnight, why would I keep you here until dawn? Under the rapid encroachment of territory, the skin of the one-horned wild boar ages and corrodes rapidly, eventually turning into piles of white bones. The realm of death. A veritable death zone. Anyone who dares to step inside will be swiftly stripped of their life force. Yo! Xiaoling shook her head. It seemed quite boring. Let's go? I'll lead you to kill a lord-level enemy. Lin Sheng, dressed in all black, flipped over and straddled the black-furred Xiaoling. Little White circled around it, and quickly ran into the depths of the jungle. Xiaoling is extremely fast, under extreme muscle bursts. It can even reach that mountain in half a day. If Lin Sheng had such a pet beast back then, the outcome of that match will be a foregone conclusion. July 16th. A few days. Lin Shengdu, along with his 2 pet beasts, Xiaobai and Xiaoling, ventured deep into the forest to hunt lord-level pet beasts. At night, they returned to the base to replenish their energy and restore their strength, absorbing energy from the blood pool. Soon, the 2 pets became incredibly in sync. Their feelings for each other quickly intensified. no longer as restrained as before. The college entrance exam is just around the corner, and you must be promoted to the Lord level. Lin Sheng patted the deer on the head. The 1,000-fold time acceleration allowed Lin Sheng's pet beast to quickly absorb the energy it received. It's a pity that there are no strange creatures in this jungle, so the deer cannot obtain the genes they need to hunt. Hiss. Brother, hurry up and level up. Mao, who's your little brother? The fawn raised its 2 front hooves, looking quite angry. Unfortunately, it was no match for Little White. Xiao Bai's dragon eyes are incredibly effective at suppressing evil spirits. Moreover, this guy also has his own domain. The key issue is that Xiao Bai is too pampered. Every time the owner increases their strength, Xiao Bai is always the first to be boosted. No, I must make a contribution quickly. The fawn was unaware of this at the time. Lin Sheng must hunt down demons in order to provide them with genetic enhancements. And since there are no eerie or dark creatures here, it's impossible to give the deer much of a boost. However, there will be plenty of opportunities when we return to Yangqing. Even the Dragon Slayer Bureau has many strange and mysterious secret realms. 7:30 p.m. Lin Sheng returned to the base. At the base's gate, Di Qian was leaning against the steel wall. The moment she saw Lin Sheng, she immediately got up and walked over, as if she had something to ask him. Captain D, does our Dragon Slayer Bureau have any strange or mysterious secret realms? Lin Sheng spoke first. Yes, there is, but you won't be under my jurisdiction anymore. After all, you are now a Lord-level Beastmaster. Go back and apply to the Dragon Slaying Bureau for a promotion. Di Qian's face was full of relief. Then they became serious and solemn. I heard you found a strange-looking pet. Yes. Lin Sheng had no intention of hiding it. I just don't know why everyone knows about this. Let me tell you, the strange and bizarre kind of pets are the hardest to contract. They feed on the resentment of evil souls. You have to understand, it took me a lot of time to form a contract with this ghostly figure back then. You must invest a lot of energy and time, and you must not be careless. Di Qian's eyes were very serious. I guess they heard some rumors from somewhere. I'm a little worried about Lin Sheng. How about this? Starting today, you come to see me once a day, and I'll explain the key points of this kind of creature contract to you in detail. After all, I've been with supernatural pets for several years now. Thank you, Captain D, but I've already completed the contract. The little deer is still sleeping in the beast-taming space. Lin Sheng turned around and headed towards the cafeteria to get his food. He intends to train Xiao Ling into a dark dragon, a bizarre master capable of transforming into any form. What? Watching the boy's departing figure, Di Qian's slender legs trembled, and she kept tapping the ground with her feet, seemingly very anxious. This is an opportunity after all. Lin Sheng is too proud. Sometimes you can't always rely on others. The next morning, a helicopter. They arrived at the base carrying several well-dressed middle-aged men. These individuals are all disaster-level beast tamers. Ding Long personally came out to greet them. Old Chun, long time no see. What brings you all the way from the capital this time? It's time to see an old friend. Ha ha. The man whom Ding Long called Old Chun responded with a hearty laugh. Trying to fool me again? I bet you're here again for the special admissions thing, aren't you? You even noticed that. Ding Long was speechless. Almost every year, top universities send professors to major cities to recruit students. And the students who were specially recruited. There is no need for the college entrance examination. Anyone who passes the required test can directly enter the academy. And these people in front of Ding Long. It is now a top-tier university in China. Professors from top-tier universities such as Jiangnan University, Fengshan University, and Shanghai University. They are all extremely powerful and well-known individuals. Ding Long, we heard you've recruited a lot of talented students this time. I remember there was another genius named Lin Sheng. Rumor has it that his contracted pet beast was a disaster-level creature. Old Chen asked with a smile. Shanghai already knew about this matter very well. The first place in the training camp. The first genius student to obtain a disaster-level cub. It's likely that it's already been targeted by various universities. Let me be frank with you. Our Jiangnan Academy is willing to provide a complete set of black and gold armor. We're adding a third pet beast with the character dragon in its name, all just to recruit this student. Upon hearing this, Ding Long couldn't help but be moved by it. A set of black and gold armor is enough to withstand the attack of a catastrophic beast. And which of the dragon-type pets isn't at the top of the food chain? Just like the legendary black dragon. If it weren't for Zeus, the strongest being in the United States, intervening, I'm afraid that by now, The coastal cities of the United States would have been destroyed by that black dragon long ago. The two together, without tens of billions, it would be very difficult to acquire. I need to ask about this. Ding Longxian agreed. Haha, thank you very much then. Remember to help promote our Jiangnan Academy. I'll treat you to a visit sometime when I have time. Old Chen winked at Ding Long. If they could acquire such a genius, it would be of great benefit to both the Jiangnan Academy and him. Get lost. You want my wife to beat me to death, don't you? Ding Long said irritably. What followed? Those top-tier universities then selected a few more students from the remaining applicants. They took him directly away from the training base. Before leaving, Old Chen also specifically revealed a piece of news to Ding Long. I've heard that the 5 top universities will also be recruiting at your camp. You'd better seize this opportunity. Chapter 53, Giving My Brother a Backdoor. The 5 great universities of China. The capital city, the Magic City, the Sacred Snow, Mount Everest, and the Dragon Slayer. It has a formidable reputation throughout the entire planet Earth. Each academy has an emperor-level beast tamer in charge. Among the trainees are many king-level beast tamers. It is the most desired holy land in the hearts of all beast tamers. All students who are able to enter the 5 major universities come out from inside. At the very least, he's a disaster-level beast tamer. I never expected that these 5 universities would come to offer special admissions. This is almost equivalent to an ancient emperor going on a private visit. After all, the 5 universities have high self-esteem and would never condescend to recruit students in the past. Then the time. People from the Beast Tamer Association, the Dragon Slayer Bureau, and the military also arrived here. They practically ransacked all the students here. Joining the Beast Taming Association and the Dragon Slaying Bureau does not conflict with entering the 5 major universities. You can study at the academy, while the Beast Taming Association and the Dragon Slaying Bureau belong to different factions. Take, for example, the Dragon Slaying Academy, one of the 5 major universities. The Dragon Slayer Bureau was standing right behind him. Among these forces, the military is the largest. Therefore, many students also chose to join the army. This will ensure both your future prospects and your safety net. I heard that Song Yunzong and his other geniuses who have reached the Lord level in beast taming have all been recruited by top-tier universities such as Jiangnan Academy. I'm so envious. I wish I could be specially admitted too. Don't even think about it. Even if top universities don't offer them special admissions, they're almost guaranteed to get in. That's right. Being able to upgrade a pet to the Lord level so quickly and become a Lord Beast Tamer is already 1 in a million. I'd be lucky if I could get into a top-tier university. The people present. They are all top geniuses from major towns and cities. However, upon arriving here, I discovered, even among geniuses, there are differences. It's so big that it's impossible for people to catch up with it. Just like those 3 beast tamers who obtained disaster-level beasts. They would never agree to the special admissions offer from top-tier universities, and instead plan to directly enter those 5 prestigious universities through the National College Entrance Examination. Once you go in, you'll at least emerge as a catastrophic beast tamer. There's absolutely no worry about having no way out. No amount of power or money is as important as personal strength. More than 10 days later, July 27th. The deer let out a long neigh. It was already close to reaching the late stage of the War General realm, and with the generous food and the powerful boost from Lin Sheng's beast taming space, it quickly broke through. Black Flame Deer Cubs. Level, Late Stage Warrior. Talent, Emperor level. Skills, Disguise, disappears upon reaching the King level. Black Fire, Trample, Size Change, Death Domain. Evolutionary Path, Black Flame Deer. Introduction, a powerful and domineering creature, located at the top of the food chain, and given the title of dragon by humans. As time goes by, the fur on the Black Flame Deer visibly grew longer. Its hooves, belly, and other vulnerable parts of its body are covered with jet black scales. The aura of darkness grew even stronger. Even without Lin Sheng's bloodline enhancement, the Black Flame Deer is now the most top-tier creature among its peers. So handsome. Even at the late stage of the War General realm, this Black Flame Deer is so majestic and imposing. If it were to evolve to the same level as its mother, how powerful would it be? Lin Sheng felt a faint sense of anticipation rising within him. And most importantly, the deer's ability to conceal itself has not disappeared. It can still transform into a ghost form at any time. It's very convenient. Night. A private luxury jet used exclusively in the capital city. The entire venue was booked out tonight. Although the staff member above did not know who they were, But they knew that his identity and status were not something they could possibly find out. "Madam, do you require any special services?" The waitress was pretty and spoke to a woman lying in a chair. Even service staff. Her looks alone are enough to outshine most people. But compared to the red-haired woman slumped in the chair, she was far inferior. "No need. I didn't notify you. You don't need to come looking for me again." The beautiful, yet very young, red-haired woman waved her hand. "I picked up my phone only after the staff left." "Boss, do you think this will work? I have a feeling that doing it this way is a bit wrong." "What's wrong with that? Those rich kids can pull strings, but my brother can't? I'm going to use that back door today. But this time is different." The red-haired woman frowned slightly. This time, they represented the capital city to recruit trainees at the training camp. But the captain actually wanted to give his younger brother special treatment. She didn't care about that at all. She would give her life for anything, let alone getting special treatment. The only thing that bothered her was, how could someone as outstanding, strong, and beautiful as the team leader have such a useless brother? Even if you can't get into the top 5 universities, do you have to use connections to get into a first-class university? Anyway, I'm going to see my brother in front of me in a month. Okay, I'll try my best. The red-haired woman closed her beautiful eyes and sighed. I hope before I go. This guy could probably be specially recruited by other universities. This way, she won't be caught in a dilemma. Surely he couldn't have inherited none of his sister's good genes, could he? Because Lin Ming provided so little information, the red-haired woman had many ideas. She originally thought that as a strong-willed person like the team leader, he must also be very strict with the people in his family. We have no choice but to let him personally get into one of the top 5 universities and prove himself. I never imagined that he would be so thoroughly obsessed with his brother. Before the private jet arrived at the training camp, 2 more black gold fighter jets with black seals on their exteriors landed at the camp ahead of schedule. And on that fighter jet, then, the 2 arrogant-looking people stepped down. But when the 2 men saw Ding Long, their faces immediately lit up with smiles. "Old Ding, what kind of outstanding students are you training for our Dragon Slaying Academy this time?" "What do you mean, trained for you?" They were clearly trained for our Mount Everest Academy. The 2 hadn't even stepped off the stage when they began their verbal sparring. Ding Long simply smiled. "As one of the top 5 universities, it's already quite good that you have students who can meet your standards." The 2 were joking, so he naturally didn't take it seriously. "Those who can be specially recruited here. They are either figures who represent the academy or disaster-level beast tamers. Then let's introduce it to you without delay. However, the requirements of our Everest Academy are the same as before, which are quite strict." A lean, short man from the Dragon Slaying Academy spoke quietly. "Of course I know that. It's very common for even one person to not be able to get through it." Ding Long nodded. "As long as you understand, that's fine. Apart from those 3 beast tamers who possess catastrophe-level pets, we will not see anyone else." A muscular man with a knife wound on his neck spoke up. He came from Mount Everest Academy, where the beast tamers were all quite robust. That wiped out almost everyone. Ding Long gave a helpless, bitter smile. Those who can get into these 5 universities are already geniuses among geniuses. Those who can be specially recruited by them must be the most extraordinary of all. It's likely that the university heard about their training program, which is why they came here specifically. After all, there aren't many young beast tamers with catastrophic talent. I wonder if the contract between these 3 people was successful. Ding Long felt a little uneasy. It has been less than half a month. If possible, I really hope they can all be specially recruited by the 5 major universities. However, the possibility is extremely slim. Chapter 54 Special Recruitment. Even Du Ning couldn't pass? The news of the arrival of the 2 important figures at the camp spread quickly. Have you heard? 2 of the 5 major universities have already arrived at our camp. Which 2? Saint Snow Academy. Could it be the Imperial Capital and the Demon Capital? Saint Snow Academy only admits female students. It must be Mount Everest and Dragon Slayer Academy. It's those 2 universities, and I heard that the big shot from Right State only saw those 3 who possessed catastrophic-level pet beasts. That's for sure. If it weren't for them, these important figures probably wouldn't have come here. I'm so envious. I wish I could just get in. What special admission? I'm not even dreaming about it. The students in the camp were talking about it. Let alone being able to contract with a catastrophic cub. Even something as simple as quickly raising one's pet to the Lord level is difficult for them. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the 3 individuals qualified to contract with a disaster-level cub. At the training camp, in a square, Du Ning and Bai He both stood there with tense expressions. Before them stood 2 special envoys from Shanghai and Mount Everest. and Senior Ding and the 3 instructors. The other students stood at a distance and watched. 3 catastrophic level beast tamers. I haven't seen even one like them in years. That's the benefit of having strong capabilities. That's what it means to have a broad perspective. But Brother Lin is really ruthless. He even dared to stand them up. Ha. They're probably going to get their comeuppance this time. We can't beat you, but surely someone can, right? Being oppressed for too long. Seeing that Lin Sheng finally suffered a loss. The students standing nearby were secretly pleased. Bai He, who was waiting there, was worried. Where is the other person? The robust man with eyes like a lion asked the question. His sharp gaze swept across the surroundings, and those who met his eyes quickly looked away, not daring to meet his gaze directly. He went for field training. Bai He immediately answered in place of the others. Still training in the wild? I haven't seen Lin Sheng spend much time with his disaster cubs these past few days, have I? Ding Long was taken aback, feeling somewhat embarrassed. How did I end up saying what was on my mind without even realizing it? Upon hearing his words, the 2 men frowned even more deeply. Training is important, but we must also distinguish between what is more important and what is less important. The burly man spoke as if giving a lecture. Since he hasn't come back yet, let's start with the 2 of you. Yes. Du Ning was the first to step forward. Although the Du family is considered a prominent family in Shanghai, it still falls short compared to behemoths like the 5 major universities. After all, the 5 universities are backed by the strongest people in human society. The university also gathers the most outstanding and talented students. Even after these students graduate and enter society, they will still have intricate connections with the university. Getting into these universities is far more valuable than being specially admitted. After all, the top 5 universities admit 50, 60, or even 100 students each year. However, there has never been a case of someone being specially recruited. Little butterfly. Du Ning waved her hand. The ice crystal emperor butterfly fluttered its wings slightly, hovering behind her. The students around were startled by the sight of this dreamlike creature. Lord-level ice crystal royal butterfly. Getting into a top-tier university is a sure thing, and there's even a chance to get into one of the top 5 universities. Let's see how it goes with the skill. The muscular man nodded. Then, under Du Ning's command, the ice crystal butterfly instantly unleashed its domain, and countless ice cones floated in mid-air. At this moment, a dead zone had formed around the ice crystal emperor butterfly. The scene that the surrounding classmates witnessed immediately turned pale with fright. If their pet beast were to face the ice-clear royal butterfly, they would be instantly killed. These are not even in the same league. The pet's level is average. It can only condense ice spikes, so its skill proficiency in that skill isn't very high, is it? Yes, I've only just reached the proficient level. Du Ning nodded silently. Upon hearing this, the students standing nearby were stunned. Is Lord level considered a fairly average level? Is a proficient level of skill not considered high? These qualifications are more than enough to get into a top-tier university. However, it still failed to meet the standards of the 5 major universities. Your talent is quite good. Judging from your skill proficiency and pet level, you would probably rank outside the top 120 in our academy. 120 people. There are probably only a little over 100 people in the entire university. However, the thought that there were king-level beast tamers in that academy made it all make sense. How's the contract with that disaster-level cub going? Not yet. Du Ning shook her head. It's only been less than a month. How could the contract be signed so quickly? Yes, with your current strength, if you train your second pet to the level of warrior or lord before the exam, you will almost certainly be able to get into our Everest Academy. Although I would love to hire you, the requirements for this special recruitment are very high. The muscular man shook his head. He really hoped to recruit a genius like Du Ning into his academy. If I give up now, I might get into another university through the exam. But there's nothing we can do. The special recruitment criteria this time left him speechless. He even suspected that the university had no intention of recruiting students through special admissions. That's why such high standards were set. I guess we'll only have a chance to get through this if the Black Dragon King comes. Their gazes then turned to Bai He, who was standing to the side. My strength is not as good as Sister Du Ning's, and I have not been able to successfully contract the disaster-level cub. Bai He shook her head. She has a fairly clear understanding of her own abilities. What about the remaining student? The lean man, who hadn't spoken until now, finally spoke. Du Ning's strength was already very strong in their eyes, but she still did not get the first place in the training camp rankings. Naturally, this aroused their great interest in Lin Sheng, who was ranked first in training. even if he doesn't pass the special admission process. Promising the other party some benefits to build a relationship is also a good idea. Maybe we can recruit this genius into our university? I sent him a message. He should be back soon. Du Ning said. Around that time as well, Lin Sheng returned to the training camp at the same time as usual. Today's harvest was plentiful. We hunted down more than 90 ferocious beasts in total, most of which were late-stage warriors. Lin Sheng was very satisfied. It's estimated that it won't be long before Little Deer's level is raised to Lord level. By then, getting into a prestigious university in Shanghai will be a sure thing. Brother Lin, someone over there is looking for you. When a friend of Lin Sheng saw him return, he hurriedly informed him. I know. Lin Sheng nodded. He knew that special envoys from the Everest Academy and the Dragon Slayer Academy had come to recruit him. However, the place he wanted to go was a university in Shanghai. But we can't really stand these two up. Being too arrogant wouldn't be good either. Chapter 55 Emperor Level Revealed. The shock of the two special envoys. Lin Sheng had already returned to the training base. The two special envoys' eyes lit up the moment they saw Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng's handsome appearance is one thing, but what's more important is the subtle yet captivating aura he exudes. This kind of temperament is something only true geniuses possess. But Lin Sheng's attitude towards raising cubs, and for making them wait here for so long, this left a slight lingering resentment between the two. They've seen plenty of geniuses. They didn't seem to mind his arrogance. However, if one does not have the corresponding strength, then it is not called being arrogant, but rather overestimating one's abilities. I suppose this white snake is your pet. The muscular man spoke coldly. Yes. Lin Sheng stroked the scales on Xiao Bai's body with his hand. The pets seemed to have a very close relationship, which eased the two people's mood a little. Lin, it's important to build a bond with your initial beast, but you can't neglect your second beast. Although this person is usually quite stupid, what he said now is not wrong. After all, it is a disaster-level cub, which is definitely more promising than the first pet you contracted. The lean man also said with a smile. The number one pet beast's talent is at most at the king level, right? The difference between the disaster level and the monarch level appears to be only one level. However, the number of beast tamers at the two levels differs by hundreds or thousands of times. The lean man's words immediately made the muscular man roll his eyes. Why do you have to constantly criticize me when you're just talking? Ding Long and Di Qian shared the same idea. Who is Lin Sheng? He hasn't developed any relationship with that disaster-level cub since the first day. I spend almost every day outdoors. Anyone can tell at a glance. Lin Sheng didn't really care much for that second pet beast. However, each additional pet a beast tamer acquires significantly boosts their combat power exponentially. It's impossible to compare with beast tamers who only have one pet beast. Listening to what everyone was saying, Lin Sheng felt a little puzzled. Do I not get along well with Xiao Bai? Thinking about it, Lin Sheng quickened his pace as he stroked the little white snake's head. Meanwhile, the little deer in the beast-taming space was also getting anxious. Damn two-legged creatures. They actually tried to sow discord between me and my master. Things change, and I'll show you what's what when I grow up. You two don't need to worry about that. I already contracted my second pet beast more than 10 days ago. Lin Sheng smiled and nodded, revealing a radiant expression. However, looking at his expression, Di Qian felt an inexplicable worry in her heart. Is this child mentally challenged? Even Ding Long was stunned. Didn't I just give you the disaster-level cub a little over 10 days ago? You can fool your teacher, but how did you end up fooling yourself? The two special envoys who arrived here had already heard Ding Long tell this story, and they were immediately intrigued. You mean you successfully formed a contract with the catastrophe-level cub as soon as you got it? Yes, it's still an emperor-level cub. Lin Sheng nodded earnestly. Why is it that nobody believes the truth these days? Upon hearing this, the two special envoys immediately tried to suppress their laughter, looking quite uncomfortable. All right. Please release your emperor-level cub from the beast-taming space so we can have a look. If the contract is successful, it can stay in the beast-taming space, right? The two special envoys could no longer hold back. Are you kidding me? Do you know what it means to have a cub with a contracted emperor-level status? There are probably no more than a handful of beast tamers in the entire world who can form contracts with emperor-level cubs at this age. Moreover, he managed to get an emperor-level cub to agree to the contract within a single day. This is a dream within a dream. Even if he were to eat a mouthful of shit right now, the probability would be greater than this. The two were completely disappointed in Lin Sheng. So what if you have great talent? This kind of boastful and arrogant nature means he's destined to go nowhere. However, Before the two could even speak, a strange sound suddenly spread from heaven and earth. The surrounding sunlight seemed to be blocked out for a moment, and everything instantly turned pitch black. And after the surrounding darkness completely disappeared, a creature that was 3 meters tall, robust, and covered in black and gold scales, resembling a magnificent steed or a chelan, appeared before everyone's eyes. The robust creature had just appeared. The beasts of some of the surrounding beast tamers were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. This is suppression from the bloodline. They are higher-level beings, with absolute dominion over lower-level beings. At this moment, Xiao Lu's pair of dark eyes, as deep as an abyss, were staring intently at the two stunned envoys. The dark aura emanating from his body was now almost tangible. The sight sent chills down the spines of everyone standing nearby. How is this possible? The two special envoys were completely dumbfounded. Even Ding Long was stunned. The three men stared intently at the scene before them, the sight of the pet beast striking them like a bolt from the blue. It hit them squarely in the head, causing them to tremble uncontrollably, and dopamine was being released at an alarming rate, rushing through their entire bodies. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. This robust body, with its jet-black scales, exudes a dark and corrosive aura. It's a look that no disaster-level beast tamer will ever forget. The Emperor of Dark Creatures, the world's top predator, Black Dragon Nyark. The three of them stammered and were completely speechless, feeling like clowns. Ding Long was completely dumbfounded. It turned out that what Lin Sheng had said before was all true. It truly is a royal-level pet. Moreover, he is the offspring of the legendary Black Dragon Nyarlathotep. Most importantly, this pet was summoned from the beast taming space, which means that the contract has been successfully formed. Oh shit. A royal-level cub. Moreover, they were among the very pinnacle of emperors. There are probably no more than 10 creatures of this caliber in the entire world. That dark aura emanating from him. I'll never forget it. I saw it in the video back then. The strong man's voice trembled as he spoke. This is like finding a treasure. As long as the first pet is similar to Du Ning's, plus this second pet, they will have met the standard for their special recruitment, let alone their universities. If this matter gets out, countless forces will probably extend olive branches to Lin Sheng. Student Lin, the doors of our Mount Everest Academy are always open to you. If you join our Dragon Slayer Academy, we are willing to provide you with access to a Level 2 blood pool once. The two were excited. Level 2 blood pool. A pool of blood from a monarch-level creature. The price for a single use is estimated to be in the hundreds of billions. And at that very moment, a special plane from the capital is about to land at the camp. Chapter 56 Rejecting 2 Universities. The 3 catastrophic-level beast tamers could not hide their shock. Throughout history, there have been many beast tamers who have had the opportunity to form contracts with emperor-level pet cubs. However, very few people are able to successfully subdue and form a contract with them. The temperament and strength of the beast tamer alone are not enough. The talent level is too low. The first pet I contracted was too weak. All of these will cause dissatisfaction in the hearts of even emperor-level pet cubs. Even many emperor-level pet cubs would rather die. They also don't want humans to enter into contracts. What method did Lin Sheng use? How can he convince the Black Dragon's offspring to follow him? Moreover, this is the cub that the Black Dragon lost for several years. And now they've actually reappeared within their Dragon Kingdom's territory. The students around them were completely unaware of why the 3 disaster-level beast tamers had such shocked expressions. After all, they had only heard of the Black Dragon Nyarlathotep, but had never actually seen him. That video only circulated among high-ranking officials back then. To avoid causing panic in the base city, it was not widely disseminated. Aside from beast tamers at the disaster level, promoting such videos indiscriminately will result in being hunted down by the Beast Tamer Association. Brother Lin actually made a contract with this disaster-level cub? Wow. And they even formed a contract within a single day? No wonder they were out training all this time. They were cultivating the bond between their 2 pets. Damn, this is monstrous. How did Lin Sheng manage to do that? That's not the key point. The key point is that even so, it shouldn't have made the 3 of them look like that. That's right. Anyone who can become a disaster-level beast tamer will be treated as an honored guest in any base city. What kind of scene haven't they seen? Contracting disaster-level cubs is not uncommon. Everyone was filled with confusion. Although the black beast in front of me looks very majestic and imposing, and its bloodline must be quite high, but being able to scare a disaster-level beast tamer doesn't seem to be enough, does it? After all, no matter how high its talent is, it looks like it's just a pet beast at the level of a warrior general right now. How strong can it be? Could this really be an emperor-level cub? I don't know who said that. Everyone present was instantly stunned. Di Qian, standing next to Ding Long, naturally thought of this as well. I had misunderstood him. While shocked, Di Qian was also filled with self-reproach. She had previously suspected Lin Sheng. But to my surprise, everything the child said before was actually true. They just didn't believe it. In a short time, thinking back to how Lin Sheng had faced the suspicions of his teachers and classmates, they are still training the two pets to develop a tacit understanding in the wild. Di Qian's eyes began to sting. They probably don't want the cub to come into contact with other people and affect the contract, so they didn't prove their innocence beforehand, right? Di Qian felt inexplicably regretful. Why didn't you believe what Lin Sheng said at the time? Actually, Lin Sheng didn't release Xiaoling simply because it was too lively. Xiaoling's fighting spirit was too strong. She wanted to kick anyone she saw. When we first met, I ambushed Little White in the jungle, stepping directly on Little White's scales with a stomp. Result: only a little bit of dust remained on it. Instead, he was grabbed and beaten up by Xiaobai. But that was all in the past. Now the relationship between the two pets has improved a lot, and they are even closer than brothers. So, student, what do you think? If you agree, you can become one of our Mount Everest special admissions students right away. The muscular man spoke again. What's so great about Mount Everest? The air there is freezing. It's completely unsuitable for Heilongjiang to live in. The lean man spoke up in rebuttal. Those eyes kept scrutinizing the black dragon, as if it were a rare treasure. Heh, the black dragon's survival skills are such that it can adapt to any place it goes. The muscular man complained again. Its eyes were also shining brightly, and it almost got close to the black dragon. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at those scales, look at those hairs. Look at that explosive power, so muscular. This is truly a top-quality horse of our time. If it evolves to the level of its mother, it will have such a pet. He can become a disaster-level being, the most formidable beast tamer, even though he has only just stepped into the disaster level. Once it matures, it will reach the level of an emperor. The Dragon Kingdom possesses such a guardian beast. They didn't even dare to think about it anymore. That so-called beacon of light country? They probably wouldn't dare to act recklessly in front of China anymore. Did I hear that right? Those two special envoys said it was a black dragon. Could it be that legendary black dragon that attacked the coastal cities of the United States? The one that could destroy hundreds or thousands of skyscrapers with a single stomp. Wow. The skyscrapers in coastal cities are made of special materials. Even in the face of a tsunami, they can't collapse easily. To be crushed by a single trampling? How powerful would they have to be? Is it a dream that two special envoys are now vying to have me join one of their 5 major universities? It's real. I'm not dreaming. The geniuses standing nearby were drooling. I wish I could take his place. The entire city of Yancheng has tens of millions of people. Only a dozen or so people were able to enter the training camp. And those who can get into one of the top 5 universities may not appear for more than 10 years. The chances of being specially admitted by the top 5 universities are even lower. Now, Lin Sheng is not only being specially recruited by martial arts universities, but is even being sought after. What an honor this is. Even the top scorer in the college entrance examination probably wouldn't receive this kind of treatment. What kind of top scorer in the college entrance examination? We're really not that familiar. For an emperor-level cub to willingly settle for second place, this snake's talent and bloodline must be quite extraordinary. Their gazes fell on Xiaobai, and for some reason, their hearts trembled. I seem to have seen this kind of pet in a picture before, but I can't remember where. So, classmate, what's your decision? They withdrew their gaze and asked in deep voices. Unexpectedly, Lin Sheng shook his head. I want to go to a university in Shanghai. Even if I'm not specially admitted, I can get into that university through my own entrance exam. The two were not surprised to hear Lin Sheng's words. Such geniuses don't need special admissions. They are guaranteed entry into one of the top 5 universities. It's perfectly normal to be a little arrogant. It seems he does have reason to be proud. On the surface, our 5 universities are ranked the same, but in reality, the 2 universities in Shanghai and Beijing are the most competitive and the strongest. Moreover, there have often been battles between students from the 2 universities in previous years. Although we don't know if these 2 academies will offer special admissions, a mere emperor-level cub isn't enough to warrant such a special offer. At the very least, your pet skill proficiency must reach the mastery level. The 2 spoke in silence. This is already quite difficult. However, What the two did not know was that not only does Xiao Bai have many proficiency level skills, but he even has perfect level skills. Chapter 57. Do you understand the concept of opening a back door? Miss Su, the plane will be here soon. Inside the private jet, a sweet-looking flight attendant spoke to the girl with burgundy hair. I know. The girl nodded. He then got up and put on his black coat. It was accompanied by the sound of an airplane landing. The private jet landed at the training camp. This is a passenger plane from the capital. The students present were all surprised to see the logo of the Imperial University of Beijing engraved on the passenger plane. Could it be that universities in the capital have also sent people to recruit students through special channels? Before anyone could hesitate, a girl with wine-red hair and a stunningly beautiful face walked straight toward the crowd, her long, shapely legs swaying gracefully. Her fair arms were crossed in front of her, but her eyes scanned the crowd. There's an invisible air of superiority about it. So it's Su Xian from the capital. The two people from Mount Everest and Dragon Slayer Bay City immediately recognized her. Rising star of the capital's academic circles. Su Xian, known as the Crimson Demon. Hello, you two. Su Xian greeted the two of them. Although she is currently only at the peak of her monarchy, they are still far from being as good as the two people in front of them. But don't you even consider how old she is? Those who can reach the pinnacle of monarchical status at this age are destined for a bright future. The two calamity-level beast tamers before them, limited by their age, could no longer make any further progress. Moreover, she now represents the Imperial Capital Academy, so there's no need for her to address the two as seniors. Both of them understood this principle. The Crimson Demon Shadow is renowned throughout the capital. He once entered a secret realm where even a king-level beast tamer would perish, and broke through it. Every beast tamer who reaches the king level knows her. Who is Lin Sheng? Su Xian spoke directly. Her beautiful eyes swept over the crowd, and some timid boys didn't dare to meet her gaze at all. Lin Sheng looked at the girl in front of him with some curiosity. Is this the Su Xian who wet the bed when she was a teenager? Lin Sheng had heard about this from his older sister. If Su Xian knew what he was thinking at this moment, she would definitely give him a beating. Finally, Su Xian's eyes met Lin Sheng's. You must be Lin Sheng? Yes. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He's quite handsome. The idea of the three of them living together sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Su Xian simply doesn't like pretty boys, since she has achieved everything she has through her own hard work. Shall we be leaving now? The two disaster-level beast tamers plan to leave. If Lin Sheng cannot be specially recruited, there's no need for the remaining students to try anymore. They don't even meet the most basic requirements. Is no one able to pass the test? Su Xian asked the question seemingly unintentionally. A hint of disappointment inevitably flashed in his eyes. This is Lin Sheng. He couldn't even get into the special admission programs of Dragon Slayer Academy and Mount Everest Academy. How could they possibly be qualified to enter their top universities in the capital? The two little girls standing next to me are quite pretty. Before arriving, Su Xian had seen the group chatting and laughing. In an instant, the image of a rich young master who was idle and dissolute and used his good looks to harass respectable women came to life on the page. This image is compared to the most perfect person in one's heart. It's like comparing heaven and earth. But these two people are actually siblings. Can you believe it? But the boss's orders are like destiny. Come back to the Imperial Capital Academy with me. The boss is not letting us off today. You have to come back with me today. Su Xian almost let it slip. The people standing nearby were stunned, their mouths agape. They could understand why the two men were vying to recruit Lin Sheng. After all, there are Imperial-level cubs. But they just couldn't understand what was happening in front of them. Your Excellency, sir, to be specially recruited students, one must first pass a test, right? The bald instructor asked somewhat nervously. Su Xian immediately gave him a cold look. The bald instructor was so frightened that he didn't dare to speak again. Is this the Crimson Demon? Truly terrifying. The sheer aura emanating naturally from that body was enough to instill fear in him, a lord-level beast tamer. No one else should speak. Can I take this person back to the capital for testing? Su Xian said coldly. Are you kidding me? How could such a spoiled brat pass the special recruitment process in the capital? Would the boss still ask her to pull strings? What does opening the back door mean? Don't you all understand? Su Xian felt that she had already made her intentions clear enough. So why were these people still asking so stupidly? Do you know what it means to open a back door? He's got connections. You idiot. Su Xian suddenly found it difficult to communicate with these people. Di Qian, however, sensed that something was amiss. This person clearly didn't know Lin Sheng's talent, and hadn't even tested him, yet he still wanted to summon him to the Imperial Capital Academy. Moreover, the admission requirements for the Imperial Capital Academy are 10 times, or even 100 times, more difficult than those of the other 3 academies. Soviet envoy, are you alone? Di Qian asked. Some people were worried about Lin Sheng. Yes. Su Xian frowned slightly. This backdoor thing doesn't seem to be what I expected. Isn't it true that as soon as I opened my mouth, this kid came running up to me like a puppy? Having lived in the capital's academies for many years, Su Xian had almost developed a habit of people around her constantly trying to get close to her, which naturally gave her an air of superiority. However, Lin Sheng heard that the Imperial Academy wanted to recruit him. There wasn't a trace of happiness on his face. If it were some spoiled brats I knew, I would agree to let them join the Imperial Capital Academy. I bet even people would have to wait in line to kneel down and lick her shoes. It's no wonder Su Xian is arrogant. After all, the university is not only rich, but also extremely powerful. The students there are at least at the monarch level, and once they leave the school, they are at least disaster-level beast tamers. Even the teachers among them are of a disaster level, and behind them stand countless other disaster-level beast tamers. They huddled together tightly. Everyone's desperate to get in. This is why everyone wants to send their children to that university. Anyone who can get in is like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. They'll transform into a phoenix. It seems all we can do is test it. All right, testing is fine, right? Su Xian said helplessly. Everyone around was completely speechless. How come we're now begging you to test us? Isn't this the place you're here to recruit students? How about this? Let's raise the beast taming level to the late stage of the Commander General. I have a skill that I'm proficient in, a skill at the advanced level. As long as you can generate 10,000 tons of force on the punching machine, you'll pass. Su Xian spoke with great care and deliberation. It seems they were afraid of raising the difficulty level. Everyone was full of questions. The students standing nearby were even more dumbfounded. The 3 instructors were completely dumbfounded. Even Ding Long couldn't understand it. Who in the training camp can't meet your requirements? You're not here for a special recruitment. You're here to buy goods. Are you sure you're not from an electronics factory recruiting? Chapter 58 Crimson Shadow, Little White's True Combat Power. My god, a skill at the proficiency level. Are you serious? Most Lord-level pets should have skills at this proficiency level, right? Does that mean I can also get into a prestigious university in the capital? Something's not right. Let's take a look. The students didn't understand. And they really dare to claim a force of 10,000 tons. Ferocious beasts have always possessed immense strength. Under continuous attacks, a creature in the late stage of the War General realm can easily deal 10,000 or even 20,000 tons of damage. The Lord class can easily reach 100,000 to 500,000 tons. Su Xian hadn't tested it in so long that she had almost forgotten the standards. Seeing that everyone's expressions were a bit off, Su Xian quickly had her assistant carry a strength testing device to the center of the room. Lin Sheng was about to speak when Su Xian interrupted him. Quickly test the pet's strength. Su Xian spoke extremely quickly. Since it's hard to explain, let's just cut to the chase. After the test was completed, they simply said they were only recruiting one person, and then ran away with the younger brother. They didn't give Lin Sheng a chance to explain. A machine covered with a thin film made from the hide of a ferocious beast stood right in front of Lin Sheng. You really don't listen to anyone. Lin Sheng gave a wry smile. Judging from this, Su Xian definitely wouldn't let go unless I tested it myself. But that's perfect. I haven't tested what level of power Xiaobai has reached yet. A competitive spirit also ignited in Lin Sheng's heart. His goal is to become the strongest beast tamer. In that case, one must have a clear understanding of one's own abilities in order to plan one's future growth path. Noob. As Lin Sheng spoke, Xiaobai went to the cowhide drum. Then it raised its tail and lashed out. Smack. That was incredibly powerful. It produced a series of explosive sounds that seemed to be drawn directly into the air. 130,000 tons. The power of a typical Lord-level creature is around 100,000 tons. 130,000 tons is already considered quite excellent. The students and instructors standing nearby didn't seem too surprised. On the contrary, Su Xian, who had been relatively calm, was slightly surprised. This younger brother doesn't seem so bad after all. Before anyone could continue thinking about it, suddenly, a layer of jet-black keratin covered Xiaobai's body, and then the blackness gradually condensed at the tip of its tail. Whoosh! Xiaobai used tremendous force this time. As the snake's tail lashed out, it created a series of sonic booms in the air. Then suddenly it smashed onto the cowhide drum. Boom! Suddenly, a sound like thunder and lightning exploded in the arena. The sonic booms caused a painful thud in the eardrums of everyone around. They all looked at the arena in disbelief. Complete hardening of the body. Moreover, it can concentrate on one point, which is a master-level hardening skill. Even Su Xian's heart skipped a beat at that moment. Master-level hardening. Although hardening skills are very common, they are also the most difficult skills to master. Reaching the master level requires at least 30 or 40 years of dedicated practice. But has Lin Sheng's contracted pet been in existence for 6 months now? It probably hasn't even been half a year, and they've already reached the master level of proficiency. This can already be called genius. 190,000 tons. The figure eventually settled at 190,000 tons. The best stats a lord can achieve in the early game are around 200,000 tons. But you should know that Xiaobai has only hit the target once. With a single attack power reaching 200,000 tons, this is beyond description. But it's not over yet. The varying values continued to fluctuate, and Little White's snake tail, amidst the flowing black keratin, gradually transformed into a pitch-black sphere. Perfect hardening. Everyone present was completely dumbfounded. Even Su Xian opened her beautiful eyes wide, staring in disbelief at the young man in the arena. How is that possible? Keep in mind that even her beast-taming hardening skill is only at the perfect level right now. But her tamed beasts are already king-level beasts. And he was at the peak of the monarchy. It's about to reach disaster level. But has this young man been contracting and taming beasts for half a year? Boom. This time, Xiaobai's tail whipped with tremendous force. With the enhancement of perfect hardening, it can allow black keratin to flow to any part of the body. It can even transform that part into any shape, such as knives, swords, axes, hammers, etc. Moreover, the combined power is twice as great as the power when dispersed throughout the body. The impact slammed into the cowhide drum, sending ripples spreading across its surface. However, before the ripples on it had disappeared, Little White's snake tail lashed out again and crashed down. Boom, boom, boom. One terrifying sound after another echoed through the scene. It even nearly knocked some beast tamers who were only at the warrior level to the ground. You have to understand, they're not ordinary people. Instead, they are beast tamers with exceptional physical abilities. Even so, he was almost knocked over. It's easy to imagine just how much force Xiaobai pulled out at that moment. What's going on? Are they bombers? The students standing nearby covered their ears tightly. His eyes widened as he stared at the insane scene before him. Are you sure your tamed beast is just a snake? Why is the terrifying power it's displaying even stronger than what they tested before? With such formidable power, if the night giant were to come, he could probably whip his armor apart with a single tail strike. Fortunately, Song Yunzong was not here at the moment. If someone saw this scene, they would probably be so terrified that their mentality would be completely shattered. Lin Sheng, your progress is too fast. Ding Long and the 3 instructors stared intently at the scene. They had the longest contact with Lin Sheng, watching him rise step by step from the level of general to the level of lord. This rate of progress is truly terrifying. You? Su Xian was completely dumbfounded. She stared wide-eyed, her small mouth slightly agape, at the boy in the arena in disbelief. I felt my heart pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of my chest. How familiar this scene seems. Back then, the boss was the same way, using his strength to leave everyone speechless. Now her younger brother is showing such terrifying strength. Moreover, the boy seemed to simply want to see how far he could go. If she hadn't forced him, Lin Sheng probably wouldn't have made a move. Finally, Little White stopped attacking. The snake's tail gradually recovered. But the numbers on that cowhide drum just wouldn't stop. Chapter 59 being watched, a crisis in Shanghai. 590,000 tons. 710,000 tons. 900,000 tons. The readings on the strength testing equipment skyrocketed. It only stopped when the volume reached around 900,000 tons. Looking at these terrifying numbers, the scene fell silent. 900,000 tons. Perhaps this is the level of power possessed by some of the weaker pet beasts of a monarch in the early stages of his reign. Does that mean that Lin Sheng, at only the lord level, possesses combat power approaching that of a weak monarch? For a moment, everyone looked at Xiaobai with fear in their eyes. His combat power has jumped 2 levels. What kind of creature is this? The scales on Little White's body were extremely large, revealing a captivating luster. A pair of pale golden pupils possessed an eerie beauty that, if gazed upon for too long, almost made one's soul sink into them. But the most crucial thing is the pair of small horns on its head, which are only a few centimeters long. But with these, their race is still unknown, because it is not uncommon for snakes in this world to have horns on their heads. Like the one-horned python and the blue sky bull snake, which one has a horn on its head that isn't as big as theirs. But this was the first time anyone had ever seen scales this beautiful. Moreover, this leap in talent and combat power. They are far beyond the reach of trash like the one-horned python and the azure sky bull snake to stage an accident. It took a long time for everyone to recover from their shock. Good. This level of combat strength is enough for us to recruit them through special means. Su Xian's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, and her face was beaming with a smile. I knew it. Geniuses are all related by blood. If the older sister is so strong, how could the younger brother be weak? I'm not going to the capital. Lin Sheng was delighted by Xiao Bai's power, and then spoke softly. Su Xian's expression froze instantly. If you're not going to the capital, what are you doing here? Be good, come back with your sister. Su Xian stepped forward, her voice captivating and mesmerizing. I want to rely on my own abilities to get into other universities. Lin Sheng closed his eyes and started talking nonsense. Hiss. That's right. This snake doesn't eat food offered with contempt. Xiao Bai chimed in. Su Xian's expression turned cold instantly. Those pale red pupils looked at Lin Sheng, and it was as if the surrounding air had turned a few degrees colder. This is a common reaction Su Xian has after being rejected, and she couldn't hold back her emotions at this moment. Scarlet Demon personally invited someone. No one has ever dared to refuse. But then, his expression returned to normal. Since you insist on going to another university, then go ahead. Su Xian's words seemed threatening. Then, without pausing, he turned and left. Why aren't you trying to persuade them anymore? Lin Sheng was somewhat bewildered. Students from Shanghai and Beijing often spar with each other, and the stakes are extremely high. Someone as famous as Crimson Shadow, even if she can't challenge you personally, can find someone stronger than you. This method is often used between the two institutions to coerce and poach some students. Di Qian clearly knew some inside information. The greatest resource between these two universities is their students with unlimited potential. This kind of mutual plundering is secretly permitted by them, because it can enhance the fighting spirit among students. After all, nobody wants to be a traitor or a slave to two masters. It does seem a little troublesome, but whatever. Lin Sheng shook his head. When soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. Xiao Bai's combat strength is only at the early stage of the Lord level, but it's already capable of dealing with ferocious beasts at the late stage Lord level. He still had some confidence. Looking at this resilient young man, Di Qian couldn't help but smile wryly. You've been targeted by the Crimson Demon. Even the beast tamers of the early kings were targeted by her. I probably won't be able to sleep well tonight. Moreover, Lin Sheng is just a freshman. If I go to a prestigious university in Shanghai, I won't have any seniors to protect me. It probably won't be long before the capital city takes it over. They'll probably suffer a lot then. After all, everyone present could see that the Crimson Demon seemed to have a strong liking for Lin Sheng, this young and handsome man. Not only did she speak to him in a soft and gentle voice, but she also seemed to be begging him to enter the Imperial Capital Academy. At the same time, the news from the camp quickly spread to the outside world. Among the upper echelons of the universities in Shanghai, you all need to immediately recruit this student named Lin Sheng through special recruitment. He has a pet beast that's 2 levels higher than Lin Sheng, plus a black dragon cub of emperor-level quality. Our universities in Shanghai have struck gold. A man in a black suit was excited. I understand, I'll go right away. One of the teachers nodded repeatedly. Such talent. It's truly rare. Moreover, I heard that Lin Sheng is also an S-level beast tamer and has awakened the most advanced beast taming space. If they could join the Magic City Academy, they would have a great help in dealing with the Imperial Capital Academy. In the city, inside an extremely dark high-rise building, 4 or 5 of the top beast tamers were gathered around the round table. This Lin Sheng is only 18 years old and has already joined our dragon slaying bureau. He was recruited by Di Qian from Yangqing. 18 years old. He has brought a genius to my Dragon Slayer Bureau, so he must be rewarded. And Lin Sheng should be promoted immediately. He should be given a development fund. We must keep him firmly in my Dragon Slayer Bureau. I've already asked someone to transfer Lin Sheng's household registration from our bureau to Shanghai. The handover will be completed smoothly within half a day. I have no problem. It's a blessing for our Dragon Slayer Bureau to have such a genius in our ranks. Everyone nodded. I had no objections whatsoever. At the very top of that round table, there was only one empty seat. That is the seat where the director of the Dragon Slayer Bureau is located. At this time, the various factions operating in the shadows are experiencing some turmoil. For example, there are various subforces within the military, the Dragon Slayer Bureau, and the Beast Taming Association. Even some private labor unions and private chambers of commerce. They all extended olive branches to Lin Sheng. The rewards are so generous that it's hard to refuse. Any organization can provide tens of millions of dollars in funding, and that's just the initial investment. If Lin Sheng hadn't seen much of the world, he probably would have been easily blinded by his own infatuation. But now his goal is very clear. First, enter the university in Shanghai. Then, by leveraging the resources of the universities in Shanghai, they will hunt down powerful and ferocious beasts and seize their genes. Today is the end of training. The blood pool has been completely absorbed by Xiao Bai. Lin Sheng was in his room, stroking the smooth scales on Xiao Bai's body. Xiao Bai's level has now broken through to the mid-stage of Lord. Furthermore, they acquired many Lord-level skills. Giantization, mastery a skill of a certain giant rat that allows it to change its size for a short period of time. Swallowing clouds, skill this is Lin Sheng's favorite skill. It allows Xiao Bai to exhale clouds and mist to cover the surroundings and block the view. There are countless other minor abilities as well. The more powerful skills are some race-specific and cannot be inherited by beginners. This is rather unfortunate. However, training should be coming to an end soon. Chapter 60 Returning to Yanqing. The reactions from all sides. Has it become famous? How did it go? Did my brother pass the test? It passed and Su Xian sat on the private jet, holding her phone, seemingly wanting to say something, but holding back. What's wrong? What's wrong? Lin Ming on the other end of the phone seemed a little anxious. Exactly. He doesn't want to come to the capital, and Su Xian recounted everything that happened to him at the training camp to Lin Ming. Lin Ming on the other end of the phone fell silent. Her pink lips curled up in a smile. The little guy is quite good. I thought he would have a hard time even getting into one of the top 5 universities. Lin Ming felt inexplicably moved. Then I felt relieved. In that case, let's wait until school starts. I'll have a way to lure him to the capital then. Lin Ming spoke cheerfully, seemingly in a good mood. This was the first time Su Xian had seen her boss in such a good mood, and she couldn't help but be a little surprised. Rejecting me? You're in trouble now. Sister Lin Ming is really good at dealing with disobedient freshmen. Su Xian couldn't help but start to look forward to it. When that unruly boy arrived at the university in Shanghai, there's plenty of time to play with him. You should know that Sister Lin Ming is quite adept at dealing with those guys from the universities in Shanghai. To this day, we have never failed in this endeavor. Being targeted by her could even be considered a kind of honor. Let's go. At the training camp, Di Qian, along with Lin Sheng and Bai He, boarded the plane back. After saying goodbye to the instructors at the camp, I left the camp. On the way back, the outside world was still completely obscured. In just half an hour, the plane returned to Yanqing. Banners were displayed everywhere in Yanqing. Welcome back home, top scholar Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng looked extremely embarrassed the whole way. There were also some outsiders who were unaware of the facts. I haven't been following the news. The college entrance exam hasn't even started yet. So who is the top scorer? You don't know Lin Sheng? The college entrance exam is nothing. He was specially admitted to a university in Shanghai. Special admission. Doesn't that mean I can get into a top university in Shanghai without taking the college entrance exam? Every year, hundreds of students can get into the top 5 universities through the National College Entrance Examination, but I guess not even one of them is specially admitted. Of course, it's not just about getting into the top universities in Shanghai. Countless important figures are trying to win him over. How could such a genius emerge from a small city like Yanqing? Outsiders were surprised. At this moment, Lin Sheng had already returned to his doorstep. Outside the house, a large group of reporters and neighbors were gathered. I wanted to soak up some of his academic success aura outside his house. Oh my, I've always thought Lin Sheng was a smart kid. His sister got into a prestigious university in the capital, and I was the one who watched her get in. Now they're twin stars. Yes, I held this child when I was a child. It's just a pity that the child had a tragic fate and lost both parents. Unlike my son, who is so disappointing. He can't even get into the lowest level university. Yes. Look at Lin Sheng. He even got the mayor of Yanqing to give him a formal praise on a TV program. How embarrassing. I just don't know when this child will be back. The area in front of the gate was bustling with activity. Lin Sheng could see it clearly from thousands of meters away. Did you hold me when I was little? Lin Shengren was dumbfounded. Why don't I remember? I've never seen these neighbors so welcoming when my own parents passed away. Only a handful of people offered them help, but they never had any contact with them again. However, Lin Sheng could understand. Raising one's own child is already difficult. Where would I get the money to support 2 other people? It's important to know that training a beast tamer is already the limit that an average family can afford. At this moment, Lin Shengkai truly understood what it meant to be poor in the bustling city and ignored by everyone, while rich in the deep mountains and have distant neighbors. It's human nature. Lin Sheng did not mean to blame him. I took a longer route and went back through the back door. As soon as he got home, Di Qian called him. The special envoy from Shanghai, the commissioner sent by the Dragon Slayer Bureau, and some mayors and important figures from Yanqing all want to meet you. Shall we go to your house now, or meet at Yanqing Noble High School? At a prestigious private school. Lin Sheng responded. He had already received information about the special recruitment in Shanghai while on the plane. After hanging up the phone, Lin Sheng looked at the furnishings in the room again. This might be the last time I see it. However, this also shows that he has become stronger than before. Yanqing Noble Middle School. In a huge office. The special envoy from Shanghai, dressed in black, and the commissioner from the Dragon Slayer Bureau are communicating with the mayor of Yanqing. Haha. Thanks to the mayor for educating such outstanding students for our Shanghai universities. Not at all. It's all thanks to Lin Sheng's own hard work. The mayor of Yanqing said modestly. The principal of Yanqing Noble Middle School also had a big smile on his face. After all, Lin Sheng graduated from their school. He deserves some credit, doesn't he? I am here on behalf of the Dragon Slayer Bureau to commend Lin Sheng. Of course. Our Dragon Kingdom will never mistreat students with talent. Everyone chimed in with their own comments. They all just kept boasting. After Lin Sheng graduates from the prestigious university in Shanghai, he will at least become a king-level beast tamer. There is even a very high chance that he could grow into a disaster-level beast tamer. How could they not fawn over him? Soon after, Lin Sheng arrived at the office. Greetings, seniors. Lin Sheng greeted everyone as soon as he entered. Everyone responded in response. So young, just as the bureau chief said. He's only 18 and he's already achieved such results. He looks so imposing. The specialists from the Dragon Slayer Bureau marveled at this. The special envoy from the Shanghai University also stepped forward. Lin, I'm here on behalf of our prestigious universities in Shanghai to offer you this special admission. We have already assessed your combat capabilities, so there is no need for testing or the college entrance examination. You can come directly to Shanghai when school starts. Would you like to join our Shanghai University? The envoy felt somewhat uneasy. Certainly. Lin Sheng nodded silently. The special envoy finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although I had heard before that Lin Sheng planned to enter a university in Shanghai, that was all I knew. How could he not be excited to receive an official response now? Our leadership at the Dragon Slayer Bureau has unanimously decided to promote you to a full member of the Dragon Slayer Bureau and appoint you as the captain of the Yanqing branch. And you are already qualified to enter the sea-level secret realm occupied by our Dragon Slayer Bureau. They were able to enter the secret realm first. This is already an enormous right. Moreover, the captain of the Yanqing branch was almost identical to Di Qian, Instructor Liu, and others. It is a position with real power in the entire Yanqing. But what Lin Sheng found most appealing was the right to enter the secret realm. You should know that in today's world, if there are any things that money can't buy, they are the products of secret realms. Before leaving, the special envoy from Shanghai gave Lin Sheng a reminder. You need to get your Lord-level Beastmaster status verified first. The college entrance exam will probably be over in less than half a month, so you can get your status verified before then. Lin Shenggang had just left this place. He then went directly to the Beast Tamer Association. Chapter 61 Lord, Intermediate Level. Preparations before departure. Searching for attack skill genes. The gates of the Beastmaster Association. Most beast tamers verify their identity here. Welcome to the Yanqing Beast Tamer Association. May I ask what business you are here to conduct? The beautiful waitress smiled as she looked at the boy in front of her. He's quite handsome. I'm here to verify my status as a Lord-level Beastmaster. As he spoke, Lin Sheng handed over his identification. Lord-level. The waiter was taken aback. Is it possible to become a certified Lord-level Beast Tamer at the age of 18? She dared not delay and accepted Lin Sheng's identification. When he saw Lin Sheng's name, she was so shocked that she covered her mouth with both hands, staring in disbelief at the handsome young man in front of her. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Lin Sheng asked with a smile. No problem. Please follow me. The staff member excitedly led Lin Sheng to the testing location. The process went smoothly. Lin Sheng obtained the intermediate-level Lord-level Beast Tamer certification with almost no effort. He became a registered intermediate-level Lord-level Beast Tamer, a mid-level Lord-level Beast Tamer. In the entire Yangcheng, you could probably count them on one hand. Lin Sheng felt a flutter in his heart. I never imagined that one day I could become a mid-level Lord-level Beast Tamer. After taking a photo with the staff at their request, Lin Sheng left the Beast Tamer Association. He is now the Yangcheng squad leader of the Dragon Slaying Bureau. They are qualified to search for information about ferocious beasts on the Beast Tamer Association website. Those are information that is not open to the public, but only to Lord-level Beast Tamers. Moreover, as the squad leader of the Dragon Slayer Bureau, he now has higher authority. Lin Sheng turned on his phone. I started browsing through it right away. Several tens of minutes later. Floating whale. It can fly without wings. Isn't that the ability that Little White needs? Even the weakest cub is at the monarch level, and the adult can even reach the late stage of the disaster level? Lin Sheng was taken aback. But at least now there's a way to get the little guy flying. Just keep working towards this goal. Thunderbolt Rabbit. Its sharp horns can unleash lightning, capable of instantly killing even catastrophic level beasts. Even the cubs are at the king level. The nine-headed serpent, found in the coastal jungles, possesses 9 heads capable of spewing forth 3 elemental powers. It is a catastrophic beast. Even through the screen, Lin Sheng could feel a slight pressure emanating from him, let alone facing those living creatures directly. With his current strength, he is far from capable of killing these creatures. It seems I need to become stronger. My current strength is far from enough. Lin Sheng had a new goal in mind. That is to become a disaster-level beast tamer. Hunt down these ferocious beasts and make Little White the strongest creature in the world. Moreover, Lin Sheng heard that almost 90% of the students who graduated from Shanghai and Beijing were disaster-level beast tamers. The remaining 10% perished during their school experiences. After graduating from the prestigious university in Shanghai, I can become a catastrophic beast tamer. Lin Sheng was full of confidence, but a sense of crisis also crept into his heart. Scarlet Shadow keeps its word. I'm sure I'll face a lot of pressure when I get to Shanghai. There are even many beast tamers of a higher level than me. And our Yangcheng does not have any sea-level secret realms belonging to the Dragon Slaying Bureau. I need to find some offensive methods and see if there are any ferocious beasts with offensive skills in the wilderness around Yangcheng. Enter keywords such as Yangcheng and Lord level in the search bar. Thunder Dragon Python. His level is roughly Lord level. He's the leader of that group of lightning snakes. Even after the secret realm around Yangcheng was destroyed, there are still 7 or 8 Thunder Dragon Pythons roaming in the jungle, each accompanied by at least dozens or hundreds of thunder snakes. You're the one. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. Although there are many Lord-level ferocious beasts deep in the forests of Yangcheng. However, only about 7 or 8 of them mutated into Thunder Dragon Pythons. To find it, you must join a team of hunters who are capable of venturing deep into the jungle. Lin Sheng returned to the Hunter Association once again. Team leader Lin, what brings you back again? After Lin Sheng left, the girl learned that he was now a squad leader in the Dragon Slaying Bureau, and she couldn't help but feel nervous. The captain is essentially in charge of the entire dragon slaying force in Yangcheng. He became a squad leader in the Dragon Slayer Bureau at such a young age. Their future is undoubtedly limitless. I wonder how many sheltered young ladies followed along. How could a lowly employee like her possibly have a chance? However, it's never wrong to cultivate good relationships. Are there any teams in the Beast Taming Association currently hunting Thunder Dragon Pythons in the wild? Lin Sheng asked directly. Thunderous Dragon Python. This ferocious beast killed a Lord-level beast tamer just 2 years ago. It's incredibly vicious. However, there aren't many Lord-level beast tamers in Yangcheng, so very few people team up to hunt Thunder Dragon Pythons. People whose names contain the character for dragon are generally considered very fierce. Alright, do you know where Thunder Dragon Pythons usually hide? Lin Sheng asked again. The records from the Beastmaster Association may not be very clear, but as a local, you might know something about it. I've heard some old hunters say that if you keep going southeast in that jungle, you'll come to a lake. Once you see it, you must stay away. They've also seen a thunder python at that lake. The staff member seemed to be deep in thought. That hunter was a veteran Lord-level beast tamer. Even he said there was danger, so there must really be a life-threatening situation. A lake? That's interesting. Lin Sheng smiled. He guessed that there must be something special about that lake. Otherwise, it wouldn't attract a mutated creature like the Thunder Dragon Python at all. What exactly is it about that allows a creature of ordinary bloodline to be called a dragon? Lin Sheng became increasingly curious. But Captain Lin, you absolutely mustn't go alone. There was a time when 3 Lord-level beast tamers went together to hunt down the Thunder Dragon Python and almost died. Captain Lin probably just broke through to the Lord level, right? Once you encounter a mutated creature like the Thunder Python, there's almost no chance of survival. Thank you. Lin Sheng waved his hand. I didn't really take what the waiter said to heart. Xiao Bai's current strength is already among the top in the Lord-level realm. They might even have the chance to directly confront the pets of some weaker monarchs in their early stages. There's nothing to fear about Lord-level enemies anymore. Leave the Beast Tamer Association. Lin Sheng hailed a random car and drove to the edge of the jungle. By this time, some hunters had already gathered there. As soon as Lin Sheng got out of the car, several people walked towards him. Were you recognized? That's true, but Lin Sheng doesn't like to be too secretive. All I could do was smile and wait for the other person to come over. Should I speak in the captain's tone or in a more approachable manner? Just as Lin Sheng was hesitating. Hey, you over there. Yes, you. The one who's pretty handsome. Chapter 62 Thunderpool. We're rich. The one who's quite handsome? Lin Shengren was dumbfounded. How come they weren't recognized? And what's with that guy who's supposed to be pretty handsome? I wanted to make a living through my own abilities, but in the end, it seems I still have to rely on my looks. Lin Sheng gave a wry smile. We have a Lord-level Beastmaster leading the team, but we're short one person. Come on over. A girl with freckles on her face waved to Lin Sheng. She did indeed try to win Lin Sheng over, because he was quite handsome. To venture deep into the jungle, one must first have a Lord-level Beast Tamer leading the team, and the number of tamers must be sufficient. In other words, Lin Sheng was just brought in to make up the numbers. Lin Shengren was dumbfounded. But that's alright. He originally planned to find some fans himself. But protecting the safety of others along the way is a real hassle. Since someone invited me, I thought I'd go along. Have they found the person? A bearded beast tamer glanced at Lin Sheng. He was clearly the Lord-level beast tamer in the team. Yes, Captain Hu. The girl with freckles on her face called out. Once we reach the depths of the jungle, everyone must obey Captain Hu's orders. Don't act on your own, or you'll lose your life. Seeing that Lin Sheng was handsome and getting so close to the girl, the boy standing to the side couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. But since it was their first meeting and there was no blood feud, he still kindly offered a word of advice. No way. I'm a Lord-level beast tamer too. Lin Sheng spoke with a smile. You? A Lord level? You think you're Lin Sheng? The freckled girl rolled her eyes. He's quite handsome, and he's also very good at lying. A Lord-level beast tamer? Do you think you can impersonate that? Pretending to be a highly educated gigolo might fool the wealthy. Pretending to be a beast tamer is just asking for trouble. Moreover, such a young Lord beast tamer. Apart from Lin Sheng, she had never heard of anyone else. Let's go. Not everyone can pretend to be Brother Lin. The boy left behind a sentence. Looking at the appearance of the group, Lin Sheng was secretly alarmed. How come he's so famous, yet nobody knows what he looks like? Even the young girl from the Beast Taming Association only recognized him because she had visited the association before and saw his name. It seems that the protection of the portrait rights of beast tamers is being done quite well. Lin Sheng silently complained. He then caught up with the group. Since others don't know, he won't just keep talking like a fool. A reputation is earned through one's own efforts, not through words or what others say. This is a team of about 6 or 7 people. After entering the jungle, they each summoned their own beasts. Iron-shelled road turtle, red-blooded wolf, steel-blooded giant mantis. The Lord-level beast tamer's pet was a black-feathered steel eagle. The black-feathered steel eagle hovered in the air, searching for and hunting ferocious beasts at an extremely fast speed. In less than half a day, they then rushed into the depths of the jungle, hunting down dozens of ferocious beasts at the level of generals along the way, most of which were in the late stages of the general level. See that? Captain Hu is one of the few Lord-level beast tamers in Yangcheng. I heard that Captain Hu is from the Dragon Slayer Bureau. He came to hunt ferocious beasts to earn money in order to cure his wife's illness. Besides, Captain Hu has always been a very kind person. You'll definitely get your share of the benefits once we get out. The freckled girl chuckled. At that moment, the black-feathered steel shadow also threw a lightning snake down from the sky, killing it instantly. Immediately, someone in the group stepped forward to retrieve the body. We're almost deep into the jungle. We must be careful and avoid any Lord-level beasts we encounter, especially snakes with blue stripes. Once you see one of these Lord-level beasts, don't hesitate, turn tail, and run. Team leader who gave a detailed and thorough explanation. I see. I've said it so many times. Everyone responded one by one. Clearly, this wasn't the first time this Lord-level beast tamer had given instructions like this. Lin Sheng, who was in the group, nodded silently. This Lord-level beast tamer is indeed a good person. Although he was brought in to make up the numbers, he wasn't used as cannon fodder. On the contrary, he wasn't allowed to do much along the way. It's important to know that some hunter teams often invite individual beast tamers to perform extremely dangerous tasks. In comparison, this person already seems quite good. Moreover, the fact that they were from their dragon-slaying bureau improved Lin Sheng's impression of them considerably. After entering the forest area, the group became more cautious in their actions. Razor, a late-game warrior that you don't usually encounter on the periphery. Once you're in this forest area, it's like you'll run into someone every day. Although the team already had 3 or 4 late-stage beast tamers, it was still quite difficult to move around. Lin Sheng applied to take action on several occasions. All of them ended in failure. Finally, let's rest here first, and then we'll head back. This harvest has been very fruitful. There's no need to risk your life any longer. Everyone stopped what they were doing and took out food and water from their backpacks. I'm going to the restroom, Lin Sheng said, leaving behind these words. Be careful, don't stray too far. Team leader who frowned and began to explain. Lin Sheng nodded. He turned and entered the jungle, disappearing from sight immediately. Little Ling. Hiss. A jet-black warhorse covered in scales, exuding an aura of darkness. Lin Sheng leaped up and mounted him directly. Then they hurried southeast into the jungle. Along the way, they were attacked by Razor, a late-stage warrior. However, since Xiaobai and Xiaoling were tied together, a single tail whip sent them flying apart. Nearly 1,000,000 tons of power. Even lords would have a hard time withstanding it, let alone warriors. It's so deep, and we still haven't seen a shadow? Lin Sheng was puzzled. Xiaoling's full-speed running speed is 3 times the speed of sound. The sonic booms caused by the explosions in the jungle indicated that they had traveled dozens of kilometers in just a few minutes. Finally, Xiaoling stepped over a patch of grass, and suddenly a lake appeared before her eyes. Around the lake, there were also 3 giant pythons whose bodies were covered with blue stripes. 3 thunder dragon pythons. We're rich. Lin Sheng's face lit up with joy. However, as it approached the lake, its body began to feel increasingly numb. There's something wrong with that lake water. The closer you get, the more you can feel an electric current. No wonder these thunder pythons like to stay by that lake. Hiss. At this moment, the 3 Lord-level thunder dragon pythons, who disliked being disturbed, also noticed the humans behind them. A terrifying crackling sound of thunder suddenly emanated from his body. Lin Sheng's gaze also pierced through the lake water, and he saw what was at the bottom of the lake. Those were pieces of blue stone radiating lightning, numbering in the dozens or even hundreds. These are lightning stones. A single one can sell for millions, and there are so many here. Lin Sheng was secretly delighted. It's important to know that thunderstones are key items for training lightning-type skills and improving a pet's defense. No wonder these lightning pythons can dominate this jungle. They occupy this entire lake area. This item is destined for me. How could these ferocious beasts possibly possess it? Hiss. Hiss hiss hiss. These thunder pythons also saw through Lin Sheng's plan. Not long ago, 3 human beast tamers came and stole several of their lightning stones. Now, whenever they see a human beast tamer, their killing intent automatically surges. Chapter 63 Killing the 3-Headed Thunder Dragon Python. Is that kid fighting the Thunder Dragon Python? In the jungle. Why haven't they come back yet after so long? Team leader who frowned. Suddenly, I felt something was wrong. More than 10 minutes had passed, and Lin Sheng still hadn't returned. It's probably prostatitis. I'll go see a doctor. The boy in the group got up and disappeared into the jungle. A few minutes later, it suddenly turned back. Captain, he's gone. The boy's expression revealed a hint of anxiety. It wasn't because I was worried about Lin Sheng. It's not that someone is suddenly missing at this time. It's very likely that they've been targeted by other ferocious beasts. Gone. Captain who stood up. Even if it disappeared, it's impossible for it to be completely silent. He is a beast tamer. Captain who could get a glimpse of this from Lin Sheng's physical condition. Could he be an awakened level beast tamer? If that's the case, it's quite possible that they could be instantly killed by a warrior level ferocious beast, leaving them unable to make a sound. No, it's getting late. We need to hurry back. That's what the team members said. Not now. Let's wait here for another half hour. If he doesn't come back by then, we'll leave. Black Hawk, scan the surrounding skies. If you spot any figures, notify me immediately. Captain Hu gave orders to his Black Feather Steel Eagle. Hold head high. Black Feather let out a long cry, and then flew away. Roar. Boom. Deep in the jungle, a three-headed thunder dragon python with blue electric patterns encircling its back spewed out a thick bolt of lightning that struck a white snake. As Xiaobai approached the three thunder dragon pythons, it constantly dodged the thick bolts of lightning. But quite a few still hit him. The electric field generated around this thunder pool is seriously hindering Xiaobai's movements. Even with Lin Sheng's current physical condition, it's very difficult for anyone to get close to that dangerous place. What's more, Little White has to keep moving while being attacked from all sides by three razor snakes. Moreover, the three thunder dragon pythons had clearly adapted to the environment and were hardly affected. Three late-stage Lord-level ferocious beasts are indeed not easy to deal with. It was thanks to Xiaobai's scales, which possessed the electric resistance of a deep-sea electric eel, that it wasn't completely crushed. Without this ability, the electric field alone would be enough to make it impossible for Xiaobai to move an inch. But thanks to this electric field, those weaker lightning snakes were simply unable to keep up with the three Lord-level beasts. Lin Sheng felt somewhat fortunate. A Lord-level creature is accompanied by dozens or even hundreds of warrior-level lightning snakes, three Lord-level monsters, and a total of 300 to 400 thunder serpents. If all these lightning snakes were to fire simultaneously, even a novice like me might not be able to withstand it. Roar! The three lizards, seeing that they could not stop Little White from advancing, were no match for him. They immediately joined forces, spewing out incredibly thick blue lightning bolts from their mouths to encircle and annihilate Little White. Those three blue lightning bolts were like a giant net. If a beast in the early stages of a lord's realm were struck by such lightning, it would likely die instantly. Hiss! Let me go up and stomp them to death. At this moment, Xiaoling's temper flared up again. It raised its two front hooves, extremely impatient. Okay, go ahead. Lin Sheng patted its horse's back. Hiss. Master, I was just kidding. Xiaoling immediately calmed down. It was just a joke. Why did you actually take it seriously? A ferocious beast in the later stages of a lord's reign. Any one of those three snakes could be used to hang it up and beat it right now. But I just need to grow up. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. In the end, won't we just kill these three snakes at will? Just then, Xiaobai finally rushed over. The pair of snake tails suddenly turned pitch black and then condensed into a sharp blade. As Xiaobai swung the sharp blade out suddenly, it sliced through the air, producing a series of whistling sounds. Puff! The thunder dragon python was instantly cleaved in two. Then he waved it twice more. Puff! Puff! Two voices rang out. The remaining two thunder dragon pythons were also cut in two in that instant. The three thunder dragon pythons were instantly killed. These three thunder dragon pythons are virtually invincible in terms of aggression at the lord level, but their defense is insufficient. In almost every battle, he either instantly kills or severely injures his opponent. But this time they really hit a brick wall. Their attacks could only leave some wounds on Xiaobai, not enough to kill it. Then he was instantly killed by Xiaobai's power of nearly 1,000,000 tons. It seemed like a simple kill. However, without extremely strong lightning resistance and attack power, these three lightning pythons are almost invincible when they stay by the lightning pool. Let's extract the gallbladders from these three thunder pythons. Lin Sheng and Xiao Ling endured the tingling sensation and stepped forward. Remove the gallbladder of the thunder dragon python. Then sequence extraction techniques were used. Obtain the thunder dragon python bloodline gene. Obtain the thunder dragon python's anti-electric scales. Obtain the thunder dragon python thunderclap, beginner, skill gene. Lin Sheng then extracted the genes from the other two thunder dragon pythons as well. It was then injected into Xiaobai's body. As the genes entered its body, Xiaobai's scales gradually underwent a slight change. That originally snow-white neck now bears a blue-purple lightning mark due to genetic alterations. And we successfully acquired the thunder dragon python's attack skills. Thunderclap, skilled. Roar. As Xiaobai used its skill, its pupils gradually emitted a captivating blue-purple electric light. And the blue-purple lightning mark on its back also gradually emitted a deep blue light. With a burst of thunder in its mouth, Xiaobai slammed it into the pool of water. The lightning bolt was incredibly thick, with a diameter of 3 meters, and instantly blasted a deep crater in the pool. Such powerful force. Lin Sheng sighed. And most importantly, Lin Sheng can train his thunderclap skill using the thunderstone in the thunder pool. These thunder pythons have evolved to such a powerful state simply by sensing the lightning across the lake. If Xiaobai were to use these lightning stones directly, to what extent would he evolve? Lin Sheng was thrilled. Then he directly had Xiaobai dive to the bottom of the lake and put the dozens or hundreds of lightning stones into the beast-taming space. A total of 139 pieces. I doubt the entire stock in Yancheng is that many. Meanwhile, in that camp. So, Black Hawk, did you find them? Hold head high. Black Hawk let out a long cry. Captain Hu, however, kept nodding, his expression gradually becoming serious. Then came shock, tinged with disbelief. What's wrong, Captain Hu? Seeing the captain's serious expression, the team members all spoke up to ask questions. He is fighting 3 Thunder Dragon Pythons. Chapter 64 The new captain of the Dragon Slayer Bureau with the Afro. Calling it a battle isn't quite accurate. He's facing off against those 3-headed Thunder Dragon Pythons. Because the Thunder Python's ability to spew lightning was so terrifying, Blackhawk only dared to observe from a distance in the air and didn't get a clear view of the scene. Therefore, even Captain Hu didn't know the full details. Even Thunder Dragon Pythons are rare, let alone 3 gathered together. Even a Lord-level beast tamer wouldn't be able to save them. The crowd looked at each other. I wonder what he's thinking. That's true. Even with Black Hawk's strength, he would be killed instantly by the lightning bolt if he encountered the Thunder Dragon Python. They're not even in the same league, Captain Hu said quietly. The crowd grew increasingly astonished. No wonder Captain Hu said that he would turn and run away as soon as he saw a snake with blue stripes on its body. Even Captain Hu's Black Hawk, a Lord-level creature in its early stages, would be instantly killed if it encountered him. This shows just how ferocious and domineering this Thunder Dragon Python is. The boy had actually encountered 3 of them. I really don't know whether to say he was lucky or unlucky. I'll have Black Hawk take me to keep an eye on things from a distance for a bit. If there's no chance, then we'll leave. Captain Hu made a decision quickly. He was once saved in the jungle by a senior member of the Dragon Slayer Bureau. The current situation is so similar. If Hu Rui were to escape now, how would he face that senior at the Dragon Slaying Bureau in the future? So he had to go. As Captain Hu left the area with his Black Hawk, the people standing nearby all looked on with envy. With such formidable strength and such a good character, why hasn't the captain ever thought about finding a girlfriend? You don't know yet, do you? The captain is hunting ferocious beasts so desperately just to earn money to treat his wife's illness. A teammate standing nearby spoke up quietly. Everyone was somewhat alarmed. But those are 3 Thunder Dragon Pythons. I reckon this young man is basically beyond saving. Besides, the Thunder Python should be deep in the jungle. How did it travel such a long distance in such a short time? The group was filled with confusion and bewilderment. At the same time, Hu Rui had already flown dozens of kilometers on the back of the Black Eagle. Finally, I saw the lake and the view below it. 3 Thunder Dragon Pythons, skeletons. Already dead? What's that white thing? At this moment, the pure white snake, with faint electric sparks on its body, turned its head and glanced at the sky. This immediately startled Hu Rui, who broke out in a cold sweat. That's terrifying. They are separated by such a great distance. Just being stared at made him feel like he was in danger of dying. Even the Thunder Dragon Python couldn't achieve such a distance. Moreover, the Thunder Dragon Python could never leave the vicinity of the Thunder Pool. In other words, those 3 Thunder Dragon Pythons were killed by that white snake. Killing 3 Lord-level Thunder Dragon Pythons at once. Could this be a king-level ferocious beast? Hu Rui was shocked. When he saw the snow-white snake walking towards a human figure, the shock he felt reached a new level. Who was that guy with the afro? Could he be the Grand Beastmaster of Yanqing? Hu Rui immediately ran through his mind the beast tamers in Yangsheng who possessed king-level beast taming abilities. But none of them had an afro hairstyle. Not only was the afro on the head, but the figure below also had charred and tattered clothes, and even his face was covered in dust, clearly indicating that he had just experienced an extremely fierce battle. Hu Rui dared not delay and immediately ordered Black Hawk to land. With powerful figures around, his flying high in the sky is disrespectful to them. Senior, I am Hu Rui from the Dragon Slayer Bureau. May I ask who you are? Hu Rui landed in front of Lin Sheng, bowed respectfully, and then cautiously inquired. Lin Sheng was stunned for a moment. He then touched his hair. When he approached the lightning pool, the hair on his body had been electrified and stood on end. He hadn't paid much attention to it, but he never expected that Hu Rui wouldn't recognize him. Just as Lin Sheng was about to confess, he suddenly heard the words, Dragon Slaying Bureau. You're also from the Dragon Slayer Bureau? Yes, I am a formal member of the Dragon Slayer Bureau. That's a coincidence. I'm the newly appointed captain of the Dragon Slaying Bureau, who just arrived in Yancheng to take up my new post. The new captain. Hu Rui was taken aback. He had indeed heard that a new captain was coming to Yancheng. Moreover, the succession ceremony will be held tomorrow. I never expected to see it in this jungle today. No wonder I've never seen this senior before. It turns out he's a newcomer. Commander-in-Chief, have you seen a tall, handsome young man around here, who looks to be about 18 years old? Yes, I've rescued him. Lin Sheng nodded. Since I'm new to this position, I need to raise my profile a bit to avoid losing the support of others. Hu Rui breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you very much, Captain. And that young man was lucky to meet you in this jungle. What a pleasure, Captain. My surname is Lin. Captain Lin, I will definitely be there on time for tomorrow's inauguration ceremony. A few minutes later, Hu Rui returned to the camp. How is it, Captain? Is he still alive? He's alive, and he's incredibly lucky to have run into the newly appointed captain of the Dragon Slayer Bureau in this jungle. What? The group looked at each other in bewilderment. That's incredibly lucky. Even a regular Lord-level beast tamer probably couldn't save him. Only the top 3 experts of the Yanqing Beast Tamer Association can do this. And what he encountered happened to be the director of the Dragon Slayer Bureau, one of the 3 strongest. But this newly appointed director is really strong. He can kill 3 thunder dragons, all by himself, and right next to the thunder pool. Hu Rui's eyes filled with admiration. That is the yearning for the strong. He originally thought the new captain was a good-for-nothing, but he never expected him to be so powerful. They're even willing to lend a helping hand to ordinary people. It seems Yanqing has truly struck gold. The freckled girl giggled as she spoke. Yes, that's why I plan to join the Dragon Slayer Bureau in the future. The boy next to him also spoke up. I set goals for myself. Haha. Kid, you'd better work harder. Joining the Dragon Slayer Bureau isn't that easy. You should know that Captain Hu is one of the few Lord-level beast tamers in Yanqing. Even he is just a high-level member of the Dragon Slaying Bureau. The team members then laughed heartily. Several tens of minutes later, Lin Sheng found a relatively peaceful and tranquil place in the jungle. He took out a lightning stone directly from the beast taming space. The lightning stone emitted wisps of lightning, giving Lin Sheng's palm a tingling sensation. It seemed as if an invisible energy was trying to penetrate his flesh and blood. After a while, it even feels comfortable. Let me check out how to use this lightning stone on the Beastmaster Association's website first. Chapter 65, The Use of Thunderstones and the New Killing Skill, Thunder Dragon. There are 3 ways to use lightning stones. First, it is used as food for lightning element creatures. Secondly, by combining it with certain special materials to train the pet's defensive capabilities, there is a certain probability that the pet will awaken extremely strong lightning resistance, or even mutate into lightning attribute skills. Third, directly and forcibly absorb the lightning energy from the lightning stone to upgrade the level of lightning attribute skills. The first method is too extravagant and rarely used. After all, lightning stones are rare and extremely expensive, with a single stone costing millions. I don't need the second method. Xiaobai doesn't lack lightning resistance and lightning skills, so there's only the third one left. Directly absorb the lightning attribute energy from the lightning stone. Lin Sheng picked up a lightning stone and threw it to Xiaobai. Hiss. Xiaobai curiously approached the lightning stone. Then, the lightning energy within it unconsciously burst forth and surged directly into Xiaobai's body. At the same time, the lightning mark on its back spread out almost imperceptibly, emitting a faint blue light. Since it can be absorbed, let's absorb it all at once. With a single move, Lin Sheng instantly piled up 100 lightning stones on the ground in front of him. In an instant, the area surrounding the jungle was illuminated with a large amount of blue-purple light. The trees and grass that were nearby withered instantly. Birds and beasts fled into the distance. This is enough to show just how immense the lightning energy within it truly is. The energy within the lightning stone transformed into a tangible stream of air, which flew directly into the mark on the back of Xiaobai's neck. Xiaobai suddenly felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. Every cell in my body is being stimulated wildly and is growing continuously. The pair of dragon horns on its head instantly grew to more than twice their original length. Moreover, the scales on its body also faintly emitted a blue electric light. At this moment, Xiaobai was like a giant dragon bathed in lightning. Thunder, proficient, mutates into Thunder Dragon, Master. Acquire the skill Electro Discharge, Beginner. Upgrade from Discharge, Beginner, to Discharge, Master. 2 more skills, and they've mutated. Lin Sheng was delighted. This is practically free. It can take decades to upgrade a skill to the mastery level. Some beast tamers can become powerful figures even with just 1 mastery level skill. And now, Xiaobai has countless mastery level skills. Most importantly, the thunder was powerful enough that the 3 thunder pythons had been by the thunder pool for an unknown amount of time before they had just reached the beginner level. Xiaobai absorbed all of the lightning stones and not only evolved to the master level. It even mutated into new skills. Let's test the skills effect. Outside the jungle at this moment, that small team of 7 or 8 people had just left the jungle. A group of people immediately surrounded them. What ferocious beast did Lao Hu hunt this time? Just sell it to me. I'll give you the highest price in the entire market. Haha, the same old rules. Hu Rui took the bag out. The next instant, everyone in front of them was indeed stunned. Instead of reacting, it looked up blankly into the jungle. Dragon. Suddenly, someone pointed a terrified finger at the forest. Then more people's eyes turned to that direction. Even Hu Rui and the others immediately turned their heads away, wondering what had happened. But when everyone finally turned their attention to the jungle, they were instantly terrified by what they saw. What appeared was the depths of the jungle under a clear blue sky. Suddenly, a dark, heavy cloud appeared. But the most terrifying thing is under those dark clouds. A colossal thunder dragon, tens or even hundreds of meters tall, roared through the jungle, its body crackling with terrifying blue-purple lightning. His body was as if it had been forged from the thunder of the heavens. Overbearing. Majesty. Fear. A single attack was like a nuclear bomb exploding. Boom! The explosive sound and shockwave even swept over here from the jungle. The terrifying light was so bright that everyone couldn't open their eyes. The light didn't disappear until several seconds later. However, that jungle has probably already been blasted into wasteland. What happens? My God, what the hell is that thing? How can it be so terrifying? Could it be the work of the Thunder Dragon Python? A Thunder Dragon Python has transformed into a dragon. That lightning bolt was terrifying. If it were released in a city, it would be enough to level an entire block. It must be some king-level beast tamer unleashing a skill again. Could it be that senior? Hu Rui suddenly thought of many things. This is a terrifying skill. Besides that senior, who else could release it? So, senior, you are indeed a king-level beast tamer. No wonder even Di Qian, the captain of the dragon-slaying bureau in the later stages of the lordship, was able to be replaced. Hu Rui looked shocked. The team members standing nearby were also very shocked. This is terrifying. It's practically godlike power. So powerful. Can I become a beast tamer like that someday? That's what young boys and girls long for. Captain Hu, we're going to the dragon-slaying bureau tomorrow too. I'd like to meet the new captain. The young man and woman were both excited. If we miss this opportunity, we may never see such a powerful person again. All right then, but at the meeting tomorrow, you'll be under my command. Hu Rui hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. With the new captain in charge, members of the Dragon Slayer Bureau are allowed to bring their families. Since I'm all alone anyway, I might as well take these 2 little ones out to see the world. Very good. The 2 were immediately excited. Meanwhile, in the jungle, Lin Sheng looked at the wasteland he had blasted flat, opened his mouth, and didn't know what to say. This skill is terrifying. Its killing skills are almost comparable to those of a king-level pet. Even the little spirit in the beast-taming space was shocked. What race is my older brother? How can it be so terrifying? Hiss. Humph. Little White seemed quite proud as it watched its owner's surprised expression. If it could grow hands, it would definitely be standing with its hands on its hips right now. Not bad, not bad. Lin Sheng stroked Xiao Bai's very conspicuous dragon horns, feeling very gratified. It can both swallow clouds and spit out mist, and it can also spew out lightning. How is this any different from the legendary dragon? Lin Sheng quickly returned home and put the 3 pieces of Thunder Dragon Python gallbladders up for auction online. They were all sold in less than 15 minutes. The average price of one is around 90 million, and the other party bought 3 Thunder Dragon gallbladders in one go and paid Lin Sheng 300 million. A whopping 300 million. This is an enormous sum of money. But now, faced with this huge sum of money, Lin Sheng has been able to calm down and remain composed. Because compared to the 3 Thunder Dragon Galls, the Thunder Lightstone in the Thunder Pool is much more expensive. The next morning, Lin Sheng got up early to wash up and put on a relatively clean set of clothes. Then I took a taxi and arrived at the Yangqing headquarters of the Dragon Slayer Bureau. Chapter 66 Succession as Captain, heading to the Shanghai-based city. The headquarters of the Dragon Slayer Bureau is located in the central building of Yancheng, and it was established separately from the Beast Tamer Association. Although they both belong to the Beast Tamer Association, their internal management and division are separate. Or rather, the Beastmaster Association is more like a group that unites various organizations to fight against conglomerates and organizations in various countries. Inside the Dragon Slayer Bureau, there were executives and important figures from all walks of life in Yancheng, including Chief Instructor Liu, the mayor of Yancheng, and Di Qian, among others. I heard that the commander-in-chief who came this time is a recent graduate. Is he capable of handling the job? A chorus of doubts arose among the guests. I'm sure you all know who has come to succeed him this time. His strength is beyond doubt. Although he has just graduated, he has been specially recruited by the Shanghai University, and his strength can be said to be the strongest among those present. Di Qian, dressed in black, explained. The noise below immediately subsided considerably. It really is Lin Sheng. I heard that he was personally assigned by headquarters. It seems they want to win him over and tie him to our Dragon Slayer Bureau. To be specially admitted by one of the top 5 universities at such a young age, such strength and talent deserve this honor. However, I'm afraid that after he takes the title, he will have to leave Yancheng again. Then who will take over the affairs of the Dragon Slaying Bureau in Yancheng? Captain D should still be in charge. After all, to some extent, she even has a mentor-student relationship with that genius. At this point, the doubts in the crowd had completely disappeared. In a corner of the hall, that person is actually Lin Sheng? No wonder he looks so young. Hu Rui was somewhat surprised. Beside him, the girl and boy with freckles on their faces were even more excited. Unexpectedly, the figures of their two idols have now overlapped. Lin Sheng is the captain of the Dragon Slayer Bureau. To possess such strength at such a young age, this was something neither of them dared to even imagine. At that moment, Hu Rui saw a familiar figure. Isn't that the person we met in the wild yesterday? Hey kid, what are you doing here? The freckled girl waved to Lin Sheng. Let me tell you, the captain who came to take over the leadership of the Dragon Slayer Bureau this time is the same person who saved you in the forest before. You're really lucky to have someone like him personally save you. The boy winked and looked around. I wonder when Captain Lin will arrive. Looking at the others, Lin Sheng blinked. He seemed a little embarrassed as he touched his nose. And at this very moment, Di Qian, dressed in a black tuxedo, saw Lin Sheng from a distance and strode over. What are you doing here? Hurry up and come with me. Di Qian smiled slightly, and without saying a word, she took Lin Sheng's hand and left. This helped ease his awkward situation. Greetings, everyone. This is Lin Sheng, our newly appointed captain of the Dragon Slaying Bureau. Di Qian introduced Lin Sheng in front of everyone. Sparse applause immediately rang out from below. Captain Lin, you are indeed a handsome and talented man. Of course, with such good looks, I wonder if Captain Lin has a girlfriend? I think my niece is quite something. She's from a top-tier university, and her looks are probably the best in her class. Seriously, don't you even know what kind of occasion this is? Going on a blind date here. Let's forget about it. We can meet up another time if there's a chance. Haha, look at that young man's emotional intelligence, and then look at you. Everyone burst into laughter. The high-ranking official, who was introducing his niece, blushed deeply. The entire venue was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Only the 3 people standing at a distance were completely stunned. Is he Lin Sheng? He had previously claimed in the jungle that he was a Lord-level Beastmaster, but no one believed him. And I just called him kid. The freckled girl muttered under her breath, and suddenly felt a chill. The other 2, however, wore expressions of shock. The succession ceremony ended quickly. The process itself was uneventful. It was nothing more than big shots from all walks of life constantly flattering Lin Sheng and introducing him to potential blind dates. He politely declined them all. You're going to Shanghai soon, so I'll take care of things here in Yancheng for you. Whenever you want to come back, you can take over at any time. Di Qian smiled and patted Lin Sheng on the shoulder. There's a ton of trouble here. I don't want to stay. Captain D, you should do it. Lin Sheng touched his head. Haha, you're someone of status now, so don't call me Captain D anymore. Just call me by my name. Yes, Di Qian. Lin Sheng softly called out Di Qian's name. Di Qian blushed slightly. All right, I won't stop you. Getting to Shanghai is the most important thing. It's a major life event. Di Qian looked very serious. I understand, but Captain D, there's something else I need to tell you before I leave. Half an hour later, Hu Rui was still somewhat shaken. Just then, the dashing woman in the black tuxedo walked straight up to him. Nico Hurley, a mixed-race person? Yes, Captain. Hu Rui nodded quickly. Although he is of mixed race, he has lived in the Dragon Kingdom since childhood. However, because of this, he has been unable to get promoted. Very good. From now on, you will be in charge of the secret realm management and rescue missions of Yangqing Dragon Slaying Bureau. Remember to take over the position as soon as possible. After leaving those words, Di Qian turned and left. Hu Rui was left alone, standing there in a daze. Many thoughts came to mind. Even my eyes felt a little sore. More than 10 days later, the National College entrance examination and admission process in China has come to a complete end. Lin Sheng also used the teleportation array to arrive at the Magic City base. Call. With a flash of light, they arrived at the Shanghai base. Lin Sheng took a deep breath and then looked around. The strongest warriors in the Dragon Kingdom gather here. The three major base cities of the entire Dragon Kingdom, Shanghai, Beijing, and Mount Everest, are built in a triangular formation on the barren land. Surrounding the three base cities are dozens or even hundreds of smaller base cities. Yangqing is a small city on the outskirts of Shanghai. Each large base city has a main formation, while smaller bases receive a secondary formation. Human technology alone could not possibly create such a teleportation array. One theory is that this teleportation array originated from the secret realms within those spatial rifts. At this moment, this grand formation was being built within a dome-shaped structure resembling a bird's nest, allowing different cities to be teleported to different locations. Friend from Yangqing, please come down first. Someone else will be teleporting soon. A staff member standing nearby spoke up. Hearing what the staff member said, Lin Sheng nodded and stepped down from the platform. They then went straight to the outer perimeter of the main building. The surrounding area was packed with people and towering buildings. And each building is constructed with dazzling alloys and black gold. Hey buddy, which school are you going to? I'm offering free pickup and drop-off service in Shanghai today. Chapter 67, The Astounding Ranking Rewards. A blonde female driver, speaking broken Chinese, winked at Lin Sheng. A luxury sports car worth a fortune was parked next to her. I'm so lucky today. I actually managed to run into such an amazing person. Looks like he's still a student, right? She has fair and clean skin. The blonde beauty waved to Lin Sheng as she thought about it. What a big white car. Inside the beast-taming space, Little Spirit began to call out. They are very curious about human transportation. No need. Someone has already come to pick me up. Lin Sheng smiled awkwardly and refused. Lin Sheng wasn't surprised to see foreigners in Shanghai. He had already seen quite a few foreigners among the crowd around him. They're quite vigilant. The blonde girl muttered something. However, when she saw Lin Sheng walk towards the shuttle vehicle used by the prestigious universities in Shanghai, she broke out in a cold sweat. A space cleared out in the crowded area. And in that open space, a black and gold hovercar was parked. The black and gold hovercar reflected an unusual luster in the sunlight. It was 9 meters long and about 6 meters wide. It stood out like a crane among chickens, so eye-catching. Despite occupying a large portion of the space, not a single person dared to say no. At that moment, a man wearing glasses stepped out of the vehicle. Lin Sheng, right? This is your student card. Once you arrive at the university, you'll only be able to enter the campus with your student card. The man handed Lin Sheng a dark purple card. It feels cool to the touch. Lin Sheng put the card into his beast-taming space and then got into the hovercar. The vehicle then sped away amidst envious glances, arriving at the gates of the prestigious Shanghai University in less than 10 minutes. Is this a school? Lin Sheng gazed at the school's seemingly endless gate. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. You'll get used to it eventually. The bespectacled man responded with a smile. What surprised Lin Sheng even more was that there were 6 large characters carved on a stone outside the gate. Slay all evil spirits under heaven. The words are powerful and vigorous, revealing their sharp edge. A murderous aura was lurking in the shadows. This made Lin Sheng begin to wonder whether this place was an academy or a military base. Those are the words left by the first principal who founded our Magic City Academy. He was an emperor-level powerhouse. The bespectacled man's words were filled with reverence for the principal. A few minutes later, Lin Sheng showed his campus card and entered the campus in Shanghai. They quickly found a teacher who was part of their Huaxia class. He was a man with sword-like eyes and bright eyebrows, his entire face as sharp as if it had been hammered and carved. You are Lin Sheng? You should be my 103rd student. There are 93 senior students who have already graduated. My name is Chen Dao. You can call me Teacher Chen or Old Chen, either is fine. Chen Dao is easy to talk to. Of course, he only showed this easygoing attitude to outstanding students. As the only specially admitted student in Shanghai, Lin Sheng is clearly the one with the potential to become an outstanding student. Hello, Old Chen. Lin Sheng greeted him. Yo. Old Chen, you're really something. At this moment, Xiao Ling in the beast-taming space was getting impatient again. Okay, next I'll introduce you to the rules and some facilities of our academy. Old Chen took Lin Sheng on a tour of all the universities in Shanghai. This is a training ground for pets attack power. Currently, the one who holds the top spot in attack power is your senior, Hu Kun. He is currently ranked 3rd in the academy. This is where students record their points and exchange them for points from hunting ferocious beasts. The record holder for the most ferocious beasts killed in a single month is Chang Sun Kongan, who killed 376 ferocious beasts in 1 month. He ranks 17th in the academy. This area is for students to practice and exchange ideas. This is the training room for training the beast's ability to withstand blows. That cylindrical tower in the center is where students exchange points for items. After Lao Chen finished introducing the surrounding buildings, Lin Sheng finally had a pretty good understanding of the area. What exactly are these points used for? Lin Sheng asked the question. Old Chen smiled slightly at this moment. Points are the most important thing at Shanghai University. You must have already learned about the role of points in that training camp. You could say that the point system in that camp was modeled after Shanghai University to some extent. And the ranking rewards for top universities in Shanghai are even more generous. As long as you can get into the top 10, you can use the level 3 blood pool every month. As long as you can get into the top 50, you can use the level 2 blood pool every month. Level 3 blood pool. And it's for monthly use only. Lin Sheng was taken aback. The first level blood pool is made from the blood of Lord level ferocious beasts, while the second level blood pool is made from the blood of king level beasts. So wouldn't the 3rd level blood pool be made from the blood of calamity level ferocious beasts? Lin Sheng was stunned. This reward is way too generous. No wonder some students in the academy, even after becoming disaster level beast tamers, are unwilling to leave. Moreover, this blood pool is more important to him than to others. After all, I can directly extract the genes from that blood pool. I must quickly improve my strength in order to gain access to the level 2 blood pool as soon as possible. Lin Sheng had a new goal in mind. Is it among the top 10 universities? Of all the universities in Shanghai, nearly 500 students remained, and each of them is an elite from all over the country. This gives you an idea of just how difficult it is to get into the top 10. The blood pool is just the most basic reward. There are other, even more generous rewards. Old Chen added with a smile. Even the blood pool is just the most basic reward. Lin Sheng was taken aback. Meanwhile, the area outside the university in Shanghai was indeed quite lively. I am Wang Kong from the capital, and I have come to your Shanghai Academy to challenge the specially admitted students. A thin-looking boy stood at the entrance of a university in Shanghai. The day for our 2 universities to compete hasn't even arrived yet, and the capital city is already impatient. What? The Crimson Demon didn't come in person, but sent a dog instead. I wonder if Lord Su would still be able to say those words if he came in person? The boy smiled and retorted directly. The man's expression froze. Su Xian's reputation had already spread between the 2 universities. They are also a key player from the capital city in the annual sparring matches between universities in Shanghai and the capital city. Last year, the Imperial Capital Academy won 3 SSS level resources from the Shanghai Academy. The 2 universities have always been at odds over the rights to exploit numerous secret realms. Who's here shouting about challenging us? Chen Dao asked with a smile. Teacher Chen. Old Chen, it's this student from the Imperial Capital Academy. He's already trying to challenge our freshmen right after the start of the semester. The Imperial Capital Academy is really getting more and more ignorant of the rules. Chapter 68 looks so much like a legendary dragon. Old Chen glanced sharply at the boy. Cold sweat immediately streamed down the boy's forehead. Senior Chen, I'm just here to challenge your academy's new special admissions student. I seriously doubt whether he's even qualified to be specially admitted by your academy. The boy was talking nonsense. In reality, he was just looking for an excuse to challenge Lin Sheng. After all, being specially admitted by a prestigious university in Shanghai, is there any doubt about his abilities? To doubt Lin Sheng is almost equivalent to doubting the universities in Shanghai. Whether you have the ability to be specially admitted or not is not something your capital city academy can test. If you don't get out of here, I'll beat the crap out of you right now. You believe me. The 2 sides were evenly matched. Lin Sheng was completely dumbfounded. These 2 universities have a feud over a woman's husband. He even suspected that if Old Chen hadn't been there, the two sides would have already started fighting. Why don't you tell me the stakes? Chen Dao interrupted everyone. The students standing nearby immediately became anxious. Old Chen, Lin Shankai just entered our Shanghai Academy. While this kid has been in the capital for several years, stuck at the late-stage lord level. Everyone knows what he's up to. Lin Sheng, we can't agree to him. Some seniors from universities in Shanghai spoke up quietly. What do you want to bet on? Lin Sheng spoke directly and frankly. Lord level? Now that Xiaobai has acquired the offensive skill Thunder Dragon, let alone the lord level. Even against a monarch in the early stages, they would still have a fighting chance. Upon hearing Lin Sheng's words, the senior students standing nearby immediately changed their expressions. Most people just shook their heads. Chen Dao smiled, but didn't say anything more. The young man from the capital city smiled slightly. A barely perceptible hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Only beast tamers of the same level can challenge each other between the two universities. He could have broken through to the king level a few months ago, but he is still in the late lord level, all for the sake of challenging the lord level beastmaster. In his current view, Lin Sheng agreeing to his challenge was simply courting death. No matter how talented you are, your pet's level is only at the mid-lord level. How could you possibly compare to my horned panda? The boy seemed to have victory in his grasp. Lord level, I am invincible. It seems I'll be able to complete the task Sister Su gave me soon. I am Wang Kong from the Imperial Capital Academy, and I hereby formally challenge Lin Sheng from the Shanghai Academy. If I win, you will have to drop out of the university in Shanghai. These words were spoken. The expressions of everyone present changed drastically. This is practically the most serious bet ever. If I fail, it means I will have to leave the Shanghai University and join the other university instead. Can a loser have a good time at another university? Clearly, the capital city also recognized Lin Sheng's talent. Chen Dao hadn't expected the other party to make such a demand. Originally, I just wanted to give this new special admission student some experience and see what his abilities were like. Unexpectedly, Wang Kong was so decisive. What happened to the agreement that it was just a friendly sparring session? What? You're afraid? Wang Kang's lips curled up slightly. Her face was as gentle as a spring breeze, as if she had only asked the question unintentionally. This caused some senior students from the universities in Shanghai to frown slightly. Sure, but if I win, I want all the points you have. Lin Sheng spoke calmly. The other party has been in the capital for so many years, they must have accumulated a lot of points. That is indeed the case. Wang Kong did indeed steal a lot of points from lord-level beast tamers. Upon hearing this, Wang Kong hesitated for a moment. This is a reciprocal transaction. You can choose not to agree, but you must offer a correspondingly valuable stake. A beast tamer from a prestigious university in Shanghai spoke up from the crowd. Okay, I agree. Wang Kong gritted his teeth. He's not going to lose anyway, so what's there to be afraid of? At the lord level, he was confident he was invincible. A few minutes later, on the arena of a prestigious university in Shanghai, Lin Sheng and Wang Kong stood facing each other. Standing to the side were senior students from a prestigious university in Shanghai who were watching the spectacle. Who do you think will win between the two of them? Wang Kong, right? He's known as the invincible lord-level expert, and that's certainly true. So you're just going to watch as prestigious universities in the capital steal students from your school? What can we do? Once a duel is agreed upon, no one has the right to change it. Moreover, Lin Sheng is no fool for being specially recruited by our Shanghai University. Everyone wanted to see. What methods does this newly admitted special student have? It made him so arrogant that he dared to challenge Wang Kong, who was practically invincible at the lord level, to a one-on-one duel. Everyone was inclined to believe that Wang Kong would win. But it's not that there's no hope for Lin Sheng. Then I'll make my move, but you can only use the first beast you summon in this arena, so don't forget that. Wang Kong offered a kind reminder. Then one of them was a full 3 meters tall. The panda, whose shoulders, abdomen, and hands were covered in steel, landed heavily on the ring. And on the panda's head, there was a pair of extremely sharp bull horns. Bullhorn panda. Level, peak lord. Talent, peak of kingship. Skills, steel transformation, giant growth, but slam. Evolutionary route, demon panda. Introduction, a ferocious beast of immense strength, now no longer a protected animal. This is the first time I've ever seen a pet beast at the peak of the lord level. Lin Sheng smiled slightly and summoned Little White. A thick, white snake with sharp horns on its head appeared beside Lin Sheng. And on the back of the white snake's head, there was a barely noticeable lightning bolt mark. What kind of pet is this? Why does this pet look so much like a legendary dragon? Are you kidding me? It's just that they look alike, isn't it? After Lin Sheng summoned the pet beast, everyone immediately started discussing it. The main reason is that this pet looks just too much like the legendary dragon. Especially the pair of antlers on their heads and their golden pupils. They are exactly the same. The only drawback is that it didn't grow legs. Even Wang Kong was stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered. Bullhorn Panda, charge! Wang Kong immediately unleashed his ultimate move, intending to win by brute force. But that's not all. As the bull panda sprinted, not only did its body continue to enlarge, but it also became covered with a thin yellow film. Wang Kong has used his innate skill. His defense has increased dramatically. He intends to decide the outcome with a single blow. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the bullhorn panda that was running wildly towards them from the center of the arena. The entire training ground trembled slightly under this immense force. Xiaobai hardened. Give it your all. Lin Sheng spoke calmly. When you make your first move, you must make a strong impression. A single punch can ward off 100. Hiss. Xiaobai's eyes instantly turned serious. The pair of snake tails hovered in the air, swaying constantly, and gradually covered with a layer of black keratin. Even on that keratin, there were tiny sparks of lightning constantly flickering. Chapter 69, Lord Level Invincible. The Struggle Between Academies. Roar. The bullhorn panda's body continued to grow larger, like a moving mountain, and charged wildly towards Lin Sheng and Xiaobai. Is Lin Sheng planning to confront them head-on? The snake-like pet did not dodge when faced with a bullhorn panda that relies on strength to win. Instead, it actually planned to confront it head-on. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had assumed Lin Sheng had some brilliant plan. Isn't it suicidal to confront them head-on like this? The next second, the white snake with antlers also kept growing larger, eventually growing 3 to 5 times its original size. In the end, it was almost indistinguishable from the bullhorn panda. Gigantic. How could a snake possess such a skill? The senior students from the Shanghai universities who were originally standing around watching the battle could no longer remain calm. Even Wang Kong was stunned. He truly hadn't expected this. But so what if you've grown to a gigantic size? With your mid-stage lord status, you think you can fight against my peak lord status? You're dreaming. In the wild, a ferocious beast at the peak of the lord level even commands 2 or 3 ferocious beasts at the mid-stage of the lord level. Although they are only one minor realm apart, their strength is worlds apart. The pinnacle of the lord level is known as the invincible lord level lord. It can even instantly kill a mid-stage lord level ferocious beast. The two sides made contact. The bullhorn panda raised its giant paws and slammed them down on Xiaobai's head. At the same time, Xiaobai's gigantic snake tail also lashed out. A full 1,000,000 tons of power. It slammed heavily onto the horned panda. Boom! With a loud bang, the horned panda was sent flying. That's right, he was smashed and sent flying. The massive bullhorn panda was flung into the air like a ball by Xiaobai and slammed down hard off the stage. The loud bang stunned everyone around. Wang Kong was completely dumbfounded. His bullhorn panda was instantly killed, and it was instantly killed by a pet beast at the mid-stage of a lord? My points. When Wang Kong finally realized what was happening, he felt even more distressed. The points he's accumulated over the years would rank him in the top 100 in Beijing. Bankrupt overnight. Good. Haha. Junior, you really have the skills. A mid-stage lord can defeat the invincible horned panda, who is at the peak lord level. No wonder he was specially recruited by our Shanghai University. He really is a monster. Awesome. The way everyone looked at Lin Sheng at this moment was completely different from before. That was a level of importance they had never shown before. Only the strong can earn their attention. He possesses the combat strength of a peak lord even at the mid-stage of the lord realm. His bloodline talent is at least at the late stage of the cataclysmic realm. Chen Dao's eyes burned with fervor. I've really struck gold. When the higher-ups assigned Lin Sheng, a special admission student, to him, he was somewhat unhappy. He would really be unhappy if Lin Sheng were to leave now. Aside from the excitement of everyone present, the one who suffered the most was Wang Kong. Here are my points. Wang Kong gritted his teeth, turned around and left. Hearing the mocking laughter from the crowd behind him, Wang Kang's expression gradually turned ugly. The title of Invincible Lord will likely have to change hands from now on. A few minutes later, Lin Sheng's phone also received a message. 370 points? That's so few. Hearing Lin Sheng's words, everyone around stared at each other in disbelief. 370 points is still not enough? A lot. Everyone was completely dumbfounded by Lin Sheng's question. It's both laughable and pathetic. You little rascal, you really don't know how lucky you are. 370 points is enough to get you into the top 150 in the whole school. You need to understand that the top 100 students at the prestigious academy in Shanghai are all king-level beast tamers. You, a lord-level beast tamer, are already ranked 150th right after entering the school, which is already defying the heavens. Everyone's eyes revealed a hint of envy. Among lords, only Wang Kong probably has this many points. After all, he had long been capable of breaking through to the monarch level, but he just hadn't managed to do so yet. Although everyone was envious, they also understood that Lin Sheng had earned this through his own hard work. However, Lin Sheng, I advise you not to spend these points carelessly. It's more worthwhile to save them and use them to obtain the rewards on those leaderboards every month. The group offered Lin Sheng some advice. Lin Sheng nodded in agreement. That was exactly what he was planning. We can't just exhaust the resources of a place, can we? First, secure the top 100 spots and the right to use the level 1 blood pool. Boss, I'm back. Wang Kong used the teleportation array to return to the Imperial Capital Academy. Seeing his distressed expression, Su Xian's heart skipped a beat. Lin Sheng didn't accept your challenge. In Su Xian's view, as long as Lin Sheng accepts, Wang Kong has no chance of losing. At least at the Lord level, it's impossible for them to lose to anyone. He agreed. Wang Kang's expression became even more distressed. You lost. Su Xian's red lips parted slightly, somewhat incredulous. Wang Kong stayed at the Lord level for at least a few months. Although his beast taming skills are not at their absolute limit, he is still in the top tier of the Lord level. Surprisingly, he lost to Lin Sheng in a one-on-one match. According to her previous investigation, Lin Sheng's pet beast was only at the mid-stage of the Lord realm. Is it possible that a mid-stage Lord already possesses the strength of a peak Lord? I can only say he's worthy of being the boss's younger brother. Su Xian snorted coldly. Sister Su, you seem to be very happy to me. Wang Kong was dumbfounded. I originally wanted to come to Sister Su for some comfort. And then I was heartbroken again. It's alright, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Besides, we'll have another match with Shanghai in 6 months, so let's talk about it then. 6 months later? That's soon. Wang Kong was taken aback. At the same time, in the universities of Shanghai, Old Shun, why are the universities in Shanghai and Beijing so irreconcilable? Lin Sheng asked, somewhat puzzled. He thought there would be at most some minor conflicts between the two universities. I never imagined it would have developed to this stage. That's because the two academies control the most secret realm resources in the Dragon Kingdom. Once those large secret realms are discovered, who will be the first to exploit them? Chen Dao was very satisfied with his student, so he planned to say more. Last year, our Shanghai universities lost to those in Beijing, losing 50% of their resources. 50% is an astronomical figure. It's enough to establish a small base city anywhere. Hearing this, Lin Sheng was stunned again. So good luck. In 6 months, a new round of fighting will probably begin again, and this time it will involve far more large-scale secret realms than before. Chen Dao had high hopes for Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng nodded silently. 6 months? That was enough for him to elevate Xiao Bai to the level of a monarch. Moreover, Lin Sheng heard that the large teleportation array in the base city was found in those large secret realms. This naturally made Lin Sheng somewhat envious. If only we could enter that secret realm. Who knows how much benefit he'll gain. Chapter 70 Become the top student. Earn points. That's right. Let's strive to defeat the capital. Lin Sheng guessed that his sister would also participate in the competition between the two universities. After all, the interests and amounts involved are simply too great. Even some large-scale secret realms are involved. Soon, Lin Sheng arrived at the central building of the university in Shanghai. Inside that building, there was a live electronic leaderboard. The leaderboard is full of unknown names. Lin Sheng was ranked quite high on that list. 137 people? We're only 30 places short. Lin Sheng's gaze continued upwards along the ranking list. The top 150 are all Lord-level Beastmasters, and most of them are in the late Lord stage. The top 100 are filled with a large number of King-level Beast Tamers and a few peak Lord-level Beast Tamers. The top 50 are almost all Kings in their later years. Even more terrifying is that 8 out of the top 10 students in this academy are disaster level. And that doesn't even include those students who deliberately hid their abilities. Isn't this a higher level than my teachers? Lin Sheng was surprised. There are indeed many geniuses in this world. In Shanghai's universities alone, There are so many beast tamers who have reached the disaster level in their 20s. And those who reached the level of monarchs were countless. Lord-level beings are everywhere. What truly means being worse than a dog? So, Su Xin is around 50th in the Imperial Capital Academy. Su Xin is known as the Crimson Demon Shadow, and her level is roughly at the late king stage. Moreover, they were among the more powerful groups during the later years of a monarch's reign. So what level of strength has his sister Lin Ming reached now? Lin Sheng's heart skipped a beat. No wonder my sister became the top freshman in the capital back then, making it known to everyone in Yangsheng. In retrospect, this is indeed a very prestigious title. What are you looking at here, classmate? In the hall, a sweet-looking woman with a ponytail smiled and asked Lin Sheng a question. Oh, I'm a new student. Let me see where I can get some points. So you're a freshman. If you want to compete for the top spot among the freshmen, you can go to the various training rooms to break records. That's a relatively quick way to increase your points. Or, you can directly challenge students who are ranked higher than you, defeat them, and then swap rankings with them. The girl with the ponytail spoke quickly. Top freshman. Yes, as long as you have the highest points among the new students by the end of the month, you can get the title of freshman chief. In addition to the ranking, you will receive an extra resource. I still advise you to work hard, Junior. The rewards for being the top student are something that even the top 50 or even top 30 students on the leaderboard are envious of. The girl smiled slightly. Even they're envious? Could it be something even better than a level 2 blood pool? Lin Sheng became interested. Alright, my first goal upon entering university is to become the top freshman in Shanghai. Seeing how excited this new junior student was, the girl smiled slightly. Getting access to top-tier resources isn't that easy. But freshmen need to be energetic. Only by having the courage to bring down those old guard can we go further. Several tens of minutes later, Lin Sheng arrived at a training room specifically for testing strength. Just then, several students from Shanghai walked towards them. Such a rapid power burst reaching 700,000 tons. Maybe you really can get the resources for this top-ranked new student. However, the trainee who achieved an outstanding result of 700,000 tons was frowning at this moment. That's far from enough. The highest record for new students on that power instrument right now is 1.3 million tons of explosive power. And that special recruit even defeated a peak-level beast tamer from the capital with a single blow. His pet's explosive power was probably over 1 million tons. Are they all this twisted? Of course. At 18, he already possessed a pet beast at the peak of the Lord level, and it was even a power type 1. I heard his name is something like Zhang Kuang. He's really arrogant. The men were shocked. They originally thought that the Lord-class destroyers could produce 700,000 tons of firepower, which was already outrageous enough. I never imagined that someone could unleash a force exceeding 1 million tons. Is this even human? 1.3 million tons? That seems to be higher than the results I achieved with Xiaobai in the training camp. Lin Sheng stroked his chin. At that time, Xiaobai's power had just exceeded 1 million tons. However, Xiaobai was only in the early stage of Lord back then, but now he has reached the mid-stage of Lord. The opponent's pet beast is a power-type beast at the peak of the Lord level. In some ways, beginners even have an advantage. Get a room. Lin Sheng handed over the card. It's not the end of the month yet, so you haven't received the free use of the ranking reward, but as a new student, you can still use it for free for 1 month. The staff quickly booked a room for Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng picked up the key and went into the room. The room was filled with all sorts of training equipment, and he even summoned Xiaobai and went straight to the strength testing instrument. The top newcomer, Zhang Kuang, 1.3 million tons. Second in the newest ranking, Zhang Liuxin, 970,000 tons. Number 1 overall, Anonymous, 130 million tons. Second overall, Anonymous, 100 million tons. There are indeed many geniuses. Moreover, the freshman rankings are separated from the overall rankings, which seems to be a way to protect the freshmen in Shanghai. Lin Sheng stroked his chin. If these freshmen were to directly compete with the seniors for the rankings, they would almost certainly lose. Xiaobai, go all out again. Don't hold back at all this time. Use all your skills. Hiss. A few minutes later, sounds like explosions kept coming from inside the room. If it weren't for the soundproofing of this room, the sound would probably have traveled throughout the entire Shanghai University. Soon, the best test results are in. 1.37 million tons. Congratulations to student Lin Sheng for achieving first place in the freshman strength test. At the end of the month, 100 points will be automatically sent to your account. 100 points. So much. Lin Sheng was excited. However, this is not the final result yet. I must maintain this performance before the end of the month. And during this period, the growth potential of other people's pets might surpass his. Lin Sheng also needs to keep raising this ceiling to prevent the rankings from being stolen in the end. After leaving the strength testing site, Lin Sheng then went to the speed test room. The room was filled with various laser instruments. The pet needs to dodge back and forth between these lasers. The longer it can do so, the better its score. However, the lasers in this laser room are getting faster and faster. Fortunately, Xiaobai's neural reaction ability is one of its strongest features. The test ended a few minutes later. Congratulations to student Lin Sheng for winning first place in the freshman neural reaction speed test. Total holding time, 176 seconds. It lasted for a total of 176 seconds. In the end, the laser was moving at speeds approaching the speed of sound, and the number is around several dozen. Furthermore, the laser does not make any sound when it flies by, so you have to observe it with the naked eye to avoid it. Being able to last 176 seconds under these circumstances is already incredibly impressive. Even the second-place finisher only lasted about 120 seconds. Looks like this result is secure. Let's move on to the next one. Lin Sheng smiled, intending to break the record today. I don't aim for the absolute best, but at least I want to achieve a ranking. Hiss. Xiaobai was also very excited. It's been a long time since I've stretched my muscles. Chapter 71 The God in Seclusion, Arrogant. Just after Lin Sheng left the training room, several students escorted a boy into the room. So, Zhang Ge, are you confident you can get the top spot among this year's freshmen? Yeah, brother Zhang. I heard that a special student has come to Shanghai, and even Wang Kong from Beijing is no match for him. The people around him spoke as if it were a serious matter. The strong-armed man they were surrounding smiled. You lot, you just want me to fight with others. Zhang Kuang shook his head. Meanwhile, the newly appointed beast tamers gave awkward smiles. But brother Zhang, this position as the freshman chairman is related to the resource support those families in Shanghai will give you. Yes, even in a fair competition, we can't slack off. Of course I know. When have I ever slacked off? Just do my best. His arrogant demeanor and sharp eyes were captivating. He had reasons why he had to obtain the chief position this time. After all, this concerns the resource support of various families. Becoming the top student among the new generation in Shanghai means receiving financial support from the city's powerful families, while the second-place winner will be forgotten by everyone. However, he will not make enemies with other students in the academy because of this. Those who are able to enter prestigious universities in Shanghai all have some kind of powerful backing. Lin Sheng, the specially admitted student, was a local tyrant in Yangqing-based city. Rumor has it that even the youngest daughter of the Du family, one of the three major families in Shanghai, has a close relationship with him, and the Du family is the family that supports him behind the scenes. If Lin Sheng were here and heard these rumors, he would probably be so angry he'd vomit blood. When did I become a local tyrant in Yangqing? Those rumors are utter nonsense. Besides Lin Sheng, there are other enemies I should take even more seriously. There are still many strong individuals among this year's new students. Zhang Kuang had many thoughts on his mind. They then went straight into the strength testing room. Boss Zhang is really ruthless. His strength has already surpassed that of the second-place player by so much. Yet he still comes to test his strength every day and keeps breaking records. It's impossible for the rankings to be stolen now, right? The few pets whose strength hasn't been tested are all agile pets. Maybe this is what stability is all about. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. He seemed to have great respect for arrogance. This is a normal phenomenon in academia. Strong individuals are always surrounded by a number of people. For example, Lin Sheng's older sister, Lin Ming, also has her own influence and connections in the capital. The training room at this moment. Golden ape. Roar. Zhang Kuang then spoke. A giant ape with golden fur suddenly appeared beside him. The ape is about 5 meters tall, and its two large hands take up almost half the size of its body. Thump. The golden ape suddenly exerted force with its arm. It slammed directly onto the strength testing instrument like a battering ram. Even the fist formed by the golden ape's hands was larger than the cowhide drum on the testing instrument. Boom! A tremendous sound rang out. The testing instrument appeared to have been knocked back by a centimeter. Call. Having just obtained a piece of the family's ferocious beast blood, the golden ape should be even stronger now. This should be enough to break the record, right? His arrogant lips began to curl upwards uncontrollably. And it just so happens that this is the time. The sound of the instrument also came out. Beep. 1.32 million tons. 1.32 million tons. Not bad, not bad. After drinking the blood of the ferocious beast, their strength increased by more than 20,000 tons. Zhang Kuang nodded repeatedly. Don't underestimate this small 20,000 tons. The power becomes increasingly difficult to increase as the project progresses. A difference of just 10,000 tons could require a massive accumulation of resources and weeks of arduous training. We've stabilized enough. Let's try to break through the other tests. Zhang Kuang was in a great mood. However, when he turned around, congratulations on ranking second on the freshman leaderboard. Your strength has increased since the last test, but your ranking has dropped. The sound of that instrument was extremely piercing. Zhang Kuang suddenly stopped in his tracks, then quickly turned around and stared intently at the freshman rankings. Lin Sheng, 1.37 million tons. How can the difference be so huge? Zhang Kuang suddenly took a step back. Don't underestimate this seemingly small 50,000 tons. Zhang Kuang knew it represented a world of difference. The less powerful a pet is, the more difficult it is to increase its strength. But isn't Lin Sheng's pet a nimble snake? How could it be so strong? Zhang Kuang's face turned deathly pale. If you can't win in terms of strength, won't you lose even more miserably in terms of agility? I reckon Brother Zhang will definitely break the record this time. Haha, that's for sure. In terms of strength, let alone that special admission student, even in the whole school rankings, Brother Zhang is probably not low. Look, Brother Zhang is out. Everyone smiled as they watched Zhang Kuang rush out of the room. However, his expression at this moment was very strange. He ignored everyone and walked straight past them. The group exchanged glances, confused as to what had happened. Why was I in a good mood when I went in, but I came out like this? Could it be that Brother Zhang's record has been broken? Impossible. The golden ape has already reached the peak of the Lord level. In terms of strength, very few ferocious beasts can surpass it. Quick, let's go check it out. A sense of disbelief lingered in their hearts. I quickly followed Zhang Kuang's arrogant footsteps to the agility test room. Zhang Kuang had already come out of the room by then. I knew it. 176 seconds. That's incredible. Zhang Kuang's eyes widened in shock. Those were eyes that none of them had ever seen before. What 176 seconds? What exactly does that mean? The group had no idea what had happened. Today, Zhang Kuang went on a rampage, visiting all the training locations as if he were insane. From the initial shock, then came the complete bewilderment, until finally, numbness and indifference. Strength test, neural reaction test, gravity test, defense capability test. Zhang Kuang muttered softly. His eyes seemed somewhat lifeless. Brother Zhang, what happened? Those people were really puzzled. How come Brother Zhang has changed so much all of a sudden? His previous arrogant demeanor seemed to have completely vanished. Listening to everyone's words, Zhang Kuang seemed to regain his confidence. That's true. There are some things you're destined to be unable to compare with him in, so you might as well just focus on being the best version of yourself. Starting today, I will go into seclusion for 16 hours every day. I will do nothing but eat, sleep, and cultivate. Treat every day as if it were your last, and then don't be afraid of losing. Hearing Zhang Kuang's words, the group exchanged bewildered glances. Why were you listless just now, and suddenly you're working hard again? What triggered this? Oh, isn't this arrogance? A long-haired boy smiled as he looked at the arrogant man in front of him. I'm going into seclusion. I'll come back out on the last day of the test to refresh the rankings. Zhang Kuang bypassed the crowd and went straight into the training room. From this day forward, a legendary tale of an extremely hard-working and arrogant individual will circulate in Shanghai. Chapter 72, The True Bizarre Space, the Netherworld River. The boy was stunned. Zhang Kuang was the undisputed number one among the freshmen. It was also the biggest stumbling block for him to become the top student in Shanghai. But I never expected that Zhang Kuang would no longer take him seriously. Fine. Since you're not going to participate in the rankings, I won't either. Let's see who ends up getting the title of top freshman. After Lin Sheng made the list, the news spread rapidly throughout the circle of new students in Shanghai in less than 2 days. On a dedicated forum in Shanghai. Have you heard? That specially admitted student broke Zhang Kuang's and all the other students' records. Maybe he really can become the top freshman in Shanghai. That's true. I also went to that training room to test it out, and that record is really hard to break. However, it's not like we have no chance. There are still more than 20 days left. You guys can train in 20 days, so why can't Lin Sheng train? The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Everyone was somewhat shocked that Lin Sheng could achieve such results. but I don't think he's guaranteed to get the top spot among the new students. After all, they had frequently seen Zhang Kuang entering and leaving various training venues these past few days. Furthermore, the list hasn't been updated in a long time. This is an attempt to make a name for themselves and surpass Lin Sheng in one fell swoop. Even beyond arrogance. There were also a few relatively low-key freshmen from Shanghai who just focused on practicing diligently. They probably planned to steal the rankings on that last day. Hu Kun, what do you think? Your new junior is pretty good, isn't he? In a room reserved for teachers. Chen Dao smiled and spoke to the short man beside him, who was about 1.6 meters tall and had a very strong build, resembling a black iron dwarf. Hu Kun. It is now ranked third in the entire school in Shanghai. He is undoubtedly the #1 attacker. This attack power doesn't refer to just one beast, but two beasts. With both of his pets being offensive-type pets, Hu Kun can be considered a legendary figure in Shanghai. It's not bad, but its strength is a bit weaker than mine back then. Hu Kun scrolled through his phone, seemingly not paying much attention. If it were him back then, they can easily obtain the title of freshman chief. Among the top 50 students in the entire school, probably more than 10 were former freshman champions. The remaining 40-plus people were not even the strongest in their class. Becoming the top student in the new program doesn't mean anything. Really? What if I told you his pet beast is only at the mid-stage of the Lord Realm? Chen Dao smiled as he looked at the man in front of him. Hu Kun was stunned when he heard this. However, he only paused for a moment before recovering. Help me challenge the #1 player to a match. I'm itching to get back into the game. At the same time, in the central towering building of Shanghai. Young man, why haven't I seen you for 2 days? The girl with the ponytail gave Lin Sheng a signature smile and asked him a question. Oh, I've been busy climbing the rankings these past few days, and I've already gone through all of them. Are there any other ways to increase my points? Lin Sheng asked the girl with the ponytail. Points? Relying solely on the points on the leaderboard is probably not enough to secure the top spot. You can also hunt ferocious beasts in the wild, or enter the secret realm of the Magic City Academy to get a certain number of points. The girl spoke with a smile. This kid probably knows how difficult it is to climb the leaderboard. So you want to start from other places? She didn't think much of it. The purpose of managing this cylindrical building is to provide convenience and various information for the students in the university. Is there a secret realm? Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. Of course, our Shanghai Academy has its own unique resource secrets. However, there are certain requirements regarding your ranking to enter the secret realm. Based on your current ranking, you should be able to enter a Lord-level ferocious beast space secret realm once. The resources you hunt in the secret realm can be given to the academy to exchange for points, or you can keep them for yourself. The girl smiled and spoke. Are there any secret realms with Lord-level, bizarre creatures? Strange creatures? There are some, but that's secret realm. Take me there now. Lin Sheng quickly spoke up. He was originally thinking about how to help Xiaoling hunt those strange creatures, and now this is the perfect opportunity? Alright then, but you'd better call a few more students. It's dangerous for someone to enter the secret realm alone, especially since this is a strange one. The girl introduced herself to Lin Sheng as they walked. The creatures in the eerie and mysterious realms are the most troublesome. Soon, she led Lin Sheng to the basement of the building. The underground space is very spacious. There are also several teleportation arrays. She led Lin Sheng to one of the teleportation arrays. The River of Ghosts and Demons. It is recommended that a 3-person team of Lord-level players enter, as long as you stand on the teleportation array. Before the girl with the ponytail could even speak. At this moment, Lin Sheng was already standing above the teleportation array. The girl panicked immediately. Hey, come down here right now. How dare you go into that secret realm all by yourself? However, before she could finish speaking, strands of black mist rose up, enveloping Lin Sheng's body. When the fog dissipated, the figure had disappeared. The girl was stunned. One person can enter a secret realm that is recommended for 3 people. Moreover, it's a mysterious realm like the Netherworld Ghost River. They might even face life-threatening danger. Without hesitation, the girl hurriedly walked to the elevator and pressed the up button repeatedly. Meanwhile, the scenery around Lin Sheng has also changed. What comes into view is a space filled with darkness, decay, and dilapidation. The sky was pitch black, and the surrounding area stretched as far as the eye could see. The only thing visible was a black river beside Lin Sheng. And around that black river, countless bizarre creatures also roam around. Yo, it's my turn to make my appearance. With a neigh, a giant horse, its body jet black and covered in scales, appeared beside Lin Sheng. The ghosts wandering by the river in the distance also saw the two of them. Hee hee. A mere carnivore dares to enter our territory. Get it? Cut it into pieces. I'm going to use your bones to pick my teeth. Those terrifying creatures swam down from midair. He was draped in a black robe and held a scythe longer than his own body, like the Grim Reaper. Oni scythe. Level, late-stage warrior. Talents, early game lord. Skills, curse, death strike. Evolutionary path, none. Description, the creatures that roam the Ghost River curse any living thing they touch, and killing them will also inflict the curse. Court death. I'll kick you to death. Before Lin Sheng could even speak, Xiao Ling sprinted straight ahead. A pair of black hooves were raised high. He stepped directly towards the ghostly figure. Chapter 73, Extracting the Lifespan of Ghosts. Lin Sheng can't get out? Ha ha ha. You think physical attacks are effective against us monsters? The demon scythe emitted a sinister sound, seemingly mocking the dark horse before it. But the next instant, those jet black hooves seemed to be magnified infinitely in front of it. It seems there's no way to escape, not even by dodging, before it could even show a look of terror in its eyes. Smack. A crisp sound. The ghost scythe was crushed into dust by Xiao Ling's hooves. After his death, a resentful aura emanating from Ghost Scythe seemed to want to cling to little Ling, but it was absorbed into her body the next second. Yo! At this moment, Xiao Ling. It seems that he has rediscovered the confidence that he lost in Xiaobai by looking at these ghosts and monsters. Standing there proudly, enjoying the terrified looks from the eerie creatures around him. Lin Sheng, on the other hand, directly used the sequence extraction skill. He was naturally not worried about whether Xiaoling's attack would be effective. As a descendant of one of the top beings in the Dark Empire, how could he possibly fear these bizarre creatures? It's strange that a mid-stage warrior can instantly kill a late-stage warrior. It can even completely protect against curses cast after the other party dies. Extract the resentment of the demon scythe. Gain the Ghost Scythe curse skill. Gain the Ghostly Void transformation ability from the Oni scythe. Obtain the 130-year soul imprint of the demon scythe. Soul imprint. Lin Sheng was somewhat taken aback. Soul imprints are marks possessed by all strange creatures, and they increase with age. However, it is extremely difficult for strange creatures to steal each other's mark. They can only make the other party reveal it on its own. And now Lin Sheng is actually able to forcibly seize the soul imprints from these strange creatures. I remember that legendary black dragon, which lived for countless ages, and the soul imprint in its body was tens of millions of years old. If Lin Sheng can continuously seize strange life cultivation techniques, little Ling will only get stronger and stronger. For a typical Lord-level bizarre creature, having a 1,000-year-old mark within its body is already considered quite good. A mark that has stood for 10,000 years can be called a Ghost King. A mark of 100,000 years. That's an existence that no one can mess with. Even Di Qian's strange creature, which was at the late stage of the Lord Realm, only had a soul imprint within it that was only 1,000 years old. Lin Sheng was excited. Gene injection. As Lin Sheng used his innate skill, a wave of comfort washed over Xiaoling. Xiaoling's energy also surged at that moment. The black scales that originally only covered the weakest parts of the body have now begun to spread outwards. A few minutes later, it had covered almost half of the body. Compared to before, it appears even more divine and extraordinary. And after obtaining that 130-year soul imprint, the eerie aura emanating from Xiaoling's body became even more terrifying. The surrounding small, eerie creatures were so frightened that they all shrank back. Comfortable. Xiaoling stood beside Lin Sheng, becoming somewhat excited. Master, I want more. Let's kill all the strange creatures around this black river, or rather, let's send them to the afterlife. Xiaoling quickly shook her head. Looking at those strange, floating creatures, they didn't seem so bad after all. That's exactly what I was thinking. Lin Sheng smiled slightly. These bizarre creatures are born from the resentment of humans. The two sides are destined to be mortal enemies, and there is nothing to pity about them. The greatest sin is not killing them all. Just like the motto of the university in Shanghai. Slay all evil spirits under heaven. The characters were carved with vigor and strength, and Lin Sheng could still feel the sharp will emanating from them. Soon, Lin Sheng, along with Xiao Ling, began a massacre by the Black River. Then absorb all the genes of those strange creatures. Obtain the soul imprint of the demon scythe after 79 years. Obtain the 17-year soul imprint of the Crimson Ghost. Obtain the 120-year soul imprint of the Cursed Doll. Gain the curse skill. Gain the ability to become invisible. Gain the skill of sensing evil thoughts. Caw caw caw. A black crow flew over Lin Sheng's head. It let out a sinister and mournful cry. These bizarre creatures are too low level, and they all seem to be non-physical. Lin Sheng shook his head. We must find the owner of this netherworld ghost river. Its genetic abilities. That's exactly what Xiaoling needs. Meanwhile, the girl with her ponytail had already anxiously entered the hall. What's wrong, Tianxin? Why are you in such a hurry? A calm and steady voice rang out. Tian Xin was stunned for a moment. Upon seeing the short man in front of him, his face immediately lit up with joy. Senior Hu Kun, Lin Sheng has entered the Ghost River space alone. Upon hearing this, Hu Kun's expression immediately changed. He went in alone? Yes. Tian Xin nodded repeatedly. You wait here. I'll go get teacher Chun Dao right away. Hu Kun turned and left. A few minutes later, he arrived at the cylindrical building with Chun Dao. This kid is simply outrageous. That's a Lord-level secret realm for 3 people. The master of that space, the crow, is extremely difficult to deal with. Chun Dao spoke as he walked. Even if you have talent, you can't act like this. Enter the Lord-level dungeon solo. Even Hu Kun, who was once the #1 attacker, had to think twice before entering. Soon the two followed Tian Xin to the underground of the original building. And indeed, someone has already entered that Ghost River space. Hu Kun, didn't you enter this Ghost River secret realm back then? How strong was the Lord inside? Upon hearing this, Hu Kun shook his head. That Lord suppressed his strength to the Lord level. Anyone who exceeds that level cannot enter his space. If we force our way in, it will only cause the space to collapse and then explode, and no one will be spared. Back then, I entered that space and walked along the Black River for 3 whole days, but I still couldn't find it. Hu Kun had one more thing he didn't say. That is, if he had found that Lord back then. The outcome is truly unpredictable. After all, that Raven had always suppressed its strength to the Lord level. They probably want to break through to the mid-stage of the Monarch realm in one fell swoop. Even if a king-level beast tamer enters, he might not be able to defeat it. He is utterly cunning. So we just have to wait for this kid to come out. Want to get out? Unless the master of the Black River is willing to let him out. Hu Kun shook his head. Lin Sheng has truly messed with the most dangerous person imaginable. If he hadn't been strong enough back then, the master of the Black River wouldn't have let him out. Now Lin Sheng is out. They'll probably go hungry for a few days. That guy won't let people go unless he absorbs enough negative emotions from them. Very well, a genius's brilliance is too dazzling. He needs to be tempered. This kid, I didn't expect him to be such a troublemaker. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought him here. Tian Xin felt somewhat guilty. What if the tempering doesn't work out? Instead, Lin Sheng's mentality was shattered by the torment of the ghosts, and he lost all his previous enthusiasm. I'm afraid it will be difficult for Tian Xin to get over her self-blame for several years. At this time, on the Heihe River, wherever a horse passed, corpses littered the ground. The terrifying black horse kept shouting, "Life is hard, why linger? Let this humble Taoist priest deliver you from suffering. I will carry your soul's imprint and live on in your place." Chapter 74 Heaven rewards diligence. My chance to be arrogant has come again. What's there to be afraid of? With Lin Sheng's current strength, the master of the Black River might not be able to really control him. It's going to be tough, but the blade will be much sharper after being honed like this. Chun Dao and the others were helpless. They had no choice but to leave. Once inside the secret realm, it is very difficult to get out unless the master of the realm allows it. But the master of that secret realm wouldn't kill. It knew very well what the consequences would be if it used its full strength. That would mean relentless pursuit day and night in Shanghai. How is Hu Kun? What happened? In the dormitory, a beast tamer friend asked Hu Kun with a smile. Why do you look a little pale? It's nothing, just a junior who accidentally entered the secret realm of the Netherworld Ghost River alone. Someone went in alone? That's incredible. You have to understand that time flows differently inside the secret realm than outside. I remember that time flows twice as fast in the Netherworld and the secret realm, right? Besides, the new freshman chief will be selected at the end of the month. This kid probably won't make it in time, right? That's also what I'm worried about. Hu Kun scratched his head. Lin Sheng was taught by the same teacher as him. Before I could even help him, this other thing happened. If this gets out, it won't look good for him, as the senior student. However, it's not necessarily impossible. If he can gain some benefits in the Ghost River secret realm, it will mean he's cultivated for an extra month compared to the other students. Hu Kun spoke again. I reckon it'll be difficult, right? Many predecessors entered the Ghost River secret realm when they were at the Lord level, and which one didn't come out skin and bones from hunger? The name Newcomer's Graveyard isn't given lightly. My roommate shook his head, not optimistic. That's a newlywed's graveyard. The fact that it can be given this title is enough to say something. Although the time was twice as much, there was no improvement in strength. If you can come out without getting weaker, you've already gained an enormous benefit. Meanwhile, the news spread that the newly admitted special student had defeated Zhang Kuang and achieved extremely high rankings in all tests. No wonder Zhang Kuang was training so hard in seclusion. Turns out his ranking got beaten. But this record is truly outrageous. Even if you brought together all the freshmen from previous years, they would probably still rank quite high. Could it be that his position as the freshman president has been confirmed? You know what? Quite a few organizations in Shanghai have already started trying to contact this specially admitted student. But he's quite aloof. I don't know why he hasn't answered the phone these past few days, and I can't get through to his cell phone either. I can't even see him anywhere. Freshmen on campuses in Shanghai are all amazed by the abilities of this specially admitted student. At the Lord level alone, it can unleash the power of an early-stage monarch. Everyone became increasingly curious about the pet of this specially recruited student. But the only thing that is certain is this. Lin Sheng is almost certain to secure the top spot among the new students. After all, the person ranked first has a full 100 points to achieve first place in so many rankings. Even in the past, this had almost never happened. Even some of the older students in Shanghai have started to pay attention. This kid has great potential. He might really become a major asset in our fight against the capital in the future. Perhaps he could become the next cataclysmic beastmaster in our magic city. Indeed, ever since that top student from the capital came, we in Shanghai have been suffering setbacks. The moment everyone recalled that figure, a sense of apprehension crossed their eyes. Lin Ming. Although she is not the strongest person in the capital, but they are the most difficult to deal with. After all, his talent was exceptionally high and his growth rate was extremely fast. It will probably become a major threat to Shanghai in less than 2 years. It will be difficult for them to beat the Imperial Academy in the competition then. And once half of the resources are taken away every year, the balance of power between the two universities will be disrupted, and the capital university will become stronger and stronger. This appears to be a struggle between two universities, but behind it all are unknown how many organizations are involved, and even the military is involved. A few days later, when the enthusiasm of the discussion had almost completely dissipated, the news that Lin Sheng had entered the secret realm finally spread like wildfire. In a gravity-controlled room, a giant golden ape is continuously lifting a block of iron weighing several tons. Lift it up. Put it down. Lift it up. Put it down. Lift it up. Put it down again. At this point, the room is marked with a number 30. That's 30 times the Earth's gravity. Ha! It seems my hard work and cultivation hasn't been in vain. Heaven rewards diligence. Lin Sheng, you can't blame anyone else for this. Zhang Kuang couldn't help but smile. As long as Lin Sheng doesn't continue to improve his strength, he has a chance to surpass his previous record. Even with his current training intensity, the chances are still very high. Double the gravity. As it opened, the number on the gravity room jumped from 30 to 31. A young foreign man with blonde hair. It was also maneuvering one of its bald eagles to practice its evasive skills. The bald eagle was extremely fast, and each movement produced a sonic boom in the air. Its sharp wings seemed capable of slicing through steel. Yes, good. The blonde man repeatedly commanded his pet beast. Dragon Kingdom's experts, if you don't enter the secret realm, I have absolutely no chance. But now, it's hard to say what will happen. A slight smile appeared on the blonde youth's lips. He was originally very confident. But seeing how fast a snake could move, a sense of panic arose in my heart. But now he's fully recovered. As long as he can get the top student's resource reward, it will only become more difficult for the other students to catch up with him in the future. Perhaps even that specially admitted student will never be able to catch up and can only look up to him from afar. Beast taming and training. One step ahead is all it takes. And such a scene. It also happens in many training rooms. In the past month, almost all the pet training rooms in Shanghai have been fully occupied. Shanghai Forum. This scene seems familiar. I remember in previous years, there were some senior students who were almost guaranteed to be the top freshmen when they first enrolled, but they insisted on going to the secret realm to have some fun, and they even chose the Netherworld Ghost River, the graveyard of freshmen. Of course, I got even more excited when I heard that the Netherworld River was a graveyard for newlyweds. What? Isn't that Chunhee, ranked 37th overall? The top freshman of 2026. Could you explain in detail why the Netherworld Ghost River is considered a graveyard for newbies? He listened to everyone's questions. Chunhee, also bored, began to chatter on and on. The people listening grew increasingly alarmed. Chapter 75 The Crow's Deception, Fighting a King Beyond Its Rank. The most eerie aspect of the Netherworld River. Its road seems to have no end. No matter what they did, they could not find any trace of that lord. Logically speaking, a small secret realm shouldn't have such a large area. Yet it is impossible to exhaust all of them. Moreover, the ghosts and monsters seemed to emerge endlessly from the Black River. Everyone was increasingly shocked by the difficulty of this secret realm. In this secret realm, smack, a giant horse, exuding black energy and covered in jet black scales, crushed a ghost with a single stomp. Then they continued to advance along the Heihe River. I've been here for over 30 days. I thought the strange creatures in the Black River were endless. How come they're all gone now? Lin Sheng felt somewhat helpless. For more than 30 days, they hunted these strange creatures every day, but the number decreased day by day. However, after injecting all the genes and soul imprints into Xiaoling, it was still a very large amount. The number of soul imprints required for the Black Flame Deer to level up is much greater than that required for other weaker, strange creatures. This is why the Black Flame Deer can overwhelm other ferocious beasts of the same level. Black Flame Deer. Level, Late Stage Warrior. Talent, Emperor level. Skills, Disguise, disappears upon reaching the King level. Black Fire, Trample, Size Change, Death Domain. Soul Imprint, 3,800 years. Evolutionary Path, Black Flame Deer. Introduction, a powerful and domineering creature, located at the top of the food chain, and given the title of dragon by humans. Late Stage Warrior. Just one more step away from breaking into the Lord level. By then, Lin Sheng will have 2 Lord-level pet beasts. Making it into the top 100 of the leaderboard is a sure thing. Xiaoling, aren't you an expert at finding your way around? Do you know where the owner of this secret realm is? Have no idea. Xiaoling shook the horse's head. And I'm not a horse. It just hasn't evolved yet. Lin Sheng was somewhat puzzled. He was hunting the strange creatures of the Black River. A portal appeared beside him, seemingly trying to send him out. But this is paradise. How could he possibly go out? Hiss. I can give it a try? Xiao Bai, who had been watching the show from the beast-taming space, suddenly spoke up. Good. Lin Sheng nodded quickly. As soon as Xiao Bai appeared in this space, an invisible domain spread outwards, and golden light shone from those dragon eyes. The light shone out, and even Xiaoling took 2 steps back. It was at this moment that, suddenly, the Black River in front of us started to bubble. Then, with a sudden thud, a gigantic monster flew out from it. It was only when the monster stopped in midair that Lin Sheng could see its shape clearly. The Crow. Level, Early King. Talent, Early Stages of Disaster. Skills, Crows Vanish, Blood Eye, Curse, Ghost Song. Evolutionary Path, Dead Raven. Description, creatures living in the river Styx, the favorite eyes and ears of emperors in the darkness. Kid, you're asking for it. You've pushed me too far. The enormous body of the raven hovered in midair. A pair of blood-red pupils stared intently at the boy and his 2 pet beasts below. It originally relied on the Black River to suppress its own strength. I thought I could continue living like this peacefully forever. But he never expected that the boy would barge in, and that his own strange creatures were no match for it. Even 2 Lord-level monsters were killed by that deer, using its domain to overcome the level difference. As the eyes and ears of the enigmatic emperor, how could it not recognize the noble breed of the Black Flame Deer? Never mind, this is human territory anyway. After I eat this Black Flame Deer, my talent might even break through to the emperor level. This is an opportunity. The raven then swooped down. Its body was enormous, blotting out the sky. So what if he's in the early stages of a kingship? Little White isn't without the power to fight. Giant Python. Level, Late Lord. Talent, Late Stage of Cataclysm. Skills, Entangling, Mastery. Giant Growth, Proficiency. Cloud Swallowing, Proficiency. Water Spray, Mastery. Hardening, Perfect. Healing Eye, Danger Intuition. Dragon's Might, Black Flame Horn. Eagle Eye, Proficiency. Visual Enhancement, Vision. Evolutionary Path, Jiaolong, Jiaolong. Description, devouring the genes of thousands of life forms, the true king of nature. Xiao Bai's talent level has now reached the late stage of the disaster. Having spent over a month in the beast taming space, his level has also increased by leaps and bounds. They've already used up all the rat meat sticks Lin Sheng bought. The Lord can withstand the ferocious beasts of the king in the early game, even in the mid-game. By the late stages of becoming a lord, they already possessed the strength to fight. Hiss! As Little White opened its snake mouth, a thick fog instantly spread around. In just a few seconds, the thick fog seemed to cover the entire world. The raven also rushed into the thick fog in an instant, instantly losing its target. What ability? But so what? You're just a lord-level player. The king kills the lord. It's all too common. Before the crow could hesitate any longer, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in the white mist. The shadow resembled a colossal serpent, even larger than the main body. Whoosh! The giant snake's tail suddenly lashed out at it. The crow was instantly terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. Its entire body instantly dispersed, transforming into countless small crows, which then dodged the attack and coalesced again. But 30 or 40 of them didn't have time to dodge and were smashed into bloody pulp. And the shadow disappeared. How is that possible? The power of that attack just now was greater than mine. The raven was shocked. Isn't that snake only at the lord level? Even a lord-level black flame deer shouldn't be its match at this moment. Before the crow could hesitate any longer. Slap, slap, slap. The snake's tail and the shadows collapsed like skyscrapers at night. Its vision was obstructed in the thick fog, so it could only disperse its body into countless crows to hide. However, after these few blows, hundreds more of the scattered crows were whipped to death. This can't go on. You forced me to this. The raven suddenly looked at the black river behind it. Then it opened its mouth wide. The black river instantly transformed into a stream of water that flowed into its mouth. The seemingly endless black river was swallowed whole. The black river is also a treasure it obtained from this space. Not only can it conceal its own aura, even after being absorbed, it can transform into a suit of armor covering the body. Gagaga! The raven then let out 3 cries. The black river emanated from its body, covering its entire form. It formed an incomparably black scale armor, and even his wings were strengthened, turning into an extremely black color. Hiss! Master, the dark aura emanating from this crow has become even stronger. Xiaobai reported this through the thick fog. Chapter 76, Slaying the Crow. The newbie graveyard has been cleared by a newbie. The aura of darkness has become more intense. Lin Sheng frowned. This raven must have used some kind of trick. Or rather, he played his trump card. And then Xiaobai slapped it again. Instead of dodging, the raven transformed into a sharp blade and grazed past Little White's body at 3 times the speed of sound. Puff! This time, it directly scraped open Xiaobai's 2 snake scales. Even Lin Sheng was taken aback. Such strong defense and attack power. It can withstand such an impact without getting hurt, but instead scratches Little White. You need to know about the scales on Little White's body. But it combines the toughest parts of all lord-level creatures. This means that no lord-level creature can withstand the opponent's attack. Gah! The raven let out another eerie cry. Then suddenly, in the thick fog, I saw the towering shadow of a snake. It darted over in a flash. Die! However, when it rushed close. But what it received was not a physical body. It was a massive thunder dragon. Roar! The thunder dragon let out a terrifying roar. The crow was so frightened it nearly scared out of its wits. It turned to leave. However, in the next instant, boom! The enormous thunder dragon burrowed directly into the ghost crow's body. Even the layer of jet black scales covering its body could not block the electric current. It was instantly charred black by the electric shock and fell directly to the ground. Sequence extraction. Lin Sheng couldn't wait to use his innate skill. Obtain the Ghost Raven Soul Imprint for 1,700 years. Gain the skill Crows Disperse. Gain the skill Death Song. Gain the skill Blood Eye. Obtain the Black Feather Gene. In the blink of an eye, the black crow was completely absorbed. All that was left was a pool of dark, slimy liquid on the ground. Moo! Little Ling stepped forward and stomped on the slime with 1 hoof. The black viscous liquid was instantly absorbed into the body. Although I don't know what it is. But Lin Sheng knew that the price of the Heihe River must be astronomical. Moreover, it is the most precious thing in this secret realm. Gene injection. Lin Sheng placed his hand inside Xiaoling's body. Successfully obtained the 1,700-year-old soul imprint. Successfully obtained skill dissipation. Successfully obtained the black feather gene. With the injection of gene energy, Xiaoling happily spun around on the ground. Finally, I can also receive the Master's Enhancement. Xiao Ling had witnessed how much stronger Xiao Bai became each time he received a boost. I've been craving it for ages, and today my wish finally came true. My owner gave it to me. He immediately shouted excitedly. Absorb this gene well, and in the future I will elevate you to the most enigmatic and unpredictable being in the world. Lin Sheng stroked Xiao Ling's fur and could clearly feel that it was much thicker and larger than before. It also becomes more flexible, reducing resistance when running. It's clearly the effect of genes. And after the soul imprint from 700 years prior was completely absorbed, Xiao Ling's body suddenly swelled up again, and black scales appeared all over her body. The pair of enormous black horns on its head also became even larger. Even on its back, a pair of jet black wings grew. Black Flame Deer. Level, Early Lord. Talent, Emperor level. Skills, Disguise, disappears upon reaching King level. Dead Fire, Mastery. Undead Stomp, Mastery. Size Change, Death Domain. Dissipation, Death Song. Soul Imprint, 5,500 years. Evolutionary Path, Black Flame Death Deer, Black Dragon King. Introduction, the Black Flame Deer will automatically reach the King level upon reaching adulthood. It has evolved. Xiao Ling's level has reached the early stage of Lord. Lin Sheng was overjoyed, and the skill proficiency even increases automatically. Is this the benefit of talent? And there are two more evolutionary paths, which seems to be an effect of genetics. Lin Sheng decided to temporarily designate Xiao Ling's main form as the Black Dragon King. Puff. Before Lin Sheng could continue thinking, the little spirit in front of him used the Dissipate skill on its own. In an instant, his body transformed into countless tiny ghosts, floating in the air like a Teru Teru Bozu, a Japanese doll. Wow, that's an amazing escape technique. Lin Sheng touched his head. And most importantly, it can also get these little ghosts to help it monitor things. Now that we've got the good stuff, let's leave. Hiss. Good. Moo. There's nothing left to steal. We're leaving. We're leaving. This secret realm is not located in the academy in Shanghai. Once Lin Sheng departs, he will naturally dissipate somewhere and merge with reality. At the same time, the end of the month is approaching for the university students in Shanghai. The university was bustling with activity. I heard Zhang Kuang has broken the record again. His pet's power has reached over 1.3 million tons. You know what? There's also Owen from the United States, who broke Lin Sheng's nerve reaction speed test. One after another, the top spot on the leaderboard was taken down. Lin Sheng's points are also decreasing in a roundabout way. This is how it happened. The chances of becoming the chief have decreased. Moreover, Lin Sheng remained in that secret realm space. The other students, however, kept hunting ferocious beasts in the wild and selling them to the Beast Taming Association in the central building. The number of points is also growing by leaps and bounds. We've been waiting for over 20 days. It's almost the end of the month, and we still haven't come out of the secret realm. Could they have died inside? You must be joking. The two guarding the outside of the Ghost River secret realm chatted and laughed. When one of them inadvertently fell on the sign, he was suddenly startled. The lights in the Ghost River secret realm have gone out. What? The two looked shocked. The lights in the secret realm have indeed gone out. This means that the Ghost River secret realm will completely disappear from Shanghai. The owner of that space was also killed. At the same time, a figure emerged from the teleportation array. Although his body was somewhat dark and dirty, and even had a certain odor, but the muscles and lines on his body were extremely perfect, and his eyes were incredibly resolute. The aura emanating from his entire body was even stronger than before. This caused both of them to involuntarily take a step back. You've come back from hell? A sentence inexplicably came out of their mouths. Lin Sheng smiled and glanced at the two of them, but did not speak. He walked straight past the two of them. The reason for not speaking is quite simple. Lin Sheng just wants to go back and take a shower right now. Soon, Lin Sheng returned to his room. I quickly washed myself clean in the bathroom. He turned on the specially provided computer in the room with a relaxed expression. There were several messages from Bai He and Di Qian, as well as a few from Du Ning and some friends from the training camp. Lin Sheng often chatted with Bai He via voice and video when he was bored. The young girl is quite talented. Although she wasn't specially recruited, she still got into the Holy Snow Academy, which only admits female students. Du Ning, on the other hand, went to the Imperial Capital Academy. After all, Shanghai often loses in academic competitions. It is estimated that her family also took this into consideration and sent Du Ning to the Imperial Academy in the capital. With her ability to rank among the top 3 in the training camp, Getting into a prestigious university in the capital would be more than enough for her. Lin Sheng smiled and initiated a voice call with Bai He. Chapter 77 The Top Student in Shanghai. The Benefits of Strength. Arrogant. 927 points. Ranked 83rd in the whole school. Irving, 916 points. Ranked 92nd in the whole school. Zhang Qiliu, 867 points. Ranked 91st in the whole school. Currently, the 100th ranked student in the entire school has 300 points. Lin Sheng has 773 points, currently ranking 97th in the entire school. Of course, if it weren't for the points system of the freshman rankings, these freshmen wouldn't be able to get into the top 100. Someone on the forum compiled a ranking of everyone's points. The premise is that these rankings can be maintained by the end of the month. And today is the last day. This record was also achieved by Zhang Kuang and others after they broke all the rankings and obtained the points. However, the situation has now changed. Lin Sheng actually managed to emerge from that secret realm before this happened. If he can defeat these people and take first place, he is very likely to surpass them. What am I panicking about? Even if he's out, he must be exhausted by now. Zhang Kuang and the others kept tapping their toes. However, when it was seen, when Lin Sheng killed the Lord in the Ghost River secret realm, everyone was completely shocked. Really? That dungeon, known as the Graveyard for Newbies, was actually cleared by a newbie. Of course it's true. All the lights in that secret realm have gone out, and the master within must be dead. This Ghost River secret realm was a secret realm that even the top 10 players on the leaderboard couldn't clear back then. The specially admitted student truly lives up to his reputation. His talent is indeed remarkable. Looks like he's going to break those records again. Let's hurry and follow him. Everyone on campus was incredibly excited. Apart from some new students, the veteran students also rushed over. At this time, Lin Sheng was obviously unaware of these things. I'll hang up now. Our academy is competing for the top freshmen. These guys are insane. They're almost as good as you. In the picture, Bai He is dressed in white, her face as white as snow, and she is smiling with a rosy blush. To be honest, Lin Sheng didn't answer her calls for a month. This caused Bai He to feel inexplicably sad. Fortunately, it was just an accident. I should probably head out now. Lin Sheng hung up the video call. Then I went straight downstairs. Dormitories in Shanghai are also independent living spaces with their own private areas. Lin Sheng quickly opened a training room. Thump. It casually flicked its tail upwards. The Lord's immense power in his later years was transmitted into the cowhide drum. 1.7 million tons. Congratulations on winning first place in the new talent test. 290 seconds. Congratulations on winning first place in the neonatal neural reaction speed test. 57 times Earth's gravity. Lin Sheng overcame numerous obstacles and defeated many generals along the way. In its class, Xiaobai has almost no rivals. After all, even the king-level raven in the secret realm was no match for Xiaobai. Now, with its current strength, coupled with those skills, he has long since reached the level of a monarch. It's just that its level of evolution isn't quite there yet. It takes the genetic lineage of 10,000 different creatures to evolve into a dragon. Look, the rankings have changed again. Lin Sheng has once again broken the freshman rankings. He directly defeated Zhang Kuang and gained 1,300 points, now ranking 63rd in the entire school. Today, some people are constantly watching the leaderboard. Everyone was shocked to see this. The strange crow not only failed to restrain Lin Sheng. Instead, it became a stepping stone for him to keep moving forward. The current points ranking is overflowing. Even Zhang Kuang, who came in second place, was more than 100 points behind. It's too late to turn the tide. Damn it. How can this guy be so freakish? His arrogance is simply insane. No wonder he became the first specially admitted student in the history of Shanghai's universities. He can even clear the Black River secret realm, the graveyard for newlyweds, all by himself. I should have realized it wasn't him. It was his opponent. Nowadays, there are probably no people his age who can rival him. Oh my god, this Chinese guy is too weird. Even international students from the United States are considering giving up. They are no match for us. They're no match at all. The gap between the two sides is simply on a completely different level. With the points from this freshman reward, Lin Sheng is even close to breaking into the top 50 in the entire school. Even if I clear the level, my ranking in the secret realm will only be 63rd. Lin Sheng seemed somewhat dissatisfied. But it's not bad. After all, 63 people can get the right to use the level 1 blood pool. With these blood pools, Lin Sheng could fill the gap, left by the bloodlines of 10,000 ferocious beasts. Otherwise, relying on him to hunt would take an unknown amount of time. But now it can be done simultaneously. Moreover, once Xiao Bai reaches the king level, he can aim for the top 50 and obtain the right to use the level 2 blood pool. Level 2 blood pools are practically priceless on the market. The carcass of a king-level ferocious beast can fetch a price in the tens of millions. The price of a blood pool composed of the bloodlines of hundreds of king-level ferocious beasts is even more astronomical. If it weren't for the abundant resources of Shanghai's universities, any force would feel the pinch if they had to offer such resources. If other people knew about his thoughts, they would definitely call him a pervert, let alone a freshman. Even students who have been in school for several years are not guaranteed to be in the top 70. But Lin Sheng reached the top 70 within a month. After Lin Sheng obtained the top student spot in Shanghai this year, what followed was an endless stream of offers of olive branches, just like back in the training camp. But this time, the people and forces that came to recruit him were from an even higher level. Take, for example, the Du family, a prominent family in Shanghai. They sent someone to contact Lin Sheng directly through Du Ning's connections. They wanted to tie Lin Sheng to the Du family's war machine after graduation and promised him access to the resources of the level 2 blood pool. This is outrageous. Besides, 2 other major families also extended olive branches to Lin Sheng. Even some families as far away as Mount Everest and the capital city are showing goodwill. Being able to become the top freshman in Shanghai means you'll definitely meet a lot of powerful people after graduation. As long as you can establish a relationship with Lin Sheng, when your family encounters difficulties in the future, you can recruit countless kings or even disaster-level beast tamers with just a word. This is the foundation upon which families can stand together. This is also why universities possess increasingly larger amounts of resources. The terms offered by the military and the Beast Tamer Association seem even more tempting. Lin Sheng couldn't help but swallow hard when he saw those conditions. No wonder the senior students in the academy are improving their strength so quickly. With so many people rushing to provide resources, it's hard not to get stronger. Lin Sheng felt a sense of relief. From the very beginning, I was striving to get into one of the top 5 universities in China. A single word from someone can bring you resources that a beast tamer could never see in their entire life. This kind of platform and perspective is something you can never get anywhere else. But everything is earned through one's own strength. After Lin Sheng politely declined all the offers, the other parties still sent the highest quality food that Xiao Bai and Xiao Ling needed. It's almost enough to support him for several years at the university in Shanghai. Damn, these bastards are rich. Master, shall we rob them? Xiao Ling muttered to herself as she stuffed pure feed into her mouth in the beast-taming space. His ruthless bandit nature almost came to the fore again. Chapter 78: The Role and Resources of the Black River. Not now, no. And not in the future either. Lin Sheng reprimanded Xiao Ling. The day has come to an end. Nothing unexpected happened. Lin Sheng became the new top student in Shanghai. This is normal. Those points are almost impossible to catch up with. Lin Sheng, as a representative of the new students in Shanghai, officially obtained this identity on the official website of Shanghai University. Every year, the top freshmen in Shanghai are required to do this. In the video, Lin Sheng is dressed appropriately. His black hair was loose, and his eyes held a slightly sharp look. He picked up the manuscript and began to read it aloud. I'm very happy to be the top freshman in Shanghai this year. This is inseparable from my personal efforts and the hard work and cultivation of my beast tamers. The video is about 5 minutes long. The content inside is about Shanghai universities, which are trying to portray Lin Shengwei as a righteous and honorable figure to the general public. After all, the freshmen's chief representatives represent the universities in Shanghai, so their prestige must be high. Wow, so handsome. Is this the top freshman from the 5 universities? He's so handsome. Especially his eyes. They make my heart race, and he's so talented too. Don't even think about it. Just look around here. He's the only specially admitted student from Shanghai's top universities this year. If I remember correctly, Lin Sheng is the younger brother of that genius from the capital back then. They are truly twin stars. The 2 of them became the top freshmen in Shanghai and the capital respectively. Are we going to have a sibling rivalry drama unfold? How exciting. There's been a lot of discussion online. They were all discussing matters between Lin Sheng and Lin Ming. Some people have even started shipping couples online. With Lin Sheng's rise to fame, almost everything he did in the training camp and Yangsheng was dug up. The buzz surrounding the story of 2 top geniuses emerging from a poor family instantly reached its peak. Even Lin Sheng's sister, Lin Ming. It was unearthed again. The capital's academic institutions. They both have the surname Lin. No wonder the boss values him so much. I thought he only valued his talent and looks. The Crimson Shadow whispered to Su Xin. Yeah, she's been staring at her phone and grinning like an idiot lately. I thought she was looking at something else. A somewhat robust-looking man stood to the side and spoke up quietly. Could she be a brother-obsessed girl? I've seen the eldest brother frequently browsing those shipping posts. That's unethical. Su Xin blinked. My younger brother is good-looking, pleasing to the eye, and capable. It's not impossible. You're overthinking it. The boss just found it funny. She even told us to work harder to improve our skills and prepare for the competition in 6 months. That's true. I was just joking. How can a little kid who's only recently become a beast tamer compare to the super prodigies of the capital? Su Xin touched her fair chin. I suddenly realized I've been watching too many soap operas. How could someone as cold-blooded as the eldest brother possibly be a brother-complex person? I remember when my eldest son first entered school. Several wealthy second-generation students were always teasing her on the forums of Shanghai universities. As a result, after the boss came knocking on their door, those guys never made a sound again. From then on, they would avoid Lin Ming whenever they saw her. When he first enrolled, he was known as a fearsome figure among the universities in the capital. They just haven't been making many moves lately. At this moment, Lin Ming, wearing a form-fitting outfit, her perfect figure was outlined in every detail. She was lying on her bed, covering her face with a pillow, her body trembling slightly, laughing until her stomach hurt. How was it? My junior brother's strength is not bad, is it? Wearing training clothes, Hu Kun smiled and spoke to his companion beside him. What? Your junior brother? Did you even teach him? How can you be so shameless? The companion rolled his eyes. These 3 desperate questions left Hu Kun scratching his nose. It was a little awkward. Should we invite him to join us? Great. We'd love to have a genius like that. But we need to act fast, or we'll be in trouble if our rivals snatch him up first. The companion smiled. Lin Sheng and Hu Kun are the same teacher. They can be considered to have come from the same school. At this moment, in Lin Sheng's room, Mu, the enormous little spirit, was operating and using the Black River on its body. The Black River turned into a viscous liquid and clung to Xiaoling's body. Only such creatures, which are close to darkness, can be manipulated. Smack! A long tentacle detached from Xiaoling's body from the viscous liquid and grabbed a plastic bottle on the table. Then it melts and absorbs instantly. Then it transformed into spikes and ghostly hands, constantly wreaking havoc around it. Xiaoling used it with great skill. I'm so lucky. I even got such a treasure. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. The moment he came out, he searched for detailed information about the item online. Black River, whose real name is Parasite, is a parasitic creature born in the Dark Land. The stronger the dark creature that can reside in its body, the more exaggerated the Black River's own strength will become. A dark emperor with a parasitic spirit can easily kill an emperor without a parasitic spirit. This is something even catastrophic beasts would covet. Even in human networks, there are only a few records of it. No wonder the Raven didn't know. This Raven thought it was just a defensive tool, but in reality, defense is only its weakest function. Lin Sheng was excited. It can be applied to the body to conceal one's aura. Its attack power can break through the defenses of any Lord-level unit. Even Xiaobai couldn't really stop it. Certainly. Part of the reason is that the user is a king-level ferocious beast. If Xiaoling were to use it, it naturally wouldn't be this sharp. Even so, it's still abnormal enough. It's priceless. Start. 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 Start all systems. Beep. Lin Sheng's phone rang. It was Chun Dao who called me. Teacher Chun. Haha, not bad. But you call me Teacher Chun when you get something in return, and Old Chun when you don't. Right. Chun Dao over there burst into laughter. Lin Sheng fell silent. Just kidding, just kidding. I'd be happy if you called me teacher. Now that you've come to the center building, it's the end of the month, time for resource distribution. Of course, there are also exclusive resources for you as a special admission student. Okay, I'll go right away. Lin Sheng put down his phone. The 2 pets were also very excited. They are highly intelligent and can naturally understand what is being said. A few minutes later, Lin Sheng arrived at the building in the center of the university in Shanghai. The building soared into the clouds, but Lin Sheng felt more wonderful than ever before. This is the first time I've received resources from a university in Shanghai. Every student is excited today. Chapter 79, The Terrifying Privileges of the Chief. Earning hundreds of millions of resources for free in a month. Here it is. Even Chun Dao, with his resolute face, smiled today. He waved to Lin Sheng from afar. Tian Xian, who was standing by the counter, also looked over. She really didn't expect that Lin Sheng was actually the special admission student. For the past few days, she had thought Lin Sheng was just an ordinary student who had been admitted to a prestigious university in Shanghai. Thinking about how she had taken care of Lin Sheng like a weak junior, Tian Xian felt her face burning. Of course, this was just due to embarrassment. In all her years in Shanghai, she had never made such a mistake before. First, it's your points ranking. Your final ranking is 72nd. Although you dropped a few places, you can still get the right to use the level 1 blood pool, as well as free accommodation and training room fees. However, the gravity room will still be charged. In addition, there are top resources for freshmen in Shanghai, which will cover the food for all your pets for 5 years, if your pets can reach the king, disaster, or emperor level during their time at school. The school will also provide all the materials needed for the pet's evolution. These are all the rewards. Lin Sheng and his 2 pets' eyes lit up upon hearing this. The 2 pets only heard that they had been provided with all the food for 5 years. Lin Sheng, on the other hand, heard that he would take care of all the materials needed for the upgrade. This means that as long as you keep improving your pet's strength, you don't need to worry about evolution materials. You should know that once a pet beast advances to the king or catastrophe level, the materials required will be extremely expensive. That is to say, Xiaobai's previous talent level was not very high, so materials were not in such short supply. However, once Xiaoling advances to the king level, the cost of the materials required is something Lin Sheng definitely cannot afford in a short period of time. I've heard that a pet with the talent of a monarch needs billions of materials to advance to the monarch level. However, if no alternative materials are used and only the best materials are chosen, the cost will be several times that amount. No wonder those seasoned veterans are also envious of this spot. Their pets should probably have evolved long ago. Lin Sheng stroked his chin. The reason why many students don't leave the university has also been found. It's all for obtaining the pet advancement materials provided by the academy. As a result, the academy will gain more connections with powerful beast tamers. In the long run, they will only earn more. When can I use the level 1 blood pool? Lin Sheng couldn't wait any longer. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. You still have points you haven't used yet. Chen Dao raised his hand to stop Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up immediately. Yes. The points ranking will be recalculated in the second month. Points earned last month will only be retained for 1 day. Today is the last day to spend all your points. Soon, Lin Sheng arrived at the counter. What can I redeem with points? Or what's the best deal to redeem with points? It can be exchanged for anything. Most beast tamers will exchange for the highest level and highest quality food for their pets. Tian Xian introduced them to Lin Sheng. The highest quality mixed meat from snakes, made from just the most precious gram taken from each ferocious beast. It can be exchanged for 1 meal with 10 points, but it would cost 1 million to buy in the outside world. 1 million. This price is quite expensive. After all, Lin Sheng's pet beast was different from others. Because of its rapid digestion, it needs to eat almost every day. Ha! You're the president of this year's freshmen in Shanghai, so Shanghai will naturally cover all the food for you. Chen Dao couldn't help but laugh when he saw Lin Sheng's conflicted expression. Even geniuses sometimes struggle with what to feed their pets. That's right. Free access means I can get 30 million from the academy for free every month. Lin Sheng clenched his right fist and slammed it into his left palm. Little White in the beast taming space also became excited. Finally, it's time to improve our meals. Tian Xian and Chen Dao blinked and looked at each other. 30 million? The highest quality, purest meat, 1 meal of which could sustain you for almost half a month, right? You can't possibly eat that every day, can you? Do you have any food for eerie or dark-type pets? Pick out the highest grade ones for me. Yes, pure souls are the favorite of strange creatures. A meal of them costs 30 points, while the price in other places fluctuates between 1 million and 3 million. Since the total amount of pure souls varies. Moreover, this food can improve the quality of pets in all aspects. Good ingredients can also improve the mood of pets. Most importantly, the evolution speed of pets is more than 10 times faster when they eat this food than when they eat ordinary food. 103 million. This is how you get 30 million or 90 million for free in a month. The 2 pets together cost the university in Shanghai 100 million yuan a month in food expenses. Lin Sheng's lips curled up slightly. That was awesome. Lin Sheng was thrilled. Xiaoling was also happy. The food I bought online before had too many impurities. If it weren't for the fact that it would starve to death if it didn't eat. As a noble emperor, it would never eat this kind of garbage. Now I can finally improve my meals. Listen to the sounds here. The students who had also come to spend their points looked over in surprise. After hearing what everyone said, he looked on with envy. Top student. As long as I get this spot, I'll do nothing. Every month, I receive a wealth of resources from the universities in Shanghai. The resources consumed in just 1 month could create several millionaires in the outside world. However, at the university, it's just a simple meal allowance. But if they want to do this, they need to spend several million, or even tens of millions. Even if beast tamers earn money faster than ordinary people, they can't afford such expenses. It's so enviable that it makes people green with envy. Your status as a freshman chief has been recorded in your student card. As long as you are in the university cafeteria, you can get the food you need for free. Of course, you can also go there every now and then. Usually, there will be plenty of food left over. Lin Sheng nodded in agreement after hearing what Old Chen said. What should I exchange my 1,300 points for? Since there is no shortage of food. Is there any carcass of a floating whale? Lin Sheng inquired. No, not to mention that floating whales are rare. Even the calves can reach the strength of a king. Hunting them is too difficult and not cost-effective. Furthermore, each time a floating whale is sold for an extremely high price, it's clearly impossible to buy one with your few points, and the Shanghai Academy doesn't have this channel either. It's not that the university isn't strong enough. Since they're both just the corpses of ferocious beasts, there's no need for that. It would be better for Lin Sheng to personally kill them in the future. That's true. Can I exchange all my points for thunderstones? Okay, that's 1,300 points, which can be exchanged for 260 lightning stones. The exchange price for each item is different. Lightning stones are very rare in Yangqing, but in Shanghai, they can only be considered rare. Carrying his thunderstone, Lin Sheng returned to his dormitory. Chapter 80 Evolution. King Level. Snake enters the sea and transforms into a dragon. In a room in the dormitory specifically used for training, 260 lightning stones were piled on the ground, emitting a dazzling light. Even the faint arcs of electricity that drift out can peck a black hole in the wall. The energy in this lightning stone is even more concentrated than what I obtained in the wild before. Lin Sheng looked at the thunderstones piled up on the ground like small mountains. As expected of a major power in the Dragon Kingdom. Despite its large size, the store doesn't cheat its customers. The items may be expensive, but what you get in return will definitely be the best. Hiss. Xiaobai slowly walked forward. Drawn by the lightning marks on its back, water flowed from each of the 260 lightning stones. The water flowed into a vortex in the air and rushed into the lightning mark. Thunder Dragon, Mastery, upgraded to Thunder Armor, Perfect. Boom! Terrifying lightning crackled around Xiaobai's body. The lightning moved about, but it didn't harm it in the slightest. The bolts of lightning connected his body to the ground on the iron plate, leaving black streaks. However, it did not splash onto Lin Sheng's body. At this moment, Xiaobai's entire body was covered with scales made of lightning. Horns made of lightning. They're even armed to the teeth. That layer of lightning armor covered his body, making it truly look like he was wearing a suit of armor. Even the claws extended several meters out, made of lightning. Moo. Master. Brother Bai is targeting me. All of its skills are Yang type. Xiao Ling stared anxiously in the beast-taming space. There's no way I could ever surpass it in the future. This move was definitely countered. Not bad, that's a very strong skill. This ranking effort was worthwhile. No wonder everyone yearns for the 5 universities. The strong will only get stronger. I must accumulate enough resources so that I can break into the top 50 in the new month. Lin Sheng set a goal for himself. Without hesitation, he led Xiaobai and Xiaoling directly onto the teleportation array and arrived at a small town on the outskirts of town. In the days that followed, every morning as soon as Lin Sheng got up, he would take his 2 pet beasts to the wild to hunt ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts hunted were almost all at the Lord level. If the level is lower than this, it won't have much of a training effect. But then night fell. They then returned to the academy and were immersed in the first-level blood pool. The skill sets and genes of both pets are improving rapidly. Xiaobai is alright, as it had already absorbed a lot of genetic energy beforehand. Xiaoling absorbed it in less than half a month. The level jumped directly from the early stage of Lord to the mid-stage of Lord. Its body became much larger, growing from 2 or 3 meters to 4 or 5 meters tall. Those jet-black wings could also be displayed on his back, and he was even more adept at using the parasites in his body. This is an improvement in combat experience, something that cannot be obtained by simply giving genes. Only through continuous training and fighting against ferocious beasts in the wild can one improve. Mid-March. Lin Sheng once again led Xiao Ling into the Lord-level Secret Realm space. Then, they hunted strange creatures in the Secret Realm and extracted their genes. But this time, my luck wasn't as good as before. The owner of that Secret Realm was not found. Sensing the arrival of a being stronger than himself, the master of that Secret Realm had long since vanished. A month quickly came to an end. Lin Sheng's ranking is 56th. His score was originally within the top 50. But unexpectedly, the list was stolen at the last minute. This is common in Shanghai's universities, but Lin Sheng is a newcomer and didn't expect so many people to steal the rankings. You can't be so lax next time. The fact that a Lord-level beast tamer could squeeze into the top 50 has caused quite a stir within the school. At the start of the second month, Lin Sheng was even more frantic than the previous month. Every morning at dawn, he would get up and take 2 ferocious beasts to hunt in the wild. We enter the Secret Realm every 3 days. It was noon, in the middle of the third month. We have successfully achieved our goal of 10,000 ferocious beasts. I absorbed nearly 7,000 bloodline genes in the level 1 blood pool, while about 3,000 of them were hunted in the wild. Exactly 10,000. It's time to evolve. Lin Sheng's gaze was like lightning. They brought Xiao Bai to the river outside Shanghai. Lin Sheng, with his bare upper body, sat atop Xiao Bai's body. At this point, Xiao Bai's body had become extremely large, and it could easily wreck a large boat in the river. One person and one snake. Go downstream with the river. Dark clouds filled the entire route. A fierce wind howled, and lightning struck down from the sky. It seems that this creature, Little White, is envied by the heavens, and even the heavens want to take its life. The lightning struck Xiao Bai's body, exploding open wound after wound, which in turn attracted the bites of countless ferocious beasts. Lin Sheng sat upright on his forehead, staring intently ahead, unwavering. Finally, after half an hour, the river widened. Almost all of the scales on Little White's body have fallen off. As it plunged into the sea, enormous scales grew back on its body. The white scales were engraved with intricate patterns and were even harder than before. It also grew back fins that looked like fish fins. Its body also has 2 pairs of 3 sharp claws sticking out. The divine light in his pupils became even more terrifying. However, he didn't grow a lot of sideburns on his neck, but rows and rows of sharp teeth grew out of his mouth. Flood Dragon. It was a success. Lin Sheng suddenly stood up. The dragon was over 10 feet long, resembling a snake with 4 legs, and had a white fin on its neck. Its chest was covered in ochre. Roar! Little White roared to the sky. They moved freely in that river. Its speed even exceeded 5 times the speed of sound. But it can only move so quickly in a river. What is that? The crew members on the surrounding ships were utterly shocked. But that figure was like lightning, vanishing in an instant. By the time he took out his camera, it was already too late. Moo! Little Ling, inside the beast-taming space, stared wide-eyed. Something deep within Xiao Ling's memory seems to have been awakened. Having followed Lin Sheng for so long, Xiao Ling had naturally heard of the legendary creature, the dragon. Could it be that Brother Bai really is? Xiao Ling was dumbfounded. I was somewhat resentful that it was ranked second before. I'm completely convinced now. No matter how talented I am no match for the legendary dragon. Having received a tremendous feedback of power, Lin Sheng felt that the power contained within his body had become even stronger, and they seemed to have an innate affinity for water. The dragon is good at water. Although it cannot fly, it is still a dominant force in the water. Lin Sheng was excited. A few days later, the central building of the Shanghai base city. Bang! Looking at the enormous tooth that Lin Sheng threw out from the beast-taming space. Tian Xian covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. You really killed the king of that abandoned city. That was a creature at the mid-stage of the king realm. After the initial shock, Tian Xian suddenly realized what was happening. Your beast taming has reached the king level? Tian Xian looked at Lin Sheng's smiling but silent expression, and her heart skipped a beat. He reached the king level in less than 3 months since he arrived at the school. This rate of improvement is terrifying. Chapter 81 Level 2 Blood Pool, Upgrading to King Level Parts, Number 1 at Shanghai University. These teeth are the most valuable part of its body. They're worth about 300 points. 300 points plus your 2,600 points, totaling 2,900. Tian Xian was deeply moved. He knew all too well what this meant. This means that Lin Shengkai has just arrived at the university. In less than 3 months, it achieved a ranking of 36th in the university. You will gain access to the Level 2 blood pool. The fact that they achieved this ranking after losing the newbie protection speaks volumes. Damn it, you're a real freak. Arrogant people are fools. I've been stuck at the peak of the Lord level for at least half a year. He thought that after breaking through to the King level, he could keep Lin Sheng above him for a while. But to my surprise, this freakish kid broke through before me. I have an SS level beast taming space. Is there really such a big difference just because of one more letter? You're something else, Lin Sheng. Several senior female students have been asking me for your contact information privately. Chen Dao's usually serious face was practically beaming with laughter. How could such a genius fall into his hands? Old Shun, that competition is in a little over 3 months. What level do I need to reach to participate? Lin Sheng asked the question. Oh, you want to participate in the struggle between Shanghai and Beijing? Chen Dao glared at him. This is a competition that requires both of your pets to reach the King level to participate in. At our Magic City Academy, we probably only have more than 20 people whose pets are both at the King level or above. Chen Dao said. Don't be fooled by the fact that his current top pet is at the disaster level. The second pet's level was only at the early King level. Not to mention those beast tamers who only have one King level pet. Raising one King level pet might be affordable for some families, but what about raising 2? Unless he's the son of a Fortune 500 company. Who would dare to spend so much? I understand. I will try my best. Lin Sheng nodded with a smile. What are you even trying to do? You didn't understand what I was saying, did you? Chen Dao blinked. Even that resolute, chiseled expression was starting to falter. But if you really want to, it's not impossible. I'll call Hukun in a bit and have you meet Du Qinxiu. Du Qinxiu? Lin Sheng had naturally heard of this name. The top 5 universities in Shanghai in terms of points rankings over the years. In fact, his abilities are even stronger than Hukun's. At his best, he ranked first in the university's entrance exam. It is also the largest of the major gangs in Shanghai's universities. Alright then, but I'll go use the level 2 blood pool first, and we'll talk when I get back. Lin Sheng waved and left. He soon arrived at the location to collect his reward. The guard outside glanced at Lin Sheng's student ID number and looked at him with some surprise. Then his face lit up with a smile. Lin Sheng, right? Come in. Lin Sheng nodded and went inside. Although he had been here countless times, Lin Sheng's heart still raced this time. As he pushed open a door, he was immediately stunned by the scene inside. Inside the room, it's filled with all sorts of terrifying, enormous creatures. A golden ape covered in barbs. A giant crocodile with teeth, like steel. A gray wolf with 6 wings on its back. Each one is much stronger than the one Lin Sheng encountered in the base city. The sheer oppressive aura alone is enough to suffocate you. However, this was just an illusion. As Lin Sheng shook his head, the shadows disappeared. What appeared before them was a jar of the blood essence of a king-level beast. It has a wonderful aroma that makes people's appetite increase. Is this the essence of a monarch-level creature's blood? The proportion of blood essence in Junwang Bio is extremely small. Therefore, the quantity is much less than that of the Lord level. Sequence extraction. Obtain the genetic bloodline of the 6-armed golden ape. Obtain the genetic bloodline of the iron-toothed 9-tailed crocodile. Obtain the winged wolf genetic bloodline. Obtain the power genes of the 6-armed golden ape. Obtain the iron-toothed 9-tailed crocodile bite gene. Obtain the golden armored tortoise defense gene. Gain the assault, mastery, skill gene. Lin Sheng extracted a large number of genes. Preliminary estimates suggest that there are over 60 types of monarch-level bloodlines among them. This is already an extremely exaggerated number. Lin Sheng's current physique is sufficient to allow him to withstand the extraction of so much bloodline at the same time. Injection. A large amount of genes were injected into Xiaobai's body. Xiaobai's body also became hot and burning. You could even boil an egg directly on your body. It wasn't completely over until half an hour later, when Lin Sheng picked up his machete and slashed directly at Xiaobai's scales. The specially made steel knife was snapped in 2. Its defensive capabilities have been significantly improved compared to before. And as time goes on, once all these defensive genes are converted, they will only become stronger. And this is only the first day? After I inject a large amount of king-level genes into Xiaobai, Xiaobai will be able to deal with pets that are at the late king level even when it is at the early king level. Xiaobai has just broken through to the early stage of king, yet he can already deal with the mid-stage king. At that time, He did not yet have the genetic bloodline of a monarch-level creature in his body, and relied entirely on his own skills and talents. Xiaolong. Level, Early King. Talent, Peak Emperor. Skills, Entangling, Perfect. Giant Growth, Perfect. Cloud Swallowing, Perfect. Water Spray, Perfect. Hardening, Perfect. Healing Eye, Mastery. Danger Intuition, Mastery. Petrification, Mastery. Thunder Armor, Perfect. Dragon's Might, Black Flame Horn. Eagle Eye, Proficient. Visual Enhancement, Vision. Evolutionary Path, True Dragon. Description: it devours countless living beings and stands at the top of all living things. Previously, it absorbed a large amount of biological bloodline from the level 1 blood pool. The skills are almost all at the perfect level. Now it has also acquired the monarch level skill, Petrification. Xiao Bai's foundation is already very solid. After leaving the room, Lin Sheng went to the cafeteria again. Or should we get a month's worth of food? The nutritionist in the cafeteria stared at Lin Sheng with wide eyes. He couldn't understand how this kid's beast could eat so much. Everyone else comes every few days, but Lin Sheng can eat 100 million yuan worth of food in their cafeteria every month. Even if the university is rich, it shouldn't be spending money like this. However, he asked Chen Dao about it and received Chen Dao's permission. This is also the key to Lin Sheng's rapid improvement in pet abilities. With the highest grade food available and unlimited supply, how could they not evolve quickly? Even the side branches of the Du family probably wouldn't dare to build something like this. Bring your own food. Lin Sheng ran into Hu Kun as soon as he stepped out the door. Lin Sheng, I've been looking for you for ages. Come with me to see Du Qianxiu. Hu Kun smiled as he looked at his junior. He was quite satisfied with Lin Sheng. Learn. Lin Sheng responded with a smile. He and Hu Kun often talked about beast taming and training, and the two were already familiar with each other. Both were Chun Dao's apprentices. Lin Sheng naturally wanted to meet this senior who had once ranked first in Shanghai. Chapter 82 Gene Fruit. Medium-level secret realm space. A few minutes later, Lin Sheng followed Hu Kun to the villa area where he lived. The campus of the university in Shanghai is very large, with designated areas for student housing. They usually gathered at Hu Kun's home. Treat this as your own home. Don't be shy. Before Hu Kun could even speak, Xiao Ling in the beast-taming space chimed in. Haha. Make yourself at home. Don't be shy. Hu Kun stretched out his strong and powerful arm and opened the door. The iron gate is made of a special alloy and is extremely heavy. But Hu Kun was still able to push it away easily. The physique of a disaster-level beast tamer is evident. And this is only with one cataclysmic-level pet. If both pets were to reach cataclysmic level, their power would be terrifying. The two entered the villa along the stone-paved path. At this moment, Du Qianxiu and several other beast tamers were standing in the living room. Du Qianxiu. Lin Sheng stared at her for a while. The first impression she gives is that she is very beautiful and very cold, and it's the kind of coldness that comes naturally. Speaking of which, you have some connection with Qianxiu. You should know her sister, right? Although they don't have the same mother, they are still considered sisters from the Du family in Shanghai. You mean Du Ning? Lin Sheng immediately thought of that girl who pretended to be aloof. Unlike the Du Qianxiu in front of me, Du Ning feigned aloofness, but Du Qianxiu's cold beauty emanated from the depths of her soul. Don't let Qianxiu's cold appearance fool you. She's actually a very kind person. Hu Kun chuckled. You talk too much. Du Qianxiu interrupted Hu Kun. Hu Kun quickly shut up. This guy is ruthless. He owns 2 catastrophe-level pet beasts all by himself. In fact, their strength is among the top tier of universities in Shanghai. A typical disaster-level beastmaster can have 3 pet beasts. A catastrophe-level pet can be called a catastrophe-level beast tamer. Having 2 catastrophe-level pets also gives one a certain reputation and status among catastrophe-level beast tamers. Having 3 catastrophe-level pets makes one practically invincible among catastrophe-level creatures. If we break it down further, these pets can be divided into early, middle, and late stages. Even a small difference in skill level can lead to a huge gap. There were a total of 5 people present, including Lin Sheng. 4 of them are disaster-level beast tamers. Du Qianxiu is probably the only one who owns 2 disaster-level creatures. Lin Sheng, I've already heard about your situation from Teacher Chen. If you want to quickly upgrade your pet to the cataclysmic level, you must go to the cataclysmic level secret realm. Du Qianxiu went straight to Lin Sheng's side. Even upon close inspection, it is impossible to find a single flaw in Du Qianxiu. She was like an ice sculpture, untouchable. But wouldn't I be courting death by going to a disaster-level secret realm? Lin Sheng raised a question. Of course I won't let you go alone. As long as you join us, I can take you into a disaster-level secret realm once a month. Du Qianqiu stated his conditions. She also hoped that Lin Sheng could join her. Among the various organizations at the Shanghai University, Du Qianqiu is not the strongest. Two of her rivals even possess 2 catastrophic-level tamed beasts. If she could recruit this newly arrived top student from Shanghai into her ranks, it would be a good thing for her. Isn't this just like clinging to someone's coattails and letting them carry you into a higher-level secret realm? Lin Sheng thought to himself. This kind of thing seems to happen everywhere. Of course, Du Qianqiu added. The points gained in the secret realm will be fairly distributed according to the amount of effort contributed. If you earn them through your own strength, you can keep 100% of the share. Okay, I'll join you. Lin Sheng nodded. As a lone wolf, his current strength is far from enough. To survive, one must rely on a more powerful force. Du Qianqiu rarely showed a smile. The 3 people beside him also laughed. The top freshman in Shanghai. And he was the only specially admitted student. Lin Sheng's joining was undoubtedly great news for everyone. Haha, we're all students of Teacher Chen Dao, so let's not be too distant. Hu Kun laughed heartily. Yes, I've heard of your name since I was hunting ferocious beasts in the wild. You're quite famous in Shanghai. A young man standing nearby offered his praise. Even people in Shanghai know about this. Of course, you're the top freshman in Shanghai, and many beast tamers in the city know you. When you go out, remember to cover yourself up a bit. Don't be too tempted. A senior student secretly winked at Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng blinked, pretending not to understand. All right, Du Qianqiu interrupted everyone. Lin Sheng, go back and get ready. We'll set off tomorrow. Yes, this time we're going to a new intermediate level space. I'm afraid people from other academies will also be going there. You'd better be careful once you get there. The young man said with a serious expression. I know. Lin Sheng naturally understood this. He had just entered the king level, and in the eyes of those disaster-level beast tamers, he was just a fledgling. But don't be so serious. After all, our Shanghai University is the top of the 5 major universities. Those people probably wouldn't dare to mess with us, haha. The young man patted Lin Sheng on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Power makes you willful. They should be grateful if they don't provoke others. Who would dare to provoke them? A few minutes later, Lin Sheng returned to his room. The 2 pets were eating their food there. It looks incredibly delicious. Xiaoling's level is at the mid-stage of Lord. She gained benefits in the secret realm, so she needs to evolve to the late stage of Lord as soon as possible. We'll get access to the university's resources then. You can easily advance to the king level. I can become an invincible being among the kings. 2 king-level pet beasts could become city lords in any small base city. In this newly opened medium-level secret realm, there are rumors that someone has seen the gene fruit. I've heard that some people from our Imperial Capital Academy are planning to enter that spatial secret realm tomorrow. Not only the Imperial Capital Academy, but also other top-tier academies are sending people. Gene fruits. Any one of them can sell for tens of billions, and they can awaken the bloodline talents of pet beasts. I'm going to join the fun tomorrow. Maybe I'll get lucky and find one of those lost ones. Otherwise, we can go in with the groups from the capital. At worst, we'll get less profit. Someone came up with an idea. At this moment, Lin Ming was discussing countermeasures with Su Xin and the others. Sister Lin Ming, are you planning to go in person this time? A hint of excitement flashed in Su Xin's eyes. If Lin Ming were to enter personally, who could possibly outcompete them? Yes. Lin Ming uttered a single word. She wants to obtain the gene fruit from the secret realm. This is something a calamity-level lord is not qualified to possess. The next morning arrived quickly. Chapter 83 Valuable Information. Force Separation. The basement of the cylindrical building. In front of a teleportation array. Du Qianqiu, Hu Kun, Lin Sheng, and the other 3 were fully armed. Yesterday, someone from Jiangnan University brought back a gene-enhancing fruit, which sold for a staggering 13 billion yuan online. The group exchanged glances. They both saw the fervor in each other's eyes. The target is the lord of that space. Find it, and then kill it. Du Qianqiu's words were icy. The air around us seemed to have dropped several degrees. Clear. Learn. Lin Sheng, you'll stay with us and take care of those small monsters. I know. Lin Sheng nodded, his mind filled with many thoughts. A genetically engineered fruit worth 13 billion. If I could get one, I could help Xiaoling break through to the king level at any time. A flash of light appeared. The group disappeared from the teleportation array. Then, they appeared in a jungle. Clearly, the inhabitants of this world prefer the wild environment. The surrounding weather was extremely dark, and an extremely dangerous atmosphere emanated from the jungle. However, at this moment, one person was missing from the group. Lin Sheng is missing. Hu Kun exclaimed in shock. Not only Lin Sheng, but Lu Song has also disappeared. One of the team members nervously looked around. Find the lord of this space immediately and kill it. Du Qianxiu frowned slightly. Hu Kun paused for a moment, then quickly nodded. This is a medium-sized secret realm, almost the size of a small base city that can accommodate tens of millions of people. Trying to find someone here is like finding a needle in a haystack. It would be better to quickly kill the spatial lord here and seize the gene fruit. By then, Lin Sheng will naturally be out of danger. Lin Sheng, you'd better be careful. There are more dangers in this jungle than just ferocious beasts. A king-level beast tamer falls into a catastrophic secret realm. As long as you act with a little caution, it won't be too dangerous. Where is he? Lin Sheng landed in the jungle and looked around. Where did they go? Could this be a random teleportation space? That's somewhat possible. When too many people enter the space, the owner of the space will sense a crisis and activate the space's self-protection function to disperse these people. Lin Sheng had seen this knowledge in books before. Hiss. Xiaobai appeared from the beast-taming space. Mao. Xiao Ling also came out and suddenly shouted, as if announcing her arrival. Little White swung its tail directly onto Little Ling's head. You're shouting so loudly, as if you're afraid no one can hear you, right? Lin Sheng rolled his eyes. Xiao Ling let out a few low, aggrieved whimpers. Then his eyes lit up. Master, I can smell the scent of the gene fruit. You smelled it? How did you smell it? Lin Sheng was somewhat confused. I can't explain it. It's an impulse in my blood. It's like it's urging me to go in a certain direction. I have a little too. Both pets seem to have this feeling. After all, Xiaobai's talent has now reached the emperor level. The two pets have become more sensitive to these resources than before. They will unconsciously gravitate towards things that can make them stronger. Then lead the way. Lin Sheng flipped over and straddled Xiaoling. Xiaoling is now 4 or 5 meters tall. Little White was also able to barely coil around its body. And so, the man, the snake, and the horse headed west. Roar, roar, roar. The roars of beasts echoed through the jungle, and every now and then a branch would stick out from the roadside tree to attack Lin Sheng. But they were all instantly killed by Xiaobai. Don't you even look at what kind of organism Xiaobai's current genes were extracted from? Those terrifying creatures are among the most powerful beings, even at the monarch level. However, Lin Sheng also encountered many ferocious beasts that were not easy to deal with on his journey. Their ranks were all around the later stages of a monarch's reign. In the early stages of the game, even a novice like King might dare to fight. It became somewhat difficult in the middle stage. The later stages are on a completely different level, so the only option is to avoid it. Silky. A wriggling sound came from Xiao Ling's body. The black parasite, like skin, clung to the two pets and Lin Sheng, completely isolating their auras. During the sprint, on one occasion, it even rushed right past a creature at the mid-stage of the monarch realm without being detected. There are more and more monarch-level beings. It's probably coming soon. Typically, a calamity-level ferocious beast will have 5 or 6 king-level minions under its command. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. I hope to obtain 1 or 2 genetic fruits. Soon, an extremely large mountain appeared before Lin Sheng's eyes. On the mountain peak lay a reptile covered in thick, bony spikes. The reptilian creature hadn't noticed Lin Sheng and seemed to have fallen asleep, but there were still 3 ferocious beasts at the early stage of the monarch level patrolling around it. Just watching from this distance made Lin Sheng and his 2 pet beasts tremble. Is this a catastrophic beast? Lin Sheng had never actually seen it before. Moreover, it can control 3 ferocious beasts at the late stage of the monarch level, whose level is at least at the middle or even late stage of the catastrophe. Brother? Suddenly a voice came from beside Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng suddenly turned his head away. In front of him, a man was furtively looking around. Did you also get separated from your team? When the man's eyes fell on Lin Sheng's badge from the Shanghai University, he immediately showed an envious expression. I have some insider information here. Do you want it? As he spoke, the boy's eyes kept darting back and forth between Lin Sheng's pet beast. Oh shit. Graduates from prestigious universities in Shanghai are really rich. These 2 pets are definitely not low in talent level. Some beast tamers will enter the secret realm in advance to observe the movements inside. Then he sold the information he obtained to people who later entered the space. What valuable information do you have? Lin Sheng asked the question. I know that gene fruit is in those mountains. The man pointed to the mountain range beneath the giant lizard's body. Kid, isn't that obvious? You're just messing with us, aren't you? Xiaoling suddenly took a step forward. A dark aura swept over us. At that moment, two more people suddenly emerged from behind the man, glaring menacingly at Lin Sheng and his companions. The man immediately smiled. Without bodyguards, would he dare to sell information here? Of course not that information. I have something more valuable, and I'm honest with everyone. And this secret realm is about to descend into chaos. I guarantee it's absolutely great value for money. Only 50,000. The man stretched out his hand. It's not expensive. Lin Sheng stroked his chin. Hee, of course, and I don't usually sell to him. The man's eyes glanced at the Shanghai University logo on Lin Sheng's body. Okay, go ahead and tell me. Chapter 84 The Universities Take Action. Lin Ming's Artifact-Type Pets. Lin Sheng casually transferred 50,000 yuan to the other party. That amount of money could buy even the scraps of any ferocious beast. Hee, brother, you've really struck gold. If this place hadn't become so dangerous, I wouldn't have sold the information so cheaply. I'm not afraid to admit it. I sold those guys to me for millions, ripping them off big time. The man seemed somewhat smug. Xiaoling just wanted to stomp on his face. Unfortunately, there were two burly men standing behind him, so Xiaoling didn't dare to make a move. How dare they make me pay? This is an utter disgrace. Xiaoling made a silent vow in her heart. Once I become stronger, this will definitely be the last time. It will never pay anyone else again. Listen to me. Several tens of minutes later, Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. This is definitely good news worth the price. As the man said, Lin Sheng did indeed make a profit. This is my business card. You can contact us anytime you're in any of the secret realms around the world, and we'll give you the latest information. The man left a business card and quickly left. They were the information merchants who entered each of the various spatial realms as soon as they opened. They also have their own organizations within the Dragon Kingdom. According to him, the universities are planning to take action tonight. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. 3 of the 5 universities have come here. They had all planned this in advance, intending to rob the place tonight. At that point, this space will naturally become extremely dangerous. But the information merchant didn't sell the information to Lin Sheng cheaply because of this matter. Rather, it was because they saw that Lin Sheng was a student at one of the 5 major universities and thought he might know this information, so they didn't dare to fleece him too much. But not wanting to leave empty-handed, they could only offer an extremely low price. Just find a place to wait. At night, we'll use the cover of darkness and the parasite's camouflage to sneak in. Lin Sheng lay in wait around the mountains. Night fell quickly. Let's get started. Hu Kun summoned his pet beast. Du Qianxiu, who was standing to the side, was the same. Hu Kun's pet is an elemental creature made of hurricanes, whose body grows larger and larger during battle, making it extremely destructive. Du Qianxiu, on the other hand, was a snow wolf with snow-white fur all over its body, and there was nothing special about it. But Hu Kun did not dare to underestimate it. Another member of the team also summoned their pet. Meanwhile, at the place closest to that mountain peak, Lin Ming was wearing a black combat uniform that outlined her body in every detail. In her hand, she held a double-edged sword that was almost as long as her body. The width of the sword hilt could also conceal that slender waist. On the hilt of the sword, 2 blue-green pupils opened, representing the elements of lightning and wind. Special type of pet. Possessing self-awareness weapons. This is a type of pet that is even rarer than elemental pets. Its attack power is the strongest among all types of pets, but it is extremely dependent on the user. So strong. Su Xian, standing to the side, was secretly surprised. A sense of fervor also arose in his heart. Every time that knife appears, a catastrophic beast dies. Let's go? With dual elemental power, I can only hold out for 5 minutes at most. Lin Ming picked up the greatsword with one hand. A strong killing intent even flickered in his eyes. 5 minutes is enough to kill that spiky-backed dragon. But the spiny-backed dragon isn't the key. The most dangerous ones here are the students from the other academies. Finally, at that moment, countless extremely terrifying auras emanated from around the mountain peak. Roar, roar, roar. The spiky dragon clinging to the mountaintop suddenly opened its scarlet eyes. An angry roar echoed throughout the entire secret realm. A large number of ferocious beasts from the early, middle, and late stages of the monarchy have all rioted. The entire secret realm instantly descended into chaos. Roar! In an instant, the screams of countless ferocious beasts echoed all around. Even with the help of the dark moonlight, Lin Sheng couldn't see clearly. Is it that intense? Lin Sheng, hidden in the shadows, was secretly alarmed. At the same time, there was a hint of excitement. Once that spiky dragon comes down from the mountaintop, it'll be about time for me to make my move. Moo. At this moment, Xiaoling finally realized the seriousness of the situation. Even monarch-level beings could die here. Why is a mere lord-level being getting involved? Come on, follow me. Lin Sheng rode directly on Xiaoling's back. Then their presence vanished into nothingness. Xiaobai was then taken back into the beast-taming space. In the blink of an eye, Lin Sheng rode Xiaoling into the open space ahead. With the cover of night, and by concealing their presence, they went almost unnoticed. Lin Sheng's heart pounded faster and faster as they got closer to the mountain range. Fortunately, Xiaoling is fast enough. In no time at all, we had covered half the distance. However, at this very moment, roar! Suddenly, a purple light emanated from the enormous spiky dragon's body. The light instantly illuminated Lin Sheng's figure. With its crimson pupils fixed on this audacious human, the spiny dragon was momentarily unable to break free. But there were still a large number of kings around, who had been ordered by the spiny dragon to charge towards this place. Woof woof! A three-headed dog in its early stages of kingship suddenly rushed forward. You're asking for it. Xiaoling snorted dismissively. Then a snake tail suddenly appeared from the void, and the tip of the snake tail transformed into a giant hammer, which directly smashed the three heads of the three-headed dog. Boom! The massive carcass of the three-headed dog crashed directly to the ground. Lin Sheng took a break from his busy schedule and used his sequence extraction skill. Obtain the Ironbone Cerberus genetic bloodline. Obtain the three-headed gene. Acquire the gene for bite force. Gain the bite skill. Gain the fire-breathing ability. The three-headed dog's corpse turned into a pile of white bones in an instant. The White Lord can kill the king in the early game, even in the late game. Now that he has broken through to the early stage of the monarch realm, his strength is equivalent to that of a mid-stage monarch realm nearing its peak. Having obtained a large amount of monarch-level genes, killing a ferocious beast in the early monarch stage would be a piece of cake. The other ferocious beasts simply couldn't keep up with Xiaoling's speed. However, along the way, other beast tamers' beasts continued to attack each other. Even Lin Sheng was accidentally hit a few times. But after witnessing Little White's terrifying attacks, no king-level beast tamer dared to provoke it anymore. And all the beast tamers rushed into the mountain. Damn it! How can we possibly compete with so many people? Xiaoling's eyes turned red. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Once I become stronger, not one of you will survive. Never mind them for now. Can't you sense where those gene fruits are? Yes. Xiaoling suddenly realized. I am an emperor. The ability to find things, especially compared to those ordinary beast tamers. Chapter 85 Stealing the Gene Fruit. Hitting someone in the head is my expertise. Whoosh! Xiaoling bent down slightly and started sniffing the ground. Then suddenly my eyes lit up. Over here, on that mountain peak where the thorny dragon lies crouching. There are many different kinds of holes, big and small. Lin Sheng followed one of the cave entrances and went directly into the interior of the mountain. At the same time, roar! The massive spiny-backed dragon suddenly spewed out a burst of purple laser light from its mouth. The laser beam swept across, and the beast tamer's pets were all severely injured. However, what angered it the most was the figure in front of it. That human holding a large sword. That's about it. You should die soon too. Lin Ming spoke quietly. The murderous intent in his eyes had not diminished. He raised the large sword in his hand, and instantly the blade was covered with blue-purple lightning. With a single swing of his blade, the raging lightning instantly transformed into a sharp blade that flew diagonally outwards. Puff! The sharp blade slashed through. One of the hedgehog dinosaur's hind legs was cut off. The intense pain instantly drove it into a berserk state. He turned around and prepared to flee, even running over and killing one of his own king-level subordinates along the way. Trying to escape? Lin Ming held the knife, and a hurricane appeared above his feet. In just a moment, it flew to the back of the spiky dragon's body. Then, gripping the hilt with both hands, he chopped down heavily from top to bottom, accompanied by a flash of lightning and a terrifying sound. Boom! Lin Ming's entire figure pierced through the hedgehog dragon's back and landed below its abdomen. Then the massive, catastrophic, spiky-backed dragon collapsed with a deafening roar. A bit weak. I overestimated you by using 2 elemental powers. Lin Ming sheathed his longsword, his words remaining cold. However, Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked. The ferocious beast from the middle of the catastrophe just died like that. Hu Kun was still somewhat incredulous. It would be strange if he didn't die. Lin Ming overdraws his power and is able to reach the late stage of the disaster in an instant. Du Qinxiu, who was standing to the side, clearly knew something. He frowned as he looked at the beautiful figure holding the knife. Go to the mountains and bring back all the gene fruits. Kill any that refuse to cooperate. Lin Ming's eyes were filled with a violent aura. Even Su Xian at this moment was hesitant to approach her. Of course, it's impossible for me to kill someone. Although the wild is not under government jurisdiction, it is common for beast tamers to kill each other. However, once caught, it's not so easy to get away with it. Just beat up those who don't cooperate. Sister Lin Ming was affected by the weapon. She's not usually like this. Su Xian gave instructions to the people around her. The freshmen from the capital who were brought in nodded nervously. Then everyone headed into the mountains. In the mountains at this time. The battle outside is about to end. Grab the loot and run. Don't let the people in the capital see you. Lin Sheng heard some tense sounds coming from the mountains. He turned to look at Xiaoling. Can your parasitic spirit forge specially made items? A few seconds later, inside the cave, several students from a prestigious university in Jiangnan were walking quickly, each holding a pure white fruit. However, Lin Sheng suddenly appeared in front of them. Hand over the items. Lin Sheng extended his hand. The men glanced at the Imperial Capital School badge on Lin Sheng's chest, and their expressions immediately changed. What should we do? If we don't agree, that crazy woman will definitely come. But this is a genetically engineered fruit worth billions. They wouldn't even give it away like that. Hiss. A white snake appeared behind Lin Sheng, glaring menacingly at the crowd. The group of people looked at the creature and suddenly trembled. In the darkness, Xiaobai looks exactly like the legendary dragon. Should we give it to them or not? Lin Sheng smiled. The color of Xiaobai's pupils became increasingly vibrant. Give. Those men gritted their teeth, threw the gene fruits in their hands at Lin Sheng, and turned to leave. They can't beat them in a fight, and if they call in reinforcements, they can't compete with the capital. It's only because their academy lacked a strong leader. Looking at the snow-white, transparent gene fruit in his hand, which even contained traces of blood vessels, Lin Sheng was excited. Hundreds of billions of dollars are now in his hands. Now is not the time to be happy. There are definitely other people involved. Lin Sheng and his two pet beasts exchanged glances. Xiaoling immediately became excited. Hitting someone in the stomach is its favorite thing to do. In the time that followed, Lin Sheng continued to impersonate a student at the Imperial Capital Academy, where he seized the gene fruit. Sensing the presence of humans is much simpler than sensing those genetic fruits. Lin Sheng would ruthlessly kill any students he encountered from the Imperial Capital Academy. Using the parasite as cover, they launched a sneak attack from behind. With Xiaobai's power, even mid to late stage king-level beast tamers would be powerless to resist if he ambushed them. Moreover, these people seemed to have no suspicion. In just half an hour, they managed to snatch nearly 20 gene fruits. Eventually, someone noticed that something was wrong. On the outskirts of that mountain peak, beside the giant carcass of the hedgehog dragon, Du Qinxiu and Lin Ming stood facing each other. Beside them were Hu Kun, Su Xian, and others. The two agreed not to take action themselves, but to send their men into the mountains to fight for the loot, taking whatever they could get. At this time, suddenly, someone rushed out. A huge red bump was bulging on his head, and he was grimacing in pain. Sister Lin Ming. Someone impersonated a student from our capital city and attacked us from behind. They stole at least a dozen of our gene fruits. These words were spoken. The atmosphere at the scene immediately became tense. The beast that everyone was riding instantly appeared behind them. I can guarantee it wasn't done by people from Shanghai, at least not by the people I sent. Du Qianxiu's eyes were cold. If a fight really breaks out, she won't be afraid of the other side. Really? How about I go and find that person? Lin Ming spoke quietly. Whatever you want. Du Qianxiu spread his hands. But I have to go with you. Who knows if you'll go in and take what we found? Lin Ming didn't say anything and strode towards the mountain peak, with Du Qianxiu following closely behind. The two had just reached the foot of the mountain. Another figure emerged from within, and upon seeing Du Qianxiu, the figure trembled. Sister. Du Ning touched the bump on her head, looking somewhat aggrieved. Snort. Du Qianxiu exhaled heavily through his nose and ignored her. Although Du Ning and I are not from the same university, how can she be so disappointing? How could someone get ambushed? I'd like to see which brat is so audacious. The two unexpectedly found themselves united in their hatred of the enemy. Chapter 86. I was caught by my own sister. Inside the cave. These are all good things. This collection of ferocious beasts is indeed impressive. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. There was a huge hollow space inside the cave. Inside were piles of huge eggshells of various colors. This is certainly not the egg of the spiny-backed dragon. The higher the level of the ferocious beast, the more difficult it is to raise offspring. Lin Sheng guessed that the spiny-backed dragon kept these eggshells for itself to eat or for its offspring to use. It's a pity that all that money I saved has benefited someone else. Lin Sheng looked at the enormous eggshell that seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see, and his eyes welled up with tears. The price of an eggshell is estimated to be between 100,000 and 1 million. If a cub can be bred and contracted with a beast tamer, the price will only be higher. But the essence it contains is the most important. It can rapidly increase the growth rate of pets and stimulate the potential of genes and cells in their bodies. Little White, Little Ling, swallow all these eggshells. Following Lin Sheng's command, the two pets immediately ran wildly towards the storage room in front. In the wild, it is extremely common for ferocious beasts to devour the cubs of other ferocious beasts. Little Ling used its hooves to crack open the eggshell and sucked out all the essence liquid inside in one gulp. Little White swallowed the eggshell along with the egg. Not a single nutrient is wasted. If outsiders saw this, they would definitely be furious and scold me for being useless. Why not just sell it? Eating it directly is such a fucking waste. But Lin Sheng didn't care about all that. Duh. Greetings, seniors. The two students from Beijing and Shanghai nodded and greeted Lin Ming and Du Qianxiu as soon as they saw them. Have you seen that guy causing trouble in the cave? Du Qianxiu asked. No, but several of my companions were ambushed by him and had the gene fruits we found stolen. This guy is really ruthless. He even managed to take down a mid-stage king-level beastmaster. The two students were somewhat frightened when they heard this. If someone can pull off underhanded tactics even in the mid-stage of a monarch's reign, their strength must be at least at the late stage of a monarch's reign, right? It could even be a disaster. Upon hearing this, Du Qianxiu glanced at Lin Ming. I've just recovered from exhaustion, and the bloodlust and murderous intent in my body haven't completely subsided yet. What if I lose my temper and kill someone in a moment? Du Qianxiu was a little nervous. If Lin Ming really kills someone here, it will be a real problem. Moreover, he is a beast tamer at the king level, which will make it even harder to explain. Fortunately, this place is in a secret realm. As long as you tell a lie, saying that you were caught in the crossfire during the battle with the ferocious beasts, no one will find out. White Wolf. Du Qianxiu summoned his pet beast. The two students from Beijing and Shanghai trembled slightly as they looked at the giant wolf with its snow-white fur. A catastrophic pet. Let alone them. Even their pet beasts would be instantly killed. Hurry up, I have something to do back in the capital. Lin Ming, who was standing to the side, spoke calmly. Got it. Do you think the two of us can't catch him? Du Qianxiu smiled slightly. The wolf, with its snow-white fur, merely sniffed the ground before galloping wildly into the darkness. Lin Ming hurriedly followed. Good heavens! Who is this person who is so hated that they could get two big shots to take action together? I think he's in big trouble now. A hint of pity appeared in their eyes as they looked into the darkness. Crunch, crunch. Deep within the dark cave, the sounds of gnawing could be heard continuously. Roar! Little White excitedly patted its belly with its two front paws. He lay on the ground, not wanting to move at all. Xiao Ling, standing to the side, was the same. Both of their pets had protruding bellies. Even with their emperor-level digestive abilities, they can eat like this. This gives you an idea of just how much energy was contained within that eggshell. Roar! Someone's coming. Xiao Bai suddenly opened his eyes wide. In an instant, the black parasite enveloped all three of them. So many eggshells? Looks like they just ate them. They've got quite an appetite. Du Qianxiu looked around. I never expected this little thief to have such a big appetite. In that direction, the two had a slight sense of awareness in the darkness. But at that very moment, a cracking sound suddenly came from behind them. Gotcha! The two of them suddenly turned their heads away. A young boy, accompanied by a snake and a sturdy horse, was looking at them awkwardly. Hello, you two. I'm just passing by. How did I accidentally step on the eggshell? This is it. Due to the tension in the darkness, Lin Sheng could not see the two women's faces clearly. He could only sense an extremely dangerous aura emanating from them, which was far beyond his ability to resist. However, both of them could see it clearly. Lin Sheng. Du Qianxiu was overjoyed. They quickly stopped the ice wolf's movements. Since we're on the same side, there's nothing more to say. Lin Ming, on the other hand, was also stunned and stood there. He then strode forward. Du Qianqiu's heart tightened immediately. In her view, a cold-hearted person like Lin Ming has no sense of family affection. This is murdering your own brother. Wait. Before Du Qianqiu could utter a sound, Lin Sheng was already in Lin Ming's arms. The face pressed so tightly against Lin Sheng's was almost suffocating him. Damn it! What kind of sorcery is this? Lin Sheng stretched out his hands and struggled desperately. They finally escaped their restraints. However, when Lin Sheng saw the woman's stunning beauty, he was so frightened that he almost broke out in a cold sweat. It was even scarier than the scariest horror movie he had ever seen. Lin Ming. Xiaosheng, why didn't you tell me you were going to such a dangerous place? What would I do if something happened to you? Lin Ming fondled Lin Sheng's hair. The brutality and murderous intent on his face had not yet faded. It made Lin Sheng look extremely horrified. It was all my fault before. I made you suffer. But you should also know your sister's difficulties. Lin Ming clenched her teeth tightly as she said these two words. Come on. Come back to the capital with me. She grabbed Lin Sheng's hand and prepared to leave. Although it was exceptionally soft, Lin Sheng didn't care about his feelings. I'm not going. Lin Sheng quickly refused. Du Qianqiu was completely dumbfounded when he saw what was happening before him. Is this still the same Lin Ming who kills ferocious beasts without blinking an eye? Why do I act like a little mother in front of Lin Sheng? However, after Lin Sheng uttered those words, the surrounding air seemed to suddenly drop several degrees. This made Du Qianqiu tense up. Sweetie, come back with me. I'll teach you how to train, step by step. Lin Ming's eyes curved into beautiful crescent moons, her voice sweet, and she kissed Lin Sheng on the cheek. A fleeting kiss on the lips. Du Qianqiu blinked immediately. If this kiss had been given to anyone else, they would probably have been hunted down to the ends of the earth by those people in the capital. Countless heirs of large corporations have pursued Lin Ming, only to be rejected in the end. Chapter 87. Frenzied Devouring of Gene Fruits. Little spirit advances. It's all over. Is it really going to be a slave to 3 masters? Lin Sheng didn't seem to care much about the feel of the red lips. I don't know how many times I've been kissed before. No, I've already promised Sister Du that I'd participate in the inter-school competition with her. Lin Sheng had a sudden inspiration. Du Qianqiu was quite cooperative. Yes, I brought Lin Sheng to the secret realm this time to help him upgrade the level of his second pet beast. Du Qianqiu readily admitted it. That's the truth. That was indeed the purpose of everyone's trip, but some unexpected things happened along the way. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming clenched her fists so tightly they cracked. However, Du Qianqiu simply stood there smiling, completely unafraid. After making myself look foolish for so many years, it's finally my turn. Let's go, Junior Lin Sheng, come back to Shanghai with me. Of course, all the gene fruits you obtained are yours. Du Qianqiu was in a good mood. I said more to Lin Sheng today than I had said before. Lin Ming looked at the two figures and fell into deep thought. Could it be that my younger brother prefers someone a bit aloof and arrogant? Someone too enthusiastic isn't good. Lin Ming nodded involuntarily. That's definitely true for young boys. I love the thrill of conquest. Yes, that's exactly what they said. But Du Qianqiu, let's see if you can stay calm during the match. Lin Ming caught up with him and pulled Lin Sheng to her side again. Xiaosheng, where did you get your pet beast? It's quite handsome, and it looks just like you. It looks just like a dragon from legend, but this thing next to it is neither horse nor donkey. Xiaobai enjoyed listening, but Xiao Ling was so angry, she almost gave up. Unfortunately, this ruthless person dared to kill even a thorny dragon, so why would he be afraid of this? The two talked incessantly along the way. Lin Ming spoke gently, like a loving mother. Du Qianqiu sighed upon hearing this. Lin Ming probably spoke more along the way than he had since joining the Imperial Capital Academy. This brother-obsessed guy. I've managed to catch them red-handed. The three followed closely behind and left the cave. This space is about to shrink. We must get back quickly. Someone said something. The crowd then dispersed. Lin Ming, do you still want this spiny dragon's corpse? Lin Sheng's eyes lit up as he looked at the catastrophic beast that was as big as a small mountain beside him. You want it? Lin Ming looked at Lin Sheng with some curiosity. The carcass of this spiny-backed dragon is estimated to fetch over 13 billion in the outside world. But even that is not as valuable as the gene fruit in your pocket. Du Qianqiu said coldly. Lin Ming didn't say a word. She was also a little embarrassed to ask Lin Sheng for it. Otherwise, with just this one fruit that sold for over 10 billion, Lin Sheng wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. Want to? If you want it, Just call me sister, and I'll give it to you. Elder sister. It's yours now. The two of them looked rather silly. Du Qianxiu was speechless. Whereas the demeanor of a disaster-level beast tamer and a powerful figure from the Imperial Capital Academy. Seeing the two of them, Du Qianxiu felt a pang of anxiety, and his gaze inexplicably fell on Du Ning. However, when her younger sister saw Du Qianxiu, she immediately tensed up and her body trembled involuntarily. Sai, let's go. Du Qianxiu sighed. Lin Xingze approached the spiny dragon and gently touched it with his hand. Sequence extraction. In the blink of an eye, the spiny-back dragon's corpse collapsed like a puddle of slime. Obtain the spiny-back dragon bloodline gene. Obtain the Black Death purple light skill gene from the spiny-back dragon. Obtain the spiny-back dragon spikes gene. Cool. This is a catastrophic beast. If Xiao Bai could acquire skills beyond his current level, he could definitely use them as a trump card. It can even be invincible among its peers now. Alright, I'm going back now, but I won't hold back in the competition 3 months from now. If you lose then, you'll have to do whatever I say. Lin Ming issued an ultimatum to Lin Sheng. Okay. Lin Sheng was getting a little impatient. My older sister is great in every way, except she's so fussy and always tries to control him. Even the top 10 students in the capital's top academies would find it difficult to exchange a single word with your sister, and you're still not satisfied. Hu Kun was somewhat disappointed in his son. If I had an older sister as strong as her, I would have clung to her like glue. To put it bluntly, they wish they could sleep together every day. This kid really doesn't know how lucky he is. It's none of my business, Lao Hu. Lin Xing shook his head. An older sister is an older sister. It has nothing to do with the lofty and aloof figures of the capital's powerful figures. I can talk and play with my sister anytime I want, as long as I want. Several tens of minutes later, Lin Sheng returned to the university in Shanghai. After everyone left, news of the conquest of the secret realm spread quickly. Even the video of Lin Ming descending from the sky and instantly killing the mid-stage disaster beast was uploaded to the internet. It has attracted countless admirers and fans. In this era, people generally admire strong and capable women. With such stunning looks and formidable academic achievements as a student in the capital, Lin Ming naturally attracted the envy of countless people. But the gene fruit from that secret realm has vanished without a trace. Rumors suggest that universities in Beijing and Shanghai have secretly divided the project and have no intention of selling it to outsiders. Even if the various organizations knew that the two universities intended to keep the gene fruit for themselves and not sell it, they dared not put pressure on the two universities, and the matter could only be left unresolved. Meanwhile, in Lin Sheng's basement, no one could have imagined it. The genetically modified fruit that had attracted the envy of countless people was now being tossed on the ground by Lin Sheng, like watermelons on the road, piling up like a small mountain. Each fruit was crystal clear, and you could even see the genetic veins inside. Only a faint, pleasant fragrance wafts from the fruit. But it is also very tempting. Little White swallowed one whole and chewed it clean in a few bites. Now, Little White's mouth is full of sharp teeth, unlike the snakes of the past that could only swallow food with their stomach acid. And Xiao Ling is even more so. Although it looks like a horse, its mouth is full of rows and rows of sharp teeth. It took effect very quickly. The blood vessels of the two pets slowly dilated. As blood flows faster, the cells in the body are also working frantically. Large amounts of black, viscous liquid were expelled from the bodies of the two pets. Those are untransformed impurities in the bloodlines of other creatures. This gene fruit can make the bloodline of pet beasts purer, like the bloodline that Lin Sheng infused into his two pet beasts. Those that haven't been converted yet, or those that can't be forcibly and completely converted, have been eliminated. Moo! Xiao Ling roared angrily. My body gradually began to change. You've met the requirements for advancement. Chapter 88 Preparations for War, Black Dragon King's Uprising. Xiao Ling's energy surged once again. And this was after only consuming 5 or 6 gene fruits. There are 7 left on the ground. Little White's hands are very nimble now. With its 4 paws, it can grab a piece with each paw and throw it into its mouth. Moo! Leave some for me. After getting a taste of success, he made Xiao Ling very anxious. Little White immediately looked at its owner with a wronged expression. It seems she's planning to act cute and charming again. However, looking at the 2 gene fruits in Xiao Bai's mouth and the 4 gene fruits held in its 4 hands, Lin Xing really didn't know how to speak up for it. Stop eating. Look at your stomach. It's so full it looks like you're 10 months pregnant. Lin Xing sighed, speechless. Little White hadn't fully digested the essence from the eggshell in the cave after swallowing it. Then, upon returning, he stuffed over a dozen Jin fruits into his stomach. A majestic Chinese dragon, yet as fat as a Western dragon. I reckon their feet won't even touch the ground when they walk. Wah! Xiaobai immediately felt wronged. However, Lin Sheng ignored its pretense and collected the remaining 7 Jin fruits on the ground. Then, he sent Xiaobai into the beast-taming space to accelerate energy consumption, and then took Xiaoling to the central building of the Magic City Academy. Lin Sheng, what brings you here today? I've heard you've gained quite a few benefits in the secret realm. Some trainees greeted Lin Sheng with smiles. These were all Chen Dao students, and Lin Sheng responded to each of them. There are indeed many benefits. He bought all the valuable items in that intermediate-level secret realm by himself, so how could he possibly leave anything out? It's just that such opportunities are unlikely to come again in the future. I need to advance my second tamed beast to the monarch level, and I need the following materials. Lin Sheng handed Tian Xin a sheet of paper listing various precious materials. Tian Xin was immediately shocked, her mouth agape enough to fit a golf ball. So fast. Previously, Lin Sheng's pet beast was still at the warrior level. It seems they really did gain quite a few benefits in that mid-level secret realm. Okay, this is your privilege as the top student, but these materials are quite expensive and will take some time. Tian Xin looked at the materials listed on the paper. The shock I felt reached a new level. Even for a pet with a catastrophic talent level in the academy to advance, the materials required are not as expensive as those Lin Sheng needs. There are even some things that money simply cannot buy. It is also necessary to entrust the Dragon Slayer Bureau or the Disaster Relief Organization with the task. What level of pet is Lin Sheng's second pet? Why are the requirements so high? Lin Sheng knew this, of course. As he listed those materials, he couldn't help but feel secretly alarmed. One type of fruit grows on dark mountain cliffs, and there are catastrophic beasts guarding that place. There are even some materials whose value is almost the same as that of the genetically modified fruit. These are all high-quality items that are hard to find. If Lin Sheng were to go and find her, Xiaoling would be stuck at the Lord level for who knows how many years. Now that we have the privileges of being the top student, things are much simpler. Write things down, then abandon the task and leave. In just a few months, someone will obediently deliver themselves to me. The service quality is impeccable. After submitting the materials to the central building, Lin Sheng returned home and injected the spiny-back dragon's genes into Xiaobai's body. Obtain the spiny-back dragon bloodline gene. Obtain the Black Death purple light gene. Obtain the spiny-back dragon spikes gene. With the injection of gene energy, a series of notification sounds indicating successful injections were heard. Black and purple light, that's a catastrophic ability. Lin Sheng witnessed firsthand how the spiny dragon emitted a lush purple light, and a beam of laser light struck. Several king-level beast tamers' beasts were knocked unconscious by the shockwave. That only applies to those affected. Its power is unimaginable. As time went on, under the influence of genes, the scales on Xiaobai's body became increasingly sharp. A purple light slowly merged into the dragon fins on Little White's back. The dragon's fins emitted a faint purple glow. This makes Xiaobai appear even more terrifying. Then the next 2 days, both pets were in the beast-taming space, digesting the energy within their bodies. Lin Sheng did not continue to take them to the wild for training. After all, with her big belly, Xiaobai could barely walk, let alone fight against ferocious beasts. However, as energy is continuously consumed, the levels of the 2 pets are slowly advancing. Xiaoling has almost reached the limit of the Lord level. That is, the peak of the Lord level. Meanwhile, Xiaobai is gradually progressing towards the mid-stage of the King realm. The aura emanating from him was far more powerful than before. Now, just a glare would probably be enough to scare a Lord-level beast to death. At the same time, in the far north of Western Europe, in a dark territory, a gigantic, crawling monster with a back that seemed to pierce the clouds, exuding an aura of extreme darkness. Its body was covered with towering barbs, and its wingspan could cover an entire small base city. Its scarlet eyes sent chills down one's spine simply by looking at them. Black Dragon King Nyarlathotep, the king of the dark creatures. His strength was at the pinnacle, even among emperors. And now, right before the Black Dragon King Nyarlathotep, 2 equally terrifying creatures were crawling on the ground. If anyone were here, they would surely recognize that these 2 creatures are equivalent to emperors among the ferocious beasts. But now, facing the Black Dragon King Nyarlathotep, He could only prostrate himself on the ground, not daring to raise his head. Dragon King, I have found information about your child. One of the giant, red, strange birds with 9 heads spoke tremulously. Although both are emperors, the Black Dragon King before them could kill it instantly. Snort. A thick cloud of white mist billowed from Nyak's nostrils. The first action was taken. Seeing this, the 2 ferocious beasts hurriedly continued. Your child was once under the command of a late-stage cataclysmic level ferocious beast. We have received information that it was taken away by several humans with Asian features. Another ferocious beast, whose form was obscured, hurriedly responded. Upon receiving this news, the Black Dragon King Nyarlathotep suddenly stretched out his body. Those 2 large wings instantly covered the dark territory, causing countless creatures in the darkness to prostrate themselves. Roar! The earth-shattering roar of anger proclaimed the emperor's fury. When an emperor is enraged, corpses will lie scattered for miles. At that moment, the United States surveillance satellites captured this scene, plunging the nation's security center into extreme panic. Several years have passed. The Black Dragon King, who once severely damaged their beacon kingdom and dragged them down from their pedestal as the pinnacle of humanity, has made another move. Chapter 89. 2 months later. Let's have something light. More than 2 months have passed. The competition between the 2 universities is in full swing. In a wilderness area. Xiaoling, keep him occupied. He received Lin Sheng's order. From Xiaoling's body, countless large hands made of black slime stretched out. He firmly locked the enormous skeletal wolf in front of him. However, the giant skeletal wolf almost broke free with just a slight effort. But suddenly, a building next to them was pierced through. A beam of purple death light shot straight into the skull of the giant skeletal wolf and then pierced through it. Giant skeleton wolf. A ferocious beast in the later stages of a monarch's reign. Die? Phew. Extract the genes. Lin Sheng placed his hand on the skeleton wolf's remains. Obtain the skeleton giant wolf bloodline gene. Obtain the skeleton genes of the giant skeleton wolf. Gain the skill bite. Perfect. Obtain the skill bone armor. Perfect. Gain the skill charge. Perfect. Finally dead. Lin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. For the past 2 months, Lin Sheng has been hunting ferocious beasts in the forest bordering the Everest-based city and the Shanghai-based city. This giant skeletal wolf is already the strongest ferocious beast at the edge of this forest. Because of its hard bones and ability to summon bone armor to protect itself, it is very difficult to kill. In the end, Lin Sheng and his 2 pets found an opportunity. Great teamwork. Lin Sheng touched the foreheads of his 2 pet beasts. Then, the skeleton giant wolf's bone armor skill was instantly injected into Xiaobai's body. Obtain the skill bone armor. Perfect. Perfect. Moreover, it's a skill exclusive to this creature. With this skill, it will be much easier for Xiaobai to kill the king in the later stages of the game. Xiaobai's level has now reached the mid-stage of the monarch realm, approaching the late stage, and his true combat strength is at the late stage or even the peak of the monarch realm. With such a vast amount of skills, even if you can't defeat a ferocious beast in the early stages of a disaster, you can still run away. Xiaoling is still at the lord level, but her actual combat strength has reached the early stage of the monarch level. Lin Sheng is now considered one of the top beast tamers among the king-level masters. After all, there are no more than 30 beast tamers whose 2 pets are both at the monarch level. Brother Lin Sheng, are you still in the wilderness? Suddenly, a message popped up on Lin Sheng's phone. Yes. What's wrong, girl? Lin Sheng smiled. I sent the message back. Less than 2 seconds later, the other party replied. Isn't that very close to Saint Snow Academy? Why don't you come find me? Below that sentence was a cute emoji. Okay. Lin Sheng shook his head. They're very close. With the help of the teleportation array, we can get there in less than 10 minutes. Bai He is getting worse and worse at lying. But in Lin Sheng's heart, he had already regarded Bai He as his own younger sister. It's normal for an older brother to spoil his younger sister, right? Several tens of minutes later, Lin Sheng then arrived at the renowned Sacred Snow Academy in the Everest-based city. The Holy Snow Academy was built on the edge of the Everest-based city and was originally a fortress to defend against ferocious beasts from the outside. It is known as the wall that can never be breached. At this time, thanks to the military's foundation and the university's special status, it was ranked as one of the 5 major universities alongside Shanghai and Beijing. The university campus gives one an extremely clean feeling at first glance. Many teenagers were still lingering outside the gate. Lin Sheng had a handsome appearance, and as soon as he arrived, people came up to talk to him. Hey bro, you're here to see the waves too, right? Watching the waves? Lin Sheng was somewhat puzzled. That's slang, the boy whispered in Lin Sheng's ear. Those pale, white thighs. So many layers. I can't even take it all in. The boy chuckled twice. You're quite handsome, so let me give you a piece of advice. Don't try anything with the students here. Although the students inside are all fair-skinned and clean-cut, making you feel all envious, if you actually have any designs on them, you'll suffer a terrible fate. The boy spoke with great conviction. Meanwhile, a car pulled up in front of the gate of Saint Snow Academy. See that? The brand new Black Gold Series. Full price, 70 million. TSK, TSK, TSK. These days, you have to spend so much money to find a good wife. The boy's eyes held both envy and gankat, a mix of emotions, including regret and reflection. Why bother? What belongs to you is the best. Lin Sheng began to offer advice. I'm just asking if you have a girlfriend, right? Forehead. Lin Sheng immediately realized he had been too talkative. This brat should be left to fend for himself. Anyone can say they don't have a girlfriend, right? Look, school's out. The boy grabbed Lin Sheng's arm and shook it. Lin Sheng didn't seem to mind that much. The way you shake it around has attracted everyone's attention. It's like you and I are kindred spirits. That being said, but she is indeed quite fair-skinned. The students of Saint Snow Academy all look like princesses. Not only is she clean and beautiful in appearance, but her otherworldly temperament also gives people the feeling that she can only be admired from afar and not touched. Meanwhile, the wealthy young man driving the multi-million-dollar sports car also picked up the person he wanted to pick up. The two could be considered a handsome couple. However, the girl glanced at the two of them and noticed that the guy next to Lin Sheng was staring at her legs, so she frowned. After whispering a few words to the young man, the two walked over here. Oh no, we've been spotted. Let's run slowly, don't go too fast. The boy standing next to Lin Sheng panicked immediately. If they get caught, their legs will be broken. Why are you running? Lin Sheng glanced at him. The boy was completely dumbfounded. Let's go? What are you still standing there for? Do you think you're some powerful figure with connections? If you offend those top beast tamers, killing you is just a matter of a word. You two are quite bold, much more so than the petty thieves I've encountered before. The young man smiled slightly. However, when he looked at Lin Sheng, he gave him an extra glance. The thief was right next to me. I was just here to pick up my sister. Lin Sheng spoke quietly. The trouble caused by others has nothing to do with him, and he has no need to help this kid. Oh, I know almost all 270 students at Saint Snow Academy. May I ask which student's family member you are? The girl, who was fairly pretty, raised her chin and asked Lin Sheng a question. The two spoke to each other quite politely. They have the air of a large family. Unfortunately, Shanghai's universities don't teach etiquette like Saint Snow University. As one of the best among them, Lin Sheng spent many years hunting ferocious beasts in the wild, so his temperament was naturally influenced by them. If I weren't in a good mood today, I would have already told them both to get lost. Do I need to report to you? Lin Sheng's gaze met the girl's directly. A faint golden light shone in his pupils. You? The girl couldn't help but shiver when they met eyes for a moment. Chapter 90. Should I turn around? I'm sorry. My girlfriend was being unreasonable. The young man's expression changed, and he hurriedly pulled the girl behind him, looking at Lin Sheng with a forced smile. What are you doing? The girl braced herself, but they were pulled back. The boy next to him was shocked. What? Are you some big shot? Why aren't they dealing with you? Lin Sheng then regained his amiable expression. I was appreciating it, you understand? I only watch movies that suit me. Have you forgotten what I said before? What suits you best is the best. The boy blinked, but the other two ignored him. Why did you grab me just now? The girl seemed very angry in the car. He's not some thief trying to take pictures on campus. I only realized I knew him when I got closer. The young man tensed up and stepped on the gas. Who? Lin Sheng. Yes, it's that one in Shanghai. The girl covered her mouth. She had also heard that the special students from the prestigious universities in Shanghai hunted hundreds of ferocious beasts every day in the wilderness between the two major base cities. But I never expected to see it in front of the Holy Snow Academy today. No wonder I felt a little uneasy when I met those eyes. The only question is, who exactly is this god of death's sister? Why have I never heard of this in the Academy of Sacred Learning before? At this time, wearing white stockings and casual clothes, he spotted Lin Sheng from afar. Brother Lin Sheng, long time no see. I've heard about your glorious deeds at the Shanghai University. You little brat. You dare to tease me like that. Lin Sheng smiled and reached out to press Bai's head down. He wasn't very tall. She had to crane her neck to see Lin Sheng. There's a kind of innocent, immature cuteness about it. You're really her brother? The boy was dumbfounded. Impossible. The two people don't look alike at all. Is this a case of being kept by a sugar daddy/sugar baby? Never mind him. Let's walk and talk. Lin Sheng smiled slightly. Several tens of minutes later, the two sat on the back of the Thunder Lion and strolled in the wild. The Thunder Lion moves slowly, but it is about to break through to the king level, and it is not a beast that ordinary people would dare to provoke. Lin Sheng and Bai He sat on the back of the Thunder Lion, one in front of the other, chatting as they walked, talking about everything under the sun. At Yangqing Noble Middle School, the conversation turned to the training camp, and the two of them unknowingly ended up close together. Bai He deliberately pulled her hair up in front of her, revealing her fair neck. Lin Sheng was taller than Bai He, and the perfect lines of his back from neck to back could be clearly seen. She had just come of age, yet she already possessed the charm of a woman. Lin Sheng felt a surge of anger. Then both of them were suddenly stunned. Hee, these are all normal physiological phenomena, don't mind them. Lin Sheng gave an awkward laugh. Hey. Bai He placed her hands on the body of the Thunder Lion, turned her head, and looked up at Lin Sheng. This perspective. Lin Xingxiang suppressed his anger. Should I turn around? Bai He suddenly asked. You brat, you dare flirt with me. Lin Sheng rolled his eyes. Bai He chuckled to herself. The two chatted and laughed all the way, strolling through the dangerous wilderness like siblings. Every now and then, a single word from Big Yellow nearly made the light bulb under his crotch so angry it almost threw up. The time for parting came quickly. After all, we can meet any time if we want to. At the same time, inside the Pentagon in the United States, the inside was already in complete chaos. Where has that black dragon gone? We have now urgently summoned all Emperor-level and disaster-level beast tamers in the country to the border city to await orders. What? What good is a disaster-level beast tamer? One sneeze and dozens of you would be killed. We need to ask Zeus for help. I have already asked them, but Lord Zeus said that the black dragon from last time was severely injured and will not be able to recover to its peak for at least 30 years. Moreover, a king-level beast did indeed die in that battle. Then how do you explain the disappearance of that black dragon? Are you putting the lives of us, the people of the Beacon of Light, at risk? A middle-aged man in a suit had bulging veins on his forehead. Everyone around was also extremely busy and overwhelmed. A ferocious beast of Emperor-level quality. Any Emperor-level ferocious beast only needs to make a small movement or action that would throw the octagon into chaos instantly. A king-level ferocious beast represents endless disasters and calamities. We finally managed to nip that black dragon's cub in the bud back then. Could it be that the cub has been discovered again? The people of the United States were extremely nervous. Oh no, that ferocious beast has headed southeast. Someone said it. The man in the suit hurriedly ran over to look at the surveillance footage. In the satellite image, a huge red dot is surrounded by countless smaller red dots, which represent wild beasts. But there are two other red dots of the same size around this huge red dot. The large red dot was extremely conspicuous, and it kept heading southeast. This direction leads to Kyushu. And all three Emperor-level ferocious beasts moved. Everyone immediately broke out in a cold sweat. With a force of this size, if defense is not timely, it could destroy most of an entire base at any time. Tell the Dragon Kingdom about this. But isn't it a good thing that the three emperors have left the vicinity of my beacon country? Even if you don't tell me, the Dragon Kingdom can detect it in advance. I understand now. Several days later, in a virtual space, several Imperial-level beast tamers from the Dragon Kingdom arrived at this space. The director behind the Dragon Slayer Bureau, the president and vice president of the Beast Tamer Association, and the leader of the Disaster Relief Organization. They are all well-known figures. 5 people in total. At this moment, they are gathered here for the highest level meeting in the Dragon Kingdom. The cub is now inside a child named Lin Sheng. The leader of the Disaster Relief Organization spoke first. He's a promising talent. I've been watching him closely in the Dragon Slayer Bureau for a long time. Being able to contract with an Emperor-level cub, this young man certainly has a bright future. It's a pity that your Dragon Slayer Bureau took it. You really got lucky. That's not the key point. It's still my Dragon Kingdom, no matter what. The real question is how we should deal with that Emperor. Ha ha. A crawling insect dares to be arrogant on our turf. The crowd's eye sharpened. If a ferocious beast dares to come looking for death, then there is only one path it can take. Kill. They came here certainly not to discuss better countermeasures. The best solution is already in front of us. If any ferocious beasts dare to invade, they will only face certain death. Chapter 91 A King-Level Black Dragon King. Almost made it into textbooks. Lin Sheng returned to the university in Shanghai, and we finally got our hands on the materials for Xiaoling's advancement. Red Bloodstone, a soul of 10,000 years, the source of darkness. Each item, whose name I'd never even heard of, was placed in a small box. Tian Xin then handed the box to Lin Sheng. The moment I received the box, Lin Sheng couldn't wait to return to the basement. As soon as the box was opened, a surge of resentment and darkness rushed out. However, Xiaoling seemed to be completely absorbed in it. Several long tentacles extended from its back and wrapped the thing directly into its mouth. Xiaoling's strength had already met the requirements for advancement. After consuming these substances, it was as if the shackles in my body had been broken, and a surge of energy rushed in. Mao! As the energy rushes into the body, Little Ling's body gradually began to evolve into a vertebrate reptile, and the disguise skill also disappeared. Those forehooves gradually transformed into huge four-fingered claws. The darkness behind them suddenly spread its wings, creating a fierce gale. Its pupils were scarlet. At this moment, his body shape had almost completely transformed into a dragon-like form, and this immense power was fed back into Lin Sheng's body. As if they possessed dragon blood, their bones and muscles became even more resilient. My heart rate has slowed down compared to before, but the amount of blood flowing each time has increased. Lifespan has increased. This is Lin Sheng's most direct feeling. Generally, the higher the level of a beast tamer, the longer they can live. Roar! Xiaoling was unusually excited. Looking at the black scales covering his body, he just wanted to vent. Black Dragon King. Level, Early King. Talent, Emperor level. Skills, Dead Fire, Mastery. Undead Stomp, Mastery. Poison Mist, Mastery. Death Chains, Mastery. Shapeshift, Death Domain. Dissipation, Death Song. Soul Imprint, 7,300 years. Evolutionary Path, Black Dragon Emperor. Description, an adult black dragon, at the top of the food chain among its peers. 2 more skills have been added, and they're already at the mastery level. Lin Sheng sighed silently. That's what talent is all about. And at that moment, a phone call came in. Lin Sheng, come over here now. Du Qianqiu's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Good. Lin Sheng nodded. He then left the basement with his 2 pets. In the past 2 months, in addition to hunting ferocious beasts, he has also frequently sparred with Du Qianqiu. That's why the cooperation between the 2 pets has improved so quickly. Lin Sheng soon arrived at Hu Kun's villa, where the 4 men were already inside. Both of your pet beasts have reached the king level. Du Qianqiu was slightly surprised. Several people around also looked over. How did you know? Lin Sheng asked in surprise. This is tantamount to acknowledging what Du Qianqiu said. The people standing nearby immediately widened their eyes. You've acquired 2 king-level pet beasts so quickly. You're definitely among the top king-level beast tamers. Indeed, with your abilities, you could easily become a powerful figure in a small base city. Hearing the compliments from everyone, Lin Sheng smiled awkwardly. These guys are all local bigwigs in their hometowns. It's definitely in the top 3, if not number 1. I'm afraid that if I go back just once, all sorts of flattery will come my way. Compared to these people, Lin Sheng's current achievements are nothing. Alright, I'll be increasing the training intensity for the next month. Lin Sheng, since both of your pets are attack-type pets, let them fight against Hu Kun. The other 2, I'll take on both of you. Hearing Du Qianqiu's words, the 2 of them immediately looked miserable. Hu Kun and Lin Sheng chuckled. After training alongside Du Qianqiu and being tortured for over a month, it's finally their turn. For the next whole month. Besides improving his own strength, Lin Sheng also engaged in battles with Hu Kun in the training hall. Of course, Hu Kun couldn't possibly use his full strength. He only used that disaster-level pet to fight Lin Sheng, and he didn't use his full strength. 3 days have passed. Kid, your 2 pet beasts are working together quite well. It actually managed to withstand my explosive hurricane attack for a minute. 10 days have passed. Your strength has improved quite quickly. With just my king-level pet beast, I'm definitely no match for you. Hu Kun was somewhat surprised by Lin Sheng's rapid progress. And so far, they fought each other for more than 30 rounds, and Lin Sheng never won a single one. 20 days have passed. Holy crap, they actually forced me to use my bursting hurricane skill. After the match, Hu Kun was somewhat dazed. Despite being a disaster-level pet beast, his bursting hurricane almost fell into a disadvantageous position when fighting with his bare hands. Even if Lin Sheng's 2 pets can use skills, isn't that a bit too outrageous? Especially that pet beast that looks like a little dragon. Each of its attacks strikes the vital points. Moreover, he can keenly perceive the trajectory of his explosive hurricane attack. It can be said that it is more perceptive and cunning than any wild beast that Hukun has encountered so far. Although its level is only at the mid-king level, its combat power is already approaching the level of disaster. Keep in mind that there's a difference of 2 whole levels between them. The shock Hukun felt can be imagined. This kid, how come both of his pet beasts look like the legendary dragons? Hukun couldn't help but shudder. No, we can't keep fighting this kid. If even a catastrophic pet can't defeat 2 monarch-level beasts, wouldn't Hukun be nailed to the pillar of shame of Shanghai's universities then? From now on, this is how students will be in class. Teacher, do you really think it's impossible to skip grades? Of course it's possible. I know of one exception. Then, debate. They exaggerated and embellished his story. I have some urgent business to attend to recently. You should go and practice with Du Qianxiu instead. Hukun waved his hand. Then he took off running. Watching Hukun's departing figure, Lin Sheng awkwardly scratched his head. Meanwhile, Du Qianxiu and 2 other members were rushing here. I wonder how Hukun and the other guy's training is going. Hopefully Hukun won't torture them too much. After all, there's a 2-level difference between them. The group talked as they walked. Du Qianxiu, however, stared straight ahead. At that moment, Hukun happened to slip out of the competition arena. Isn't that Brother Hu? Their eyes lit up. They stopped Hukun immediately. How's it going, Hukun? How are you and Lin Sheng's training going? Did you torture them too much? They don't want to train with you anymore. After all, Hukun is the #1 attacker in Shanghai's universities. It's perfectly normal for a monarch-level being to be unable to withstand it. Chapter 92, Qilin Ancient City. Competition Venue. Brother Hukun, you don't look too good. The 2 men looked at Hukun's face, which was as red as a pig's liver. Hearing what everyone said, Hukun quickly waved his hand. He's all right. He's a good prospect. Do you even need to tell me? That's right. In all the universities in Shanghai these days, who doesn't know that Lin Sheng is a promising talent? The 2 blinked. With Lin Sheng's talent. But there is hope that he can become an emperor-level beast tamer. There's no doubt about his talent, okay. I'm asking about the training process. What is his combat awareness like? This question was asked by Du Qianxiu. Hukun had no choice but to tell the truth. Very strong. Strong like a monster. Upon hearing this, the 2 people behind Du Qianxiu looked at each other in bewilderment. Stronger than a monster? The fact that these words came from Hukun's mouth already proves Lin Sheng's worth. After all, Hukun is considered a top genius among the universities in Shanghai. However, to be praised so highly by such a genius, that speaks volumes. You didn't come out because you couldn't beat him, did you? What did Hu say? I haven't lost yet, okay? Why are you panicking if you haven't lost? Get the hell out of here. Hukun waved his hand. The 2 men, however, became even more curious. Is Lin Sheng's strength really that outrageous? Even Hukun, who is known as the top attacker at the Shanghai University, was completely bewildered by the training. Soon, the 4 of them then approached Lin Sheng. Upon seeing Lin Sheng's 2 pet beasts, she couldn't help but hold her breath. Deer antlers and eagle eyes. How come this pet looks so much like a dragon? And that one next to it looks a lot like the reptilian dragon from Western legends. Its bloodline seems even purer than Nyarlathotep's. The 2 men became increasingly uneasy. Dragons are legendary creatures. Regardless of the legend, it is always at the top of the food chain. After all, it was a creature that had accumulated the strongest abilities among all living beings. Dragons can do what other ferocious beasts can do. Dragons can do what other ferocious beasts can't. But things that don't exist in this world can't come into reality. However, the 2 still couldn't help but ask. Lin Sheng, are you sure your pet isn't a dragon? Hearing this, Lin Sheng looked at Xiao Bai and then touched Xiao Bai's forehead. When Xiao Bai's dragon horn was touched in public, he immediately felt a little shy. Touching each other in private is fine. It's so shameful to touch a dragon outside. I guess you could say that, but it will be soon. Lin Sheng said with a smile. The 2 watched Lin Sheng and Xiao Bai's figures and nodded silently. I think so too. Even if it's not a dragon, it's probably pretty much the same as one. What do you mean by being similar to a dragon? Legendary creatures could never be that weak. Du Qianxiu suddenly spoke. However, Lin Sheng's pet beast is indeed strong enough. I'm only talking about comparisons with legendary creatures. And the large space we visited this time, the people there have an extremely strong belief in the legendary creatures. People from there? Lin Sheng was somewhat confused. Du Qianxiu naturally noticed it as well. She came here to explain these things to Lin Sheng. Large-scale secret realms suddenly appeared all over the world. In those ancient times, some humans settled in those large spaces and rarely came to the main world, Blue Planet. That's right. Lin Sheng suddenly realized. The large secret realm we're going to this time has been confirmed. This is the result of discussions between the Global Beast Taming Association and the owner of that secret realm. In the Chilan space world, the people of that space worship a mythical beast that is said to bring good fortune by riding on auspicious clouds. I've heard of it. It's a belief that's no less powerful than that of the dragon. However, compared to dragons, those who believe in the Chilan are ultimately a minority. Hu Kun had obviously heard about this as well. Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng's heart skipped a beat. Isn't the Chilan mythical beast the auspicious beast he wanted to evolve into? I never imagined that this world would even have records of auspicious beasts like the Chilan, and that there would be a clear belief in them. Perhaps Lin Sheng could find a pet suitable for evolving into a Chilan divine beast in this world. We will enter that world in 10 days, and the rules will be revealed then. Let's prepare for the rest of the time. We'll probably be staying in that huge space for a long time. Du Qianxiu looked at Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng nodded in response. He knew all of this, of course. The last time the two universities clashed, countless king-level ferocious beasts perished. Although it is a battle between universities, each one is no less significant than some major decisions. In the blink of an eye, it could destroy a catastrophic beast hive that was about to destroy a small base city. This is why the government did not stop it. Being able to hunt ferocious beasts is a good thing no matter what. At this time, all 5 universities took action. In the universities of the capital. So, are you confident? I've heard that the top freshman at the prestigious Shanghai University is no pushover. A bald, scholar-like man spoke to a somewhat sinister-looking boy sitting cross-legged on the ground. With just a thought, the boy unleashed an invisible black aura that spread outwards. Countless poisonous insects crawled on its shoulders. Yeah, I've heard that his pet beast has the appearance of a dragon. As a dragon slayer, I do hope that it really does have the appearance of a dragon. The poisonous insects on the boy's body were removed again. The bald scholar smiled. You're quite confident. That top student from the prestigious university in Shanghai is currently enjoying immense popularity. If they can really slay that giant dragon, their Imperial Capital Academy will always have the upper hand over Shanghai. It might even truly become the premier academy in the Dragon Kingdom. How are your preparations going? Lin Ming suddenly spoke up, addressing Du Ning who was standing beside her. Upon hearing this, Du Ning immediately nodded obediently. Ready. To be honest, she had rather complicated feelings towards this senior colleague. One reason is that Lin Ming is Lin Sheng's older sister. On the other hand, it's because the personality differences between the two are too great. These 4 words should be the first thing Lin Ming said to Du Ning this week. That's good. You're quite capable. You might be able to get a lot of resources. Of course, my younger brother is quite capable too. Lin Sheng is indeed quite strong. Du Ning spoke up in agreement. Lin Ming's lips curled up slightly. For Lin Ming, this competition is a competition to win back her younger brother. I will bind Lin Sheng to my side tightly and never let him leave my side again. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Soon, the last bit of time passed. The 6-month deadline has arrived. Chapter 93, The Cruel Little World, Competition Rules. Meanwhile, on the day the competition began, both the Shanghai University and the Imperial University, whose beast tamers possess 2 pet beasts of the monarch level or above, have qualified for the competition. Shanghai has 29 players against Beijing has 33. In fact, the competition started the moment the school opened. The process in between is nothing more than preparation for the competition. This match has garnered nationwide attention. After all, this is an unprecedented event in the Dragon Kingdom. I remember that the competition between the 2 academies was held outside Songcheng more than 10 years ago. They wiped out all the ferocious beasts in the area. Now the city is much less of a threat, and its development is much better than before. That was in the past. Now, the goals of the universities in Shanghai and the capital are much bigger than before. This time, it's a large-scale secret realm. It's a pity this match won't be broadcast live. We'll have to wait and see the official edited video later. We definitely can't broadcast it live to the public. These people will be the pillars of our Dragon Kingdom in the future. How can we let outsiders know about our beast taming information? Indeed, you have to know that some ferocious beasts are also highly intelligent. Who knows? There might be some ferocious beasts lurking among humans, disguised as ordinary people. The online discussion was very heated. After the list of participants for the competition was announced, this caused a huge uproar. My God, this Lin Sheng is just a freshman at a university in Shanghai, right? And Du Ning, and this guy named Pu Chong, they all seem to be freshmen from the two universities. To be able to upgrade both pets to the king level in less than a year is just too outrageous. I know. Lin Sheng is a genius in Yangqing. He was #1 in the training program back then. I've hardly heard of his opponent's name. Everyone had high expectations for Lin Sheng. After all, Lin Sheng's fame far exceeds that of the other contestants, and his approval rating will naturally rise accordingly. The same group of veteran students also sparked heated discussions, especially the siblings Lin Sheng and Lin Ming. Novels about the two have even started being written online. It was a love-hate relationship, filled with countless razor blades. There are also things that cannot be published online. The principals of other universities, military personnel, the director of the Dragon Slayer Bureau, and even several Emperor-level beast tamers all gathered in the virtual conference room. The video playing on it was a scene from another secret realm. It will be a long time before that black dragon arrives here. These are the seedlings of our dragon kingdom. When we grow old and can no longer walk, we will rely on these little guys to protect the safety of our human race. Ha ha, you old codger. You must be over 700 years old this year, right? Everyone's eyes were fixed intently on the faces of the boys in the scene. Back when they were young, aren't we just like these young boys and girls? They fight each other for their own institutions. But this also prompted these geniuses to have their own goals and directions for their struggle. At the same time, on a large teleportation array in the center of Shanghai, all 29 beast tamers from the Magic City Academy stood on the large teleportation array, looking around at some familiar, yet unfamiliar faces. Lin Sheng couldn't help but feel a little excited. At least 9 of the people around were disaster-level beast tamers. Du Qianxiu and Hu Kun, who were standing next to Lin Sheng, occupied 4 of the spots. They are also the strongest group among the universities in Shanghai. The rules for this competition are very simple. We'll count based on points. Kill a Lord-level ferocious beast, 1 point. Kill a King-level ferocious beast, 5 points. Killing a catastrophic beast is worth 10, 20, or 30 points, depending on its level. Killing an Emperor-level monster will earn you 100 points. Upon hearing Tian Xian's words, the people on the platform couldn't help but laugh. Kill Emperor-level. Are you kidding me? If they encounter this, they should be grateful if they don't suffer a complete defeat. Or rather, let's not even talk about them. Everyone in that Qilin secret realm is doomed. Of course, there is another, more important rule. Tian Xian looked up at the crowd in front of her. You must send 1 person each day to have a one-on-one duel with a student from the Imperial Academy. If this person loses, then the points will go to the other person. This rule is extremely dangerous. This means that 1 trainee will be eliminated every day. The detailed explanations are all in the embassy we set up in the secret realm. Tian Xian activated the teleportation array. A hazy white mist emanated from the formation. In the blink of an eye, everyone present disappeared. Meanwhile, the same scene was unfolding at the universities in the capital. As soon as everyone was teleported over, a strangely dressed man walked towards them. He looked at everyone with a big smile. Welcome, distinguished guests from the main world, to Qilin City. These must be the natives of this space, right? Lin Sheng silently observed. Although her clothes were somewhat unusual, they weren't too different from reality. And the common language is the same as theirs. After all, even if they are self-sufficient in this space, they cannot completely avoid contact with the outside world. The city lord of Qilin City has reached an agreement with the owner of this secret realm, a ferocious beast in the late stages of a catastrophe. Neither side attacks the other, nor do they pay attention to the conflicts between their descendants. Hu Kun began to explain. Lin Sheng nodded silently. Before anyone could speak, 33 beautiful local women gracefully walked out from behind the man in the strange clothes. They were dressed in gorgeous and strange clothes, and were exceptionally charming. They would be among the most beautiful anywhere. These are the maids I prepared for you all. You can order them around as you please. They'll obey any command. The strangely dressed man smiled. Of course, you can also replace them with men. He had to take good care of the 33 people in front of him. After all, their city lord, Qilin City, was only a disaster-level beast tamer. Among the crowd before them were 9 disaster-level beast tamers. The beast tamers of the main world are completely incomparable to those in these small spaces. I'm leaving now. Du Qianxiu's eyes revealed an imperceptible disgust. Then, She took a step with her fair legs and left the place. Hu Kun chuckled awkwardly. This space is not governed by law, and you shouldn't look at the people here with the perspective of the main world. Then Hu Kun continued, Lin Shang, I don't care about others, but you better not fall into their trap, unless you want Qianqiu to beat the shit out of you. Chapter 94 Crisis Approaching. Two kings dare to arrest me? I know. Do I look like that kind of person to you? Lin Shang spoke quietly. Soon, a woman from Qilin City, who was about 1.7 meters tall, came to Lin Shang's side. Each of the girls had a white ribbon wrapped around her arm. Mr. Lin, I am here on the orders of the city lord to serve you in all your daily needs. You may order me around as you please. You can just call me Xiaoyan. The girl bowed slightly. A hint of excitement was visible on his face. She was assigned such a handsome boy who also exuded composure. Boys like this are rare these days. I remember not long ago, a sister was taken away by a person from the main world who came here. From then on, he shed his status as a lower-class person and removed the ribbon from his arm. For them, being able to serve those who come from the Lord's world is also an opportunity. And I've heard that these people hold a very high status in the main world. Even the city lord had to take the initiative to receive them. This made the girl's heart flutter, and she thought of many things for a moment. I must serve you well and not make the slightest mistake. Lin Shang nodded. Please follow me. Xiaoyan led the way and soon brought everyone to a palace. Inside the palace sat a middle-aged man with gray hair, exuding a subtle air of authority. Some of the servants below did not dare to look up. Ha! Welcome everyone to our Qilin city. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Upon seeing the group of people from the academy, the middle-aged man immediately lost his previous imposing manner. After all, he and the main world were mutually exploiting each other. The main world receives a portion of the resources of this space in return for helping them clear out the ferocious beasts. With so many disaster-level beast tamers, the cleanup will be much faster. This space, the area where the ferocious beasts live, is located directly north of the city. The strongest of them is an old wolf that is in the later stages of the disaster. It may not necessarily attack you, but you should still be very careful. And the arena where you two fight is located in the center of the main city. The middle-aged man kept introducing the topic. Before leaving, he tried to persuade Lin Shang and the others to stay, praising them highly. If you can stay in this space, I'll adopt you as my godson and make you a deputy city lord. It can be said that they exhausted all methods to keep them here. After all, they have countless people trying to win them over in the main world. However, no one paid any attention to it. Instead, they went to the residential area specially prepared for their university in Shanghai to store their belongings first. On the way back, Xiaoyan looked at the boy beside her with curiosity. Even the high and mighty city lord had to try to persuade them to stay. You should know that the position of deputy city lord here is equivalent to that of prime minister in ancient times. Don't be too attached to this place. Some very talented disaster-level beast tamers have been trapped in this small space because they coveted the power here, and they have never made any progress in their entire lives. The disaster-level beast tamers who stayed here are nothing but cowards. Du Qianqiu's words were icy. Only people living in such small spaces would think about living in harmony with ferocious beasts. In the main world, it's always a fight to the death. There's no other way. They would not entrust their lives to the mercy of their enemies. Listen to what Du Qianqiu said. The maids beside him trembled at first. Oh my God! Is the city lord nothing more than a coward in the eyes of these people from the main world? But they are already extremely powerful in their small space. They are even more powerful than the emperor, able to decide the life and death of the weak at will. In an instant, the group grew increasingly longing for the main world. That place should be much safer than this space, right? After all, there's a legendary beast tamer of emperor caliber among them. At the same time, on a desolate wasteland, Your Majesty, that aura has vanished. It seems to have entered the rift. A strange bird with 9 different heads flapped its wings and squawked loudly. Crack. Yes, it's a catastrophic rift. The 9-headed bird continued. Then let's find a way to get into that crack. The Black Dragon King's crimson pupils revealed a hint of coldness and savagery. But with your physical body, if you force your way into the crack, you could very well destroy it completely. The monster, whose form was obscured, continued. 9-headed bird, you're currently at the emperor level. How many of your heads would I have to cut off before you fall to the catastrophe level? Those scarlet pupils looked at the 9-headed bird beside him. The strange bird immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Your Majesty, I can enter, but it will take some time. Very well, I'll wait for you for 2 months at most. If you haven't gotten in by then, I'll cut off your head. Giggle. I understand. The nine-headed bird was terrified. Serving a ruler is truly like serving a tiger. The Black Dragon King is considered one of the top beings among their emperor-level counterparts. It had only just entered the emperor level and was no match for the Black Dragon King. As the nine-headed bird closed its eyes, one of its diamond-like heads closed. It opened its eyes again a few seconds later. The entrance is in that direction. Meanwhile, in the large secret realm, Imo Du and the others also set their sights on hunting ferocious beasts. On the very first day, Hu Kun was sent out to fight the opponent one-on-one. Lin Sheng then followed the team to hunt ferocious beasts in the wild. With his previous experience, Lin Sheng hunted down more than 20 Lord-level beasts in just one day. A Monarch class. I earned a total of 25 points. It even earns more points than some disaster-level beast tamers who hunt down monsters. Good heavens, no wonder everyone calls you a killing god. No one is as good as you at hunting ferocious beasts. I reckon those ferocious beasts would tremble with fear if they saw you. Hu Kun sighed silently. That's still not as good as you. Didn't you eliminate the opponent's disaster-level beast tamer today? Haha, same to you. The two complimented each other. Time flies. The first few days were fine. Shanghai and Beijing do not interfere with each other. Later, while hunting the ferocious beasts, both sides began attacking each other. Some people even deliberately lurk in the grass in the wild, waiting to ambush enemy beast tamers. The smell of gunpowder grew stronger, and the battle became increasingly fierce. A wilderness area. Snow Wolf. Seize him. Lin Sheng. Hand over all the points you have, and we might spare you this time. 2 king-level beast tamers relentlessly pursued Lin Sheng. However, no matter what, they could never catch up. Oh shit. How come that black lizard runs so fast? It's several times faster than the Snow Wolf, which is known for its speed. Could it be that the Snow Wolf can't even outrun a winged lizard? Hee. Lin Sheng chuckled as he sat on Xiaoling's back. He currently holds a top 3 position in the Shanghai area in terms of points, even surpassing some disaster-level beast tamers. It's absolutely impossible for those guys in the capital to let me off the hook. He's now a thorn in their side. A real thorn in their side. That's why they were ambushed in the wild. 2 monarch-level beings dare to come and capture me? They really don't take me seriously at all. Lin Sheng's gaze sharpened. We must teach these guys in the capital a lesson. Chapter 95 The Gap in Points. The chief scholar of the capital. Damn it, he actually got away. The two of them immediately became somewhat sullen. To carry out this ambush plan, they spent more than half a month in the city monitoring Lin Sheng's movements. Lin Sheng currently has over 300 points. Both of them are around 50 years old. If we can snatch all 300 points, Shanghai will have absolutely no hope. The current total score. Beijing, 7,130 points. Shanghai, 6,200 points. The reason I got such a high score is thanks to the one-on-one competition. In that one-on-one competition, Lin Ming eliminated 2 disaster-level beast tamers in succession. However, since then, no one has been willing to accept Lin Ming's challenge. However, just as the two were wondering where Lin Sheng had run off to, splash! A pool of clear spring water suddenly swept over from the side. Wave. How come there are waves on the shore? It was quite a surprise. Oh no, that's a skill. However, just as the two were about to flee, suddenly, a white dragon with snow-white scales leaped out from the ceaseless, surging waves. Roar! Xiao Bai suddenly roared at the two of them. The two were taken aback at first. Then he got angry. How dare a mere king-level pet beast confront 2 king-level beast tamers? Keep in mind that these two are not newcomers to the monarch level. Instead, they each have 2 king-level pet beasts. This behavior is utterly contemptuous of them. Snow Wolf. The two instantly summoned their other pet beasts. In an instant, 4 royal beasts rose from the ground. The waves were as insignificant as a small stream in front of these 4 king-level pet beasts. Roar! The 4 creatures simultaneously launched a fierce attack on the white snake. All of them used hardening skills and attack enhancement skills. This time, no monarch-level creature could withstand that. At this moment, joy was evident on their faces. As long as we can eliminate Lin Sheng, it will be a great achievement. You can get more resources after it's over. However, in the next instant, boom! Suddenly, a thick layer of white skeletal armor covered Xiao Bai's body. On top of that white skeletal armor, there was an additional layer of extremely violent and terrifying lightning. Skeletal armor plus Thunder Dragon armor. These 2 thickened layers directly withstood the attacks of 4 monarch-level creatures. Impossible. The two were instantly stunned. Their limbs could withstand average combat power, although it was around the early stage of a monarch's reign. But when all of them are combined, the resulting attack is equivalent to the late stage or even peak stage king level. How could it be possible that not even a scratch could be left on him? This snake isn't a real dragon. However, before the two could continue to be surprised, the little white's dorsal fin gradually began to show a purple glow. The purple light then condensed towards Xiaobai's mouth. Whoosh! A burst of dark purple light erupted instantly. The catastrophic beast's power instantly severed the arms of 3 monarch-level beasts. Then they pierced a huge hole in the leg of another king. The 4 monarch-level creatures were immediately rendered incapable of fighting. The 2 beast tamers were also pale. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, we lost. Although still somewhat incredulous, the 2, pale-faced, obediently handed over their points. 4 king-level creatures. Together, they are almost equivalent to the pinnacle of monarchical power. Even if a true king at his peak were to arrive, it wouldn't be impossible to put him to a fight. However, it appeared so vulnerable in front of that white snake. The 2 looked at the little white creature with increasing fear. Not bad. With these 2 people's points, we've caught up a bit. The score difference between them and the Imperial Capital University is more than 1,000 points. The 2 of them combined only managed to close the gap of a little over 100 points. But there should be plenty of opportunities later. Because tomorrow morning, the group decided to go into the mountains and forests to hunt down catastrophic beasts. After all, a catastrophic beast is accompanied by a large number of monarch-level and countless lord-level beasts. Soon, Lin Sheng then relayed the news of the elimination of the 2 king-level beast tamers to the capital. There is an increasing shortage of manpower. Now, 2 people have been eliminated, and both of them are among the strongest contenders in the game. It instantly attracted the attention of students from the capital's universities. We must ensure that we win this match without any injuries. How about we send someone to have a one-on-one duel with Lin Sheng tomorrow? A one-on-one duel? Who among the king-level beings do you think could defeat him? Everyone fell silent. It seems to be true. Now both sides only have about 20 people left. The 400-plus points in Lin Sheng's hands became extremely precious. But he has no rivals among the king level. Does that mean he is invincible among the king level? Moreover, sending a disaster-level beast tamer to challenge them would probably be met with resistance from the other side. After all, they're not stupid. It's probably unrealistic to set up an ambush again. Once the other side realizes they're about to be ambushed, they'll likely send a disaster-level beastmaster to accompany them. With them by his side, the others remained calm. However, their strongest fighting force in the capital city probably wouldn't be willing to take action. They assumed that Lin Ming valued her sibling bond more than honor and profit. But I only realized it now. In Lin Ming's heart, competition comes second, friendship third. It goes without saying who's number 1, right? However, just when everyone was at a loss. Wow! Suddenly a voice came from behind them. Someone turned their head away. Beside a bald young man was a gloomy-looking man. Lu Qing. Everyone was startled. That bald guy is also one of the top 3 strongest people in their capital. They just don't take action much. The gloomy man beside her was their new top student at the Imperial Capital Academy. However, Lin Sheng's brilliance was simply too dazzling. Everyone had almost forgotten about it. Are you really capable? The students in the capital were still somewhat uneasy. After all, Lin Sheng is currently riding high on his popularity. No problem, trust him. Lu Qing smiled slightly. The group exchanged glances and agreed with the decision. It wouldn't hurt to give it a try. What's more, Lu Qing has been in the top 3 in the capital's points rankings for several consecutive months. If he believes it, there shouldn't be any problems. Soon, they sent a challenge invitation to the Shanghai authorities. The students from the Magic City Academy were overjoyed to see that the other party was also a king-level beast tamer. For a king-level being to challenge Lin Sheng, isn't that just suicide? Don't say that. Since they dared to take on the challenge, they must have their own reasons for doing so. Although they said that, they still couldn't suppress their smiles. Isn't this a gift? And listening to everyone's jinxed predictions, Lin Sheng was also slightly embarrassed. After Xiaobai finished digesting the energy, his level officially reached the intermediate level of the monarch. No longer afraid of the beasts that a monarch might control in his later years. But the people in the capital are probably not fools. They must have their own plans. The second day arrived quickly. The one-on-one match that was supposed to be Lin Sheng's turn has arrived as scheduled. Chapter 96 Poisonous Insects. The deadly poison has no effect? The arena in the center of Qilin City. It can withstand attacks from ferocious beasts in the later stages of a disaster. The arena is now riddled with holes and bears several sword marks. Those who can leave their mark on it are the strongest in both academies. Meanwhile, Qilin City was operating in secret. They even set up bets on it. Every time two people come here to duel, it attracts countless onlookers. But what's surprising today is that, in addition to the people of Qilin City, many people from the academy have also come here. Mr. Lin, keep it up. The maid standing to the side clasped her hands and said to Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng smiled politely. This girl inexplicably reminded him of Bai He. Before every competition, there's always this voice. Is it starting again? These people from the main world are really powerful. Yes, it feels like they could wipe out all the ferocious beasts in the Wild Wolf Mountains anytime they wanted. Compared to the younger generation in our Qilin City, they're like a nag compared to a Qilin. The eyes of men, women, and children below were fixed on Lin Sheng, who was about to walk onto the stage. She has an ethereal appearance and refined demeanor. Compared to their peers in Qilin City, he truly is a prodigy. The young man who walked onto the stage opposite Lin Sheng was also quite good-looking. He just seemed a bit gloomy. Generally, powerful beast tamers are not bad-looking. After all, his genes had been altered, and Lin Sheng only grew more and more handsome. From his previous simple handsomeness to his current easygoing demeanor with a subtle, almost imperceptible sharpness. This is a temperament cultivated through years of killing. Lin Ming, standing in the crowd, looked at Lin Sheng and a smile of satisfaction appeared on her lips. Pu Chong, I currently have the same number of points as you, 419 points. The boy spoke with a smile. Lin Sheng, me too. If we win this game, we can catch up with that big score. Looking at Lin Sheng in front of him, Pu Chong felt a pang of jealousy. I'm jealous of him for having such a wonderful older sister. Even though he worked incredibly hard to get to where he is today, all I could do was watch that senior from afar. Even now, that senior, having arrived at the scene, still keeps his gaze fixed on Lin Sheng's face. But everything will change after this game. Pu Chang's lips curled up slightly. He believed that it must be because of Lin Sheng's strength that Lin Ming valued him so much. But now that his venomous insects have evolved, no creature can withstand his attacks. He's definitely going to win this game. If Lin Sheng knew. When someone finally acknowledges that everything they have achieved is through their own hard work, there might be some joy in it. As for being chosen by my older sister, screw him. Go as far away as possible, okay? And at this very moment, suddenly, a large number of poisonous insects emerged from Pu Chang's body. Each of my poisonous insects carries a toxin that can harm different creatures. As fellow monarchs, there is absolutely no one who can stop me. The poisonous insects swarmed towards Lin Sheng like a tidal wave. The crowd below was stunned. What kind of pet is this? It's terrifying. Feeding insects with one's own body. To form a contract with this kind of beast, one must raise it from a young age. The expressions of everyone in both academies changed. The bald man in the capital city even curled his lips into a smile. We won. The best way to defeat a poisonous insect tamer is to attack before it has fully released its poisonous insects. Gather these poisonous insects in one place and eliminate them all at once. However, now, look at this overwhelming swarm of poisonous insects. What will you use to eliminate them? You're still young after all. So what if your level isn't as high as yours? Information is the most important thing in Beastmaster battles. The two were full of confidence. We lost. Du Qinxiu, standing in the crowd, spoke up quietly. Hu Kun nodded as well. Of course it wasn't Lin Sheng who lost. Instead, the other side lost. Having trained with Lin Sheng for more than half a year, they already knew that Lin Sheng's pet beasts were not afraid of poison at all. Let alone poison. Even paralysis attacks, mental attacks, and a series of abnormal attacks have almost no effect. Using poisonous insects to deal with Lin Sheng's pet beast is practically suicide. Let's go. Let's head to the Wild Wolf Mountains. Du Qinxiu closed his eyes, turned around, and left. This match was a foregone conclusion. When the bald man saw Du Qinxiu about to leave, a smirk appeared on his face. In his view, what else could he do but leave in such a desperate situation? At this moment, Lin Sheng also summoned his pet beast. It wasn't that Lin Sheng didn't want to summon it. It was just that it would be useless to do it too early. Roar. With a roar, a creature, pure white and resembling a dragon, appeared on the ground. The surrounding crowd instantly covered their mouths, stared wide-eyed, and looked over in disbelief. Is this a dragon? The shock they felt at that moment was beyond words. Although it was Qilin City, they had heard of dragons. It is a legendary creature that is almost the opposite of the Qilin in their minds. But then, this creature appeared right in front of them, and it seems to be the young man's tamed beast. It's probably just that they look very similar, right? This is incredible. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Xiaobai charged straight at Pu Chang. Although Pu Chang was stunned for a moment, he acted quickly. Poisonous insects had already swarmed around the area and immediately began to block Little White. Buzzing, countless poisonous insects flapped their wings, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. Pu Chang even summoned a second group of centipede-like beasts that emerged from the ground to try and stop them. Moo! But the next moment, a giant crawling dragon soared into the sky, then plummeted downwards. The resulting massive shockwave sent all the centipedes on the ground flying. At this moment, Xiaobai's body was covered with countless poisonous insects. But the venom sprayed by these poisonous insects is so potent that even their scales cannot penetrate it. How is that possible? These deadly poisons have no effect. Pu Chang was deeply shocked. However, it was too late. Little White stretched out its claws and lifted him up from the air. Then extend your right hand and give him a big slap across the face. Smack! A crisp sound rang out all around. Roar! Sorry, I acted too quickly. I meant to choke him. Xiaobai suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Pu Chang was completely stunned by the slap. The bald man below was no longer as calm as before. He opened his mouth, looking at everything on the stage with some shock. Is that all? And he was instantly killed. The key question is why the poisonous insects had no effect. Even if it can withstand 90% of the toxins, there's still about 10% chance it will be effective. Could it be that he can block 100% of the toxins? The bald man had absolutely no idea what was going on. Lu Qing, let's just forget about it. The people you're teaching are no match for my brother. Lin Ming smiled as she walked past the bald man. Haha, well done. Xiaoling behind him clapped her hands and laughed heartily. It used to think that Xiaobai was stubborn and unruly, but now it seems that Xiaobai does have some of its characteristics. Anyone who dares to oppose them, just go and kill them. There's no need to go easy on them. Chapter 97 The Deer of the Wild Wolf Mountains. Deep Valley Walls. TSK. The intricate patterns on these scales are exactly like those of the legendary Qilin. The crowd below the stage crowded around, their eyes curiously scanning Xiaobai. Xiaobai couldn't take it anymore and thought of going to Lin Sheng's beast-taming space. What are you afraid of? It's not like you'll lose a piece of flesh just by looking. Roar! Roar! Lin Sheng ignored Xiaobai's protests completely. Rather, I was curious. If you want to worship a certain mythical beast, then it must have a prototype. Perhaps there are creatures similar to the Qilin divine beast in the Wild Wolf Mountains. Lin Sheng wins. Pu Chang is eliminated. A total of 419 points were transferred, bringing the total to 838 points. Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng was overjoyed. The points gap between the two sides has widened to around 900 in the past few days. In addition, I have 838 points from this round trip. The situation in Shanghai is not as tense as it was before. Upon hearing this news, the students from the Shanghai University below relaxed somewhat. But the other person was clearly not that good looking. Let's go to the Wild Wolf Mountains. Suddenly, Lin Ming, who had been silent all along, spoke up. The students at the academy were immediately overjoyed. They're finally going to make a move. No wonder I've been conserving my energy these past few days. The public is also very enthusiastic. The death of the ferocious beasts is certainly beneficial to them. Of course, students from Shanghai's universities wouldn't miss out on Beijing's universities. They then left the city and arrived in the Wild Wolf Mountains. Remember not to stray too far apart. If attacked, immediately activate the bracelet. Du Qinxiu explained to everyone. The remaining dozen or so students from the Shanghai University also nodded. Each time you hunt a ferocious beast in the wild, you need to return to the city and check the number and points at the embassy. Only by killing enough ferocious beasts can we have a chance to surpass the Imperial Capital Academy. The Wolf Mountain Range covers an extremely vast area. They roam through the mountains and forests. It's estimated that it will be difficult to encounter them for several months. After Lin Sheng hunted down those ferocious beasts, he kept only certain parts of them to claim points. The rest are all absorbed and transformed into genes. Obtain the Bloodtooth Wolf genetic bloodline. Obtain the genetic bloodline of the Jungle Tree Spirit. Obtain the genetic bloodline of the Bullhorned Rabbit. Lord-level ferocious beasts are rarely seen in this jungle. Since there are no points for those below the Lord level, Lin Sheng quickly ventured deeper into the mountains. At this rate of hunting, it will be very difficult to catch up in points. There are far too few Lord-level ferocious beasts in this mountain range. Compared to the main world, it's just a drop in the ocean. Those of king-level rank and above went into hiding upon hearing the news. Even if you wanted to hunt them, it would be very difficult to find them. Just as Lin Sheng was straddling Xiao Ling, at a loss for what to do. Yo dash. Suddenly, a long, drawn-out deer cry rang out. Xiao Ling reacted quickly and immediately ran towards that hilltop. Just as they were about to get close, a pure white figure flashed by. That was a deer. He is only about 1 meter tall, but its body was pure white and translucent, radiating an incredible faint light. In an instant, they leaped into the canyon between two mountain ranges. Run! Xiao Ling immediately chased after him. It gets annoyed when it sees such a sacred creature. I feel very uncomfortable if I don't pollute. As Lin Sheng and the others stepped into the canyon, the white deer seemed to glance back at them before continuing its wild run into the depths. Hee, little guy, you better not let me catch you. Xiao Ling laughed heartily. Lin Sheng grabbed its 2 dragon horns. Hurry up and chase after them. Stop fooling around here. Lin Sheng felt a slight excitement. Little Qilin should be nurtured from a young age. This creature looks extraordinary. How could someone who can survive in such a dangerous place be anything less than excellent? As Lin Sheng ventured deeper, the gaps in the canyon widened. It's getting foggy. A misty fog enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, a huge beast's claw emerged from the mist. Xiao Ling was extremely fast and suddenly dodged. With a wing, it sliced through and severed its head. Obtain unicorn bloodline genes. Obtain the unicorn gene. That startled me. There's actually a Lord-level ferocious beast in a place like this. As they went deeper into the area, Lin Sheng became increasingly alarmed, because there are more and more Lord-level ferocious beasts along the way. Moreover, these ferocious beasts are clearly more difficult to deal with than those outside, and they are also more intelligent. They even encountered 3 ferocious beasts of king-level power along the way, all of which were killed by Xiao Bai. The number of ferocious beasts inside is far greater than outside. Lin Sheng felt a slight joy in his heart. If that's the case, they might actually be able to surpass the universities in the capital. But at the same time, it aroused Lin Sheng's curiosity even more. That little deer survived such a dangerous place. It's truly extraordinary. Perhaps this little deer sees Lin Sheng's talent and wants to become his tamed beast? Hee, be a good boy and let your master ride you. Lin Sheng is inexplicably narcissistic. They followed Lin Sheng inside. The beasts inside are becoming increasingly ferocious. In the end, Lin Sheng encountered 3 king-level ferocious beasts on his way to death. Tower monster, cave worm, cold crow. All 3 were king-level ferocious beasts, and all were in the late king-level stage. Even Xiao Bai and Xiao Ling only managed to kill the 3 ferocious beasts after a fierce battle. Obtain the bloodline genes of the Tower Freak. Obtain the Crypt Worm bloodline gene. Obtain the Cold Raven bloodline gene. Obtain the Peristaltic ability gene. Obtain the skill gene for Frozen Thousands of Miles. At this time, Lin Sheng's points from killing ferocious beasts have reached several times the average daily points that the 2 academies can obtain. If we go back to the base city, we should be able to easily surpass the Imperial Capital Academy. Lin Sheng retrieved the corpses of 3 enormous, ferocious beasts, which gradually dissipated. Black flames erupted from both pets, rapidly repairing their injuries. Roar! Xiao Bai came to Lin Sheng's side and rubbed its forehead against Lin Sheng's body. Grabbing a dragon horn, Lin Sheng pressed Xiao Bai's head to one side and stared intently at the wall in front of him. The images on the wall are relatively simple and easy to understand. In a basin of blood, the blood of countless different races of creatures on Earth was sacrificed, and then the gods bestowed a reward. The sacrifice of lives from different races? This is a real-world secret. Lin Sheng immediately understood. He had seen many similar plots in books back then. Is the blood of countless creatures enough for Little White to use? After all, Xiao Bai's bloodline has accumulated the essence of countless lives. Lin Sheng took a drop of blood from Xiao Bai's body. Then it was smeared on the wall. In the blink of an eye, the blood was completely absorbed by the wall. Then, boom, the stone wall in front of them slowly cracked open, revealing a dark hole. Chapter 98: The Colorful Scaled Deer. The mysterious item at the cave entrance. The opening was very small. Lin Sheng could fit an arm inside. After confirming there was no danger, Lin Sheng went inside and took out the items. A blade of grass, about 1 meter long, with a white sphere hanging from it. What is this thing? Lin Sheng didn't recognize him. But something that requires the sacrifice of the bloodlines of tens of thousands of creatures must be something extraordinary. A little more. Lin Sheng took another drop of blood from Xiaobai. Then it was applied to the wall. Boom. Just as expected. Another hole opened. This time, Lin Sheng reached in without hesitation. In the time that followed. Boom. 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 As Lin Sheng continued to offer his blood as a sacrifice, the cave entrances opened one after another. This is not bad. It even has something that looks like a necklace. Why is this hole full of ash? Where did everything go? I wonder how many years this wall has stood here. Some of the items in the cave have disappeared over time. In just a few minutes, Lin Sheng took out about 5 items from his body. 2 grasses that look like lanterns. A pure white necklace that can be wrapped around the neck. They retrieved 2 very sturdy iron boxes from the other 2 openings. But the box is actually very sturdy, and it's unclear what material it's made of. The rest of the holes were filled with ash. Why is there no reaction after applying blood several times? Is it not enough? Lin Sheng looked at the aggrieved Xiaobai beside him. Seeing its master's gaze, Xiaobai bit its lip. Roar. Master, come here, little white isn't afraid of pain. Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng's eyebrows twitched slightly. Even if this little bit of blood were drawn from Lin Sheng, there wouldn't be any problem. Moreover, Xiaobai's body is so large that it is comparable to more than a dozen Lin Shengs combined. This really made Lin Sheng feel a little sorry for himself. A few seconds later, smack, Lin Sheng slammed a bloody palm print onto the wall. Whoosh! The blood was absorbed instantly. However, this time it wasn't the small holes that opened, but a large hole in the center. The opening is large enough to accommodate several people inside. Wah! Little White looked aggrieved. Xiaoling was secretly laughing to herself. Serves you right. Serves you right for acting all cute. Yo yo yo. Suddenly, the cry of a deer came from the cave entrance. Lin Sheng and his 2 tamed beasts rushed inside. A small deer with a faint glow and pure white fur was pacing back and forth deep inside the cave. His eyes kept glancing towards the cave entrance, looking somewhat surprised and uncertain. So much blood sacrificed, and all we got was this deer? Lin Sheng's eyes flickered slightly. Then I was shocked by the stones and weeds under the deer's feet. Life stone. Dragon's beard grass. There are life stones and dragon beard grass here. Lin Sheng was completely shocked. He had seen both of these things before when he searched online. These are all rare items in the world. The value of that life stone is many times greater than that of the thunderstone. A life stone once fetched a high price of 300 million at auction. A single dragon's beard grass can be worth as much as 30 million. Now, what lies beneath the little deer's feet is more than just a life stone and a dragon's beard grass. Even if Lin Sheng tried to carry her, he couldn't. Estimated to be one of the world's top billionaires. They don't even have the right to hug a bundle of dragon's beard grass. There are enough life stones to fill a toilet. But who would dare to be so extravagant as to build a toilet with life-giving stones? These items can all elevate your life level and provide life energy. Lin Sheng's breathing became rapid. Even their accommodations are so luxurious. Lin Sheng's gaze fell on the little deer in the corner. The little deer's gaze remained fixed on Lin Sheng, showing neither panic nor attempt to hide. Because someone told it. Open your eyes and see the first person, then go with him. The little deer woke up early, left the cave, and met many people. Now it doesn't know what to do either. Moreover, the human in front of me seems to have ill intentions. He always stared at it with a smile. Rainbow deer. Level, early lord. Talent. Skills, concealment, life growth, cloud opening domain. Evolutionary path, light scale deer. Description, the beings left in this space possess extremely vast knowledge. Talent unknown. This was the first time Lin Sheng had ever encountered a creature with an unknown talent. Even at the emperor level, this situation has never occurred. He is very knowledgeable. Perhaps he can recognize what I have acquired. Lin Sheng thought to himself. Come on, little deer. It's dangerous here. Let's come together. Lin Sheng smiled and approached the colorful deer. And Na Kalen Road did not resist. He actually obediently walked up to Lin Sheng. It seems to be more friendly to newbies. Oh no, another ancestor has arrived. Xiaoling rolled her eyes. Xiaobai looked at the little guy in front of him with curiosity. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Sheng collected all the life stones and dragon beard grass on the ground. Why does this little deer seem a bit disgusted with me? Lin Sheng suddenly felt somewhat ashamed. Don't worry, you'll live a life of luxury with me. Lin Sheng touched the forehead of the colorful deer. The deer still ignored him, but did not resist. Logically speaking, Beings of this level should be able to speak on their own. I guess the little guy is shy around strangers and doesn't want to talk much. Lin Sheng didn't think much of it. His current level is not high enough for him to contract a third pet. I might as well just keep it with me. Moreover, the most urgent task now is to return to the city and hand over the corpses of those ferocious beasts. I've been here for at least half a day. It's likely that everyone else in the academy has already returned to Qilin City. Meanwhile, inside Qilin City. Inside an embassy. Splash. The items in the bag were emptied out. It has the scales, teeth, sharp horns, and fur of a ferocious beast. A total of 2 monarch level, 1 mid-stage catastrophe level, and 32 lord level. Total points, 62. Your total points at Imperial Capital University are now 10,700. Shanghai University has 10,200. Looking at the remains of so many powerful creatures, the staff were also deeply shocked. The people of the main world are indeed exceptionally powerful. In the past, if even one king was killed in a month, Qilin City would make a big fuss about it. After receiving this message, the crowd below was also very excited. The boss's moves are truly extraordinary. All of us combined earned over 200 points this time. If we hadn't had 400 points stolen earlier, we would have secured the win. Luckily, the boss has a keen sense of smell and found the nest of a catastrophic beast. Ha. Those people from the universities in Shanghai are probably going to be in a real mess right now. As long as we maintain our composure, even if they find a catastrophic event, it will be very difficult for them to turn the tide. Everyone was excited. 500 points isn't something you can just catch up to. Chapter 99 Crisis Approaching. Forcibly entering the space. I have 133 points left, plus some of yours. That makes a total of 300 points. There are still more than 200 points to go before reaching 500. Du Qianxiu bit her lip. Hu Kun and the others also fell silent. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat heavy. Those 200 points felt like a mountain pressing down on their backs. This is not just about a single victory or defeat. 2 universities are involved behind the scenes, who will become the #1 university in the Dragon Kingdom. Shanghai University had already lost the last competition. If it fails again, the entire university will be plunged into an abyss from which it will never recover. Where's Lin Sheng? Why hasn't he come back yet? Du Qianxiu glanced at the crowd. Lin Sheng was not found. I don't know. His signal was cut off halfway through, and we searched for a long time but couldn't find him. Everyone shook their heads. I'm not too worried about Lin Sheng's safety. The 2 royal pets were enough to protect themselves in that jungle. It's clearly impossible to catch up using the points Lin Sheng has earned. After all, even with everyone's points, there's still more than 200 points short. What does 200 plus points mean? We need to hunt down 200 lord-level monsters. 40 king-level creatures. That's simply impossible. While it's possible to hunt 200 lord-level creatures in the main world in a single day, it's not that simple. In the Wild Wolf Mountains, there aren't that many lord-level enemies for you to kill. In the mountains of the main world, dozens of catastrophic creatures often reside. They kill at most 100 or so animals a day there. In the secret realm, killing 30 or 40 a day is already quite a lot. The others were unaware of this. The lord-level enemy Lin Sheng encountered in that canyon. He encountered more than he would normally encounter in several days in the main world. Right now, in a desolate area, Ga, a gigantic bird covered in fur and with 9 different heads, is using its body to create a space. The ferocious beasts and more than a dozen calamity-level lords that once inhabited this mountain range have long since fled to who knows where. I've already sealed 5 heads, but I still can't enter that lord's space. The 9-headed bird became somewhat anxious. The 2-month deadline is almost here. It could only take the energy from the last 3 heads with it into that space. That's more than enough. Even if the power is suppressed to the peak of the disaster level, it's far beyond what those catastrophic beasts can handle. In the next instant, the energy of the strange bird's 6th head began to diminish. At this time, inside the Qilin space, deep in the Wild Wolf Mountains, a huge creature, resembling a snowball monster, lay prostrate beside a small hill. If you look closely, you can see that it is a creature that resembles a wolf, except that its fur covers its eyes, limbs, and even its head, making it look like a white ball. Surrounding this little ball of food were several ferocious beasts at the early stage of the cataclysmic level. They were looking at the white ball in the center with trepidation. However, the white ball of fluff seemed to be gripped by great fear, and its body began to tremble uncontrollably. 2 cloudy, aged eyes were visible through the thick fur, staring intently at a certain point in the sky. Fear. a feeling of impending doom. Even when he was besieged by several catastrophic beasts back then, he never felt this way. This is a fear that is almost desperate, a fear that is just an arm's length away from death. But the ferocious beasts around it, which were only in the early stages of the disaster, were clearly unable to sense this fear. Because this invasion was aimed at the owner of this space, that white ball of fluff. Lin Sheng is back. Hu Kun's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Sheng. Upon hearing this, Du Qianqiu felt a sense of relief. With Lin Sheng's speed in hunting ferocious beasts, he might be able to catch up with some of them. After all, among these people, Lin Sheng's pet beast was the most sensitive to the aura of ferocious beasts. What is this? Where did you find a deer? Are you planning to treat us to a venison feast? Its level is not low. It doesn't seem like a meat deer. She's quite pretty. Even among the deer, she's considered top tier. The crowd stared at the milky white fawn beside Lin Sheng with some confusion. I captured it from the wild, and I plan to make it my third pet. Lin Sheng explained to everyone. The third one? That makes sense. With your strength, reaching the disaster level is only a matter of time. Training it in advance is the right choice. That can't be done so hastily. You're just going to make a contract with any random animal you find in the wild. Moreover, this pet doesn't look like a breed from my blue star. It's probably from this secret realm, but the highest talent level in the secret realm is only at the disaster level. The mother of the ferocious beast possessed a talent that reached a catastrophic level. This does not mean that its offspring will also reach a catastrophic level. After all, its mother also evolved by devouring the flesh and blood of other ferocious beasts. But with Lin Sheng's current talent, how did things come to this? If he just said a word, countless people would probably send him offspring with the talent of the peak of disaster. Who wouldn't be envious of cubs of this caliber? The seniors from the prestigious universities in Shanghai kept offering Lin Sheng advice and strategies. Lin Sheng had no choice but to agree for the time being. But the concern shown by these seniors still warmed Lin Sheng's heart. All right, Lin Sheng, you've been out the longest, you must have accumulated a lot of points, right? Du Qianqiu stared at Lin Sheng's face with shining eyes. Everyone looked over expectantly. As long as Lin Sheng can get enough points. Their Shanghai universities are not entirely without a chance to surpass Beijing universities. I found a canyon that overflows with life energy, and there are a great many ferocious beasts living there. Lin Sheng spoke the truth. Moreover, this is a very large number. The description is already quite conservative. There's a lord every 10 steps. Finally, they even encountered 3 ferocious beasts at the late stage of the monarchy. The points earned from these 3 ferocious beasts at the late-stage king level alone amounted to 15 points. Not to mention the other monarchs in the early stages, and a large number of lords. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, realizing that this greatly increased their chances. If you're lucky later on, it's not like you have no chance at all. Lin Sheng, you usually get 30 or 40 points a day when you go out. This time you should get at least 70 or 80, right? People made bold guesses. 70 or 80. I think you shouldn't have such illusions. 70 or 80 points are needed to hunt down 70 or 80 lord-level monsters. Hu Kun shook his head. One should not be too greedy. I'll just say one number is 50. Hu Kun held up 5 fingers. The others standing nearby were immediately stunned. You're just making the pot calling the kettle black. They had just thought Hu Kun was somewhat pragmatic. This, in truth, Lin Sheng himself wasn't entirely sure how much it was. But one thing is certain. It's definitely not just 70 or 80. After all, a king-level ferocious beast commands 10 to 30 lords under its command. Splash. Lin Sheng poured the remains out of his beast-taming space. Chapter 100. Points Overtake. A king-level ferocious beast attacks. One after another, the remains of ferocious beasts fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Like pearls of all sizes falling onto a jade plate, the flow is continuous. They didn't stop until the piles on the ground were as high as small mountains. The students from the prestigious Shanghai University, who had initially been calm, but now looked at Lin Sheng with a mixture of calm and anticipation, now gazed upon him. The expectation in his eyes gradually turned into shock. So much. Hu Kun was startled. It doesn't look like it was taken from a ferocious beast. Du Qianqiu's lips also curled up slightly. I have a feeling that Lin Sheng must have gotten a lot of benefits from not returning for so long. Otherwise, why would he be driven to take such a risk? But they never expected to obtain so many ferocious beast remains from the hunt. The aura emanating from those remains suggests that many were of monarch-level status. You can get 5 points for a king-level relic. So many piled together. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel a little excited. The personnel in charge of the inspection were also taken aback. This is the first time someone has ever delivered so much at once. A few minutes later, there are a total of 23 king level and 190 lord level monsters, for a total of 305 points. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Oh my god, 23 king class. This is enough to cover the amount they would kill in several days. It's not surprising that Lin Sheng was able to kill so many monarchs. After all, an ordinary king simply couldn't withstand a single attack from the White Snake. The mid-period of monarchical rule was barely passable. But where did he find so many king-level ferocious beasts? Haha, you really gave us a surprise. I bet those people in the capital are scared to death. While the newcomers are still trying to read faces, the veterans have already been checking their lips. Originally, we were only 200 points behind, but now we have 305, and we're more than 100 points ahead of the opponent. The competition will end in a few days, and it won't be easy to overtake that 100-point lead. The students from the university in Shanghai exchanged smiles. Lin Sheng definitely deserves a lot of credit for this. The earlier you are eliminated, the fewer points you get, and the less reward you will receive later. Lin Sheng, you've collected so many points. If you can hold out until the end, you'll definitely get a huge share of resources. Hu Kun laughed and patted Lin Sheng on the shoulder. That makes my mouth water. Perhaps Lin Sheng can even obtain some solo secret realm spaces. If it's something that hasn't been developed yet, then the rewards are even more generous. Because nobody knows what's left inside that secret realm. But no one was jealous. Lin Sheng deserves all of this. Right now, two people were intently watching the points screen in the direction of the Imperial Capital Academy. A full 200 points. Those people in Shanghai are probably scrambling to make ends meet right now, aren't they? That's true. If we can just hold on for the last few days and persevere, then it will be our turn to soar to new heights. How many resources do you think Senior Lin Ming will get? She contributed the most this time. One of them turned to ask a student next to him. However, the other party did not respond to him at this time. Instead, he froze on the spot, staring intently at the screen displaying the points comparison. What? The man was immediately puzzled and turned to look over. In an instant, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. Then he rubbed his eyes with both hands. I was immediately terrified. Beijing University 10700, Shanghai University 10,805. We've been overtaken. Moreover, they were surpassed by more than 100 points. What? Didn't all those people from Shanghai go back? At most, only 1 or 2 people might have been left behind. Oh no, we have to tell them about this right away. The 2 men, their lips pale, scrambled out of the embassy. A dozen minutes later. What did you say? Really? That can't be right. The students from the Imperial Capital Academy gathered together, their eyes filled with disbelief. Logically speaking, only Lin Sheng did not return to the city with those people. But how could Lin Sheng hunt down ferocious beasts and get so many points all by himself? Panic gripped everyone. And at that very moment, a violent tremor suddenly erupted in the sky above. Feeling the tremor, everyone from both academies was stunned for a moment, then quickly rushed out of their rooms and looked up at the sky. Not only the people in the 2 academies, but also the citizens of the city, the ferocious beasts lurking in the forest, and even the city lord of Qilin City all looked up at the sky. This vibration. This indicates that the space has been attacked by external forces. There are creatures far exceeding the carrying capacity of this space that want to enter it. But the master of this space is a ferocious beast at the top of the disaster level. Could it be an emperor-level being? The face of the city lord of Qilin was filled with disbelief. Why would an emperor-level creature come to his small space? There's nothing here that any emperor-level creature would want. Roar! In the mountains and forests. The Wolf King, covered in thick white fur, roared angrily toward the sky. It seems to be venting its dissatisfaction and anger towards the intruders. However, the other party ignored it and continued to shake the space. Those repeated impacts. The sky was covered with cracks that looked like glass. Finally, a few seconds later, boom! A violent tremor spread outwards. A gigantic 9-headed bird, so large it seemed to reach into the clouds, plummeted from mid-air. The strange bird had 9 different heads, but 6 of them were unable to move. Quack! The strange bird let out a joyful and delightful cry. Their gazes immediately locked onto the owner of this space. Just as the snow-white wolf was about to resist, one of the strange bird's heads suddenly swooped down. Puff! This heavy blow pierced a large hole in his body. They just want to seize its status as the spatial lord. Only then can I restore my strength to the emperor level. But this white wolf with its thick fur was clearly not one to be trifled with. Several ferocious beasts from the early stages of the disaster attacked together, launching a joint assault on the nine-headed bird. The roars of ferocious beasts and the terrifying aura emanating from the mountains continued to resound. The people in the city were terrified and turned pale. Even during the duel, one of the nine-headed birds, a head that looked like crystal, gazed towards the town. Giggle. Found it. That instant. Lin Sheng is in deep trouble. It felt like we were making eye contact. Even the little spirit in the beast-taming space felt a tremor from the depths of its soul. This is an uncontrollable reaction when targeted by a creature of a much higher level. The entire city was thrown into chaos in an instant. A few minutes later, everyone in the space gathered around the city lord. If you can't stop that ferocious beast, you'd better run. Once it gains the status of a lord, this space will naturally rise to the level of an emperor, and then no one will be able to leave. The city lord of Qilin City was pale. After all, Qilin City was the culmination of his ancestors' years of hard work. Giving up like this is really hard to accept. We can't leave. A clear, cold voice came from beside Lin Sheng. Chapter 101 Crisis. Targeted Spatial Lockdown. Lin Sheng, come here. Lin Ming, standing in the crowd, frowned slightly. A melodious sound, like the tinkling of silver bells, emanated from her mouth. However, Lin Sheng was staring at the deer beside him. I'll only stay by my brother's side. Besides, why should we fight it? With just one order from you, everyone in Qilin City will be teleported out, right? Lin Ming calmly looked at the city lord of Qilin City. Du Qianqiu is the same. Mid-stage and peak of the disaster. That's a difference of 2 whole major levels. The 7 of them alone are definitely not enough to kill such a creature. Lin Ming also didn't want Lin Sheng to lose his sister at a young age. This cold sweat poured down the head of the Qilin City lord. Clearly, his little scheme had been discovered. Just then, a figure ran up to the side of the city lord of Qilin. Lord City Lord. The highest decision-making body of the Dragon Kingdom Beast Tamer Association requests that you immediately open the passage and teleport all the students from both academies out. In the event of any accident involving any student. The figure seemed to want to say something, but hesitated. The Lord of Qilin City was even more startled. The highest decision-making level of the Beast Tamer Association. That's a meeting that can only be convened by Emperor-level beast tamers. How could he dare disobey orders given to him by such high-ranking officials? Everyone, you should leave this space first. Without hesitation, the Lord of Qilin City opened a door beside everyone. He has signed a contract with the ferocious beasts of this space and has certain rights. Although the students from the Imperial Capital Academy were somewhat unwilling, they still entered the portal one by one. My life is more important than points. Moreover, even if they stayed here, they definitely couldn't make up for that 100-point gap. As one figure after another left, it was finally Lin Sheng's turn. Let's go. Lin Sheng shook his head and sighed. It's just a pity for Qilin City. I didn't suffer any major losses myself. However, the moment Lin Sheng stepped into it, a ripple in the spatial gate suddenly bounced him back. What's going on? Lin Sheng stared at the space in astonishment. I tried several more times, but I still couldn't get in. Even the city lord of Qilin City was dumbfounded. Wait a minute, I'll open another one for you. However, regardless of whether the conveyor is round, square, flat, or any other shape, Lin Shengdu couldn't pass. As time went on, the city lord of Qilin City became increasingly anxious. Lin Sheng's sense of crisis grew stronger and stronger. Loud roars of beasts could be heard from time to time outside the city behind him. If this continues, we'll be doomed once that ferocious beast grows to the emperor level. Master, you should just hand me over. Little spirit in the beast-taming space suddenly spoke softly. It could sense that the ferocious beast was coming for it. Impossible. Lin Sheng spoke decisively. Don't bring up this kind of thing again. Hearing her master's words, Xiao Ling was immediately filled with emotion. Hateful. Why are you so good to me? I'm dead even if I hand you over. Do you think my parents will let me go? Xiao Ling's heart was instantly shattered by the emotion she felt. Lin Sheng then looked directly at the deer beside him. Why didn't you say sooner that I couldn't get out by myself? Hearing Lin Sheng's words, Xiao Lu blinked. After all, according to common sense, Lin Sheng should be the first person he saw when he opened his eyes. Not helping is indeed a bit. If you had said so earlier, I could have left the others behind to help rescue me. Lin Sheng remained silent. Now, relying on a king-level beast tamer, isn't he just waiting to die? By then, Everyone in the city will have run away. Upon hearing this, the little deer was stunned. So you're saying we shouldn't worry about scarcity but about inequality? You can hide in my house first. The deer opened its mouth. The voice was ethereal and elegant, and it was impossible to tell whether it was male or female. Walk. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up, and he got up and walked directly out of the city. The city lord of Qilin City, who had been listening from the sidelines, was completely dumbfounded. Just like that, you left? Outside the city. Summoning the parasite can isolate the senses. The deer spoke again. Even the parasites know this. Lin Sheng was taken aback. His aura has vanished. The nine-headed bird stopped moving. The three heads desperately looked around. How could that be? By this time, the space had already been locked, and there was absolutely no way that kid could get out. Once a catastrophic skill locks onto someone, it is absolutely impossible to remove it without the person being aware of it. But now the human presence has suddenly vanished. Gagaga! Suddenly, the nine-headed bird went berserk. The task of seizing this space is secondary. Our main task is to find the Black Dragon King's offspring. However, given its suppressed strength, it is difficult to determine a winner in a short period of time. Damn it! This old wolf has been hiding his true strength. While the nine-headed bird was being attacked by several catastrophic beasts, even the old wolf, covered in white fur, felt greed. Imperial-level blood. If we can take this opportunity to kill him, I can now reach the level of an emperor. Meanwhile, outside the cave entrance, as the deer arrived, the stone cave slowly opened. Don't worry, even the Black Dragon King can't penetrate this place. The little deer said slowly. You also know about the Black Dragon King? While Lin Sheng was amazed by the cave's defensive capabilities, he was also curious that little deer seemed to know quite a lot. Of course, the Black Dragon was able to evolve to the top of the biological world only because it obtained ancient relics. The deer spoke very calmly. Ancient relics? What allows a creature to evolve to the top of the food chain? Didn't you get it? The deer glanced at him. You mean those caves? Lin Sheng's heart was pounding. Unexpectedly, those things were the reason for the birth of the Black Dragon King. The Black Dragon King has become so powerful that even among emperor-level beings, there are few rivals. But its power was only due to those few plants? And Lin Sheng has this thing on him right now. And there's more than one. Don't be too happy yet. They're not the same thing, their value varies. As the deer spoke, it darted into the hole. Lin Sheng felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. That's true, but it's not bad either, since it's free. Boom. As everyone entered, the cave door closed with a click. Chapter 102 The Supreme Association's Reaction. The Emperor Hunt Plan. Little deer, where are you from? Lin Sheng was in the cave, using a glowing stone for illumination. He used to not believe in aliens. However, I have also heard of the existence of aliens revealed in some leaked classified documents. In ancient times, people have also photographed huge remains in deep space. However, at that time it was all considered a publicity stunt. Come to think of it, the universe is so vast, who can be certain that they are the only life form in this world? I am Blue Star Deer. The deer shattered Lin Sheng's illusions. Let me see if there are any treasures left in your cave. Lin Sheng and his two pet animals began rummaging through the deer's den. The pure white deer looked at the man and the two dragons and fell silent once again. Meanwhile, in the outside world, in a top-level conference hall, a figure was projected onto the screen, standing ramrod straight and reporting information to the crowd in front of him. This was due to tension. He was now facing some of the most powerful beast tamers in the Dragon Kingdom. The people of Qilin City have now been relocated to the base city we previously recaptured. All students from the two universities have been transferred back, and there have been no casualties so far. Upon hearing this news, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, they were really startled when they saw the nine-headed bird on the surveillance footage. Nine-headed sunbird. He had only been emperor for less than 100 years. It is considered one of the younger generation among the emperor-level ferocious beasts. However, its strength should not be underestimated. Especially his 9 heads, each with its own unique and strange functions and consciousness, are particularly difficult to deal with. I didn't expect that instead of the Black Dragon, we encountered the 9-headed sunbird first. This is an opportunity. This 9-headed sunbird has only recently advanced to the emperor level. Once it has completely transformed this space, we'll enter together and kill it. I just don't understand why this 9-headed fiery sunbird, being an emperor-level creature, would go to that space. Could it be because of Lin Sheng's pet beast? What kind of pet? Upon hearing the words of the director of the Dragon Slaying Bureau, The two newly arrived Emperor-level beast tamers present were puzzled. Clearly, some of them were unaware of this. The cub of the black dragon Nyarlathotep fell into the hands of those people from the disaster relief organization by a twist of fate, and has now become Lin Sheng's second pet. What? A cub of emperor-level power has been contracted? After the initial shock, came overwhelming joy. Some of the emperor-level beast tamers present had pets that were only at the disaster level back then. After devouring countless rare and precious treasures and ferocious beasts, he broke through the limits and forcibly advanced to the emperor level. Only a very few people can directly contract with emperor-level beasts. Now that someone can directly contract with an emperor-level beast, it is almost certain that he will become an emperor-level beast tamer in the future. The number of people affected by the disaster remains at around 100. But how many years has it been since a royal-level beast tamer appeared in the entire Dragon Kingdom? Moreover, it's the black dragon Nyarlathotep, an extremely powerful being even among emperors. How could everyone not be excited upon receiving this news? But this has caused us a lot of trouble. One of the emperor-level beastmasters in the disaster relief organization spoke up to complain. But his face showed joy. It had been a long time since he had stretched his muscles. Since I have someone to carry on my legacy, why not go all out and make a big splash? Just as the Dragon Kingdom's high command was preparing to hunt down the emperor, in the universities of Shanghai, the students were just basking in the joy of winning the competition. Then came extremely bad news. Lin Sheng hasn't returned. Du Qianqiu frowned. He looked around at the crowd again. Yes, half an hour has passed, and we still haven't seen him. Sweat beaded on Hu Kun's forehead. I should have let Lin Sheng come out first. Now that the city lord of that Qilin city has fled, how can they get out again if they go back? I'm at my wit's end. Just then, a jarring phone call, utterly inopportune, reached the university in Shanghai. It was Lin Ming calling. Chen Dao and the others exchanged glances. We can't tell her. Du Qianqiu quickly spoke up. She knew perfectly well how much Lin Ming valued her younger brother. Once she finds out about this, she will definitely go back to that space without hesitation. If we let her go back, things will only get more and more complicated. I see. Chen Dao also pressed the answer button. Since this matter is beyond our control, there's no need to make another person nervous. Is my brother back yet? The voice on the other end of the phone was calm, but tinged with anxiety. He's back, but he's a bit tired, so he's going back to sleep. After all, he killed so many ferocious beasts in one day. Chen Dao said with a smile. The lie was woven so perfectly that it seemed flawless. Really? That explains why he didn't answer my calls. Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Chen, please help me tell him to get some rest. Beep beep dash. The call ended. However, Chen Dao and the others did not look happy. You can hide it for a while, but you can't hide it forever. It probably won't be long before the news of Lin Sheng's absence spreads throughout the city. I must tell the principal about this. Chen Dao turned and left. Only the principal of Shanghai has the right to say that Lin Sheng can be rescued. Roar. Hee hee. You idiot. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. Flames spewed from one of the 9-headed bird's bright red heads. The flames turned into lava, instantly burning off the arm of a catastrophic beast. 5 of them. All of them were calamity-level ferocious beasts, but now they were on the defensive as they surrounded and killed the 9-headed sunbird. The 9-headed fiery sunbird, however, seemed completely at ease, handling the situation with ease. A pair of scarlet and terrifying eyes kept scanning the surroundings. Where did he hide? My spatial marker hasn't disappeared yet. He's definitely still here. Quack. Roar. Most of the white wolf's fur was also burned off. Only then did it realize just how vast the difference was between a catastrophe level and an emperor level catastrophe. Even though the opponents suppressed their strength and had a large number of people, they could not gain any advantage. Even during their battle, one of the 9-headed fiery sunbird's crystal-like heads was still using its spare energy to explore other places. Clearly, the 9-headed sunbird's target was not it. But it's not one to be trifled with. By devouring this 9-headed fiery sunbird, I will evolve into an even more powerful being. No more hiding in this small space. This is a fight to the death. Boom. The next instant, the white wolf's body suddenly swelled and grew larger, and its snow-white fur turned into a breathtaking purplish-black in an instant. And the aura within his body was also rapidly increasing. Chapter 103 The Real Dragon. Lin Ming's Fury. Stop looking. The deer in the cave couldn't bear to watch any longer. All the knowledge is in my mind, and I can't handle it. But as time goes by, my memories will keep coming back. The deer interrupted the 3 of them from their search. It is the greatest treasure here. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xiaobai couldn't hold back any longer. Why do I so want to give you a big shove? The little deer clearly had a good impression of the little white dog and didn't want it to dislike it. Seeing that even a novice was like this, I suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Let me say more. Let me think about it. A few minutes later, I've got part of it. You look a lot like the creature I saw in my mind. The deer looked at the little white one. That's a colossal dragon, soaring through the endless stars. One of its scales is larger than millions of stars combined. With every breath it takes, countless lives are lost. But you only resemble it. You're nowhere near the size of even one of its scales. The fawn seemed to see that terrifying scene in its eyes. Then, he told Lin Sheng and the others about several terrifying creatures. They are all exactly the same creatures as those in Lin Sheng's previous life. That's it. I know everything. Lin Sheng said calmly. Anyone can brag. Are you deliberately making fun of me? Xiaobai muttered to herself. What do you mean by not even being as good as a single scale? No, that's all I can think of right now. Oh, right. There's also skill fusion. The little deer's eyes suddenly lit up. I can combine the skills of different creatures to evolve into even more powerful skills. However, most creatures have very few skills, so they probably won't be of much use. Fusing skills? Lin Sheng's heart began to race. He can grant creatures a multitude of skills. Now, Xiaobai has more than 100 skills. But let's put that aside for now. He has more important things to ask. Lin Sheng took 2 small wooden boxes out of his pocket. This was obtained by Lin Sheng sacrificing Xiaobai's blood. Just as he was about to ask what it was, the little deer spoke first. My God, they even left this thing behind. The fawn's eyes widened. Even though his face couldn't make any expression, you could still see a look of shock. Lin Sheng's curiosity was immediately piqued. What is this thing? It's a longan. Do you remember the creature I told you about before? This little box contains the essence blood of that dragon. Longan. That's right. After it died, its dragon eye was obtained by someone. Once a living being can devour the dragon eye, it can evolve to a supreme level. I never expected that the dragon eye would end up in the same place as me. Real. Lin Sheng's heart was pounding. This is a real dragon. If Xiaobai were to devour this dragon eye, wouldn't he instantly become an immortal? Don't be too happy yet. With your current strength, forcibly devouring the dragon eye will only lead to your demise. Even the usually calm deer couldn't hide her excitement in her words. Can this box be opened? Lin Sheng inquired. He has sequence extraction skills. There's no need to extract all the life energy from the longan directly. Extracting just a tiny bit of energy would be enough to transform Xiaobai. After all, the group couldn't stay in the cave forever. Without food, they would starve to death sooner or later. Why not let Xiaobai have a major upgrade before the 9-headed bird takes over the space? Of course, only I can open it. As she spoke, the little deer stepped forward and tried to open the box. On the wooden box, only a tiny gap, less than a single cell's width, was visible. Instantly, an aura of domineering majesty filled the entire cave. However, this aura seemed to have had its killing intent stripped away. Only a wisp of energy remained, but even this energy was too much for Lin Sheng and his 2 pet beasts to withstand. Extract. Lin Sheng slammed the box shut. The terrifying yet ancient atmosphere vanished instantly. Extract trace amounts of dragon's blood genes. It was a success. Lin Sheng was sweating profusely, but his face betrayed an undisguised delight. The power within this box is terrifying. Just this little bit alone would require beating up countless 9-headed birds. Little Whitey was equally excited. The deer was completely dumbfounded. Yo, did you really get the energy from that box? The deer could clearly feel that the dissipated energy was being absorbed by Lin Sheng. What incredible power this is. Extracting the essence from longan is by no means a simple task. Never mind all that. Let's see how it goes. Roar. Master, Little White is ready. Little White obediently laid down on the ground. Lin Sheng nimbly grabbed Xiaobai's dragon horn and then used his innate skill. Obtain a trace amount of dragon blood genes. The next moment, Little White let out a roar of extreme pain. His entire body suddenly curled up tightly into a ball. Every single scale on its body was twitching wildly. Those golden eyes were bloodshot, gradually turning into a blood-red color. At this moment, the blood cells in his body were operating wildly, frantically absorbing this boundless energy at a speed dozens or even hundreds of times faster than before. The little deer and the little spirit standing to the side were dumbfounded. But there was also longing in his eyes. They could clearly sense that Xiaobai's strength was improving by leaps and bounds. At the same time, because the flow of time is different between the two realms. Half a day had passed in the outside world by then. The news that Lin Sheng had failed to come out also spread. The highest level of the Dragon Kingdom's conference. What to do? This is a huge problem. Our pet beasts can't suppress their strength to a catastrophic level. Why did Lin Sheng have to be locked inside of all people? He was definitely the target of that nine-headed bird. There's no use saying all this now. We have to get them out of there quickly. Rescue them? We can only enter when the nine-headed bird advances to the Emperor level. Everyone was in a gloomy mood. They should have thought of this sooner. Since the nine-headed bird has a way to enter the space, it must also have a way to seal it off. Now the initiative is completely in the hands of the other side again. But no matter what, they absolutely cannot let that black dragon's cub return to Nyarlathotep's side. There must never be another powerful monarch-like creature on Earth. That would completely shatter the balance of power between humans and ferocious beasts. Lin Sheng was unable to return from that space. Moreover, news of the invasion by a king-level ferocious beast spread like wildfire. However, the media has long been controlled, so people only receive sporadic news and cannot distinguish between truth and falsehood. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Capital's Academy, activate the teleportation array. Lin Ming stood on the teleportation array, veins bulging on his forehead, his face filled with killing intent. That delicate face now resembled a demon from hell. No, if we go in now, we'll never get out. The city lord of Qilin City refuses to go back no matter what. Su Xian tried to dissuade him. This was the first time she had ever seen Lin Ming so angry. The last time Lin Ming risked his life to kill a ferocious beast in the late stages of a catastrophe, he was never this angry. Open it. Don't make me say it twice. Lin Ming stared intently at Su Xian and the teleportation array administrator. After receiving news that Lin Sheng had failed to come out, her nerves were stretched to the limit, on the verge of breaking down at any moment. Chapter 1 Oh, for the power of dragon blood genes. Lin Ming goes against the tide. Open. Lin Ming looked directly into Su Xian's eyes. His eyes seemed to be filled with both anger and moisture. She couldn't let Lin Sheng die inside. Otherwise, I would feel guilty for the rest of my life. Boss Lin. Su Xian fell silent. This is the first time I've seen the boss like this. In Su Xian's eyes, Lin Ming has always been the person she most longed to become. The strong person in her heart, who always calmly faced danger. Su Xian had also investigated Lin Ming's past in Yanqing out of curiosity. I can understand her. Buzz. Su Xian activated the teleportation array. Senior Su, the staff member in charge of managing this teleportation array, looked over in a panic. Don't worry, just say I did it afterwards. Su Xian spoke calmly. But the staff completely panicked. The fact that Lin Sheng was trapped inside and couldn't get out was already a big enough commotion. If Lin Ming, a top genius from the Imperial Capital Academy and a disaster-level beast tamer, were trapped inside, the seriousness of the situation would rise to another level. But it was too late. As bursts of light emanated from the formation, Lin Ming's figure gradually disappeared from the spot. Su Xian's expression changed from calm to anger. I'll go and capture the Lord of Qilin City. Su Xian spoke in an unfriendly tone and left the place. He left the staff with only a straight-back view and a bewildered expression. This is it. Is things really going to escalate because of Lin Sheng? Xiaobai, how are you feeling? Lin Sheng touched Xiaobai's scales with some concern. Little White has been curled up there ever since. No matter how Lin Sheng questioned him, he didn't react or make any significant movements. Roar. Finally, Little White let out a weak roar. This immediately made Lin Sheng feel a pang of heartache. I suspect I injected too many genetic elements, but this is already the minimum amount of genes extracted from Longan. Roar. Master, don't worry about Little White. Seemingly sensing Lin Sheng's mood, Xiaobai offered words of comfort. But as soon as he spoke, it seemed to aggravate the wound, and a gasp of cold air was heard. Lin Sheng's brows furrowed slightly. My heart skipped a beat. There's nothing wrong with it. Even if the cells are damaged, it shouldn't be this serious. An ethereal voice came from behind me. Little White immediately turned over on its belly. What? You're putting on an act again. Lin Sheng finally couldn't hold back anymore. I was so worried just now. Call. Never mind. After all, it really suffered a lot this time. Let's settle this later. That kid. Xiao Ling watched from the side, grimacing in disgust. It's so good at vying for attention. It's making it want to curl up too. But I really don't know how. Maybe we should ask Xiaobai how to act cute later. How are you? How are you feeling? The little deer asked a question, its eyes bright and alert. Roar. It's even stronger than before. Roar. But I'm a little hungry. Little Whitey tumbled around a couple more times. After swallowing the dragon's blood, its muscles became even firmer. Those eyes also became more majestic and began to change from pale gold to blood red. The little deer nodded slightly. Pure-blood dragons have blood-red pupils when fighting, but pale gold in normal times. I've definitely become much stronger. I can clearly feel that my power has increased several times over compared to before. Lin Sheng was also very excited. Xiaobai's level has definitely jumped more than one level. Let me see. Lin Sheng couldn't wait to look at Xiaobai's interface. Jialong. Level. Late King. Talent. Emperor's Ultimate Realm. Skills. Entangling. Perfect. Giant Growth. Perfect. Cloud Swallowing. Perfect. Water Spray. Perfect. Hardening. Perfect. Healing Eye. Mastery. Danger Intuition. Mastery. Rock Transformation. Mastery. Thunder Armor. Perfect. Dragon's Might. Proficient. Black Flame Horn. Eagle Eye. Proficient. Visual Enhancement. Vision. Evolutionary Path. True Dragon. Cloud Dragon. Description. It devours countless living beings and stands at the top of all living things. The Ultimate Emperor's Realm. Another new level of talent. Moreover, it was during the later years of the monarchy. The dragon genes are indeed powerful. Previously, Xiaobai's level was only about to reach the middle stage of the monarch realm in the early stage, but now it has jumped to the late stage of the monarch realm. Moreover, there is a subtle feeling that one has reached the pinnacle of monarchy. For an ordinary pet beast to progress from the early stage of the king realm to the late stage, or even reach the peak, it would take countless years. Some even took a century to complete. From now on, a pet's advancement will no longer depend solely on its growth period. Rather, it's the pet's bloodline and physical attributes. Meeting all these requirements is undoubtedly a difficult task. Moreover, the domain has reached a level of proficiency. Lin Sheng was excited. Domains are the hardest skills to improve. Simply releasing energy is unlikely to achieve the desired training effect. It tests the pet's comprehension. If one lacks comprehension, one may never improve in their entire life. And those with good comprehension are very likely to break through in an instant. Lin Sheng was already very satisfied with reaching the proficient level, and this only consumes a tiny bit of the energy in that box. If Xiaobai could absorb all the life energy in the dragon's eye, it would definitely become the strongest creature on Earth. This made Lin Sheng think of something. Just how powerful was the original owner of this body? However, even such a powerful being was killed, and his eyes were placed in a small wooden box. What should humans do when faced with such a creature? A sense of crisis arose in Lin Sheng's heart. Don't be afraid. With Longan here, you've already surpassed many people. The little deer was very intelligent and seemed to have guessed Lin Sheng's thoughts, so it spoke up to comfort him. Unfortunately, its current strength is not enough. His mind could only hold a limited number of memories, so he couldn't be of much help to Lin Sheng. Let me help you fuse the pet's skills. There aren't many skills anyway. The little deer spoke quietly. Even those extremely powerful beings were among its memories. They possess no more than 30 active and passive skills. It's quite simple to combine them. Moreover, the skills created through fusion will become stronger and may even undergo a transformation, achieving a synergistic effect where 1 plus 1 is greater than 2. Sure. Lin Sheng nodded quickly. Xiaobai has too many skills, making it difficult for him to manage them all. It would be much easier to combine all these skills into a more powerful ability. Yo! The little deer slowly walked to Little White's side. She slowly lowered her head, her entire body emitting a soft, shimmering light. That glimmer of light was so beautiful and sacred. Unfortunately, Little Deer knew that she was still far behind those beings with the most elite bloodlines. It probably can't even compare to a single cell of the legendary Qilin. It can only help the owner to a limited extent. And at that very moment, Xiao Bai's skills flooded into Xiao Lu's mind like a torrent. Chapter 105 Skill Fusion. Lin Ming's second pet. Skills detected. Entanglement, perfect. Giant Growth, perfect. Cloud Swallowing, perfect. Water Spray, perfect. Hardening, perfect. Healing Eye, mastery. Danger Intuition, mastery. Petrification, mastery. Thunder Armor, perfect. Dragon Might, proficient. Black Flame Horn, Eagle Eye, proficient. Visual Enhancement, vision. A massive amount of skills flooded into Little Deer's mind like a data stream. The impact made his head spin. So much. The deer swayed twice. Ranran's skills are still pouring in. How could this be? How can there be so many skills? Even if it knew about the legendary dragon, it couldn't possibly possess so many skills. There is a limit to the skills a living being can possess. No matter how high your talent is, you won't have too many skills. Because genes concentrate your abilities. But what she was seeing now completely shattered Xiaolu's understanding. 120. 157. 198. It broke through 200. What does this mean? This single creature possesses the combined skills of the entire ferocious beast group. And that doesn't even include its passive skills, which are even more numerous. You? The little deer looked at the little white dog with a bewildered expression. You have no idea how outrageous you are. It felt it was wrong. Little White might not even be worth a single scale of that dragon. But if it grows up, that would be terrifying. Master is lucky to have found such a creature. The fawn clearly didn't know. Xiao Bai's skills were all instilled in it by Lin Sheng. There are quite a few skills, and it will take some time to fuse them together. Then help me fuse it too. Xiao Ling, who was standing nearby, came over again. It also followed Lin Sheng into the secret realm and acquired some skills. All right. The deer came to Xiaoling's side again. There probably won't be too many this time, right? After all, a creature like a little white rabbit is 1 in a million. Even it was filled with envy. It's statistically impossible for two such creatures to exist and be contracted by the same person. But the next instant, skills detected, dead fire, mastery, undead stomp, mastery, shapeshifter, perfect, death domain, dissipation, death song, spirit, parasite, cursed eye, trickster raven, cursed energy extraction. So many skills. The deer was completely bewildered once again. One is enough, but you want another one? Let me catch my breath. The little deer took a deep breath. The impossible has happened again. Could it be that it has been in this spatial world for too long, and the main world has already undergone earth-shattering changes? Am I the frog in the well? That's impossible. Every now and then, people from the main world come here. Even those people's pets don't have so many skills. Could it be related to people? Little deer peeked out and looked at Lin Sheng, who had a handsome appearance, standing to the side. If I could gain so many skills by making a contract with this human, that would be an absolute steal. It had previously learned from humans that they possessed innate skills that could enhance pets. But isn't it a bit too much for this human to be able to grant skills to a pet? This is quite different from the talent and skills of the people I've met before. How is it? Will it work? Lin Sheng asked silently. The deer doesn't look too good, but her distressed expression is also quite cute. Sure, of course. The deer's desire to perform has been ignited. If my abilities can be recognized by this human being, I really made a contract with it, and I got so many skills. That would be a huge profit. Xiaolu's opinion of Lin Sheng suddenly changed. He also forgot about the 3 men who came to rob his house. I'll help you fuse the skills right away. A few minutes later, skills, cloud swallowing, water spraying, and thunderclap fusion into thundercloud control, mastery. Skills, visual enhancement, perception enhancement, and healing eye are fused into the blazing sun true eye, mastery. Skills, gigantification, rockification, bone armor, physical enhancement, cellular fusion into Vajra body, mastery. Each time a skill is fused, the fawns need a long rest before they can move on to the next one. Having too many skills also requires a relatively large amount of physical strength. Meanwhile, Xiaobai and Xiaoling are also on their way to familiarizing themselves with these skills. Although proficiency is reduced, its power and ease of use have increased significantly. In addition to the original appearance of those skills, you can even use more powerful skill combinations according to your own will. Most importantly, these skills will continue to improve as Lin Sheng integrates with them. That way, those useless skills won't just sit in a corner gathering dust. The outside world at this time. Call. Lin Ming's chest heaved as she took a deep breath and looked around. She wore a specially made combat uniform and a black bodysuit. Her figure was perfectly sculpted, and her beautiful short hair added to her dashing and clever appearance. However, she carried a large broadsword on her back, which seemed somewhat out of place with her tall and well-proportioned figure. At this time, Qilin City was desolate, with fruit lying on the ground everywhere along the roadside. Girl, use your 5th elemental power. The broadsword suddenly made a sound. Good. Lin Ming suddenly quickened his pace and arrived at the edge of the city. He leaped up and landed on the city wall, which was hundreds of meters high. From a distance, you can see several huge, ferocious beasts attacking each other in the jungle. Thunder Spirit, Lin Ming whispered. The space beside him suddenly became agitated. A small figure with a sharp body, radiating blue-purple lightning, appeared beside Lin Ming. Thunderous Spirit. Level, Mid-Catastrophe. Talent, Early Stage of Emperor. Skills, Thunder Imprisonment, Thunder Tribulation, Possession, Double Thunder Strike, Illusion. Evolutionary Path, Purple Thunder God. Description, Lightning elemental beings with a bad temper and powerful attack, mostly born in the Thunder Tribulation Mountains. The second pet, Double Disaster Level. As Lin Ming reached out her delicate hand to touch the heavenly spirit of Raging Thunder, the Raging Thunder spirit instantly dissipated and attached itself to Lin Ming's body, forming a deep purple armor that seemed to exist in reality. A unique fusion skill possessed by elemental beings. The more realistic the armor formed by fusion, the better. The more powerful the elemental beings are. However, even if Lin Ming received feedback from the pet beast, it would be difficult for him to fuse with the lightning elemental creature for an extended period of time. This is a method that inflicts 1,000 damages on the enemy, while also inflicting 800 on yourself. I will not use it unless absolutely necessary. At this moment, Lin Ming stood on the city wall, just like a general bathed in lightning. It's so dazzling that you can't look directly at it. 9 heads. Sensing its master's restlessness, the broadsword in its hand also became excited. An uncontrollable urge to kill is rising. The footage from this location was also transmitted to the main world's highest council room. Chapter 106. The domain of the 9-headed fiery sunbird. The Wolf King dies. In the highest conference room of the Dragon Kingdom. That girl, Lin Ming. Looking at Lin Ming's back in the video, the principal of the university in the capital couldn't help but feel a little worried. Everyone present stared wide-eyed. This aura is climbing faster and faster. If this continues, it might reach the peak of the catastrophic level. Is she that genius from your capital? This fighting style is unheard of. A beast tamer personally taking action. But this may also open up a new path for us. The problem is that this path is very difficult to achieve, and it requires a lot from both of the pets. But even if she reaches the peak of the disaster, it's not enough for her to deal with the 9-headed sunbird. Everyone stared intently at the figure on the screen. While admiring the principals of universities in the capital, they also fear that the Dragon Kingdom might lose another potential emperor. Lin Ming can be said to be the first person to try this method of raising beast tamers. Once she grows to the level of an emperor, few among those present will be her match. But now she is facing a real emperor. 9-headed sunbird. That's what I'm worried about too. The weapon Lin Ming uses can unleash extremely strong elemental power by overdrawing on his emotions and physical strength. I'm afraid she might do something rash. If she activates all 5 elemental powers, she could very well die from exhaustion. The principal in the capital was very worried. He's about to reach the level of an emperor. Please don't do anything rash. Once you reach the emperor level, wouldn't it be incredibly easy for you to kill those ferocious beasts and avenge your brother? Weapons that overdraw elemental power are unheard of. Everyone present was intently watching the transmitted images. Lin Ming. Even if he overdraws his elemental power and forcibly raises his strength to the peak of the catastrophic level, can he defeat the 9-headed sunbird? But what's even more worrying is that neither of them will come back. Despite pouring in so many resources, both of them died in that space. This only fueled the anger in everyone's hearts to a new level. 9-headed fiery sunbird, Black Dragon King. The Dragon Kingdom will fight you to the death. A secret realm. Lin Ming moved through the jungle, trying her best to hide herself. Meanwhile, the 9-headed sunbird was engaged in a fierce battle with the old wolf and several catastrophic beasts. 2 catastrophic beasts have already been killed on the spot by the 9-headed sunbird. Roar. The old wolf, whose fur had long since turned purple, roared angrily. His pupils were filled with scarlet blood vessels. Why? Why is it that even though it has reached the peak of the disaster level, it is still no match for the 9-headed sunbird? Are emperor-level beings really that invincible? Moreover, he is an emperor who has suppressed his strength to the peak of the disaster level. Caw-caw. A dangerous aura. The crystal-like head suddenly began to look around. What? One of the heads, covered in red hair, asked a question. Another disaster at its peak. The power is still rising. Even the 9-headed sunbird was getting impatient. After the old wolf activated its domain, it severely damaged one of its heads. Its strength has now been reduced by 1/5. This was all because they relied on that crystal-like head to search for Lin Sheng's whereabouts, and were unable to predict the dangers. But unexpectedly, they discovered another peak-level catastrophic existence. Damn it! Open the domain and kill them. One of the bluish-gray heads let out a strange cry. Once the domain is activated at the proficiency level, it is enough to suppress and kill all living beings. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out. The endless lightning bolts rising from the horizon converged into blades and slashed towards the nine-headed sunbird. In an instant, it severed the head of a creature that had not yet recovered. Roar! The nine-headed fiery sun bird immediately let out a painful roar. The incision on the skull had not yet healed before it was charred and solidified. This guy is targeting it too. Spiritual essence separation. A faint light emanated from the body of the nine-headed sunbird. The expert-level domain activated instantly, enveloping all the surrounding ferocious beasts and Lin Ming within it. And in that instant, the domains of the several ferocious beasts and Lin Ming's domain were both covered. However, both sides worked in perfect unison to attack the nine-headed sunbird in the middle. However, once the nine-headed sunbird activated its domain, it was clear that the group would be no match for it. Finally, boom! A massive fireball struck the purple-furred wolf king head-on. A large hole was instantly blasted open in its body, and the wolf king lost consciousness in an instant. Quack! The nine-headed sunbird did not hesitate. He opened his mouth and tore the wolf king apart and devoured it. With the wolf king dead, even the catastrophic beasts around him were thrown into a panic. Damn it, girl. If we don't kill it within half an hour, the owner of this space will change. Lin Ming knew all too well what the consequences would be. Activate the power of the 5 elements. Lin Ming gritted her teeth. She could sense that Lin Sheng was there. I just don't know why he hasn't shown up yet. All right. Following you, my life will not have been in vain. Broadsword did not hesitate. 5 elemental forces, white, purple, blue, red, and green, shone brightly on the blade. In an instant, the power within Lin Ming's body increased by several levels. Its level is extremely close to that of an emperor. We're stuck at a disaster-level perfection. Sensing this aura, the 9 heads of the nine-headed sunbird instantly turned their attention to it. Kill her. Let bygones be bygones. Upon hearing this news, several catastrophic-level ferocious beasts rushed towards Lin Ming. However, a burst of sunlight then spread out. The bodies of the 2 ferocious beasts that had emerged from the early stages of the disaster were subsequently severed. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and then the wound congealed instantly. Die. Instant kill. At this moment, Lin Ming's body was entwined with 5 elemental forces, like a celestial being descending from the heavens to the mortal realm. With a casual swing of the sword, one can declare the life or death of all living beings in the world. There was no pity in those eyes, only an ethereal and contemptuous gaze that possessed boundless power. Its strength is almost at the level of an emperor. However, the physical body also bears a tremendous burden, and the skin on the surface of the body is gradually disappearing. Damn it! The Black Dragon King never said this space contained such a freak. For the first time, the nine-headed sunbird panicked. Because the opponent's strength is already infinitely close to its own. If we say that the previous battles with the Wolf King and several catastrophic beasts were just playing around, with its strength diminished, it now truly has the possibility of dying here. An emperor-level figure died in such a humiliating way. This must never be allowed to happen. This space must be integrated quickly, and its capacity must be raised to an imperial level. The nine-headed fiery sunbird is going to fight to the death. Once I get out, I will kill everyone in your country. The nine-headed sunbird's rage burned like a raging inferno. Even for an emperor, risking one's life is a disgrace. Oh no, the owner of this space is dead. The fawn in the cave was suddenly awakened. Dead? I've only just extracted the second trace drop of dragon blood. Taking advantage of the lure's skill fusion interval, Lin Sheng injected another drop of dragon blood into Xiaobai. The energy depleted by consuming dragon blood was replenished by Lin Sheng with a month's worth of energy-rich food. It's being absorbed right now. Moreover, Lin Sheng had a faint feeling of palpitation. I have a feeling that something bad is happening outside. Chapter 107 King-Level Perfection. Let's go out and take a look. In the top-notch conference room of the Dragon Kingdom. This girl, Lin Ming, actually overdrawn her elemental power. The principal of the university in the capital was completely dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Lin Ming, who was usually very aloof. A girl who shows no mercy when it comes to killing ferocious beasts. There was something in her heart that she couldn't touch. That's her younger brother. She dared to confront an emperor-level creature head-on for Lin Sheng's sake. That nine-headed bird has absorbed the space and is gradually transforming it into an emperor-level entity. Once it can withstand the energy limit of an emperor, we will enter the space together and kill that nine-headed bird completely. Good. We must catch up. Our Dragon Kingdom absolutely cannot lose such a genius. Although everyone was indignant, they were helpless. If they force their way into the space, at that time, the space will be unable to withstand their power and will completely shatter and collapse, and no one will be able to walk out alive. Now we can only wait. Once the nine-headed bird's strength reaches the emperor level. Even after they reached the emperor level, Lin Ming and Lin Sheng were still able to survive. That possibility is far too slim, isn't it? It would be better to hope that Lin Ming can severely injure or even kill that nine-headed monster bird. But the possibility is too low. After seeing the footage of Lin Ming's battle, everyone was once again convinced. The path Lin Ming has chosen is truly a completely new path for beast tamers. But the creator must not die inside like this. This is the secret realm. After Xiaobai finished digesting the drop of dragon blood, Lin Sheng fed it enough food to replenish the energy it had consumed. Then a second trace amount of dragon blood gene extracted from it was injected. Xiaobai's aura and energy are now rapidly increasing. He has completely reached the pinnacle of the monarch level. King level grand perfection. This dragon blood gene is indeed powerful. Even with repeated use, its effects have not diminished at all. Lin Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Of course, dragons are among the most powerful creatures in the world. Any member of its race, such as the Earth Dragon, Feather Dragon, or Six-Eyed Dragon, can easily slaughter lower-level races at the same level. The deer seemed to have a great admiration for creatures of higher races. That's why he's so close to Xiaobai. Xiaobai looks just like a dragon from legend. In some aspects, it is even better than the dragon. Lin Sheng was somewhat puzzled. None of the dragons that little deer mentioned seem to be purebloods. How come there's a dragon with 6 eyes? Is there some kind of genetic defect? Don't underestimate dragons. You should know that some of the top dragons in their races can even fight 3 levels higher and hold their own against 5 opponents. Killing enemies 3 ranks higher. Still holding his own against 5 opponents? That's really strong. Lin Sheng was shocked again. Meanwhile, after absorbing the energy, Xiaobai slowly woke up. The golden light in its pupils grew stronger and stronger, and those vertical pupils were unsettling to behold. As the scales moved in accordance with the body's commands, the skills underwent a dramatic transformation. The same goes for Shaoling. Jiaolong. Level, Peak Monarch. Talent, Emperor's Ultimate Realm. Skills, Thundercloud Control, Mastery. Scorching Sun Eye, Mastery. Vajra Body, Mastery. Dragon's Might, Proficient. Evolutionary Path, True Dragon, Cloud Dragon. Description, it devours countless living beings and stands at the top of all living things. Black Dragon King. Level, Early King. Talent, Late Stage Emperor Level. Skills, Death Domain, 3 Steps to Annihilation, Proficient. Corrosive Breath, Proficient. Awaken Remains, Proficient. Soul Imprint, 13500. Evolutionary Path, Black Dragon Emperor. Introduction, possesses an inherited dark bloodline, yet its genes are even more superior. Good. Although Xiaobai's skills have been combined, but its power is several times stronger than before. A rough estimate suggests a difference of about 7 or 8 times. Xiaobai's true combat strength is probably already at the early or even mid-stage of the disaster. While Shaoling didn't reach that level, she could barely contend with the disaster level. If in the future, the genes of this Longan are gradually worn down and digested, maybe it really will be possible to fight enemies 3 levels higher. 1 or 2 levels are still not enough. Lin Sheng sighed silently. Should we go out and take a look? There is no danger outside the door. Besides, even the 9-headed sunbird can't kill you instantly now. You can run away whenever you want. The deer nodded. Staying here indefinitely is not a solution. What if the Lord of Qilin City returns to this space? Wouldn't that mean we've missed our chance? Thinking it over, the little deer silently opened the stone door. The aura is getting stronger. The 9-headed fiery sun bird was covered in wounds. 4 of the 9 closed heads were chopped off, and its 4th head is constantly reviving as the space is unlocked. The 9-headed sunbird cackled strangely. So what if you cut it off? It's only a matter of time before my head grows back. Quack. It has a red head. Any injury on the body can be healed quickly, but the humans in front of it were clearly about to collapse. Call. Lin Ming let out a long breath, exhaling a cloud of rosy clouds. The excessive energy expenditure has already caused damage to the cells in her body, and these cells were repaired by the power of the wind element, and gradually began to become cancerous. Girl, if this keeps up, you'll be dead, even if the spell is broken. The broadsword in his hand spoke anxiously. No problem, I'll kill it right now. Lin Ming stubbornly picked up the broadsword. A large number of violent factors spread across his body, and the world before him had already turned blood red. It's already very difficult for Lin Ming to suppress his killing intent and retain some rationality. Even the broadsword in his hand gradually developed cracks. But the nine-headed fiery sun bird was clearly not having an easy time either. Let's use this trick. Lin Ming gripped the long knife tightly in her hand. All the energy and lightning elemental power in his body were poured into it. Sensing the extremely dangerous and violent energy, the nine-headed sunbird glared with all 6 eyes. The domain ability instantly expanded, covering the surrounding area. Damn it! A second-tier domain ability. The people of China watching the video felt a chill run down their spines. The second-order domain is the domain at the proficiency level. It can perfectly suppress Lin Ming's ordinary domain, to prevent their attacks from taking effect to the greatest extent possible. And it was at this very moment. Boom! As the stone gate opened, Lin Sheng, Xiao Bai, Xiao Ling, and Xiao Lu stepped out. The turbulent energy in the air instantly enveloped them. And at the very moment this domain was covered, it inadvertently touched the sore spot in Xiao Bai's bloodline. Dragons are not to be trifled with. Roar! Instantly, Xiao Bai's pupils began to emit a blazing light. A vast and magnificent domain, resembling an ancient, resounding bell, rapidly spread outwards. The same level of proficiency. In the blink of an eye, it dissipated and devoured the area it covered. Chapter 108 Dragon, Little White's Experimental Skills. Boom! The nine-headed sunbird was shocked. Impossible. Caw-caw. My domain has been mostly neutralized. Could it be some other emperor-level creature? But with the crystal head there, it's impossible for it not to detect it. Then who can possess a proficient level of domain ability? It's that human. The crystal skull spotted Lin Sheng. And that's exactly the person they've been looking for. However, danger was already looming over the nine-headed sunbird. Puff! Lin Ming picked up the long sword and slashed with it. Whoosh! In that instant, the world lost its color. The nine-headed blazing sunbird was only momentarily stunned. Tiny cracks appeared on its body. Then the upper and lower body completely lost connection and broke apart. Blood gushed out in that instant. Countless tentacles also extended from the flesh of the nine-headed sunbird, attempting to forcibly connect the 2 halves of its body together. However, the cells of those 2 halves of the body had already been burned and killed by the violent lightning element. The nine-headed sunbird cried out in alarm. Caw-caw? Oh no, it has lost contact with its lower body area, and its strength will be reduced by half again. This was simply because it separated a crystal head to observe Lin Sheng. But it had already predicted Lin Ming's attack. Why did it change so quickly all of a sudden? It's so fast that people don't even have time to react. It's as if time has been erased. With its current power, it's simply impossible for it to revive a 4th head. It can be said that the nine-headed sunbird's strength is now less than 1/10 of what it once was. To restore it, it is also necessary to protect that red head. Lin Ming suddenly knelt on the ground and let out a long breath. Why aren't you dead yet? The vitality of this nine-headed fiery sunbird is too tenacious. Good. The people in the conference room were excited upon seeing this scene. If we can really kill the nine-headed sunbird here, that would be an incredible stroke of luck. How many years has it been since a king-level ferocious beast has died? If we can kill it, there will be no new emperor-level ferocious beasts appearing for at least the next few decades. But they, the humans, have 1 or even 2 more beast tamers who can face the emperor alone. How could everyone not be excited? Even these old monsters who have lived for hundreds of years. I also hope that future generations will produce emperors. After all, that means you'll have to get along with them in the future and become like-minded people. But why didn't the nine-headed sunbird's domain ability work? The director of the Dragon Slayer Bureau frowned, looking quite puzzled. Logically speaking, a proficient level of expertise should be more than enough to overwhelm Lin Ming. However, even with the domain activated, it was still severed in 1 strike. Clearly, this capability was not effective. And this happens. There's only one possibility. That means someone activated a domain ability even more powerful than the nine-headed sunbird to neutralize it. Could it be that an emperor-level being has entered that space? Everyone was puzzled. This is clearly impossible. But why? And just as they were wondering, Roar. A dragon's roar that resounded throughout the heavens and earth spread out from the secret realm. Dragon. Everyone was suddenly jolted. What did they see? A colossal dragon, so large that it could flatten a mountain range simply by moving. At this moment, it was charging towards the nine-headed sunbird. But why doesn't it fly? Shouldn't legendary dragons be able to fly? Oh my god. Everyone was completely stunned. I was startled by this sudden sight. When a legendary creature appears before everyone, no one can remain calm. Not to mention dragons, which are at the top of the food chain. That is undeniably the ultimate goal of evolution that all living things aspire to. It only exists in the myths and legends of Earth. After the initial shock, they were filled with boundless awe. Roar. Little White used its gigantic body to obscure the mountains and rivers of the Wild Wolf mountain range. Dragon horns, eagle eyes, and enormous scales covering its entire body. It instantly startled everyone watching the live stream. In that instant, Lin Ming and the nine-headed bird also sensed this enormous creature. Long Long. The nine-headed fiery sunbird was startled. It had seen this creature on the valley walls of the ruins before. A single scale is big enough to cover the entire solar system. How could anyone not be terrified if such a creature suddenly appeared before their eyes? However, after sensing the aura emanating from Xiao Bai, the nine-headed fiery sun bird recovered. But at the peak of the monarch level. So what if it's a real dragon? It's now at a higher level of evolution. Lin Lin wins. Lin Ming's eye was covered by blood, and she was already somewhat disoriented. Upon sensing that Lin Sheng was still alive, she immediately tried to get up. This can't go on any longer. The broadsword in his hand suddenly jerked. Lin Ming's elemental power was instantly drained, and she slowly collapsed into the ruins. Extensive areas of his skin were broken, and in some places the bone was even visible. If we continue fighting in this state, the probability of death will be 100%. Even in the current state, it would be very difficult for them to survive. Damn it. Lin Sheng's eyes were bloodshot. After expanding his territory, he naturally sensed Lin Ming's presence. I never expected that my own sister would come back to save her even in this situation. Are you stupid? Lin Sheng, enraged, shouted, Little White. Little Ling. Kill it. Roar. Moo. The two pets sensed their owner's mood and were inevitably affected by it. They quickly began searching for an opportunity around the upper body of the nine-headed sunbird. Little reptile. The nine-headed sunbird's eyes widened. A tiger fallen into the plains is bullied by dogs. Now even king-level ferocious beasts dare to covet him. This is an utter disgrace. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the nine-headed blazing sunbird, both Xiaoling and Xiaobai couldn't help but tremble slightly. This is a fear on a life-level scale. The genes of life sense the threat of death. However, having just absorbed dragon blood, Xiaobai was still able to barely suppress this reaction. Taking advantage of this time, Xiao Lu took a roundabout route to Lin Ming's side. Oh no. The injury is too severe. We have no choice but to temporarily seal the life stone and heal it after this is over. As she spoke, the little deer took out several life stones and placed them next to Lin Ming. The wounds on his body stopped immediately and then healed quickly. However, to heal the cancerous cells and the damage to the foundation of the body, Lin Sheng needs the plant he obtained from the cave. The current situation clearly does not support treatment in such a place. Meanwhile, Xiaobai and Xiaoling were also launching probing attacks. With their upgraded fusion skill, they could even injure a catastrophic beast at its peak. Moreover, the nine-headed sunbird is now unable to move. We can only let them slaughter us. Chapter 109, Slaying the Nine-Headed Fiery Sunbird. Extracting the Emperor's Gene. Thunder Dragon. A little distance away, Xiaobai conjured a lightning dragon and swiftly pounced on the body of the nine-headed fiery sunbird. Boom! A violent explosion rang out. The nine-headed sunbird cried out in pain. Damn it! I'll devour you when I get out. However, Xiaobai completely ignored him. They continued experimenting with the skills. Roar! Little White spat out a bolt of lightning that shot into the nine-headed fiery sunbird above. Lightning pierced the clouds, quickly gathering into large swaths of dark clouds and condensing into a violent burst of lightning. Damn it! My nerves are still malfunctioning. The nine-headed fiery sunbird had just been attacked by Lin Ming. The lightning in the hilt of the sword disrupted the electrical nerves in the body. Now it's difficult to even move. There's no way to avoid this attack. Boom! It spewed out a ball of fire and flew into the sky. However, it had no effect. The lightning still struck down from high above. At first, the raindrops just pelted the nine-headed sunbird, barely leaving any scorch marks. Then the lightning grew thicker and thicker. The frequency of the falls is also increasing. In an instant, it crashed down like a waterfall, striking the body of the nine-headed sunbird. Those heads couldn't withstand the impact and were instantly smashed to pieces, their flesh torn open. It let out a painful and miserable roar. However, the sound was incredibly pleasant to Lin Sheng's ears. Multiple experimental skills. Lin Sheng's lips curled up, but there was no smile in her heart. All he wants now is for the nine-headed sunbird to die. Puff! The little spirit circled around the nine-headed fiery sunbird, constantly releasing corrosive gas. The amount of gas increased over time, gradually enveloping the entire body of the nine-headed sunbird. Let's go. We must leave, even if it means severing our source. The nine-headed sunbird was terrified. It could feel its life force being constantly stripped away. If this continues, it might really die. The nine-headed fiery sunbird's face twisted in a ferocious grimace. Damn brat, how dare you use me as an experiment? That despicable human being. This was the first time he had suffered such a tremendous injustice. They actually dared to use an emperor-level being to test their skills. Once it leaves this place alive, I'll tear that brat to pieces. Bump! The nine-headed fiery sun-bird flapped its body and began to flee from the poisonous fog into the distance. Trying to escape? However, Lin Sheng's two pet beasts would not let it go at all. Immediately following was a barrage of skills raining down on his body. Roar! The nine-headed fiery sun-bird was completely enraged. It never imagined that it would one day be hunted down and killed by a monarch-level creature. Moreover, the power of these two monarch-level skills is simply too overwhelming. These two ferocious beasts will be a great threat to my dark kingdom in the future. Especially that creature that looks like a dragon. The nine-headed sunbird was filled with resentment. I wish I could tear Xiaobai and Xiaoling to pieces right now. But now it can only run for its life. This scene left everyone at the highest meeting in the capital completely stunned. Chase after an emperor-level creature and fight it. Even if it's severely injured to this extent, it's not something a monarch-level being can handle. Unless the attack power of these two pets has already reached a catastrophic level. Disaster level. In the later stages of a monarch's reign, their attack power can reach catastrophic levels. When everyone learned that these were all Lin Sheng's pet beasts, their excitement intensified. Looks like the Dragon Slaying Bureau will have to be renamed from now on. How about the Dragon Raising Bureau? I think that's a good idea. But the most important thing right now is to stop the nine-headed fiery sunbird from escaping. That's right. We can discard the crystal head of the nine-headed sunbird once to activate the spatial teleportation skill. Now we need to completely seal off that small space. Wow. My pet beast, the time-space beast, is best at spatial abilities. Director Zhanlong stood up. Everyone nodded. Unexpectedly, they had been eagerly waiting for that space to open. Now they don't want it to be opened, but instead block it. This is all thanks to Lin Sheng and Lin Ming, the two siblings. Their talent is truly remarkable. Have you investigated their backgrounds? One of them spoke up and asked. Found it. It's quite easy for them to investigate someone's past. In this information age, it takes less than 10 minutes to thoroughly investigate all of a person's information from birth to the present. Lin Sheng's parents were not exceptionally talented beast tamers, and they sacrificed their lives in a battle to defend the city. As for the two of them, Roar, why is the teleportation ability malfunctioning? Someone has locked this place. The nine-headed blazing sunbird was terrified. I truly felt death was just around the corner. Its life force was rapidly fading away, with no source of replenishment. Finally, under the relentless bombardment of Xiaobai and Xiaoling, who were almost exhausting their energy, the nine-headed sunbird, its last breath of life vanished into nothingness, annihilated along with the catastrophic beasts of this space. Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed with delight, finally dead. After the death of the space's owner, the space also faces collapse. Lin Sheng didn't dare to hesitate and immediately stepped forward. Sequence extraction. Obtain the genetic bloodline of the nine-headed sunbird. Obtain the genetic bloodline of the Ji-Ling Wolf King. Obtain the Dragon Blood Pangolin gene bloodline. Obtain the nine-headed sunbird's flaming head skill. Obtain the nine-headed sunbird's spatial head skill. Gain the nine-headed sunbird poison type head skill. Obtain the enhanced skill gene of Ji-Ling Wolf King. Obtain the life-draining skill gene of the sacrificial Wolf King. The corpses of catastrophic beasts. Even the corpse of that emperor-level ferocious beast. It gradually dissipates under the sequence extraction skill. The space itself is also in danger of collapsing at any moment. Lin Sheng came to Lin Ming's side, bent down and picked her up, then turned around and ran towards Qilin City without hesitation. At this moment, Su Xian was also bringing the city lord of Qilin City back to this space. The aura of the space's owner has vanished. Su Xian's red lips parted slightly. Could it be that this catastrophic beast is dead? Impossible. No one here can kill it. It probably left after failing to find Lin Sheng. The worst outcome would be that both Lin Sheng and Lin Ming. Thinking of this, Su Xian couldn't help but bite her lip. At this moment, two figures are rushing back from the Wild Wolf Mountain range. I can sense their presence, and the presence of that nine-headed monster bird, as well as those several catastrophic beasts, has disappeared. The city lord of Qilin City was overjoyed. Just as expected, Lin Sheng and Lin Ming's figures soon appeared on the horizon. Meanwhile, in the highest conference room of the Dragon Kingdom, everyone couldn't help but stand up and applaud the two of them. Pretty. Kill the Emperor-level enemy. Sending this video across the entire internet will undoubtedly be a major morale booster for China and even the world. In the eyes of all the Emperor-level beast tamers present, these two pairs of siblings were already like-minded with them. He is destined to become an Emperor-level beast tamer and wield power over the world. Immediately, send out the best medical team. Find me everyone in the world who has healing-type beast tamers. The news of the killing of the Emperor-level ferocious beast quickly spread from the Dragon Kingdom to the whole world. Chapter 110 Boiling Point. The Lord of the Dark Empire. Fine. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Lin Sheng was sitting on Xiao Ling's back, rushing back to the city. At the city gate tower. Boss. Seeing Lin Ming's battered and bruised body, Su Xian felt a pang of heartache. Open the portal. Upon hearing Su Xian's order, the city lord of Qilin City dared not hesitate. After all, he is now homeless and an outsider in the main world. Local bullies are still not easy to mess with. The group quickly passed through the teleportation portal and returned to the main world. From beginning to end, Lin Sheng's face remained expressionless. He simply looked at Lin Ming with concern. Time flies like an arrow. Several months passed quickly. The video of Lin Sheng and his sister Lin Ming battling the ferocious beast in the space has also been spread to the outside world. They claimed it was an accidental leak, but it was actually a deliberate leak. Aside from some parts that couldn't be broadcast, such as those that exposed the two characters' abilities, only a few harmless clips leaked out. It has sparked a craze in the human world, especially within the Dragon Kingdom. So strong. Look at him. He's just a student, and he can kill an Emperor-level being. And look at you. Tomorrow I'll send you to fight an Emperor-level being one-on-one. Then you might as well just kill me. I'll see you don't even know what an Emperor is. So cool. This is the image of a strong woman I've always dreamed of. To protect her beloved, she's willing to go against the current and face ferocious beasts head-on. What sweetheart? They're siblings. Siblings. Have you been reading too many online novels? Your younger brother is amazing too. The two of them support each other through thick and thin. It's truly enviable. Especially when my sister was holding a broadsword. At that moment, I felt like I was seeing a god. If I could marry such a goddess, I would die without regrets, even if I had to be a dog. You? Send me your address, and I'll pee my ass off. Discussions online. All of this revolves around Lin Sheng and Lin Ming. The entire Dragon Kingdom is now in a state of euphoria. Meanwhile, in a desolate area, in an abandoned city filled with ruins and broken walls, a middle-aged man dressed in black stands on a tall building. Below, everywhere you look, are ferocious beasts of lord level or higher. Did you think you could fool my time-space beast by playing dead? Isn't it about time? The middle-aged man looked at the Rolex on his wrist and spoke quietly. Beside him, a strange, ferocious beast with 5 short legs and 7 blood-red eyes appeared. But he was an Emperor-level being. Meanwhile, the space above the abandoned city suddenly collapsed. Starting from a single cell, a body of flesh and blood gradually begins to solidify. If anyone could see this, they would recognize it as the 9-headed sunbird. The 9-headed fiery sun bird roared in fury. Damn human! I will tear you to pieces. The anger in my heart was like a raging inferno. If this rage were unleashed, it would be enough to completely raze a human-based city to the ground and erase it from the face of the earth. However, the anger was directed at one person, Lin Sheng. Only then did I realize that the space was locked. The 9-headed sunbird immediately made the decision to abandon the crystal head. Using the illusionary ability of the crystal skull, he left a corpse behind and then teleported out of the blockade. But by doing so, 3/4 of its body was left on the other side, and its most crucial crystal head remained there forever. But it's better than being killed by a mere king-level brat. You think you can get away? A slight smile curved the corners of the middle-aged man's lips. Now that the nine-headed sunbird is severely injured, its true fighting strength is probably less than 1/100th of what it used to be. Let him get this bargain. It was also thanks to the siblings Lin Sheng and Lin Ming. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill an emperor by facing him head-on. Moreover, the nine-headed sunbird possesses spatial abilities. If it wanted to escape, probably no one could stop it. Finally, the nine-headed sunbird also discovered the humans on the high-rise building. He immediately panicked and cried out in a strange voice. "Oh no! Quickly contact the emperor." The nine-headed fiery sunbird was afraid that it would be killed by the Black Dragon Emperor if it returned. That's why I chose to be teleported to Kyushu. Little did they know that this was exactly what the other party wanted. The next instant, the space-time beast below opened its blood-red maw. The world inside its mouth was like a miniature version of the universe and stars. It instantly sucked the nine-headed fiery sunbird down, and the nine-headed fiery sunbird's body gradually shrank until it was finally swallowed by the time-space beast. The middle-aged man immediately showed a comfortable expression. "That's great. I should thank you both, brother and sister." This was the first time he had experienced a significant emotional fluctuation since becoming the Emperor's beast tamer. Digesting an Emperor-level beast would be a great tonic for his time-space beast, even if this Emperor only has 1/10 of his energy left. It's just a pity about that crystal head. I wonder if it's still in that secret realm. In the middle-aged man's eyes, the most powerful thing about the nine-headed sunbird was its crystal head that controlled time and space. Otherwise, he wouldn't have abandoned it when he was on his deathbed. I should probably head back soon. As he spoke, the middle-aged man also entered the mouth of the space-time beast next to him. Then, the time beast opened its mouth wide and wide, eventually swallowing its entire body. In the blink of an eye, the high-rise building was completely empty. In the distant mountains, the aura has vanished. A blurry, ferocious imperial beast spoke silently to the giant dragon beside it. Waste. Nyack didn't show much emotional fluctuation. The only thing that surprised it was that the nine-headed sunbird also died there. As a ferocious beast of emperor rank, it shouldn't die so easily. Even if it has only just entered the emperor level, even if it has suppressed its strength to the peak of the disaster level, it may not necessarily die if it encounters a true emperor. It can only be said that it encountered some special opponents. "Your Majesty, shall I go?" The blurry figure of the ferocious beast beside him asked. "No, there have been many emperors in Kyushu. If you go there, you'll only cause trouble by being surrounded and attacked. Moreover, the higher-ups are probably already on guard. Going there will only lead to a trap." A glint of light flashed in Nyack's eyes. Yes, I was foolish. The indistinct, ferocious beast beside them lowered its stance. The Black Dragon King obtained something when he entered the ruins. Its intelligence and strength are greater than those of other ferocious beasts, and even humans. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to hold a certain position in the Dark Empire. I will return to the Land of Darkness to seek the Lord's opinion. Humans have societies. Society naturally exists even among ferocious beasts. It's just that it's more bloody, brutal, and blatant than human society. All living beings in the Dark Empire worship their one and only Lord. Chapter 111 Lantern Grass. Lin Ming awakens. At the Shanghai Municipal Hospital, a newly arrived intern nurse stood nervously waiting outside the door. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar figures in front of me, my heart couldn't help but race. Even the hospital director had to wait here at all times. My God, some of these doctors are ones I've only ever seen in medical journals. There are even several disaster-level beast tamers with healing abilities. Who is lying in this hospital room? Could it be one of those siblings? The thought of this made the intern nurse's heart race. President, director, and has already captured that ferocious beast. A figure whispered in the ear of the president of the Beast Tamer Association. The president of the Beast Tamer Association nodded, a weight lifted from his heart. That's good. He then turned to look at the several world-renowned doctors in front of him. Several months have passed. How are your discussions going? Upon hearing this, the doctors all turned around apologetically. The president of the Beast Tamer Association felt a chill run down his spine. President Rong, we are powerless to help. If it weren't for that life stone, the patient's life would probably not have been saved. Listening to broken Chinese, President Rong frowned slightly, but could not say anything more. The various hidden ailments caused by overdrawing one's vitality are indeed very difficult to cure. Unless what? Chairman Rong asked hurriedly. If we can save Lin Ming, any sacrifice will be worthwhile. Unless you have an emperor-level healing skill. The doctor spoke up. Emperor-level. That's simply impossible. Only one emperor-level being on Earth possesses healing abilities. However, he had already vowed never to do it again. Moreover, he had no reason to help the Dragon Kingdom. At that very moment, Bai He and his parents, along with Su Xian and students from the capital in Shanghai, arrived at the ward. Looking at these figures, even the hospital director couldn't help but hold his breath. Students from the two most prestigious universities. Is there a more powerful network of connections than this? As time goes by, those siblings will probably become the most untouchable people in the Dragon Kingdom. Even the strongest families in the major base cities have sent their condolences in the past few days. But they didn't really express their stance. They were all observing. And at that very moment, a boy dressed in black arrived downstairs at the hospital. Mr. Lin. The patrolman guarding outside immediately responded respectfully. Lin Sheng simply nodded slightly. He didn't show much expression on his face and walked straight into the hospital. Watching the boy's departing figure, Sun could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just now, he felt that he was not facing a young man, but an old man who had lived for decades or even hundreds of years, whose aura was too sharp and steady. Soon, Lin Sheng arrived at the floor where Lin Ming was. But I happened to overhear the conversation between those doctors. It's basically hopeless. Extensive cell damage has occurred in her body, compounded by various other illnesses. Seeing that Lin Sheng had stopped speaking, the group quickly turned around and went downstairs. President Rong gave an awkward laugh. No hope? That just means your Earth's medical technology is inadequate. The little deer in the beast-taming space chuckled softly. In the past few months, Lin Sheng has been collecting alternative plants that work together with lantern grass. With the lantern plant around, not only can this disease not be avoided, but even severed limbs can regenerate. Lin Sheng, don't worry. Our superiors are still trying to contact the Emperor-level beast tamer. It's not like there's absolutely no chance. Chairman Rong looked at Lin Sheng with a worried expression. I was afraid he would do something foolish again. They cannot afford to lose another genius. I see. Lin Sheng nodded. He greeted everyone present and went straight into the ward. The ward was sealed off on all sides. The figure on the iron bed was covered with needle marks, and a faintly glowing life stone was placed on the bedside table. As soon as he entered the ward, a violent consciousness rushed into Lin Sheng's mind, and several blood vessels immediately appeared in his eyes. Anyone who enters this ward will have their emotions affected by Lin Ming. All emotions will be amplified infinitely. This is why rescue operations are extremely difficult. Lin Sheng walked forward methodically, removed all the needle marks from Lin Ming's body, and then took out 2 life stones and placed them beside her. Finally, the lantern grass was placed together with several other ingredients brought from elsewhere. Those few auxiliary ingredients are just to suppress the medicinal effects of the lantern grass. Take a leaf from the lantern grass, crush it together with those auxiliary ingredients, put it by your pillow, and you will wake up in less than a week and recover your strength or even become stronger in half a month. Lin Sheng did, as Xiao Lu said. But subconsciously, I still felt a bit angry. The final herbal medicine was prepared. Lin Sheng put it in Lin Ming's pocket. Gotcha. Just then, the door opened. Brother Lin Sheng. Bai He couldn't bear to see Lin Sheng alone, so she took the liberty of walking in. Just like before, she always stayed by Lin Sheng's side. Seeing that the needle marks on Lin Ming's body had been removed, Bai He's eyes turned somewhat red. Lin Shengji must not want his sister to suffer these pains anymore. He must be going through a lot of emotional turmoil right now. As she spoke, Bai He looked at the boy in front of her. Looking at those slightly golden pupils and disheveled face, Bai He couldn't control her emotions for some reason and tilted her head back to kiss him. Lin Sheng was caught off guard. Then she wrapped her arms around his clean, straight back. In an instant, the desires in my heart were magnified to the extreme. Look ahead. Bai He turned around, somewhat bewildered, not understanding what was going to happen. Bai He, wearing white socks, was gently lifted up by being held around the waist and having her wrists grasped. He barely reached the same level as Lin Sheng. Outside the ward. You'll have to comfort that child later. Bai's mother frowned slightly. Bai Zhuge nodded. Faint sobs could be heard coming from the ward. Half an hour later, the door to the ward opened. Bai He emerged from the crowd with faint tear stains on her face, but a smile also graced her lips. My legs are a little sore from standing for too long. Sister Lin Ming is awake. What did you say? Upon hearing this, everyone present was pleasantly surprised. He rushed into the ward. Although the needles in Lin Ming's body were removed, her electrocardiogram was fluctuating abnormally fast. Quickly, call all those doctors back immediately. Okay, I'll call them right now. Lin Ming's heartbeat has now fully recovered to a normal level, and it is even getting stronger. What did you say? You've recovered? How is that possible? My friend, you're not playing a trick on us, are you? The medical team, who had originally planned to leave, suddenly stared in disbelief. Based on their observations, this girl from the Dragon Kingdom is almost beyond saving. Even if that Emperor-level beast tamer came, it would probably be difficult to save him. His heartbeat has returned. Could it be a final burst of energy before death? The group looked at each other. Go back and take a look. Chapter 112 I'm willing, the summoning of the Supreme Council. The doctor originally wanted to leave this place. He rushed back in a great hurry. When I arrived at the ward, I was surprised to see that all the medical data had recovered. Quickly, start checking all the indicators immediately. As they spoke, the doctors immediately took out their instruments and began working in a flurry of activity. With today's technology, it's much easier to do the inspection. The check was completed in less than 5 minutes. Then several of the world's top doctors stood there dumbfounded. Shaking his head, he muttered to himself, This can't be. Just now, this girl from the Dragon Kingdom looked like she was about to die. They were only gone for less than a few minutes, right? All the dangerous cells in the body had died. Even the foundation of its wound is gradually recovering. He'll probably wake up in less than a day. This completely overturned everyone's understanding. Even if an Emperor-level beast tamer came here for treatment, it would probably be impossible for them to recover so quickly. My God, what kind of drugs did you give this girl? A foreign leader looked at Chairman Rong with disbelief and asked him a question. However, Chairman Rong merely glanced at Lin Sheng and shook his head as if he knew something. We did nothing. My God, this is a miracle. Oh my God. The group began to pray. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. I knew Sister Lin Ming was very healthy and wouldn't have any problems. Su Xian wiped her eyes. She doesn't know much about this. The shock I felt was far less than that of those doctors. The doctors were absolutely terrified. If this had happened to an ordinary person, they would have gone to great lengths to bring Lin Ming back for research. But that's clearly not possible right now. Even making a request is considered a provocation against the country. They dare not do that. All that could be done was to devise a recovery plan for Lin Ming afterward. They then left the place under the escort of soldiers. President Rong. Families from various base cities have sent letters of condolence. A servant brought several letters and placed them in Chairman Rong's hands. Chairman Rong took it apart, glanced at it, and then let out a cold laugh. These families are really impatient. They got the news as soon as the doctors left. They certainly have a lot of informants. Chairman Rong crumpled the letter into a ball and threw it into the trash can. Chairman Rong knew perfectly well what they were thinking. They fear that the siblings might threaten their position in the future. The emergence of 2 such prodigies in the Dragon Kingdom did not bring joy to everyone. There will inevitably be a few parasites. Don't tell anyone what's going on here. I want to see who dares to speak out at a time like this. President Rong's gaze was sharp. It's time to get rid of the woodworms. That's great. Sister Lin Ming has finally recovered. Lin Sheng, you don't look quite right. The 2 pairs of sisters, Du Ning and Du Qianxiu, came to Lin Sheng's side. Du Ning looked at Lin Sheng with curiosity. Fine. Lin Sheng replied silently. He was in a state of confusion in his room just now and did some things that even he himself did not expect. Now that Lin Ming has recovered, the ability to influence her emotions has also dissipated. Lin Sheng immediately felt guilty. I really went too far with my actions. Moreover, it is indeed quite rebellious to do so in such a place. Even though the little girl gritted her teeth, he didn't stop. Instead, he hit her harder and harder. Looking back now, I realize I was truly worse than an animal. Don't blame yourself. Some powerful races reproduce with 4 or 5 females every day. Leaving behind superior genes is the right choice. The little deer silently offered words of comfort. From its perspective, only the strong have the right to exercise their power. Let alone 1. What if there were 10? However, this did not persuade Lin Sheng. After all, he had lived 2 lives, and his moral values were deeply ingrained in his bones. It's fine. A cool, delicate little hand grasped Lin Sheng's hand. He held onto the wall with one hand and grabbed Lin Sheng with the other. I do. She felt no resentment whatsoever. Although it was far from what she had imagined, she didn't feel wronged. Lin Sheng nodded silently. They locked eyes with Bai He. At this moment, my soul has been elevated like never before, and I feel as if some kind of shackle has been broken. My mind felt serene and peaceful like never before. Then his gaze became calm again. He needs to become stronger. Having witnessed the power of emperors, I realized just how powerless I truly am. If it were the Black Dragon King that came, I'm afraid neither of the siblings would have made it back alive. Black Dragon King, I must collect disaster-level advancement materials for Little White. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. We'll act once Lin Ming recovers. Moreover, he still has the genes of emperors and catastrophes that he hasn't injected. That's what can truly transform a novice. Du Ning and Du Qianxiu, two beautiful women, looked at the two men. Du Ning suddenly felt a strange unease. What's wrong with me? Why, he was just worried about him. I'm free these few days, so I'll take care of Sister Lin Ming. Du Ning spoke up. Lin Ming took good care of her when they were at school. It can be said that the two had a relationship like that of a teacher and student. Let me do it. I recently learned some patient care techniques from our family doctor. Bai He eagerly spoke up. The two argued for a few more minutes. In the end, it was decided to have someone they knew take turns guarding the place. Finally, in less than a week, Lin Ming woke up. Even after his internal injuries were fully healed, his strength became several times greater than before. Those eyes gleamed with a faint white light. The eyelashes were made to look incredibly sacred. The two embraced, and Lin Ming was in tears. What's wrong with my sister? She seems stronger than before. Isn't that obvious? You really think that just because it's called lantern grass, it really is lantern grass? It's a divine herb. Eating it can transform a person completely. Little Deer felt that its owner was a country bumpkin. Then he continued to explain. Some races conquer the world through their own strength. They need to take some powerful medicines to extract their essence to strengthen their bodies. Some can even fight against emperor-level ferocious beasts with their bare hands. To fight emperors with one's own body. Lin Sheng was taken aback. That's for sure. Those people are called warriors, while you are a spirit tamer. A much rarer kind of being. You mean there are other races in the universe? Lin Sheng grasped the key point. I don't know, but there must be places on Earth you can't even imagine. The deer didn't say much. However, you must make the most of your beast-taming talent. This is an even more precious talent, and it is a blessing for you humans to awaken this ability. The deer seemed to have a great admiration for the beast tamer. Just you wait. The mystery of that lantern grass will slowly be revealed. Your sister is far more talented than you, fighting like a martial artist while being a beast tamer. The fawn seemed very excited. Hee. Lin Sheng rolled his eyes. Then they continued on their way to the agreed-upon location. He's going to meet the strongest people in the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 113 Advanced Materials, Giant Tree Secret Realm Space. Lin Sheng returned to the university in Shanghai. He put on a high-tech projection helmet in his dormitory. He immediately appeared in the conference room. Inside the highest conference room, 6 or 7 people were scrutinizing Lin Sheng from head to toe. His gaze was mature and insightful, as if he had seen through the vicissitudes of life. Not bad. The young man is quite handsome. Haha, we have to thank Yang Cheng for nurturing such a genius for us. Young man, have you been thinking about marriage lately? My niece is the president of the Fengqing Beast Tamer Association, and she's in the prime of her youth. The group didn't treat Lin Sheng as an outsider. Lin Sheng, however, could not be joking around. Before him stood an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years and was the most powerful. A single stomp of the foot could wipe out a powerful clan within the Dragon Kingdom. I already have someone I like. Lin Sheng spoke calmly. Oh, you're at the height of your fame now. Who could possibly catch your eye? Besides, my niece is only in her early 30s, still very young. Besides, it's not like you can't find someone else if you have someone special. My family has members from 7 different countries. The old man glared and puffed out his beard, seemingly very dissatisfied with Lin Sheng's answer, and insisted on forcibly giving him his niece. Lin Sheng couldn't help but feel ashamed. 30 years old is still young? They really are a bunch of old monsters. The remaining fractions of these people's ages are probably older than him. Since you're one of my Dragon Slayer Bureau members, you'll be the deputy director from now on. And it's time to change the name of the Dragon Slayer Bureau. A middle-aged man with a stubble beard spoke up without any hesitation. Safe. You're already trying to build connections? This young man is even a member of my Beast Tamer Association. I remember your hometown is Yangqing, right? From now on, the Beast Tamer Association of Yangqing will be under your jurisdiction. President Rong smiled and looked at Lin Sheng. The others also started arguing amongst themselves. What Lin Sheng was given were resources that money simply could not buy. Lin Sheng felt ashamed upon hearing this. The deputy director of the Dragon Slayer Bureau? The branch president of the Beast Tamer Association? There was even someone who planned to give up his position to Lin Sheng. What? Are you planning to retire early? We absolutely cannot take the blame for this. I'm used to a leisurely life, so I'll just hold these positions in name only. But my pet is about to advance to the disaster level, and I need a lot of materials. Lin Sheng spoke quietly. Materials are no problem. As the top freshman at the prestigious Shanghai University, you are naturally qualified to receive materials for pet advancement. What materials can't we produce? Are you looking down on us? Just tell me. Everyone remained calm and composed. I plan to show off in front of the younger generation, so that if Lin Sheng grows to the level of an emperor in the future, they will no longer have a chance. Oh, and also, I'm planning to acquire some rare ferocious beast corpses recently, also for advancement materials. Therefore, Lin Sheng proposed 20 or 30 extremely rare and ferocious beasts. This was all to cover up his true purpose, to collect the corpses of the floating whale beast. Otherwise, if we only acquire floating whales, it would be easy for people to guess that it's a scam. Everyone present is shrewd and not so easily fooled. That's easy to discuss. Although the quantity is indeed scarce, it is not impossible to obtain. Some of the people frowned slightly. Why does this kid keep coming up with difficult questions? But once they made that promise, they couldn't take it back. Otherwise, I'd really lose face. Oh, thank you very much. The main materials I need for this advancement are 1,000-year ice stone and 7-aperture ginseng. Lin Sheng read out the names of the materials one by one, and the expressions on everyone's faces gradually changed. He started off with a calm expression. Gradually, his brows furrowed slightly. Then he slowly opened his mouth, looking at the boy in front of him with a face full of shock. Are you serious, kid? A disaster-level advancement material actually has higher requirements than an emperor-level advancement material. Back then, it took them at least several decades to find the materials needed to advance their pets to the emperor level. This is going to kill them. We do have Millennium Ice Stones, and we can buy the other materials, but we really don't have 7-aperture ginseng. The principal of the university in Shanghai suddenly regretted setting such a condition and threshold back then. I can help you acquire the corpses of ferocious beasts, but you must go to the Giant Tree Secret Realm to obtain the 7-aperture ginseng. The largest secret realm on Earth, the Giant Tree Realm. The secret realm is a gathering place for the strongest individuals from all over the world, and even ferocious beasts. Even a catastrophic level beast tamer could die if they entered. The Tree King of the Giant Tree Secret Realm possesses a 7-aperture ginseng. The crowd spoke in silence. Clearly, there are many things that haven't been said yet. The world is far from what ordinary people see. It clearly hides many secrets. Take the Giant Tree Secret Realm, for example. Even if an emperor-level being entered it, it wouldn't cause the slightest ripple in the space. That would mean that the owner of that space is at the emperor level, or even above. I see. Lin Sheng nodded silently. It seems that everyone is hiding some truths about the world. Lin Sheng had always lived in lies woven by others. Only when Lin Sheng's strength reached a certain threshold did the truth of the world begin to slowly unfold before him. After making the agreement with everyone, Lin Sheng left the virtual meeting. Just then, Lin Ming sent Lin Sheng a message. When I was in a coma, I kept feeling like I was having a dream that made me very angry. I don't know if it was real. You're probably overthinking it. There's always someone with you in the ward. Lin Sheng typed a line and sent it to Lin Ming. The message came back within seconds. Maybe. That would be best. Lin Sheng put his phone in his pocket, feeling a little nervous. Could Lin Ming have already woken up at that time? Then wouldn't I be? Lin Sheng quickly shook his head. I'll stop thinking about it for now. There should be one of those teleportation arrays for secret realms downstairs at the Shanghai University. However, before that, Lin Sheng had something even more important to do. After Lin Sheng left the meeting room, is all the information you found true? One person asked the other. It's true. More than 10 years ago, Yangqing was attacked by ferocious beasts. Lin Sheng's parents saved a child on the front line, but they died in that war. The child we rescued is exceptionally bright and learns everything very quickly. The only problem is that she seems to have appeared out of thin air. Everyone fell silent. That child is naturally Lin Ming. She and Lin Sheng were not biological siblings, but they kept this a secret. She has always taken care of Lin Sheng as an older sister, and her care has been meticulous. That possessiveness. It's like some kind of ferocious beast dominating what it owns. Go to Yangqing and investigate to see if there are any special secret spaces there. Chapter 114, Having Dinner with the Mother and Daughter, Entering the Giant Beast's Secret Realm World. Your sister has such a good constitution. I originally thought it would take at least 1 to 2 months to fully recover, but I never expected her to wake up in just one day and be fully recovered in less than a month. The little deer marveled in the beast taming space. The human body is able to adapt completely to the lantern plant. If it weren't for Lin Sheng being the person she saw when she opened her eyes, Xiao Lu might have preferred to form a contract with Lin Ming. Perhaps if Lin Sheng hadn't come, the person who was bound to it in the dark would have been Lin Ming? Using the teleportation array located in Shanghai, Lin Shengli quickly arrived in Yangqing and, without telling anyone, went straight to Baihe's house. Stop! As soon as Lin Sheng arrived, he was stopped by the gatekeeper. However, when the security guard saw who it was, he was immediately startled. Lin Sheng is now the president of the Yangqing Beast Tamer Association. If any of the major or minor powers in Yangqing knew that Lin Sheng was coming, they would certainly welcome him with great fanfare. Even if the main branch of the Bai family in Shanghai saw Lin Sheng arrive, they would probably come to greet him. How could a mere gatekeeper dare to stop him? Meanwhile, Bai's mother and Baihe were welcoming guests who had come all the way from Shanghai. The white-clad mother wore a cashmere sweater that revealed her snow-white shoulders and a short skirt that covered her hips, exuding a sense of maturity. Baihe was wearing a white velvet sweater similar to her mother's. Her face was soft and round, and just sitting there made people want to tease her. Bai Zhouge was not at home at the time. He had been summoned to the main residence of the Bai family in Shanghai. Before them stood Shirai, a man of great power in the Bai family of Shanghai. In the past, coming to a small city like this was like an emperor visiting the homes of his retainers, but now he seemed somewhat reserved. It's all because of Lin Sheng. Madam, Miss Bai, I've heard that Miss Bai seems to have a good relationship with Chairman Lin. Shirai asked tentatively. Their family had a marriage alliance with the Bai family of Yangqing, and the marriage partner was Baihe, the youngest daughter of the Bai family. However, not long ago they heard that Baihe and Lin Sheng had a close relationship, so the Bai family hurriedly interrupted the marriage and sent him here to inquire carefully. If we could get in touch with Lin Sheng, perhaps the Bai family will be able to survive this calamity. You should know that this time, the anger from above has caused the major families in the several base cities to be as frightened as birds startled by a bow. It wouldn't be surprising if several major families disappeared from the base city overnight. I don't know, they're just classmates. Bai's mother frowned slightly. They were clearly unaware of what had happened between Baihe and Lin Sheng. Baihe felt disappointed upon hearing this and wanted to retort. Upon hearing that there was hope, Shirai's eyes lit up and he quickly advised, "Oh, if you're classmates, then you should keep in touch more. If all else fails and others don't want you, being a commoner or even a concubine is fine." From the perspective of the main family, the direct descendants scattered to various cities were merely tools for marriage alliances. Being able to help their master's family is already their greatest blessing. Lin Sheng is now at the perfect age, has a considerable network of connections in both Shanghai and Beijing, and possesses considerable talent. He was even recently rumored to have been summoned by an emperor-level beast tamer, making him the most suitable candidate. Besides the Bai family, quite a few other people have already sent out invitations. This is very common in the world today. Just like Hu Kun from the prestigious Shanghai University, or even Zhang Kuang when he first enrolled, he had arranged marriages with many families. Really? I'll try to keep in touch as much as possible. Mother Bai's expression remained calm. But deep down, I felt that it was all over. Perhaps Baihe would have had a chance before Lin Sheng rose to prominence. But now, she understands men all too well. Why would someone who is prettier and has a stronger family background than Baihe marry a direct descendant of the Bai family instead of marrying one of them? Won't people laugh at me? The principle that it's easy for a woman to pursue a man is something Bai's mother had long kept in mind. I'm afraid Lin Sheng has already succumbed to the sweet talk and temptations of those powerful families, and may even have married one or two of them. If this is the case in Yangqing, let alone the Shanghai base, which is a big city, this kind of thing was nothing new to Bai's mother. And suddenly, a knock came at the door. Lin Sheng stepped into the room. Seeing that there were already 3 people there, he was momentarily stunned. Shirai was even more startled. What are you doing here? Shirai never expected that Lin Sheng had already returned to Yangqing. I've come to find Baihe. Lin Sheng spoke calmly. Looking into Lin Sheng's eyes, Baihe couldn't help but recall the scene from back then, and her face flushed with embarrassment. The sight of her daughter startled Bai's mother. This child is not bad. He wasn't blinded by immediate gains, and instead came to find Baihe. It seems I was too superficial. Mother Bai thought to herself. The look in her eyes as she looked at Lin Sheng softened. I heard everything you just said. Bai He is not a tool for your marriage alliance, Lin Sheng said coldly. Sensing the dissatisfaction in Lin Sheng's words, Bai Jing immediately felt embarrassed and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. Our family has always supported the girl's own choices. We came here today to inform her of this matter. How dare he shake his head? With just one word from Lin Sheng, the Bai family is likely to suffer a severe blow. He estimated that the outcome would only be worse. Go tell the Bai family that who Bai He will be with in the future is not something your main family can decide. Lin Sheng spoke coldly. Shirai nodded repeatedly. At this moment, Bai's mother looked at Lin Sheng with even more intensity. This child has a good temperament. It makes his mother a little jealous. Would you like to stay for dinner? Bai's mother asked Lin Sheng, trying to persuade him to stay. Bai He blushed instantly and said in a low voice, Well, brother Lin, let's have a meal before you leave. On the surface, she appeared calm, but in reality, Bai He's heart was pounding at its limit. The scene keeps replaying in my mind, and I feel a little sorry for Sister Lin Ming. After all, she was the one who started it. It's also her mother's fault for not stopping her back then. But Lin Sheng's comment about who I was with made Bai He feel a little disappointed. Several tens of minutes later, we had a pleasant dinner. Lin Sheng left the Bai family villa. Seeing that Bai He was all right, Lin Sheng was relieved. He would definitely take responsibility for her in the future. But not now, he has more important things to do. Lin Sheng then went directly to the Beast Tamer Association in Yangqing. Upon receiving the news, the president of the Yangqing Beast Tamer Association and Di Qian immediately came to the association to greet them. Haha, Lin Sheng, you're finally back. Di Qian smiled and said, but now I should call you Chairman Lin. It's not appropriate to call you by your name anymore. Hearing Di Qian's words, everyone around her felt ashamed. You know that too? Now, besides you, who else would dare to call Lin Sheng by his name? No need, Di Qian, just call me by my name. Lin Sheng returned the words that Di Qian had once said to him. Di Qian blushed immediately. You little rascal, you've gone astray too, daring to tease your sister. Di Qian glared at her, then changed the subject. But what brings you back to Yangqing this time? I have some things to take care of. Does Yangqing have a teleportation array to the giant tree world? Yes, but the teleportation array has been sealed for a long time. Let me take you there. With that, Di Qian led Lin Sheng to the giant tree teleportation array. Not much was known about the world within this teleportation array. All that was known was that it was one of the largest secret realms in the world. You cannot enter without the appropriate token. Lin Sheng happened to receive the token from Chairman Rong. It was a green leaf, exuding a vibrant sense of life. Lin Sheng stepped onto the teleportation array. The green leaf in my hand gradually disappeared. Lin Sheng disappeared into the teleportation array in Yangqing. Then they found themselves in a pure white room. On either side of the room's exit stood a pair of cat girls dressed as maids to greet Lin Sheng. Oh, are you new here? You're a stranger. Suddenly, someone walked into the pure white room. He was physically strong, with his whole body covered in explosive muscles. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wu Lu, and I'm in charge of managing the people from our Dragon Kingdom who enter the secret realm. Chapter 115 Arena, Bloodstained World of Giant Trees. Lin Sheng. Speaking softly, Lin Sheng glanced curiously at the two cat girls by the door. Haha, don't mind it. The beast tamers in our Dragon Kingdom have rather strange tastes. This was their strong request. The burly man approached Lin Sheng and took out a device to scan him. Oh, a monarch-level being? That's quite rare. The burly man was somewhat surprised. Although this world of giant trees also has kings and even ordinary people. However, those who come here from the outside world, aside from those who smuggle themselves in, are at least catastrophic-level beast tamers. Come with me, let me introduce you. Wu Lu led Lin Sheng away from the room. They soon arrived at a place that resembled the Beastmaster Association. However, the space here is more than 10 times larger than the original Beastmaster Association. Occasionally, a few beast tamers would pass by, all looking at Lin Sheng with curiosity. Clearly, there aren't many beast tamers who can enter the world of giant beasts, and almost everyone knows each other. The world of giant trees covers an area no smaller than a country. And you are now in our Dragon Kingdom's encampment. Once you leave this place, your life or death will be in the hands of fate. Wu Lu smiled. That's it. That's all. You'll know once you experience it for yourself. Wu Lu knew about the brutality of this place. Killing someone in the street is child's play. Even if their families are destroyed and their members die, no one will give them a second glance. Oh, Lin Sheng didn't want to know more. He was just here to pick up something. Do you have 7 aperture ginseng here? Of course, Wu Lu cracked his neck. Go to the arena, and the prize is 7 aperture ginseng. Soon, Lin Sheng left the encampment. After learning that he was only at the monarch level, Wu Lu clearly didn't want to say much. Along the way, Lin Sheng saw many children dressed in tattered clothes. But after seeing the Dragon Kingdom seal on his body, those people obviously dared not get too close. These must be the original inhabitants of this place. That is, the ordinary people of the Giant Tree Empire. Now that the empire has been occupied by several major base cities, how good can life be? Along the way, Lin Sheng even saw many people selling ferocious beasts and people. Everything that was forbidden was not subject to jurisdiction here. Soon, Lin Sheng arrived at a dueling arena. Hello. Upon seeing that the visitors were from the main world, the staff immediately became extremely respectful. After all, someone who can come from the main world must be at least a disaster-level beast tamer. He's the local tyrant of this world. The civilization here is really backward. No wonder Chairman Rome and the others are unwilling to talk about this world. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. Now that we're here, we need to adapt to the environment. What kind of competition would you like to book? I'm here to participate in the competition. Competing? The staff member's attitude immediately changed. What level? Are there any requirements? The reward should include ginseng with 7 orifices. 7 aperture ginseng? Only the Tree King possesses the 7 aperture ginseng. There happens to be a duel between kings tomorrow, and the winner will be able to meet the Tree King, the waiter said quietly. His only responsibility is to provide information. This is the one. After agreeing, Lin Sheng was quickly arranged to rest in a room. I had only been resting in my room for a short while when there was a knock on the door. Lin Sheng opened the door, and there were 7 or 8 slaves standing outside. There were black-skinned people, white-skinned people, mixed-race people and animals, and even elves. Each of them had fair skin and an appearance that was at least a 9 out of 10. I don't know if this guest is interested, but it's only 100,000 per night. The man said with a chuckle. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Sheng coldly closed the door. I never imagined there were so many places in this world that I didn't know about. Even elves are there. Of course, more than 70% of Earth's territory is still in a secret realm and has not been fully unlocked. There are even some secret realms that I cannot enter. The deer suddenly spoke. Really? You've actually been to the Giant Tree secret realm? Lin Sheng was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect little deer to know so much. After releasing their 2 pet beasts, Xiaoling and Xiaobai were very curious. Of course, it's easy to get in but hard to get out. Information is completely blocked, and ordinary people have no way of knowing anything about it. Lin Sheng nodded. He agrees with that point. If he hadn't reached this level of strength, he probably wouldn't have known that such a place existed on Earth. It's even quite possible that once someone has the ability, they wouldn't know it without the means to do so. Lin Sheng's gaze was quickly drawn to a leaderboard in the room. All-Star Arena Solo Leaderboard. First, Agility. Second, Zeus. Third. Lin Sheng became increasingly alarmed as he looked at it. Zeus. Isn't that the strongest being in the Beacon of Light? Even Director and is among them. There's even a 9-headed fiery bird. Lin Sheng was stunned. Not only emperors and beast tamers from various countries participated in the competition. Even those ferocious beasts have fought here. And there are more than 13,000 people on this competition leaderboard. Even the weakest one is a king-level beast tamer. This means that more than 13,000 beast tamers of the monarch level and above, as well as intelligent ferocious beasts, have participated in the competition here. The rewards are extremely generous. Some ranking rewards are even priced directly on a per-person basis. The legitimate daughter of the 7th prince of the Giant Tree Empire, an elf. This is absolutely amazing. Even emperor-level beast tamers participated. The extent of the interest involved is unimaginable. No wonder this secret realm is unmanaged. It's not that no one is in charge. It's that it's simply impossible to control. How are you going to manage such a huge group of beast tamers, the weakest of whom are at the monarch level? The law may be able to restrain some ordinary people, but for the powerful, it is just a piece of paper, and they simply do not abide by it. This is true even in reality, let alone in secret realms. Master, go see the Tree King. The fawn seemed very excited. A hidden impulse stirred within me. However, it is still of a low rank and does not yet understand what this impulse is. But once it sees the King of Trees, it will surely understand. Of course, Xiaobai, Xiaoling, you two are ready. Lin Sheng is currently ranked over 13,000. At the bottom of the list. Tomorrow's battles will feature top 5,000 players. Don't underestimate the top 5,000. They are already among the elite of all monarchs. Once you enter the arena, there are only two possible outcomes. Win and die. Alternatively, you can choose not to die, but instead become a slave to your opponent or the arena. But that's not much different from being dead, and might even be worse. You can imagine how your defeated opponent will humiliate you. Let me infuse you with the skill first. Lin Sheng gently stroked Xiaobai's forehead. Feeling the long-awaited head pat, Xiaobai shook its head and thoroughly enjoyed it. Obtain the Nine-Headed Sunbird's Flaming Head skill. Obtain the Nine-Headed Sunbird's Spatial Head skill. Gain the Nine-Headed Sunbird Poison-type Head skill. Obtain the genetic bloodline of the Nine-Headed Sunbird. Obtain the genetic bloodline of the Ji-Ling Wolf King. Obtain the Dragon Blood Pangolin gene bloodline. During the injection process, Lin Sheng could clearly feel that the spatial ability was stronger, while the others were weaker. However, Lin Sheng didn't think much of it, assuming that the bird often exercised its crystal head. At this moment, a large amount of energy was being injected into his body, and Xiaobai's level was almost at its limit, nearly overflowing. A tremendous power coursed through his body, yearning only to break through as soon as possible. Chapter 116 Old Man Jack, Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior. The next morning, Lin Sheng woke up in bed. The beds here aren't as comfortable as my big bed that's hundreds of square meters in size. Lin Sheng stretched and got up to wash. Xiaobai was also full of energy after waking up. I always feel like I'm full of energy and have inexhaustible strength. Aside from the bloodlines he acquired, the most crucial thing was that Xiaobai obtained many catastrophic skills. Of course, some unsuitable skills were not successfully inherited, but almost all of the Nine-Headed Sunbird's skills were inherited. That's enough. Compared to disaster-level skills, Emperor-level skills are more important. Whoosh! As Xiaobai's pupils glowed, Lin Sheng's coat floated up in the air and was put on very easily. This is part of the application of spatial capabilities, enabling the control of objects remotely. It can even use spatial energy to levitate Xiaobai's body in midair. However, the greater one's weight, the more difficult it becomes to achieve this. It can only guarantee hovering in the air for a short period of time at most. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door. Lin Sheng opened the door. It was a staff member from the arena. Hello, guest. We have rescheduled your match to the third game. Seeing the dramatic change in Lin Sheng compared to the day before yesterday, the service staff couldn't help but take a few more glances. Mr. Lin, the person who came to you last night to sell you something, you didn't buy anything, did you? The service staff gave a hint. Lin Sheng shook his head. That's good. The service staff didn't want to say more. It wasn't within his job scope. Soon, Lin Sheng was taken to the arena. At this moment, a ferocious beast is fighting with a human beast tamer. Ranked 11,300th, the Megalodon. Wang Feng, ranked 10,399. Go, shoot them. The audience was in high spirits. In the vast arena, the Beastmaster's second pet had already had half of its body crushed by the giant elephant. Upon seeing this, Lin Sheng frowned slightly. I inexplicably found myself identifying with Xiaoling and Xiaobai. Hee, the death of tamed beasts is a common occurrence here. At worst, we can just form another contract. They're just tools for each other to use. A voice came from beside Lin Sheng. Turning his head, he saw a burly, shirtless blonde man looking at Lin Sheng with great interest. You're new here, right? I hope you and your little pets can get out of here alive. The blonde man did not say anything to Lin Sheng Duo. This kind of newcomer isn't worth his time. They don't even have the right to be provoked by him. Using pet beasts? That's something only a useless beast tamer would do. Lin Sheng remained expressionless. Upon hearing this, the blonde man's forehead veins bulged, and he squinted at the boy in front of him. Lord Jack, what brings you to talk to the newcomer today? A man dressed in a suit and wearing glasses, who looked like a butler, greeted us with a smile and kept his head bowed. It's nothing, just an ungrateful brat. The blonde man spoke fluent English. Lin Sheng, however, could understand it perfectly. The King's Beastmaster has an extraordinary memory. He can learn a language in just 6 hours. The match ended quickly. The victor is Wang Feng. Damn it, I should have bet on the higher-ranked side. Damn it, this beast tamer is really lucky. But his two beasts are probably not going to live much longer. Making me pay up, good riddance. How about I bet on the side with the higher winning probability next time? What are you afraid of? Keep going all in the opposite direction. You need to study more, research each player's condition in each game, how much their strength has improved, and what their current form is. Then you can bet based on the current state and strength of both sides. But if you do this for too long, you'll end up jumping off a building. Wang Feng returned to the waiting area. Although he was filthy, He had quite a temper and didn't seem to have any of the airs that came from the recent deaths of several pets. He yelled at the staff, "Go buy me 2 king-level ferocious beasts right now. I have plenty of money." The staff at the venue were just ordinary people. How dare we neglect these beast tamers? He hurriedly stepped forward. Winning a single game can net you hundreds of millions of dollars. This is a very wealthy man. We must treat him well. In the end, they will all be defeated by you. The bespectacled waiter spoke to Jack with utmost respect. The next match. 4,790. Jack. 6,320. Dragon Blood Warriors. The competition uses code names. Few people use their real names. Jack. Look here. Jack. I love you. I bet 30 million on you. Now kill that guy. 4790. That's a difference of 2,000 places. There's absolutely no surprise here. I'm going to torture you a little longer, little Jack. Jack. Are you free to come keep your sister company tonight? Everyone present was excited. Jack enjoyed the look in his eyes. His gaze occasionally wandered among the noble women of the giant tree empire. I'm wondering which one I should go see tonight. The ladies were overjoyed and kept letting out screams. You're Jack? I'll kill you, is that all right? The other party chuckled coldly twice. Sure. Jack beckoned with his hand, expressionless. The Dragon Blood Warrior summoned his 2 mid-stage monarch-level pets, both of which were armored dragons of the same race. The armored dragon roared and charged towards Jack. As Jack beckoned, 2 enormous, armored giants, each wielding a shield and a long sword, suddenly appeared. Whoosh! The outcome of the match was a foregone conclusion. 2 pet beasts were slaughtered by a giant wielding a shield. The beast tamer fell in the arena, hacked into the ground by a large sword. Armored giants? And 2 of them are late-stage monarchs. Lin Sheng stroked his chin. I had a feeling that the Dragon Blood Warrior seemed to be in poor condition, just like last night's bloody battle against 10 people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lost so badly. I'll have to face Jack sooner or later. Lin Sheng understood this principle. The reason Jack was brought to this competition venue, which was far below his ranking, was to generate buzz. Otherwise, who would travel all that way to watch a bunch of newbies fighting amongst themselves? What I want to see is the old man slaughtering the new man. Let the newcomers know how brutal the competition is. Lin Sheng was clearly among those who were slaughtered. Jack probably only talked to me out of curiosity about why I was able to hold back that night. Lin Sheng's lips curled up. Those women who are at least 10, or even 9 out of 10 beautiful, are probably the ones he sent. Jack probably wouldn't know either. Compared to the beautiful women Lin Sheng had seen, those were just ordinary, common women. He's long been immune to that. I never expected that a veteran player ranked within the top 5,000 would be afraid of losing to us newcomers. To win, they'll use any means necessary. The competition probably started as soon as Lin Sheng entered this world. Even a player ranked only 5,000 is this shrewd. We also used all our strength to deal with these newcomers. And what about those players with even higher rankings? Next up, Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior. My turn. Lin Sheng walked out of the waiting room, his face expressionless. Chapter 117 Instant Kill. Winning Streak. Arena Death Demon. Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior was the code name Lin Sheng gave himself. Since the name can be changed for every game, it doesn't really matter. As Lin Sheng stepped into the dueling arena, Jack also looked over with great interest. There have been instances in the past where dealing with newcomers has backfired. Jack has survived to this day entirely thanks to his cautious nature. To participate in a big competition, you are just a nobody, but in this small competition, you are the best. Although the number of viewers is far less than that of a major match, it's still enough to make a fortune. Most importantly, there is no danger. Next up, please welcome our newcomer, the Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior. Facing another ranked 1-2-3-0-0, a mid-stage king-level ferocious beast, a skeleton swordsman and shield man. As soon as Lin Sheng and the skeleton holding the shield arrived, the crowd on the platform immediately fell silent. This is clearly different from when Jack appeared earlier. Lin Sheng instantly attracted everyone's attention. He's so handsome. I want him. Is this the new Beastmaster? I really don't want to see him get killed by the skeleton swordsman. What a pity. You'd be happy to be my tea-serving servant. The crowd on stage were buzzing with discussion. A newcomer at the king level, who just arrived, is already facing off against a mid-king level skeleton swordsman and shield man. The outcome of this match is indeed difficult to predict. But most people still place their bets on the skeleton swordsman and shield man. After all, it takes at least 3 beast tamers at the mid-stage of the king realm to deal with a ferocious beast. The skeleton swordsmen and shieldmen have accumulated more combat experience by killing here every day. Here we go. Jack smiled. I hope this newcomer won't let me down. The more powerful you are, the more applause you will receive when you crush someone tomorrow. Having spent years slaughtering newcomers in this arena, Jack's temperament has long undergone an unusual change. Moreover, I heard that this newcomer wasn't even recruited from the arena. He's just a guy who walked right into a trap. Therefore, Jack must be careful to ensure that Lin Sheng was not someone else sent to play the fool and deceive others. Little Ling. Lin Sheng waved his hand. A giant reptile dragon, as tall as a 4-story building, appeared in the arena. Early period of kingship. At that moment, everyone on the platform held their breath. The arena owner, who was in charge of hosting the match, also stared wide-eyed. What kind of breed is this? I've never seen a pet that looks like this before. Its body resembles that of a dragon, but it is covered not only with scales, but also with jet black fur. Moreover, the dark aura emanating from his body had become so dense that it could no longer be concealed. Early stages of kingship. The skeleton swordsman and shieldman smiled. Jack was relieved. He was merely a minor beast tamer in the early stages of a monarch's reign. This little guy is making me a little nervous. A confident smile returned to Jack's lips. Die. The skeleton swordsman picked up his longsword and leaped into the air. Its body is so large that it can blot out the sky and the sun. The large knife slashed down fiercely towards Xiaoling. Whoosh! A jet black spear suddenly appeared on Xiaoling's body. The spear moved with incredible speed, rushing towards the skeleton swordsman and shieldman in a flash. The skeleton swordsman hurriedly raised his bone shield to block the attack, while the bone sword was already slashing down towards Xiaoling's neck. The skeleton swordsman couldn't help but smile. The little guy still lacks experience. However, before the skull knife could utter a single word to his opponent, he felt something pierce through his chest. Looking down, it saw that the spear had pierced through the bone shield in its hand and entered its chest cavity. What's wrong? In the next instant, the parasitic spirit in the chest cavity transformed into countless sharp spikes and exploded. Boom! The skeleton swordsman and shieldman's body exploded. Killed. So weak? Can't we get someone more capable? Little Ling spread its wings and began to howl. With a parasite present, the chance of winning against it at the same level is 0. My combat strength has reached the mid-stage of the King Realm. With some powerful skills and parasites, I can at least reach the peak of the King Realm. Am I seeing things? What kind of skill is that? It actually pierced right through the shield on the skull, sword, and shield. That bone shield can block attacks from beasts of the same or even higher level. And what's more, this dark, ferocious beast is too arrogant. It looks like a dragon. Does it really think it's a dragon? This newcomer does have some skill, but does he dare to be so arrogant after winning just one game? I actually think beast tamers are pretty cool, and their little pets are cute too. The surrounding audience was immediately ignited with enthusiasm. This time, Xiaoling really drew a lot of hatred. After all, the audience comes to see these newcomers' fear and apprehension. Unexpectedly, they were turned around and mocked. Many longtime viewers and supporters want some stronger competitors to teach it a lesson. Is Jack here? I can't stand it anymore. Jack, come and discipline the newbie. Listening to what everyone was saying, Jack waved his hand inside the arena. He's only in the middle stages of a monarchy. There's no need for him to expend so much effort. Just kill him casually. However, this talent is quite good. Even in the early stages of the game, it can handle the skeleton swordsmen and shieldmen in the mid-game. Taking them in as followers or slaves might not be so bad. The match is over. The arena owner immediately approached Lin Sheng. By any measure, Lin Sheng is destined to become the next breakout character in the arena. Hello, my name is Chao Sun, and I am the owner of this arena. Are you interested in signing a contract with our arena? I can offer you extremely high profits and favorable terms. No interest. Lin Sheng refused outright. He came here only for the 7 aperture ginseng. Chao Sun smiled. It doesn't matter. Once you understand the dangers and benefits of this place, you'll naturally start to consider it. In the following days, Lin Sheng then faced more than a dozen opponents in succession. Without exception, they were all instantly killed by Xiaoling in one move. Lin Sheng was given a title, the Death Demon, the man who killed no one to a trace. The reason is simple. Any ferocious beast killed by Lin Sheng would eventually be reduced to a corpse. Any human who survived were taken in by Lin Sheng as slaves and would disappear from his side within a night. This applies to both men and women. Therefore, all of Lin Sheng's opponents were terrified when they faced him. If they lose, they will likely face a situation even more desperate than death. In Lin Sheng's room, a teenage girl was trembling as she massaged Lin Sheng's shoulders. Tonight is her first night by the side of death, and also her last. Even if it kills me, I will preserve my innocence. The girl bit her red lips. At this moment, Lin Sheng suddenly spoke up. It's almost time. Tomorrow is the last match. Chapter 118 Zeus's Daughter. The final battle. Is it almost time? Suddenly faced with death, the girl's heart tightened. But what's even more terrifying is not knowing what methods this master will use to deal with her. Lin Sheng looked at the girl, who immediately went limp with fright. All her previous will to resist was stripped away, and she could only stare blankly at those pale golden pupils. Only then did she realize that in the face of power, any delusion is unrealistic. Tears began to well up in the girl's eyes. Past memories flashed through my mind like a revolving lantern. You should go back to the main world. When you arrive, go to Yangqing in the Dragon Kingdom and give my name. Someone will recruit you. Lin Sheng waved his hand. He will kill. However, Lin Sheng would also keep those who had no intention of killing him and were only forced to participate in the competition. However, so far, among the dozen or so opponents, there are only one or two who truly have no intention of killing. Regardless of age or gender, Lin Sheng sent them all to Yangqing, in preparation for potential attacks from ferocious beasts in the future. Why? The girl was a little stunned. I'm sending you back to Yangqing to await orders. Aren't you my slave? Obey my commands. Lin Sheng didn't want to explain too much, because it's really troublesome to explain. It would be better to kill him, master. The little spirit in the beast-taming space spoke silently. Killing them is far less useful than keeping them alive, Little Deer said calmly. These slaves signed a contract that they could never disobey orders. They are the perfect choice for soldiers. To survive, building your own power is the top priority. The owner did an impeccable job in this regard. I support my master. Little White started licking again. Time flies. The next morning, the arena is much more popular than ever before, even breaking the arena's record. All because of the emergence of a very popular newcomer, the Death Demon. It even attracted the attention of some people in the Grand Arena. After all, this is just a king-level arena. There are countless arenas like this throughout the entire Giant Tree world. As for the disaster-level arenas, there are about a dozen. Every famous disaster-level beast tamer is monopolized by those arenas, attracting countless people from all over the world to watch. And there are even fewer arenas at the Emperor level. Only 2. It depends on your mood. It is a place where Emperor-level beast tamers settle their grudges. It's only open a few times a year. One belongs to the Giant Tree Empire, while the other belongs to the Global Beastmaster Association of the main world. And now, a large number of wealthy spectators have come to this disaster-level arena. The owner was immediately flattered. Jack, however, was in a bad mood. It's all because this newcomer stole my thunder. The factory owner even told Jack not to go too hard during the match. Doesn't this mean they're going to replace me? He's just a newbie. Jack felt slightly annoyed. However, given the owner's orders, Jack didn't dare to resist too much. Just a little lesson. The two got ready and soon took their places on the field. The prize for the final round of this competition will be the opportunity to meet the Tree King of the Giant Tree Empire and make a request to him. The finalists are the newcomer Death Demon and the veteran Jack. The two quickly took their places on the field. Cheers immediately erupted from the crowd. The betting results also showed that Jack's odds were slightly higher. Jack breathed a sigh of relief and said proudly, "A newcomer is still a newcomer." When Jack's gaze fell on the field, he suddenly caught sight of a figure, which made his pupils widen instantly. On the high platform sat 2 elegant blonde, blue-eyed girls. Both women were wearing tight-fitting t-shirts and short skirts, their fair skin exposed and dazzling. The short skirts accentuated their round and full hips, echoing their figures. Behind them stood 5 fully armed bodyguards, all bearing the symbols of other countries, which inspired awe. "So, I told you this new guy was handsome, right? Want to have some fun?" The girl looked playfully at the girl beside her. "It's true, but my father doesn't allow me to play around like that, and his pet beast is really..." The girl seemed hesitant to speak. "Of course, Lydia. Absolutely." The playful girl standing nearby was absolutely certain. "They are definitely the offspring of the legendary Black Dragon King." Upon hearing this, Lydia's pupils dilated slightly. Black Dragon King, the beacon of the nation, knows this all too well. Even his own father could only barely defeat that black dragon back then, but he couldn't kill it. Moreover, there were other Imperial-level beast tamers assisting them at the time. Jack was utterly shocked. "Lydia, one of Zeus's daughters. Jack's heart was pounding. Those fair, alluring skin and pale blue eyes, absolutely right. If I can win her over and she takes me in. Thinking of this, Jack couldn't help but lick his lips with a hint of excitement. He then looked directly at Lin Sheng in front of him. These wealthy young ladies all have their own servants. Sorry, I was originally planning to let you go, but now you'll become my stepping stone. Jack summoned 2 enormous armored giants. Boom. The arena erupted in a deafening roar. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. Both were in the later stages of their reigns. Lin Sheng stroked his chin. In the previous battle, Xiaoling's level had reached the mid-stage of the monarch realm. Battles between life and death are quite effective in training ferocious beasts. Xiaoling clearly also really liked this very aggressive atmosphere. It can accelerate its growth extremely quickly. With his domain abilities, he might not necessarily be no match for 2 giants in the late stages of the monarchy. After all, its father, the Black Dragon King, once held the advantage against numerous emperor-level beast tamers from the Lighthouse Kingdom. Or perhaps the mother. Lin Sheng didn't know if the Black Dragon King had a gender. I don't know how it gave birth to Xiaoling. Should I still only summon one pet? Jack's eyes were cold. How dare you look down on him? Court death. He is now ranked in the top 5,000. This newcomer is only in the 9,000s. Oh, our death demon is still planning to fight with only one pet. Looks like you're very confident in yourself. Hearing the host's shrill voice and the whispers of the audience, Jack's eyes grew even colder. A murderous intent gradually welled up within him. It really is the Black Dragon King. It looks so much like him. Lydia gasped and covered her delicate mouth with her hand. The girl next to her was equally excited, so excited she didn't know what to do. Die. Jack gave the order. Sensing the killing intent of their master, the 2 armored giants were filled with boundless rage. He raised his long sword and charged forward. Mao! Hey, brother Bai, master, you're not really planning to let me fight all by myself, are you? Xiaoling quickly asked. You should practice more too, you can't always rely on Xiao Bai. Don't worry, I'll save you if you're about to be beaten to death. Lin Sheng patted Xiaoling's wings. Little White in the beast-taming space nodded as well. They claimed to have healing abilities. Xiaoling's voice was aggrieved, on the verge of tears. Fine, I'll go. I'll take the blame for the hatred I drew. Chapter 119 Death Domain. The Power of Domain Skills. 2 enormous, armored giants, each as tall as a 10-story building. One man held a long spear and wore plate armor and a helmet, while the other held a huge sword and wore a long-tailed helmet, revealing only a pair of fierce eyes. With each step the 2 giants took, the ground trembled. Regardless of their actual strength, they certainly have a lot of presence. Jack's popularity is partly due to his 2 pet animals. After all, people in some countries prefer knightly giants in armor. Royal giants. Level, late king. Talent, late-stage monarch. Skills, rapier, slashing, alloy armor. Evolutionary path, none. Introduction, the Kingdom of Giants, guarded by giants who protect the royal family. The 2 pets are similar in rank and name. Jack bought them from others at high prices. That's why Jack got so angry when Lin Sheng mentioned that only the weak would give up their pets. They were clearly hit where it hurt. Jack also wanted Lin Sheng to experience what it was like to contract a pet beast again. But now it seems there's no chance. Royal giants, don't hold back, Jack said coldly. The 2 royal giants also let out a deafening roar. This instantly reignited the excitement of everyone on stage. In particular, the royal family of the Beast Empire, and some countries where knights have appeared in history. The arena owner, on the other hand, became nervous. Didn't I tell you to hold back and just put on a little show? Chao Sun was a little flustered and kept giving Jack meaningful glances. However, Jack, who usually glances over here during matches, doesn't even look at him this time. This guy? Are they planning to kill me? That's my cash cow. Chao and Sun were both dumbfounded. In his view, as long as Jack showed his strength, he would have no rivals at all. If Jack decides to kill, Lin Sheng will likely be in grave danger. Looks like my brother's in danger. Damn it, I hope you don't scratch his face. The girl next to Lydia stood with her hands on her hips, looking very angry. Lydia sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. My friend has some peculiar tastes. He bought a lot of slaves before, and they all ended up injured and on the verge of death. Julie, this person is very important to me. Don't do anything rash, Lydia said helplessly. That death demon was actually able to form a contract with Nyarlathotep's offspring. If I could give it to my father, he would definitely love it. Hey, Lydia, you've got your eye on someone too? This is your first time. Julie covered her mouth and chuckled. Then I'll be even more excited. Stop talking. Let's wait until he comes out alive, Lydia said quietly. If I survive, I might be qualified to be her servant. Seeing the two girls' expressions, the guards behind them were speechless. Both of them are stunningly beautiful, and together they are an absolutely gorgeous pair. But things weren't so friendly to the male slaves. Hopefully, the guy below will have good luck. Generally, being targeted by two women doesn't end well. Whoosh! The royal giant, wielding a cleaver, brought it down with a whoosh. Roar! Xiao Ling let out a dragon roar, and the parasitic spirit on her body transformed into a large black hand, directly grasping the huge cleaver. However, this alone was not enough to stop that immense power. Damn it! Death Zone! Xiao Ling dodged the large sword with a quick movement and immediately activated her domain skill. In an instant, a dark aura spread outwards, instantly covering the entire arena. Field. Jack's expression changed. That damn guy actually possesses a domain. Once a pet possesses a domain skill, its strength will increase exponentially. Not only does the domain possess a special ability, it can also greatly enhance the strength of the pet itself and weaken the strength of the opponent. Just like his royal giants, one would cost around 1 billion. Both would cost 2 billion, but it would be cheaper if they were just leased. But once the royal giants own the territory, the price will skyrocket from 1 billion to 10 billion. Moreover, there's no market for it. There's simply no way anyone would sell it. For a moment, Jack felt a surge of greed. Kill the person, but leave the pet alive. It's all too common to steal an opponent's pet in the arena. On stage, Julie covered her delicate mouth. This guy actually possesses domain abilities. Could he really be a descendant of the Black Dragon King? She was just joking before. I felt there was only a 50% chance. But once it owns the territory, that possibility increases dramatically. If a king-level creature can possess domain abilities, then this pet's talent must be at least at the late stage of a catastrophe. Upon receiving the order, the two royal giants charged forward instantly. He raised his weapon and began hacking and slashing wildly. After activating her domain skill, Xiao Ling's movement speed became exceptionally fast. It can even flap its wings for short periods of flight, making it impossible for these attacks to hit it. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling seized the opportunity to specifically attack one of the royal giants, continuously spewing out highly corrosive green mist. As time went by, one of the royal giants finally fell, its armor corroded away, revealing its bones and flesh. How is this possible? This is a royal giant from the late stages of a monarchy. Jack exclaimed in disbelief. Could I have been scammed? But he bought it from a highly reputable slave trading company. It's absolutely impossible to be fooled. Dear viewers, a mere early-stage king-level expert can defeat a late-stage king-level expert, and even face two late-stage king-level ferocious beasts at the same time. We have to say, this is simply a miracle. Let's give a round of applause to this newcomer, the Death Demon. Seeing that the time was right, Chao Sun immediately began to vigorously promote Lin Sheng. As for Jack, just abandon it. With enough money, what kind of beast tamer can't be created in the later stages of a monarch's reign? Damn it! Hearing the frantic shouts around him, Jack's eyes widened in fury. This newcomer. How dare they steal my thunder? Jack realized that he had been abandoned by Cao Cao and Sun Quan. In the eyes of these farm owners, only those who can generate profit have any value. But what made Jack most desperate was, he could clearly feel his pet and his own life force constantly slipping away. This field has the power to rob people of their life force. As the battle progresses, the two pets will only slow down. Just then, one of the royal giants finally seized the opportunity. He swung his broadsword fiercely at Xiao Ling in midair. Jack's face immediately lit up with joy. However, a thick spear suddenly thrust out and instantly pierced through the royal giant's chest. Chapter 120 Awakening the Corpses, Competition Rewards. What? Jack, not daring to break his promise, gaped open. The crowd on the stage fell silent, slowly lowering their raised hands. The arena owner, holding the microphone, looked on in disbelief. Julie and Lydia, on the contrary, were quite excited. Just when they were about to succeed in capturing one of the royal titans, another royal titan pierced their chest with a spear. Jack had already lost control of the royal giant wielding the spear. How is that possible? My pet attacks me. Jack couldn't believe it. What I'm seeing is utterly illogical. Beastmaster's pets should never attack each other. However, at this moment, one of his pets attacked another pet, interrupting his attack. The pet beast emitted a green mist, and its wounds exuded a foul stench of death. Awaken the corpses. Xiaoling can reawaken the creature she kills. Although its combat power is not as strong as before, it is by no means much weaker. Currently, you can only awaken one pet that is at the same level as yourself. 3 pets that are 1 level weaker than yourself, and cannot be awakened at the same time as pets of the same level. Even so, this skill is extremely overpowered. After the giant was awakened, the 2 giants instantly engaged in a fierce battle, and with Xiaoling's attacks, the outcome was quickly clear. Jack's 2 giants had their armor shattered and collapsed, lifeless. Jack felt utterly devastated. Upon hearing the news of the pet's death, he turned even paler. Many strands of his hair had turned white. Clearly, he was nearing the end of his life, a human standing in the domain for an extended period. The life force in his body had been almost completely stripped away by Xiaoling. It will die naturally in a few days. Hey, you want to kill me? You might as well go and wait to die. Xiaoling chuckled coldly, showing no intention of killing Jack. Instead, let them live in fear of death. He draws negative energy from his body. Slowly come to understand the pain of falling from the peak to the trough. Just in case, and to eliminate any future trouble, Xiaoling extracted a few more wisps of life energy from its body. It could clearly sense Jack's boundless killing intent towards his master. If Lin Sheng hadn't been here, Xiaoling would have tortured him to death. But in order to maintain their image in their master's eyes, they had no other choice. Xiaoling flew back to Lin Sheng's side. Well done. Lin Sheng touched Xiaoling's forehead and tapped the dragon horns twice. Xiaoling suddenly realized something. Fortunately, those 2 night giants who were later kings were not raised by Jack from childhood. Not only do they not cooperate well, but their soul contract is also probably not strong. Therefore, it's understandable that they would fail when encountering a small spirit that possesses a domain. After all, it's Xiaoling's synthesis skill. Each of them is at the pinnacle of the monarch level. Even among 10,000 king-level pets, not everyone might possess just one of these skills. At worst, Lin Sheng can also summon Xiaobai. At that time, the battle will become an overwhelming and devastating spectacle. However, he is a night giant in the late stage of the monarchy, and he probably can't even withstand a single attack from Xiaobai. The people on the platform were already terrified. What kind of creature is that? The dark aura emanating from this body is far too intense. Could it be some kind of supernatural being? It's definitely some kind of weirdo. No wonder it's been given the nickname Death Demon. Where's the Death Demon's signature move? Why hasn't he used it yet? Use it now? I came here just to see your move. The audience members on stage were so excited that their faces turned red. Even those who previously supported Jack have turned against him. These viewers don't care who lives or dies. They will support anyone who can win. This is an aspiration for strength ingrained in one's very being. Lin Sheng naturally heard the voice from the high platform. However, the more they focus on it, the harder it becomes for their abilities to be discovered. The saying, "The darkest place is under the lamp," illustrates this point. Obtain the Royal Giant Bloodline Gene. Obtain the Royal Giant's /skill gene. As Lin Sheng used his innate skill, the remains of the 2 Royal Giants gradually dissipated, eventually turning into a patch of yellow earth. Death Demon. Death Demon. Death Demon. Under the control of the arena owner, everyone on the platform shouted Lin Sheng's nickname. The entire arena was immediately filled with the name of the Death Demon. Lin Sheng's ranking was also swapped with his opponents. 4,730. The ranking is high enough to qualify for higher-level competitions. Neither Xiaobai nor Xiaoling can obtain the genes and skills of the Royal Giant. Let's save them for later. Maybe they'll be useful for future pets. As soon as Lin Sheng stepped down from the arena, 2 people came to serve him. Many noble women and aristocrats even came to the edge of the arena and stretched out their hands to shake hands with Lin Sheng. This kind of extravagant and glamorous environment, where one is adored by thousands, can easily influence a person's character. No wonder the people who come to participate in the competition are so bloody. It's also a good place to hone one's skills, but it's a pity that these people are all at a low level. Lin Sheng sighed. If Jack heard this, he'd probably be spitting blood. But what Lin Sheng said was indeed the truth. In order to force its way into the space, the 9-headed sunbird sealed 6 of its 9 heads. The remaining 3 heads were also suppressed to the disaster level. However, he was still an emperor. After fighting 6 wolves of the disaster level in the late stage of the disaster, he was severely injured by Lin Ming, who forcibly raised his strength to the peak of the disaster level. However, Xiaobai's skills were still able to injure him. This is already incredibly outrageous. To be honest, even Lin Sheng didn't expect that he would be able to kill that emperor. Looking back, It was indeed a bit frightening. Unfortunately, Lin Sheng was too enraged at the time to care about anything else. The idea that a peak monarch could injure a peak disaster is increasingly outrageous. According to common sense, this is impossible. But who can blame him when he has a cheat code? Mr. Lin. Lin Shengang had just left the arena. The arena's owner immediately came to greet them. Mr. Lin, you have won the grand prize in this competition. This time, we won a total of 13 billion for our arena, and we will give you 2 billion of that. And you are qualified to go to the center of the giant tree empire to meet the Tree King. 2 billion. No wonder people here are so passionate about competition. Winning just one game is enough to enjoy for a lifetime. However, Mr. Lin, would you be interested in signing a contract with our arena? As long as you become our contracted warrior, you will be entitled to 50% of the profits from all future matches. Chao and Sun tempted him. Normally, profits earned in the arena are not disclosed to others, but in order to lure Lin Sheng, they were deliberately leaked. Need not. Lin Sheng refused directly. A 50-50 split seems very tempting. But competing here will only waste your time and talent. It would be better to go to a higher level arena. So, there's a group of guests who are your fans and want to meet you. Chapter 121. Two people with unusual hobbies, traveling together. Although Lin Sheng refused Chao Sun's request, he was not angry. There's a reason why they've been able to be the boss of the arena for so long. Not see. Lin Sheng spoke quietly. But those two said they can help you get the 7 aperture ginseng. You leaked my information to them? Lin Sheng glanced at him. Chao Sun was immediately startled. Although he was the owner of this arena, he dared not provoke a beast tamer of this caliber. So he hurriedly said in a flustered manner, No, you know who I am. I wouldn't dare not tell you. Chao Sun couldn't help but feel ashamed. The newcomer's power was far beyond what he could possibly provoke. A single, casual remark could cause his little arena to vanish from the world of the giant tree. Then let's meet. Lin Sheng was unfamiliar with the place and its inhabitants. Although he was qualified to meet the Tree King, he did not know how to ask for the 7 aperture ginseng. A few minutes later, Lin Sheng arrived at the arena, in the most luxurious room, number 1. Knock, knock, knock. As he knocked on the door, a woman's elegant voice came from inside. Come in. People from the Beacon of Light. Lin Sheng paused, then pushed open the door and entered. 2 blonde girls sat on either side of the round table in front of them, wearing extremely low-cut white blouses and oversized coats that covered their flawless, sexy figures. Only their 4 dazzlingly white legs were exposed, perfectly proportioned, neither too thick nor too thin. Both of them looked Lin Sheng up and down, scrutinizing him. Behind the 2 stood 5 servants of the United States. Very well. Be my servant and conquer me with all your might. Julie spoke with a smile, clearly accustomed to a life of elegance. Even without realizing it, he took out a dog leash and a neck leash from his person. Don't scare him. The death demon should call you Lin Sheng. Are you interested in coming to my arena? Lydia's gaze swept over Lin Sheng from head to toe. It's rather surprising that this kid isn't intimidated at all. After all, they come from the beacon of the main world, the land of lights. People from the secret realm would naturally lower their heads when they saw them. They would even be honored to serve as servants. All for the right to leave this place. Julie, however, became increasingly interested. I didn't expect him to be so tough. I hope you'll still be this tough when you get to my room. What do you 2 know about the 7 aperture ginseng? Lin Sheng spoke calmly. This immediately stunned the 2 of them. A Dragon Kingdom person? Are you from the secret realm or the main world? Julie quickly put the dog collar away and asked nervously. If she were from the main world, she would be incredibly embarrassed. Those who can come here from the main world are the highest ranking people in any country. And the Dragon Kingdom is one of the top 3 strongest nations in the main world. You mean that? He doesn't even know how to meet the Tree King. Lydia said quietly. Lin Sheng had clearly just arrived in the world of the giant tree. Hurry up and tell me. I'm in a hurry and need to get back quickly. Lin Sheng was getting impatient. You. Julie blushed instantly. That guy must have seen the dog collar she took out just now. But so what? This world of giant trees is their territory. To travel to the center of the giant tree world, you need a token from Giant Tree City, Lydia said quietly. Lin Sheng had never heard of this before. Oh, I have the token of Giant Tree City. I can take you there. But there's a condition, Lydia said, observing Lin Sheng's expression. Forget about sending slaves, I already have some. Besides, the slave next to you is far too stupid. Lin Sheng frowned slightly, looking at Julie with some disdain. Julie was stunned for a moment, then immediately flared up. Who are you calling a slave? Do you even know who I am? Julie clearly hasn't suffered much loss. He angrily stepped forward, took out a collar, and intended to put it around Lin Sheng's neck. He really isn't very bright. Lin Sheng was speechless. He grabbed the other person's hand, snatched the collar from their hand, and then quickly slipped it around Julie's fair neck. With a push of her foot, Julie's snow-white knees landed directly on the sandalwood floor. You, let me go. Julie looked up at Lin Sheng, her face instantly turning bright red with embarrassment. However, upon meeting Lin Sheng's pale golden pupils, she was startled and fell silent. Lydia, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but chuckle. It seems you've trained him very well. I'll give this slave to you. Julie has been too domineering. It's time she learned her lesson. Lydia, you're joking with me too. Julie sat on the ground, touching her red knees, feeling like crying. However, Lin Sheng completely ignored her. Did they try to put a collar on someone right away? Lin Sheng naturally had no liking for this kind of person. Forget it. I'm afraid it will affect my IQ. You should just keep an eye on your own dog. With a light laugh, Lin Sheng handed the necklace to Lydia. Seeing the two of them playing along, Julie suddenly felt like she had been tricked. The servants standing nearby were also extremely nervous and dared not utter a single word. I didn't expect the person who came this time to be so powerful. He was actually able to chat and laugh with these two. In the past, even people from the main world would have been tricked by Julie. A dozen minutes later, the three of them got into a taxi from Giant Tree City. It was a giant beast that resembled a rhinoceros, and the three of them sat on its broad back. Your father is Zeus? Yes, aren't you afraid at all? Lydia said with a smile. What's there to be afraid of? He's not here right now. I'm getting more and more satisfied with you. Interested in joining my arena? Lydia stared intently at Lin Sheng in front of her with her beautiful eyes. In the past, people would be terrified and run away as soon as they heard that her father was Zeus. Surprisingly, the young man who came this time was quite calm. Hasn't he heard that Zeus was very strict with his daughters? Giggle. Sitting to the side watching the two chatting and laughing, Julie felt a strange pang of jealousy. The thought of Lin Sheng's pale golden pupils and appearance looking down at her made her feel itchy inside. Without realizing it, she moved closer to Lin Sheng. Just as they were about to get close, they were stopped by an invisible force. If you come any closer, I'll throw you down. Lin Sheng spoke coldly. Who approached? Julie rolled her eyes and sat back down. However, Lin Sheng's indifferent attitude made Julie's heart beat even faster. Could it be that she misunderstood her own fetish? We'll be in the center of Giant Tree City soon. Looking at the two of them, Lydia smiled slightly, feeling a little annoyed. She hates it when people interrupt her. Lin Sheng didn't pay much attention to the two. Although they were both top-notch in appearance, they were still a bit inferior to Lin Ming, especially in terms of temperament. His gaze was drawn to the towering tree in the center of the Beast City. Chapter 122 The Tree King's True Name. Extracting an existence surpassing emperors. In the center of Giant Tree City in the Giant Tree World, there stands a towering tree. Lin Sheng had been riding on the rhinoceros's back for almost half an hour, but the giant tree had not yet reached them. Keep in mind that even at a normal speed, a rhinoceros can reach 70 kilometers per hour. At full speed, it can reach 300 kilometers per hour. That gives you an idea of just how big that giant tree must have been. This is the Tree King of the Giant Tree World, the master of this secret realm. Even a late-stage emperor-level beast tamer can enter it without any hindrance, so it is suspected to be in existence beyond the emperor level. But the Tree King has no offensive capabilities. Instead, it will occasionally bestow rewards upon people. Therefore, the people of the Giant Tree Empire have been rooted here since ancient times, and their strength has been able to develop at a speed that can keep up with the main world. But don't underestimate the natives of the empire. The strength of their high-ranking officials is comparable to that of some countries. Listening to Lydia's explanation, Lin Sheng nodded silently. It seems that those who were treated as slaves were just people from the lower classes. This situation is so dire that even a top-tier emperor cannot resolve it. There's no point in Lin Sheng thinking about it any further. I also need to get the 7-aperture ginseng as soon as possible. Only when Xiao Bai's strength reaches the disaster level can he be said to have a foothold on Blue Star. Furthermore, the necessary promotion materials for the Emperor must be prepared in advance. After all, even the materials for the disaster level advancement are so difficult to obtain, so why would we need to even think about the Emperor level advancement? That's an unimaginable difficulty. Maybe Xiao Bai has reached the late stage of the disaster and hasn't even collected all the materials. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the center of Giant Tree City. The central town of Giant Tree City is completely separated from the outside world by a wide moat. As Lydia presented her token, the city gate slowly slammed shut. Let's go. They entered the city of the giant tree. The entire city of giant trees was shrouded in the branches of those tall trees. What surprised Lin Sheng the most was that, in addition to humans, there were also many demons and ferocious beasts in this city. Moreover, the lowest level of these demons and ferocious beasts is at least the king level. After all, only ferocious beasts that reach the king level possess intelligence and learning abilities equivalent to ordinary humans. In this respect, humans, who focus on intelligence, have a considerable advantage. Along the way, quite a few people even recognized Lydia. Several men cast envious glances at Lin Sheng. You'd better watch out, young man. If Lydia's father finds out about this, you're finished. You can beg me to take you in now, Julie said, hands on her hips, revealing her little tiger teeth. However, all that awaited her was a sharp rap on the head. Soon, Lin Sheng arrived at the trunk of the giant tree. You can clearly feel the little deer's excitement in the beast-taming space. These are branches of the Chaos God tree. What? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. The deer was still very excited. But upon hearing this, Lin Sheng pretty much knew what was going on. Whenever this kid doesn't know something, he'll say, "You wouldn't understand even if I told you." It's likely that the deer only knew the name of this tree. To learn more, you must also improve your skills. Genuine paid knowledge. Lin Sheng arrived at the trunk of the so-called chaotic god tree. Looking at these tall tree trunks, it's easy to feel a sense of powerlessness. Touch it, pray to the tree king in your heart, and he will bestow a reward. A person dressed in religious attire spoke up quietly from the side. Each day, only 10 people are allowed to come here to pray to the chaos god tree. Of course, this is just a low-level prayer. In some parts of the chaotic divine tree, you can beg for higher-level items. Lin Sheng slowly placed his hand on the chaotic god wood. Branches of the chaotic god tree. Grade. Talent. Skill. Evolutionary path. Introduction. A weapon coveted by the strong, yet unexpectedly left behind on a poor and weak planet. Arms. Such a big tree, actually a weapon? Lin Sheng was slightly surprised. It's unimaginable to see people being randomly smashed with this huge tree. And most importantly, it's actually a branch. I need ginseng with 7 orifices. Lin Sheng silently recited in his heart. In that instant, he felt a portion of the energy within his body being drained away. Then a 7-aperture ginseng, with 7 holes on its body, appeared in my hand. However, Lin Sheng was drained of his energy in that instant. He subconsciously used the sequence extraction skill, trying to draw that energy back. But it actually started successfully. Extract trace amounts of vital essence genes from the randomistack tree. Extract trace amounts of life affinity genes from the randomistack tree. Extract trace amounts of healing ability genes from the chaotic god tree. Extract the chaotic god tree's natural control skill genes. It actually worked. Lin Shengren was dumbfounded. At that moment, it was clear that the chaotic god tree was struggling. However, they could do nothing to Lin Sheng and could only let him extract the essence. Even the energy that had been drained earlier was drawn back by Lin Sheng. The chaotic god tree probably never imagined this in its lifetime. Even those who advocate for equivalent exchange today will get bitten by a dog. Instead of profiting from the other party, they were actually ripped off. Master, this 7-aperture ginseng is not worth that much energy essence at all. Trading it for it is a huge loss for you. In a rich place, ginseng with 7 orifices is just like a white radish thrown on the roadside. It's only here that it's a bit more precious. Little Deer felt a little sorry for Lin Sheng. You gain so much life energy from someone else just by using a single radish. That chaotic divine tree has a clever plan. Lin Sheng responded silently twice. Try to appear less agitated. If these believers find out that I drew blood from the chaotic god tree, I'll probably be beaten to death here. Hurry up. Run as far as possible. Lin Sheng turned and left. Hey bro, since you don't want to join our arena, you can come and play occasionally. Lydia smiled and extended an invitation to Lin Sheng again. Certainly. Lin Sheng responded silently. I was planning to do the same thing. Xiao Bai's strength has increased too quickly, his foundation is unstable, and his combat experience is still insufficient. And this place is the perfect place for honing your skills. Lin Sheng decided to stay here for a month to hone Xiao Bai's strength to the peak of the monarch level before attempting a breakthrough. It can also help the other 2 pets acquire skill genes and bloodline genes. Doesn't the little deer want to become the legendary Qilin? Lin Sheng will grant his request. However, the reward was that he would be her mount for life. Great idea. Why don't you stay at my place for now? My house is very spacious. When the competition starts, I'll put all the money on you. Julie seemed very excited. And at a time when everyone is laughing. A distraught Jack also arrived in the city of giant trees. But the hatred and fighting spirit he once felt were long gone. Only the psychological trauma and fear left by the Black Dragon continue to provide it with sustenance. Chapter 123 Amazing Ranking Rewards. Daily Necessities? Jack, what's wrong with you? Two burly men, both from the United States, came forward to inquire. It's perfectly normal to have several brothers in this world of giant trees. The man with the scar on his face in front of Jack was one of the top 1,000 contestants in Giant Tree City, known as the Ankle Ghost. Jack quickly recounted his ordeal to the two of them. The knife-wielding demon's expression changed several times. Big brother, you must stand up for me. Jack felt like crying, but had no tears left to shed. He got to where he is today because he has Dao Gui backing him up. If you walk by the river often enough, you're bound to get your shoes wet. Since you're unlucky, just accept it. Dao Gui shook his head. Able to kill 2 late-stage monarchs with a single early-stage monarch unit. Moreover, it possesses domain-specific abilities. Dao Gui has seen many players like this before. Moreover, after they grew up, they all became the top 1,000 strongest players in the Giant Tree arena. This is not someone you can easily provoke. He wouldn't need to provoke the other party for Jack's sake. Upon hearing this, Jack felt utterly devastated. Benefit. The world of giant trees truly only needs people who can create profit. Even family and friends are so vulnerable in the face of self-interest. At this time, staff from the Giant Beast Arena also came to Lin Sheng's door. At this time, Lin Sheng was temporarily staying at Julie's house, and Lydia was also staying there. Of course, it wouldn't be cohabitation. With Julie's family's influence in the main world, they could easily acquire several villas here. Is this Mr. Lin Sheng? 2 staff members from the Behemoth Arena approached. It's me. Lin Sheng nodded. The 2 men immediately became respectful. That's right, Mr. Lin Sheng. You have achieved a ranking of 4,730 in our Beast Arena. Therefore, your bonus for this month will be issued, as usual. This includes 300 million yuan in operating funds, 300 energy crystals, and some daily necessities. The 2 then stepped aside. A horse-drawn carriage was parked in front of Lin Sheng's villa. Lin Sheng followed the 2 men and opened the carriage curtain. Inside, there were all sorts of high-end items and a woman. This is the eldest princess of the Duke of Kurt's family. Of course, absolutely brand new. You're really lucky. This is the freshest batch. The rest of the servants have already been distributed. The 2 chuckled awkwardly and waited beside Lin Sheng. The princess of the Duke of Kurt looked at Lin Sheng with a terrified expression. Lin Sheng's gaze swept over his body. He had an extraordinary appearance, even with pointed ears, and resembled a descendant of the Giant Tree Empire. Most importantly, his skin was very fair, and he was dressed in the exotic clothing of the Empire, which was very alluring. I don't need it. Please change it to something else. Lin Sheng spoke quietly. No matter how long he stayed here, Lin Sheng found it very difficult to adapt to these things. But it truly leaves one feeling powerless. Moreover, if the people of their main world were enslaved, they would probably end up in the same situation. Whenever he thought of this, Lin Sheng felt a pang of heartache. Strength is indeed the most important thing. If you don't reach the level of an emperor, you'll always be controlled by others. It can even be used as a tool for transactions. The reason he is respected in this Giant Tree Empire is definitely not because of his own strength. It's simply because Lin Sheng has a country behind him that is enough to make people wary. And within that country lies an absolute power that inspires terror. The 2 looked at each other. This beautiful woman was so stunning that she couldn't help but be captivated by them. Coupled with her noble status, anyone who saw her would have impure thoughts. How could Mr. Lin, a young man, refuse? Could it be that there's a problem with some of its functions? Tell me what you get for the top rankings. Lin Sheng glanced at the 2 people in front of him. Just the top 5,000 people can receive 300 million yuan every month, plus so many luxury goods. No wonder the powerful figures from such a country are willing to reside in the Giant Tree secret realm. The owner here has truly spared no expense. Are you new here? The 2 looked shocked. You can get a ranking in the top 5,000 of the Giant Tree Empire right after you arrive. This is unheard of. The 2 of them immediately paid more attention to Lin Sheng. He quickly explained to Lin Sheng the monthly rewards he could receive. Top 5,000 in the arena, 300 million yuan in funding and various daily necessities per month, with a total value of over 500 million yuan. These daily necessities are, of course, priced according to market prices. If we only consider the cost, it definitely wouldn't reach 500 million. Top 3,000 in the arena. 500 million monthly activity funds. Higher level daily necessities. Total value of 1 billion. Top 2,000 in the arena. 1 billion monthly event funds, a complete mansion, and 1,000 servants to choose from. Top 1,000 in the arena. 2 billion monthly event funds, eligibility to reside in the royal family, and the option to marry into the royal family. 1 level 1 wish per month. Top 100 in the arena. 10 billion in monthly event funds, eligible for marriage alliances with direct members of the royal family. Monthly level 2 prayers to the Tree King. Top 50 in the arena. 15 billion event funds per month. Can make a level 3 wish to the Tree King every month. Top 10 in the arena. 30 billion in monthly activity funds. The entire Pontiff Noble clan can be enslaved. 3 levels of prayers can be made to the Tree King every month. Arena number 1. 50 billion in activity funds every month. You can make a level 4 wish to the Tree King every month. The highest level of prayer for the Tree King is level 5. Only the most core members of the royal family are entitled to the opportunity to make a prayer once a year. This is a rule established by the Tree King. The two men introduced themselves to Lin Sheng in a very experienced manner. Lin Sheng was terrified upon hearing this. His previous prayers were only first-level prayers. Even so, we can obtain the rare medicinal herb, 7 aperture ginseng. And the higher-ranking positions even receive prayers every month. Even the top 10 in the arena can treat an entire noble family as their slave. Although they are from the pontifical family, they still have a trace of royal blood. The ruler of this giant tree empire is indeed a ruthless man. No wonder he has been able to occupy the secret realm space for so long amidst the confrontation between multiple countries. How envious I am. I also want to be the master of those high and mighty nobles. The two were very envious. But thinking about it, it makes sense. To be able to enter the top 10 in the arena is to be among the top-tier emperor-level beings in the main world. What is it that they cannot obtain with their own hands? Even money has lost all its value to them. What truly caught their attention was the ability to make a level 4 prayer to the Tree King. Can only the first 1,000 people make the lowest level of prayer? Lin Sheng had a vague idea of what to do. As long as he can make even the most basic prayer, he can continuously extract genes from the Tree King's body. If this continues for a long time, it could even sever the very foundation of the entire giant tree empire. If you don't want this item, you can replace it with something else. The two men looked at the noblewoman with a hint of passion in their eyes. The girl panicked immediately. Please take me in. I can serve tea, pour water. I can do everything. The girl's face was pitiful, and her voice trembled slightly. However, the two men from the arena were grinning slyly. Serving tea, pouring water? Haha, you don't need to do such an easy job yourself. The two burst into laughter, as if they had heard the biggest joke in the world. She truly is a young lady from a noble family. It's so cute that you just want to pity her. Chapter 124. The advancement materials have arrived. What are you doing? Lydia heard the noise outside the door, opened it, and came out. Upon seeing that familiar figure, the two were immediately taken aback. Then she quickly lowered her voice and said, Ms. Lydia, we are the personnel from the Giant Tree Empire responsible for distributing ranking rewards. Today we are here specifically to distribute ranking rewards to Mr. Lin. If we have disturbed you, we hope you will not be offended. Lin Sheng was slightly surprised by their expressions. It seems that Lydia holds a significant position in the Giant Tree Empire. Oh, she's a good girl. Your room is so messy. Why don't you let her stay and help you clean it? Lydia's bright lips curved into a smile, her beautiful eyes looking at Lin Sheng as if she could see right through him. Yes. The two lowered their bodies again. After leaving his belongings in the vehicle, he drove away. With the help of the servants, the items were quickly moved into the villa. The cleaning of the villa and his 3 meals a day will be your responsibility. Lydia spoke quietly. The princess of the Duke of Cottage immediately knelt down and performed a standard aristocratic greeting to Lin Sheng. Thank you, master. Then he said it again, turning towards Lydia. Thank you, madam. Giggle. Lydia couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. In an instant, spring flowers bloomed in all their splendor. I'll head back now. Have fun on your own. Before Lin Sheng could speak again, Lydia and her servant left Lin Sheng's villa. Lin Sheng looked helplessly at the petite duchess and princess staring at him expectantly. Don't just come into my room casually, but you can do whatever you want with me otherwise. Understood, master. Seeing Lin Sheng's embarrassed appearance, the Duke and Princess of the Kurt family were secretly delighted. Thank goodness, I managed to get away with it. This master looks stupid. All he needs is to use him to escape his slave status. There are only two ways to escape slavery. One option is to be married to one's master and have children. Secondly, the master would pay the Giant Tree Empire a fee to terminate the slave contract. After all, she was essentially a slave of the Giant Tree Empire, and her master could not unilaterally terminate her slave contract. Being able to be a duke or princess in a noble family, one's mind is naturally not too simple. Lin Sheng's current goal is to be in the top 1,000 of the arena. While training, collect upgrade materials for Little Spirit and Little Deer. Back in the room. For Xiaoling to advance to the disaster level, the difficulty is no less than that for Xiaobai. Lin Sheng was slightly surprised. Some materials can be bought with money. For example, Wuhijin and Jiukao. Although expensive, Lin Sheng now has more than 2.3 billion in his pocket. There are also a large number of life stones and dragon's beard grass. 3 plants without black roots, plus 7 plants of 9 nether grass, bring the total value to 11 billion. Lin Sheng gasped in shock. A life stone is worth 300 million, and a dragon beard grass is worth 30 million. Lin Sheng now possesses 25 life stones, which could be sold for approximately 7 billion. There are over 100 dragon's beard grass stalks, which could probably sell for around 3 billion. The two combined amount to tens of billions. This was barely enough to gather the materials Little Spirit needed. Damn it, you can't spend money like this. Lin Sheng immediately picked up the phone and called the main star. Teacher Chen Dao. You called me teacher again. Is something up again? Chen Dao said helplessly on the other end of the phone. That's the kind of teacher I'm talking about. Lin Sheng listed out all the materials he needed. Over 10 billion. Are you kidding me? A disaster level advancement material costs that much? And that's only part of it. There are others that you can't even buy. Chen Dao's extremely excited voice came from the other end of the phone. It's no wonder he was agitated. It really scared him. All right, it will take us some time to raise these funds. We'll prepare the advancement materials for your 2 pets in a month. Thank you very much, Professor Chen Dao. Not at all, not at all. These are privileges that you, as the top student, should enjoy. Chen Dao couldn't help but feel ashamed. Lin Xingzhen made an indelible contribution to the principal's decision to abolish this policy. I thought it was already outrageous enough that he spent 30 million a month on food expenses at the university. Now it seems that compared to the advancement materials his pet beasts need, it's nothing. Lin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief after hanging up the phone. Fortunately, I have the support of prestigious universities in Shanghai. Many problems can be easily solved. Otherwise, even if he collected all these things, he would be severely weakened. Now I only have the materials from the first level of prayer left. I'll need to make 2 more prayers to collect all the materials for Little Spirit. The materials required for Xiaoling are of a higher grade than those required for Xiaobai. The main reason is that materials from bizarre creatures are too rare. They are very difficult to collect. For the next few days, Lin Sheng went to Lydia's arena every day to train his pets. Although it is a disaster level arena, most of the matches held there are at the Monarch level. Only occasionally will a game be a disaster. During this period, Lin Sheng was in danger several times. However, he still did not summon Xiaobai, determined to hone Xiaoling's combat awareness. The opponent's level is too low, so summoning Xiaobai is only for backup purposes and cannot serve as training. A month passed quickly. Lin Sheng is now ranked 4,230th. They gradually gained their own reputation and fans in the arena. After all, Lin Sheng was able to reach this level with just a king-level pet, which naturally caused a great deal of attention. And the brutal methods were terrifying. Xiaoling, on the other hand, thoroughly enjoyed the battle. Especially the feeling of tearing your opponent's flesh apart. It gives you a shiver that comes from the depths of your soul. However, this was only during battles. When she was with Lin Sheng, she was still a dutiful and obedient child. As long as the demands aren't too excessive. The materials have all been collected. The evolution materials for Xiaobai will be sent to me from the main world soon. 2 months is enough time for Lin Sheng to make 2 level 1 prayers. The main credit goes to him because he knew Lydia. Wishes are usually only frequently rewarded in high-level arenas. Lydia's arena happens to be a high-level arena. Some contestants were desperate to get in and have the chance to make a wish, but Lydia refused them all. Not everyone can participate in the competition. Little deer, are you ready? This energy is extraordinary. Lin Sheng earnestly explained to Xiao Lu. He extracted trace amounts of genes from the tree king a total of 3 times. Fine, bring it on. I'll take it all. Previously, Xiao Lu had seen Lin Sheng inject gene energy into Xiao Ling and Xiao Bai. Naturally, they were also very envious. He wondered when his master could also give him a boost. Here it is. Lin Sheng reached out and pressed his hand against the fawn's forehead. The fur on it was very soft and warm to the touch. Hurry up, stop touching my head. The little deer shook its head, feeling itchy. The owner seems to really enjoy patting his head. Get ready, I'm coming. As Lin Sheng silently chanted, a stream of energy flowed from his palm into the deer's body. Chapter 125, The Divine Tree Deer. Methods to destroy the empire and seize the divine tree. That instant, the immense energy instantly swept over the deer's entire body. The fawn merely furrowed its brow slightly, its entire body emitting a faint fluorescent glow. There was none of the painful struggle that the other 2 pets had gone through. She stood there with great poise and elegance. His forelegs trembled slightly, also due to excitement. This energy. Absolutely right. It's the energy of the chaotic god tree. Obtain trace amounts of life essence genes from the chaotic god tree. Obtain trace amounts of life affinity genes from the chaotic divine tree. Obtained a trace amount of healing skill genes from the chaotic god tree. Obtain the chaotic divine tree's natural control skill gene. A powerful force surged into his body. The deer's rank skyrocketed. The originally short downy hair on its body continued to grow and became much longer than before. And the life force emanating from his body became even stronger. The little deer couldn't help but jump twice on the ground in excitement. Great! I've become so much stronger. It was only for a moment. The little deer then completely absorbed all the energy that had flooded in. His level jumped straight to the late Lord stage. Just one breakthrough away. Lin Sheng also did not prepare the materials needed for Xiao Lu's advancement in advance. Because after the genes are altered, the evolutionary path of the fawn will also change, and the materials required will naturally change accordingly. Rainbow deer. Level, late Lord. Talent. Skills, concealment, life growth, cloud opening domain, life affinity, plant healing, nature control. Evolutionary path, light scale deer, divine tree deer. Description. The beings left in this space possess extremely vast knowledge. What is this Shenmu deer? Lin Sheng muttered to himself. A new race emerged along the evolutionary path. Upon hearing the name, the deer's ears perked up. Divine tree deer, can you see my evolutionary path? The deer was utterly shocked. Logically speaking, its species should not have followed the evolutionary path of the divine tree deer, because its species has no connection whatsoever with the sacred tree deer. The very existence of this means that it represents a new evolutionary path, one that transcends the bloodline of one's own race. Lin Sheng noticed Xiao Lu's shock. What's wrong? Is this evolutionary path very strong? No. Although it's the latest evolutionary path, it's only slightly stronger than the light-scaled deer, the evolutionary path of my own race. What shocked the deer was not the additional evolutionary path. That's just icing on the cake. What truly provided timely help was Lin Sheng's ability to evolve living beings. It can actually enhance the bloodline of some creatures out of thin air. It originally thought that Lin Sheng could at most give skills to his pets, but could not improve their bloodline. No wonder the owner's other 2 pets have such high bloodlines. It initially thought its owner was just lucky. After all, you've already run into it. How could your luck be bad? Can you continue to help me improve my bloodline? Little deer asked hurriedly. Of course. As long as I can go to the Tree King to make a wish, I can extract its genes. The same applies to any other creature. Upon hearing Lin Sheng's words, Xiao Lu was extremely excited. If that's the case, it would be good to help myself evolve into one of the branches of the Qilin race. That's the legendary Qilin, a creature with the highest level bloodline. Based on the fawn's vague memories, even the weakest branch of the Qilin race could easily flatten the entire blue star when it was first born, etc. The master just said that this gene was extracted from that chaotic divine tree. After leveling up, Little Deer had already absorbed a lot of information about the chaotic god tree. The branches of the chaotic god tree fell from a branch of a world tree, and I never expected that it could take root and grow here. This thing, if placed anywhere, would lead to the extinction of a certain race. But it's the thing that the strong love most. The Little Deer knew the importance of this chaotic divine tree, but I don't know why it's important. Master, we must obtain the branches of this chaotic god tree. I have a feeling it will be one of the most crucial items. Xiao Lu stood upright and dignified, speaking to Lin Sheng like a noble princess. Okay, but how do I get it? Lin Sheng was very puzzled. The entire Giant Tree Empire possesses countless emperor-level powerhouses and maintains connections with countries around the world. Even emperor-level beings cannot use the 5th-level prayer of the Chaotic God Tree. What's more, how about directly obtaining the entire branch of the Chaotic God Tree? If these words were to be spoken, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the entire Giant Tree Empire. Who's so bold? I doubt even any country in the main world would do something so stupid, let alone him alone. I have an idea, Little Deer said. What method? Lin Sheng listened attentively. That means you will become an emperor-level powerhouse, or directly become a powerhouse surpassing the emperor level. The little deer raised its chest and said with great pride. Damn, isn't that obvious? Lin Sheng rolled his eyes. I thought the little deer had some profound insights. That's for sure. But to get this branch of the Chaotic God Tree just by becoming an emperor-level being is already a huge win. It's incredibly lucky. Don't worry, with the bloodline from the Dragon Eye that you injected into Xiaobai, as long as Xiaobai reaches the mid-stage of Emperor, or even the late stage of Emperor, he will immediately become the strongest being on the entire blue star. And it's overwhelmingly powerful. After all, these native creatures on Earth have only been affected and mutated. What kind of rotten fish and shrimp are these? Even the very few outstanding individuals all relied on the divine objects in the ruins to forcibly elevate their bloodline. As long as Lin Sheng can become the strongest person on Earth, then we can openly step into the gates of the giant beast empire and make them obediently hand over the branches of the Chaotic God Tree. Only the strong have the right to possess. Easy for you to say. Lin Sheng sighed. He can now be considered a disaster-level beast tamer at best. But how difficult it is to grow to the emperor level and seize a branch of the Chaotic God Tree. After all, didn't any other powerful figures from other countries covet the Chaotic God Tree besides him? The answer is definitely yes. But they did not actually steal it. The problems are obvious to anyone with eyes to see. The Giant Tree Empire possesses considerable power. Master, someone is looking for you outside. The Duke of Cottage's princess opened the door and came in. Now that she has become Lin Sheng's full-time maid, she naturally wears maid's clothes. I see. Lin Sheng looked pleased. It seems the main world has delivered the materials to me. Thinking about it, he walked towards the door. However, just as they reached the door, an unexpected incident occurred. Chapter 126 Little White advances to disaster level. Flight ability. Princess Kurt, the daughter of the Duke of Kurt, suddenly tripped and fell in front of the door. He involuntarily fell towards Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng reacted quickly and pulled the girl's soft body into his arms. The maid blushed and looked up at Lin Sheng's face. Be careful next time, Lin Sheng said expressionlessly, slowly pushing him away. Hee. Kurt Christine covered her mouth and chuckled. A pair of beautiful eyes stared straight at her master's tall and straight back. Don't rush, take it slowly. She was extremely satisfied with her master. Every time I seduce him, I can't help but want to devour him. But you have to hold back. When he is completely ensnared and takes the initiative. These past few days, Christine has been subtly leaning towards him, and he was always panting and making groaning noises. Even with improved diet, I still feel that this guy's body seems a bit too flexible. But it is indeed quite soft. Lin Sheng savored the feeling of the hug he had just received. Then, startled, he abruptly banished the thought from his mind. After all, she used to be a princess of the Duke's family. It's understandable that she was frail and sickly. She'll get used to it with more practice. Lin Sheng shook his head. Let go of those unrealistic fantasies. Little did they know that they were being subtly influenced. Even if it weren't for Lin Sheng, this slow and steady approach, coupled with prolonged residence, could easily be interpreted as feelings developing over time. Moreover, every night, Christine would deliberately make the sounds of bathing water and humming. In addition, she possessed the identity of a noble princess who had lost her family and was now extremely beautiful. Few people could resist when it's so readily available. Lin Sheng was an exception. He hasn't laid a finger on me for a month. Mr. Lin, these are your advancement materials. A truck from China drove into the villa's courtyard. Several workers unloaded the goods from the truck onto the open ground in the yard. After saying goodbye to Lin Sheng, they all left. Open those packages. First, store Xiaoling's advancement materials in the beast taming space. Then, he placed Xiao Bai's advanced materials in one place, and then melted them with fire into 7 medicinal baths. Change it once a day for 7 days. During this month, Lin Sheng injected a small amount of dragon blood into Xiao Bai every day. The enormous energy within his body had long been accumulating to the point where it had nowhere to go. Upon hearing that it was going to evolve, Xiao Bai immediately became excited and cooperated perfectly with Lin Sheng's actions. Your turn is next. Lin Sheng looked at the little deer who had been watching the commotion from the side. Let's evolve into the divine tree deer first, and then evolve into the Qilin later. The fawn was full of confidence. The image of the Qilin is the closest to its perfect evolutionary direction. Soon, both Little White and Little Deer, the two pet beasts, entered the process of evolution. Me? Xiaoling was a little annoyed. Why can the other two evolve, but he can't? Wait a minute, I've collected all the materials for you, but your level isn't high enough yet. Lin Sheng stroked Xiaoling's dragon horns to comfort her. Xiaoling shook her head violently. Fight. I want to fight. Little Ling is full of fighting spirit. Christine gasped in surprise as she looked at her master and the three pets in the yard. She had naturally heard the rumors about her master. Unexpectedly, he actually had 3 pet beasts, 2 dragons and 1 deer. Moreover, judging from the appearance, that crawling creature is not the owner's most powerful pet. Even now, those 2 pet beasts are about to evolve further, and they will only become stronger. Christine's heart was pounding. Let alone her now. Even if their ducal family were to rise from the dead, they would still have to bow and scrape before a powerhouse of this caliber. The owner is also very handsome, and his personality is quite good. Christine pressed a finger to her pink lips and stared intently at Lin Sheng through the window, momentarily lost in thought. My owner was worried that I was weak, so he bought me more expensive food and let me stay in the same room as him. Christine didn't believe that Lin Sheng didn't know how to use slaves. But in the current situation, does my master already intend to treat me as part of his harem? Christine's heart raced, and her usually calm demeanor turned slightly flushed. No, I must find a chance to test the waters. This was not only about whether she could escape her status as a slave. It also concerns whether she can avenge the Kurt family. Previously, she only saw in Lin Sheng the opportunity to escape her status as a slave. But now that he has seen an opportunity to take revenge, how could he not be excited? Lin Sheng was clearly unaware of these matters. During the interval between the evolution of the 2 pets, they are still constantly training Xiaoling's abilities. During this time, he even asked Lydia about the disaster-level Beastmaster competition. Yes, we'll be holding a disaster-level Beast Tamer one-on-one tournament this month. The prize is the Tree King's level 3 prayer. Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng applied to Lydia to participate in the competition. You want to participate? Sure. Lydia didn't have much doubt and readily agreed to Lin Sheng's request. The two had become acquainted over time, and also at the very beginning of the competition. Both pets have completed their evolution. Lin Sheng determined that Xiao Bai's evolution path would be that of a cloud dragon. Furthermore, Lin Sheng successfully obtained the corpses of the floating whale and some rare ferocious beasts, and injected their genes into Xiao Bai's body. But when Xiao Bai evolved into a cloud dragon, it seemed to naturally gain the ability to levitate. This is also why Lin Sheng wanted Xiao Bai to evolve into a cloud dragon. The little deer evolved into a divine tree deer in the early stage of the king level. Shamu deer. Level, early king. Talent. Skills, concealment, life growth, cloud opening domain, life affinity, plant healing, nature control. Evolutionary path, azure cloud deer. Description, the beings left in this space possess extremely vast knowledge. Yunlong. Level, mid-catastrophe. Talent. Skills, thundercloud control, mastery. Scorching sun eye, mastery. Vajra body, mastery. Dragon's might, proficient. Evolutionary path, azure cloud dragon king. Introduction, a cloud dragon soaring through the sky, a branch of the vast bloodline of the dragon race. The moment Xiao Bai's plan succeeded, a torrential downpour began throughout the entire giant tree space. That night, amidst thunder and lightning, Lin Sheng successfully experienced the feeling of flying atop Xiao Bai's body. Awesome. That feeling of looking down from high above. It's far beyond what airplane flight equipment can provide. Even that night, many rumors circulated in the Beast City that a divine dragon had been seen churning in the clouds. Chapter 127 Zeus's Children, People Planted in the Empire. In a magnificent palace within the giant tree space, 20 or 30 foreign maids with different appearances were standing outside the door of a room. Miss Lydia. The 20 or 30 maids bowed in unison to Lydia. Is my father inside? Yes, but Lord Wells, Thor does not allow anyone to enter. Snort. Lydia snorted coldly. He walked straight up to open the door. The guards' maids wanted to stop them, but dared not move. Who doesn't know that Lydia was Zeus's beloved daughter? Neither side is easy to mess with. Just then, the door opened. My daughter, a person with golden hair and pupils, and a bare upper body, walked out from there. You may all leave now. Upon hearing this, the maidservant beside her hurriedly left. My daughter, why are you so angry again? Zeus gave a gentle smile. Father Wells, have you secretly sent people to deal with my men again? Lydia was very angry. Zeus chuckled dryly twice. Didn't you intercept them all? Zeus then turned his back and said solemnly, who is worthy of my daughter? His strength must be at least equal to mine. Zeus had sex 7 or 8 times a day, but he only had 30 or 40 children in total. This is the downside of being strong. As genes become increasingly powerful, very few people are able to give birth to their children. Therefore, the women they seek are all women with excellent genes. Lydia was Zeus's favorite youngest daughter. That's only because he wasn't in the villa that night. Otherwise, he would definitely be dead there by now. Lydia's tone was very agitated. But she didn't understand why she, who was usually so calm, was so anxious about a guy she had just met. Perhaps it's because this isn't the first time? Just then, another voice came from the side. Is that the kid you mentioned who's called the Death Demon? A handsome young man walked out of the room. Then he bowed slightly towards Zeus. Father, don't worry. I found out that kid called Death Demon has already signed up for the Lydia Arena competition. I will personally take him as my slave. I will not allow you to come to my arena. Lydia said coldly. Oh, don't worry, I won't kill him. At most, I'll just let him know his status and position. As he spoke, the handsome young man looked at Lydia with a gloomy expression. My proud sister, one day I will make you willingly submit to me, Hardy. If you want it, protect it yourself. Zeus didn't say more. He never interfered much in the conflicts between his own children. The reason why Lydia is favored is because Lydia's performance is among the most outstanding of all her children. Otherwise, he wouldn't have foreseen that Zeus would secretly send people to deal with Lin Sheng. I'll go watch this match myself. Consider it giving you a chance. Zeus finally softened. Really? Thank you, father. Seeing Lydia smile for the first time, Zeus couldn't help but smile slightly as well. Some also became curious about the Death Demon. Hee, then let's meet on the field, Hardy said with a smile. Hardy, you are no match for him. Lydia looked down at Hardy as if he were an ant. This immediately caused the veins on Hardy's forehead to bulge, and he felt a surge of displeasure. My proud younger sister has always been like this since she was little. I've always looked down on him. Even her brothers who were at odds with Lydia were secretly dealt with by her. Although it's just a rumor, Hardy believes it could only have been Lydia who did it. That wretched woman. One day, I'll make you taste my power. Hardy's eyes were sinister. He had already mentally tormented Lydia countless times. Seeing this, Zeus stroked his golden beard with satisfaction. He always educated his children using the method of raising poisonous insects. It was perfectly normal for brothers to fight each other, and Zeus saw it all. As for that guy called Death Demon, being used as a tool in their family feuds, or even as a source of experience, is not bad. Master, this is your dinner tea. Christine placed a cup of black tea in front of Lin Sheng. TSK. I never thought I'd be able to drink such famous tea. Lin Sheng clicked his tongue in amazement. What's so good about it? It's terribly bitter. That's right. The two pets made a complaint. They really don't know what's so good about such bitter water. Drinks are still the best. Especially the kind that bubbles and gurgles. It's so addictive. Don't drink it. That black tea has a hypnotic effect. The little deer spoke quietly. Xiaoling realized what was happening in that instant, and was instantly enraged. Kill her. It dared to poison its master. This two-legged creature is always so affectionate with its master. I've been fed up with it for a long time. Lin Sheng remained silent, and picked up the cup of black tea, drinking it down. It tastes good, do you want to come? Before Lin Sheng could finish speaking, he collapsed onto the table. Upon seeing this, Christine blushed slightly, somewhat excited. Owner. Seeing that Lin Sheng did not react, Christine called out several more times. Then he bent down, knelt on the ground, and crawled directly under the table. Sensing the unusual movement under the table, Lin Sheng seized the opportunity. He reached out and grabbed Christine's hair. He lowered his head, facing Christine's astonished, pale face. Master, I just wanted to see what was wrong with you. Oh, so where are you putting your hands? Upon hearing this, Christine blushed and quickly removed her hand. You don't really think I don't know about the things you did in the past, do you? Lin Sheng smiled slightly. Christine felt a sudden wave of despair. Please don't send me back. Insubordination is punishable by death in the Empire. You can use me to free yourself from slavery, but there's a condition. Upon hearing this, the gloom that had been hanging over Christine vanished instantly. I'll agree to any conditions. 2 hours passed. After a series of both soft and hard tactics, Christine changed into a new outfit and left Lin Sheng's mansion. From this day forward, she will no longer be a slave, but a member of the Empire's inner circle. Well done. Infiltrating the giant tree empire from within. It seems I was too naive. Master, when did you begin planning this? Lin Sheng smiled without saying a word. If I rashly revoke the slave status, it would be easy to arouse suspicion, but I showed that I didn't like this slave before, so it seems normal now. Now that I still have leverage over her, she's even less likely to betray me. As a branch of the Empire, with the financial support from Lin Sheng, it was easy for them to rise again. If Lin Sheng were to reveal her intentions to the Empire, he could ruin her reputation at any time. As a shrewd woman, she naturally knows what to do. Moreover, the task Lin Sheng gave her was simply to investigate the secrets of that giant tree and the combat power of the giant tree empire. Once the task is completed, she can leave. This is not too difficult for the collateral branches of the empire. No savvy person would refuse such a surefire way to make money. Chapter 128 First Battle of Cataclysmic Scale. Head-on instant kill. The next day, Lin Sheng is about to have his first match. Welcome to our newcomer ranking number 4110, Death Demon. As the host spoke, the audience, who had come from afar, immediately cheered from the high platform. But most of the questions remain unanswered. I remember the Death Demon was a king-level beastmaster, so why would he participate in a competition between catastrophe-level beastmasters? Yes, I've only seen him in the king-level arena before. Could it be that the Death Demon has advanced to the level of a catastrophe? Very likely. The Death Demon has long been unmatched at the king level. This growth rate is just too fast. The spectators in the arena were making all sorts of guesses. Lin Sheng's fans were even more enthusiastic, and a sense of pride arose spontaneously. His opponent is the Dark Empire's demon, ranked 3,200th, the Necromancer. The demons of the Dark Empire. Lin Sheng had long heard of the Dark Empire. Legend has it that that country is entirely composed of strange and monstrous demons. Only early stage of the cataclysmic level. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. That's way too weak. Seeing the human's expression, the undead monster was also enraged. No one has ever dared to underestimate it like this before. Roar! In the blink of an eye, the undead monster pounced on Lin Sheng. But in the next instant, suddenly, Lin Sheng's entire body emitted a blazing light. The light shone on the audience, making them feel warm and cozy. But to the undead monster in front of them, it was poison. Zzzzz. Within that light, the undead monster emitted a constant hissing sound. Painful screams echoed throughout the entire arena. In less than a few seconds, the undead vanished completely in the light. Even if Xiao Bai is a level below this guy, he can still defeat him in one blow, let alone if they are the same level. The little deer was enjoying the spectacle in the beast-taming space. They got the best seats in the audience. Save him. Save him. Go in peace. Little Spirit chuckled mischievously. It was as if it had killed the demon. Although Lin Sheng and his pets knew that it was Xiao Bai who used a skill in the beast-taming space to instantly kill the opponent. But to the audience on stage, it appeared as if Lin Sheng himself had instantly killed the demon. The people on the platform were dumbfounded. This is the early stages of a disaster. Isn't this instant sale going too far? You should know that a disastrous match can last a whole day, or at least more than half an hour. The rankings were almost identical, yet the battle was ended in an instant. As expected of the Death Demon's signature move. No wonder he's known as the Death Demon who kills people without leaving their corpses. My God, I didn't even see his beast, and he already killed his opponent instantly. Yes, I just felt warm all over, like I was basking in the sun, and when I turned around, the ghost had disappeared. This method is commonly used by beast tamers, but it is only used when the level of the opponent is significantly higher. That is, to let the beast release the skill directly in the beast-taming space. Although the power will be reduced to a certain extent, it can save lives in critical moments. You mean the Death Demon's pet beast instantly killed the Dark Empire's monsters in the early stages of the catastrophe with just one skill? Oh my God! This is absolutely terrifying. At this moment, everyone truly felt a sense of fear emanating from Lin Sheng. Then came the excitement. In the blink of an eye, Lin Sheng's name began to be shouted from the high platform. Death Demon! Death Demon! As that name was called out one by one, the audience on stage became increasingly excited. This is support for and admiration of the strong. Be afraid. The more afraid I am, the stronger I will become. Xiaoling thoroughly enjoyed the atmosphere. They are constantly drawing negative energy from the audience. Little White lay lazily in the beast-taming space. This opponent is too weak. It's not even qualified to go out and fight. The opponent was instantly killed the moment the Scorching Sun True I was activated. It's not fun to play. At this moment, in a corner of the audience. Damn it. I couldn't even summon my pet, Lord Hardy. The attendant, dressed in a black robe, looked at the handsome man beside him. The man was now biting his lip, staring intently at Lin Sheng below the stage, his expression no longer as relaxed as before. This guy? Didn't it just reach disaster level? How can he be so strong? Hardy was completely dumbfounded. But he had previously boasted to his father that he would take Lin Sheng as his slave. If I backed down because of this, wouldn't I be ridiculed by that wretched woman and abandoned by my father? Damn it. Damn it. This kid must have used some kind of trick. At the same time, Hardy met Lydia's disdainful gaze from the audience. This instantly ignited his anger to its peak. It must have been Lydia who gave Lin Sheng a higher-level pet contract. I should have killed him in that room that night. Hardy was filled with resentment. That night, Zeus simply sent him to investigate the man who was living with Lydia. However, he was filled with jealousy and hatred, and directly sent someone to kill Lin Sheng. But unexpectedly, the other party managed to escape. After looking at Hardy, Lydia's delicate pink lips curled up in a smile. Hee, that idiot. However, she did not expect that Lin Sheng had actually been hiding his strength. I'm liking it more and more. Lydia glanced sideways at the handsome young man below the stage, her face full of satisfaction. When he mocked Hardy in front of his father, he didn't actually know how strong Lin Sheng really was. It was simply to mock Hardy. But little did they expect that their cleverness would backfire, and their words would become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Lin Sheng's strength is really that formidable. If a man is like that, his father would probably agree, right? After all, he was the one who had made a contract with the Black Dragon Prince's heir. No one knew the Black Dragon Queen's power better than her father, Zeus. Lin Sheng's name spread throughout half of Giant Tree City, thanks to this match. Many Chinese people even yearn for such achievements after hearing that some of their compatriots have made remarkable progress in the arena. And coincidentally, there have been recent rumors that a real dragon has risen into the sky at night and surged in the clouds. This inevitably leads to some speculation. Lydia, arrange some strong opponents for me tomorrow, otherwise I won't have any way to hone my skills. But there's no one your equal in strength. Why don't you come find me tonight, and I'll help you hone your skills. Lydia chuckled. Oh, sure, my pet is afraid of fire. You can try burning it like this. Lin Sheng spoke quietly. What? Lydia didn't hear clearly and didn't know what it meant. I'm saying hello. Lin Sheng smiled slightly. You bad guy. Lydia suddenly realized something and felt a little ashamed and indignant. Looking at the two from a distance, Hardy frowned slightly, then relaxed. An idea suddenly came to mind. He turned to the attendant beside him. Come on, follow me to the Giant Tree Market. Chapter 129 Poison. Contracted little deer. In what is said to be the largest commercial street in the empire. In a shop, Hardy and one of his guards are buying items from their boss in the room. Do you have any drugs here that are not easily detected in water? Preferably something that can affect a person's fighting ability. Hardy squinted. Yes. Edge, go and get the medicine for Lord Hardy right away. The shop owner was terrified and whispered a few words in the ear of one of the shop assistants. However, Lord Hardy, is it appropriate to use such methods in an arena? The shopkeeper asked tentatively. If caught doing this, the death penalty is the first line of punishment. Did I say it was to be used in the arena? Hardy narrowed his eyes. The thought of his sister's disdainful gaze and her expression when talking to Lin Sheng ignited a flicker of anger within Hardy. Seeing this expression, the shop owner panicked. Yes, I was reckless. As compensation, I will give you some other items as a gift. Hades is the son of Zeus, far beyond what a small business owner like him can afford to offend. Just then, the girl arrived carrying a bottle of colorless and odorless medicine. Hardy narrowed his eyes as he watched the girl's trembling body. I can forgive you, but I still need a channel to purchase catastrophic-level ferocious beasts. Money is no object. But that girl. Hardy stared intently at the female sales clerk in the store. A burning desire ignited within him. He had nowhere to vent his anger, so he had to find a place to do it. The girl was terrified when she saw this, as she had heard about Hardy. If they fall into his hands, they will suffer a fate worse than death. However, of course, if you need it, I'll transfer the slave contract to you right now. The shop owner was overjoyed. Someone's come to buy a disaster-level pet. That's a huge order. They are far more than a mere slave. Moreover, he was able to get along well with a big shot like Hardy. It also greatly helped his store's business. Great. I'll be waiting for your good news. Make sure you're ready before the competition in 10 days. Hardy looked at the girl's body, licked his lips, and said, "Bring her here and get me a room." His pin-up anger finally found an outlet. In Lin Sheng's room. Obtain unicorn fish scales. Obtain the black wolf king's claws. Obtain flying scale bird scales. Lin Sheng injected the monarch level and catastrophe level genes he had collected into the deer's body. The sheep's head and wolf's hooves are already quite similar. Looking at the little deer in front of him, which already bore some resemblance to a qilin, Lin Sheng spoke quietly. It only resembles the qilin in appearance. It is far from being the legendary qilin. The fawn wandered around, admiring its colorful scales, unable to hide its joy. But he remained stubborn. You too can become a legendary mythical beast. Or rather, how could one not be excited about the chance to become a legendary mythical beast? Yo! As the fawn raised one hoof, it radiated a holy light, and numerous plants pierced through the floor and sprouted from the soil. The deer possesses the power to manipulate plants. As strength increases, this ability to utilize it will only become more and more powerful. Furthermore, the fawn possesses remarkable healing abilities, making it perfectly capable of serving as a nanny. You can ride it occasionally. After all, Xiaoling and Xiaobai still need to fight. The healer doesn't need to fight. Riding is fine when you're bored. Come, let your master ride you. Lin Sheng rubbed his hands together, somewhat excited. He's never ridden a qilin before. A legendary sacred beast. Back then, even gods and Buddhas might not have been able to ride it. But today it's Lin Sheng's turn. Just this once. The fawn proudly raised its chin. My master has helped me so much, so I'll reluctantly let you ride me just this once. Okay, just once. Lin Sheng flipped over and sat down, touching the deer antlers and marveling at them. The little guy is so easy to fool. Every time I say it's the last time, there will never be a last time. Once you can sit on it the first time, you'll do it a second and a third time. Over time, you get used to it, and even become numb to it. You're the most comfortable. Those two guys are too big. I can only sit cross-legged on them. Lin Sheng was very satisfied. Its size is similar to that of a horse, making it quite suitable for riding. Moreover, the qilin can also rise from the clouds, so it's not necessarily that it can't fly. Get off me now. The little deer was a bit embarrassed by the praise. No, just a little longer. Just a little while. This is the last little while. Xiao Lu couldn't persuade Lin Sheng otherwise, and felt like she had been deceived. It seems the owner always enjoys riding on its back. And human girls too. Perhaps this is etched into human genes? The antlers on the little deer's head are different from those of Xiaoling and Xiaobai. They grow backward, curve upward, have branches and length, and are very slender. The horns on Xiaoling's head grow backward and curve downward, but they are not branched and are very thick. Xiaobai's horns are more complex, lacking the sharpness of the other two, and appearing somewhat rounded. And they all feel different to the touch. If Lin Sheng recorded all of this, it would be enough to write a book on the feel and differences of mythical beast horns. On the sensitivity of mythical beasts to their horns. Thinking about it this way, 10 books are definitely not enough. For Lin Sheng, who loves pets, having 3 pets is simply paradise. I have now become a disaster-level beast tamer. I can easily achieve the world's #1 level in any physical ability in my previous life, or even far surpass it. Lin Sheng clenched his fist and felt a strong sense of power. Even if hit head-on by a lord-level ferocious beast, it will not die. I'll make a contract with you. All right, I'm ready. Lin Sheng stroked it with his hand. The fawn gently closed its eyes, without struggling or resisting. The contract was quickly concluded. In that instant, a massive amount of life energy flowed back towards Lin Sheng. In the blink of an eye, countless black impurities were expelled from Lin Sheng's skin. Even its height has decreased. I feel so much lighter all over. This is the essence of the chaotic god tree. After forming a contract with me, Master, your vitality now far surpasses that of some emperor-level beings. You can live for 1,000 years. Little Deer spoke solemnly. But 1,000 years is far from enough. Any one of these 3 pet beasts could live for more than 3,000 years. This is far from enough in the long course of history. Only by becoming a legendary dragon can one achieve immortality. That's fine. I'm very satisfied. Lin Sheng was content with what he had. Comparing his past life to his present life, he's already made a huge profit. No. Beasts need to be greedy to go further, Xiaoling said with a smile, afraid that Lin Sheng would become complacent. Xiaoling is right this time, but even greed should be tempered with nature, Xiaolu advised. Little White nodded. If its master had died 1,000 years later, it would become the only time traveler in the world. What's the point of living? Chapter 130 The Dragon. Fame spreads throughout Giant Tree City. Don't worry about me. Lin Sheng stroked the heads of the 3 pet beasts. Who's worried about you? The deer rolled its eyes. This is for the sake of future development, so stop being so presumptuous. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Lin Sheng walked over and opened the door. Lydia was walking towards them. She wore a long, jet-black dress, her golden hair pulled back, revealing her fair neck, exuding the air of a noble princess. Is it pretty? Lydia asked with a slight smile. You can speak the language of China? I just learned it. Lydia covered her mouth with her hand and smiled slightly. Behind her followed Julie, who was dressed in the same outfit. The two of them were as dazzling as princesses who had stepped out of a mural. Let's go. Lin Sheng knew it was his turn to participate in the arena competition. Every time it was her turn, Lydia would bring Julie to pick her up. Then they watched the match from the highest VIP rooms in the arena. This shows Lin Sheng the utmost respect. Certainly, this respect was earned by Lin Sheng through his own strength. Several tens of minutes later, Lin Sheng arrived at the arena. This time, the opponent was a beast tamer at the mid-stage of the Disaster King realm, so Lin Sheng had no choice but to summon Xiao Bai from the beast-taming space. Hold head high. In that instant, a dragon's roar resounded throughout the entire arena. After a brief struggle with its opponent, Xiao Bai unleashed a thick bolt of lightning that instantly annihilated the ferocious beast. In that instant, everyone in the arena stood up. They let out a sound full of disbelief. My God! Could the thunder dragon from that night have been the death demon's pet beast? This is an eastern dragon. A western dragon. An eastern dragon. This beast tamer actually possesses 2 dragon-type pets at the same time. But dragons shouldn't exist in this world, right? How could you possibly form a contract with one? This guy can actually possess 2 dragons at the same time? Death demon. Forest god. Look at me. The audience members who came to watch from the platform were instantly ignited. They all stood up and shouted wildly. The environment in this arena was already like this, but now it has been ignited to its extreme. Dragon. The legendary dragon. Now it's right here in front of everyone. How could this not be exciting? Several audience members even fainted on the spot. The beast tamer facing Lin Sheng was also pale-faced. Looking at the enormous creature in front of me, I was filled with dread. The antlers and 4 pairs of claws floated in midair. This isn't a dragon from Legends, so what is it? Fighting against an opponent like this is utterly hopeless. Quick, Susan. Take a picture right now. This will definitely be tomorrow's headline news. The newspaper owner was extremely excited. Those who can come to watch such high-level arenas are all wealthy people. Without bringing any professional equipment, he just started taking pictures with his phone. Sending your message even 1 second faster than others can mean a huge amount of traffic. How could they miss it? This is so exciting. A boy from the Dragon Kingdom and a dragon. In a country with a true dragon tradition, it's hard not to have wild imaginations. Oh my God, Lin Sheng can actually contract with such a creature. In a private room, Julie covered her mouth with both hands, staring in utter shock at the giant dragon before her. The dragon's silhouette and the boy's tiny shadow formed a stark contrast. This made Julie feel a longing in her heart. How could she possibly hold her head high in front of such a powerful person? Humph, Lydia chuckled lightly. Only someone like that is qualified to be her attendant. Only then are they qualified to follow me. And right next to Lydia and Julie's private room, they are separated by only 1 wall. Several mysterious figures dressed in black robes stared in shock at the dragon-like figure below. Oh my God, I must tell Lord Hardy about this right away. This guy actually used his pet beast. No, wait. Even if we don't tell Lord Hardy, the news will probably be full of information about this guy soon. The 2 men in black robes were startled. Wouldn't Lord Hardy be doomed to lose after that? How could he possibly defeat a dragon? What's the panic? Lord Hardy has paid a heavy price this time and is confident of victory. Besides, this guy only has this 1 pet beast. The other is only at the king level. Despite saying that, the man in black was still somewhat uneasy. After all, this is a legendary dragon. Even if he wasn't from China, he had heard of dragon legends all over the world. Now that I have seen it in front of me, how can I not feel envious and terrified? Congratulations to our Lord Death Demon. You have defeated your opponent and achieved a ranking of 1,360th in the arena. The staff member in charge of hosting the arena on the high platform was so excited that he was incoherent. I know it in my heart. In just a few days, this arena will surely be packed with people. I'm afraid the ticket price will have to increase significantly, and his salary will also rise accordingly. After all, as a host, he's not exactly a low-level employee. They are entitled to a share of the profits in this competition. Weak. Too weak. Xiao Ling roared wildly in the beast-taming space. What's this talk about 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river? We'll settle our scores now. If you can't beat someone, get someone stronger to help you fight. That's the benefit of clinging to someone powerful. Feeling great, Lin Sheng showed no mercy and extracted all the genes from the other party's pet beast. After all, if you're not strong, you'll fall to the ground and your pet will die. There's no reason to pity the other person. Beastmasters who come to the arena must all be aware of this. Just as Lin Sheng left the arena to recuperate, information about this arena spread rapidly throughout the world of the giant tree. The information spread instantly throughout the entire giant tree arena. The scene where Lin Sheng summoned Xiao Bai was also recorded and uploaded as a video. Although the giant tree arena is somewhat out of sync with the main world, its technology is not lagging behind, and it also has its own internet. A dragon. A real dragon. A beast tamer from the Dragon Kingdom has summoned a true dragon. If it can summon 2 real dragons, does that mean dragons really exist in the Dragon Kingdom? In the arena match, the legendary contestant Death Demon instantly defeated a catastrophic opponent, relying on a snow-white figure. This also sparked widespread discussion below the news article. The hype is skyrocketing. Oh, Dragon Kingdom. What a magical country. I must go and see it when I return to the main world. Is there anyone who can take me to the main world? I'll even be your slave. I want to see the Dragon Kingdom. Come find me. I'm on Street 219 in Giant Tree City, the only blue door. Men, please do not disturb. Chapter 131 The Elf Princess of the Giant Tree Empire. The popularity is rising rapidly. The number of people watching the news is also soaring. It skyrocketed from the original 1 million to 3 million, 7 million. Then, in just 12 hours, the number of viewers soared to 130 million. This was already common knowledge for the empire, which reportedly had a population of less than 1 billion. And in the palace of the Giant Tree Empire, a girl with incredibly fair skin, long, soft, droopy ears, and a voluptuous figure so large that you could hardly hear her heartbeat when she was pressed against someone's body, was looking at a message on her phone. Interesting, Jasmine. Please help me book tickets for this match. Yes, Your Highness. A maidservant, equally beautiful and almost stunningly gorgeous, bowed slightly. Generally, when a master hires servants, he will choose those who are not as good-looking as himself. Even the princess's maids were so stunningly beautiful, one can only imagine how gorgeous they must have been. However, she used disguise techniques to conceal her appearance. Even so, it's still a perfect 10 out of 10, or even 9 out of 10. It's the kind of thing that makes your heart stop for a second just by looking at it, and you need to perform CPR immediately. Although tickets for this game seem very difficult to book, she relied on her power as an imperial princess. There will be a lot of people scrambling to bring the tickets. It only took a few days. The price of tickets for the Disaster Arena has increased from 3,000 gold coins to 300,000 gold coins. Even so, tickets are still extremely difficult to obtain. And all of this was because of Lin Sheng's influence. Or perhaps it was influenced by Lin Sheng's pet beast, Xiao Bai. Everyone wanted to see what the legendary dragon actually looked like. I also want to see if it's really as people say, and not a fake, pieced-together video. The information here has even spread to the real world. After all, hundreds of thousands of people travel between the two countries every day. It's perfectly normal for this news to spread. Meanwhile, in Yangqing, the main world, inside a training base, Di Qian looked at the dozen or so girls before her, who were both beautiful and strong, and smiled helplessly. For the past few months, people have been coming to Yangqing every day, saying they want to see her. She then claimed to have come from the Giant Tree Empire and was a member of Lin Sheng's harem. This left Di Qian both amused and exasperated. Even Lin Ming, who had been keeping an eye on her younger brother, found out about this. Knowing that her brother had been seeing a bunch of women, you can imagine how angry she was. She was so furious that she wanted to come over and teach Lin Sheng a lesson. Fortunately, Di Qian stopped her, otherwise Lin Ming would probably have already gone to the Giant Tree world. As for how they stopped them, that's because Di Qian said, Your brother probably just wanted to save these people and didn't want them to be his slaves, but they misunderstood him. And then Lin Ming actually accepted it. He even said, "That's just the kind of person my brother is." However, Di Qian felt that the actual situation was still open to discussion. After all, no matter how strong Lin Sheng is, he is still a man of courage and spirit. It's perfectly normal for a king-level beast tamer to marry 5 or 6 people. So she deliberately separated the girls and boys for training. The boys followed instructor Lu, while the girls followed her. After all, they are a group of king-level beast tamers, which are very difficult to train. If it weren't for Di Qian's previous breakthrough to the monarch level through Lin Sheng's connections, these people are really hard to manage. The killing intent emanating from these guys is just too intense. It seems that the world of giant trees is really dangerous. Di Qian could understand this from the few words these people said. That was a barbaric world. Morality and law probably no longer exist. Fortunately, these people were very grateful to Lin Sheng for bringing them from the secret realm into reality. Even though the contract was no longer in effect, she was still willing to become Lin Sheng's slave. In the space of the giant tree. What did you say? Hardy was startled. You're saying that dragon is Lin Sheng's pet beast? Hardy's face was extremely ugly at this moment. But the competition has escalated so much that his father will definitely be there to watch. If he, Hardy, goes without a fight or gets utterly humiliated, then their status within the entire Zeus family will plummet. I'm afraid that by then, even he himself will die at Lydia's hands. After all, even his brothers were secretly killed by Lydia, so how could he possibly escape unscathed? No, I'm not completely without a chance. Hardy quickly shook his head. We must not lose our composure. He hadn't even confronted this Lin Sheng directly yet. Now they've been driven to a desperate situation. Master, I have a way, the black-robed attendant said quietly. Speak quickly. Hardy, in a panic, grasped at the straw as if it were his only hope. This startled the black-robed messenger. Didn't you buy a drug that can affect a person's fighting ability? Just give Lin Sheng that drug tomorrow, and then change his opponent. The black-robed messenger had a sinister look in his eyes. That makes sense. Hardy's eyes lit up. The shop owner confidently asserted that it would definitely affect the battle. It can even cause great damage to the human body. How do I poison it? Hardy touched his chin. Master, there are 3 matches tomorrow, and Lin Sheng must arrive early. A black-robed messenger whispered in Hardy's ear. I also found a disaster-level beastmaster who is willing to help, and he is an intermediate disaster-level beastmaster. He is ranked in the top 1,000 and has some grudges with Lin Sheng. You mean the knife demon? An intermediate-level disaster-level beast tamer needs to possess 2 disaster-level pet beasts to be rated. The advanced level possesses 3 disaster-level pet beasts. Even if Lin Sheng's pet beast can fight 2 against 1. Even if the person is poisoned, surely they can be injured? Soon, a burly man with a scar on his face walked in. He half squatted on the ground and said, Lord Hardy. Okay, you can get up now. Hardy was very satisfied with the knife demon. Dao Gui also stood up. He and Jack are brothers. He didn't help Jack before because the benefits weren't enough. Now, he can avenge his brother and get involved with Lord Hardy. Isn't that a huge win? So, upon receiving the news, Dao Gui immediately arrived here. As for the feud with Lin Sheng, that was just something he made up on the spot. He harbored no resentment towards this opponent. It's all just to get close to Hardy and gain benefits. Meanwhile, in the shops that Hardy visited, the shop owner hummed a tune, clearly in a very good mood. He made a fortune from this deal. Just then, the shop owner noticed that a bottle of medicine was still stored on the counter. He stopped abruptly and then hurriedly climbed up. How is that possible? Wasn't this poison already sold to Hardy? Chapter 132 Wrong Poison Given. Boss runs away. The shop owner panicked immediately. If you upset this Hardy or ruin his plans, the consequences for a small-time boss like him are unimaginable. We must tell Hardy about this. The shop owner rushed to the door, but suddenly remembered something. No. What if he has already used that bottle of medicine? Wouldn't that be courting death? Damn it. Pack your things now. Let's get back to the main world. The shop owner immediately thought of running away. He also noticed that a bottle of medicine was missing from the counter, which must have been the one that had been mistakenly taken. To avoid suspicion, the packaging was almost identical to that of the poison, and it was also placed on the counter of potent medicines. However, it can indeed affect a person's combat ability. It can also drive people crazy and make them lose their minds. However, the boss couldn't be sure whether the combat power had increased or decreased. So the only option now is to run away. The next morning, the arena was exceptionally lively today. With the previous publicity, Lin Sheng's matches have attracted much attention. Several hours in advance, Lin Sheng, Lillian, and Julie arrived at the private room on the upper floor. Little did they know that Hardy and his group were sitting in the next private room. Hardy was clearly not sure either. After all, the identities of the owners in the private rooms are kept secret. Even Lydia, the arena's owner, didn't know, let alone Hardy. Ha ha ha, Lin Sheng, you have quite a few people coming to see you. Even the third princess of our giant tree empire has come. Julie looked at Lin Sheng with a smile. But maybe they're not here to see you. They're here to see someone else. Julie laughed heartily. Her voice is clear as a silver bell. However, the room is very soundproof. Unless you make a very loud noise, the neighbors won't hear it. The crowd below the stage was also incredibly excited. They were all wealthy people from various countries and the giant tree empire. She was dressed very appropriately and elegantly. Ladies and gentlemen, consider this next match as a warm-up for the Death Demons in Trance. This is just a teaser, but it's also a life or death struggle. I hope you enjoy watching. In that instant, the two beast tamers below started fighting. They probably never imagined that one day they would be the ones to be laid down on the spot. Those who can become disaster-level beast tamers are all top figures in their respective countries. Lin Sheng shook his head as he watched the battle between the two beast tamers. The difference in combat and power generation techniques between the two beast tamers was too great. In just a moment, Lin Sheng could tell who would win. Lydia chuckled beside her. Come sit next to me. You're my arena's cash cow, after all. What's so great about it? Julie put her hands in her pockets. They're very stubborn. Don't mind him. Don't let Julie's tough talk fool you. She's actually quite soft-hearted. Lydia teased. Julie felt a surge of shame and indignation. Just then, the door opened. Good morning, ladies. Did I allow you to come in? Lydia's face turned cold. The waiter panicked. I'm so sorry. I brought you your drink on behalf of Lord Hardy. I hope you won't be offended. I had no choice. Hardy is here too? Put your things down and let's go. Lydia waved her hand. The staff then placed the drinks on the table. Is there something wrong with this drink? Lin Sheng looked up at Lydia. Lydia chuckled softly. How could there be a problem? As she spoke, Lydia reached out and poured the drink into the trash can. It doesn't matter whether there's a problem or not. Lin Sheng nodded in approval upon seeing this. Wow, that's amazing. It was poured out immediately. In the next room. How's it going? Has the package been delivered? It's been delivered, sir, but it's still unclear whether they'll drink it. Hearing the servant's words, Hardy smiled. He knew that bitch's tricks all too well. I would never accept anything from just anyone. Even if that stuff isn't poisonous, that stinky woman would never drink his Hardy stuff. Therefore, Hardy added volatile drugs to it. This medication takes effect in just half an hour. The match started 3 hours later, by which time he was already terminally ill. And there's no need to worry about Lydia retaliating, because I've heard that the poison works slowly. It will only work gradually. Several tens of minutes later. Don't you feel a little uncomfortable? Julie spoke quietly. For some reason, I feel really unwell today. Lydia seemed to realize that something was wrong with her emotions. Yes, a little, Lin Sheng said quietly. Half an hour later. This discomfort is becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. No, Lydia said, biting her red lips. Not yet. However, Lin Sheng has to go to the competition in less than 3 hours. This was probably left behind by Hardy. Lydia never expected that Hardy would dare to attack her. However, this level of intensity is far too high. If not dealt with promptly, it will not only embarrass your future servants in public, but it will also seriously affect the reputation of the competition and their arena. Julie. Lydia forced herself to speak. His eyes held a hint of resentment. That damn Hardy. Don't you understand the consequences of doing this? How dare they poison people so openly? Hardy probably never imagined that the bottle of medicine had been switched. Lydia gritted her teeth, bent down, and disappeared from her seat. A few minutes later, only Lin Sheng could be seen sitting at the table in the room. The desktop trembled slightly. Chapter 133 The thumping noises next door infuriated Hardy. I can still tolerate it. Lin Sheng remained seated there, motionless with bloodshot eyes. The deer is helping him clear the medicinal properties from his blood. Medicine is also a type of natural plant, and the deer can slowly extract the medicinal properties from Lin Sheng's body. If he were alone, maybe they can really pull through. But what about the other two? An hour later. Hardy, in the next private room, had a furrowed brow. Are they ever going to stop? They've been banging on the wall for half an hour now. Are they doing renovations? Hardy was absolutely furious. I came to this private room seeking some peace and quiet. Unexpectedly, Just half an hour earlier, strange noises and banging sounds had been coming from the wall next door. And even if you stop occasionally, you never expect to start again immediately. Tolerate. This is a place only rich people can sit. Even if he is the son of Zeus, he cannot act recklessly. Maybe they really do have something important to do? Then, an hour and a half later, the sound didn't stop. Damn it. Hardy got up and planned to go next door to find a place to reason with them. The two black-clad attendants immediately grabbed Hardy. Absolutely not, young master. Maybe the princess of the empire lives next door? Even if she isn't, she could be some emperor-level figure. I heard that an emperor-level being has come here. Upon hearing this, Hardy immediately calmed down. There is half an hour left. I can actually hold back. His main fear was that his father, Zeus, was living next door. If he barges in recklessly like that, he will inevitably leave a bad impression. He might even get a scolding from his father, Zeus. Phew. Damn, sister, it's all your fault that I have to endure this torment. Once I catch you, I'll definitely. Hardy's eyes were sinister. Strange sounds kept echoing in my ears. In the next room, the deer has completely absorbed the medicinal properties from Lin Sheng's body. The little deer's heart-cleansing mantra skill effects are incredibly powerful. In the blink of an eye, it completely cleared the complicated thoughts from Lin Sheng's mind. Even when the water flowing from the wall to my feet, there was no reaction at all. Thankfully, I didn't do that last step. Lin Sheng didn't know whether he should thank his pet or punish it. Little deer, you've ruined your master's plans. Little spirit chuckled mischievously. No, I sensed a rebellious emotion in my master's mind, the deer said calmly. However, all she got in return was Xiaoling's even more unrestrained mockery. You still don't understand humans. You'll understand after experiencing more in the future. Shut up. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. That little brat. Why do you always try to undermine me? He used to keep saying he wanted to help others pass on to the afterlife. Now that I've truly attained sainthood, you want me to break my vows again? The 3 hours have come to an end. Lin Sheng left the foul-smelling room expressionlessly. Go inside and clean the room. As soon as he stepped outside, he spoke to Lillian's maid. Yes, sir. Unfortunately, he bumped into Hardy, who was coming out of another room, just as he stepped out of the door. Hardy was stunned when he saw Lin Sheng. Are you next door? Hardy's frustration suddenly found its target. Yes, I'm with your sister. Lydia is your sister, right? Lin Sheng smiled. You. Seeing Lin Sheng covered in sweat, Hardy immediately had a bad feeling. In an instant, the anger in my heart reached its peak. That damn woman doesn't want to be with me. She was actually with another man next door. And I endured it for 3 hours. No one could remain calm in this situation. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. The murderous intent in Hardy's eyes was almost overflowing. Hee hee, your sister's got a soft tongue. Lin Sheng left those words behind and turned to leave. For such an idiot, you can't provoke him too much. You dare to drug your grandfather? Upon hearing this, Hardy nearly died of anger. Unbelievable images kept flashing through my mind. With a loud bang, it punched a hole in the wall next to it. If there's a hole in this wall, the entire arena will have to be repaired. I bet the entire arena wall costs at least several billion. Lin Sheng's voice could be heard again from afar. Hardy tilted his head back so hard, he almost fell over. Damn it. You're already poisoned. I'll see what you do then. Hardy walked angrily to the spectator room. He wanted to watch with his own eyes as Lin Sheng's pet beast was severely injured and died. Lin Sheng also arrived at the stadium. The host immediately began reading the announcement. Next up, please welcome our highly anticipated contestant, number 1020, the Death Demon, against one of our top 1,000 competitors, 921st, the Ankle Demon. Speaking of which, there seems to be some resentment between the two. The arena is well informed. The host immediately began to hype up the battle between the two, but everyone's attention was focused on Lin Sheng. So handsome. Is he one of our Dragon Country people? He's still quite charming, even though he's all wet. Haha. He's the beast tamer who supposedly contracted 2 dragons. All eyes turned to Lin Sheng. But Dao Guo didn't seem to care. He knew very well the purpose of his visit. Meanwhile, in a spectator room, the elven princess with her drooping ears also pressed both hands against the one-way transparent glass and looked down. Not bad, good looking. The fairy princess smiled. And the next instant, roar. With a dragon's roar, a giant dragon emerged, coiling around. This immediately drew cheers from the crowd. The elf princess's eyes flickered when she first saw the dragon. Can I have him as my servant? Upon hearing this, the guard behind him gave a wry smile. Your Highness, we are afraid we are powerless to help. This slave is different from the others. Her identity is very special. and she seems to be very close to Zeus's daughter. This is the first time my request has been refuted. A strange light flashed in the princess's eyes. So what if it's Zeus? What I want will ultimately be mine. The night-dress guards behind him were also helpless. The princess of the family has a penchant for collecting slaves and also enjoys freeing them from slavery. But this person is definitely not a slave. At this time, Dao Guo looked at Lin Sheng with complete indifference. Feigning resentment, he said, "You killed my brother Jack, and I will avenge him." "Master, he's faking it. His mind is perfectly calm." The little deer in the beast-taming space said silently. Lin Sheng also became serious. He's a formidable opponent. Moreover, this person is a second-tier beast tamer and owns 2 catastrophe-level pet beasts. Is the medicine about to take effect? Hardy, who was in the room, couldn't resist going closer. Chapter 134, Am I Really That Unattractive? It'll be soon. Hardy stared intently at Lin Sheng's expression. His face was brimming with barely suppressed excitement. "Miss, I'll head out now." The maid finished cleaning the room and then left the VIP room. At this moment, Lydia's face was extremely gloomy, so dark it seemed as if it could drip water. How dare they embarrass me like this? Lydia's teeth chattered as she chewed. My throat is burning and sore. Julie, who was standing next to her, did the same. However, she was quite skilled and didn't react that strongly. I never expected that Lydia, who usually seems so quiet, would be so fiercely competitive when it came to competing with her. She truly is the daughter of Zeus. This family has outstanding abilities in certain areas. The two of them were still somewhat restless. "I'm going to the restroom." Lydia pursed her lips, got up, and left her seat. Damn it, Hardy. How dare they treat her like this? But Lin Sheng's reaction was beyond her expectations. I simply helped him with something, and he was able to hold back. It's important to understand that this isn't something that can be solved simply by suppressing the problem. In some ways, it's already considered poison. Just like a person who is thirsty must drink water. If you don't drink it, you'll die? Lin Sheng's patience is truly extraordinary. Am I really that unattractive? Lydia felt a surge of hatred at the thought. He even had to share his own things with Julie. Her resentment intensified. And this pin-up anger will be unleashed on Hadi. Roar! In the arena, Xiaobai was facing a giant monster whose 2 arms were made of chainsaws. Its shape is like a human, but its body is covered with hard iron armor. Very cyberpunk. Cyborg life form. Lin Sheng had heard of this creature in textbooks. Some of them were created through technological upgrades. Another part is the product of a special secret realm, and the one with mechanical creatures is also a large secret realm. ZZZZ. Intense sparks erupted from the chainsaw. The chainsaw monster charged forward suddenly. In that instant, Xiaobai soared into the sky. Unexpectedly, the chainsaw giant's seemingly enormous body was incredibly light. With a powerful stomp of his foot, the ground cracked open, and his entire body shot into the air. The two instantly became entangled in combat. Little White suddenly gripped the chainsaw giant's body, while the chainsaw struck Little White's scales. However, how strong are Little White's scales? This level of attack is completely painless. Unless the disaster reaches its later stages, it poses no threat to Xiaobai. At the disaster level, each level increase in difficulty is comparable to raising a pet from the early king level to the peak king level. Of course, this peak actually refers to the later stages. This is simply to differentiate the true strength of pets that have reached the late stage of a monarch's reign. Those pets that have stayed in the later stages of a monarch's reign for decades and accumulated a wealth of experience are called the peak monarchs. Of course, this is just oral tradition. The actual written records only show 3 levels: early, middle, and late. The same principle applies to the other realms. There are only 3 levels of document authentication: front, middle, and back. The actual combat strength between pets is influenced by a variety of complex factors. For example, skill strength, or abilities that are particularly outstanding in certain aspects. The reason why Xiaobai was able to kill opponents of higher levels is because of his powerful skills and outstanding physical qualities in all aspects. Therefore, the two sides fought for a short time. The demon's pet beast was suppressed by Lin Sheng. It seems that one pet beast alone is not enough to deal with you. With that, Dao Guo waved his hand. A blood-eyed knoll appeared to the side, emanating a bloody smell. Originally, Dao Guo wanted to suppress Lin Sheng with a pet beast, then wait for the poison to take effect, and then seize the opportunity to win. It seems that won't work now. Roar! The Knollmen charged forward. Although it was twice the size of Lin Sheng, it was much smaller than Xiao Bai and the chainsaw monster. However, The smaller the size, the more powerful the force it can exert. That claw strike left a deep claw mark on little white scales, almost piercing through them. Lin Sheng's expression suddenly turned grim, and he took a step back. The medication is working. Dao Gui's face lit up with surprise. Hardy, who was watching from the room above, also became excited. For a moment, he even started gesturing wildly. Ha! You dare to mess with me, haughty kid? Now that you're afflicted with deadly poison, let's see how you'll command your pets in battle. 1 against 2. So what if your pet is a real dragon? Can you win? Once you lose, the person will be mine, and the dragon will belong to me, haughty. Damn it, it seems our death demon isn't looking too good, and it appears he doesn't have a second cataclysmic level pet. The host shouted loudly. Go, death demon. Taking on 2 opponents at once is absolutely no problem. Didn't the death demon defeat a beastmaster with 2 pets using only 1 pet before? That was at the monarch level. Now it's at the catastrophe level. Do you know how difficult it is to train a catastrophe-level pet? At this moment, everyone's mood became tense along with Lin Sheng's. And the play was almost over. Lin Sheng waved his hand. Upon receiving the command, Xiaobai instantly released a large amount of cloud mist. This is Yunlong's innate skill, which allows him to create a large amount of fog that obscures visibility in an instant. Within these clouds and mist, the cloud dragon can restore its life energy and enhance its defensive capabilities. They can even use these clouds and mist to sense the opponent's location and conceal their own presence. It belongs to Yunlong's domain ability. In other words, Xiaobai now possesses dual domain skills. Moreover, unlike other creatures, Xiaobai can only choose a single evolutionary path. No matter how the novice evolves, its powerful bloodline will ultimately lead it to the strongest race. Therefore, in the process of evolution, you just need to choose the strongest race at that level for each evolutionary path. Everything will lead to the same destination, no matter how different the paths. Damn it, but he's seriously injured, which should also affect his pet. Dao Gui calmed down in that instant. At that moment, a giant tail suddenly lashed out from the clouds. Bump! Roar, roar, roar. Amidst the thick fog, the sounds of howling and tearing flesh between the beasts could be heard continuously. Dao Gui felt as if he had been struck by a heavy blow, and his eyes glazed over. But the scene within the clouds and mist was still obscured. He's been hiding his true strength. There was no poisoning at all. The demon blade's vision went black. The same goes for the audience. What's going on? Why is there such a thick fog? Are you trying to stop people from watching? Who unleashed this skill? It must be that dragon. Legend has it that the Dragon King can swallow clouds and spit out mist, summon wind and rain. Is the Dragon King you're talking about the lowly Dragon King from the chat group? Stop talking nonsense and focus on the game. Although that's what I said. What a waste of time. In the VIP room. That's a potent poison. So what if it blocks our view? Hardy spoke confidently. Chapter 135. Hardy falls into the trap. Huge stakes. The last time Hardy bought that potent poison at that store, it was only allowed to be smelled by a ferocious beast of king-level status. He slept for 3 days and 3 nights straight. This time, he poured half a bottle into the wine glass. The intensity of it is unimaginable. However, just as he was thinking about it, the fog in the arena gradually dissipated. Is it over? Hardy's lips unconsciously curled up. The audience was on the edge of their seats. Is it possible that the newly recruited dragon tamers are about to be killed by someone? However, once the surrounding fog has completely dissipated, everyone was immediately stunned by the scene. The 2 ferocious beasts that were their opponents had already vanished without a trace. Even the knife demon collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. But Lin Sheng was also not feeling well. He was half squatting on the ground, and his face looked very uncomfortable. He even needed the little dragon to shrink its body so that it could support him so that he could barely stand up. We won. But it seems like the win was hard fought. However, taking on 2 opponents at once is already incredibly difficult. Death Demon. A deafening roar of cheers erupted from the audience. However, Lin Sheng was still deeply immersed in his acting and couldn't extricate himself. Xiaobai dragged him step by step toward the stage. Ha 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 ha. Knife Demon, you did a great job. Hardy couldn't help but burst into laughter. The gloom in my heart instantly dissipated by more than half. As long as Dao Gui can severely injure Lin Sheng, it will be a worthwhile outcome. After such an intense battle, the effects of the medicine in my body will only take effect faster. By the time he and Lin Sheng duel, Lin Sheng will probably be too badly injured to continue fighting. They won the game without even having to lift a finger. Is your pet very strong? In the arena, you need to consider your power and background. So it was a brief separation of 3. Hardy reclined comfortably in the chair behind him. My mood has finally improved a lot. This guy actually dared to touch his own sister. We absolutely cannot simply kill him or make him my slave. Come over. As soon as Hardy spoke, the man in black robes hurriedly came to his side. Then, Hardy whispered a few words in the black-robed man's ear. At the same time, Lin Sheng also returned to the private room next door. What's wrong with you? Lydia was startled when she saw Lin Sheng in this state, and quickly went to help him up. Due to the lingering effects of the drug, Lydia was completely unaware that Lin Sheng's arm was tightly wrapped around her chest. Fine. Lin Sheng shook his head, his face grim. To deceive your opponent, you must first deceive your own people. A few minutes later, Julie and Lydia helped Lin Sheng out of the private room. They ran right into Hardy coming from the opposite direction. Hardy looked at the 2 ladies he had been longing for day and night, who were now clinging tightly to the young man from the Dragon Kingdom, one on each side, and his forehead involuntarily furrowed. Hee Lydia, it's been a long time. Hardy. Lydia stared intently at Hardy. Don't look at me like that. Hardy chuckled. Little sister, the way you look at me only excites me more. I've come here to make a bet with you. Why should I gamble with you? Lydia completely ignored Hardy. They helped Lin Sheng up and prepared to leave. Hee, little sister, you don't want father to know what happened next door, do you? Hardy's confident voice came from behind. Lydia shuddered involuntarily for a moment, then stopped moving. This guy? If his father found out about this, given his father's personality, Lin Sheng would definitely not live past the next day. Tell me, Lydia said through gritted teeth. Hee, that's a good boy. How about I bet 10 billion with the kid from the Dragon Kingdom next to you? The rules are the one-on-one matches that will follow in your arena. Are you crazy? Do you think I would agree? Lydia glared at him. It seems that Lin Sheng is having health problems now. Anyone with eyes can see it. If someone comes to place a bet at this time, do you think they're just giving you money? What's more, it's a huge amount of 10 billion. Anyone would feel the pinch if they took that out. Don't you dare? Then I guess I'll just have to go see my father. Hardy said with an indifferent expression. I just don't know if father will agree to you taking this servant after he finds out. You dare. Lydia's eyes flashed with murderous intent. This murderous intent instantly dispelled Hardy's doubts. It seems this kid is really seriously injured. Otherwise, why would Lydia, who is usually so composed, show such an expression? Why wouldn't I dare? Hardy relaxed. Lydia knew this too. This time, she was truly being manipulated by the other party. Even if father knows it's Hardy's plan, so what? If they find out that she knelt down to serve Lin Sheng, her father will definitely deal with Lin Sheng first, and then make trouble for Hardy. I agree. Just as Lydia was about to speak, Lin Sheng, standing between the two, spoke first. You. Lydia stared directly into Lin Sheng's eyes, and was startled. How can I agree to that? Looking at Lin Sheng's pale golden pupils and his handsome face, Lydia inexplicably calmed down. Trust me. Lin Sheng smiled slightly, which startled Lydia. Then Lin Sheng looked up at Hardy in front of him and continued. Also, I am not a slave, nor a servant. The words were cold. That's great. Hardy clapped his hands with a smile. The servants behind him also had sly smiles on their faces. This guy just knows how to show off in front of pretty girls. I don't know what 10 billion means. How about we bet 50 billion instead of 10 billion? Lin Sheng suddenly spoke. When he heard the word forget it, Hardy sneered. He was stunned when he heard 50 billion. Is this kid crazy? Dare to bet 50 billion? Although Hardy can come up with the money, 50 billion is definitely enough to bankrupt him. You dare not. Why wouldn't I dare? But do you even have that much money? Hardy sneered. In his view, Lin Sheng was just trying to trick him. With his current physique, winning is simply a pipe dream. After all, he couldn't even beat the top 900 plus Blade Demon. What about me? Who's in the top 300? Even now, even if Lin Sheng is at his peak, Hardy won't lose. Lydia, do you believe me? Lin Sheng looked down at Lydia beside him. The moment Lydia met that gaze, she was startled and immediately snapped to attention. She subconsciously responded, Okay, Lydia will pay for it. Lydia, huh? What? It's a deal. The two parted ways immediately. Lydia, who finally understood, was completely dumbfounded. However, Lin Sheng seems to be becoming more and more charming. It seems better to be a servant myself? No. The effects of the medicine must not have completely dissipated yet. As Lydia thought of this, a blush crept up her neck and down to her ears, making her look quite beautiful. What am I even thinking? Lydia, who had always relied on herself, suddenly had someone to depend on today. The fragile nature that had been frozen deep within her heart began to crack at this moment. Time flew by, and it was the final day of the competition. Chapter 136, The Final Battle. 3 Late-stage disasters. The weather was sunny that day. Countless spectators arrived at the arena early in the morning. Even the dozen or so VIP rooms upstairs are already full. Nobody knows who is sitting inside. After all, today's match is quite special. It is a duel between a rising star and the veteran, disastrous beast tamer, the son of Zeus. Naturally, this attracted countless viewers. And it was in one of the VIP rooms. 2 imposing middle-aged men sat upright in front of a huge one-way mirror. If anyone were here, they would recognize these 2 people. One of them is chairman and from the Dragon Bureau. The other one is President Rome of the Beast Tamer Association. The Dragon Slayer Bureau has now been renamed the Dragon Bureau. Chairman Rome, Lin Sheng, is now the vice chairman of my Long Bureau. What are you doing here? I'm also a talent from my Beast Taming Association, so why can't I come? The 2 said with a smile. They were the ones who brought Lin Sheng to this world of giant trees. Nature is also watching him closely at all times. But I never expected Lin Sheng to cause such a huge mess. This kid actually upgraded his pet to the disaster level so quickly. And judging from the combat power in the video, it's even around the late disaster level. That's true. It's like the Yangtze River's back waves are pushing the front waves forward, leaving us old-timers stranded on the beach. The 2 were amazed. Soon, Lin Sheng's back could be seen entering the arena. His aura is indeed different now. The 2 men moved closer, their eyes fixed on the figure. I was deeply shocked. The original intention was to bring Lin Sheng into this world so that he could experience the cruelty of the real world. It's also a good way to temper one's character. But to their surprise, the result far exceeded their expectations. Even if Lin Sheng joins the disaster relief organization, his strength will probably immediately reach the upper middle level. The disaster relief organization once provided Lin Sheng with tremendous assistance. One of the senior colleagues was even injured as a result. This can be considered a positive connection. Isn't that Zeus's daughter next to Lin Sheng? And who's the other woman? Why is this kid making such a mess of things? Chairman and glared at him. How dare you talk about others like that? When you entered the world of the giant tree, weren't you almost bewitched by those elf princesses too? Upon hearing this, Chairman was stunned for a moment. All I could do was force a smile. What a tragic love story. 2 presidents. The door behind him opened. A tall and beautiful figure gracefully entered the conference room. Oh, Lin Ming, you haven't seen your brother in a long time, have you? The 2 men smiled kindly. This brother and sister are just so pleasing to the eye. Not long ago, after Lin Ming's injuries were healed, his strength inexplicably improved by leaps and bounds. Not only are all the foundations solid, but both of the disaster-level pets have also reached the late stage of disaster. It truly reached the level of being among the top tier of disasters, even under the rule of emperors. He's qualified to challenge for the throne. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming was also excited and quickly walked to the French windows. Her pale purple eyes searched downwards and soon spotted Lin Sheng. Who are those 2? Lin Ming asked calmly, her delicate face turning cold. Oh, one is Zeus's daughter, and the other is probably the daughter of some high-ranking official in the United States. Lin Ming drew out a long, drawn-out tone. A hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. The 2 presidents looked at each other and gave each other awkward smiles. How could they forget? Lin Ming raised Lin Sheng from a young age. Back then, Lin Sheng was locked in his house. If Lin Ming hadn't arrived in time, he probably would have starved to death alone at home. She only helped take care of Lin Sheng's son to repay the kindness of Lin Sheng's parents who risked their lives to save her back then. By now, those feelings have probably changed. It goes far beyond what can be explained by repaying a debt of gratitude. Lin Ming's exaggerated physical abilities and background are truly puzzling. In another room, Zeus, with his golden hair and imposing physique, sat alone in a large chair, looking down below. He seemed to be the only one in the room, and no one could get close to him. Just sitting there is enough to make people afraid to look directly at you. The competition began quickly. Roar, roar, roar. In a fit of furious roar, 2 colossal figures, as large as mountains, appeared behind Hardy. Tree Spirit, Lost Soul. Both pets are at the late stage of the disaster level. Due to the large number of pets, the data will not be viewed one by one. Hee, where's your pet? Hardy shouted at Lin Sheng from afar, standing in the vast arena. Victory was already assured in my heart. However, Lin Sheng still did not summon Xiaobai. Hardy was getting impatient. The tree demon suddenly stretched out a branch and lashed out at Lin Sheng like a whip. In that instant, Little White appeared and used its tail to wrap around the branch that the other party had lashed out at it. The audience was stunned. Chairman and Chairman Rome were also surprised. This pet beast was completely different from the ones they had seen before. It's more like a mythical creature from legends. As expected of the later stages of a disaster, the power is indeed different. Little White strained its tail. They could barely hold onto that branch. But if they continue to compete in strength like this, Xiaobai will undoubtedly lose in the end. 2 late-stage cataclysmic realm beasts. Had Hardy been hiding his strength to such an extent that he had actually contracted 2 late-stage cataclysmic realm beasts? How are we supposed to fight like this? A late-stage disaster is enough to crush a mid-stage disaster, and 2 of them? What are you panicking for? What if it's another upset? The Death Demon is a legendary man. That's true. The Death Demon's greatest strength is turning the tide when things are going against him. Anyone who says that must know absolutely nothing. Do you even know what a difference of 1 level between disaster levels means? Why are the ferocious beasts in the later stages of the disaster able to enslave the ferocious beasts in the middle stages of the disaster as their servants? It is precisely because the difference in strength between the 2 sides is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Otherwise, how could the ferocious beast in the middle stage of the disaster of growth willingly submit? Something's not right. His strength doesn't seem to have diminished at all. This kid's lying to me. Hardy's expression suddenly changed. This dragon's power is almost identical to before. In other words, his poison didn't work at all. Everything Lin Sheng had shown before was an act. Damn it. That shop owner dared to cheat me. I'll kill you after this match. Hardy then calmed down. What am I afraid of? This time I'm fully prepared. As soon as Hadid finished speaking, behind it, another enormous phantom appeared. That shadow was enormous, much larger than the other 2 ferocious beasts. Sandstorm Dragon. A crawling dragon whose entire body is made of sand. Not only does it possess the characteristics of a ferocious beast, but it also has some of the abilities of elemental beings. 3 ferocious beasts in the aftermath of the disaster. The audience in the stands were absolutely stunned. Chapter 137 Dragon's Might. Zeus appears. My God, 3 pets that are in the late stages of the disaster. I take back what I said. It seems the Death Demon is really in for a rough time this time. Oh my God, what an overwhelming battle. The audience was thrilled. However, even though he felt it was impossible, he still placed a bet on Lin Sheng, hoping for the best. Hardy, you useless piece of trash. Zeus's expression in the room was uncertain. If Hardy defeats Lin Sheng head-on, he might be happier. None of the 3 pets were clearly raised by Hardy. In other words, all of them were purchased on a temporary basis. How could Zeus's son be afraid of other beast tamers? Just as Zeus was thinking, there was a knock at the door. Who dares to come in while I'm watching? Zeus's deep, rumbling voice revealed the anger in his heart. Even his beard was slowly rising due to the faint arcs of electricity. It's me, Lord Hardy's personal guard. Come in. Soon, the guard opened the door and came in, then attached himself to Zeus's ear. Lord Hardy said he has something to tell you. It's about your daughter and that Dragon Kingdom person from not long ago. The guard embellished the story, but they didn't notice that Zeus's expression was gradually becoming ferocious. He threw a powerful punch to the side. Before they could react, the guard was instantly killed by Zeus's punch. Damn it. How dare they deceive my daughter, Zeus's daughter? Zeus took a step and arrived at the French windows. But he can't make a move yet. This was a match under the watchful eyes of many, and Zeus dared not act rashly, anticipating that other like-minded individuals might be watching. Otherwise, people will say that she is favoring her own son. Zeus was able to grow to his current level, so naturally, he wasn't an impatient person. Now that kid is in the arena, where can he possibly escape to? Charge them. Under Hardy's command, the 3 enormous creatures pounced on Little White. In this situation, summoning 2 pets below the disaster level will have no effect. Little White, Vajra body. As Lin Sheng spoke, with just a slight tremor, the scales on Little White's body gradually turned golden. Its entire body radiated an extremely dazzling golden light. Golden light floated 1 millimeter away from the body, forming a sturdy shield. Bump! The salon pounced on Xiaobai, but couldn't touch his body. The same applies to the other 2 pets. All the attacks hit the golden shield. Roar! Little White shot out a beam of death light. In an instant, it severed several branches of one of the tree spirits. Then, a large amount of mist rose up from his body. In the blink of an eye, The arena was enveloped in dark clouds, and Xiaobai floated up into the air. At this moment, Little White was rising and falling in the clouds high in the sky, amidst lightning and thunder. The scene below filled the crowd with a sense of dread. My body trembled uncontrollably. This is terrifying. Is this a dragon? I had only ever seen it on TV before, but I never imagined it would happen in real life. This sense of oppression is absolutely terrifying. This ticket was totally worth it. And the next instant, lightning flashed across the dark clouds, pouring down like a torrential downpour onto the ground. Roar, roar, roar. The roars of ferocious beasts instantly echoed through the arena. The lightning illuminated the entire arena as if a nuclear bomb had exploded. The crowd was so frightened that passers-by near the arena nearly fell to the ground. Now, Xiaobai is high in the sky, like a god descending to the ground to deliver divine punishment. Finally, Xiaobai has already used up most of his energy. Only then did it reluctantly stop unleashing the lightning. The arena was now a complete mess, the ground charred black. The eerie creature had already been cleaved into ashes, and the tree spirit beside it was not faring any better, half of its body charred and rotten, resembling a tree struck by lightning. Only the salon was relatively unharmed. The terrifying power terrified everyone in the arena. If they were caught in the lightning, would they have survived? The answer is, they're doomed. Even the ferocious beasts in the later stages of the disaster were instantly killed. Although part of the reason was that the ferocious beast was restrained by the lightning. As we all know, damage from an elemental advantage is 10 times greater than damage from an elemental disadvantage. Damn it! How is this possible? Hardy forced himself to calm down, but his legs were trembling uncontrollably. We spent so much money to buy these ferocious beasts from the later stages of the disaster. Were they really so easily defeated in front of Lin Sheng? Damn it! Charge them! Hardy ordered the giant lightning-struck wood to attack Lin Sheng. However, at this moment, the lightning-struck wood seemed somewhat frightened, as if it was unwilling to attack. But unable to disobey the Beastmaster's orders, he could only tremble as he stepped forward. The result is obvious. Boom! In a flash of lightning from Xiaobai, the lightning-struck wood was completely reduced to a fire poker. And the salon was terrified. It was able to obtain some items from the ruins, which caused it to awaken a trace of the pseudo-dragon's bloodline. But that was only a tiny, insignificant amount. It might even be just a trace of blood from a distant relative of a distant relative. This bloodline makes it invincible among its peers. But how can one not be afraid when encountering a dragon whose bloodline is even purer than one's own? Roar! Surrender or die? A blazing golden light emanated from Xiaobai's pupils, and his domain ability was instantly unleashed. This dragon's might has a suppressive effect on its own kind that is up to 10 times greater. At this moment, Xiaobai was like a majestic dragon king. Issue orders to your people. Roar! The salon immediately backed down. Its body lay prone, turning into a puddle of sand, and it dared not move again. No matter how much Hardy cursed or kicked at him, Sharon remained completely still. Hardy's attempt to forcibly terminate the contract was futile. Sharon would rather suffer mental damage than be an enemy of the monster before him. What are you doing? Hardy's face grew increasingly terrified as he watched Lin Sheng approach step by step. You really think I don't know who's behind this? Lin Sheng chuckled coldly twice. I am a pure love god of war. Hardy actually dared to forcibly turn him into a minotaur. Do you think I'm someone special? Die. Don't kill him. Let me torture him properly. This kid's mind is too filthy. A voice came from my mind. You can't kill me. My father is Zeus. Hardy was terrified. However, Little White's snake tail had already been raised. Father, save me. At this moment, Hardy disregarded his dignity and shouted loudly. In that instant, the entire arena seemed to freeze. Boom! A section of the one-way glass in the VIP area shattered instantly. A blonde, muscular man stepped out. In that instant, all eyes were on the burly man, but no one dared to speak. Give me some face. The burly man spoke slowly. Everyone present was completely dumbfounded. Oh my god. The legendary Zeus. A figure like a god. At this point, he actually asked a junior to give him face? Are they dreaming? Father! Father! Hardy was incredibly excited. You good for nothing. Zeus cursed. However, Lin Sheng merely glanced over coldly, his mind racing with thoughts of how to escape this place. Hardy must die. However, Lin Sheng would not risk his life for personal gain. Chapter 138 Kill Hardy. The Wrath of the All-Father. This sudden change stunned everyone present. Is Zeus standing up for his son? Lydia, who was watching Lin Sheng's duel from the sidelines, was also taken aback. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Father, shut up. I'll settle your score with me later." Zeus's voice was like an ancient, resounding bell. It rang in Lydia's ears. Lydia's face turned deathly pale instantly. She knew that her affair with Lin Sheng had been exposed. But Lydia had no idea about what was going on between the two, and Zeus was thinking even more seriously. The Dragon Kingdom people, who were just shocked by Lin Sheng's strength, were still stunned. He sat upright in the room, his face indifferent. All the cups around him shattered. "Do you think my Dragon Kingdom has no one to rely on? How dare they make a move in such a fair competition? If the two of them hadn't been here today, the consequences would have been unimaginable." "Ming'er, come here." President Rong called Lin Ming back. Although somewhat worried about her younger brother's safety, Lin Ming nodded and did not resist. "After all, there are 2 Emperor-level beast tamers here. Could it be that you can't even protect Lin Sheng from a minor disaster? Moreover, even if Lin Ming wanted to make a move, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat Zeus. After all, Zeus was an old man, and who knows how much longer he had cultivated than her. But as long as Zeus dares to move a finger, the two of them will soon let Zeus know that the descendants of my Dragon Kingdom are not to be trifled with." "What? You don't want to?" Zeus spoke softly. An invisible pressure enveloped Lin Sheng's body. Lin Sheng's heart tightened instantly. Roar! A silver light shone in Xiaobai's pupils. That oppressive aura was kept at bay. Zeus on the stage immediately showed a surprised expression and looked at the little dragon beside him. Lin Sheng's body also felt a little lighter. "What do we do? Is our only option to escape using Xiaobai's spatial abilities?" But Xiaobai's spatial awareness hasn't reached that level yet. Currently, the only way to isolate oneself from surrounding aura attacks is by utilizing spatial control abilities. Or help Lin Sheng get dressed and take a bath. That's all that can be done. Not to mention spatial teleportation. Only formations. Take a hit. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng raised his head and looked directly at the blonde man. "The bet between me and your son is 50 billion. So in theory, I should get 100 billion. These words immediately shocked the crowd on the platform. 100 billion. What an enormous fortune this is. With this money, you'll be a top-tier tycoon wherever you go. Yeah, that's interesting. You're the first person who dares to negotiate with me, Zeus." Zeus spoke silently. The anger that had been building up inside him continued to build. Those around them affected by it looked even more grim. In the past, whoever built Zeus did not have to be humble and even offer up resources voluntarily. Now, someone dares to negotiate with Zeus face to face? Money? What use is it to an emperor-level beast tamer? How much money can't they get by force? At this point, resources are the most important thing to them. Sure, but I need to see if you really have the Black Dragon King's offspring. Thinking this, Zeus suddenly glared and instantly tore apart Lin Sheng's beast-taming space. This is an ability unique to emperors. After becoming an emperor-level beast tamer, one can inherit a portion of the beast's genes. Of course, the inheritance rate is approximately 1%. But this is already abnormal enough. Oh, it really is the offspring of that black dragon. Zeus's face lit up with joy. I fought against that Black Dragon King back then. They knew that the Black Dragon was incredibly powerful. Now that the Black Dragon is right in front of Zeus, how could he not be tempted? You should know that Zeus searched for Nyarlathotep's offspring for several whole years. As the saying goes in China, you can search high and low without finding it, but then it comes to you effortlessly. Yes, father. He truly has a son of the Black Dragon, Nyarlathotep. I was just about to offer him to you. Hardy, who had been lying prostrate on the ground, immediately spoke up. However, Zeus's face darkened. Idiot. Just like that, I let others know my thoughts. What an idiot. Fine. Zeus, never hesitate to act. You heard it too. What doesn't belong to you will never belong to you. As he spoke, Zeus's soul floated up into the air. Using the force created by the lightning, he floated himself in mid-air. Such divine power left everyone around them wide-eyed with astonishment. And so Zeus landed right in front of Lin Sheng. Feeling the immense pressure, Lin Sheng had already exhausted all his strength just by standing there. Well, hand it over. I don't want to say it a second time. You'd better not make me say it a second time. Zeus spoke silently. In his eyes, Lin Sheng was just a powerless nobody. So what if there's a powerful force behind it? Whose power could be greater than Zeus's? Giggle. Lin Sheng clenched his right fist tightly. I deeply felt the weakness of my own power. Before a true emperor-level being, what power? What rules? They are all useless. Only your own strength is truly unique. The rules are like a blank sheet of paper to them. Change it however you want. When a person's martial prowess reaches this level, they can naturally do whatever they want and ignore everything. Anyway, the media will come running to clean up their mess afterwards. Who dares to criticize such a powerful figure? They don't even need to lift a finger. Their lackeys will take care of the person who spoke out. The pets in the Lianxing beast taming space also felt the same way. Especially Xiaoling. From the bottom of my heart, I feel sorrow for my own weakness. At this moment, it was like an object being snatched away by people. Master, came Xiaoling's deep voice from the protective space. He's no longer as mischievous as before. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Lin Sheng looked at Zeus in front of him and stretched out his hand as if he really intended to break the contract between the beasts. Zeus also showed a look of delight. Unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. Since that's the case, sparing his life might be an option. One son can be exchanged for a black dragon's cub. For an emperor-level being who has no desires or wants, there is no more profitable deal than this. However, in the next instant, Lin Sheng spoke in a low voice. Xiao Bai instantly realized something, and several glints flashed in his eyes. Hardy, who was lying prostrate on the ground, suddenly turned his neck several times. The look of disbelief and astonishment still lingered on his face. Even more terrified were the audience members on the platform. They dared not linger there any longer and immediately got up to flee. For what awaits next is the wrath of the Father of the Gods. You? How dare you? Zeus's golden hair floated up. Boundless rage poured forth like a flood. The entire arena seemed to tremble slightly. Walk, Lin Sheng growled, and quickly pulled out a bright silver blueprint from his pocket. Short-range teleportation array. With even a slight mastery of spatial abilities, one can teleport oneself a certain distance by infusing the silver blueprint. That's enough for him to travel to the territory under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. However, the moment the blueprints were presented, a colossal beast instantly enveloped the entire arena. Chapter 139, 3 Emperor-level powerhouses. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, a colossal structure enveloped the entire arena. All that could be heard were roars from all directions, mixed with thunder. Lei Guanlong, a giant dragon whose entire body was composed of bright blue lightning. It completely covered the vast arena beneath him. The enormous head looked down through the hole above the arena. The body of this thunder-crowned dragon is almost indistinguishable from that of a reptilian dragon. Above his forehead was a crown made of lightning. Moreover, the tiny bolts of lightning emanating from his body enveloped the entire arena, making it impossible for anyone to escape. The audience was so frightened that they were paralyzed in their seats and dared not utter a sound. Emperor level. I thought that if I could see the dragon, this match would be worthwhile. Unexpectedly, we even saw a ferocious beast of Emperor level. And was that Chinese guy looking for death? How dare they kill Hades right in front of Zeus? It's important to understand that while Zeus didn't care about his offspring, that only applied to the struggles between them. Lin Sheng directly refused Zeus's request, disregarding his feelings. If this junior escapes, where will Zeus's reputation be? It's likely that by then all the Imperial-level beast tamers will be spreading the word that Zeus was frightened by a Calamity-level kid. These Emperor-level figures care most about their reputation, because there's nothing left in this world that they care about. Even if there was no intention to give preferential treatment to one's offspring, countless people will also take the initiative. One person is enough to influence an entire country. Kid. Zeus looked at the plate of Hades' corpse, and his anger intensified. But more importantly, someone actually dared to slap him in the face. Whoever Zeus wants to live cannot die immediately. Die. At Zeus's command, a thin bolt of lightning struck down from the thunder-crowned dragon's crown. The lightning was as thin as a thread, but everyone knew that its power should not be underestimated. What a pity for such a genius. To be targeted by an emperor-level being, there is absolutely no way out. Young man, you were too hasty. Why don't you just bow your head and admit your mistake now? You still have a long road ahead of you. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng was also somewhat apprehensive. His teleportation array has failed. All the surrounding spatial elements dissipated under that lightning, unable to coalesce at all. It can be said that the arena is now an absolute domain, and no one can leave without Zeus's command. Are emperors really that invincible? Lin Sheng suddenly realized that he had been somewhat reckless. What's wrong with bowing your head once? What will happen to Lin Ming if she dies? In that instant, Xiao Bai pounced into the air. He activated his gigantic form and Vajra body, enveloping Lin Sheng behind him. The other two pet beasts also appeared instantly in front of Lin Sheng and then blocked his way. Seeing the appearance of these three pet animals, the audience members who could still barely open their eyes were once again shocked. Zeus was clearly somewhat surprised as well. He then burst into laughter. Truly, he is the offspring of the Black Dragon King. You should know that even his Thundercrown Dragon is no match for the Black Dragon King. Just as the lightning was about to strike Lin Sheng's forehead, whoosh, the lightning bolt vanished midair. After waiting several seconds without any results, Lin Sheng opened his eyes in a daze. Zeus, standing before them, also had a gloomy expression. At the same time, a triumphant voice came from the audience. Ha! Well done. How can one maintain their invincible spirit after bowing down to such trash? The two presidents stepped out of the room. If Lin Sheng bows down and admits defeat to Zeus, even if Lin Sheng grows up to be an emperor, they couldn't even raise their heads before Zeus. That will become a permanent knot in his heart, thus hindering Lin Sheng's path to becoming stronger. What is the path to invincibility? It is the path of never admitting defeat to anyone. Even if your opponent is stronger than you now, after temporarily avoiding their sharp edge, you still have an invincible heart that can absolutely surpass them. This sudden and shocking change. The audience was stunned. Those who dare to stop Zeus must at least be emperor-level powerhouses. The fact that 3 emperor-level powerhouses appeared in this competition at the same time means that the ticket was definitely worth it. Hee, I didn't expect that you had such a powerful backing. But even if the two of you come, do you think you can stop me? Zeus sneered, but still stubbornly continued his attack. As the second-ranked player in the arena, he fears no one. Even the 2 people behind him were among the top 10 strongest in this arena. Whoosh! In an instant, a time-space beast appeared beside Lin Sheng. The time-space beast had 5 legs and 7 eyes, resembling a dog. It opened its mouth and swallowed the endless lightning. Zeus, we're not here to stop you. We're here to kill you. Chairman N's voice boomed. The time-space beast opened its mouth and let the lightning shoot back. The lightning struck the massive Thundercrown Dragon, but left no damage. You've gotten a lot stronger than before. Looks like you've acquired some resources. Zeus narrowed his eyes. It's obvious that this opponent is much stronger than before. Zeus, you dare to underestimate my Dragon Kingdom. You attacked us so fiercely in the secret realm before. Today we'll settle things with you. Chairman Rong spoke up. Large swaths of black mist gradually appeared around it. All right, let's fight outside the city. Zeus's hair flew wildly, showing absolutely no fear. In the blink of an eye, the 3 figures vanished from the spot. Chairman Rong, Director N. Lin Sheng was shocked. How could the 2 of them be here? However, Lin Sheng had no doubt about the 2 men's abilities. The reason Zeus was able to maintain his second-place ranking was because some powerful individuals didn't usually pay much attention to these rankings. Their focus remains on the main world. Now that Hardy is dead, there's no need for me to stay here any longer. It's just that old bastard Zeus. Not just Zeus. If any strong person stood here today, Lin Sheng would be powerless to resist, and his pet beast would be taken away. I'm afraid my state of mind will be seriously affected by then. Fortunately, a few words from the 2 seniors brought him back to his senses. Apart from Lin Sheng, the shock of everyone present was no less than his. Oh my god, those were 3 emperors. What exactly is this young man's identity? He actually managed to get 2 emperor-level powerhouses to take action for him. Moreover, they clashed head-on with Zeus. What is this boy's true identity? Is he the illegitimate son of one of them? No wonder he dared to kill Hardy. This shows absolute confidence in one's own strength and power. Zeus was no weakling either, showing no sign of backing down even when facing the 2 of them. Is he reckless or confident? Chapter 140. Is he having a lucky streak with women? Oh my god, that really scared me to death. Emperor-level ferocious beasts. They're a rare sight, only seen once in many years, and today we've seen 2 of them at the same time. It seems the 3 of them didn't fight here. Otherwise, not only this arena, but half of Giant Tree City would have been razed to the ground. Quick. This is breaking news. Did you record the video from earlier? You're still in the mood to record a video? My phone shattered the moment I took it out. The surviving audience members were incredibly excited. My adrenaline surged. This scene is absolutely thrilling. It was even more exciting for them than if a goddess were lying in front of them. A true powerhouse. This is the absolute strongest. If any one of the 3 of them were to utter a single word, the Giant Tree Empire would have to treat them with utmost respect. They're actually fighting over a teenager. In an instant, everyone's gaze toward Lin Sheng became serious. Your mom is the real second-generation rich kid. This background and influence are something 10 Hades couldn't match. Moreover, and most importantly, Lin Sheng's 3 pet beasts were simply too extraordinary. Why does it look exactly like the legendary sacred beast? There's also a son of the Black Dragon King. Having 3 such pets is enough to send shivers down your spine. If this person were to grow to the level of an emperor, he would be absolutely invincible. At the same time, after recovering from her initial shock, Lydia quickly lifted her skirt and jogged over to Lin Sheng's side. What are your 2 senior relatives to you? Lydia was even stuttering a little when she spoke. He originally thought Lin Sheng was dead. Little did I know that the background and influence were so great. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Lydia felt increasingly ashamed of what she had done during that period. I felt a little shy for a moment. Whoosh! At that moment, a dashing figure leaped down from the sky. It landed gently beside Lin Sheng. With those perfect abs and physique, Lin Sheng could tell who it was without even looking at their faces. You could recognize it, even if it were ashes. You ran off to a place like this all by yourself without telling me? Do you know how dangerous it was just now? Come with me. Lin Ming looked worried and forcefully grabbed Lin Sheng's hand. This is your girlfriend? Lydia's eyes turned cold. She had done that to Lin Sheng not long ago. Now you're telling me you already have a girlfriend? Before Lin Sheng could answer, Lin Ming smiled and said, Yes, why? Oh, so she's just your girlfriend. I've done that with Lin Sheng. Lydia reached out and grabbed Lin Sheng's other arm. Feeling the warmth of the 2 hands, Lin Sheng blinked. What happened? I'm about to have some luck in love. No, this must be one of the 3 great illusions of life. The key is not to do it in this kind of situation. It makes people feel really awkward. And that was indeed the case. The eyes of the surrounding spectators were practically spitting fire. Both of them are absolutely gorgeous. One is absolutely stunning, and the other is a cool and confident woman. Their looks are even more captivating than the ones next to them. Oh shit. How enviable. They'd be willing to die in bed if they could marry any one of them. 2 of them are simply unimaginable. What kind of thing? My brother's boyfriend isn't that kind of person. Lin Ming remained completely unfazed. She still trusts her younger brother quite a bit. Of course, it's all sorts of things. Lydia deliberately put her hand to her lips, making a seductive expression, then looked at Lin Sheng, right? You're not planning to renege on your promise, are you? That wasn't my intention either, Lin Sheng said somewhat awkwardly. You actually did it. Lin Ming's voice suddenly grew louder. Looking into Lin Ming's purple pupils, Lin Sheng knew he was doomed. Although his sister never hit him, there were things even more terrifying than that. Come with me, Lin Ming said coldly. She gripped Lin Sheng's hand tightly. Lydia was startled the moment she met Lin Ming's eyes. That's the kind of look you can only have if you've killed countless people and ferocious beasts. As an ordinary person, Lydia is worlds apart from a powerful beast tamer. Lydia gently ground her teeth as she watched the 2 figures disappear into the distance. So what if they're beast tamers? The stronger they are, the harder they are to get along with. For some reason, Lydia felt a pang of sadness welling up inside her. She had never doubted her own looks before. But today I hesitated. A few minutes later, Lin Ming led Lin Sheng to a room. He pressed himself close to Lin Sheng's body, constantly checking him over. Because Lin Ming was half a head shorter than Lin Sheng, she could only look at him with her face half raised. That stunningly beautiful face was right in front of Lin Sheng at such close range. Despite having watched it countless times, Lin Sheng still felt a tightness in his chest. You really did it? Lin Ming asked somewhat nervously. I did it, but it wasn't my intention. Lin Sheng's eyes darted around. That really wasn't his intention at the time. What have you been doing? Lin Ming was really anxious and grabbed Lin Sheng's collar with both hands. You're just my sister, not really my girlfriend, Lin Sheng muttered. Then, thump. Lin Ming instantly knocked him to the ground and straddled him. A country has its laws, and a family has its rules. I'm your older sister, so I have to take care of you. Lin Ming gritted her teeth, looking down at Lin Sheng, feeling very uncomfortable. It's like having something you've raised for years run away with someone else. Car enthusiast car dealership? Lin Sheng suddenly blurted out a sentence. You. Lin Ming raised her delicate fist as if to strike. No, sis. You only have one brother. If you hurt him, he'll be gone. Lin Sheng quickly covered his face with his hands. With her own sister's strength, wouldn't that punch kill her? Tell me quickly, what exactly did he do with you? Lin Ming asked again, but Lin Sheng remained silent. The 2 remained silent, one on top of the other. However, this posture is really not good. Lin Sheng could clearly feel the movement of Lin Ming's body. Lying on the ground, looking at the delicate face riding on his back, he had a strange feeling. The key point is that Lin Ming would adjust her position from time to time, pressing him down firmly and preventing him from getting up. Don't even think about it unless you tell me. What good would it do to say it? Snort. Lin Ming's heart tightened. Yeah, what good would it do to say it? Should I do it for my younger brother too? Just as the siblings were playfully bickering and lost in thought, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Then the door slowly opened with a creaking sound. Chapter 141, The Disaster Relief Organization. Danger in the Main World. Ha, that old Zeus. I plucked half of his beard off. I reckon this old man won't dare appear in the news media for a while. Ha. Does this naive kid really think that just because his strength has improved, we've stood still? I wonder how Lin Xing's kid is doing. I hope he hasn't suffered any psychological trauma. Don't worry. This kid isn't as fragile as you think. The two opened the door, exchanging words as they spoke. Suddenly, they saw the two siblings locked in a fierce battle. Their eyes met for a moment, and the scene became somewhat awkward. Then it was still Chairman In. The ability to manipulate space allows you to close the door. Why? Has it finally come to this? But that's not bad either. Only when strong individuals combine can offspring with even stronger genes be born. President In is very supportive of the brother and sister. If it's mutual, then being together is the most suitable thing for us. You old fool. Lin Xing still thinks she's his own sister. How could he do such a thing? Chairman Roan rolled his eyes. In his view, this was just a perfectly normal sibling fight. When I was a child, my older sister would often ride on me and beat me. After the two waited for a while, they opened the door again. Sure enough, the siblings had already reconciled. Cough, cough. Lin Ming coughed twice. She felt quite embarrassed that someone else had seen her disciplining her younger brother. Lin Sheng was also relieved. If the two hadn't come, he probably would have suffered his first experience of domestic violence. The two seniors were also quite surprised. They had initially thought that Lin Ming had some kind of germophobia. Normally, when she encounters a man, whether he is a genius or a scion of a prominent family, she is unwilling to even touch him. It now appears that this rumor has been debunked. After all, she and Lin Sheng had almost hugged just now. But why is Lin Sheng's face a little red and swollen? Could it be that someone pinched him? Both of them had strange expressions. On behalf of my brother, I would like to express my gratitude to the two seniors. Seniors, is there something you need from me this time? The siblings each said one sentence. The two waved their hands. Not at all. From now on, we're all family. There's no question of helping or not helping each other. I've wanted to beat that old bastard for a long time. It was just a coincidence. Yes. It's an honor to know two geniuses like you. I definitely couldn't beat you back then. The two laughed heartily. He had already decided in his heart that these two siblings would become emperor-level powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom. And the two of them are quite compatible in terms of temperament. Of course I can help. When the two of them get old, they can boast about it to their peers. They were the ones who mentored these two siblings back then, and they always addressed them as seniors. However, I am here because I have something important to say. The two sat down opposite the siblings. Lin Sheng's expression also became serious. I knew perfectly well that my senior couldn't possibly come here without saying anything. Recently, the invasion of demons has become increasingly severe, especially in the Dark Empire, where a large number of high-level demons have disappeared, and they all seem to be intentionally or unintentionally moving closer to the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, influenced by them, the ferocious beasts in the sea and the demons in other places are all restless, and some places have already started fighting. Lin Sheng was slightly surprised. He never expected that reality would change so quickly after he had only been in this world of giant trees for a short time. That makes sense. It was only a matter of time before ferocious beasts, demons, and strange creatures took the initiative to attack the city. I just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. That's why we decided to send you to this giant tree space ahead of schedule to temper your character. You are now qualified to join our Dragon Kingdom's Disaster Relief Organization. The two were very pleased when they mentioned this. Lin Sheng's growth has truly exceeded their expectations. I thought that coming here would bring some challenges and even setbacks. Unexpectedly, they directly secured a spot in the top 1,000 of the arena. You should know that when they first entered the giant tree space for training, they were ranked no more than 2,000th. Don't underestimate the difference of just 1,000 places. The higher you rank, the harder it is to improve. The prestige of Lin Sheng's ranking is self-evident. So, are you interested? Director In asked somewhat excitedly. Not forced. Of course, although the Disaster Relief Organization has a large number of disaster-level beast tamers from our Dragon Kingdom, it is not mandatory. It's actually quite easy to understand. With such strength, what's the point of forcing them? Even if you join the disaster relief organization, you won't work wholeheartedly for me. It would be better to let it be. Therefore, the disaster relief organization never forces anyone. It is always formed by a group of like-minded, strong individuals. However, due to its internal benefits and perks, countless disaster-level beast tamers are still willing to join it. Similar organizations exist in many countries. Strong people always respect each other. Come on, I'm in the organization too. There are no restrictions here. If you want to leave, you can apply anytime. Just occasionally respond to the call to help the city fight against the ferocious beasts, Lin Ming said quietly to Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng had originally wanted to join, but suddenly felt uncertain. Shall I give it a try? Lin Sheng asked tentatively. Great. Ha ha. Your current strength should be around the late stage of the disaster realm, right? You were able to deal with 3 late-stage disaster realm monsters with just 1 pet beast. Although this is partly due to the fact that Hardy's own beast taming contract was already weak, it's still quite impressive. Frequently breaking the contract with a beast will cause the contract to gradually weaken and the power to dissipate. Unable to use the beast taming space to provide excessively powerful energy to pets. Therefore, when Hardy contracts with those powerful pets, he only suppresses their strength. This is why it is discouraged for beast tamers to frequently contract with pets. But this world of giant trees is an exception. Here, people's goals are only power and money. Strength is secondary, merely a necessity to achieve their objectives. Upon hearing that Lin Sheng had also joined, the two exchanged a smile. You can't stay here for long. If there's nothing else, you should go back to the main world. We're under a lot of pressure right now. Hearing what the two said, Lin Sheng nodded. Having received so many resources, it's time to give back. It just so happens that I also have troops training in Yanqing. Those who can fight Lin Sheng are basically king-level beast tamers. Although he is far from being a genius, he is still much better than the average person. After all, there's a hierarchy that suppresses people. But seniors, do you know who the champion of this arena really is? Lin Sheng was very curious. Even Zeus, who is second in the arena, is this strong. Just how strong should the champion of the arena be? Upon hearing Lin Sheng's words, the two looked at each other. Then, looking at Lin Sheng in front of him, he said, "That's a ferocious beast. The Empire should have detailed information about it, but they never make it public." A ferocious beast? Yes, and he has already passed away, but his ranking is still there so that future generations can surpass him. Lively. Neither of them had ever seen that ferocious beast. It must be an extremely terrifying existence. Chapter 142 Lin Sheng's Plan. Returning to the main world. After bidding farewell to Lin Sheng, the two powerful figures, and Lin Ming all left the world of the giant tree. Lin Sheng also received his bet, 100 billion gold coins. And also take the rewards you were supposed to get from the arena. And half of the principal that should be returned to Lydia. The total is 79 billion. There is also the opportunity to make a first-level prayer every month and marry into the royal family. Now, Lin Sheng only needs to return to the giant tree world once a month to absorb the energy of that giant tree. If you have the chance, level up while you're at it. It's nice to see the higher level wishes. When I am strong enough, I will make the Empire bow down to me and take this chaotic god tree away with me. Lin Sheng made up his mind. After making a first-level prayer at the chaotic god tree, I infused its energy into the little deer. Obtain trace amounts of life essence genes from the chaotic god tree. Obtain trace amounts of life affinity genes from the chaotic divine tree. Obtained a trace amount of healing skill genes from the chaotic god tree. Then came the bloodline in the dragon's eye. Obtained a small amount of dragon blood genes. Obtained the blazing sun eye gene. Because Xiaobai's strength has reached a catastrophic level. As a result, Lin Sheng's level was also raised to the disaster level beast tamer. Therefore, it is possible to extract an additional portion of genes from the dragon's eye. This gave Xiaobai a new skill called Blazing Sun Eye. After the fusion with the Blazing Sun Divine Eye, its level was raised to perfection. Blazing Sun Divine Eye Perfect. Perfect grade Blazing Sun Divine Eye. This will become another trump card for Lin Sheng. Meanwhile, the little deer's level is also increasing rapidly. The energy of the chaotic divine tree is abundant, and since the little deer's level is only at the early stage of the monarch realm, it can naturally improve rapidly. Both pets are leveling up rapidly. I want to fight too. Xiaoling roared. I deeply felt the weakness of my own power. It needs to become stronger too. Don't worry. I'll help you improve. Xiaoling was very excited after receiving Lin Sheng's reply. Now that Xiaobai has reached the disaster level, it will become extremely difficult for him to continue leveling up. By absorbing the bloodline from the Dragon's Eye periodically, one can slowly strengthen themselves. We should also take this opportunity to accumulate and reflect. However, the little deer's level is too low. Normally, besides eating high-energy food, using the essence of the chaotic god tree is enough for it to evolve. Lin Sheng's current goal is to raise Xiaoling's level to the disaster level as well, to truly establish oneself as a mid-level disaster level beast tamer. Black Dragon King. Level, mid-stage monarch. Talent, late-stage emperor level. Skills, death domain, 3 steps to annihilation, proficient. Corrosive breath, proficient. Awaken remains, proficient. Soul imprint, 13500. Evolutionary path, Black Dragon Emperor. Introduction, possesses an inherited dark bloodline, yet its genes are even more superior. Xiaoling's level is in the mid-king stage. The number of years since the soul imprint was established has already reached a catastrophic level. But this can only increase the quantity of its strange energy, not its quality. There are too few bizarre and ferocious beasts. There's simply nowhere to extract them. Lin Sheng decided to leave this giant tree space. Before leaving, Lin Sheng arrived at the door of a villa. The owner of the villa personally came out to greet them, much to the surprise of the servants outside. Owner, the Kurt princess slowly bent over. Yes, you look much better and prettier than before. Lin Sheng nodded repeatedly. Yes, but I still want to stay by my master's side and be your maid. The Kurt family princess's eyes shone brightly. This startled Lin Sheng. She was clearly eager to get rid of her status as a slave. How come it's reversed now? Suddenly, Lin Sheng looked at the expressions of the servants around him and suddenly realized something. Yes, his current identity is already common knowledge in the Giant Tree Empire. With 2 emperor-level beast tamers standing behind him, who wouldn't want to be on good terms with him? In their eyes, Lin Sheng was the legendary second-generation rich kid. And it's the very best kind. Alright, you've done your best to gather intelligence for me. Maybe there will be an opportunity in the future. In order to motivate his employees to work hard, Lin Sheng made a grand promise. Yes. The Kurt princess was immediately excited. Being able to establish a relationship with the Emperor's beast tamer is something she could never achieve, even if she worked hard to earn money her whole life. This kind of opportunity was simply too good to be true for her. It's an incredible benefit. Lin Sheng had no idea how much this promise meant to Princess Kurt. This is the information I've gathered for you. It's all publicly available. Lin Sheng took the papers that Kurt handed him. He murmured under his breath, 3 emperors, 20 calamities, 390 monarchs. An empire possesses such military strength. And this is only the visible fighting force. There must be even more powerful figures hidden behind the scenes. It seems that taking this chaotic divine tree away won't be easy. Lin Sheng sighed slightly. He also gave the Kurt family princess a few instructions. Tell her to focus her investigation on the news of Ling Dong, who is ranked first in the arena. He had a deep-seated feeling that this was very important. Then they returned to the teleportation array in the Dragon Kingdom. Mr. Lin, Wu Lu greeted him from afar. The way they address each other has also changed drastically. Every inch of him exuded respect for Lin Sheng. This was completely different from Lin Sheng's reaction when he first came into this world. Is this the benefit of power? Lin Sheng sighed. But this is only the benefit that emperor-level beast tamers can obtain. I only benefited from the fame of those 2 seniors. Please. Wu Lu dared not be negligent. This guy is a real second-generation rich kid. Moreover, when he first arrived, he was only at the king level, but when he returned, he became a disaster-level beast tamer. This growth rate is truly terrifying. If we return to the main world, those guys there will probably be quite a shock. Keep in mind that he waited a full 30 or 40 years before becoming a disaster-level beastmaster. How long has Lin Sheng been in this world? It has actually transformed to this extent. In particular, her demeanor has long lost its former naivety. There was already a subtle sense of the authority and dignity unique to those in power. If we disregard their approachable demeanor, teleport me back to Yangqing. Lin Sheng spoke calmly. Clear. In a flash of light, Lin Sheng's figure gradually disappeared. My mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. After returning to Yangqing, first take care of the internal affairs of Yangqing properly. Then we went to the Disaster Relief Organization to report and learn about the current situation in various countries. At this time, in Yangqing, several service staff members were waiting idly on the cleaned-up teleportation array. Do you really think anyone will come to this teleportation array? They've been taking turns guarding it for months. Nonsense. If you're assigned to guard this post, there must be someone there. Just wait. The two of them, bored, started playing on their phones. At that very moment, the teleportation array emitted an extremely bright light. Chapter 143: The reality of the situation. Killing disaster-level monsters is like drinking water. In the distant Nordic continent, on the summit of a mountain. Zeus smashed a 10-meter-high boulder to pieces with a single punch. You can see it if you look closely. More than half of Zeus's golden beard has already been plucked off. Damn it. His time-space beast has grown to this level. He also needs to break through and become stronger. Zeus received some treasures after praying to the Tree of Gods. I know that there is another realm above the Emperor level. Only by breaking through to the Emperor level can one be considered to have truly entered the realm of gods. I'm going to the most dangerous secret realm on Earth. I'm going to get something from there. Break through to Emperor level. Become the true ruler of Earth. Then no one will be able to disobey his orders. Meanwhile, in the world of giant trees, after being absorbed by Lin Sheng several times, the chaotic divine tree also underwent subtle changes. Its thick roots gradually extended, reaching into the depths of that secret space. Countless tree roots branched out underground, enveloping the entire giant tree city. Its own body is also constantly absorbing the energy of this space through the tree roots. The flowers and trees that were originally in the giant tree city began to slowly wither and die. However, this process is extremely slow. It's extremely difficult to find without a specific investigation. President Lin Lin. The two young men waiting in front of the teleportation array were startled. Looking at the figure of the young man in front of them, the two of them were somewhat incredulous. As a resident of Yangqing, how could I not have seen Lin Sheng? And isn't this person right in front of me Lin Sheng? The aura emanating from Lin Sheng sent a shiver down one's spine. Just standing there for a few seconds, the two of them broke out in a cold sweat. Their bodies are resisting. Fear. Are you alright? Do you know where Chairman D is? Lin Sheng asked softly. The aura within his body also dissipated. They had developed a habit of killing in the world of giant trees over the years. The association president established a training base on the border of Yangqing. Now the border has been attacked, and the people have all gone back to their houses to take refuge. Lin Sheng nodded. He then walked straight past the two of them. Only after Lin Sheng had gone far away did the two finally breathe a sigh of relief, their bodies covered in large beads of sweat, as if they had collapsed from exhaustion. This senior is really amazing. If they remember correctly, Lin Sheng is only a few years older than the two of them, right? The aura emanating from him now is even stronger than that of Chairman D. Could it be that he has become a disaster-level beast tamer? A 19-year-old disaster-level beast tamer. Who would believe it if I told them? Even if the two of them reach Lin Sheng's age, whether they can reach the Lord level is still a question. Someone who is less than a year older than me has already become a disaster-level beast tamer. The two could not imagine it. How can they acquire Lin Sheng's strength and charisma? That's a kind of aura that can only be felt by the strong. After leaving the Beastmaster Association, along the way, Lin Sheng attracted countless stares. Everyone was shocked and amazed, and many even took out their phones to take pictures. But Lin Sheng didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, it summoned Little White, had it sit directly on one of its foreheads, and headed towards the border. They soon arrived over the border city. And below at this moment, high city walls were built along the border of Yangqing, and several fortresses stood outside those walls. The fortress was now patrolled by a large number of soldiers and beast tamers. At this moment, a large number of beast tamers gathered around the fortress. In front of the fortress, a large number of ferocious beasts, all around the king level, were lying in wait, staring menacingly at the steel fortress. The highest level among them is a poisonous leaping frog in the early stages of the disaster. Disaster level. Lin Sheng was taken aback. It seems that the situation in the real world is indeed very dangerous. Even a city like Lianyang City is facing a catastrophic beast. Hurry! Hasn't the disaster-level beast tamer sent from above arrived yet? Di Qian was directing the crowd from the city tower. In front of the city gate, a dozen king-level beast tamers were summoning their beasts to fight against those ferocious beasts. We can't spare any disaster-level beast tamers right now. They say they'll be here soon. Chief Instructor Liu was also extremely nervous. In the current global situation, any disaster-level beast tamer is a valuable resource. Almost no one can stay idle. How could they possibly send someone over? Moreover, if it weren't for the dozen or so king-level beast tamers that Lin Sheng sent, Yang City would probably have been captured long ago. It must be said that the combat skills of these king-level beast tamers are truly exceptional. Even when facing catastrophic beasts pressing from behind, they remained fearless and fought relentlessly. I really don't know how Lin Xing managed to tame these people. If this continues, that poison-backed leaping frog will eventually realize that we don't have a disaster-level beastmaster to protect us. Di Qian frowned. The authorities probably didn't expect that a catastrophic beast would attack a small city like Yangqing. If it weren't for those dozen or so king-level beast tamers, which caused that catastrophic beast to misjudge the city's power, they probably launched an attack long ago. After all, ferocious beasts also possess considerable intelligence. They have long since learned to observe through years of fighting against humans. When a region has too many king-level beast tamers, there must be a disaster-level force behind it. Now a day has passed. The battle began in the early hours of last night, and has continued until this afternoon. The poisonous-backed frog had reached its limit. His legs slammed into the ground, and then he leaped up. It's hard to imagine that such a huge body could jump so high. The poisonous frog slammed into the fortress like a cannonball. Once it falls into the fortress, its venom will splatter out, and everyone in the fortress will probably die. Activate the fortress's defensive matrix. Di Qian, her face pale, gave a loud command. However, some of the new soldiers in the fortress were already frozen in fear. Where have I ever seen such a spectacle? For them, catastrophic beasts were something they could only see on television. Now that it's right in front of me, how can I not be afraid? Hee hee, little frog. No wonder Chairman told me to come back as soon as possible. Lin Xing breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you make it, that's fine. It's just the early stages of a disaster. Little White, string it together. Roar. With a disdainful look in its eyes, Little White opened its giant mouth in midair. A bolt of lightning shot down from his mouth like a divine sword. This is a mimicry skill I just learned from Zeus, and I've named it Thunder Sword. Boom! In an instant, a deafening roar echoed across the heavens and earth. To everyone else, the fortress looked like a missile hurtling down from above, piercing through the poisoned baby and stopping it midair. Its enormous body slowly fell from midair. Then, with a loud bang, it crashed onto the ground outside the fortress. Chapter 144 The Current Situation, heading to the disaster relief headquarters. The enormous body of the poisonous-backed jumping frog fell from a great height. It smashed more than a dozen ferocious beasts on the ground that hadn't had time to escape into pieces. The splattered green blood killed dozens more ferocious beasts in succession. The ferocious beasts, who had been attacking fiercely, were stunned for a moment when they saw the corpse of their leader. Then, using their walnut-sized brains to figure out the current situation, they turned and ran. Phew, finally dead. Could it be that a catastrophic beast tamer has arrived? To be able to instantly kill a poisonback frog in the early stages of a catastrophe, this senior must be very strong. The soldiers on the front lines all breathed a sigh of relief. They did not pursue the escaped demons. After all, you can't kill them all. One wave is wiped out, and another wave comes. This is already the 10th wave of ferocious beasts they've fought against in Yangqing. The previous times, the beasts were at most led by kings, or even lords. They were all wiped out by a large number of king-level beast tamers who suddenly appeared in the city. The ferocious beasts sent afterward were of increasingly higher levels. Finally, unable to withstand the onslaught, they needed to call for help from above. After killing the poisonous frog, Lin Xing landed and extracted its genes. Obtained the bloodline genes of the poisonous frog. Obtained the venom gene of the poisonous frog. The people in the distant fortress were stunned as they watched the dragon descend from the sky. When they saw a figure sitting on the dragon and coming this way, they were so shocked that they stood there speechless. They remained standing there, bewildered, until Lin Xing approached. Di Qian, how is the situation in Yangqing? Lin Xing asked. Upon hearing this sound, Di Qian shifted her gaze away from the giant dragon. The situation in various places is not optimistic, and there is even a possibility that some base cities may be captured. Di Qian spoke quietly. Lin Xing nodded. His gaze turned solemnly towards the outside of the city gate. There must be some kind of situation that caused the ferocious beasts to suddenly riot. Otherwise, how could these ferocious beasts from various places suddenly unite and attack all over the world? The new soldier's eyes were still fixed on the giant dragon. So handsome. Will I be able to have such a handsome pet someday? The young beast tamer's eyes were filled with envy. Xiaobai's body can be freely transformed using skills. At this moment, the enormous dragon head in front of everyone was even larger than the world's largest truck. The golden vertical pupils were intimidating just by looking at them, but the thought that they were one of their own brought endless peace of mind. Is this still the same young man I used to teach? Di Qian stared in shock at Lin Sheng's profile. Compared to before, he has become more mature. Back then, Lin Sheng was just a lord-level beast tamer, but now he has become a catastrophe-level beast tamer. They became truly unattainable. Di Qian, I'll leave Yangqing to you from now on, and you'll be in charge of training these people as well, Lin Sheng said with a smile. Looking at that handsome face, Di Qian smiled and nodded. Don't worry. With the fighting force that Chairman Lin brought, Yangqing is already much better off than other cities. Well, you should just call me by my name. Lin Sheng scratched his head. Haha, aren't we in front of others now? As the president, you need to establish your authority. Di Qian blinked. All right then, call me by my name in private, and call me chairman in public. Di Qian fell silent immediately. The more I listen to this, the more something seems off. This kid is still as cunning as ever. That's really bad. By the way, Lin Sheng, the higher-ups in Yangqing want to see you. You absolutely mustn't back down then, and show your authority. Hearing Di Qian's words, Lin Sheng nodded solemnly. Then he took Xiao Bai and left the place. They headed towards a guild hall in Yangqing. In a guild hall built in Yangqing, it brought together all the high-ranking figures in Yangqing. They are now making tense preparations to receive Lin Sheng, the strongest person in Yangqing. What's the panic? No matter how strong you are, you're still just a teenager at heart. That's not right. How could someone who has achieved such success at such a young age not be arrogant? The crowd discussed among themselves, feeling slightly uneasy. Now they are going to meet the people. The power behind this is immense. It's quite possible that just a few words could make Yangqing one of the key protected cities. As they spoke, everyone looked at the Bai family head in the distance. Patriarch Bai, when Chairman Lin arrives later, you must say a few good words to him. In the past, these high-ranking officials would not have taken a liking to the direct descendants of the family. But now, it's all thanks to Lin Sheng's shadow. The Bai family of Yangqing holds an extremely high position, even among the Bai family in Shanghai. It even has a subtle feeling of dominating the entire Shanghai. So it's a behemoth in their eyes. Yes, definitely. Bai Zhuge nodded repeatedly. I originally wanted to lie down. To live out one's life quietly in this small city. But unexpectedly, without doing anything, he climbed all the way to the position he had pursued his whole life. And all of this was simply because his daughter had a good relationship with Lin Sheng, her classmate. Only then did Bai Zhuge truly witness the power of arranged marriages. No wonder families in novels always want to form alliances through marriage. If I could marry the man of destiny, that's like rising to the top in one step. President Lin is here. A voice rang out, and everyone's eyes turned to the door. A figure in a suit, with a straight posture and a resolute gaze, entered the room. Faced with this figure, the words that everyone wanted to say vanished instantly. After Lin Sheng arrived, he first nodded to the head of the Bai family, and then went up to the high platform to greet everyone before expressing his thoughts. The crisis posed by demons is growing increasingly severe, so we must invest even more resources in beast tamers. Power is the key to survival. Lin Sheng gave a brief explanation. When someone voiced their objection, Lin Sheng responded with a smile and explained to each of them. In less than half an hour, everyone present was convinced. The women looked at that tall, young figure with a hint of admiration. However, after greeting the Bai family patriarch, Lin Sheng left. Suddenly, everyone paid even more attention to the Bai family. Knowing his status in Lin Sheng's eyes, he continued to entrust him with important tasks. After all, Bai Zhuge was also a businessman. For a commoner like him to be able to enter the Bai family, he must have some very strong methods. Bai Zhuge smiled bitterly. Oh shit. Why is it so hard for me to just lie down and relax? Is it wrong to cling to a rich woman's coattails? After leaving, Lin Sheng couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, Chairman Rong told me about these things in advance. How could Lin Sheng possibly convince these people wholeheartedly on his own? After all, Lin Sheng had never been involved in this kind of thing before, nor did he want to. Chairman Rong informed Lin Sheng in advance, allowing him to establish authority. With Lin Sheng's memories as a beast tamer, it wouldn't be difficult for him to remember what Chairman Rong said. Let's leave Yangqing here for now. We'll have to go to the disaster relief organization to find out why the ferocious beasts are behaving so violently. Lin Sheng stood on a teleportation array. Upon arriving in Shanghai, they quickly arrived at the headquarters of the disaster relief organization. Chapter 145: The Strongest, the True Truth of the World, and the Classification of the Strongest in the Universe? the headquarters of the Disaster Relief Organization. It is located in a remote city. In this city, there is a villa district that covers a vast area. Although not many people come to the villa regularly, it is still equipped with various food items and service staff. But now it is unusually quiet and deserted. Even the wealthy guests were somewhat puzzled. However, since there are no staff members, the number of people coming here has obviously increased. Lin Sheng was one of them. Upon entering the villa area, one can see disaster-level beast tamers everywhere. Lin Sheng didn't recognize most of them. Upon closer inspection, there were over 100. Many people recognized Lin Sheng and raised their hands to greet him. Lin Sheng responded politely to each of them. They even met Chen Dao and Ding Long during that time. Wow, you've grown to the disaster level so quickly. Ding Long was somewhat surprised to see Lin Sheng. Haha, Instructor Ding. Lin Sheng responded with a smile, saying he was in a good mood to see an acquaintance. Stop teasing me, kid. I've heard a lot about you. I'm afraid I can't beat you now. The two chuckled. Lin Sheng went even further and asked directly what exactly this place was. This is where we beast tamers of disaster level and above usually train. And it's also where we chat. Ding Long smiled. However, the situation in various places is quite urgent right now, so we usually gather here during our rest time to exchange information about the situation in different places. Hearing Ding Long's words, Lin Sheng nodded silently. Then Ding Long led Lin Sheng around the area. They quickly became familiar with the place. That's a library, containing many unknown things that only those who have joined the Disaster Relief Organization are qualified to know. I recommend you go check it out first. You'll be absolutely amazed. Ding Longxin spoke calmly. Lin Sheng was skeptical. However, the two seniors had their reasons for sending me here. Lin Sheng then quickly entered the library. Welcome. A woman was there to greet them. Lin Sheng couldn't discern his true strength. I need to look up some information. Understood. Please show your identification. Lin Sheng took out his identification. Oh, 19 years old. The girl looked at Lin Sheng with a surprised expression. Although the people here look very young, most of them are over 30 years old. At 19, she's definitely one of the youngest. Go ahead, there aren't many books here, but they're definitely enough to broaden your horizons. The girl emphasized the words, broaden horizons, very firmly. Lin Sheng entered the library. His eyes couldn't help but wander to the corners around him. If you come in without identification, you'll definitely die a horrible death, right? This can be seen from the tight security surrounding the area. There are disaster-level beast tamers stationed there every day, and so much surveillance and blocking. It seems the secret hidden here is only open to beings at the level of catastrophe or higher. There weren't many books in the room, only about a dozen, but Lin Sheng read them very quickly. However, when I see a certain page, I will stop and think about it for a while. Are there other races in the universe, as legend has it? The Secret Realm is a private residence left behind by the former inhabitants of Earth. In just half a day, Lin Sheng was shocked by the information contained therein. This information was collected by the Dragon Kingdom from the Secret Realm. Legend has it that above the Emperor level, there is a godlike realm. But no one knew what it was. Lin Sheng had long suspected that other races existed in the universe. I just didn't expect it. Those secret realms, which were privately established, were actually the residences of important figures on Earth. No wonder there are always so many rare and precious treasures inside. Those large secret realms were once the private territories of powerful beings living on Earth. The demons and ferocious beasts inside were also kept by them, some as pets and others as food. Now, as powerful beings around the world continue to evolve, those spaces are also aging and facing the danger of collapsing at any time. After the collapse, the beast territory became extremely crowded, leaving them no choice but to attack humans. However, this situation will soon be alleviated, because as the number of ferocious beasts increases, the spatial area of the entire blue star will also continue to increase as the secret realm shatters. Lin Sheng had a general understanding of the current situation. Countless large and small secret realms are merging with reality. The appearance of abundant rare and precious materials will inevitably drive the ferocious beasts to continuously evolve. There are even many secret realms that have never appeared before, many times more than the number of secret realms they have discovered so far. Those ferocious beasts were not attacking humans on their own initiative, but rather they were claiming their own territory for survival. If humanity can seize this opportunity to evolve to a stronger level and gain a foothold in this disaster, it will become even stronger again. The secret realm has begun to merge with reality. It seems to have been discovered 50 years ago, and a new cultivation path has been born from it. the martial artist. However, Lin Sheng already knew this. You humans are truly oblivious to the treasures you possess. Spirit tamers are a far more precious profession, yet you insist on pursuing the path of martial arts. Do you know how much countries in the universe value spirit trainers these days? The little deer in the beast-taming space spoke quietly. Now its memories are being unlocked more quickly by seeing these things. What exactly is the divine realm that surpasses even emperors, that little deer? Lin Sheng asked curiously. It's unimaginable just how strong an existence surpassing the emperor level would have to be. As soon as the little deer heard someone respond, she immediately raised her snow-white chin. There are only 3 realms in the universe now: the beginning, the transcendent, the starry sky, and the universe. Aren't there 3 realms? Don't interrupt. The initial stage doesn't qualify someone as a cultivator, Little Deer said, a little annoyed. I won't ask anymore. You can tell me slowly. Lin Sheng chuckled and patted the little deer's head. With Xiaolu's knowledge, I might be able to take this opportunity to be at the forefront of Earth. The fawn calmed down after being stroked by Lin Sheng. Planets with extraordinary powerhouses are called medium-sized planets. Planets with star-level powerhouses are called advanced planets. And the planet that possesses a world-class powerhouse is the strongest planet in this universe. Isn't it a catastrophe or an emperor-level event? Could it be that we humans are the original planet? Chapter 146, Seizing Treasures. Advancing to a higher-level planet. Of course, Blue Star is already considered a medium to high-level planet in this universe. After all, an ordinary medium-sized planet only has one extraordinary expert, while Blue Star alone has countless extraordinary experts. Moreover, there are also beings at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm, who are very likely to reach the star level. The little deer spoke quietly. With your current strength, you could easily become a local tyrant on a low-level planet, with tens or hundreds of billions of people on that planet as your slaves. I'm not that bored, and I have no way to leave. Lin Sheng shook his head. Perhaps the cave left behind by the former inhabitants of Earth contained items that would allow people to travel through the stars. However, it is precisely because of the existence of these secret realms that humanity has been able to evolve into a medium-sized planet. It has so many powerful individuals at the 7th level or above. There's even a chance that a star-level powerhouse will emerge, making it a high-level planet. Lin Sheng quickly absorbed all the information. I walked out of the library. The female administrator standing at the door was immediately surprised. Generally, after becoming a disaster-level being, they enter this library and come out with an excited expression, eager to break through to the godlike realm. Even the girl herself thought the same thing after learning about this incident, which led to her becoming a disaster-level victim. But the boy seemed very calm. Calmness is to be expected, because Lin Sheng knew that the so-called gods were nothing more than the first level of the starry sky. Above the gods, the starry sky, are 9 more stages, and there are even world-level powerhouses. Certainly, such beings at the global level are extremely rare, like phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. There may not even be any universe with this level of existence. At the starry sky level, one can already be considered a feudal lord. Blue Star, on the other hand, is very likely to give birth to a star-level powerhouse and become the top civilization in this universe. Lin Sheng's current goal is to become a starry sky-level expert. Then, we will upgrade Blue Star to a higher planet, so that we will have the strength to make contact with the outside world. Moreover, according to Xiaolu, beast tamers seem to be more popular than martial artists and other cultivation systems. No wonder beast tamers are so popular. Once a beast tamer reaches the highest level, they are far beyond the reach of martial artists. However, this growth is not so simple. The more pets you have, the more resources you will consume. Just thinking about it makes me realize that it's an astronomical figure. I'm afraid that countries around the world are already itching to seize the opportunity and occupy those secret realms. Lin Sheng stroked his chin, deep in thought. His idea was correct. Some even emperor-level ferocious beasts have long since occupied secret realms that are integrated with reality. Some powerful individuals, unaware of the dangers of those fusion spaces, rashly entered, resulting in their deaths. In some spaces, new imperial beasts even appear after the fusion. Even the vast world of the giant tree is slowly developing cracks, as are several other undiscovered large spaces of the same kind. I know a place that's perfect for you given your current strength. The sound of the deer echoed in my mind again. Where? The deer was also a creature left behind by the owner of the secret realm. He possessed extraordinary wisdom and knew many things from the past. Right now, my body is just too weak to handle too many memories, so I can only absorb them slowly. Otherwise, forcibly implanting those memories could lead to unpredictable consequences. It's not far from the Dragon Kingdom. Let Xiaobai recover his strength, then we can take the fighter jet there. Good. Lin Sheng nodded. Once you join the disaster relief organization, you can use your status to call in fighter jets. When the staff member learned that Lin Sheng was going abroad, he asked why. Lin Sheng only thought for a moment before informing the other party. It would be difficult to monopolize something by one's own strength. All I need is to get first-hand resources. The staff member was clearly very excited and immediately informed everyone about it. Once the secret realm spaces are merged, a large amount of resources will be exposed, and there may even be unknown treasures. Anyone would be excited. Lin Sheng was riding in a fighter jet. Fly towards the location indicated by the little deer. It was a dilapidated city overrun by ferocious beasts. These were left there before the base city was established. Have so many people already arrived? While the fighter jets were still hovering over the abandoned city, Lin Sheng saw many beast tamers, some standing on rooftops and others wandering around the city. In the center of the city, a pitch-black cover appeared on the ground. It was a cone-shaped cover that emanated a vast aura of darkness. Most importantly, some beast tamers from other countries have also come to the outskirts of the Dragon Kingdom. This was absolutely impossible before and would never have been allowed to happen. But now, faced with enormous profits, they can't care about anything else. Higher, this is outside of China. Are you sure there won't be any problems? A foreign-looking man asked a question to a blonde-haired man standing nearby. The man was short, and his once golden hair had long since turned dark and dull. Hee, I want to give my father Zeus a surprise. Besides, isn't the Dragon Kingdom sending people to the border of my lighthouse kingdom now? Higher snorted coldly. Then he thought of his father. That's a true powerhouse. He is destined to become the first god-level powerhouse on Earth. Now Zeus has sent his sons all over the world to find items that will allow him to advance in rank. Once obtained, Zeus will become the first being on Earth to advance to the level of a god. That useless bastard Hardy died without giving father anything. Even her own family and friends were imprisoned by Lydia. Higher sneered. The atmosphere in the formation was gloomy and somber. The companions who were walking alongside them didn't dare to say anything more. Higher is definitely a top performer in disaster-level situations. Unlike his brother Hardy, who was a disaster-level beast tamer who constantly contracted pets. All of Higher's pets were raised by him from a young age and have never been defeated in their entire lives. And he held his father Zeus in the highest esteem. He also has a high reputation in the disaster-level community. Such a rich aura of darkness. Little Ling, you're in for a treat. Lin Sheng looked at the conical lid with delight. Before long, this secret realm will be completely integrated with reality. Moreover, it seems that this secret realm must contain something that can make the strange creature stronger. You can tell just by the resentment emanating from it. Roar. Anyone who dares to steal it will be beaten to death. Xiaoling was also extremely excited in the beast taming space. The ability to devour eerie auras was something that excited it more than anything. The intensity of the dark aura emanating from there made Xiaoling tremble uncontrollably. Let's wait. Lin Sheng sat cross-legged on the tallest building closest to the conical lid, closing his eyes to rest. The beast tamers standing nearby, sensing the aura emanating from Lin Sheng, dared not come forward to challenge him. Soon, the high-rise buildings surrounding the conical lid were occupied by disaster-level beast tamers. Those at the monarch level could only follow behind the powerful figures of various countries, devouring some of the remnants. Chapter 147 Seizing the Opportunity, Zeus's Son. The powerful figures from various countries stood on the tall buildings surrounding that conical dome. He stared intently at the lid below. This senior. Several men and women walked up behind Lin Sheng. They were all relatively young beast tamers at the king and lord levels. He looks to be around 10 years old, but he is probably over 30. Senior, may we stay here? The men and women made a request to Lin Sheng. His words were quite sincere. They were also feeling uneasy. You should know that not all seniors are good-tempered. Moreover, Lin Sheng is the only disaster-level beast tamer in the vicinity, and like them, he possesses a bizarre type of pet beast. Of course, those who can come here must be strange beast tamers. Okay, but don't get too close. Lin Sheng acquiesced. Lin Sheng still felt a little uncomfortable being called senior by people older than him. However, you'll get used to it after calling it for a while. Upon receiving the answer, Everyone's faces lit up with joy. Of course we know. Thank you very much, Senior. Several men and women expressed their gratitude. I was incredibly excited. By following their seniors, even just getting some scraps of food can greatly improve their pet's abilities. Lin Sheng didn't say much and turned to look at the black conical cap. If the group gets too close, Xiao Bai could easily get caught in the crossfire if he makes a move. Half an hour has passed, and only 7 or 8 disaster-level beast tamers have arrived so far, and I am the only one from the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Sheng looked around at the tall buildings. It seems that there are indeed very few beast tamers specializing in the bizarre and mysterious arts. Unfortunately, Di Qian still had to protect the city's safety in Yangsheng and didn't have time to come here. If there's a chance, it wouldn't hurt to bring some back for her. At this moment, the beast tamers on the high-rise building were all observing each other. Suddenly a voice rang in Lin Sheng's ear. My friend. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Sheng turned his head. In front of them stood a short, blonde man and another tall, brown-haired man. The blonde man smiled slightly. You must be Lin Sheng? I've heard of you from my brother Hardy. Upon hearing the name Hardy, Lin Sheng frowned almost imperceptibly. Are you here to cause trouble? However, unexpectedly, the blonde man smiled slightly. Don't worry, Hardy deserved to die. He had nothing to do with Haier. On the contrary, I have great respect for the strong. I hope to become friends with you. We compete fairly for the resources here, and there are no personal grudges. Haier appears to be very tactful. However, Lin Shinko would not easily believe what others said. Haier smiled and didn't seem to mind. Unlike his father, Haier felt that his talent was not particularly outstanding. After all, there are always people more capable than him. Therefore, making many good friends is the way out. The people behind Lin Sheng were quite surprised to see this. They all know who Haier is. That's Zeus's son, a top-tier beast tamer of the disaster level. He was also one of Zeus's eldest sons. With 2 catastrophe-level pet beasts, his strength is such that even among catastrophe-level beast tamers, few dare to provoke him. Now Haier is treating Lin Sheng with such respect, even extending an invitation? Wait, Lin Sheng. Is it that young genius, Lin Sheng? Everyone gasped in surprise. Is that genius from back then already a disaster-level beast tamer? Now they've become their seniors? Everyone gaped, their eyes wide with astonishment. At that moment, the space in front of them suddenly began to ripple. I can smell it. Ignoring Lin Sheng's orders, Xiao Ling darted out of the beast-taming space. The enormous black dragon's body climbed onto the rooftop, startling everyone behind it once again. Is this the Black Dragon King? The group swallowed hard. If they could get a pet like that, they would definitely throw resources at it like crazy. However, in Lin Sheng's hands, Xiao Ling is currently only the second strongest fighter. At this moment, all the disaster-level beast tamers present summoned their pets. Roar! Crunch, 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 crunch. Suddenly, all sorts of strange sounds filled the room. Some people, like Lin Sheng, use a non-mysterious level disaster pet to raise their second mysterious type pet. Everyone stared intently at the cone-shaped dome. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the dome. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy erupted forth. The aura instantly filled the surroundings, which might be a nightmare for ordinary people, but it was simply heaven for the strange type pets. In an instant, all the pets present began to greedily suckle. And so does Xiaoling. Just one whiff of it sent shivers down my spine. It felt as if my internal organs had been baptized and I had been reborn. Such pure dark energy. Lin Sheng was taken aback. Even if he didn't understand, he could see how different this was from the negative emotions he had collected in the past. It's like the difference between coarse grains and delicacies from land and sea. The darkness before me was utterly pure, devoid of any negative emotions. In no time at all, the strange pets present had devoured it all. All the pets became excited in an instant. If I could have it all to myself. Haier never expected that the energy would be so concentrated. But he had just had this thought when he saw Lin Sheng and the other disaster-level beast tamers, so he gave up on it. If it were just other disaster-level beast tamers around, he wouldn't be too panicked. The key is that Lin Sheng is here. He had already investigated Lydia's private possession. It is known that Lin Sheng's pet beast has a strong ability to restrain strange creatures. And coincidentally, both of Haier's disaster-level pets were of the weird type. It's not that Haier has no feelings for Lin Sheng. It's that they really dare not even entertain any thoughts about him. If Lin Sheng were to find out about Haier's intentions, today, Lin Sheng is probably going to have to play the villain. And just when everyone was waiting, a fierce fight has already broken out up there. Roar! Damn it! Where did these Japanese pirates come from? Get out of the way. In an instant, Buildings in the distance collapsed in droves. The beast tamers from the Dragon Kingdom behind Lin Sheng were terrified. Anyone caught in the attack would die here immediately. Fortunately, with this senior around, it seems that the disaster-level beast tamers from various countries are not willing to provoke Lin Sheng. Finally, the conical lid revealed wisps of darkness. Those beast masters who occupy more positions are able to seize more dark matter. However, the person Lin Sheng had before him was already sufficient. Moreover, he only has one strange pet beast, and it is only at the mid-stage of the king realm. The amount of dark matter they need is not as much as they do. Absorbing just a little is enough for Xiaoling to continue digesting. Even what's leaking out is so dense. If we could enter this secret realm, wouldn't Xiaoling be able to advance to the disaster level very quickly? Lin Sheng was slightly excited. But at that moment, something unexpected happened ahead. Chapter 148, Seizing Dark Energy and Forcing Higher Away. Boom! The original conical cap suddenly produced a loud noise. The lid started rising from the ground and kept rising upwards, pushing out an even larger lid underneath. The black conical lid was engraved with intricate and bizarre paintings. Just one glance was enough to almost make someone fall deeply in love with it. My sanity is plummeting. Fortunately, Little Deer was there to cast a calming spell on Lin Sheng. That's what prevented Lin Sheng from feeling too bad. Thank you, Little Deer. Well, you should give us names. It's not good to always call us by our nicknames, Xiao Lu said with a hint of helplessness. It's still acceptable for now. However, Xiaobai is not a little kid anymore, so it's not good to call it that anymore. The other two pets nodded as well. I'll think about it, Lin Sheng said with a wry smile. I never expected that the names I gave my pets would cause them to rebel. However, he's terrible at naming things and can't come up with any good names. Call. Just as Lin Sheng was pondering, a large amount of dark energy suddenly burst out from the two round covers. The amount of dark energy was more than 10 times greater than before. The beast tamers present were immediately drawn to the scene. The kings behind them were also extremely excited. It absorbs the scraps that Xiaoling cannot absorb. Even so, it's more than enough. They could even advance today. Thank you so much, Senior. Everyone excitedly thanked Lin Sheng again in their hearts. The history of beast taming on Earth has progressed for so long that seniority in strength has long surpassed seniority in age. After all, these days you can't tell a person's age just by looking at their appearance. For example, there was a beast tamer in the Dragon Kingdom who looked like a young girl of 11 or 12, but was actually over 100 years old. You can't expect her to call a woman in her 60s or 70s grandma. Can you? This is unreasonable considering both ability and age. Therefore, most people still prefer to rank people by ability and seniority. It is also more convincing. Roar! Little Spirit growled as it devoured the dark energy in the air. A large amount of energy was fed back into the body, and the parasites on the body were frantically grabbing at it. The dark energy was quickly absorbed. Some Lord-level beast tamers, unable to withstand the corrosive dark energy here, could only watch from a distance. Even some king-level beast tamers were finding it hard to withstand. Only the main beast tamer, being of the weird type, can still hold on. After all, beast tamers are just mortals, and if they are exposed to such a large amount of darkness for a long time, their minds will be affected. Then, as the tower grows, it occasionally leaks out large amounts of dark energy. One wave after another, seemingly endless, without any discernible pattern. The people around stopped here to absorb the nutrients. At the same time, the dome continued to grow upwards. Just like bamboo shoots after the rain. It's like a dark tower. Lin Sheng took a deep breath. It doesn't just look like one, it's a tower. It has now grown to 7 layers, and each layer is larger than the last. Each time a layer grows, a large amount of dark energy is released. How many floors does this tower have? Can sequence extraction absorb all this energy? Gotcha. Soon, the black tower grew another layer upwards. Lin Sheng immediately activated his innate skill of sequence extraction. In that instant, the dark energy from Lin Sheng's direction surged toward this place. In an instant, the dark energy gathered in such abundance that it formed a black vortex in front of Lin Sheng. It dissipated in Lin Sheng's palm. Obtain pure dark energy. This seemingly unpredictable and shrewd move startled everyone. It actually works. Lin Sheng was pleasantly surprised. I was just planning to give it a try, so I didn't absorb much. Even so, it absorbed most of the energy of the surrounding strange beast tamers, leaving them with only a little. The people standing nearby were puzzled, but they didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, The energy released is not the same every time. Sometimes it is less. Let's wait until next time. Haier, who was closest to Lin Sheng, shook his head. I have a feeling that something's off. Lin Sheng smiled, not intending to remind the others. They were originally competitors. If he can't get enough Dark Fountain every time, Lin Sheng doesn't mind driving the others away. However, as things stand, there are enough sources of darkness at present, so there is no need to do that yet. 10 minutes later, another layer of dark spring water grew from that pitch-black tower, which was then absorbed by Lin Sheng. This time, Lin Sheng went all out, leaving no room for anyone else. Finally, someone in the vicinity noticed what was happening, but they dared not speak out against their anger. Even Haier doesn't dare to mess with them, so how could they dare to provoke them? The group had no choice but to move away into the distance. The beast tamers whose spots were taken frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. Even Haier's lips twitched. Fair competition isn't about competing like this. Can't we absorb it naturally instead of using cheats to steal it? Or we? The person next to Haier glanced at Lin Sheng. Haier decisively shook his head. Then he stood up and said, let's go. He didn't want to clash with Lin Xingqi unless absolutely necessary. Aren't there even easier targets over there? Go over there. Haier arrived before a calamity-level beast tamer from the Sakura Kingdom. Baka. The disaster-level beast tamer was about to cause trouble, but when he looked up and realized that the person was Haier, he immediately restrained himself. There are already people there. How do I get there? It's none of my business, Haier said coldly. When their eyes met, the beast tamer from the Sakura Kingdom was startled. He had no choice but to get up dejectedly. As a result, there are even fewer spaces left for everyone. The people who hadn't left yet behind Lin Sheng were all shocked. This senior was sitting there without moving, so why did everyone else run away? Is the senior really as scary as the rumors say? However, this is also a great opportunity. Without giving it much thought, the group hurriedly commanded their pets to consume the dark energy they had obtained. Lin Sheng then injected the dark spring he had extracted into Xiaoling's body. Xiaoling felt so comfortable that she just wanted to roll around on the ground. Unfortunately, it's not appropriate to do this while trying to protect one's dragon face outside. I think I'm about to break through. Xiaoling was extremely excited. The feeling of becoming stronger is truly intoxicating. But I'm not strong enough yet. I need to become stronger. At the same time, the tower in front of them began to grow taller and taller once again. But this time seems quite different from before. Chapter 149, The Trial Tower in Ancient Times. That tower grew to a full 23 stories. Its area was much larger than any building they had ever seen. A black chain hung from the spire, and the entire building looked dilapidated. Everyone took a deep breath. After waiting for several more hours, no more dark energy emerged from the Black Tower. Some people mustered their courage and walked towards the entrance of the Black Tower. However, as soon as they got close, a black hand reached out and grabbed them. What? A mastermind? The group, who were planning to approach, were startled. They hurriedly retreated. Could there be danger here? Lin Sheng frowned and took a step back. Several minutes later, puff, the figures that had entered were spat out again. The group quickly stepped forward to ask what had happened. But the beast tamer who was spat out was extremely excited. There's very pure energy inside, much more concentrated than outside. But if you fail the trial, you'll be expelled. Everyone was overjoyed. One by one, they stepped into it. The beast tamer who had been spat out wanted to go back in, but was blocked outside. Get out of the way. Haier and several other disaster-level beast tamers stepped forward and drove away the king-level beast tamers. The kings and beast tamers of various countries dared not speak out against their anger. They had no choice but to leave. After waiting for several minutes, the dozen or so people who had gone in were all sent out. The group was overjoyed when they came out, clearly having received many benefits. It has indeed become much stronger. Haier spoke up quietly. Go in and take a look. Haier nudged the person walking beside him. The safety of a king-level beast tamer does not mean that a catastrophe-level beast tamer is safe. Good. Without hesitation, the person beside him entered. This time I stayed inside for much longer than before. It wasn't until about 5 minutes later that they came out. The person was overjoyed as soon as they came out. How is it, Tony? Hale asked the man. I only got to the 5th floor, and I already got a piece of the resentment stone, Tony said bluntly. Haier's pupils couldn't help but dilate. A resentful stone? This is the kind of rock that strange creatures love the most. Something that can only be produced in places that are constantly shrouded in darkness. That's why the strange creatures in the Dark Empire are getting stronger and stronger. How many years of resentment have these stones held? Haier immediately inquired. A stone of resentment for 130 years. 130 years. The market price is around 1 billion. This is not a small amount. Besides, Tony only went in for 5 minutes before reaching the 5th floor, and he already got this kind of reward. If he's stronger, wouldn't he stay longer? If I can get to the 23rd floor, what will I get? You wait outside, I'll go in and try. Sensing no danger, Haier stepped forward. They quickly disappeared outside the door. Tony waited patiently outside. How are you? Is there any danger? Lin Sheng asked the little deer in the beast-taming space. Probably not. It's probably a trial space left behind by ancient inhabitants of Earth to hone their skills. The deer offered its guess. I see. That's definitely a treasure. Back in the training camp, even with just regular training, Xiaobai made rapid progress. How could trial items left behind by ancient inhabitants be weak? Let's give it a try. Lin Sheng bypassed the crowd and stood directly in front of the dark tower. Tony glanced at him, but didn't say anything more. The eyes of the people around also revealed a hint of apprehension. A large hand reached out and grabbed Lin Sheng directly inside. In the dim light, Lin Sheng heard an ancient language. Talent testing in progress. Level, Extraordinary Tier 2. Talent, Level 9 Extraordinary. Matching you with a trial of the same rank. Lin Sheng already knew this beforehand. When a pet reaches the king level, it is considered to have entered the extraordinary level, while the emperor level is the 9th level of the extraordinary. Xiaoling's current level is at the mid-stage of the monarch realm, which is equivalent to the 2nd level of the extraordinary realm. It really is an ancient trial tower. Lin Sheng was excited. Matching trials of the same level? You should know that Xiaoling's bloodline and strength have already surpassed the 2nd level of the extraordinary realm. Isn't this a gift? The surrounding scenery gradually became clear, and Lin Sheng and Xiaoling appeared in a circular tower. Before him materialized a figure, 3 meters tall, covered in muscles, and with blood-red wings. Roar! The monster charged straight at you, swinging its fists. Xiaoling was not afraid at all, and crashed into the other party. Boom! In an instant, Xiaoling was struck and felt dizzy. The monster's body was smashed and shrunken, then vanished. Extract. Obtain the Crimson Winged Demon Bloodline Gene. Obtain the Red Wing Gene. So strong. After the extraction, Lin Sheng sighed with emotion. This ferocious beast is of the same rank as Xiaoling, both being at the 2nd level of the extraordinary realm, but its strength is extraordinary. If it were a creature of the same level on Earth, Xiaoling could have annihilated it with a single slap, but now it had managed to knock Xiaoling dizzy. Of course, these creatures have a very high bloodline level. Xiaolu spoke in a flat tone. The bloodline levels of organisms in the universe are divided into 7 levels, 1 to 7. And these 7 bloodline levels are further divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced. Creatures like dragons and qilin are level 7 advanced life forms. Of course, this is just a general classification, and there is a significant difference from reality. Ordinary insects and common life forms are considered to be at the 1st level of elementary, while the monsters in your mythology are considered to be at the 1st level of advanced. The Black Dragon King is at the 2nd level high grade. Xiaoling is at the 2nd level high grade. Xiaobai is at the 3rd level medium grade, and I am also at the 3rd level medium grade. Emperor level talent is only at the advanced level 2, not even reaching level 3. Lin Sheng was somewhat surprised. So, all the creatures on this planet are level 1 creatures, while the trial creatures in this tower are all level 2. And some might even be level 3 or level 4. Little Deer explained slowly. What are level 7 creatures like? Lin Sheng couldn't help but wonder. Level 7. This kind of creature no longer distinguishes between groups, only individuals. Some creatures of this level can even reach the level of the universe at birth. However, there are some exceptions. Some level 7 creatures will evolve from the initial level in order to continuously become stronger. However, such creatures may never be seen even in death. The little deer spoke quietly. That's a god. Don't even think about it. Being able to continuously improve your bloodline level is already outrageous. A race wants to enhance its bloodline level. Stronger beings need to mate constantly to produce offspring with even stronger genes. It would take millions or tens of millions of years for this to possibly advance to the next level. However, the master can easily raise the bloodline level of a creature. That's absolutely outrageous. Let's go up there and take a look. Lin Sheng walked up the stairs to the next floor. Fighting against creatures with higher bloodline levels definitely feels different. Chapter 150 Little Spirit advances to disaster level. The two of them lasted a really long time this time. Several disaster-level beast tamers who had already come out from outside the door were marveling at the sight. Definitely. Don't you know who Higher is? He's one of the best among the disaster-level beasts, and he even has Emperor-level talent. The other person is also a genius from the Dragon Kingdom, possesses an Emperor-level pet beast, and even ranked in the top 1,000 in the arena on his first entry into the giant beast world. Getting into the top 1,000 on your first try? Everyone present opened their mouths. A look of shock appeared on his face. Compared to them, the gap between these two disaster-level beast tamers is indeed quite large. At that moment, Hailey, inside that tall tower, was thinking the same thing. I didn't expect it to be so difficult here. More than 20 minutes have passed before I finally reached the 8th floor. Higher smiled. However, it's likely that no one can surpass that in over 20 minutes. Moreover, each trial tower can only bring one strange pet beast for the trial at a time. Therefore, Higher still chose the mysterious type of pet with the highest talent. Black Necromancer. It really is a good place. I'll tell my father about it when we get back. But now is not the time. Higher's gaze turned serious. Now all he has to do is keep going up and gather more information. On the 10th floor. Wah! A strange black whirlwind swept up beside Lin Sheng. Even after Xiaoling used her skills to fight him, she still managed to kill him. However, this time, he used skills in the battle, unlike before. They're getting stronger and stronger. The strange creatures we've encountered here must already be at the advanced level 2, right? But there are also many benefits. The higher the level, the purer the bloodline. Lin Sheng extracted and injected Xiaoling. Xiaoling's bloodline also continued to improve, and her skills became more diverse. The level of this monster is determined based on when Xiaoling first entered. As long as I keep extracting the opponent's energy and injecting it into Xiaoling, then Xiaoling's strength will continue to increase. It is highly likely that they will be able to pass through this 23-story tower. It is estimated that even the ancients did not expect that someone could improve the bloodline of their own pet. Lin Sheng overcame all obstacles along the way. By the time you reach the 15th floor, you will encounter beings that are at the initial level of level 3. Some talents have even reached the early stage of the Starry Sky realm. Extremely difficult to deal with. It was also thanks to Xiaoling absorbing the strengths of the other creatures in the tower. It took a barrage of skills to barely kill this third-rate creature. And then Lin Sheng injected a large amount of his innate bloodline once again. Xiaoling's talent ceiling has also reached the Starry Sky level. His level naturally broke through to the late stage of the Monarch realm. Great. My materials are still in the beast taming space. I'll use this to break through to the early stage of the disaster realm and exploit bugs to kill monsters. Lin Sheng spoke quietly. Xiaoling excitedly spun around. The scales on its body gradually hardened. The claws were coated with a highly corrosive substance. It is incredibly powerful from every angle. Ghost Stone, Skull Lotus. Lin Sheng took out one material after another needed for advancement. These materials all contain extremely strong energy. First, devour the Skull Lotus, then soak in the ghostly stone liquid for 3 hours. 30 minutes later, Haiyu emerged from the tower. He only reached the 13th floor. However, they received a large amount of upgrade resources and an extremely pure aura of darkness. It greatly enriches the pet's foundation and strength. Boss, Lin Sheng went in after you. Tony said to Hale. Really? Has he already come out? Haiyu raised an eyebrow and said, since the attribute is countered, it is impossible to have a direct confrontation with him. In today's fair competition, one's talent cannot be inferior to that of others, right? Not yet. The man shook his head. Still not out. Haiyu frowned. But this doesn't mean that Lin Sheng's talent is much higher than his. After all, some of the monsters here require a certain amount of time and effort to defeat. Some take a long time, some take a short time. These factors naturally result in them spending more time inside than others. Some beast tamers have stayed for a long time, but they don't receive as many benefits as those who have stayed for a short time. Should we go back? It seems like we can't go back in after just one visit, Tony said quietly. Haiyu has benefited a lot and wants to go back and digest it first. Hearing this, it sounds so much like he deserted his post. No need. We'll wait for Lin Sheng to come out. Haiyu, which had never suffered a defeat, felt a surge of competitiveness. They waited directly outside the Dark Tower. Another hour passed quickly. During this time, more awakened individuals from various places received the news and came to this Dark Tower. But no one has been able to break Haiyu's record. However, Haiyu frowned deeply. Why haven't they come out yet? Logically speaking, people who reach the disaster level shouldn't be so bored as to stay inside all the time without coming out. Then there's only one possibility. Lin Sheng is still fighting inside. Is his talent better than mine? It can't be that much better. Haier didn't believe it. Some people's talent can completely overwhelm him. But he wouldn't be arrogant enough to think he was invincible. It's perfectly normal for someone to be more talented than him. After all, there are always people more powerful than you, and there is always something beyond your understanding. He is not the only one who inherited the bloodline of an emperor-level being. Until an hour later. Boom. Black Dragon Emperor. Level. Extraordinary Tier 4. Talent. Starry Sky Tier 1. Skills. Death Domain. 3 Steps to Annihilation. Proficient. Corrosive Breath. Proficient. Awaken Remains. Proficient. Soul Imprint. 13500. Evolutionary Path. Starry Sky Dragon. Devouring Dragon Beast. Introduction. Changes that have already occurred in the bloodline genes are beginning to lead in an unknown direction. Xiaoling has advanced to become the Black Dragon Emperor. Its massive body rose and fell with each breath. Even after shrinking its body, the scales on its body were still about the size of Lin Sheng's palm. Moreover, black barbs grew on the back of the wings, making them even more majestic than before. Those golden red pupils had an additional layer of transparent membrane, just like goggles for going underwater. Even if you fire a submachine gun at point-blank range, it won't leave a single scratch. Transcendental Level 4. That is, the early stages of a disaster. Lin Sheng is now a mid-level disaster-level beastmaster who owns 2 disaster-level pet beasts. He relied on the talents and bloodlines of his 2 pet beasts, as well as his own innate abilities. Lin Sheng was confident that he could fight against all beast tamers at the disaster level without being at a disadvantage. These ferocious beasts are currently only at the 3rd level of the Extraordinary Realm, while my Black Dragon Emperor has already reached the 4th level of the Extraordinary Realm. The battle that follows will surely be a crushing victory. Chapter 151. The Final Layer. Remnant Souls from Ancient Times. That is indeed the case. The levels of ferocious beasts remained largely unchanged after that. After Xiaoling evolved, her body was filled with explosive muscles and power. Xiaoling is more talented than Xiaobai in this area. They crushed and swept through the enemy ranks, with almost no rivals. We soon arrived at the top floor, the 23rd floor. The 22nd floor also contains a great deal of dark energy, which allowed Xiaoling to stabilize her foundation almost instantly. Lin Sheng's expectations for the higher-ups were growing. They took Xiaoling all the way to the 23rd floor. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In a gust of wind, a figure gradually appeared. It was a tiny figure with an elfin appearance, extremely captivating, and its size was only about the size of Lin Sheng's palm. But one after another, blood-red eyes opened on its body. Countless tentacles extended from its back, waving in the air like vines. An elf corrupted by darkness. This is a level 4 bloodline corrosion spirit. The little deer in the beast-taming space hurriedly spoke up to remind them. Xiaoling immediately became serious as well. At the same time, that tentacle lashed out like a whip. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. The corroded whip cracked loudly in the air. Then a very conspicuous mark was left on Xiaoling's scales. Roar. Are you scratching your grandpa's itch? Xiaoling roared and took a big step down. Boom. The surrounding air vibrated continuously. A dark aura swept out, and dozens of whips in midair instantly exploded. However, this was only the first strike. The 3 steps to annihilate spirits consist of 3 strikes in total. Boom! Xiaoling took another step down. Although every step was very slow. But each time, a large amount of energy is extracted from Xiaoling's body. That energy surged outwards, indiscriminately affecting friend or foe, regardless of state. The force of the shockwave sent the corrupted elf flying backward several meters. Black, thick fluid was also flowing from his body. The final step is taken. Boom! A terrifying pressure swept outwards. The figure of an ancient dragon seems to appear here. Unable to withstand the immense pressure, the corruption elf's entire body suddenly exploded. Exterminate spirits. Not bad, but creatures with level 4 bloodlines are indeed powerful. Even though they were suppressed by 1 level, they could still withstand Xiaoling's 3 steps of extinction. With a sigh, Lin Sheng also began to look forward to it. It can enhance the bloodline of pets. This talent skill is truly overpowered. The bloodline of creatures can be enhanced without limit. As long as you survive, you will be absolutely invincible. At that time, Lin Sheng will possess countless godlike creatures with 7th level bloodlines. Who can defeat him? He could establish a kingdom all by himself and become the ruler of the Forbidden Zone. Just as Lin Sheng hesitated, another voice came from the tower. Test passed. Congratulations on becoming the first student to pass the tower trial. Here's a dark spirit orb as a reward. A jet-black glass ball fell from the sky. With quick reflexes, Lin Sheng caught it in his hand. Just as Lin Sheng was hesitating about how to use it, another voice rang out. This contains a large amount of energy, enough to support your pet beast's cultivation to the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. The voice was extremely ethereal. Lin Sheng couldn't help but look up and around. Xiaoling cautiously stood in front of its master, wrapping Lin Sheng in its thick tail. Don't be afraid. I am a remnant soul left behind in the trial grounds. I never imagined that such a genius would emerge from among our descendants after our clan's passing. If I'm not mistaken, you must be a spirit master, right? That's quite rare. And your talent for controlling spirits is top-notch, even on a cosmic scale. The words spoken in the void were quite astonishing. It seems I've witnessed something unbelievable. On a tiny blue planet, not only can a rare profession like Spirit Master be born, it's incredible that such a top-tier talent, ranking among the top 3 in the entire universe, could appear. First class. Lin Sheng was somewhat puzzled. His SSS talent is already top tier on the entire planet Earth. It's impossible for anyone to be stronger. Even those who awaken SSS talents cannot trigger the same extraordinary phenomenon as Lin Sheng. Of course, the dark spirit orb in your hand is the last remaining energy in this tower. This tower will probably dissipate in the wind in less than half a day. The voice sounded very sad. You say you are a native of this blue planet? Yes, the voice exclaimed excitedly. So the inhabitants of Blue Star are all martial artists. And among our people are those with level 5 bloodlines. We are a different species, relying on our powerful technology and physical strength. We left this place very quickly. Blue Planet can no longer sustain our survival. To become stronger, we must travel to the center of this universe. That is, the center of the Milky Way. But we also left the indigenous people treasures that could make you stronger. Now those places where they were preserved have all weathered away, so you'd better hurry up. As the sound faded away, a blueprint fell into Lin Sheng's hands. The location of this space? Lin Sheng was surprised. The blueprint depicted a space that seemed to be the location of the tower's owner. You have great talent. If you have the chance, go to the center of the galaxy and go to the blue planet. The blue planet. Lin Sheng felt a little uneasy. Logically speaking, I wouldn't consider myself a native of this blue planet. Is this considered stealing an opportunity? It's truly inexplicable that I've been burdened with such a huge karmic burden. And could the original inhabitants of the blue planet be dinosaurs? Lin Sheng couldn't help but recall the scene of dinosaurs roaming the streets. It's a little scary to think about. But you need to hurry. There was some aura emanating from Blue Star before. It seems that this planet has been parasitized by advanced life. What parasite? Lin Sheng asked, looking up. However, the voice disappeared. Parasitism is what I told you about as a god-level creature. Among the 7th level life forms, there are beings that regenerate from their weakest state each time. Of course, it could also be lower life forms that would choose a planet as their source of sustenance. Little spirit in the beast-taming space felt a sudden jolt in her heart. If this creature survives by devouring the crust of Earth, that blue planet will be destroyed without anyone noticing. Quickly, go to the secret space on this map right now. There are definitely items inside for space travel. The little deer urged. A level 7 life form. Lin Sheng was unaware of the seriousness of the matter. If it really is a level 7 life form, is it possible for me to form a contract with it? If Xiao Lu knew the crazy thoughts Lin Sheng was having, she would definitely curse him out. A legendary level 7 life form. Even reborn, it remains unruly. How could they possibly be willing to submit to the command of a first-level elementary life form? Perhaps in the eyes of such beings, Lin Sheng is like an insect. Would you be willing to be a slave to insects? Chapter 152, Clearing the Tower. The tower owner's home. Life forms that use a planet as nourishment are generally at least level 3, or even level 4 or higher. But Blue Star is now considered a relatively strong existence among medium-sized planets, daring to use this place as nourishment. The opponent might actually be a level 7 life form. It doesn't even come from the Milky Way. The deer thought of many things. In a burst of light, Lin Sheng also disappeared into the black mist at the highest level. And on the outskirts of this black tower, Higher had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Why hasn't he come out yet? Is this kid really that freakish? Could it be that he's already dead inside? The longer Haier waited outside, the more anxious he became. Although he can accept that his talent is not as good as others. But I can't accept being crushed. Both are catastrophic events, so why is there such a big difference? Moreover, he remembered that Lin Sheng only possessed a disaster-level pet beast, and the potential pet beast was not even of the strange type. Could it be that the test for kings is less difficult? Impossible. Haier immediately rejected the idea in his mind. Those king-level beast tamers who entered before were eliminated in an instant. This is enough to prove that the difficulty of the monarch-level challenge is not that low. Could this guy possibly make it into the top 15 floors? Haier was very surprised. Tony, standing nearby, understood what Haier was thinking. My God, that catastrophic beast tamer from the Dragon Kingdom has been inside for hours and hasn't come out yet, has he? Unbelievable. I'll be eliminated after only a few floors. Yeah, the ferocious beasts in there are just outrageous. They're the same level as you, but their combat power is way too high. It was clear that this was the first time anyone present had fought against a ferocious beast with high-level talent. There are actually very few ferocious beasts with high talent on Earth. Within this tower, almost every ferocious beast possesses a talent level exceeding that of the Calamity or even the Emperor level. This naturally makes everyone difficult to deal with, even with the added advantage of a martial artist's superior beast-taming talent. Even in this tower where martial artists are trained, it is difficult to achieve good results. Lin Sheng is an exception. He can continuously improve the bloodline level of his pets during battles. Moreover, the tower had been in disrepair for many years, and the remaining energy was used to maintain its operation. Lin Sheng even managed to exploit a bug in it. In addition, Lin Sheng was already very talented, so he easily broke through the tower. A flash of light appeared. Lin Sheng's figure emerged from within. This immediately dispelled everyone's thoughts. Take this. Haier, located in the distance, couldn't wait any longer. A jet-black spirit cat behind him suddenly charged towards Lin Sheng. This sudden and shocking turn of events startled everyone present. Roar! Suddenly, a giant dragon appeared beside Lin Sheng. He slapped the spirit cat. However, the nimble cat was extremely fast and dodged the slap with a few leaps. But, suddenly, more than a dozen purple thorns stretched out from the void. The thorns had large, blood-red eyes that possessed a powerful controlling effect. The several royal beast tamers behind him were completely captivated after just one glance. In an instant, those dozen or so brambles bound the jet-black spirit cat within them. Return. Haier felt a pang of anxiety. The civet cat used all its strength to break free and jumped to Haier's side. The cat, as if its fur had been bristled, looked at the enormous dragon behind Lin Sheng. Only then did the people around realize what was happening. Black Dragon King. Everyone was startled. Oh my God. Isn't that the Black Dragon King? How could he appear outside the Dragon Kingdom? All the beast tamers present were at the disaster level, so how could they not recognize the Black Dragon King? Several people were so frightened that they immediately jumped back a distance. A catastrophic beast tamer encountering the Black Dragon King is practically suicide. Was the second pet also a disaster-level beast? Haier wondered, still shaken. Moreover, that skill is too bizarre. If Haier hadn't noticed in time that his spirit cat would also have been bewitched by the thorns. There's even a possibility of being killed there. Is this the Black Dragon King? The ruler of the dark world. The Starry Sky Tier 1 talent perfectly suppressed Haier's pet beast. You're much better than me. My brother was practically asking for trouble by messing with you. Haier couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't intend to kill Lin Sheng just now. He merely wanted to test Lin Sheng's strength. Haier was unwilling to be so easily surpassed. But now he is completely convinced. The difference is too big. When Lin Sheng had a single catastrophe-level pet, I was no match for him. Now that he has two, who can defeat him? You should know that there are only a handful of disaster-level beast tamers who own 3 disaster-level pet beasts. It was also thanks to Lin Sheng's knowledge that he had no intention of killing him, but was merely testing him. Therefore, they did not make any overly aggressive attacks. Otherwise, that slap could have been delivered after the spirit cat was trapped. Judging solely from that power, one slap could kill his pet. There won't be a next time, Lin Sheng said quietly. Of course, I will personally go to apologize later. Haier said decisively. If it weren't for his relationship with his younger brother, he and Lin Sheng would have been just casual acquaintances. Why would he confront a powerful individual who is both talented and of high status? Wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? Although disaster-level beast tamers often spar. However, making a move without any prior warning is indeed somewhat disrespectful. I need to personally visit them to apologize. Even Haier, who enjoys a high reputation among disaster-level beast tamers, shows such respect to Lin Sheng. Everyone felt a sense of respect for Lin Shengsheng. Strength has always been a defining characteristic of a person. If you are strong enough, you will earn the respect of others. Lin Sheng didn't say much. He turned and left. The energy in this tower has been almost completely exhausted, so there's no point in staying here any longer. It's likely that this black tower will soon vanish into thin air, leaving nothing of value to be extracted. On the contrary, the blueprint I received was very important. On an abandoned building, Lin Sheng, dressed in black, sat half-sitting. He reached out and took out the blueprints from his pocket, spreading them out on the ground. The location described on this map is from an old time. How can we find it? Lin Sheng was very puzzled. Let me do it, Little Deer said eagerly. Both of its pets have now reached the disaster level, while the little deer is still at the king level, which makes it a little uncomfortable. Shouldn't we at least do something for our master? It doesn't like being a slacker. You need to give me some time. Little Deer's eyes swept over the blueprints. Okay, but it'd better be quick. If we're slow, someone might snatch that secret realm away and even merge it with reality. Lin Sheng's heart skipped a beat. He took out the jet black orb. It was filled with dark and chaotic energy, yet it was very pure. Chapter 153 Lin Ming's phone call, by He's feelings. Try absorbing the energy inside. Summon little spirit. Lin Sheng held up the dark spirit orb and brought it close to Xiaoling. Xiaoling's nostrils twitched slightly, and some of the energy in the spirit pearl was drawn out. Very pure energy. It shares the same origin as the dark energy within the tower. Xiaoling was very excited. Then you should take this dark spirit orb with you. It provides a speed boost of over 100 times in the beast taming space, so you should be able to absorb it faster. Roar. Don't worry. After evolving into a disaster-level being, Xiaoling also gained confidence. Having seized the dark spirit orb, they returned to Lin Sheng's beast taming space. Lin Sheng also performed his daily routine of infusing Xiao Bai with dragon blood. Roar. Feeling the energy within his body gradually increasing, Xiao Bai began to roll around in the beast taming space. The lightning bolt patterns on the back of his neck became increasingly prominent, while Lin Sheng's pet beasts were slowly improving in strength. Nighttime, under the setting sun. Within the giant tree space, in the giant tree city, the enormous chaos god tree is growing luxuriantly. Its roots spread outwards from the center of the giant tree city, enveloping the entire city. Dozens of branches have even penetrated the moat of the giant tree city and invaded its outskirts. Not only the flowers and trees in Giant Tree City, but even the area outside Giant Tree City responsible for burying the corpses of ferocious beasts is being gradually encroached upon. It kept absorbing nutrients from the corpses. Mom, look what's in that moat. A child saw branches growing at the bottom of the moat. He stretched out his finger, looking very curious. It must be the surrounding trees. The mother, holding her child, didn't think much of it and quickly left the place. The chaotic divine tree is plundering the essence of the entire giant tree world. The trunk of the chaotic god tree not only failed to grow again, but instead continued to shrink. Inside a hollow cavity within its torso. In the center of the hollow, a fiery red fruit floats suspended in midair, entangled by 3 branches. Thump, thump. If you get close, you can hear a sound from the fruit that sounds like a heartbeat. With the support of that heart, the limbs of the chaos god tree gradually regained their vitality. After returning to Yanqing, Lin Sheng obtained some dark matter and shared some with Di Qian. I have no use for these things. My pet talent has already reached the king level, which is the limit. Di Qian politely declined. But her heart was warmed, and she was very grateful to Lin Sheng. Keep them. My pet doesn't need these things anymore. Lin Sheng was still handed over to Di Qian. Consider this your payment for helping to manage Yanqing. Hey, why don't you just give it to me? Di Qian pouted. The compensation doesn't sound good at all. Besides, she doesn't need any compensation. I had been managing Yanqing before, and now I'm just carrying it out to the end. All right then. Lin Sheng scratched his head. After chatting with Di Qian for a few more minutes about the management of Yanqing, he left again. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Sheng's phone suddenly rang. I didn't even look at it. I pressed the connect button directly. Hello. It's me. Lin Ming's indifferent voice came from the other end, along with some other noises. What? Lin Sheng asked quietly, then continued. By the way, where are you now? Why does it sound so noisy around you? I'm killing ferocious beasts and a few blind fools from other countries. As soon as Lin Ming finished speaking, A sound of flesh being torn apart came from the other side. In the past, when Lin Ming talked to Lin Sheng on the phone, he always liked to be on the way to a mission. They are probably also vying for items in those secret realms now. With no Emperor-level beast tamers appearing now, probably no one can rival her. Where are you now? I'll come find you in a bit. Although the beast rampage is dangerous, it's also an opportunity. From today onwards, you'll be with me. Good. Lin Sheng gave a direct and straightforward response. Lin Ming on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. I never expected Lin Sheng to agree so readily. He had always refused my invitations without hesitation before. Okay, I'll come find you after I've finished here. The call ended. Lin Sheng also breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Sheng was genuinely worried that Lin Ming might have an accident one day because he was so distracted during the fight. Acting together is indeed the best option. Faced with such resources, even disaster-level beast tamers have become the most basic combat force, and even king-level beast tamers are not qualified to compete for them. Having experienced it firsthand, Lin Sheng deeply understands this point. Even in places that I had foreseen beforehand, so many disaster-level beast tamers came. There are even companies like Haier that are very strong even in disaster-level situations. Lin Sheng alone certainly wouldn't be able to obtain enough resources. You always think of sharing things with me whenever there's something good about it. Lin Sheng suddenly felt that his sister wasn't so bad after all. Is this what it feels like to grow up? Then it really was me who held her back. My sister has taken care of me for over a decade, but I have never even embarked on the path of becoming a beast tamer. If I could catch up with those 10+ years, I might have already become an Emperor-level beast tamer. A teenage Emperor-level beast tamer. Lin Shengdu suspected that his sister might also be a time traveler like him. What kind of cheat code does he have? Otherwise, how could it be so powerful? Even with his cheat codes, Lin Sheng couldn't subdue her. With nothing else to do, Lin Sheng visited the Bai family once again. Despite his repeated refusals, the head of the family insisted on providing a warm welcome. Watching their daughter chatting happily with Lin Sheng at the dinner table, the two were very pleased. Lin Sheng's character is not problematic. If he had been born a decade or two earlier, Bai's mother definitely wouldn't have refused. After the meal, in the empty corridor, Lin Sheng and Bai He walked side by side. Brother Lin Sheng. Bai He suddenly stopped in her tracks. Previously at the hospital, I was reckless back then. Lin Sheng quickly reached out to beg for forgiveness. Reflect on your excessive behavior. I'm afraid it might hurt the little girl. Bai He blushed slightly, biting her lip, and looked at Lin Sheng's face again as if she had made up her mind. Then do you like my body? After holding back her feelings for 7 or 8 years, Bai He slowly reached out and unbuttoned her shirt. She wanted to know if Lin Sheng truly loved her, even if it was just physically. Even if I get rejected, it doesn't matter. Lin Sheng was stunned by Bai He's adorable appearance. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Sheng smiled and reached out to touch Bai He's soft hair. He picked up the petite body and carried her into Bai He's room. Chapter 154. Working together. Half a year has passed. Midnight. Time to sleep. Lin Sheng lay down and let out a long sigh. Snort. Bai He pouted, placing her hands on Lin Sheng's chest, looking unwilling. Lin Sheng shook his head. Don't sleep. If you dare to sleep, I'll bite you. Bai He grinned her tiger teeth, as fierce as a cat. The lovely face quickly disappeared from Lin Sheng's sight, and was then covered by a bulge. I spent a sleepless night. The next morning, after Bai's mother saw the head of the Bai family off. Soon, Lin Sheng and Bai He were taken away for a talk. Mom, what's wrong? Bai He asked innocently. Ahem, Lin Sheng, Bai He is still young. Bai's mother said with a serious expression. She didn't want her daughter to suffer too much. Huh. Lin Sheng was a little confused. At this point, Bai He blushed deeply. She got up and ran out of the room. Seeing this, how could Bai's mother not know what was going on? Even someone her age blushed slightly. I never expected that my usually gentle and refined daughter would undergo such a drastic change in temperament. You know, Bai He used to be a very obedient and good child. Yesterday, there was a lush potted plant outside the door, leaning against the door and moving erratically without any wind, with most of its leaves falling off. However, Bai's mother did not believe that it was Lin Sheng who requested it. Most likely, it was Bai He who had been making the request. He said goodbye to the two the next day. Lin Sheng left the Bai family home, supporting his back. Suddenly I felt like I was a lamb entering a tiger's den, and I really shouldn't have come. Bai He's ability to stay up all night. He was genuinely a little frightened. Just as Lin Sheng was savoring the moment, a clear, cold voice suddenly came from afar. What are you doing? A tall, slender figure, wearing white sneakers that revealed fair and well-muscled legs, and a black trench coat with 3 buttons and puff sleeves, had light purple eyes staring curiously at Lin Sheng beneath his neat short hair. "I'll be waiting for you." Lin Sheng forced a smile. "Hee, you certainly have a sweet tongue," Lin Ming said with a smile. Lin Sheng's appearance has returned to normal, but he feels that Lin Ming seems quite different from before. Not only has his strength increased significantly, but his demeanor has also become colder. Indeed, in these times, who can still maintain their integrity? Lin Sheng didn't think much of it. "So where do we go now?" There are many places, but if I take you, we should go to a safer place." Lin Ming tilted her beautiful chin and pondered for a while. The two quickly disappeared from the spot. In the time that followed, Lin Ming led Lin Sheng through various ruins. Not only those around the Dragon Kingdom, but also those who traveled to various places such as the Lighthouse Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom via teleportation arrays. During this time, the two also encountered a beast tamer of the Emperor level. But the two had a keen sense of smell and could avoid it in advance. Furthermore, Xiao Bai's control over the crystal head of the 9-headed sunbird is getting stronger and stronger, and he can briefly foresee danger. Although their strength is among the top in the disaster level, they still encountered many crises along the way. On several occasions, the siblings would hide in the cave to heal each other, licking their wounds like wild animals. It has the memories of a deer. You can find the locations of many secret realms in advance. Furthermore, since the two often traveled together, their strength surpassed that of ordinary disaster-level beast tamers. Soon, they were given the title of Yin-Yang Twin Dragons by disaster-level beast tamers all over the world. In a secret realm that blends into reality, surrounding the Beacon Nation. It's those siblings again. Be careful to hold off the woman. Take care of Lin Sheng first. Solve my ass. How could 1 or 2 people possibly defeat him? In the snowy mountain region of Grizzly Bear Country. "Oh, my friends from the Dragon Kingdom, let's explore this secret realm together and share the spoils." Beneath the volcano in the land of cherry blossoms. "Damn it. There are too many ancient weapons in the secret realm. We absolutely cannot let them leave. We can't beat them. Those siblings are too monstrous. We'd have to exert a tremendous amount of effort to fight either of them. If a beast tamer of the Emperor level didn't come, everything here would definitely be taken away." The two traveled between different continents. Fight against catastrophic beast tamers from all over the world. In less than 6 months, it has made a great name for itself all over the world. At the same time, the riots of those ferocious beasts gradually subsided, and the space of Blue Star became even more expansive. In a cave of a ferocious beast in the land of cherry blossoms. "Gotcha." Lin Ming picked up the Jin fruit in her hand and took a bite. Then he reached out and handed it to Lin Sheng in front of him. You don't need to share this with me." Lin Sheng looked at the Jin fruit that Lin Ming had taken a bite out of and quickly waved his hand. "Seriously, don't give me half of everything. How come this behavior is so similar to that of a ferocious beast? Eat quickly." Seeing that Lin Sheng didn't want it, Lin Ming moved forward and leaned closer to Lin Sheng once again. Forehead. Lin Sheng had no choice but to accept it, knowing that he couldn't stop eating it. He had no choice but to reach out and accept the Jin fruit. The teeth marks on the surface still bore traces of Lin Ming's uniquely fragrant saliva. Lin Sheng gritted his teeth, opened his mouth, and quickly swallowed the Jin fruit. "Eat more. Besides your pet, you also need to exercise to improve your own physical condition." Seeing Lin Sheng swallow, Lin Ming finally smiled. The two of them gained a great deal of benefits from the secret realm in the past 6 months. Weapons, fruits, and items, a diverse and incomplete array. Now, Xiao Bai's strength has broken through to the late stage of the disaster. Xiaoling has also absorbed some of the energy in the bead and reached the middle stage of the disaster, and Xiaolu has also reached the time to evolve. Before long, Lin Sheng will become a beast tamer with 3 disaster-level pet beasts. At the catastrophic level, there are no rivals left. I also feel that my pet beast is about to break through to the Emperor level. Strands of purple electricity crackled from Lin Ming's body. Looking at the strange yet beautiful woman in front of him, Lin Sheng couldn't help but be stunned. "Let's split up for now." Lin Ming spoke very decisively this time. Emperor-grade evolution materials are always kept in very dangerous places. She didn't want to bring Lin Sheng with her. "Good." Lin Sheng nodded. After being held and slept in someone's arms for half a year, he was starting to get tired of it. After all, he was a young man full of vigor, and his older sister was so beautiful that she would kiss him without any precautions while they slept. But most importantly, that secret realm is almost merging with reality. The two parted ways here. They each went in different directions. But at this moment, Lin Sheng received bad news. Chapter 155 The Empire Destroys. Zeus advances to star level. That old Zeus has broken through? Upon receiving this news, Lin Sheng's heart sank. Breaking through to the Emperor level means that the other party has broken through the 9th level of the Extraordinary Realm and reached the 1st level of the Starry Sky Realm. And Blue Star was thus promoted to a higher planet in the universe. At the same time, the world of giant trees, which had been silent all along, suddenly underwent a shocking change. In the world of giant trees, all the poor people's houses are pierced by thick, hard tree roots. The corpses of countless ferocious beasts and ordinary people had their chests pierced by the tree roots, which then sucked their blood. Many beast tamers even died in the secret realm. The world of the giant tree has been transformed into a hellish scene. Even in Giant Tree City, there have been catastrophic level beast tamers and their pets killed here. Meanwhile, the sacred tree that was once revered by people had already shrunk to its normal size. Within the tree trunk, a figure, as clear as a diamond, gradually materialized. Those were blood-red diamonds. Its entire body was a blood-red color, crystal clear, like amber. And in the center of that body, a heart was beating vigorously. Who exactly are you? Several imperial beast tamers from the Giant Tree Empire gathered here. He questioned the figure in front of him in a deep voice. The entire space of the Giant Tree Empire is now sealed off, and even Emperor-level beast tamers cannot escape. A look of terror flashed across their eyes several times. The blood-red figure put immense pressure on them. Blood food. That blood-red figure. He extended a finger and suddenly pierced the chest of an Emperor-level beastmaster like a javelin. Everyone around was horrified as blood gushed from his chest. Quick. That's too fast. Even their Emperor-level ferocious beasts did not anticipate this scene. Damn it. Make your move now. In that instant, everyone summoned their own Emperor-level pet beasts. The diamond-like figure, as red as a gemstone, became even more translucent after absorbing the Emperor-level beast tamer. At this moment, the entire world of giant trees seemed to have transformed into a purgatory, and a great battle was about to break out. Countless ferocious beasts of the Emperor level emerged and instantly razed the entire giant tree city to the ground. Take back my favor. The diamond-like, blood-red figure spoke again. In an instant, its body expanded infinitely, becoming on par with the enormous Emperor-level ferocious beasts around it. Roar! A terrifying roar erupted. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, all the beast tamers of the Empire perished. Countless corpses of Emperor-level ferocious beasts lay scattered throughout Giant Tree City. The blood-red amber was also smashed, leaving only half of its original body. However, it can recover quickly after absorbing the energy of others, and then become even stronger. Damn it, we should have killed you long ago. The Empire City Lord looked grief-stricken. Greed is bad. The blood-red figure shook its finger. A sharp tree root pierced through the ground, penetrating its chest and hanging high in the night sky. At this moment in the Beast City, countless beast tamers and ordinary people were suspended in midair. Furthermore, the energy within the body is continuously drawn away by the tree roots and given to the red, humanoid crystal. A year ago, the Emperor-level beastmasters of Giant Tree City had foreseen this scene. They had even discovered the red heart at the center of the giant tree long ago. But they allowed it to absorb nutrients until finally, no one could break through its body. The giant tree also sealed off the entire space, turning it into a cage. Everyone is just nourishment for him to consume. It was originally the master of this space, and it would not have been revived prematurely if someone hadn't forcibly absorbed its energy. After all, there is still a certain risk if the planet cannot be completely destroyed in a short period of time. It considers humans to be a very strange species. The more dangerous the situation, the more important it is to completely suppress it. We must not give them even the slightest chance to breathe. But how could its essence be extracted by someone else? It was indeed panicked. The recovery had to be accelerated. My lord, wait for me. The human form that the branches of the chaotic divine tree had transformed into spoke silently. Anyone here would surely be astonished. If even the chaotic god tree itself is this powerful, what kind of being must its master be? At the same time, in the main world, Lin Ming, who was running through the desert, unconsciously pressed her forehead. My headache is back. Lin Ming's beautiful brows furrowed tightly. Almost every year, she would experience unbearable headaches for a few days, much like a woman having her period. But unlike ordinary people, I have never had my period. Despite undergoing examinations at the hospital, no problems were found. However, recently, Lin Ming has been experiencing more and more frequent and severe headaches, which has made her extremely irritable. Damn it! Lin Ming's gaze was icy. Things beyond our control are what make us most angry. How many ferocious beasts must be killed to vent my anger? Seemingly affected by a headache, Lin Ming's temper became increasingly irritable. He only felt much better when he spent those 6 months with Lin Sheng, but now he has relapsed as soon as they parted. Girl, calm down. If all else fails, find some ferocious beasts. The beast-taming vessel spoke up to offer advice. Good. Lin Ming was also itching to try it. Being bathed in blood always makes people feel much better. At this moment, news of Zeus's ascension to the realm of gods spread rapidly throughout the world. I've finally advanced to this territory. Starry sky level. Zeus, atop the mountain, laughed heartily. After reaching the star realm level, Zeus gained a new innate ability. Ordinary beast tamers only gain a talent ability when they form a contract with a beast. Unexpectedly, after stepping into the starry sky, Zeus gained a second innate ability. With the help of this talent, there will be an insurmountable gap between the starry sky class and the emperor class. Several hours later, Zeus then arrived above the city of the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Sheng, come out here. Zeus's voice rang out like a great bell. It floats high above the city like a god. The people below looked up and were all trembling with fear. Oh my god. This has completely transcended the scope of a beast tamer. Zeus, do you intend to break the rules of all nations? Several voices could be heard from the shadows. Rules? I am the rule now. I stand in the heavens, while you can only stand on the ground. Zeus's words were cold. It exudes arrogance everywhere. As a deity, one should have no scruples. One's mind is open and enlightened. Snort. Suddenly, a cold snort escaped from the shadows. A beam of blue light rose from the ground and shot towards Zeus. Zeus's face suddenly showed panic. Suddenly raising his hand, a lightning beast appeared behind Zeus, gathering a large amount of lightning to form a shield that blocked the blue light. However, the shield formed by the lightning shattered as a result. But Zeus was greatly alarmed. You've also reached the starry sky level? The energy within that azure light was clearly far more skillfully used than when he first advanced. Chapter 156, 3 Disaster Level Monsters. Materials for advancing to Emperor level. Zeus, if you kill my descendants again, I will kill your descendants. The sound came from the city again. Zeus frowned, then turned and left. And inside a tall building, beside an old man stood a blue ox with markings all over its body. He is the strongest person in the Dragon Kingdom right now. I recently broke through to the first level of the Starry Sky realm. Qingshan Dragon Pattern Ox. Level, Starry Sky Tier 1. Talent, Starry Sky Tier 7. Skill. Evolutionary Path, Azure Sky Divine Pattern Ox. Description, a colossal beast of cosmic scale. Its internal energy circulation allows it to survive in space for 3 days. Thank you very much, Senior, Lin Sheng said, bowing with his hands clasped in gratitude. Unexpectedly, the old man in a Zhongshan suit with a full head of white hair waved his hand. I'm getting old and can't hold on for much longer. I was only able to break through thanks to the items you found for me. My time is running out. You must become stronger as soon as possible. The old man could protect the Dragon Kingdom for a time, but not forever. I see. Lin Sheng nodded. Also, here are the upgrade materials for your third pet. With a wave of his hand, the old man sent countless materials falling beside Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng then raised his hand and stored it in his beast-taming space. You need to break through to the 7th level of the extraordinary realm as soon as possible. That way, even Zeus won't be able to do anything to you. Lin Sheng nodded repeatedly upon hearing the old man's words. I was planning to do just that. Lin Sheng originally planned to go to that space on the outskirts of the Dragon Kingdom to help Xiaobai break through to the Emperor level. Upon hearing the news of Zeus's breakthrough, he immediately returned to the city. As the saying goes, a great man can bend and stretch. This old bastard lamp is floating in midair like a light bulb. Lin Sheng will beat him to the ground sooner or later. It's time for you to advance to the next level. Lin Sheng placed the enormous amount of medicinal herbs into his beast-taming space. The little deer should know what it needs to do to advance to the next level. You don't need to worry about too much. A few days later, Lin Sheng arrived at a remote mountain valley. Not even beast tamers would come to this godforsaken place, let alone demons. Meanwhile, the little deer had advanced to the next level, simultaneously reaching the disaster level. Azure Deer. Level, Extraordinary Tier 4. Talent, Starry Sky Tier 6. Skills, Concealment, Life Growth, Cloud Opening Domain, Life Affinity, Plant Healing, Nature Control. Evolutionary Path, Natural Green Wood Spirit Beast, Divine Wood Qilin. Description, the beings left in this space possess extremely vast knowledge. Natural Green Wood Spirit Beasts are at most level 4 life forms, and they are the weakest among them. But the Divine Tree Qilin has a portion of the Qilin bloodline. It has been rated as a level 5 life form at the very least. The deer was extremely excited. I finally have the chance to evolve into the legendary Qilin. Don't get too excited yet. Breaking into someone's house like this is theft. Lin Sheng patted the deer's bottom and said, "Oomph, what thief? That blueprint is the key." Even though she was spanked, the little deer remained unmoved. It seems they've become accustomed to it. As he stomped his foot, tree roots and branches sprouted from the ground, lifting the blueprint into the air. Then, an opening resembling a doorway appeared before everyone. Yunlong. Level, Extraordinary Tier 6. Talent, Starry Sky Tier 5. Skills, Thundercloud Control, Mastery. Scorching Sun Eye, Perfect. Vajra Body, Mastery. Dragon's Might, Proficient. Evolutionary Path, Azure Cloud Dragon King. Introduction, a cloud dragon soaring through the sky, a branch of the vast bloodline of the dragon race. Materials needed to advance the Azure Cloud Dragon King. Azure Cloud Dragon Fruit, 100 Wind God Fruits. Black Dragon Emperor. Level, Extraordinary Tier 5. Talent, Starry Sky Tier 1. Skills, Death Domain, 3 Steps to Annihilation, Proficient. Corrosive Breath, Proficient. Awaken Remains, Proficient. Soul Imprint, 13500. Evolutionary Path, Starry Sky Dragon, Devouring Dragon Beast. Introduction. Changes that have already occurred in the bloodline genes are beginning to lead in an unknown direction. Now, even a novice like me only needs a little more experience and materials to advance. The proportion of dragon blood in their bodies is also increasing. Lin Sheng even felt that Xiao Bai, now in the later stages of the disaster, could go toe-to-toe with an emperor-level existence. Even if you can't win, you can still escape. The win rate is roughly 46%. There should be items for space travel in this space. After completing a section of data analysis, Lin Sheng stepped into the spatial portal, and the portal closed. What comes into view is a villa filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. Its decorative style is different from that of humans, and it is filled with the smell of steel everywhere. The door looked incredibly heavy, and it was indeed so. Xiaobai used all his strength to barely push it open. Is this where martial artists live? Why is the door so heavy? Are they afraid it might be knocked away by accident? Lin Sheng looked left and right. Suddenly an alarm sounded. Warning, unauthorized intrusion. However, Lin Shengjiang produced the blueprints. The voice in the shadows then disappeared. Don't be fooled by the fact that this place looks like the wilderness. It's actually teeming with danger. The security system here is so tight that even an emperor-level beast tamer would be helpless. Even a powerful being like Zeus, a first-tier celestial being, would only face certain death if he forced his way in. Where's the treasure vault here? Lin Sheng summoned Xiao Ling and rode on its back. It should be in that direction. Xiao Ling had already memorized the map perfectly, and soon drove Lin Sheng around to the back of the villa area. There's this machine there. It's like a slot machine. As soon as Lin Sheng approached, he heard mechanical sounds. Identity verification successful. Please tell me the items you need to retrieve. Seeing the sound coming from the camera, Lin Sheng quickly calmed down. He tentatively asked, "Give me 10 gene fruits." The machine beeped twice. Please wait a moment. After a short wait, the machine opened a hole. A large cloud of dust fell out. Your genetic fruit. Looking at the ash in the mouth, Lin Sheng blinked. Is this gray stuff a genetically modified fruit? Are you kidding me? If it goes on for too long, and there's no energy left to preserve it, it will spoil. Most machines will choose to save the remaining energy on more valuable items, but I suppose the owner didn't leave anything too valuable. But they probably won't take it all. The little deer spoke quietly. Give me 1 azure dragon fruit, 100 wind god fruits, and 16 sticks. Little deer rattled off the materials needed to advance 3 pet beasts to the emperor level. Please wait a moment. Half of it poured out with a splash. Today's limit has been reached. Please try again tomorrow. Lin Sheng looked at the fallen materials and was immediately overjoyed. This is okay. Since we've reached the limit for today, shall we go check out the garage? Lin Sheng collected all the materials. My heart was pounding. The materials needed to advance my 3 pet beasts to the Emperor level are no less than those needed to advance them to the Starry Sky level. Even on Earth, it would be difficult to gather them all together, but I never expected to get them just by saying a few words. This way, even a novice can easily advance to the Emperor level. For the average person, it would take at least several decades to find the necessary materials for advanced research. And all he needs to do is move his lips for a few dozen seconds. Chapter 157 Advancing to Emperor. Star Beast. Methods of Time Travel. Immediately afterwards, Lin Sheng followed Xiao Lu to the garage in the villa's courtyard. Copy. The little spirit stood up. A huge foot flew and kicked the steel gate. A loud bang was heard. Nearly 100 million tons of force struck it, yet there was no reaction. Crackling sounds. The man and his 3 beasts, acting like bandits, tried again in front of the garage door. However, it still couldn't be dismantled. Even the all-powerful blueprints became useless. Clearly, the garage key and this blueprint are different things. The owner here should have taken the key with them before leaving, so there's no need to leave it here, Little Deer said. Lin Sheng nodded as well. I agree with what Xiaolu said. This is perfectly normal. But this gave Lin Sheng a headache. The secret to stargazing is within reach, but I just can't seem to break through that barrier. Let's go check the main building. Maybe there's a spare key there. Main building. Lin Sheng looked toward the large villa. The proportions of the villas are very strange. It was like a dwelling for giants. I guess only people who are about 3 meters tall can live here. With their height and build, it's no wonder they narcissistically claim to be physically superior. After refreshing the map and changing the identity, it's very easy to enter. The decorations inside are mostly different from those used by humans, and the materials used are very heavy. Even a drinking cup is extremely heavy. Obviously, in daily life, being too strong is sometimes not a good thing. Almost everyone needs to acquire daily necessities commensurate with their own strength, and once they become stronger, they need to replace them, which is also a considerable expense. A martial artist who can live in a building by himself is probably a rich person. Lin Sheng began to wander around the building. In just over 10 minutes, I got a general understanding of the place. It basically has about 2 floors. Aside from accommodation and meals, these were the only places that were truly important to Lin Sheng. Training room, breeding room, and warehouse. Gravity training room, speed training room. Lin Sheng took his 3 pet beasts and tried it out in the training room. Half an hour later, 3 pet animals, drenched in sweat, crawled out of it. This training is far more effective than fighting in the wild. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. He either crushes the strength of the ferocious beasts outside, or he crushes them, making it difficult for him to break through his own limits. And those trial towers are rare. But the training rooms here are completely different from the outside world. You can adjust the training difficulty according to your own ability. Although universities in Shanghai also have similar gravity chambers, the gravity index can be adjusted to tens or even hundreds of times the Earth's gravity. However, that number is clearly inaccurate. It is probably only a dozen or several dozen times higher, which is quite different from the true value. But here it is genuinely accurate. Adjust to the gravity of planet Blue. Lin Sheng also entered the room and adjusted the gravity to match that of the water blue star planet. It's about 3 times the size of Earth. The moment the gravity pressed down, Lin Shengbian felt as if he were being crushed. But you can still punch and kick in the air and even jump. But he can no longer leap to the top of a 2-story building like before. Let's get used to it here for a while. If we ever have the chance to go to the blue planet, we can adapt to the gravity there instantly. Lin Sheng and his several pet animals. I trained in this space for about half a month. They then took out all the necessary upgrade materials for the pet from that warehouse. Day 16. New. The sun shone brightly on this day. Lin Sheng called Xiao Bai to the courtyard. This evolution may take a month, and you may even need to molt. This will be when you are at your weakest. So stay here and evolve. Hiss. Hearing Lin Sheng's words, Xiao Bai rubbed his forehead against him. Put this bead in your mouth, and it will absorb your energy. Try flying again when your energy is depleted. The deer began to explain. This is a necessary step in evolving into the Azure Cloud Dragon King. Once it successfully evolves, Little White will be able to fight against ferocious beasts in the late Emperor stage, even in the early Emperor stage. After all, the Azure Cloud Dragon King is a branch of the dragon race with a thin bloodline. But it's considered one of the stronger branches. Moreover, after evolution, one can choose other branches. Currently on Earth, it's already a miracle that the materials available are enough to support Xiao Bai's evolution into the Azure Cloud Dragon King. Moreover, It all depends on the slight stimulation of the bloodline in that dragon blood. With the materials available on Earth, it's impossible for Xiaobai to evolve into a branch of the dragon race. This is why the little deer was so excited when it had the chance to evolve into a branch of the Qilin. The Qilin is probably extinct. This auspicious beast, believed to bring good fortune, is the subject of endless looting once it is seen. Although their bloodline level is powerful, very few of them are able to grow up to be truly powerful. Open your mouth. Lin Sheng held the large bead in his hand. Seeing that Xiaobai obediently opened its mouth, Lin Sheng placed the bead on its tongue. Take good care of it, or there won't be another one. Lin Sheng carefully explained. Xiaobai nodded repeatedly. Next is the cultivation room. With the fawn in tow, Lin Sheng arrived in Peiyu City. This place is mainly used to cultivate plants for daily consumption and pet eggs. Among the eggs that had not yet been cultivated, Lin Sheng saw one that was extremely special. It was a purple-yellow eggshell. Starry Sky Beast. Mounts used for traveling through the starry sky are extremely difficult to tame. There was a string of labels pasted down there, and it was placed in a relatively safe location. Clearly, the owner here also values this egg highly. That's it. This Starry Sky Beast egg was probably left behind by the owner's mount, which left before it could hatch. Memories of the Starry Sky Beast surfaced in the little deer's mind. Star beasts are level 5 life forms in the universe. They are born at the first level of the extraordinary realm, which is equivalent to a king-level being. Furthermore, at the monarch level, one can travel through time and space and survive in the universe. The little deer couldn't help but get excited. With this Star Beast egg, time travel is now a possibility. To be able to travel through time and space and survive in the universe right after reaching the monarch level, these advanced life forms are indeed formidable. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. This is the incubation box. It will take about 6 months to hatch the Starry Sky Beast. 6 months. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. I can't wait any longer. What are you thinking? A level 5 life form out of 100 eggs, it would be a miracle if even one of them hatched. And the natural incubation time would definitely exceed 100 years. The incubation box is now of a very high level, and it can almost guarantee a 100% success rate in hatching them. And the best part is that this incubation box is set up with a program for hatching star beasts. The fawn paced back and forth in front of the incubator. It's like searching high and low without finding it, only to have it come to you effortlessly. The owner of this space probably never imagined that something he had carefully prepared would one day be taken away by someone else. Chapter 158 The Chaotic Divine Tree Army attacks Yanqing. Just as Lin Sheng was rummaging through a space outside Yanqing, suddenly, the world lost its color, and a beam of purple light shot straight into the sky. A deafening roar followed. A space gradually cracked open and then slowly merged with reality. In the high-rise buildings of Yanqing, another secret realm is about to merge with reality, and this time it's outside Maiyang City. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse, but this secret realm seems to be quite large. Di Qian and Chief Instructor Lu looked out into the distance from the high-rise building. Although that secret realm was hundreds of miles away from Yanqing, but it won't take more than a few hours to get there. If a ferocious beast breaks out from inside, Yanqing will truly have to be abandoned. In less than half a day, the secret realm was completely integrated with reality, and from a distance, it looked like the ruins of a city. It's a pity Lin Sheng isn't here. Di Qian thought of Lin Sheng for no apparent reason. Then he shook his head violently. No. Since he has entrusted Yanqing to me, I must protect it well. We shouldn't always rely on others. Several hours have passed, and no ferocious beasts have rushed out of that space. It seems to be a complete ruin. Should we send someone to check? Chief Instructor Lu asked tentatively. You can go. If there really are no ferocious beasts, it might be a great opportunity. Soon, Di Qian sent several king-level beast tamers that Lin Sheng had found to investigate. Those king-level beast tamers went there together. They arrived in just a few hours. It can be seen from afar. Outside the secret realm, dozens or even hundreds of figures patrolled, each carrying a long spear. Is it a hidden, inhabited space? The group exchanged glances and then walked forward. The architectural style of this city looks so familiar. Isn't this the world of giant trees? But why is the sacred tree in the middle gone? The three walked forward, puzzled, wanting to ask. Upon hearing the sound, one of the figures holding a spear slowly turned his head, but his pupils were empty, his entire body riddled with hollows. Wipe! The group was terrified. The figure was made of trees and was not made of flesh and blood at all. Whoosh! Upon seeing the crowd, the gun-wielding figure showed no further reaction and charged straight at them. Quickly, summon the beast. With a roar, an iron bird covered in armor, a red and brown panda, and a ferocious beast appeared together. It's just a summoned creature. Its strength is probably not that great. Let's catch one and take it back to check. However, one of them hadn't even finished speaking. The wooden figure hurled a long spear. Boom! The wooden spear pierced the air with a whistling sound. A red-brown panda reaches out to grab you. But the spear suddenly exploded, instantly piercing the brown panda's chest and revealing a bloody gash. Sold out instantly. Puff! The red panda's king-level beast tamer suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. They looked over in disbelief. Even though his beast taming contract is weak, it is still a king-level ferocious beast. How could he be instantly killed by that wooden figure? In that instant, dozens or even hundreds of wooden figures all looked towards the group. Countless pairs of empty eye sockets, devoid of pupils, looked exceptionally terrifying under the dim sky. Only then did everyone see the scene in the city behind the wooden man. In that abandoned city of giant trees, countless sharp spikes pierce the soil and reach into the sky. Each spike is pierced with a dark, emaciated human figure, or the corpse of a ferocious beast. This horrifying scene is deeply etched into people's hearts. Run! The group acted without hesitation. Having fought in the arena, I wouldn't be so terrified by such a scene that my legs would go weak. They mounted their beasts, turned, and galloped away at an incredible speed. The wooden figures behind them seemed to be merely protecting the area and did not react much to it. After seeing the group leave, he resumed his patrol in the same spot. Yangqing, how's it going? Looking at the panicked crowd, Di Qian felt a sudden sinking feeling in her heart, sensing that something was wrong. Just as expected, what the others said next startled them both. That was the world of giant trees, and it's already been destroyed. Although everyone had heard of large spaces, they knew nothing about the world of the giant tree. Or rather, they don't know much about it. There are several emperor-level beast tamers in that giant tree world. Seeing the solemn words of the group, Di Qian and Chief Instructor Lu were instantly stunned. Emperor-level beast tamer. That's something unattainable. For Yangqing, he was a true god. Yet even a city inhabited by gods was destroyed by ferocious beasts. Oh no, if the ferocious beasts attack Yangqing, the entire city may be razed to the ground overnight. We must inform the higher-ups about this immediately. Chief Instructor Lu turned and left. That figure didn't chase us, otherwise, none of us would have made it back alive. Those people were still shaken. That's terrifying. Capable of instantly killing, or even annihilating, king-level beings. Even if a catastrophic beast tamer were to arrive, they would probably only be able to protect themselves. But Yangqing doesn't even have a disaster-level beast tamer, so how can they possibly resist? The only calamity-level beast tamer, Lin Sheng, is no longer in Yangqing. At this moment, in the space of the giant tree that has merged with reality, a wooden figure holding a spear arrived in front of the red crystal. After battling several emperors and beast tamers, the red crystal's injuries had been completely healed, and beside him lay the enormous skeletons of several ferocious beasts. Those were all the corpses of emperor-level ferocious beasts. Master, we have discovered a remote city with countless blood delicacies. The wooden figure spoke silently. The wooden figure made of red crystal shattered instantly when it simply looked up. Don't call me master, your master is not here. Upon hearing this, the wooden figure instantly returned to normal. I smelled the scent left by the Lord in that city. In an instant, the red crystal figure froze. Then he slowly raised his head and said, Chaos God Tree, take control of that town. Kill those who resist, kill those who disobey orders, and wait for the master to return. Yes. The wooden figure bowed respectfully. Countless branches broke apart, disappearing back into the earth beneath their feet and vanishing from the spot. At the same time, in the direction of Yangqing, tens of thousands of identical human figures condensed once again. Each of the figures held a long spear made of wood. Leading the group were 5 enormous wooden figures, their bodies made entirely of blood red. This army, they began their grand procession towards the town ahead. And this is only a part of the wooden figures in Giant Tree City. It doesn't even reach 1/5 of the number of wooden figures. At this time, Yangqing was unaware of this matter. But the wooden man was able to reach Yangqing in less than a few hours. Chapter 159. The enemy is at the gates. The pressure of despair. In the conference room in Yangqing, countless businessmen watched Di Qian and Captain Lu with tense expressions. We don't really believe what you're saying. That's right. How could so many Emperor-level beings die without making a sound? All the merchants shook their heads. Furthermore, do you know how difficult it is to relocate tens of millions of people in a city? If you want our financial support, you need to provide corresponding evidence. Since the wooden figure hasn't made a move, wouldn't it be like cutting ourselves in the process if we left rashly? Listening to what everyone was saying, both Captain Lu and Di Qian sighed. Really, it's simply impossible to persuade them, putting aside the fact that these businessmen are all driven by profit. Furthermore, Yanqing is not currently facing any substantial threats. However, if danger arises, Yanqing may not have another chance to leave. Sigh. That's the same when I call my superiors. They ask me several times before they dare to confirm. A disaster-level beast tamer has already been dispatched to confirm this. Captain Lu spoke quietly. Di Qian shook her head again. Disaster-level beast masters are completely useless. Those countless wooden figures possess the power to instantly kill a king. Who dares to say that there isn't an even stronger being behind them? If we attack Yanqing, and there is no Imperial Beastmaster in Yanqing, Yanqing can only be breached. All right, we'll be going now. The merchants shook their heads. Beastmasters are just too sensitive. If those ferocious beasts didn't attack at first, why did they attack later? Besides, sometimes war is unavoidable in order to develop. The businessman slowly opened the conference room door, and just as his hand was on the doorknob, pass. A loud bang rang out. Who? Everyone present suddenly looked up towards the doorway. This is the highest level meeting in Yanqing. Who would dare to make a sound here? However, when they all looked up, they were instantly terrified by what they saw. All I could see was the businessman gripping the doorknob. A long wooden stick protruded from his chest cavity, with the other end attached to the heavy wooden door. But this wooden door is solid. How could someone pierce through it in an instant? Cough, 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 cough. Looking at his pierced chest, the merchant's face was filled with regret, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. And through the wooden door in front of him, a face without pupils gradually emerged. His face was covered in wooden bumps, devoid of any emotion. The merchant, amidst a series of screams, was completely drained and turned into a dried-up corpse. Open the city gates. The wooden figure walked straight through the heavy wooden door and slowly opened its mouth. The businessmen present were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, and one of them even had an unpleasant smell coming from his crotch. Whoosh! In that instant, a long spear thrust out, instantly piercing through the terrified merchant. Open the city gates. A dry, lifeless voice came from the wooden man's mouth once again. Then he slowly raised the wooden spear in his hand again. The people nearby immediately screamed in fright. Di Qian reacted quickly and immediately said, I'll go right away. Upon hearing this, Mu Run withdrew his raised hand. Following the wooden figure, they headed towards the east gate of Yanqing. Along the way, she attracted the surprised looks of countless passers-by, and the city residents greeted Di Qian in a friendly manner. But the wooden man did not react at all, ignoring the people around him, and went straight towards the city gate. Di Qian smiled and responded to each of the people. My heart was pounding with tension. This wooden figure's strength is initially estimated to be at the late stage of the monarch level, or even the early stage of a catastrophe. They are no match for disaster-level beast tamers, but they have absolute suppressive power over king-level beast tamers. Lin Sheng, where are you? In this city, only Lin Sheng is a disaster-level beast tamer. Even after Di Qian left, it was too late for those people to report to their superiors. Once she opens the city gates, she will likely be met with an endless army. I never expected this creature to possess intelligence, knowing to preemptively control the city's leader. Actually, Di Qian was overthinking it. The chaotic god tree only obeys orders. If you tell it to open the city gate, it will open the city gate. Anyone who disobeys orders will be killed without hesitation. Moreover, their strength is extremely formidable, naturally making them highly sought after by the strong. It was the weapon that accompanied the red crystal figure. We arrived at the city wall. When Di Qian arrived at the city wall, she was immediately stunned by the scene before her. All that could be seen was the desolate desert in the distance. Countless wooden troops lined up in a square formation, marching step by step toward Yanqing. Behind that formation, 5 enormous giants, clad in blood-red wooden armor, trembled with every step they took. This commotion instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the city. A large number of reckless live streamers climbed onto the city wall and started filming for the public. In an instant, Yanqing was plunged into panic. What is that? Could it be a ferocious beast? Our Yangqing is about to be attacked by ferocious beasts again. Why aren't the beast tamers in the city going out to defend it? My God, that looks absolutely terrifying. I also saw Captain D walking down the street with a wooden figure. Could it be that she's in cahoots with these demons? Don't talk nonsense. I believe Captain D is definitely not that kind of person. Di Qian held a high position among the people. However, the video showed people trembling with fear. I also sensed a hint of danger. In the past, demons were chaotic and attacked indiscriminately. Now it is orderly, just like an army. Oh no. For the first time, Di Qian felt despair. Even the other beast tamers on the city wall who knew about this were twitching incessantly. You should go, run as far away as possible, Di Qian said quietly. The beast tamers who had just graduated from school exchanged glances. He shook his head. We're not leaving. Seeing everyone's expressions, Di Qian breathed a sigh of relief. It seems the strict upbringing in the city has worked. I don't know whether to be happy or sad at this time. Judging by the number, there are at least tens of thousands, and that giant. Di Qian's heart sank. Even if Lin Xing came, it would probably be of no use. Without the arrival of an emperor-level beast tamer, Yangqing has no hope left. The kings who had personally fought against the wooden man knew this fact all too well. Looking at the wooden figures that could instantly kill king-level pet beasts, no one felt more desperate than them. This is a hopeless, one-sided massacre. We can only pray for the enemy's mercy. Despair ensued. But at this time, no one escaped from the city wall. This is the right choice. To flee now is to die? Although the wooden man has no exit to stop it, anyone who tries to escape will have their chest pierced. Not bad. Lots of blood food. The distant, blood-red crystal figure nodded upon seeing this scene. Although it cannot compare to this empire, it can still serve as a base for slow and gradual development. And it believes that the Lord will definitely return. This scene was also transmitted from Yangqing to the internet in various places. In an instant, people all over the country, even at the highest levels, began to take this matter seriously. Chapter 160 Movements, Decisions from the Top. On the Chinese internet, the video caused a huge uproar as soon as it was uploaded. What kind of monster is that wooden man? I've never heard of it before. You don't know? I've heard that one of those wooden figures is strong enough to completely overwhelm a king-level ferocious beast. My God, those are tens of thousands of wooden figures. Which city could withstand them? Is Yangqing going to be the first city to be destroyed? Although I used to tell hellish jokes often, seeing a city about to be destroyed still makes me feel a little sad. People from all over China are expressing their support online. Although I wanted to go and provide support, I knew that my own strength was limited. The beast tamers of the Dragon Kingdom have already wasted a great deal of energy just protecting the various towns. And even if we really were to help Yangqing, it would probably take the entire nation's resources to stop them. If an emperor-level beast tamer doesn't appear, there's absolutely no chance. However, nowadays, the Emperor's Beastmaster of the Dragon Kingdom is stationed in the center of a large base city to prevent ferocious beasts from attacking. The others were all sent out to seize resources in various places. If we bring them back to protect the town and instead abandon the resources, it's tantamount to slow suicide. Sooner or later they will be enslaved. Therefore, there are still few people engaging in moral blackmail online. In an instant, people online fell silent in mourning. Even some programs have been turned grayed out. We're not dead yet. The people of Yangqing were speechless. But this did alleviate some of the pressure on my heart. Just then, another message came from who knows where. A large base city was destroyed, and that destroyed base city was right in front of Yangqing, which is also the origin of this wooden man. What? Really? Brother, why are you so agitated? Is there a problem with that large base city? You didn't know that? Although the authorities forbid ordinary people from knowing this information, some of it has still circulated among the public. If you look carefully, you're sure to find it. That's right. There was also a large base city in that large secret realm, similar to our 3 major base cities, and it even had an Emperor Beastmaster in charge, but it was destroyed by this wooden man. Impossible, right? How could something with an Emperor-level Beastmaster overseeing it be destroyed? You should know that in people's minds, a king-level beast tamer is an invincible existence. A city with several emperors was actually destroyed by the Nama people. However, before everyone could have a chance to wonder, a message spread throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom in an instant. An urgent summons is being issued for powerful beast tamers from all over the country to assemble in the central city. Residents of smaller cities on the outskirts of major base cities, please stay at home and wait patiently for the relocation to the main city. this news came out. People were still somewhat skeptical. However, after their own city finally took action, they finally realized that this was no joke. A king-level beast tamer has indeed died, and one large base was destroyed. What? It's true. We're very close to Yangcheng, and we've already received the evacuation notice. We're leaving tonight. Don't scare me, bro. You're not kidding, are you? Who would dare to joke around at a time like this? The people were in complete panic. Immediately begin packing up your valuables, especially in towns far from major base cities. Only then did they realize that the hammer was not just aimed at Yangcheng. They were then also targeted by attacks. At this moment, everyone's feelings were completely different from before. I no longer feel like mourning Yangcheng online. If they keep dragging this out, they'll soon be mourning for themselves. In the highest conference room of the Dragon Kingdom. Today, all the Emperor Beastmasters have returned here via projection. They all looked at the images on the PPT with cautious expressions. This display technology is still in use to some extent. This is the video footage transmitted from Yangcheng. Please take a look. The elderly man in the Zhongshan suit pointed to the painting behind him. All the Imperial Beast Tamers present focused their attention on it. The wooden figure in the picture holds a tough wooden spear in its hand, followed by 5 huge wooden beasts. After a long while, Chairman Rong spoke first. The little wooden figure is at the king level, while the giant wooden figure behind it is at the disaster level. That's right, Director and chimed in. However, the bloodlines of these creatures are all of very high level, especially that giant wooden man with red stains on his body. I'm afraid even many Imperial Beast Tamers could only barely suppress it. The hearts of all the Emperors and Beast Tamers sank. Having frequented those secret realms, they naturally had some understanding of the bloodline levels in the universe. The bloodline levels of the pets contracted by the Beast Tamers on Blue Star are all too low. Although they are both monarchs, they are no longer in the same dimension. Just like a cup of the same volume, putting air into it and putting water into it creates completely different concepts. However, if you put sand, or even iron blocks, or extremely dense iron blocks inside, it will be completely different. Nowadays, Beast Tamers on Blue Star have contracts as easily as air. The other side was a block of iron. The iron block hit the air. The result was predictable. The air will be dispersed, but the iron block will remain completely unharmed. I never imagined that the giant tree empire would be defeated. I thought it was because the secret realms had merged and they wanted to protect themselves, so they closed the spatial passages. The crowd was somewhat shocked. Is Lin Sheng still in that city? Chairman Rong asked. So what? His bloodline level is very high, but his own level is only at the disaster level. One of the Emperor-level beast tamers spoke up. Everyone sighed. Absolutely. Lin Sheng, at the same level, might be able to defeat 5 ferocious beasts of the same level by relying on his bloodline advantage. But the bloodline of life on Earth is only so high. How much better can Lin Sheng's be? Moreover, these are 5 catastrophic beasts. Even for Emperor-level beast tamers, it would take a great deal of effort to find them here. Moreover, everyone here is just a holographic projection. Their actual physical bodies are not actually here. And most importantly, even if we manage to block this wave, what can we do afterward? An Emperor-level Beastmaster was speaking from the shadows. These words were sharp and struck a nerve with everyone. They looked at each other, then shook their heads. A white light flashed in the eyes of the old man in the Zhongshan suit. Is that so? Then I understand everyone's choice. The key now lies with you. Quickly improve your strength. Only the strongest can preserve the survival and status of the entire clan. I will arrange the escape plan. You don't need to worry about the rear. Focus on seizing the opportunity. The elderly man in Zhongshan spoke with a strong and resonant voice. Currently, there are only a few Imperial Beast Tamers in the Dragon Kingdom. It hasn't changed in decades. To gain a foothold in chaotic times, the strongest must be strong enough, powerful enough to make everyone wary. Otherwise, even without the invasion of ferocious beasts, the city would be easily shattered like a bubble. Chapter 161 Azure Cloud Dragon King. Emperor level. Just like Zeus. After they become stronger, won't they come and oppress them too? If the Dragon Kingdom did not also have equally powerful individuals, the consequences would have been unpredictable. Just as the Dragon Kingdom was undergoing a vigorous relocation. In a secluded space nestled in a mountain valley, Lin Sheng walked out of the training room. He placed his right hand on his left shoulder and rotated it. His arms and abdomen were covered with slightly visible muscles, as elegant and beautiful as flowing water. It should be neither overly bloated nor too thin. I've almost adapted to the gravity of Planet Blue. Lin Sheng patted his chest. Although his physique is not as good as those martial artists now. However, with feedback from the pets, it can be considered that one has been able to get started. In the eyes of ordinary people, he has probably reached the level of the captain of the United States. Master, Little White is about to level up. The little deer excitedly jumped to Lin Sheng's side. She gave birth? Even if it's a female snake, she can't lay eggs asexually, can she? It's been upgraded. Oh, go find your wife. Question mark. Where did you learn so many dirty jokes? Lin Sheng was utterly speechless. Ever since the little deer saw those unclean things, it seems to have started to become unclean as well. This kid, we have to confiscate everything from him. Lin Sheng frowned slightly, having made up his mind. It's one thing to watch, but to watch things that have no educational value is another. The two quickly arrived at the open space outside the door. At this point, Little White had curled up to the size of an ordinary snake. A thin, white film covered its body, like a wedding dress. But Xiaobai's expression was one of extreme pain. The bead it was holding in its mouth had already been crushed by its teeth. As energy flowed into his body, 6 small fleshy lumps began to grow faintly on his back. Hiss. In that instant, Xiaobai seemed to revert to the habits of a snake. Master, please help it remove the snake's skin from its body. The little deer stood to one side, its eyes wide open like copper bells. It could feel the waves of energy emanating from Xiaobai's body. At this point, the Azure Cloud Dragon King branch can be considered a level 4 life form. They can be considered the most advanced life forms on Earth. Once it successfully evolves, it will be unrivaled among the Emperor class. Push. Hold on. Lin Sheng sensed the emotions emanating from Xiaobai, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead as he began to peel the white snake skin off Xiaobai's body. Each time a piece is torn off, Little White's snake body twitches and slides on the ground. The soil was all stirred up. To reduce the pain, Lin Sheng had no choice but to harden his heart and ignore how pitifully Xiaobai screamed. Quickly peel off the snake's skin from its body. This is a transformation akin to being reborn, and one must inevitably endure immense suffering along the way. Fortunately, after a few tens of minutes, Lin Sheng was able to peel off all the snake skin from Xiaobai's body. The white body inside was revealed. Each scale was as perfect as if crafted by a master craftsman. Almost every part of it is perfect, and it even has a single scale that seems to be on the opposite side. True dragon bloodlines all possess a reverse scale. A dragon with a reverse scale is more than 10 times stronger than before. The little deer stared intently at the little white dog's body. It was as if we were watching God's masterpiece. Even Xiaobai felt a little embarrassed by the two people staring at him. He immediately let out a soft roar. Good. Lin Sheng smiled. Pick it up and start trading. He could feel that his power had increased several times over compared to before. The little white creature's fur radiated a pure white light. 6 pairs of enormous wings also sprouted from its back. The wingspan of those wings was extremely long. It is covered with dazzling white feathers. When fully extended, it can completely envelop Xiaobai's entire body. Like a legendary angel, sacred and inviolable. Azure Cloud Dragon King. Level. Extraordinary rank 7. Talent. Starry Sky 9th tier. Skills. Thundercloud Control, Mastery. Scorching Sun Eye, Perfect. Vajra Body, Mastery. Dragon's Might, Proficient. Azure Cloud Control, Proficient. Evolutionary Path. 8-winged Azure Cloud Dragon, Flaming Sun Dragon King. Introduction. The king of the Azure Cloud Dragon clan, soaring through the sky, a branch of the vast bloodline of the dragon race. Emperor level. And 2 more evolutionary paths have emerged. Once Xiaobai gets more resources, it might be able to develop some stronger evolutionary paths. Lin Sheng touched the 6 pairs of wings, feeling slightly excited. What kind of ability does Sangyun possess? Lin Sheng asked in confusion. I can control the sky, create typhoons, torrential rains, and thunder, and I can increase their power. Xiaobai happily reported to Lin Sheng. Can control the weather? That's a really powerful ability. Listening to Lin Sheng's praise, Little White proudly put his hands on his hips, his chin practically pointing to the sky. Emperor level. How could it not be awesome? It already has enough attack methods. Such an adaptable skill is rare. However, during the evolution process, a large amount of resources were consumed, with more than half of them taken from the warehouse, and almost all of them being used for this purpose. But it's worth it. Lin Sheng became a new Emperor-level beast tamer in the Dragon Kingdom. And he's a 19-year-old Emperor-level beast tamer. If this were to get out, who would believe it? This will likely cause a global uproar. At this moment, Lin Xing couldn't help but feel a little excited. But the thought of all the powerful figures above him made him less excited. Don't be discouraged. Master has already done a great job. Little Deer quietly interjected. That's the truth. Lin Xing's talent is among the strongest even in the universe. Moreover, this is especially true in a place like Earth, which is almost resource scarce. Lin Xing regained his confidence. But he was determined to find an opportunity to teach that little deer a lesson. He truly lacked fatherly love. Chapter 162. Dark clouds loom over the city, threatening to destroy it. It will take another 6 months for this egg to hatch. I need to focus on improving my skills over the next 6 months. Xiaoling, you can stay here and train for now. While you're at it, take all the resources you can from the warehouse. And what about me? Little Deer asked. You need to be educated. Start with your mount. Outside Yanqing. Boom, boom, boom. Large armies formed square formations and marched steadily toward Yanqing. Each of the wooden figures held a wooden spear in its hand, roughly the same length as itself. The spear tips were perfectly aligned, all pointing straight towards the sky. Although it is made of wood, it looks so indestructible. Meanwhile, the wooden figure on the city wall also disappeared into the ground and returned to the ranks. On the city wall, all the beast tamers in Yanqing gathered here. Meanwhile, the people in the city are gradually being relocated. This is a hopeless struggle. Once a fight breaks out, it is destined to be a one-sided massacre. The fact that the wooden figure, which had already arrived, hadn't made a move showed that the other party wasn't in a hurry. Where are the fire-type beast tamers? Gather them all. Di Qian gathered all the fire attribute beast tamers around her. There are a total of 2 monarch level, more than 30 lord level, and hundreds of warrior level. Compared to the large number of wooden figures, they were clearly not enough. But that's all the people that Yanqing can gather right now. How dare they underestimate us? We'll teach these guys a lesson they won't forget. The beast tamers on the city wall were displeased. The Namu people allowed them to resist, clearly showing their contempt for them. Meanwhile, the live broadcast was transmitted to all parts of the world, and everyone held their breath. The feeling of dark clouds looming over the city, threatening to crush it, could be felt even through the screen. The oppressive atmosphere is suffocating. Attack! The wooden figure had traveled a certain distance. Di Qian immediately issued the order. Boom! In an instant, the city tower was ablaze with intense flames. The countless fire-type beasts capable of ranged attacks unleashed their skills simultaneously. Clearly, everyone present had received rigorous training, and the flames crashed down like a net. They are intertwined and can cover almost every part of the battlefield. Amazing. This is the first time I've ever seen an army composed of beast tamers. It's truly breathtaking. Fire is the best counter to wood. This wave of fire will set everything ablaze. It's so breathtaking, it really gets me fired up. A glimmer of hope arose in the hearts of the people in Yanqing. The flames that filled the sky gave them the greatest confidence. The flames instantly struck the wooden dummy, engulfing the entire area, and then burst into flames. The flames cooperated and covered each other, causing the fire to burn even more fiercely. Good. The people on the city wall all smiled. But the next instant, the wooden man still stepped out of the sea of flames. They marched forward in perfect unison, as if they hadn't suffered any damage whatsoever. It was as if they were scorning the resistance of the crowd. The insect attacks are nothing to worry about. Everyone fell silent. On the high-rise building, Di Qian, who had already anticipated this scene, gave a wry smile. Damn it. Can you please not be so perverted? There are attacks from king-level beast tamers here. Even if at least one person dies, it's fine. The wood seemed unburnt, extinguishing the sea of fire. Let's go for it. The eyes of the beast tamers on the high platform were bloodshot. Clearly, fear still lingers in their hearts. Knowing that once you go down there, there's basically no chance of coming back up alive. My God, what kind of monsters are these? If even a king-level attack couldn't kill one, how can we possibly defend against it? I can't bear to look anymore. Apart from Yanqing, the people watching the live broadcast in Yanqing also felt a sense of despair. Countless people began driving their vehicles to flee towards the 3 city gates that had already been opened. However, the city gate was closed at that moment. The beast tamers on the city wall were also helpless. Once the city gates are opened, the ferocious beasts in the wild will once again hunt humans. It's almost like putting everyone in front of ferocious beasts and letting them hunt them down. Nobody can do it. Call. Di Qian took a deep breath. For the first time, I felt powerless. He thought that after becoming a king-level beast tamer, he would have the strength to protect his home and country. After receiving those king-level beast tamers from Lin Sheng, Di Qian's confidence soared. I believe that Yanqing has a very high probability of surviving this disaster, and may even become stronger. However, reality is cruel. Give up the resistance, you'll only be sending yourselves to your deaths if you go down there. Di Qian stopped everyone. Staying here might offer a chance to survive, but those who resist are probably doomed. Even so, we cannot drag everyone down with us. Not bad blood food, and there are a few kings too. Slaughter those few and keep the rest in captivity. The red crystal issued a command to the chaotic god tree. It wants to keep all of humanity on Earth domesticated. This is my first step into the universe, and also the first step to becoming stronger. It will not exhaust the resources of the pond. It will allow the strong to mate with each other, leaving behind offspring with even better genes. Blue Star was the first planet to be enslaved, and there will be many more afterward. Everything is for the Lord. The Lord is the meaning of its birth. And at that very moment, upon receiving the order, Namurin picked up his spear, preparing to charge. A light rain suddenly began to fall from the sky. Snap! At first, just a few scattered drops. Then, snap! Thud! The raindrops began to fall faster. Several seconds passed. Pat, pat, pat. Torrential rain. The sky, which was previously dark, suddenly unleashed an unprecedented downpour within just a few dozen seconds. For a time, it even reached a point where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Boom! Lightning and thunder high in the sky. Terrifying lightning bolts danced through the clouds, seemingly about to cleave everything in the world. Those strands of electricity seemed capable of tearing through the void, domineering. Arrogant. In the tallest building in Yanqing. Look at that sky. Is it a spaceship? Have aliens attacked Earth? A person on the top floor pointed to the sky, suddenly opened their mouth, and looked on in disbelief. A huge sheet of iron passed through the sky, as if it covered the earth. Even the rain in the sky was blocked by that piece of iron. It doesn't look like. It looks like the scales of some kind of creature. The people on the high-rise building were so frightened that they instantly collapsed from their chairs to the ground. The spaceship from earlier. It's just a scale from a living creature? Just how big must its actual size be? Why would such a terrifying creature appear in Yanqing at this time? That enormous creature had half its body hidden in the clouds. It instantly drew the shocked gazes of the city's residents. However, this terrifying scene was also recorded in the video footage. The whole country was in an uproar. Chapter 163 Instant Kill of the Wooden Dummy. Lin Ming's background. A view of the sky over Yanqing. It was broadcast live to all parts of the country. The internet was instantly abuzz with discussion. What kind of monster is this? Why is it so big? I can vaguely see wings rising and falling inside the clouds. This kind of life must be an emperor-level being, right? Could it be the legendary dragon? Could it be that a divine dragon has come to save our dragon kingdom? That's just a legend people made up. You don't actually believe it, do you? I'm afraid another ferocious beast is coming. With attacks from both sides, Yanqing is truly doomed. Everyone held their phones, staring at the screen with horrified expressions. Even through the screen, you can feel the enormous size of that creature. It was almost overwhelming. Even in the highest conference room of the Dragon Kingdom. The elderly man in the Zhongshan suit was completely dumbfounded. He didn't remember that the Dragon Kingdom had such a ferocious beast of imperial level. They had all met those beast-taming elders who were emperor-level beings. But it's impossible for something to be that enormous. Unless it's a perfect giant growth technique. Most importantly, it is still unclear whether such a ferocious beast is friend or foe. Meanwhile, far away outside the ruins of Yanqing, the blood-red crystal figure could also see the giant dragon through the wooden figure. There are actually level 4 creatures on this blue star. And they're even a branch of the dragon race, the Azure Cloud Dragon. The crystal figure was extremely excited. If we could eat this dragon, then its power will become even stronger. Chaos Tree. Kill that dragon. The order traveled across the boundless land to the front lines. The beast tamers stood on the city wall, staring in awe at the shadow in the sky. Meanwhile, boom, in that lightning, the underground world outside Yanqing. The wooden figures, which had been scattered, now moved toward the center and climbed together. Even the blood-red giant was the same. To everyone's astonishment, all the wooden figures gathered in one place. Then, legs, torso, limbs, and head were gradually built. What followed was a giant wooden figure clad in red armor. The spiritual energy emanating from the wooden figure caused everyone in the city to tremble. Emperor level. This wooden figure is definitely at the Emperor level. Roar! The wooden man roared, picked up a large hammer, and leaped into the air. Then he swung the hammer fiercely at the huge body. However, within those clouds, only a giant tail lashed down. The giant tail pierced through the clouds, compressing the air and creating a tremendous roar and sonic boom. It seemed to possess immense strength, capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. Only when the people watching from the front realized what the power to move mountains and fill seas truly meant. Boom! Even the wooden figure's body could barely encircle that enormous tail. However, with a loud bang, its body was instantly crushed. Then it exploded in midair. Damn it! The figure in the red crystal felt a little displeased. Level 4 organism. The wooden figures he sent, even when combined, were completely inadequate. The two sides are not even in the same league in terms of level and strength. The main reason is that it didn't expect there to be such a powerful being on Earth. It seems I have no choice but to take action myself. Just as the red crystal was thinking this, suddenly a voice came from the side. Some of my energy has been absorbed. What did you say? The crystal figure seemed not to have heard clearly. I told you that the wooden figures you send have already been absorbed by someone. The crystal figure fell silent. Unexpectedly, this trip resulted in both a loss of wife and a loss of army. Not only did they fail to capture it, but the chaotic divine tree also suffered a significant loss of energy. Just as the chaotic divine tree and the crystal figure were contemplating, suddenly, a figure appeared at the outer edge of this space. Both consciousnesses were taken aback. Meanwhile, outside this space, Lin Ming was holding her aching forehead as she headed towards the center. Pain. It hurt so much. Ever since the spatial secret realm began to dissipate, Lin Ming's forehead has been throbbing with pain. As time went on, the pain became more and more intense, as if urging him to go in a certain direction. After walking for half a month, we finally arrived at this place. It was as if it had received some kind of response. In the distance, a red crystal suddenly crashed down towards us. It landed right in front of Lin Ming with a thud. Lin Ming was stunned the moment she saw the red crystal. She could feel the energy surging like a river within the crystal figure. It is even more powerful than some emperor-level beings. She subconsciously swallowed. However, at this moment, the crystal figure suddenly became very excited and knelt down on one knee in front of Lin Ming. Then she stretched out her hands and slowly said, "Almighty Lord, my moon goddess, please devour me." Blood-red tears flowed from the eyes of the crystal figure. It was as if being eaten by Lin Ming was the ultimate goal of its life. The Chaos God tree stood respectfully to one side. The trees that were originally here have all been gathered into its body. At this moment, the aura of the Chaotic God tree suddenly rose to an extremely high level. Gulp! Upon seeing this scene, Lin Ming subconsciously swallowed. Every cell in her body was urging her on. Eat it. Eating it is the right thing to do. Finally, Lin Ming's consciousness gradually became hazy. She walked forward slowly and bit down on the red crystal's forehead. However, the crystal figure did not resist. It trembled all over, as if due to excitement. Then a flood of memories rushed into Lin Ming's mind. All of these were languages that Lin Ming had never heard before, but she could understand them. Child, take this branch with you when you leave. It will protect you. They have been traversing the distant universe for an unknown period of time. Eventually, she landed on a small planet in the Milky Way. However, during his space travels, he was attacked and robbed by countless powerful individuals. The chaotic divine tree exhausted all its essence to save her life. Later, Lin Ming fell into Yanqing on Blue Star and was rescued from among the ferocious beasts. The chaotic divine tree fell into a small space and gradually recovered its power. Seeing that the situation had become chaotic, he could no longer afford to live. It then separated out a large amount of essence, condensed it into that red crystal figure, altered its consciousness, and made it wholeheartedly serve Lin Ming. And Lin Sheng. Lin Ming suddenly woke up. But what she saw before her was a red figure that had been gnawed down to only half its body. And an immense, boundless power surged within his own body. Transcendent Level 1. Transcendent 8th rank. Transcendent 9th rank. Starry Sky Level 1. This power seemed to have no hindrance, propelling Lin Ming's strength all the way up to the first level of the Starry Sky realm. And then comes Endless Knowledge. Chapter 164 Di Qian Shock. Is that monster your pet? Strength. Cultivation techniques. The essence of the universe. Everything was as if it had always been known, etched into my memory. Lin Ming groaned in pain. She suddenly grabbed her short hair from her forehead with her bare hand. And after a few dozen seconds, the pain miraculously disappeared. Even the pain that had been lingering before seemed to have been completely cured. I am a member of the Moon Goddess clan. After fully accepting this message, Lin Ming seemed to have changed. The pupils, which were originally purple, had now turned a dark purple. It possesses an indescribable charm amidst its evil, captivating anyone who takes a single glance. Its body faintly emitted a light resembling moonlight. Her skin was crystal clear, as beautiful as mutton fat jade. That is the radiance of divinity. Only the offspring of the gods, at the 7th level of life, would exhibit such behavior. The number of people of the 7th level life form that exist simultaneously will not exceed 3 in tens of millions of years. Swipe. The humanoid chaotic tree beside her transformed into a branch in that instant, quietly planting itself beside Lin Ming. Master, eat the other half too. The branches of the chaos god tree slowly opened. Eat? No way, I want to share with my brother. No, I don't have a brother. Why should I share with someone else? Lin Ming's forehead started to ache again. Her memories are too jumbled and need time to sort them out. Devouring all the powerful beings on this planet, then leaving. The chaotic god tree began to guide her. Lin Ming reached out and pulled the chaos god tree out of the ground. Lin Ming could sense that it wasn't her beast taming that was powerful, but rather her own strength. It possesses the secret manual for the moon goddess to cultivate and become stronger. She will soon become a world-class powerhouse. But even a world-class powerhouse can only dominate within this one universe. But that's enough. After all, this universe was only the beginning of her parasitism. Obtain the essence of the chaotic god tree. High in the sky, Lin Sheng stood between the two corners of Xiaobai. In an instant, the skill was activated to extract the scattered body of the chaotic god tree. These monsters seem to have come from that direction, right? Lin Sheng looked at the ruins of the city in the distance. He reached out and patted Little White's dragon horns. Let's go take a look. Roar. Little White let out a low growl. We moved forward, weaving through the clouds. As the terrifying figure disappeared into the distance, the people in the city finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god. If that creature saw them. Then, out of interest, I gave them a tail. The entire city of Yang is going to be destroyed. Fortunately, that terrifying creature didn't seem interested in Yangqing. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. With 6 wings, resembling a divine dragon, could it truly be the totem of their dragon kingdom's faith? While everyone was puzzled, Xiaobai had already carried Lin Sheng to the sky above the ruins. However, a quick glance revealed nothing below. The world of giant trees, has it really been destroyed? Lin Sheng muttered, somewhat doubtful. It seems that it was done by that god-level being. Little Deer paced back and forth in the beast-taming space, looking very nervous. I never imagined that creature had grown to this extent. It is probably hunting down the most energetic beings on Earth right now. After they've all been killed, it'll be the turn of the Emperor level. However, it will take another 6 months to leave Earth. What should we do? The Little Deer frowned, and then jumped out of the beast-taming space. Helpless, the group had no choice but to return to Yangqing first. On the city wall, upon seeing Lin Sheng, Di Qian smiled slightly. However, when he saw the little dragon with 6 wings next to Lin Sheng, his heart skipped a beat. Yangqing is no longer in danger. I just checked the secret realm, and there's nothing there. Lin Sheng shook his head. However, Di Qian seemed not to have heard Lin Sheng's words at this moment. He stammered, pointing at the little white creature beside him. You. Have you advanced to the Emperor level? Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng glanced at Di Qian. Then she nodded slightly. In that instant, Di Qian's mind was as if struck by lightning, turning into a blank, snow-white void. Just imagining that enormous figure from before sent a chill down my spine and straight to my brain. What? That's your pet beast? Di Qian was dumbfounded. This was the first time she had ever sworn. How old is Lin Sheng now? But how can someone as young as 19 own an emperor-level pet? This is just too outrageous. And most importantly, that wooden figure was probably at the emperor level. But he was killed by the little white snake next to Lin Sheng with a single lash of its tail. Just how powerful is this little white snake compared to the little white dragon? Di Qian could hardly believe her eyes. She couldn't believe that the creature that had been clinging to Lin Sheng, fluttering its wings and watching her, was actually an emperor-level being. How could I possibly meet an emperor in my lifetime? Suddenly, it occurred to him that just a year ago, when Lin Sheng made a contract with the little snake, he was questioned by others. Now that those who questioned it know, They probably regret what they said back then. This isn't a small snake at all. It's clearly a white dragon. Can I touch it? Di Qian swallowed. Suddenly I realized that my request might have been a bit excessive. Roar. Only allowed to be touched by its owner. Xiaobai seemed to be angry and growled at Di Qian. Sweetie, touching it won't kill you. Lin Sheng touched Xiaobai's forehead. At this moment, Xiaobai shrank to the size of a small snake and coiled around Lin Sheng's hand. It looks quite small and cute, like a fluttering moth. The master said that I can only touch it once. After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Xiaobai finally gave in. A pet that doesn't listen to its owner is not a good pet and should be thrown away. Hey. Di Qian immediately became excited. He rubbed his hands together and immediately touched it. A few minutes later, how much longer are you going to touch me? Xiaobai showed an impatient expression. It felt very uncomfortable to have other people's scent clinging to it. All right. He withdrew his hand with a hint of regret, but his heart was filled with excitement. A creature of imperial status. I never thought I'd be able to touch it like this in my lifetime. This is an absolute steal. I never imagined that you would have grown to a level that is beyond our reach. Di Qian looked at Lin Sheng's somewhat handsome face. Back then, Lin Sheng was just a young boy who often accepted favors from people at school. Now, he has actually become the most powerful beast tamer in the Dragon Kingdom, an emperor-level beast tamer. They are truly worlds apart. At this time, ring. A phone call came into Di Qian's cell phone. Chapter 165 Spaceships in the Stars, the Era of Universe. How's the situation on your end? A deep, resonant voice rang out. Di Qian immediately knew who was calling. That's right. Within minutes, Di Qian explained what had happened there. The person on the other end of the phone fell silent instantly. Then came a few soft laughs. Great. This way, my Dragon Kingdom will have another Imperial Beast Tamer, according to the old etiquette. The appearance of an Emperor-level Beast Tamer will be a cause for national celebration, and a special welcoming ceremony will be held. But these are special times, so we're only announcing it to the whole country. The voice was on speakerphone. Lin Sheng could hear it clearly. Lin Sheng had no objection to revealing his Emperor-level pet beast. The only possible impact. It might be that old guy Zeus. But scaring him a little might not be a bad idea. Lin Sheng chuckled twice. Heave-ho. Little White rubbed against Lin Sheng's palm. It seemed to be trying to wipe off the smell from its body. The scent of a woman inexplicably made Xiaobai feel disgusted. And a few tens of minutes later, the news that another Emperor-level beast tamer had appeared in the Dragon Kingdom spread far and wide. Even a 19-year-old Emperor-level beast tamer. At that moment, people all over the country were shocked. Countries around the world also took time out of their busy schedules to send congratulatory messages. This is a 19-year-old Imperial beast tamer. Who wouldn't be shocked when they saw it? Everyone would think that such a being has a bright future, right? Zeus felt the same way. I never imagined this kid had grown to this level. Lin Shengbo once gave Zeus face. In reality, Zeus didn't really care much about this kid. After all, it's an insect that you can easily crush with your bare hands, so you don't need to worry about it too much. But things are very different now. Lin Sheng has become stronger. So powerful that it cannot be ignored. Meanwhile, in that secret realm where the giant tree space merges with reality, why don't we kill that creature? It would be a great feast. The chaotic god within his hand spoke silently. They believed that Lin Sheng and Xiaobai should not be let off the hook. Shut up. Lin Ming's beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly. He gripped the chaotic godwood tightly in his hand, and it creaked and groaned. For some reason, she had a special feeling about that boy, and she didn't want to attack him. But I just can't remember it. Let's go. Let's kill all the star-level powerhouses on this planet. Only those at the starry sky level can pose a threat to Lin Ming. But it's just a minor threat. You can smooth it out with just a few strokes. However, Lin Ming subconsciously did not want to make a move in Dragon Country first. Instead, they headed towards the farthest Dark Empire. And at that very moment, a spaceship traveling through deep space. Suddenly, in this desolate universe, a faint signal of life was detected. These creatures have only round bodies and limbs, yet they are incredibly large, with 3 colored eyes in the center of their bodies, making them look extremely eerie. There's actually a planet with life here. The aura of a high-level creature has been detected on that inhabited planet. But there's only one. Is it a level 3 or level 4 creature? Several crew members became excited. It's probably another indigenous planet. With our 7th tier extraordinary strength, we should be able to occupy it at will. This is like finding a treasure. Some planets in the universe have owners and cannot be invaded at will. In this desolate region, it's incredible to find an unclaimed planet. and it's likely that the life forms on that planet weren't at a high level of evolution, because their spaceships couldn't even detect the technology and signals emanating from that native planet. This proves that their technology is not advanced. A planet with underdeveloped technology. The people at the top must not be very capable either. I suspect that even beings at the first level of the transcendent realm would be revered as gods on that planet. Ha ha ha. Let me experience what it's like to be a god. The nearest wormhole is 9 light years away. Once we enter the wormhole, we can travel freely. The crew members burst into laughter. They immediately piloted the spaceship toward the wormhole. The spaceship was entirely made of machinery, but it had a huge eyeball at the front. It is a combination of technology and living organisms. It's not about the members' abilities, but rather their skills. The highest level is the 7th level of the extraordinary realm, early stage of emperor, and the weakest level is the 3rd level of the extraordinary realm, late stage of monarch. Its life level is level 3. Level 3 life forms are already considered very powerful in this universe. But they probably never expected this. They viewed this as a backward planet, an indigenous planet. In reality, it is a high-level planet in the universe. 6 months later, the news that Lin Sheng had become an emperor-level beast tamer spread throughout the streets and alleys. The ecological environment in the real world has gradually stabilized. The strength of beast tamers in various countries is improving by leaps and bounds. They also announced a new hierarchy and power structure. Extraordinary, Starry Sky, Universe. This caused a huge uproar. Blue Star also changed its era name to the Universal Era. This is something we can't help. Even if you don't announce it, someone probably already discovered this. At the same time, Tongyu 1 year. At Yangqing Noble Middle School in the Dragon Kingdom. Today is the day for the awakening ceremony. The students looked up at the principal on the podium. The principal gave a mysterious smile. Students, you probably all know what an important day today is. 2 or 3 years ago, one of our Dragon Kingdom's emperor-level beast tamers underwent his awakening ceremony right here. On that day, the winds and clouds shifted dramatically, with lightning and thunder. The principal of Yangqing Noble Middle School went on a spiel about it. But the people below showed no sign of impatience. They had long heard of the legend of this senior. The youngest emperor-level beast tamer in the Dragon Kingdom. He possessed an emperor-level beast tamer at the age of 19. This is simply an unparalleled miracle. I hope all of you will learn from your seniors and strive to become emperor-level beast tamers by the age of 19. The people present were all only 18 years old. This means that after completing the contract with the pet beast, it will be upgraded to an emperor level next year. What do you mean? This isn't a joke. The students below rolled their eyes. This is no less difficult than an alien invasion of Earth, and then being defeated by them. Principal, you said you know that emperor level beast tamer. Do you still have his contact information? A troublesome student below spoke up. Upon hearing this, the principal of Yangqing Noble Middle School smiled slightly. That's exactly what I've been waiting to hear. I knew you wouldn't accept that. Of course, we are brothers, closest friends. I even spoke with him back then, and today we are fortunate to have him here in person. Upon hearing this, the students below immediately lit up. Lin Sheng is nothing short of an idol for students of this age. How could I not be excited to meet my idol? However, the principal's next sentence left everyone dumbfounded. Our pet is here to say a few words to you. Chapter 166 Star Beast. If you're going to drive, drive the best. Pet. Isn't that the person in question? The students were stunned. However, most people still looked at the platform with some anticipation. Could it be that emperor-level pet beast? The enormous figure that flew over Yangqing 6 months ago. They had long suspected that it might be Lin Sheng's pet. After all, the story of Lin Sheng making a contract with a snake in the academy back then is still circulating today. Upon learning that it was a real dragon, those in the academy who had previously laughed at him felt utterly ashamed. I feel like I was really blind to his abilities. We're better off without this retina. Is it the Black Dragon King? Or the real dragon? A king-level pet beast would definitely be carried by its side at all times. I think it's most likely that Black Dragon King. However, the Black Dragon King of yesteryear has been contracted by Zeus to become his pet, and he is currently enjoying great power. I heard that Senior Lin Sheng has a considerable grudge against that Black Dragon King. It's not just the Black Dragon King. Zeus's son was once killed by Senior Lin Sheng. I've even heard that he didn't spare Zeus's daughter either. Killed him too. No, it's even more ruthless than that. No wonder. Some students. They were whispering and gossiping in the back row. At that moment, a figure walked up from below the platform. They've arrived. The students' eyes lit up. The beast that came was a deer. After all, the deer could talk. So let's just consider it a chance for it to experience the world. What kind of creature is this? Why does it look so strange? As soon as I arrived, I felt a gentle spring breeze on my face, which made me feel much more relaxed. It's true. I also feel that my illnesses have gotten much better. Most students didn't recognize the deer. However, some residents of the Qilin space world stared in awe at the deer on the high platform. Isn't this the mythical Qilin they worship? Legend has it that the Qilin can bring good fortune. They're exactly the same. This is a mythical beast. The man finally couldn't hold back any longer and suddenly spoke up. The students nearby were immediately drawn to it and asked questions out of curiosity. When they learned that this creature was from the legends of their Qilin space, they were once again shocked. Senior Lin Sheng, just how many mythical beasts have you harmed? There's absolutely no way they could just look alike, right? One is one thing, but two or three in a row. On stage, the principal looked at the little deer with a smile. The deer took a moment to think it over. It really wanted to complain to its owner. Isn't this just letting it get away with being bullied? I'm a complete idiot when it comes to public speaking. Then, the deer's ethereal voice rang out. Today I will mainly talk about the following 3 points. What are these 3 points? These are the following 3 points. The first point is very important. It is also the key to the matter. The key to the matter should be defined as the critical issue. How to solve this problem is the key to the issue. At the same time, since 6 months have passed. For the past 6 months, Lin Sheng has been taking his pet beasts to plunder resources in secret realms in the wild. But these are all small, secret realms. For example, the personal spaces where martial artists used to live. But in most of the space, apart from some living quarters, almost nothing was left. This is completely different from the space where the Black Tower Master, where Lin Sheng resides, lives. There's only one thing. It contains many secret manuals used in cultivation. On Earth, less than 1/10 of the population has awakened the talent for beast taming. The rest are ordinary people who are unable to awaken their beast taming space. These people can then practice the secret manuals left behind by martial artists, and have a high probability of becoming a martial artist themselves. Even if you can't become a martial artist, you can still improve your physical health. This significantly enhanced the average strength of Earth. They will also have the ability to protect themselves when facing creatures attacking from outer space in the future. Certainly, Blue Star is now considered a higher-level planet. They have the option to invade other planets. Who would bother invading Earth for no reason? Even not long ago, people from various countries have successively broken through to the interstellar level. They all relied on cultivation methods left over from previous civilizations, drawing inferences from one instance to another. It is also known that the profession of Spirit Master exists in the universe. At this moment, in the space of the Master of the Black Tower, in front of the baking oven, Xiaobai and Lin Sheng were staring at the purple eggs in the oven. The incubation period has passed. Why hasn't it hatched yet? Could it be a dead egg? If this really is a dead egg, Lin Sheng will be speechless. I can't have waited half a year for nothing, can I? I can feel the life force inside. Little Whitey was flapping its wings nearby. He stared intently at the egg. With Lin Sheng leading it now, even the most powerful beasts are no match for Xiaobai. In just half a year, Xiaobai's rank had already reached the late emperor stage. Xiaoling, on the other hand, was sent to the wilderness to fight to the death. Always clinging to powerful figures won't work. It needs to face the danger head-on. Gotcha. Just as the two were hesitating about whether they should open it and take a look, a crisp cracking sound came from the purple eggshell inside the oven. A little purple creature crawled out of it. The little creature crawled out of it, looking like a round toad. However, its limbs are straight, and its face has no eyes or nostrils, only a large mouth. Starry Sky Beast. Level: Extraordinary Tier 1. Talent: Starry Sky 9th Tier. Skills: Devour, Traverse, Void Field. Evolutionary Path: Star Devourer. Description: a mythical beast used for interstellar travel, generally not used for combat. Born with the power of a monarch. And this talent isn't even for combat? Lin Sheng was greatly surprised. If this creature appeared on Earth, it would definitely be a hot commodity. Level 4 Life. At this time, however, it was merely a tool for traveling among the stars. Come on, have something good to eat. Lin Sheng took out a purple crystal from his beast-taming space. He had already learned beforehand how to tame this creature. Young star beasts are the easiest to tame. Upon seeing the food, the Starry Sky Beast opened its mouth and sucked it in. Then he showed a very satisfied expression. Come here, come to Daddy's side. Lin Sheng began to tempt her. The starry sky beast turned around and turned its face away. I ignored him. Roar. Little White got angry. You wouldn't even accept your master as his child. If it were it would definitely agree. Lin Sheng then took out a few more crystals from his mouth and made the starry sky beast open its mouth immediately, sucking them into its large mouth. In the end, unable to resist the temptation, the starry sky beast came to Lin Sheng's side. It's a pity he's a little mute. Can you take me on a starry journey? Lin Sheng asked doubtfully. I don't know what keyword was triggered. The starry sky beast suddenly opened its mouth, and Lin Sheng and Xiao Bai were instantly sucked into its mouth. Chapter 167, The Arrogant Three-Eyed Alien Arrives on Earth. What a peculiar space. Inside the void beast's body, it felt as if one were standing in a virtual space. The stone slabs on the ground, the ceiling, the huge tables and chairs, and the cups were all clearly visible. Lin Sheng and Xiao Bai seemed to be suspended in midair. Suddenly, a consciousness sent a question to Lin Sheng. Where to? That's roughly the idea. Although he couldn't understand it, Lin Sheng could sense the expression of consciousness. It's okay, I'll just walk a few steps. Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng and Xiao Bai seemed to be moving horizontally in the air. It started sliding towards the door. It can even float in midair. However, the two are isolated from the outside world and unable to go out. The feeling was amazing, just like driving a holographic vehicle. Lin Sheng spent half a day playing with Xiao Bai inside before he was satisfied. They even discovered that void beasts can pass through buildings to travel through time and space over short distances. It was like teleportation. Awesome. Is there any car in the world more awesome than this? Lin Sheng stretched his body. Xiao Bai was also extremely excited. The more new pets that arrive, the more senior it becomes. Their status in the master's heart will rise accordingly. Lin Sheng was naturally unaware of Xiao Bai's little schemes. Then he took out a few purple crystals from his spatial storage. Here, eat these. They're a reward. Upon hearing this, the space seemed to tremble, and the crystals in Lin Sheng's hand disappeared. The void beast swayed a couple of times, seemingly quite excited. They're really easy to deal with. Lin Sheng smiled slightly. This purple crystal was also taken from that space. The owner of this place left behind tens of thousands of coins as food for these void beasts. What Lin Sheng took out were just a few small pieces cut off from one of the larger pieces. Come with me to the prestigious high school in Yangqing. I'll show you the way. Lin Sheng had a sudden thought. The void beast carried the two of them into the air. Lin Sheng and Xiao Bai seemed to be standing in midair, and then quickly flew in the direction Lin Sheng pointed. That speed was incredibly fast. It reached at least 3 times the speed of sound. However, there was no sound of wind breaking, nor did you feel the wind hitting your face, which was truly luxurious. At the same time, in the universe, I didn't expect to arrive so soon. I'll probably be able to reach the planet in just a few teleports. Ha! Slaves. Grandpa's here. I hope that the people on this planet can reach our aesthetic standards. The monsters with 4 short arms and 3 large eyes on their bodies laughed loudly. Spaceships made of flesh and machine also shuttled constantly through the void. In a few flashes, they arrived above Blue Star. At this moment, the enormous spaceship docked at the place where the giant tree world had disappeared. I can sense a very strong aura coming from here. So they really are high-level life forms? But the bloodline levels of the ferocious beasts below are all very low. They're only around level 1. Some are even lower than ants. The group became even more determined in their decision. This blue planet is indeed an indigenous planet. Extraordinary beings are like gods here. Wrong. I'm afraid the people on this planet don't even know what extraordinary means. A planet. A complete planet. If it matches the aesthetic preferences of a wealthy person, it will be easy to sell. After all, there are some beings in the starry sky who don't particularly like to pursue power. Instead, they want to be the master of a planet and enjoy the pleasures of life. Most of the lower-level planets, once discovered, they will all be turned into gaming venues. There seem to be inhabited towns there, yet they've been squeezed into cities by these level 1, even ant-like, ferocious beasts. Sai, I'll let you enjoy my favor. I'll take the natives here to see the real universe, and they'll probably be moved to tears. Ha, let's go. With that, the spaceship sped towards Yangqing at several times the speed of sound. To conserve energy, one rarely travels at the speed of light when not in space. Meanwhile, at Yangqing Noble Middle School, we've been lucky this year, with over a dozen S-class talent users. The principal of Yangqing was beaming with joy. After Xiaolu's speech, the students didn't react much, but they all seemed to be infected by its aura, and their mood became much more invigorated. In just half a day, almost all of them awakened a very high level of talent. This is also thanks to the integration of those secret realms with reality. The details of how martial artists become stronger involve all aspects of life. The food served to students is also more ergonomic. Don't be discouraged if you haven't awakened your beast-taming talent. There's still the path of a martial artist to follow. In the future, the descendants of these martial artists and beast tamers will become even stronger. This is the benefit of having strong genes. And this was only 6 months later. In the future, Earth may even become stronger. It's not impossible that a world-class powerhouse might even emerge from this situation. By then, if Earth were to travel to other planets, it would be a complete game-changer. I'll survive until I'm invincible throughout the universe before I emerge from seclusion. Ha! The Chilean mythical beast truly brings good fortune. The boy in the Chilean space awakened an A-level beast-taming talent. He was instantly thrilled. He never used to be a fan of celebrities. But from now on, Lin Sheng will have one more loyal sycophant. Thinking about it carefully, what the little deer said just now, though seemingly illogical, actually contains profound truths. The beast-taming class was full of knowledge but made everyone sleepy, and the little deer's words were also sleep-inducing. Both have a similar effect, just as everyone was getting excited. Boom! A tremendous sonic boom swept across the sky. The glass object below shattered instantly. The school's automatic alarm system immediately went off. What's going on? Is there an air raid? The principal was startled. Generally, only when an unregistered aircraft passes over a city will the alarm system be triggered. The object capable of shattering these panes of glass must be flying at an extremely low altitude. This is a blatant provocation against the city's security system. Contact Instructor D and Chief Instructor Liu immediately. The principal spoke to the teacher standing nearby. I'll go right away. The teacher was also sweating profusely. We've finally awakened over a dozen S-class talents. We absolutely cannot allow any accidents to happen. And at that very moment, a shadow had already fallen over Yangqing Noble Middle School. How weak? How can these people be so weak? The people on the spaceship frowned. I never imagined that the people on this planet were much weaker than they thought. That physical ability isn't even at the extraordinary level, is it? Even if a first-tier ferocious beast were to arrive, it could probably slaughter all these people. By observing the strength of the offspring on certain planets, one can make a preliminary judgment about the level of the planet's inhabitants. It's common for offspring of high-level martial artists on planets to punch a mountain to pieces by the age of 18. In contrast, these people are weak and frail. I'm afraid they couldn't even lift a car. Even that old guy who looks really old is physically weak. Let's go down and take a look. The three-eyed monster spoke silently. Chapter 168, 8 Billion Spirit Masters. The three-eyed alien is stunned. Under a burst of light, the enormous spaceship hovered above Yangqing Noble High School. It immediately attracted a large crowd of onlookers. What is that? An alien spaceship? Are aliens really going to invade Earth? What's there to be afraid of? Don't we have Senior Lin Sheng with us? What if the aliens are very powerful, and even an emperor-level being is no match for them? I've heard that there are universe-level powerhouses in the universe. Such powerful individuals are extremely rare, even in the entire galaxy. How could they possibly appear here? Even so, everyone in Yangqing's heart was still pounding wildly. What the heck? The crises that nearly wiped out the country all started in their Yangqing. Now, aliens are invading, and Earth has begun its invasion in Yangqing. What terrible things have they done? Or is there something here that even aliens would covet? At this time, in Yangqing, a beam of light shot out from below the spaceship. The students below were quickly gathered in a corner. The principal temporarily stood in front of the beam of light, just when everyone thought that a few people would float down from the spaceship. Unexpectedly, several flesh-colored tentacles emerged from within, wrapping around the three-eyed monsters and slowly descending to the ground. The three-eyed monster scanned the crowd with its 3 eyes. A licentious expression gradually appeared on his face. They're really weak. Ugly and weak. It doesn't fit their aesthetic at all. However, as a superior race in the universe, we should still show some courtesy to the weak. This is a manifestation of good upbringing, but it will still be cruel if it needs to be. As the enormous 3-eyed monster approached, Principal Yangqing couldn't help but feel ashamed. Greetings, everyone. We are the powerful beings from the 3-eyed planet. One of the red, 3-eyed monsters bent slightly. The voice has been translated into the language of the race on Earth using a special translator. Hello. The principal of Yangqing nodded slightly. You can sense that one of them is an emperor-level being. They are far beyond his ability to provoke. The three-eyed monster let out a strange laugh. Watching the offspring of humans discussing amongst themselves, he couldn't help but look up. Are you scared? The more scared you are, the more excited I get. This is the suppression of the weak by the strong. Let me hear what you're all saying. The three-eyed monster turned on the translator. Then he froze for a moment. How ugly. I thought all races in the universe looked a lot like us humans. Couldn't we have some catgirls or something? Or angels would be fine too. Or even vampires. I wouldn't mind. Wah. I want to be enslaved by a catgirl too, and have her torture me mercilessly. What? This has shattered my illusions about races in the universe. Destroy them. Don't be discouraged. There are countless races. This is just one ugly one among many. Maybe the others are beautiful. Listening to those sounds, the three-eyed monster's lips twitched involuntarily. The eyeballs kept changing color, clearly indicating that the person was extremely angry, just as it raised its hand, intending to teach the natives of this planet a lesson. Wait. Hearing the voice coming from the side, the three-eyed monster suppressed its anger and slowly turned its head. Meanwhile, Di Qian and Chief Instructor Lu were walking towards them. Upon seeing the two people, the three-eyed monster immediately shook its head. Are you two the strongest beings on this planet? Hearing the three-eyed monster's question, Di Qian and Chief Instructor Lu exchanged a glance. What strongest? At best, the two of them were merely king-level beast tamers. How did he become the strongest on this blue planet? It should be noted that Earth now even has quite a few star-level powerhouses. They don't even rank among the monarchs. Then you'll have to make your descendants suffer the consequences. One of the three red eyes emitted a blazing light. Sensing danger, Di Qian immediately summoned her pet beast. A dark, ghostly figure instantly appeared in front of the two of them. Upon seeing this, the three-eyed monster was suddenly stunned. Spirit Master, you definitely didn't see it wrong. The ability to summon a pet out of thin air while being very weak is the hallmark of a Spirit Master. Oh my god, how could there be Spirit Masters on such a small planet? I can't even imagine a three-eyed monster. At this moment, the two three-eyed monsters next to the red three-eyed monster also became excited, and even the people on the spaceship were very excited. A Spirit Master. A single Spirit Master might not be born on an entire planet, and this is a profession that is respected everywhere. It is even higher in status than that of a martial artist. Furthermore, the Spirit Masters have also formed their own powerful organization in the universe, the Spirit Company. The Spirit Control Company is spread throughout the galaxy, and even the entire universe. Although the number of people is small, yet it was able to contend with the powerful martial arts company. However, how could a Spirit Master exist in such a place? Could it be that my three-eyed clan is also going to have a Spirit Master? The red three-eyed monster instantly became excited. Friend, you are a Spirit Master. You can come back with us alive. But others have to stay here. Are there any other Spirit Masters like you on your planet? The three-eyed monster was excited. He completely ignored the ugly guy in the middle and asked Di Qian, if there are still any left, then we've made a fortune. A Spirit Master can fetch an astronomical price, regardless of the race. It is an extremely rare profession in the universe. Martial arts practitioners are billions of times rarer. And judging from the looks of it, the person in front of me is no ordinary Spirit Master. In general, Spirit Masters in the universe forcibly form contracts with their pets through some means. Or perhaps it is to strip them of their consciousness and forcibly confine them through a contract. However, the Spirit Master before them was actually fusing his soul with that of his pet. This is extremely rare, even in the entire universe. How could a three-eyed monster not be excited? Forehead. Looking at what was happening just moments ago, tensions were running high. Di Qian was somewhat speechless at the three-eyed monster's sudden change in attitude. However, the fact that beast tamers are called spirit tamers in the universe has been popularized on Earth long ago. Not many, right? Out of the billions of people on Earth, there are probably only a billion beast tamers. And among them, those with high talent are even fewer. Maybe 1,000 people with S-level talent are born globally every year. The probability is much higher than before. However, it's probably not enough to be considered in the universe. After all, even the crew members in front of them are emperor level, let alone the planet behind them. Di Qian clearly hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem. The three-eyed monster in front of her almost dropped his jaw when he heard her words. Damn it! Did I hear that right? 10 billion people. And it generates 1 billion every year. Do you think Spirit Masters are as common as cabbages? The three-eyed monster could no longer tolerate it. If this is true, then such a planet would be enough to make it the most prestigious in the galaxy. They were treated as honored guests of a higher planet. They can even create an army composed of spirit masters. That's simply impossible. Which wealthy and powerful guy would dare to use spirit masters to form an army? Each of them is incredibly expensive. Go and get the detection equipment from the spaceship right away. I need to check these people. The three-eyed red monster's eyes were practically bloodshot from staring. It could feel its 3 crystal core eyeballs pounding wildly, frantically channeling energy throughout its body. Chapter 169: The Shocking Three-Eyed Monster, sending the message back to the three-eyed planet. The equipment has arrived, Lord Red Ice. A three-eyed monster returned to the spaceship. He picked up a strange prop that looked like goggles and came down. Give it to me. The three-eyed, red-clad monster snatched the goggles from the man. It was tied right in front of my eyes like a belt. It fit perfectly with the 3 holes on the goggles. He glanced at the crowd in front of him. This is an instrument that can detect a person's talent. No talent can escape my eyes. The red three-eyed monster smiled confidently. Under normal circumstances, using such an instrument to look at others would result in being beaten up by other races. But now, even these weaklings wouldn't dare. And you're trying to lie to me? Do you really think spirit masters are just some random white-haired people on the street? Damn it. The red three-eyed monster's 3 eyes were wide open. You can vaguely see streaks of blood spreading towards the pupils. All I could see was inside that instrument. Level 8 Talent Spirit Master, Level 3 Talent Spirit Master, Level 7 Talent Spirit Master. How can there really be so many? This equipment is produced by the Galaxy Martial Arts Association. There will absolutely be no problems with it. It's important to know that the Galactic Warriors Association commands countless advanced technological planets. Absolutely trustworthy. But there are so many spirit masters. Moreover, he is a high-level talent spirit master. At this moment, the red three-eyed monster was so excited that his saliva was practically dripping from his mouth. This is all pure, unadulterated money. Quickly, immediately send this message back to the three-eyed planet and summon the three-eyed king. Just say I have something good to offer to the king. The red three-eyed monster laughed heartily. The 2 three-eyed monsters behind them exchanged glances, but they guessed what was going on. It seems there really are a lot of spirit masters on this planet, and it's absolutely beyond their imagination. Why does this monster laugh like a fool? The students standing nearby were speechless. Are the Emperor-level beings in the universe really that weak? For a time, the students' respect for the universe and all things also decreased considerably. And at that very moment, Three-Eyed quickly returned to the spaceship and immediately called the king of Three-Eyed Star. They had already informed the king of the Three-Eyed Star when they discovered the planet. At this moment, the Three-Eyed Star King was also on his way. A screen flashed in front of the three-eyed monsters, and a yellow three-eyed monster appeared before them. Unlike other three-eyed monsters, this yellow three-eyed monster has 2 devil horns on its head, and its size is half that of a human. It is the king of the Three-Eyed Star. Three-Eyed King. He has just been promoted to a first-tier starry sky expert. How is it? What's the situation there? The yellow three-eyed monster spoke silently. His every move exudes kingly majesty. He is awe-inspiring even without anger, simply by standing there. Lord Three-Eyed King. Lord Red-Eyed King says he has a huge surprise for you. He's been waiting for you. Hee. Red Ice is quite thoughtful. You guys thank him for me. Three-Eyed King chuckled. They finally managed to upgrade the Three-Eyed Star to a higher-level planet. We immediately found a low-level planet. This is an absolute steal. Give me the power right now. I need to get there within 3 universe time frames. Clear. 3 cosmic times. Converted to Earth time, that's about 9 days. At this time, on the playground of Yangqing Noble Middle School, the students had already been bound hand and foot and were squatting in place. Even Di Qian and Chief Instructor Lu were the same. What are you doing? Do you want to declare war on us? Chief Instructor Lu looked grim. Given this situation, how could he not know what was going on? This time, I'm afraid the visitors are up to no good. But now, there are no strong individuals in their Yangqing. Before them stood yet another Emperor-level invader. It would be very dangerous to kill these students or forcibly take them away. Even if the powerful beings of Earth wanted to investigate by then, it would probably be too late. Ha, my little slaves. Don't get too angry. I still have to offer you up to the king. The red, three-eyed monster laughed heartily. That's incredibly weak. So what if he's a spirit master? Before they grow up, they are nothing more than fish to be slaughtered. However, the three-eyed monster wouldn't harm them. These are all valuable assets. They could fetch an astronomical price if sold to anyone. Moreover, humanoid beings are more valuable in the universe, and more wealthy people are willing to buy them. Sometimes, good looks can earn you more money. That's how cruel the universe is. How come you're not flustered at all? Looking at Di Qian, who remained completely calm, Chief Instructor Lu was quite surprised. What's the panic? Lin Sheng's pet beast is still here. He'll probably be returning to Yangqing today. Besides, with a spaceship this big, I don't believe that kid can't see it. Di Qian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a beautiful smile. Chief Instructor Lu suddenly realized what was going on. Haha, that's true. If Lin Sheng comes, these guys probably won't be a match for him at all. After Lin Sheng broke through to the Emperor level, he has become the most powerful being on Earth, at the level of a God King. Within 6 months, he hunted down several Emperor-level ferocious beasts overseas, and his strength increased by leaps and bounds. Almost everyone in China knows him, and he also has a certain reputation all over the world. However, the number of king-level ferocious beasts in the sea is far greater than that on land. Killing only a few is unlikely to have much effect. The number of secret realms in the sea is also greater than that on land, which leads to the faster increase in the strength of the sea monsters. It probably won't be long before it suppresses the space for terrestrial life again. To be able to hunt down an Emperor-level beast so easily, could Lin Sheng's pet beast have already broken through to the late Emperor-level stage? The two whispered to each other. Breaking through the late-stage Emperor realm within 6 months? This is absolutely outrageous. What are you two talking about? You're so happy about being arrested. Looking at the two of them, the red three-eyed monster felt inexplicably annoyed. What I want to see is a look of fear and terror, instead of looking indifferent. That's enough, that's enough. These guys will soon realize just how powerful the three-eyed alien is. I'll take you all to the three-eyed planet. Let me show you just how terrifying the exploitation of working 8 hours a day, only being allowed to rest 2 days out of 7, only being provided with food, clothing, housing, transportation, social insurance, and housing fund, and 90 days of paid annual leave really is. What the hell is that? Lin Sheng stood inside the starry sky beast, while Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder, looking towards Yang City. Above the city of Yangcheng, a spaceship composed of machinery and flesh and blood is hovering. Could it be that people from other planets have come to Earth? Lin Sheng stroked his chin. This is a bit tricky. He doesn't want Earth to be connected with the universe so soon. But since we're here, let's go take a look. Star Beast, take me to the gate of Yangqing Noble School. Chapter 170 Emperor Level. The red-eyed monster was beaten to tears. Receive the order. The starry sky beast hovered in the air and sped towards Yang City. A 30-degree turn or 100 spaceships in a row are all child's play for it. Soon, they brought Lin Sheng to the gate of Yangqing Noble Academy. It opened its mouth wide, and its size increased accordingly, spitting out the two people. Thank you. Lin Sheng stepped out and patted the starry sky beast's head. Although I don't know where the head is, I guess the whole body is a head? Or rather, the stomach? Ah, the starry sky beast let out a cry. They can really eat. Lin Sheng had no choice but to take out a few more purple crystals. The starry sky beast raised its hand and tossed the crystal into the air. It leaped up, caught it in its mouth, and swallowed it in a few gulps. Then, it showed a comfortable expression. Seeing this, Lin Sheng shook his head. I'm afraid I'll raise another glutton. If I hadn't taken everything out of my inventory over the past 6 months, I really wouldn't know what to feed it. Let's go. The starry sky beast jumped into Lin Sheng's arms. Lin Sheng then walked straight through the school gate and headed into the academy. At this moment, the school gate and the shops outside the school were deserted, clearly because everyone was frightened by the huge spaceship. After all, just having a strong sense of technology doesn't necessarily make someone a villain. But if technology is combined with flesh and blood, it's probably not a good thing. Owner, the fawn jumped out from behind the bushes nearby. What happened? Lin Sheng looked at the spaceship high in the sky. Three-eyed aliens have come to Earth, but this race's talent and bloodline are not high. They are not worth worrying about. I suspect that their planet doesn't even have any star-level experts. At most, it's just a medium-sized planet, Little Deer explained. These days, Xiao Lu is forced to give speeches in various places, and she's feeling incredibly wronged. He's definitely much more obedient now. Lin Sheng nodded repeatedly as he looked at the little deer. It seems that this training was very successful. The deer isn't as mischievous as before. Let's go. Lin Sheng continued walking towards the playground. Alright. But master, I need to enter the beast taming space. Otherwise, if outsiders see me in this form, it might cause trouble for Blue Star. The little deer spoke quietly. This is the image of a Qilin. If it were some unknown race, that would be fine. If these three-eyed aliens know of the existence of the Qilin or have seen it, then we'll be in trouble. Even if people in the universe knew this, the possibility would be very low. But they will definitely send people to Earth to find out. The deer's figure gradually disappeared into the beast-taming space. Lin Sheng paused for a moment, then continued walking forward. The aura is much stronger than before. It is likely that one of the visitors is at the level of an emperor, while the rest are at the level of a calamity or a monarch. Lin Sheng. Di Qian has sharp eyes. I spotted Lin Sheng at first glance. Upon hearing this sound, the students became agitated. Is he Senior Lin Sheng? He's so handsome. And he looks so young too. He doesn't look very young, but he is young by nature. Is that so? I heard that Senior Lin doesn't have a girlfriend yet. I wonder if I'm suitable. What kind of pipe dream are you having? Even Senior Lin Sheng, recommended by an emperor-level beast tamer, didn't agree. Why would he agree to your request? Since I've been saved, I have no way to repay you but to offer myself in gratitude. What are you doing getting involved, you man? Most of the students argued heatedly, their faces turning red. It was clearly due to excitement. I never expected this year's awakening ceremony to be so exciting. Not only did they see aliens, they also met senior student Lin Sheng. It was worth it. Listening to the crowd's discussion, the red-skinned, three-eyed monster suddenly realized what was going on. Then he saw Lin Xingdao and said, "So you're the strongest person on Earth?" And the instruments in my eyes were constantly jumping. Another spirit master. And she's actually a level 9 talent spirit master. The three-eyed monster was terrified again. The highest talent level set by the Spirit Master Association is only level 10 Spirit Master. And the person in front of me actually has the strength of level 9? This is incredible. It's incredible that such a talented being could be born on such a small planet. In an instant, the red-skinned, three-eyed man also sensed that something was wrong. Could it be that I misjudged the strength of the people on this planet? Are they just technologically underdeveloped? But that's impossible. How can a planet with underdeveloped technology be powerful? It's important to understand that even a medium-sized planet could have a technological level that is either medium or advanced. Generally, technological advancement is based on superior capabilities. What's going on right in front of us? Could it be simply because these guys are talented, or perhaps they are the progenitors of spirit masters? There is no reproductive isolation among a large portion of life in the universe. Those are possible. But this guy in front of me is just a piece of trash with a combat power of only 5. The red-eyed monster pushed up his glasses. Spirit Master, summon your pet beast. The red-eyed monster revealed a confident smile. At least here, it has no rivals. As for the question of why his talent is so strong, once the three-eyed king arrives, there will be time to investigate. Behind you. Lin Sheng pointed behind the red-eyed monster. The red-eyed monster smiled contemptuously. Ridiculous. You think you can fool me with such a trick? The next instant, a thick fog poured down from above, enveloping the red-eyed monster. Even his glasses were covered with a fine layer of water droplets. The red-eyed monster hurriedly took off its eye mask and turned to look. I was instantly terrified by what I saw. A gigantic white dragon with 6 pairs of wings spread out was looking down at it from above. That white mist is the vapor sprayed from its mouth. Azure Dragon in the clouds. The three-eyed monster was almost scared to death. His eyes were wide open, almost popping out of their sockets. Isn't the Azure Cloud Dragon a level 4 creature? Why would it appear on such an inferior planet? Moreover, it's an Emperor-level Azure Cloud Dragon. The life level of these creatures is much higher than that of their planet. The existence of an Emperor-level planet means that this planet is currently a medium-sized planet, only 1 level lower than the three-eyed star. You mustn't do anything reckless. The three-eyed monster's eyes emitted a purple light. Little White swung its tail dismissively and slammed the three-eyed monster into the ground with a smack. Pung. Another tail lashed down. Then, whenever Little White lifts its tail, every single word that pops out of it is another hit. Finally, the red-eyed monster fell silent. It was almost in tears. Currently, its level is only at the early stage of Emperor. Facing the late stage of Emperor, or even beings with higher life levels, it is naturally powerless to fight back. But it really didn't expect that there would be an Emperor-level being on this planet. Moreover, he is a powerhouse who is about to break through to the Starry Sky level. Chapter 171 Technology. Blue Star adopts three-eyed star technology. Stop hitting the giant alien cauldron. The red-eyed monster got beaten black and blue by Little White. All 3 eyes were bruised and swollen. The aliens are really tough. They're incredibly resilient. Lin Sheng sighed. The red-skinned, three-eyed monster slowly rose from the ground. He picked up the communicator from his hand. However, the spaceship remained hovering above Yansheng without any reaction. Lin Sheng looked at the red-skinned monster with a smile. Where did you think Xiao Bai went when he wasn't here? The monsters on that spaceship are probably asleep by now. Who has the time to follow its commands? You can't eat me. I'm a resident of the Three-Eyed Star. The red-skinned, three-eyed monster was terrified. Looking at Lin Sheng's smiling face, he was terrified. Really? I've heard that the galactic universe has a rule that if someone trespasses on another's planet without permission, the locals have the right to kill them. Upon hearing Lin Sheng's words, the red-skinned, three-eyed monster shuddered. This is indeed the rule of the galactic universe. Violation of this rule will result in being hunted down and even wanted by all the planets in the galaxy. But why? How could this tiny native know about this? Could it be? Is this planet already connected to the universe? It might even be just the backyard of some big shot who just wanted to keep it in its original state, which is why it wasn't allowed to come into contact with the universe. In an instant, the three-eyed red-skinned monster looked at Lin Sheng with terror in its eyes. Could this kid be from a wealthy family? Indeed, some strong individuals have such a quirk. I prefer planets that are pure and clean. But now this planet has been upgraded to a medium-sized planet. The possibility of becoming a slave planet is extremely low. The red-eyed monster quickly dismissed the thoughts in his mind. Take me aboard the spaceship. I'd be happy to oblige. The red-eyed monster, who had originally intended to refuse, shuddered when he saw the little white creature beside him. Unexpectedly, such a powerful race would willingly submit to a human. You should know that dragons are the most difficult creatures to contract. Xiao Bai came into the crowd and exhaled a cloud of mist that freed everyone from their restraints. Lin Sheng, I've already informed the senior about what's going on here, and someone will be coming to connect with us soon. Di Qian and Chief Instructor Lu both followed. Lin Sheng nodded. Let's go up to the spaceship and take a look first. Good. Di Qian and Chief Instructor Lu nodded to each other, both looking curiously at the flesh and blood spaceship high in the sky. From a young age, everyone has been very interested in the spaceships and science fiction movies. How could I not be excited to be able to experience it in person now? Let's go. Yes. Red-eyed, bewildered, he gritted his teeth. They may appear to have given in, but they are still resentful inside. It's just a medium-sized planet. When our three-eyed king from the three-eyed planet arrives, let's see if you can still laugh. The thought of the three-eyed king filled the red-eyed monster with longing. So the three-eyed aliens have extremely long lifespans. It has lived for tens of thousands of years, but it has only reached the 7th level of the extraordinary realm. The red-eyed king has been invincible among the extraordinary level for less than 1,000 years. However, he broke through the extraordinary level and reached the 1st level of the starry sky in just 5,000 years. This speed of cultivation is unprecedented and unparalleled. In this universe, he could be considered a little genius. It would take these earthlings at least tens of thousands of years to cultivate to this level, right? Upon seeing the red-eyed monster, who had just been dejected, suddenly become radiant, no one knew what he was planning. Di Qian and Captain Lu immediately became wary. At the same time, in the highest conference room of the Dragon Kingdom, Chairman Zong and Director N were both gathered here. Standing to the side were elites from all walks of life, medical professionals, technology professionals, chip manufacturers, physics experts, vehicle experts, and all sorts of other elites with expertise in various fields, all gathered here. These social elites were also extremely excited, because next, they are about to face the technology of alien beings. Moreover, this is the first time humanity has encountered technology from extraterrestrial beings. This will be a historic encounter. I never expected that such a big thing would happen on Blue Star in just 1 year since it entered the Tongyu era. It has to be said, it might be a kind of destiny. Let's go. With my time-space beast, we'll be there in a few minutes. Director N spoke quietly. I never expected you to be the first to break through to the starry sky level. Chairman Rong patted Director N on the shoulder, his face full of jealousy. Director N grinned and said, Not at all. It's all thanks to those siblings that my time-space beast was able to devour the 9-headed fiery sun bird. However, if that crystal skull were still intact, my time-space beast might be able to advance to the starry sky level even faster. But I see you're almost at the starry sky level, aren't you? How long have you been at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm? They both smiled at each other. This time, the two of them also benefited greatly. Their strength has seen a leap forward. After all, who isn't a genius if they can become an emperor? Moreover, It has strong support and resources from across the country. The rapid advancement speed is to be expected. The two looked solemnly at the experts behind them. This contact is of paramount importance. It can be said to be humanity's first encounter with extraterrestrial life. Their gazes swept around again, and they saw the excitement in everyone's eyes. In a moment, you must do your best to absorb all the knowledge. I've heard that a spaceship has come with us. Hearing what the two seniors said, those who are elites in the field are even more excited. How many years has it been since they achieved this? I suppose you only feel this way when you first start working in a particular field. But now, the invasion of alien technology rekindled their dreams. We understand. Since they were allowed to make contact with their Dragon Kingdom first, there must be a reason behind that. We had to do this before it got out of the public eye. The video has probably already been uploaded to the internet by now. The goal should be to seize all the technology before the truth of the matter is verified. At this moment, on Yangqing's flesh and blood spaceship, as the red-eyed monster had predicted, the crew members all lay sprawled on the ground, some in a haphazard fashion. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng and Captain Di Qian looked around the spaceship. Although they couldn't understand it, the combination of flesh and blood with technology excited them greatly. This control panel is still made of mechanical parts. Is flesh and blood only used for energy propulsion? Everyone was quite surprised. But Lin Sheng knew what was most important right now. Integrate all the technology of your planet and hand it over to me. I need paper documents and data. Lin Sheng stared at the red-eyed monster beside him. However, the red-eyed monster shook its head, unmoved. The level of technology is fundamental to a planet. If their technology were given to this group of people, the consequences would be unimaginable. Perhaps those three-eyed stars will be invaded and destroyed instead. You won't give it to me? I'll find a way to get it. Lin Sheng smiled slightly. It seems they had anticipated this scene. Chapter 172, Overcoming the Spaceship Defense System. Seeing that the red-eyed monster showed no intention of handing it over, Lin Sheng already knew this in his heart. But she still walked towards the control panel in front of her. Seeing this, the red-skinned three-eyed monster sneered twice. Technological level is fundamental to a planet. It is also the foundation of a planet. Revealing the technology of a planet at will result in being hunted down by that race. That would be a fight to the death, a situation where it's either you or me. It is naturally impossible for it to hand over its technological capabilities so easily. So what if you hijack the spaceship? This is just a secondary ship. The real main ship is controlled by our three-eyed king, and no one can take it from it. The best security measure is the power of the three-eyed king himself. A Starry Sky first-order expert is considered a true powerhouse in the universe. And most importantly, despite their advanced technology, the three-eyed stars are not particularly advanced compared to the rest of the universe. But their three-eyed planet's defense network was purchased from the Cosmic Warriors Association. This network defense system is already considered top-tier among advanced planets. How could a mere indigenous planet with such backward technology possibly break through their network defense matrix? Wrong. It should be said that it is a planet that is relatively backward in terms of technology. It's also thanks to the fact that the people on this planet have a low level of technology. Otherwise, once we make contact with the universe, the entire planet will become a battlefield. Watching Lin Sheng fiddling with things on the control panel, the red-eyed monster let out a disdainful sneer. They weren't three-eyed aliens. They didn't input their genes into the spaceship. You could waste an entire day and still not be able to crack it. However, in the next instant, snap! A crisp sound rang out. The interior of the spaceship was instantly filled with red light. System attacked. Self-destruct program activated. Self-destruct program detected. Hardware forcibly disconnected. One sound after another came from the screen. Although Di Qian and Captain Lu couldn't understand it. But the red-eyed monster heard it all clearly. The defenses have been breached. How is that possible? This is top-tier defense equipment even on advanced planets. It can withstand any level of cyber attack. And it's produced by the Cosmic Martial Artists Association. There's absolutely no way we could be fooled. The red-skinned, three-eyed monster roared in disbelief. If the three-eyed star technology has indeed been leaked, then it's doomed. Compared to all the spirit masters on the planet, it's nothing. What's wrong? Lin Sheng, why is there a red light coming from here? Di Qian and Captain Lu immediately became alert. They assumed that the red-eyed monster had set up some kind of defensive matrix here again. It's all right. I've taken control of the system here, Lin Sheng said quietly. Oh, you even know about alien technology? Di Qian looked surprised. It seems to be saying, is there anything you can't do? The red-eyed monster behind them was also dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? Even the most skilled cosmic hacker couldn't possibly crack the spaceship's defense system so quickly. What happened next completely stunned the red-eyed monster. It's this thing. Lin Sheng placed his hand in the gap of the precision instrument, and instantly mercury, which looked like liquid, flowed out. If you look closely, you can see that the mercury is made up of countless tiny mechanical figures. Each of the mechanical figures is equipped with a sharp, scissor-shaped mouthpiece. These are the petty people. They directly severed the spaceship's self-destruct system. It was also obtained by Lin Sheng from the secret space of the tower's owner. The ability to relocate people from an entire planet suggests that the inhabitants of Earth must have been quite powerful in the past. Their technological level is very likely to far surpass that of the three-eyed aliens. As it turned out, Lin Sheng's idea was correct. The red-eyed monster was terrified. T1 model pincer ant. This is a device that only exists on planets where powerful beings in the cosmos exist. They're incredibly valuable in space. A single T1 chimera ant can fetch a staggering 10 million galactic dollars. And so many? The red-eyed monster had clearly never seen so many T1 model chimera ants before. The reason we know this news is because the three-eyed star has already connected with the universe. The T1 chimera ant is a type of machine tool that has long been banned from use in space. This tool records the spacecraft models of all the spacecraft companies in the universe that develop them. It can cut off all the spacecraft's countermeasures in less than a few seconds. No matter how rigorous your cybersecurity is, the T1 chimera ant can be compromised from within. So later, major corporations across the universe have united to prohibit the sale and manufacture of this tool. Under immense pressure, updates to the T1 model chimera ant ceased, and production was strictly prohibited. Anyone found using this software will face hefty fines or even imprisonment. But how could the people here possibly have such high-tech tools? The red-eyed monster's eyes widened. Using this tool is a violation of banking laws. Hearing this, Lin Sheng slowly turned his head and glanced at it. You're right. However, upon hearing this, the red-eyed monster suddenly felt a chill run down its spine. Is it stupid? Now only he and his crew witnessed this scene. Threatening the other party like that is just asking for death, isn't it? Wait. If you kill me, the three-eyed king will never let you get away with this. I'm his trusted confidant. The red-eyed monster spoke up immediately. Let me tell you, in less than a week, our three-eyed king will arrive here. With its newly acquired star-level strength, you are definitely no match for the three-eyed king. Hearing this, the red-eyed monster confessed without being asked. Lin Sheng really wanted to laugh. Are you sure you're not the three-eyed king's biggest threat? They even revealed their strength. However, even at the first level of the star realm, one can become the king of a planet in the universe. It seems that Earth is indeed considered a mid to high level power in the universe. At least that's true in this galaxy. How is it, Lin Sheng? What's the situation here? The entrance to the spaceship. As a voice rang out, one figure after another was brought up. The elites all stared intently at the equipment beside them with excited expressions, but none of them dared to make a move. Oh my God! Is this the inside of the spaceship? The combination of flesh and blood with technology was something they had never imagined. Does that mean there really are spaceships in the universe made entirely of flesh and blood? I have obtained the data on this spaceship, but it is probably only a part of the three-eyed star. And now I have taken control of this spaceship. Lin Sheng spoke to Director N. Director N and Chairman Rong nodded. President, can I take this red-eyed monster to dissect it? An elderly man with a white beard looked excited. Looking at that red, three-eyed monster is like looking at a fine piece of porcelain. If only we could dissect individuals with such evolved physical strength. Chapter 173, so happy here. I don't even want to go back to my hometown. What are you looking at? The red-eyed monster glared with its three eyes, seemingly very angry. I always felt that the way this white-haired guy was looking at me was a bit off. As for the demands of his subordinates, Director N waved his hand. Forget it. After all, they're the first race we have faced. If we kill them now, the road ahead will be much more difficult. Director N shouldn't be thinking about momentary pleasure. Rather, it is the future of the nation. Or perhaps the future of the planet. Oh well. After being rejected, the old man looked at the red-eyed monster with a regretful expression. It was as if we had lost a tremendous opportunity. Oh well. There will be plenty of opportunities like this when we come into contact with other races in the universe. The idea of making friendly contact with aliens immediately after leaving space is simply impossible. Now they want to strap aliens to an autopsy table and get to know them better. Director and waved his hand, untying the red-eyed monster. Then, a time-space beast covered in blood-red eyes appeared beside Directorin. The moment I saw the time-space beast, the red-eyed monster's heart skipped a beat. An indescribable sense of crisis washed over me. It was as if they had been targeted by a primordial beast from the universe. Hey, this is still a friend, don't rush to eat. Directorin restrained his pet beast. Seeing the red-eyed monster's terrified expression, he nodded inwardly. This is exactly the effect I wanted. In the universe, everything is decided by force. Only by demonstrating sufficient strength can we expect the other party to show corresponding sincerity in return. Directorin summoned his pet beast to test the strength of this red-eyed monster planet. But judging from his expression, my time beast must be considered a very strong existence on the three-eyed planet. Directorin smiled. The red-eyed monster swallowed hard. You definitely didn't see it wrong. Star level. The red-eyed monster only senses danger when facing a star-level ferocious beast, and the fear that cells have of higher life forms. I never expected that there would be a star-level expert on this planet. This is truly a high-level planet in the universe. But the technology is so underdeveloped. This seems somewhat illogical. For a moment, even the red-eyed monster's heart wavered. Meanwhile, the staff members who were still conducting research on the spacecraft looked excited. With the spaceship's automatic translation system, they were able to easily understand the content. Furthermore, since Lin Sheng has already cracked the defense system here, the information inside is now completely exposed to everyone. My God, controlled nuclear fusion technology is still just the most basic technology. They even have the manufacturing method for lithography machines. These strange materials are simply unheard of on Earth. Everyone was amazed. Everyone was amazed by the three-eyed alien's abilities. That's absolutely insane. A vast amount of technology is recorded on this spaceship. And this isn't even the highest level spaceship. It's just a secondary ship. The truly classified information is probably hidden on the main base of that planet. Such advanced technology belongs to the capable. Everyone was excited. With this material and information, Blue Star will usher in a period of rapid development. Technological advancements are likely to experience explosive growth. However, it would be difficult to achieve widespread adoption in less than a century. But at least, we can arm the strongest few first. For example, the defensive technology and armor, and even the exoskeleton mechs. Although they cannot become superhumans, ordinary people can still become extremely powerful through these mechs. If we can absorb all of it, our technological level will advance by hundreds, or even millions of years. The elderly scientists present were moved to tears. Everything they have is the answer they've painstakingly researched their entire lives. And just like that, it suddenly appeared before our eyes. But at the same time, it also made them realize just how advanced the technology in the universe is. Given the current state of Earth, rashly making contact would only lead to certain death. At the very least, we must develop technology to the point where we can travel between the stars. Thank you very much, Senior Lin Sheng. We will definitely cherish these things. A young staff member thanked Lin Sheng. His words were full of respect. It's all right, they're just delivering it themselves. Lin Sheng waved his hand, not seeming to mind. For him, it would be a good thing if Blue Star could become stronger. At least now I have a reliable support system and a home to return to. That way, they won't be hunted down and left homeless while wandering in the universe. But the staff didn't see it that way. After all, Lin Sheng is now an emperor-level beast tamer. If they were just students, these people would probably have run away after realizing the danger. Then they would have no chance to come into contact with these things, and they might even be invaded by aliens, and then enslaved. Nothing in this world is inevitable. If in the past they still harbored some reservations and doubts about this young emperor-level beast tamer. But now all that remains is respect and trust. You can keep the technology here, but this spaceship must belong to me. Lin Sheng spoke again. Although he already had a star beast, that thing was too eye-catching. Moreover, it's quite difficult to handle something that's just been born. But spaceships are different. It has been traveling through the stars for countless years, and even has detailed coordinates and autonomous driving capabilities. For a novice like Lin Sheng, this couldn't be more perfect. No one refused Lin Sheng's request. The technology is what matters, not the spaceship itself. With technology, how many spaceships couldn't be built? In the following days, the red-eyed monster and its minions are being held captive in a secret base on Earth. They were served delicious food and drinks every day. But what they like most is instant noodles and bubbly drinks. We're so happy here that we've forgotten all about home. In the first few days, the red-eyed monster was somewhat worried about the safety of the three-eyed king. Because of these past few days, it has gained some understanding of Earth, knowing that this is an extremely powerful planet even among advanced planets. Among them, there are countless star-level powerhouses. If war really breaks out, the three-eyed aliens will be no match for these guys. After all, technology can only serve as an aid in the universe. Apart from a few civilizations, almost all planets rely primarily on the power of individuals. I hope the three-eyed king won't blame me, but the people of Earth are quite friendly. The red-eyed monster ate a few more mouthfuls of instant noodles. Emma, it smells so good. At the same time, in the depths of space, a fleet composed of flesh and machine is heading towards Earth. On that giant octopus-shaped ship at the very front. The short, yellow, three-eyed king had his hands behind his back and was looking ahead with a smile. Chapter 174. The three-eyed alien approaches. How's it going? Has Red Eyes recovered yet? The three-eyed king asked silently. Not yet. I don't know why. We lost contact 3 days ago. Upon hearing this, the three-eyed king frowned slightly. Red Eyes is its most capable subordinate and the second strongest being on the three-eyed planet. Could something have gone wrong? Did Red Eye misjudge the strength of the people from that planet? The three-eyed king has lived for countless years and is extremely cautious. How is that possible? Boss, the first law of the universe. A powerful race must have advanced technology. Several powerful individuals at the 5th and 6th levels of the extraordinary realm spoke up silently. They clearly didn't care about that planet. Perhaps Lord Red-Eyed is preparing a surprise for you? Didn't I say before that I would give you a big surprise? A pink, three-eyed monster with long eyelashes stood to the side and said with a fawning expression, "She is the most beautiful three-eyed person on the planet." Upon hearing this, the three-eyed king's expression softened. Lola, always be careful, and careful before you do anything. Have you forgotten how the Star-Lord we three-eyed star followed died? Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone behind the three-eyed king became solemn. These three-eyed stars originally followed behind an extremely powerful advanced civilization. That powerful, advanced civilization agreed to the request from the three-eyed aliens. They will be taken to the center of the Milky Way in a few thousand years. Go to the endless sky region. But unexpectedly, that advanced planet was destroyed by the other planets before its time was up. His subordinates and the entire population of the planet were enslaved. And the person who made the move was a competitor from the endless sky zone. Every 1,000 years, only one planet qualifies to move to the endless sky zone. Moreover, it must be a high-level planet, which comes at a huge cost. It is the safest place in the universe, and also the most prosperous center. It is a place that all civilizations in the universe yearn for. Finally, just when the three-eyed aliens were about to follow their master into the endless sky region, this unexpected incident occurred. It's alright. We still have a chance. A new spot will appear soon. The three-eyed king's expression was grave. The technology is underdeveloped, and even with the existence of spirit masters, the people on the planet are not very strong. It seems that resources must be very scarce. The three-eyed king's expression softened slightly. Maybe it's overthinking it. Where can you find so many beings with underdeveloped technology, but incredibly strong physical bodies? This planet is the three-eyed god's reward for them losing their master. It is also their ladder to the endless sky region, and their nourishment. We'll arrive on Earth in 2.7 cosmic hours. The spaceship emitted a mechanical, three-eyed alien language. At the same time, near Yangqing's spaceship, a figure riding on a giant black dragon rapidly approached the area. But before they could get close to the spaceship, Director and noticed them. In the blink of an eye, 3 powerful figures at the Emperor level or above appeared outside Yang City and stopped him. Zeus, you dare to come at a time like this? Are you courting death? Director N's eyes were sharp. The time-space beast beside him unleashed a beam of black light. However, the black dragon nimbly dodged it. The moment the black dragon king saw Lin Sheng, it let out a fierce roar. The muscular blonde man chuckled coldly twice. Hand over the spaceship. Or hand it over. Zeus's gaze fell on Lin Sheng, who was standing between the 2 corners of Xiaobai. You're asking for it. Director N's face was indifferent. The time beast instantly enlarged its body and slapped the black dragon. And the next instant, boom! A colossal beast formed from lightning blocked that palm strike. The 2 attacks collided, instantly raising clouds of dust that caused the surrounding mountains to collapse. The city's residents were terrified as they felt the ground shake. They all looked up at the towering, ferocious beast outside the city. That's terrifying. Those two enormous creatures, simply sitting there, almost made the sun and moon lose their light and the world lose its color. Do you think I'm all alone? Come out and make your move. Take advantage of the gap between the attacks between Thunder Beast and Time Beast. A gigantic, golden-horned ape suddenly leaped out and attacked the side wall of the Time-Space Beast. Another star level. President Rome was startled. With Zeus alone, he might still be safe. But there are two whole star-level planets here. Backer, you also want to be an enemy of my Dragon Kingdom. Use spatial abilities to block the attack. Director N's face turned cold. But I was extremely nervous. I never expected that two such powerful figures would come here. However, Chairman Rong has not yet advanced to the Starry Sky level, and he is really struggling on his own. I heard it was safe. A blonde-haired man walked out from the side, but his face was more like that of the British Empire, and he was very handsome. So what if it is? Does your Dragon Kingdom want to monopolize that alien technology? Barker's lips curled into a smile. People all over the world already know that China has intercepted a spaceship. It's simply impossible for them to keep it all for themselves or hide it away. They didn't come here to seek revenge on Lin Sheng. That's secondary. He's just an emperor-level being. I can take care of him easily. The main reason is that I'm envious of that alien technology. Is that so? Then I've already distributed the technology to the countries that deserved it. As for certain people, they're naturally among those who didn't deserve it. Director N smiled. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to think that China could monopolize this technology. On the very first day after receiving it, they contacted all the countries that were on friendly terms with the Dragon Kingdom. After asking for a certain amount of money as a token of appreciation, they handed over the technology to the other party. As for what the United States wants, keep dreaming. You deserve to die? Barker's eyes gradually changed. The golden giant ape suddenly leaped towards Lin Sheng. Nine Heavens Python. President Rong hurriedly summoned a giant snake with 9 heads. However, he was slapped away by the golden giant ape, completely powerless to fight back. You have no idea what the real difference is between the extraordinary and the starry sky. The golden giant ape leaped up and slammed down towards Lin Sheng. Die, kid. Barker was wary of Lin Sheng's talent and planned to eliminate him first. It can also interfere with Director N, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Sheng didn't say anything, but his eyes said it all. They come here and immediately start clamoring to steal things. If you don't give them to them, they start hitting you. That's typical of the United States. But he's not one to be trifled with either. Is it impossible for a transcendent being to defeat a star-level opponent? That's just because the pet's talent is too weak. Roar. With a dragon's roar. Little White's body gradually grew to be the same size as the golden ape. The 2 giant tails, crackling with lightning, lashed forward fiercely. Its bones cracked and popped, the force building up along each vertebra, and then, like a gunshot being fired. Looking at the giant tail coming towards him, for some reason, Barker's heart suddenly trembled. Impossible. I am a star-level expert. How could I possibly lose to a transcendent? It must be an illusion. Barker, who could have avoided it, was unwilling to accept defeat. Gold. Defeat him head-on. Roar. Chapter 175 Crossing Ranks to Clash with Star-Level Experts. The golden bull-horned ape threw a punch at Little White. But Xiaobai wasn't intimidated at all. The perfect level of hardening combined with the lightning skill slammed heavily into the bull-horned golden ape's fist. Boom! The two came into contact. It instantly produced a deafening roar, as if the world were about to be destroyed. The sound was so loud that it could easily shatter an ordinary person's eardrums. In an instant, it seemed as if only this enormous sound remained in the world. Snap! Accompanied by a cracking sound. The two jumped away from each other. Xiao Bai's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Buckton's face lit up with surprise. We won. I knew my golden ape with horns couldn't possibly lose to a monarch-level creature. However, the next moment, Barker's surprised face turned deathly pale in an instant. A sharp pain shot from his palm to his heart. Roar, roar, roar. The golden ape with horns let out a mournful and painful cry. Its right palm, which had come into contact with Xiao Bai, now had 3 fingers shattered. The bones intertwined within the flesh and blood, only to be forcibly restored to their original positions by the golden bull-horned ape using its muscles. Zeus's brow furrowed in the distance. He considered that Barker might not be a safe opponent. But I never expected that I couldn't even defeat an Emperor-level Beastmaster. This Lin Sheng is indeed a major threat. We must take care of him here. And the Black Dragon King beneath him shared the same idea. Even when they sent an Emperor-level expert directly, they couldn't kill him. Lin Sheng must have incredibly strong luck protecting him. It seems as if someone intervened from the shadows. But once I kill it, my luck will turn. In an instant, the attacks of the Black Dragon King and the Thunder-Crowned Beast became increasingly violent. The area instantly transformed into a sea of lightning, and the surrounding mountains and trees vanished in the lightning. Not bad. Haha. Is this the thugs you hired? How come they can't even beat a 9th-level Transcendent? Lin Sheng blocked the attack. All of Anshuan's worries disappeared, and he launched a full-scale attack. Then the Time Beast opened its huge mouth, which seemed to contain endless stars. The enormous mouth expanded infinitely, instantly swallowing one of the Thunder-Crowned Beast's arms. The massive amount of lightning vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Roar! The Thunder-Crowned Beast roared, and its missing arm grew back. But his body size is noticeably smaller than before. Damn it, this guy's pet is too much of a counter to my Thunder-Crowned Beast. Zeus began to consider retiring. Anyway, it won't be long before the Black Dragon King advances to the Starry Sky level. With 2-star level pets, who could possibly oppose Zeus? Thinking this, Zeus turned around and prepared to run away. However, the next moment, boom, whoosh, a torrential downpour began without warning high in the sky. Torrential rain and fierce winds swept through. A torrential downpour, manipulated by a hurricane, instantly enveloped Zeus's Thunder-Crowned Beast. Guided by the thunder and rain, the Thunder-Crowned Beast's body spread out instantly, growing several times larger than before. However, this is not a good thing. The increased size means that the lightning on the body is more difficult to control, and the target of attack is also larger. Well done. Director was excited. He knew this was Lin Sheng's pet beast's ability. If I continue running at this speed during a thunderstorm, the lightning will dissipate faster and faster. Zeus was forced to slow down. However, its enormous size made it an ideal target for the time-space beast. Whoosh! A strange sound followed. The Thunder-Crowned Beast's body, which had been dissipating, was swallowed up by the time-space beast along with the rainwater. Zeus stood on the body of the Black Dragon King, and together with the Thunder-Crowned Beast, they fled frantically through the rain. The time-space beast pursued from behind, relentlessly devouring its body. The lightning that spilled out in the rain was too far away from the main body to resist this devouring power. Do you think you can escape? Director gave a cold laugh. A series of provocations. Zeus. Today is the day you die here. Zeus's brows were furrowed beneath his rain-soaked golden hair. It's all because of that guy named Lin Sheng. If it weren't for that guy, with his help and Barker's help, they could easily seize the spaceship and the data inside. But he's just a 9th-level extraordinary beast tamer. How could he possibly deal with a 1st-level star tamer? There were even intervals during this time when rain fell to stop him. Barker, you kill Lin Sheng right now, or neither of us will be able to leave here. Listen to Zeus's furious roar. Barker also came to his senses after being stunned for a while, but he was still nervous inside. With the resources Zeus gave him, he forcibly broke through to the Starry Sky level. But now, they can't even defeat a 9th-level extraordinary beast. Barker's mind was in turmoil, and his fighting strength was reduced drastically under these circumstances. If he were to force a fight with Lin Sheng, Xiaobai might not be a match for the bull-horned golden ape. But now he has lost his will to fight. Under Xiaobai's fierce attack, he was forced to retreat step by step. I can only say it's worthy of being a Starry Sky level weapon. The little white tail was numb from the shock, but it didn't even break through the defenses. Lin Sheng, standing at the back, couldn't help but feel ashamed. That golden bull-horned ape was clearly not a defensive pet, but its skin was incredibly thick. Even his previously broken arm has fully recovered. On the other hand, Xiaobai has to fight with all his might to even get to the point of fighting his opponent. And most importantly, thanks to the delays caused by the bull-horned golden ape, Zeus is about to be released. Lin Sheng was not with them. Zeus broke free from the ring. But at this point, the Thunder-Crowned Beast's body was only 1/3 of its original size. Damn it! How dare they make me look so pathetic? Zeus also felt a strong urge to kill. Barker has now been beaten so badly by Lin Sheng that he has lost all will to fight. Seeing that even Zeus had run away, he no longer had the will to stay here. It leaped onto the golden ape with horns, then turned and scurried awkwardly into the jungle. This is a far cry from the confidence he had when he first arrived. It's really hard. Lin Sheng frowned. The difference in physical attributes between the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm and the 1st level of the Starry Sky Realm is not insignificant. It seems we need to quickly upgrade Xiaobai to Starry Sky Level 1. Only at least at the interstellar level can one survive temporarily in the universe. Moreover, after reaching the starry sky level, Lin Sheng was also able to awaken his second talent. With the help of the system's capabilities, it might be possible to evolve an even stronger talent skill. At the same time, after Zeus fled from this place, he quickly followed the Black Dragon King and escaped from the Dark Empire. Damn it! I must demand resources from the Dark King so I can also advance to the first level of the Starry Sky realm. The Black Dragon King was furious. Chapter 176, Zeus's Death. Unknown dangers on Earth. It wished it could swallow Lin Sheng whole right now. The Dark Empire. Its area is much larger than 2 modern-day human countries. A large number of dark creatures live in this place. It has a strong, cool atmosphere, making it difficult for ordinary creatures to survive here. Zeus rode on the back of the Black Dragon King and flew towards the center of the Dark Empire. It was a dilapidated ruin. It seems to be a remnant of a past civilization. In the darkness, there is the most intense. If the Dark King is willing to take action, he can easily deal with those guys. The Black Dragon King seems to hold the Dark King in high esteem. He is the king of the entire Dark Empire. His strength had actually reached the first level of the Starry Sky realm long before the Secret Realm was revived. Nowadays, there might even be 3rd or 4th tiers of Starry Sky. But I don't really like leaving this place. But things are different now. Since we can't keep those technologies for ourselves, let's tell the Dark King about it. He'll definitely be very interested. Zeus also spoke silently. The two flew forward. A building resembling a church came into view. The Black Dragon King dared not linger in the air any longer and had no choice but to descend and walk up the steps. Besides the Dark King, 3 or 4 other Emperor-level beings also resided in that church. Flying directly in would be a great disrespect to everyone. Even the Black Dragon King would enter on foot through the main gate. But the church seems unusually quiet today. Why is it so quiet? Zeus and the Black Dragon King were both puzzled. When they arrived at the church door, I was instantly stunned by the sight. Inside the church, the roots of various plants were intertwined. This church looks like it has been abandoned for countless years. What terrified the enemy the most was that the few Emperor-level creatures that originally lived there were now just skeletons. The ghost-like form of the Emperor-level ferocious beast has long since disappeared. What happened? The two were shocked. As the strongest being on Earth, who would dare to invade the Dark King's palace? The two rushed inside in a panic. However, when they got close to the black statue of the Dark King, they were terrified by what they saw. A tall human woman stood before them. Its body was covered by an outer garment that looked as if it were cast from moonlight, protecting it completely. In her hand, she held a slender wooden branch. It is engulfing a thick black fog on the ground. Crunch, crunch, crunch. You can't kill me. The thick black fog emitted a shrill, painful scream. Zeus and the Black Dragon King were terrified when they heard that familiar voice. This is the voice of the Dark Lord. Yet, countless emperors and even 3rd or 4th tier Dark Kings within this church were all killed by a human woman. Are there other beings among humanity with such power? No, they're more like ferocious beasts than humans. It's just a ferocious beast in human form. Zeus could not sense any human aura from the figure. All that remained was boundless coldness, as if we had been drifting in the universe for countless years. He sensed the presence behind him. Whoosh! Countless branches suddenly pierced out from the side. In an instant, it pierced through the scales on the Black Dragon King's body. Roar! The Black Dragon King, unable to react in time, attempted to struggle. In the next instant, the flesh beneath the scales was completely diluted, leaving only an empty shell. Even a Dark King of the 3rd or even 4th rank in the Starry Sky realm was no match for it. So how could a ferocious beast of the 9th rank of the extraordinary realm possibly resist it? Gulp! Zeus swallowed hard. His fear was magnified to an extreme, so much so that he could only think of one way to survive. Thump! Zeus suddenly knelt down on the ground. Press your forehead firmly against the palace floor. The dignity of the Earth's former powerful beings has long since vanished, leaving only the desire to survive. Senior, you must have a reason for not killing me. Zeus quickly spoke up. I know I am immortal because of my human identity. Keeping them is useful, the chaotic god tree said quietly. Zeus was immediately overjoyed. Yes, I am very familiar with this planet, and I can help you find anything you want. Moreover, I have considerable influence among humans and know many powerful people. Yeah. A cold, clear voice came from Zeus's eyes. Before he knew it, the tall, slender figure had arrived in front of him. Yes. Zeus lowered his head even further. Then tell me about all the powerful beings on this blue star who are at least star level. The voice was strangely alluring. It was as if Zeus, even if unwilling, would be compelled to speak. In the Dragon Kingdom of Blue Star, there must be more than one star-level expert. Furthermore, they acquired technology from extraterrestrial civilizations. Before Zeus could continue speaking, "Get to the point. I didn't ask you anything, so don't say anything." The voice came again. Zeus's forehead instantly beaded with fine sweat. He knew that if he said the wrong thing again, he would suffer the same fate as the Black Dragon King beside him. "I know of 2 star-level experts in the Dragon Kingdom, one named Quan and the other named Lin Sheng. They haven't reached the star realm yet, but they already possess star-level power. You must be very interested in them," Zeus quickly said. However, the figure in front of them seemed to remain silent for a long time. Then, puff! Amidst the sounds of flesh being pierced, a thin wooden stick emerged before Zeus's eyes. The wooden strip instantly took root in his flesh and blood, sucking his entire body down to a skeleton within seconds. Zeus couldn't even let out a scream. He died without ever knowing why he was killed. It's better to keep them alive than to kill them. Who knows how long it will take you to find them later. That chaos god tree spoke silently. "It doesn't matter. They're just humans. I can kill them if I want." "That's fine too." Luan Shamu felt a little relieved. I had thought that because of this experience, my master would no longer have any feelings of closeness to humans. In retrospect, I was just overthinking things. A higher life form should not have any pity for insects. It's coming soon. In just over a decade, this planet will be destroyed. Before that, absorb all the nutrients on this planet, and then leave. The chaotic godwood was extremely excited. This may be the only living being left in the Moon Goddess clan. If we continue to proceed step by step in this manner, we will once again become the master of the universe and stand at the top of all living beings. Chapter 177 Little White's Evolution Path, Red Crystallization. On the outskirts of Yanqing, after being slightly shocked by Lin Sheng's strength, Director and Chairman Rong then hurriedly left the place. They also had to absorb those technologies and prepare for the arrival of the Three-Eyed King. Although I know that the Three-Eyed King is not very strong, but the other side did come with a fleet after all. If the city is bombed, it really won't be able to stop it. It could cause huge casualties among the public. That would be counterproductive, so we must study defensive and reconnaissance facilities in advance. At least detect the dangers on Earth, and even around the solar system, so that we can prepare in advance. Inside the flesh and blood spaceship high above Yanqing, I just called and asked, but I couldn't find anyone. Lin Sheng pressed his hand to his forehead. I feel like my mind is a bit muddled. Lin Ming has been missing for more than half a year. At first, Lin Sheng thought she had entered some secret realm again, which was why she had lost contact. This is perfectly normal. Lin Sheng had previously cut off all contact for several months while in the secret realm. However, Lin Ming has probably already advanced to the emperor level, yet we still can't contact him. This made Lin Sheng feel worried. Don't panic. With your sister's abilities, nothing unexpected will happen. The deer offered words of comfort. Lin Ming is much better than you. I'm not afraid of anything happening to her. I'm just worried that she might get trapped somewhere. Lin Sheng spoke quietly. If you're really worried, the Three-Eyed Star King's ships should have detection devices. You can seize the Three-Eyed Star King's ships and investigate them. Xiao Lu stared intently at Lin Sheng. What it said was true. Lin Sheng's worries here were of no use. He might as well quickly improve his strength and look for another opportunity. Lin Sheng summoned Little White and looked at its panel. Azure Cloud Dragon King. Gender: female snake. Due to popular demand, she will only appear once. Level: extraordinary 9th rank. Talent: Starry Sky 9th tier. Skills: Thundercloud Control, Mastery. Scorching Sun Eye, Perfect. Vajra Body, Mastery. Dragon's Might, Proficient. Azure Cloud Control, Proficient. Evolutionary Path: 8-winged Azure Cloud Dragon, Flaming Sun Dragon King. Introduction: the king of the Azure Cloud Dragon clan, soaring through the sky, a branch of the vast bloodline of the dragon race. In addition to the main skills, Xiaobai also gained additional skills. They were all extracted from the bodies of the ferocious beasts that Lin Sheng killed. However, the skill levels were all too low. It can only be used as experience to synthesize this main skill. Even the experience of synthesis has very high requirements. The compatibility must be the same. The 8-winged Azure Cloud Dragon is the advanced form of the Azure Cloud Dragon King, while the Flaming Sun Dragon King has taken a different path. 8-winged Azure Cloud Dragon. Divine Wind Pearl, 10,000-year mica, Thunder Spirit Pearl. Flaming Dragon King, Fire God Stone, Lava Fruit, Rebirth in Lava. 2 evolutionary paths. The evolution materials for the 8-winged Azure Cloud Dragon are missing the Divine Wind Pearl and the Thunder Spirit Pearl, while the evolution materials for the Flaming Sun Dragon King are only missing the Fire God Stone. Lin Sheng carefully considered it. Most of the materials are in that warehouse, but none of these valuable items were included. Lin Sheng already had some guesses in his mind. Originally, the materials required for Xiaobai to evolve to the same level as other pets were already one version ahead. Nowadays, advanced materials are so hard to find that they can't even be found on Earth. Little dear, do you think the 8-winged Azure Cloud Dragon is better, or the Blazing Sun Dragon King? Lin Sheng patted the deer's head and asked. Upon hearing its master's words, the little deer couldn't help but roll its eyes. Although these 2 life forms are not the purest dragon bloodline, they are definitely highly sought after in the universe. How can you still be so picky? All is well. Which one is better? If you really want to evolve, go for the Fiery Sun Dragon King. The 8-winged Azure Cloud Dragon is only comparable to or slightly stronger than the Fiery Sun Dragon King when it's on a planet, but the Fiery Sun Dragon King is much more aggressive. I understand. So where do we find these materials? Lin Sheng asked. If we can't find it in the secret realm, we'll have to buy it from the universe, which would require establishing a connection with the universe, and that's probably not the situation you want to see. Lin Sheng nodded silently as he listened to Xiao Lu's words. That is indeed a fact. But now Lin Sheng urgently needs to evolve to the Starry Sky level. Only those who reach the interstellar level can survive temporarily in the universe. Go find the 3-eyed monster. There are delivery companies in the universe. Pay a certain amount of money and they will deliver your items. Hearing what Xiao Lu said, Lin Sheng suddenly realized. That makes sense. But it's getting late now. I'll go find that red-eyed monster first thing tomorrow morning. Lin Sheng clapped his hands. They quickly returned to their villa. Take a shower first. Splash. Lin Sheng entered the bathroom and began to shower. At that moment, Xiaobai shrank in and slid in, insisting on taking a bath together. Unfortunately, Lin Sheng couldn't resist its adorable way of being pampered, so he had no choice but to wash his pet as well. Little White's 6 pairs of wings became soaking wet, and it took a long time to dry them back to normal. A man and a beast lay on the bed, fast asleep. Little White's tail wrapped around Lin Sheng's body, and its 3 pairs of wings covered Lin Sheng's body like a blanket. Those pure white wings were so large that Lin Sheng almost mistook them for blankets every time he slept. It's soft and automatically adjusts to be airtight. Master! Master! In a daze, Lin Sheng was awakened by an anxious voice. She sat up abruptly, and Xiaobai on her body also woke up. Before I knew it, sunlight had begun to stream in through the gaps in the curtains. There's a corpse in your room. Little Deer stood excitedly beside Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng broke out in a cold sweat in an instant. You're still so happy about finding a corpse? Come with me and take a look. Little Deer seemed quite impatient. Lin Sheng didn't dare to delay and hurriedly put on his clothes before following it to a secluded room. This is Lin Ming's room. After Lin Sheng started living alone, he rarely came to this room anymore. After entering the room, Lin Sheng also saw the corpse placed against the wall. It was a blood-red lower half. In the shadows. If you don't look closely, it's really easy to mistake it for something else. What the hell is this thing? How did it end up in Lin Ming's room? Lin Sheng's eyes swept over it. It was a lower body made entirely of red crystals, so hard that it was difficult to leave a mark even when struck with a knife. Could it be something my sister left behind? When? Is it recently? You don't know. This is the crystallization of pure energy. It's the most essential energy in any living organism. Only the chaotic god tree can perform this method of extracting energy crystals. If such a crystal were released, advanced civilizations in the universe would all want to seize it, and might even wage war against it. The deer was very excited. Such a large red crystal is enough to allow it and Xiao Ling to advance to the emperor level, or even the late emperor level. Moreover, there is a very high chance that they can break through to the first level of the Starry Sky realm. Chapter 178 Galaxy Warriors Association. Purchasing advancement materials. Is it really that effective? Lin Sheng was still somewhat skeptical. Upon hearing this, the little deer immediately became anxious. Of course. Any life form that wants to become stronger will increase the strength of its cells at the genetic level in order to carry more energy. High-level predators constantly prey on low-level predators to strengthen themselves. Ordinary biological cells can only hold a limited amount of energy, but the cells of a cultivator's body have been tempered and refined to a level beyond the ordinary. This is the essence of energy within the cells, belonging to some kind of evil magic. It's also one of the reasons why the chaotic god tree is so popular. While ordinary plant-based beast tamers can extract energy, they can never achieve the purity of the chaotic god would. And the ability to extract biological genes, like that of the owner, is even more abnormal. It no longer falls under the category of evil magic. I see. So how do we use this essence? Lin Sheng stroked his chin and asked. It looks like it's for internal use. But what if it needs to be applied externally? It's very simple, just eat it. The little deer seemed to know a lot. It is located in a remote mountain ruin, probably even older than the civilizations that once inhabited Earth. However, what we need are advanced materials that allow for unimpeded evolution and upgrading, which only high-level creatures can do. When this topic came up, the little deer seemed to yearn for those creatures. But at least now I have some opportunities. That's enough. After all, the limit of the infinite number of living beings in this world is locked from the moment they are born. Being one of the few special ones among countless others, what more could one ask for? Okay, while you're at it, buy all the advancement materials you and Xiaoling need, so you can evolve together later. Lin Sheng waved his hand and put the red crystal into his beast-taming space. Then he straddled Xiaoling's body. Using the teleportation array in Yangqing, we arrived at a heavily guarded villa in the center of the Magic City. Senior Lin, those people are currently being held on the 2nd to 3rd floor. The soldiers outside the door immediately stood up straight when they saw Lin Sheng. They need to treat Emperor-level powerhouses with 100% seriousness. Moreover, Lin Sheng will inevitably become a world-renowned powerhouse in the future, and may even become the strongest person on Earth. They will treat each other with sincerity. Lin Sheng nodded. They went straight through the heavily guarded gate. There are about 6 5-story villas in front of us, arranged in a 9-square grid. The red-eyed monster is now imprisoned on the 3rd floor of the 2nd building. Lin Sheng arrived at the building. Mr. Lin. The access control then opened. Lin Sheng then arrived at the 3rd floor of the 2nd floor. Why is there so much trash? The ground outside the door was littered with various instant noodle boxes and beverage waste. Squeak. As Lin Sheng opened the door, a pleasant fragrance wafted out. Surprisingly, the room didn't smell that bad. The three-eyed aliens are very clean and prefer a clean environment, Little Deer said in the beast-taming space. They've finally arrived. Are they planning to let us go? The red-skinned, three-eyed monster seemed to have anticipated this scene. Unauthorized invasion of planets is a capital offense under galactic law. Lin Sheng stepped into the room and looked around. Is that so? Then the matter should be handed over to the Cosmic Martial Arts Association for judgment. The red-skinned, three-eyed monster seemed completely unafraid. What good is a death sentence? There is nothing in this world that money can't solve. If so, then it means you don't have enough money. Really? Is the Cosmic Martial Arts Association really that powerful? Lin Sheng asked, feigning surprise. The red-skinned, three-eyed monster immediately became smug. So what if you're stronger than me? Isn't that just short-sighted? Of course. Our galaxy is just one force in the universe. Even so, with 400 billion stars and star clusters, the Milky Way is still constantly devouring the surrounding stars. However, very few of these stars have life, and only about 30,000 are capable of evolving into advanced planets. The red-skinned, three-eyed monster seems to know a lot. Oh, is that so? Lin Sheng had a question. This further fueled people's desire to learn more about the red-skinned, three-eyed monster. Of course, your blue star is now in the top 30,000 of these 400 billion, just like our three-eyed star. But the Milky Way galaxy is still controlled by 10 of the most powerful planets. The Galaxy Martial Arts Association, the Galaxy Spirit Master Association, the Galaxy Mentalist Association, the Galaxy Express Company, the countless companies and associations of the Galaxy Virtual Network. These are the true giants. Especially the Galactic Warriors Association, which is affiliated with the Cosmic Warriors Association, and even the strongest people from the top 10 planets have close ties with them. Even if you are considered very powerful among advanced planets, you are not qualified to enter the Endless Sky region at the very center of the galaxy. The red-skinned, three-eyed monster seemed quite pleased with itself. What is that Endless Sky region? Lin Sheng asked the question. That's for sure. Halfway through his sentence, the red-skinned, three-eyed monster suddenly realized something and abruptly shut his mouth. Damn it. I've been tricked into revealing information. Humans are so cunning. I came here mainly to buy some things from Galaxy Express. Seeing that the other party was not speaking, Lin Sheng had no choice but to try a different approach. What is it? If you have the money, I can buy it for you. In the past few days, the red-skinned monster has figured things out. The possibility of these three-eyed stars being enemies with Blue Star no longer exists. It would be better to cultivate a good relationship with the person with the greatest potential on this planet. If you want to buy materials, the delivery fee will be quite expensive, and only our Three-Eyed Stars network can connect to the Cosmic Virtual Network. The red-skinned monster said calmly. Can. Lin Sheng nodded. Once outside, he exchanged a few words with the guards. Of course you can take it. We were notified in advance that you were coming. The guards here treated Lin Sheng with great respect. A few years ago, someone of this rank and status would probably have been treated with deference even by the mayor of Yanqing. Now, however, the roles of Yin and Yang have been reversed. Power and authority are indeed inseparable. Lin Sheng, with the three-eyed monster, quickly arrived at Yanqing's spaceship. What items would you like to buy? Since our planet is inhabited by martial artists, we have only joined the Martial Artists Association. The red-skinned monster fiddled with the screen for a while. They quickly logged into the Martial Arts Association's online store. It was a simple, high-tech design with a pitch-black background. Besides purchasing items sold by the Martial Arts Association, you can also trade with others or sell your own items. The currency used was silver coins. I need the Divine Wind Orb, the Thunder Spirit Orb, and the Fire God Stone, and Lin Sheng listed all the upgrade materials needed for his pet beasts. Chapter 179 The Value of Silver Coins. Unlocking the evolution of the Starry Sky level. The other materials are cheap, but which type of Vulcan stone do you want? The red-skinned monster was taken aback. I wonder what Lin Sheng wants such expensive materials for. Just get me the most expensive one. Lin Sheng replied without hesitation. Since we're going to advance to the next level, using the best materials for that advancement is definitely the way to go. Then I'll help you find a Starry Sky grade Vulcan stone. You decide what to do. Soon, the red-skinned monster purchased all the materials Lin Sheng needed online. Then they found the seller of the Vulcan stone. A Starry Sky grade Vulcan stone costs 3,000 silver coins. How much is 3,000 silver coins worth in Earth's currency? Converted to Earth's currency? Currency from any planet cannot be converted into silver coins. Only materials can be exchanged with the Martial Arts Association. The red-skinned monster seemed to have heard some incredibly funny joke. Only materials are useful to the strong. Only materials can have their value estimated. However, the price of our spaceship is about 100,000 silver coins, while the advanced planetary technology that our three-eyed star purchased costs 10 million silver coins. The red-skinned monster provides valuable insights. So expensive? Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow. This price is indeed quite expensive. Even if you sell this spaceship, you can only buy 30-star level Vulcan stones. Don't you have T1 type chimeric ants? Any one of them can sell for 10 million silver coins. The red-skinned monster was very envious. This is why he was so excited when he saw the T1 type chimeric ant. You can buy the technology of an advanced planet with just any one of them. If he sells them all, he will become one of the richest people in the galaxy. Of course, these tools weren't actually that expensive in the past. It was only after most of them were destroyed that the price became expensive. However, the auction cannot be conducted online. It must be held on the black market planet. The red-skinned monster shook its head. This thing is strictly prohibited. Auctioning it online directly would be tantamount to robbing the Beast Taming Association, a death wish. That's right. Lin Sheng stroked his chin. If it's a transaction involving materials, then things are much easier. The materials stored in his own beast taming space are the most numerous. As he spoke, Lin Sheng took out a large number of crystals from his beast taming space. These are all used by the Starry Sky beasts for food. The moment the red-skinned monster saw the material, its eyes widened in shock. Where did you get this? This is void crystal, a material used for space travel, and its purity is so high. This level of purity of void crystal is enough for star beasts to eat. Even a small piece the size of a sphere can sell for tens of thousands. The red-skinned monster was shocked. How come this guy has so many rare and precious treasures? And even a random one of them is so expensive. So expensive? No wonder that guy likes to eat it so much. Lin Sheng probably didn't expect this. The food I casually fed was priced so high. A single ball can sell for tens of thousands of silver coins. Keep in mind that the pile of things in his beast taming space is larger than a mountain. Of course, void crystals of this purity are food for star beasts, and those who can use star beasts as tools for interstellar travel are extremely wealthy. Even if we were to exchange 10 planets for a star beast, I doubt anyone would agree. This is no longer a question of value. It's not about rarity. The rarer something is in the universe, the higher its value. Once it reaches a certain level of rarity, you must offer something that the other party desperately needs in order to exchange it. This little guy is actually that precious? Lin Sheng really didn't expect this. The star beast that was hatched at will is actually a luxury car from space. I used to think that spaceships were the best means of travel in the universe. However, the starry sky beast is indeed very convenient to pilot. Then exchange the materials for the corresponding amount of void crystals for me. Sure, but void crystals usually fetch a premium when sold to private individuals. I'll help you find a private owner. These materials together would probably cost around 5,000 silver coins. The red-skinned monster quickly hung the void crystal on it. It was auctioned off in less than a few seconds. That speed is truly astonishing. But it's not that strange, considering there are so many planets in the universe. Almost every planet needs this energy crystal. The red-skinned monster helped Lin Sheng buy all those materials and send them to the three-eyed planet fleet. At present, there is no specific landmark in the universe, so we can only send it to this ship first. Lin Sheng had no objections to what the red-skinned monster said. Wait a few more days, it should arrive soon. The delivery methods of Cosmic Express are kept confidential, but the speed is absolutely outrageous. A few days later, the staff member, whose face was completely covered by clothing, hurriedly left after delivering the materials. With so many planets in the universe, it's impossible for them all to stop and observe each one for a while. New. Inject Dragon Blood Genes. Lin Sheng injected Dragon Blood Genes into Xiaobai for the last time. With the infusion of Dragon Blood, Xiaobai's body gradually became hot once again. That's the state where the cell has reached its limit. Starry sky level. Lin Sheng brought Xiaobai to the foot of Mount Fuji in the land of cherry blossoms. With the scorching Vulcan stone in its mouth, Little White plunged into the volcanic lava without hesitation. The temperature of these lava rocks is so high that they could not possibly cause any harm to an emperor-level creature. Moreover, Xiaobai possesses the genes of various powerful creatures, making entering this lava feel like taking a bath. Gudong Winter. Following the lava, Little White swam to the underwater volcano. As it ingests various materials, its genes force its body to evolve. The heat from the surrounding volcanic lava was constantly being absorbed by Xiaobai. The 6 pairs of wings gradually dissolved, turning into strange red runes that were engraved on Little White's scales. Its eyes seemed to ignite with a fiery red light, and countless bubbles began to rise from the sea surface. In the sea, the people who were swimming suddenly felt the seawater suddenly get hot. Shifting your gaze to the distance, you can see a large number of bubbles rising in the sea. What's going on? Is someone boiling the sea? It's getting hotter and hotter. Could it be that Mount Fuji is about to erupt? That's impossible. Experts have predicted that Mount Fuji won't erupt again for at least several hundred years. Oh my God, I can't stand it anymore. The temperature here is getting higher and higher. My feet are going to get burned. The people of the cherry blossom country were terrified. They were soaking in a hot spring. We almost became acquaintances. The coast of the cherry blossom country was thrown into chaos, turning the area into a spectacle. A vast expanse of boiling seawater, billowing thick smoke. However, none of this had anything to do with Lin Sheng. You're next, little deer. Chapter 180 The Deer's Advancement, The Vanishing Star. The fawn let out a cry, very excited. You should swallow these crystals first and raise your strength to the limit of the catastrophic level. Lin Sheng took out the red crystal. The deer stomped its foot, and branches and leaves grew from beneath the red crystal, covering it. Then the fawn closed its eyes, revealing a look of great enjoyment. The energy was all channeled into its body through the branches. The aura emanating from his body was also rising steadily. Finally, a few minutes later, boom! It was accompanied by a loud roar. The deer's level has reached the late stage of the disaster. That's not enough yet. We need to make sure all the cells in our body are fully plump for the best evolutionary results. Despite feeling full, the fawn continued to draw energy. Fine beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead, and his body also felt a slight tearing sensation. But it knows that this is far from the limit. The fawn didn't stop until its body had swelled to 1.5 times its original size. I'll evolve in the basement, but you'd better be careful, master. The little deer said with some worry. It had warned Lin Sheng before. It's not too late to evolve yourself after Little White has evolved, so you can stay by your owner's side and protect it. But Lin Sheng didn't care, since there was no crisis on Earth now. Even Zeus was found to be dead before. Although it is unknown who did it, At least they wouldn't target someone of his extraordinary level. Don't worry, just focus on recuperating. Only when you become stronger will you be able to protect me. Lin Sheng smiled as he gently stroked the fawn's antlers. Seeing that attempts to dissuade them were ineffective, the fawn nodded heavily and disappeared from the spot with a few leaps. I've made up my mind that I'll never be a slacker again. It must always stay by its owner's side. Even if he's a tyrant, it doesn't matter if he doesn't listen to the deer. After all, you only know the pain when you get hit. After calming both animals down, Director and called Lin Sheng shortly afterward. Go to the virtual meeting room right now. I have something very important to say. Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng nodded solemnly. Something that even Director and considers very important. That must be extremely important. Back home, Lin Sheng put on his virtual reality headset and entered the virtual conference room. At this moment, all the Emperor-level powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom, including Lin Sheng, had gathered here. Of course, there's also Director and a Starry Sky-level expert, and that Starry Sky-level expert wearing a Zhongshan suit. Upon seeing Lin Sheng arrive, everyone present nodded to him. Lin Sheng also retaliated. I have gathered everyone here today to announce something extremely important. This could be a matter of life and death for our planet. Director and spoke solemnly, his eyes scanning the crowd. Stop with the nonsense. We know how serious this situation is, and we were prepared long ago, since you managed to gather us all here. One of them spoke up quietly. All right then. I won't waste any more words, just watch the screen. Director and turned away, revealing the huge screen behind him. The top of the screen was covered with countless tiny red dots. And those red dots disappear from left to right every now and then. What does this mean? The people present were somewhat puzzled. Everyone's too busy to come here and see your Pac-Man game history. Seemingly sensing the doubts in everyone's minds, Director and quickly explained. As you all probably already know, we obtained a large amount of alien technology from Lin Sheng. Everyone present nodded. There is no doubt about that. This newly promoted Emperor-level beast tamer played a crucial role in it. The way people looked at Lin Sheng was no longer the same as before. Now they paid him great attention. But what does this have to do with the red dot in front of us? Look closely. This is our newly acquired scanning technology, but a large number of parts were still disassembled from that spaceship. It can clearly detect the number of stars within tens of thousands of light years of the solar system. These red dots are now the stars in the universe. As he spoke, Director and shrunk the image again. The countless red dots instantly became crowded together, and then turned into a red cloth. And in the middle of that red cloth, there is a point radiating light, which is naturally the solar system. Upon seeing this, everyone present widened their eyes in astonishment. The trajectories of those disappearing stars are heading towards our solar system. Is this data accurate? If this continues, will something happen to our solar system? No one expected this. This is the kind of crisis we've encountered. They had already prepared for the worst, and were even prepared to sacrifice their lives. But I never expected it to be such an unimaginable crisis. But the distance between our solar system and the disappearing red is at least tens of thousands of light years. By the time the red dot gets close to us, our entire planet will have been able to migrate and leave this place. That's right. Nothing can exceed the speed of light. No, didn't you look closely? The pattern of those disappearing stars wasn't that they were swallowed up in sequence, but rather that large swathes of them vanished in the blink of an eye. This means that the unknown thing wasn't moving, but transferring. It was traveling through time and space. The Emperor-level beast tamers were terrified. A star is about 1 light year long, while the distance between stars can be tens of thousands of light years. This is an astronomical figure that is beyond imagination. What kind of thing can be so large that its volume is measured in light years? The Emperor-level beast tamers present felt a sense of powerlessness. If this continues, their solar system will be doomed in just a few years. Could it be that the 4.6 billion year history of Earth and the 10 billion year history of the solar system were inexplicably destroyed in an instant? Archean, Triassic, Jurassic, Cretaceous, Cenozoic, Anthropocene, Degenerate Age. Life forms that have undergone countless evolutions have simply vanished from the universe. Just thinking about it sends shivers down your spine at the genetic level. Even Lin Sheng unconsciously clenched his fists. It can't end like this. Every cell in his body is roaring, a desperate cry for survival from the depths of his soul. Life forms that have lived for billions of years will never perish. Phew. Director and took a deep breath. The elderly man in the Zhongshan suit, who had been silent all along, spoke up. That may not necessarily be a life form. It could be some kind of extremely large storm, or something we can hardly imagine. If we can observe it, then other life forms in this universe must also be able to observe it. Upon hearing this, the group, who had been somewhat desperate, suddenly had a glimmer of hope. Yes, although they didn't know what it was, those powerful civilizations must have known it inside and out. Even if they didn't know, Earth can also be used for space travel to other planets in search of hope for survival. Chapter 181 Solution, Waiting to Leave. I'll go. Lin Xing stood up. Right now I'm the only one with free time, but the Dragon Kingdom can't do without you all. Besides, I'm the only one who owns a spaceship. I'll negotiate with the empires in the galaxy to find a way to relocate. Upon hearing Lin Xing's words, everyone looked at him with some surprise. Do you know how to get there? Of course I know. As long as you have someone with the three-eyed star, you can find the way. Everyone nodded. The old man in the Zhongshan suit spoke again. You are only at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm now. Once you are trapped in the universe, you will not even have the ability to resist. Only those who have reached the starry sky level can survive in space, to a certain extent. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. Senior is right. Only those at the starry sky level have a certain status in the universe, and are able to travel through space. We have already gained a preliminary understanding of this knowledge when we made contact with the cosmic network through the three-eyed star. Why don't I go? My time-space beast has reached the star sky level. There's no one more suitable than me. Director and stepped forward again. Lin Xing, I know you're anxious right now, but it's still several years before that thing arrives on Earth. With your strength and the resources to train you quickly, you might very well reach the starry sky level within the next few years. President Rong's gaze toward Lin Xing shone brightly. The surrounding emperor-level powerhouses all nodded silently. That's the truth. If we were to ask any one of them to reach the starry sky level within a few years, they wouldn't believe it too much. But Lin Xing is different from them. He reached the emperor level in just 1 or 2 years. Therefore, it is not impossible to spend more time to reach the star level. Absolutely not. The Dragon Kingdom cannot be without a star-level expert in charge. Besides, if you leave, who will manage the Dragon Bureau? An emperor-level expert voiced his opposition. Lin Xing needs at least some time to train before he can manage such a large organization. Moreover, once Director leaves, the star-level powerhouses from other countries will definitely be eyeing China covetously. Everyone, please stop arguing. Lin Xing interrupted everyone. Who says I haven't reached the star level? In a few days, once Xiaobai completes his plan, he will become a starry sky-level beast tamer. Do you have any good ideas? Everyone present looked at Lin Xing. In the past, they would not ask this newcomer for any opinions. It wasn't a matter of ability. It was simply because Lin Xing lacked experience. But as one event after another proved this, people's views on the matter have changed. I am already a starry sky-level beastmaster, so it is the best choice for me to go. Lin Xing looked at everyone with a calm expression. Oh, I see. That's definitely not right. What did you just say? You've already reached the starry sky level. Everyone present looked at Lin Xing with shocked expressions. His mouth was so wide open it could practically fit several apples. Almost there, my pet is evolving. Lin Xing confirmed again. For a moment, gasps of astonishment filled the conference room. The indoor temperature rose sharply. Oh my god. It seems they underestimated Lin Xing's talent. I thought it would take at least a few years to reach the starry sky level. Unexpectedly, after only half a year, his pet beast reached the starry sky level. Indeed, one cannot judge a monster by the standards of an ordinary person. All right, I'll leave this matter entirely to you. Director stepped forward and patted Lin Xing on the shoulder heavily. Remember, never come back until you find a solution. Because coming back wouldn't make any difference. If we don't come back, at least we can preserve a spark for Earth. I understand, but I need some more time. Disband. After allocating research directions to each individual, the meeting has been officially adjourned. After Lin Xing reaches the starry sky level, he will likely become the most powerful beastmaster on Blue Star. In the following days, Lin Xing had a farewell gathering with acquaintances in Shanghai and friends from Yangqing. In just a few short years, everyone went down different paths. I never expected that you would become an emperor-level beast tamer first. You'll probably become the strongest person in the Dragon Kingdom in the future, right? Even Hu Kun has gone back to his own home to be a local tyrant. Du Qinxiu said with a smile and a sigh. Back then, Lin Xing was just a lackey following him around in Shanghai. Now he has become a powerful figure who can stand alone. And she also has to travel all over the place for the Du family, the largest family business in Shanghai. Sister, don't drink anymore. You have to meet those board members tomorrow. Du Ning pulled Du Qianxiu aside to dissuade her. My older sister never drank alcohol before. But tonight, in front of Lin Sheng, he almost got completely drunk. What's it to you? Why can't I drink? Maybe in the future, Earth will need to connect with the outside world, and then there won't be any time left. Du Qianxiu took another sip, her fair skin glowing with a beautiful rosy blush. At that moment, her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Sheng with a hint of allure that was more captivating than her usual aloofness. Du Ning is right, but this is just the first time, isn't it, Sister Qianxiu? Lin Sheng spoke with a smile. Snort. Du Qianxiu gave a soft hum. She seemed somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Sheng calling her Sister Qianxiu. You're still trying to persuade me. Why don't you drink it yourself? Du Ning looked at Lin Sheng angrily. Then he snatched the wine glass from Du Qianxiu's hand and drank it himself. Neither of them could hold their liquor, and they collapsed into their chairs within half an hour. Oh no, the fawn isn't here. What if someone picks it up? Lin Sheng slapped his forehead. These girls are as rotten as mud. Don't they know how beautiful they are? Even if you have acquaintances around, you can't just do this recklessly. Moreover, even acquaintances are not necessarily safe. Waiter, please prepare 2 rooms. Lin Sheng helped the 2 sisters down to the hotel. There's only 1 room left, guest. The waiter gave a sly smile. After handing the keys to Lin Sheng, she watched the departing figure with a hint of envy. That's absolutely amazing. If any one of them were placed outside, he would probably attract countless suitors. This kid actually managed to scam 2 people in one night? However, this face looks somewhat familiar. It's like I've seen it somewhere on TV before. Lin Sheng placed Du Qianxiu and Du Ning on the large bed and looked at their soft, fragrant bodies lying on it. At this moment, Lin Sheng felt as calm as a Buddha. Indeed, no temptation can compare to the life and death of a race. If races cease to exist, reproduction will be meaningless. With a sigh, Lin Sheng leaned against the window and went to sleep. Soon, the night was over. The next morning, the 2 women awoke from their daze, only to suddenly realize that they were being held and lying on the bed. Chapter 182 Second Talent, Twin Bond. Feeling the arms wrapped around my waist. In an instant, Du Qianxiu recalled the scene from last night. A blush spread from the base of her neck to her ears. And Du Ning, who was standing in front of her, was the same. His face was flushed red, and he dared not move. They didn't realize at all that the arm belonged to Du Qianxiu. The 2 held each other tightly for more than 10 minutes before they dared to slowly open their eyes. Then he suddenly sat up and checked his clothes. Upon realizing that everything was intact, Du Qianxiu frowned sharply, a sense of displeasure rising within him. Seemingly disappointed, Lin Sheng didn't do anything to him. It wasn't because Du Qianxiu wanted the other party to do anything. Instead, she had many high-quality men pursuing her before, and now that she was so unprepared, he was able to resist. Doesn't this mean I'm not really that charming? That Lin Sheng didn't even touch my sister? Du Qianxiu gritted his teeth. I felt as if I had been insulted. No, this is even more upsetting than letting her be insulted. Sister, Du Ning's face turned bright red. Do you really want me to let that guy touch me? At this time, someone who doesn't know how to cherish women has already arrived outside the island of the Cherry Blossom Country. Last night, a large area of seawater outside the Cherry Blossom area inexplicably evaporated. The scene was terrifying, with large amounts of steam filling the high sky. Even the hot springs throughout the country of cherry blossoms have stopped emitting any heat and have become as cold as the seawater. Overnight, all the volcanoes and hot spring industries in Japan declared bankruptcy. The people of the island nation probably never imagined this in their lifetime. The damage caused by a volcano never erupting is greater than the damage caused by a potential eruption. Roar! At this time, a giant dragon, its entire body radiating red light, and its scales covered with flame marks, was soaring in the air. Its 2 pupils were like stars, radiating intense heat. Any bird that gets close to it will be burned to ashes in less than a second. And on the body of this giant dragon, there was also a human figure standing there. Flaming Dragon King. Level, Starry Sky Tier 1. Talent, Starry Sky 9th Tier. Skills, Thundercloud Control, Mastery. Scorching Sun Eye, Perfect. Vajra Body, Mastery. Dragon's Might, Proficient. Azure Cloud Control, Proficient. Blazing Sun, Proficient. Evolutionary Path, Stellar Flame Dragon. 10-winged Azure Cloud Dragon King. Description: its body is forged from flames, and its body temperature will rise as the battle progresses. It is also immune to a large amount of fire damage. Not bad, not bad. It seems they've even inherited the skills of the Azure Cloud Dragon King. Lin Sheng stroked Xiao Bai's horn with one hand and nodded. Roar! Xiao Bai seemed quite proud. For a moment, the bodies walking in the air all turned into S-shapes. Star-level power. Lin Sheng could feel himself becoming much stronger. With a wave of his hand, a crystal-clear stone appeared above Xiao Bai's head. His talent has awakened for the second time. Lin Sheng placed his hand on the stone without hesitation. Previously, when Zeus reached the level of the stars, he came to China to cause trouble. Unfortunately, he was driven away before he could even use his second talent. Bite. Awakening of A-rank talent. Soul Inheritance. Soul Inheritance allows you to inherit 10% of the power of all your pets for a short period of time. Soul Inheritance. This ability is relatively rare among beast tamers. It allows the Beastmaster to inherit a certain amount of power, but for a short period of time. However, it also makes up for the weakness of the Beastmaster to some extent. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in his mind. Upgrading your awakening skills and soul inheritance. A-level talent soul inheritance upgrade to surpass God-level talent. Twin Bond. Twin Bond, soul twins. Beastmasters permanently inherit the sum of their pets' skills, combat power, defense, and all other attributes. That instant, a tremendous force poured into Lin Sheng's body from all directions. At this moment, Lin Sheng felt as if every cell in his body was screaming and howling in agony. Even his soul was being torn apart and reassembled in a frenzy, constantly growing stronger. For a moment, Lin Sheng let out a painful sound above Xiao Bai. Startled, Little White hurriedly descended from the sky. We arrived at a valley. Looking at its owner curled up on the ground. Little White shrank its body and circled around him, looking very worried. Roar! Little White was anxiously yelling from the side. I'm at a loss. However, Lin Sheng was both in pain and excited. He could feel his power increasing exponentially. If the power that his pet received after leveling up was only a small part, like a stream, now it's like a river overflowing into parched farmland. Transcendent Level 1. Transcendent Level 3. Transcendent 7th rank. It sensed that its master's aura was growing stronger. Xiao Bai blinked, no longer as panicked as before. Why does it feel like the master's aura is getting stronger and stronger? And it's still rising rapidly. Finally, Lin Sheng felt that his level had reached the 8th level of the extraordinary realm, and then he stopped completely. Call. Lin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. He got up, covered in sweat, and pressed down hard with one hand, creating a large hole in the ground. Such power. I feel like I can do anything now. Lin Sheng stood up and looked at his hands. He quickly calmed down. Twin Bonds. This is a talent skill that surpasses even God-level abilities. It allows Lin Sheng to inherit all the abilities of the pet beast with whom he has a soul contract. In other words, if Lin Sheng only contracts with one pet beast, then he can inherit 100% of that pet beast's abilities. If 4 animals are contracted, each animal will inherit 25%. Unless the 4 pets are of equal strength, Lin Sheng will never be able to surpass the strongest one among them. But Lin Sheng can also cultivate and become stronger. It's like getting power for free. He became a martial artist, and he is now the strongest martial artist on Earth. He might even be the strongest beast tamer on Earth. Lin Sheng felt as if he were dreaming. They even inherited the skills. With a thought, Lin Sheng caused the tree branch beside him to suspend in midair, darting through the air like a bullet. As Lin Sheng made another thought, the tree branch melted in midair, turning into ashes and dust. So strong. Could this be the ability of an elemental warrior and a mentalist? Lin Sheng had heard of such an organization in the universe. Furthermore, most of the strong individuals in the universe are martial artists. Roar, roar, roar. Master is so strong. Little Bai excitedly rubbed against Lin Sheng. If the master also becomes stronger, I won't have to be so distracted protecting Lin Sheng during battle. Okay, let's go. We have important things to do now. Lin Sheng grabbed Xiao Bai's horn and leaped onto it. Not only did he become stronger, but his foundation became incredibly solid. The blood and qi in the body surged, just like a lurking tiger. Lin Sheng had considered cultivation before. Who wouldn't want to hold the sun and moon in their hands and pluck the stars from the sky? It's a pity I never had this opportunity, but here it is now. Simply increase the power of your pet, and you will naturally become stronger as well. He will no longer be the pet's weakness. Chapter 183 Killing Barker, the Three-Eyed Star Main Fleet. In a hilltop villa in the British Empire, several blonde beauties in bikinis are playing in the pool. In a room some distance away, a man with a perfect physique emerged. Damn Zeus. He tricked me into going against the Dragon Kingdom, and now he's dead too. Barker chuckled coldly twice. Forget about all that. There's always a better life waiting for me. Barker stretched and headed towards the swimming pool. The beautiful women also reached out and waved to Barker. And at that very moment, why does it feel so hot today? Barker put on his sunglasses and silently looked up at the sun high in the sky. But I noticed the sun's rays, which were rather dazzling today. He was so hot that beads of sweat were forming on his body. No, it's not the sun, it's something else. Before Barker could hesitate any longer, boom! A fireball slammed into him. In an instant, the villa behind him was smashed into ruins. At that moment, a figure pressed one hand on Barker's neck, pinning him to the ground. You're that kid from the Dragon Kingdom. Barker's eyes were filled with terror. Why is this kid so strong? As fellow beast tamers, you're not going to summon your beasts to fight, but instead intend to engage me in hand-to-hand combat? But I am a Starry Sky beast tamer, so why is the feedback power so weak? Wrong. At that moment, Barker's gaze fell upon the dragon's shadow soaring high in the sky. This kid's pet beast has also reached the Starry Sky level. You can't kill me. You're provoking us. Before Barker could continue speaking, boom! What came first was an iron fist accompanied by flames. With a deafening roar, Barker was completely incinerated in a burst of flames. He couldn't even summon his pet beast before he died. As expected, the beast tamer is the biggest weakness of the pet. Standing up and shaking the dust off his hands, Lin Sheng looked disdainfully at the ashes on the ground. Then a dragon descended from the sky and landed beside Lin Sheng. Master is amazing. You little brat. Lin Sheng smiled and patted Xiao Bai's dragon head. Xiao Bai immediately showed a look of enjoyment. Barker deserved to die. When he arrived in the Dragon Kingdom, he intended to kill Lin Sheng. Although they ultimately failed, it was all because Lin Sheng or Xiao Bai were both capable enough. What if Xiao Bai isn't strong enough, or can't protect Lin Sheng? The result was predictable. Now it's simply a matter of using their own methods against them. Barker probably never imagined that he would be killed in a world full of beast tamers. Gurgle, gurgle. Looking at the bubbles constantly rising from the pool beside me, Lin Sheng suddenly found it somewhat amusing. Is it necessary to be this afraid? Never mind them, let's go. Riding on Little White's back, the two left the place again. I doubt these guys would dare expose Lin Sheng. So what if it gets exposed? The British Empire probably knows how to deal with a powerful figure capable of killing a star-level beastmaster. With the speed at which Xiao Bai had evolved, the two arrived at the Dark Empire in less than a few hours. At this moment, they are in the heart of the Dark Empire. Several disaster-level beast tamers were hiding behind rocks in the high mountains. He covered the other person's mouth with his hand and looked at the massive black mountain with a terrified expression. A huge black dragon is tearing apart the carcass of a ferocious beast. And that ferocious beast's rank is at least at the Emperor level. The two creatures were even larger than the surrounding mountains. The aura emanating from his body was like a giant hand gripping the hearts of the group. Black Dragon King. Legend has it that the Black Dragon King died here long ago. Even the body had already been discovered. But how can we explain this scene before us? Once they are discovered, everyone will die here. And most importantly, the Black Dragon was not only tearing at the corpse, but also swearing all the time. What does 30 years east of the river mean? What? Today is finally the day I get my revenge. Weren't you yelling so loudly? Why are you lying on the ground and not moving? Another roar came. The group turned pale with fright. That temper is too short. And she holds such a grudge. If it finds out that we're hiding here spying, it's definitely going to die? Just as everyone was thinking this, the Black Dragon had already disappeared without a trace. Where did you go? The group, trembling, peeked over, following their pet beast. However, on the other side of the stone, only the half-eaten corpse of the Emperor-level creature remained. But the enormous dragon, as black as a mountain, was nowhere to be seen. Call. Just then, a heavy sigh came from behind them. They were instantly terrified. He turned his head stiffly. They met those blood-red, slightly golden vertical pupils, which seemed to be observing them with curiosity. The group of people were so frightened that their legs went weak, and they squatted down on the ground. It's over. This is it, we're doomed. They were right, and that's exactly what happened. Xiaoling hates it when someone watches her eat. It raised its enormous wings, intending to crush the group to death on the spot. However, at this moment, roar! Suddenly, a familiar dragon's roar echoed from the horizon. Xiaoling immediately changed her expression. My human friends, I'm a friendly dragon. Are you stuck on the mountain and can't get down? Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? The beast tamers were dumbfounded when they saw this terrifying creature ask such a question. Ahem, take your things, it's time to go. A human voice echoed in Xiaoling's mind. Lin Sheng was surprised that Xiaoling's strength had progressed so quickly, breaking through to the emperor level on her own without his help. Devouring Dragon Beast. Level: Extraordinary Rank 7. Talent: Starry Sky Tier 6. Skills: Death Domain, 3 Steps to Annihilation, Proficient. Corrosive Breath, Proficient. Awaken Remains, Proficient. Endless Devour, Proficient. Soul Imprint, 17500. Evolutionary Path, Starry Dark Dragon, Star Devourer. Introduction. Changes that have already occurred in the bloodline genes are beginning to lead in an unknown direction. Devouring dragon beasts can grow stronger by consuming life forms, making them a very powerful race. Lin Sheng expressed his approval. And most importantly, Xiaoling's temper has actually improved a lot. In the past, these people would definitely have been crushed to death by it. Not bad, not bad. You did such a good job. You should be rewarded properly when you get back. Roar. Receive the order. Xiaoling flapped its wings and flew high into the sky, hovering directly next to Xiaobai. 2 giant dragons flew away into the distance. Seeing this scene, the several disaster-level beast tamers below swallowed hard. Did you see a human figure on that dragon just now? How could that be? You must have seen wrong. In the universe at this moment. Buzz! In a flash of light, a massive fleet suddenly appeared in the sky above Blue Star. The main fleet of the three-eyed planet finally arrived at Blue Star after 3 cosmic hours. Chapter 184: The Arrogant Three-Eyed King. Have you contacted Red Eye? The yellow, three-eyed Star King, with the blue planet reflected in its 3 eyes. No contact. Even the spaceship has lost signal. The secretary behind him shook her head. Really? Maybe the people on this planet used some method to capture Red Eye. The three-eyed Star King was very cautious. Extraordinary beings cannot even survive in the universe. It is possible that they could be trapped by lower-level creatures. But once it evolves to the star level, it becomes far beyond what the extraordinary level can handle. Randomly extract information about powerful individuals from a city, preferably a large city. The three-eyed Star King gave the order. The subordinates immediately got to work. A tiny instrument was dispatched and arrived in the skies above the Magic City base. The instrument emitted a burst of light and scanned the city. The sample size we collected this time is about 100,000 people. We will analyze their strengths and weaknesses for you right away. Some of the three-eyed aliens are busy again. The spaceships on the three-eyed planet are also constantly in operation. Finally, after several hours, the results are in. The technological level of this planet can only be described as just getting started. Upon hearing this, the three-eyed Star King nodded silently. That's for sure. They allowed their instruments to enter the town to scan and collect data. This alone is enough to prove that the technological level of this planet is far below that of their three-eyed star. Although interception is much more difficult than attacking, but at least it can be detected. The fact that the other party can't even do this is enough to prove their low level of technology. On a planet with low technological levels, the life forms must also be weak. There are only a handful of exceptions in the entire universe. Even so, the three-eyed Star King still asked, what is the strength of the creatures on the planet? His strength hasn't even reached the first level of the extraordinary realm. He's just an ordinary person. Upon hearing this, the three-eyed Star King was even more pleased. Doesn't this just prove that this really is an indigenous planet? Immediately dispatch a small ship to find the strongest being on this planet. The three-eyed Star King gave the order. Yes, I'll take care of it right away. Soon, a small ship from the massive fleet headed towards Blue Star. This small ship is about the same size as an airplane on Earth. The three-eyed Star King turned his back and stared at the light blue planet. As long as the strongest being on this planet is not as powerful as it, then I will be able to control this planet. The attendant beside him also saw through the three-eyed Star King's intentions. Your Majesty, is there a need for such caution? This looks like nothing more than a native planet. What do you know? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. This is a famous saying of a strong man. A spaceship, a mixture of flesh and machine, with a huge red eye, hovered above the blue planet. Has it finally arrived? Lin Sheng had been waiting for this spaceship for far too long. Upon its arrival, he immediately had the red-eyed monster drive the large ship to the spaceship's front. The people on the ship were startled. He tentatively inquired, Lord Red-Eyed. However, the large spaceship in front of them did not provide any information. Let's go take a look. The three-eyed alien emboldened himself. The eyeball at the front of the spaceship gradually melted open, creating a hole. It emerged from the hole and leaped aboard the large ship. Then the giant eye on the large ship suddenly opened. The scene inside was revealed. At this moment, Lin Shengzheng and the red-skinned monster stood there calmly. Eighth tier Transcendent, you must be the strongest person on this blue star. The three-eyed monster asked Lin Sheng a question. It's unbelievable that even extraordinary beings are rare on this planet. Yet a powerful 8th-level extraordinary expert has appeared. However, they are still far inferior to their three-eyed Star King. The footage from here was also broadcast live to the distant space fleet. So it was just the 8th level of the extraordinary realm. It seems I was too cautious. The three-eyed king smiled. But being cautious is a good thing. Land the spaceship. I want to speak with the strongest person on this planet in person. Several tens of minutes later, all the fleets, along with Lin Sheng's spaceship, were docked in the desolate wilderness. The three-eyed king's troops stood in neat rows around him. On Lin Sheng's side, it was just him and the red-skinned monster. The three-eyed king stepped off the spaceship and came straight to Lin Sheng. To Lin Sheng's surprise, the three-eyed king was almost the same size as him. Humanity's strongest. I am the king of the three-eyed star. You may also call me the three-eyed king. The three-eyed king bowed slightly. They clearly have some understanding of human history. However, its yellowish-brown color still made Lin Sheng's eyes stand out. They're quite polite, Lin Sheng said with a smile. You see it too. The three-eyed king spread his hands and stood in front of the massive army. Many powerful individuals on our three-eyed star are stronger than you. And I, in fact, reached the starry sky level of power in just 5,000 years. The three-eyed star king clenched his fist. He seems quite proud of his talent. Really? What do you want to say? Lin Sheng asked quietly. The red-skinned monster standing to the side was already starting to feel embarrassed for the master of its planet. He knew this as soon as he arrived. The people on this planet were all beasts. Especially the one next to me. It took less than 20 years to reach the star level. This talent would be considered top tier even in the universe. Seeing Lin Sheng's demeanor, the three-eyed king assumed that he was terrified by the strength of his army. He then added, I don't like conquering by brute force, because it's ultimately my own resources that are lost. I can allow you to continue ruling this blue planet, but you must disclose all the resources you acquire to me and contribute 50% of them. In that case, I will also send powerful individuals to protect the safety of you Earthlings. The three-eyed Star King turned his hands behind his back. He believed that the conditions he had offered were already extremely generous. Generally, when a powerful entity in the universe rules a planet, it demands that the planet hand over 90% of the profits it gains. Some powerful figures even demanded that the planet hand over all its resources, resorting to desperate measures like draining the pond to catch all the fish. Destroy one planet, then move on to the next to continue enslaving it. But it's different. He is a strong person with ideals. A true ruler should treat his subordinates with benevolence. Your Majesty, The red-skinned monster was extremely embarrassed. Won't you get killed by the Earthlings for talking like that? My capable assistant, you don't need to say anything. I'm mainly asking this question of the young man in front of me now. Chapter 185 The Fiery Dragon King. The Shocking Three-Eyed King. As he spoke, the three-eyed Star King stared at Lin Sheng in front of him. To be honest, in the past, the three-eyed star always followed other powerful planets. The three-eyed Star King was a little flustered, as it was his first time doing something like this. You should ask the administrators of this planet about this. I'm just an ordinary person, but I'm considered one of the stronger ones here. Lin Sheng shrugged. Is what he said true? The three-eyed Star King looked at the red-eyed one beside him. It's true, Your Majesty. The red-eyed monster nodded. I see. Then take me to see them. We'll walk there to show my sincerity. The three-eyed Star King nodded silently. I never expected that this human in front of me wasn't even the strongest being on this planet. It seems that this planet is quite powerful. However, there probably won't be any powerhouses at the star level. A planet where a powerful being is born will inevitably be surrounded by many powerful beings as well. Okay, Xiaobai. Lin Sheng made a move. In the void, a great dragon appeared beside everyone. The dragon's body was enormous, encircling the entire fleet. On its neck, red, purple, and white runes are faintly visible on 3 scales. The temperature in the area rose sharply as soon as it appeared. Everyone felt as if they were in a furnace. The problem is that everyone here is a martial artist, so they can barely withstand it. Those weak, three-eyed aliens were already so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. It's the Fiery Dragon King. This is a level 4 life form, a creature with dragon blood. The Flaming Dragon King stared down at the group of three-eyed aliens with his fiery pupils burning. The three-eyed aliens were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, staring at the enormous creature in disbelief. That's terrifying. This creature is on a much higher level than them. In the universe, you should always avoid encountering them. Now that it has appeared before everyone's eyes, how could they not be terrified? The three-eyed Star King's three eyeballs radiated intense energy. This is the foundation of their strength as three-eyed aliens. The three eyes provide them with a continuous source of power. At this moment, the three-eyed Star King felt his hair stand on end, and every cell in his body was tense to the extreme. He didn't even dare to breathe. To be targeted by such a behemoth. Even the strongest galactic beings in the entire Milky Way would be afraid of him. After all, this is a level 4 life form. You should know that even the most powerful group of people in their galaxy are only level 4 life forms. Even the most powerful Weasel clan in the galaxy. Rumor has it that under the command of that 7th tier life form, they only reach the 5th tier life level. Each advancement to this level requires countless years of change. Only offspring born from the union of powerful geniuses within the clan can inherit their genes. However, as their strength increases, their genes will become increasingly difficult to pass on, making it increasingly difficult for them to have offspring. Level 4 life form can be considered a top-tier life form in this galaxy. And this level 4 life form seems to have been summoned by the human in front of us. The three-eyed Star King had no choice but to take the person before him seriously. Is this a starry sky level Flame Dragon King? The three-eyed Star King cautiously inquired of Lin Sheng. This is a stark contrast to their previous attitude. It was afraid that the humans in front of it would be displeased, and that with a single command, the Flaming Sun Dragon King could burn them all to ashes. Even the three-eyed Star King could tell that the dragon seemed quite dissatisfied with his attitude. Yes, but my pet doesn't like being ridden by others, so how about I just hold you? Lin Sheng said calmly. Oh well. The three-eyed Star King agreed. He didn't dare refuse. No wonder the red-eyed monster hasn't responded for so long. How could he, with his Emperor-level strength, possibly contend with a level 4 life form of the Starry Sky level? The two sides are not even in the same social class. Soon, Xiao Bai, along with Lin Sheng and 2 three-eyed aliens, arrived at the Magic City base in the Dragon Kingdom. The moment I learned from Red Eyes that Blue Star was full of spirit masters, the three-eyed Star King was startled again. I thought it was already rare for the strongest people on this planet to be spirit masters, but it turns out that more than 10% of them are spirit masters. The three-eyed Star King was somewhat incredulous. The most outrageous thing is that this spirit master's physical attributes have also reached the 8th level of the extraordinary realm. Generally, spirit masters are very weak. It is far inferior to his pet beasts, at least. However, this person's own strength had already reached the level of the 8th level of the extraordinary realm. This talent is genius level anywhere. If word gets out, it could cause a scramble among the 10 great empires of the galaxy. Soon, Lin Sheng landed on the tallest tower in Shanghai with the 2 three-eyed aliens. People in the city took photos as they looked at the giant dragon high in the sky. As Lin Sheng led 2 three-eyed aliens into the conference room, the three-eyed Star King was completely convinced after seeing that everyone present was a spirit master. I originally intended to invade the planet, but now it seems I was being naive. Do whatever you want with me. The three-eyed Star King gave up resisting. Even without a fight, it's clear that the gap between the two sides is enormous. Of course, we wouldn't do this if you weren't hostile, Director An said reassuringly, then turned on the screen in front of him. There's just one thing I need to ask you. Upon hearing Director An's words, the three-eyed Star King raised his head and looked at the screen above. This big blue dot is our planet Earth, and the surrounding area consists of stars in the universe. As he spoke, Director An pointed the wooden stick to a spot on the edge of the planet. The stars here are constantly disappearing. At this point, the three-eyed Star King's eyes widened in surprise. It's a cosmic storm. Cosmic storm. What is a cosmic storm? Upon hearing that the three-eyed Star King seemed to know something, the Emperor-level beast tamers present slammed their fists on the table and stood up. Don't be nervous. Let it talk slowly. Director An calmed everyone down. Chairman Rome, who was standing to the side, also nodded. The three-eyed Star King took a deep breath and looked at the screen with awe. A cosmic storm can be described as something, an environment, or a living organism. But no one ever knows when it came into existence. Perhaps it was there when the galaxy first began. Wherever a cosmic storm passes, it devours all the planets, like a vacuum cleaner in space, and it never changes direction. If this continues, the Three-Eyed Star King was truly unexpected. The Milky Way is such a vast expanse, and Earth just happens to be in the path of that cosmic storm. If I had known, I wouldn't have come here. Isn't this just a delivery of equipment? Chapter 186 Endless Sky Region. Entering with a forged identity. A cosmic storm? Then what methods do you have to help us withstand it? The crowd raised questions. The Three-Eyed Star King laughed. Impossible. Even the legendary Endless Sky Region couldn't possibly block the path of a cosmic storm. Even more so, if the Three-Eyed Star doesn't invade Earth. Earth can't even build a spaceship, let alone settle down. Of course, it's impossible to do that now, because there's not enough time. Upon hearing the Three-Eyed Star King's words, the hearts of everyone on Blue Star sank. Isn't there any other way? Lin Sheng asked. No. The Three-Eyed Star King spoke decisively. It's just a pity that there are so many extremely talented spirit masters on this planet. If so many spirit masters were to spread, attracting countless people to vie for them, it would certainly be a way to transfer them. Ordinary people may be the ones to suffer. The powerful beings in the universe might care about the life of a spirit master. Those ordinary people, those missing limbs, have nothing to do with them. Transfer them out? It seems there really is a way. The Three-Eyed Star King had a flash of inspiration. Moreover, this method is very consistent with their Three-Eyed Star strategy. Isn't the ultimate goal of the Three-Eyed Star to reach the Endless Sky Region? Why not just follow this extremely promising planet? Maybe we can actually enter the Endless Sky Region. What method do you have? Someone asked hurriedly. The Three-Eyed Star King turned his hands behind his back. This method is quite simple. Do you know about the endless celestial region at the center of the universe? The Three-Eyed Star King looked around at everyone. Seeing that no one present knew, he had no choice but to explain. The Endless Sky Region is the safest place in this Milky Way. It's home to the most powerful planets and the strongest individuals in the entire galaxy, and it also boasts the most prosperous economy. With enough money, you can get anything there. Technology, planets, empires, men, women, robots. There's nothing they can't do if you can imagine it. Even the technology of our Three-Eyed Star is purchased from the Endless Sky Region. The Endless Sky Region is now ruled by 10 empires. To enter it, one must meet certain qualifications and obtain the necessary certifications. As long as you qualify, the 10 great empires will fund the relocation of your planet, along with its star, to the Endless Sky Zone. The Three-Eyed Star King seems to yearn for that place. He and several masters had tried to enter the Endless Sky Region, but all of them ultimately failed. Currently, the technological level of their planet has reached the advanced planetary level. However, the strength of the powerful beings is far inferior to that of Earth. It can be said that Blue Star still has a very good chance of getting a spot to enter the Endless Sky Region. Especially with that level 4 creature, the possibility increases significantly. For a moment, the Three-Eyed Star King stared at Lin Sheng with burning eyes. Lin Sheng felt a chill run down his spine just looking at it. Master, how about we let Xiaobai kill it? That look made Xiaoling very unhappy. Even Xiaobai was getting a little restless. However, without its master's command, Xiaobai would not act rashly like it. As the little white dragon grows up, he will also pay attention to his image. Transferring the planet along with the surrounding star? Everyone present was taken aback. That would take an enormous amount of money to do. This level of technology must have reached the level of a god, right? How do we get a spot? There was only one spot available every 1,000 years, and it has already been used up. But right now, the Endless Sky Region has just one extra spot. However, that spot isn't open to the public. It's a competition within the Endless Sky Region. The spot will be given to the residents of the Endless Sky Region, who can then bring their relatives in. The Three-Eyed Star King spoke in a language that humans could understand. To enter the Endless Sky Region, you need to obtain a spot. But if you don't get a spot, you can't enter the Endless Sky Region. Is that what you mean? Are you kidding us? Seeing the murderous glares in the eyes of the Emperor-level beast tamers present, the Three-Eyed Star King was also greatly frightened. So they dared not keep it a secret any longer. I have a method, but it's rather dangerous. Come with me to the Black Market Planet and buy residency rights within the Endless Sky Region. That is, an ID card, so we can smuggle ourselves in. Then we'll compete with the local natives for this spot, and finally bring Earth over there. Of course, there's also my Three-Eyed Star. The Three-Eyed Star King did not say these words aloud. When the main planet is moved into the Endless Sky Region, it can bring along its subsidiary planets. However, once the forgery is discovered, this planet and its affiliated planets will be hunted down by the 10-star lords. Therefore, it's best not to follow suit now. Over the course of history, the Three-Eyed Star King learned to be wise. Doing something like this must be very risky, right? And it's not easy either. The group exchanged glances and all frowned. Compete with all the creatures in the entire galaxy for a single spot. This kind of difficulty is many times greater than competing with everyone else on Earth for the number one spot. It's practically impossible. And it's at the risk of being discovered, which is just too difficult. There are risks, of course, but how many desperate people in this universe walk on the edge of life and death every day? After a while, it's as commonplace as eating a meal. The Three-Eyed Star King seemed quite indifferent. Want to survive in the universe without any danger? Even the 10-star lords would not allow their offspring to do such a thing. Evolution itself relies on survival of the fittest. How can there be evolution without elimination? You can go, but the Three-Eyed Star must unconditionally provide our blue star with your technology. Lin Sheng looked at the Three-Eyed King in front of him. The more Xiaoling looked at it, the more it resembled Shi Huang. Just thinking about stuffing the Three-Eyed King into someone's mouth makes me uncomfortable. To the onlookers, Lin Sheng might appear to be threatening the Three-Eyed King. However, in the eyes of the Three-Eyed King at this time, this was a deal. The Three-Eyed Planet helped Blue Star relocate to avoid a cosmic storm, while Lin Sheng helped the Three-Eyed Planet enter the Endless Sky region. Either way, Earth will ultimately escape disaster. It seems that her little scheme has been discovered by the humans in front of her. Alright, I'll take you to the Black Market Planet. The Three-Eyed Star King agreed without hesitation. Using my main ship for transit, we can reach the Black Market Planet in 1 or 2 months. Before I leave, I need to take my pet animal with me. Little Deer is still in Lin Sheng's basement. Judging by the timeline, they should have completed their evolution by now. Let's go, I'll go with you. The Three-Eyed Star King looked at the red-eyed monster. The fleet of the Three-Eyed Planet will be under your command for now. The red-eyed monster nodded heavily. Thankfully, a fight didn't break out. Otherwise, neither side will benefit this time. With the Three-Eyed Star King by his side, Lin Sheng quickly returned to his villa in Yangqing. Chapter 187 Heading to the Black Market Planet. I didn't expect that the living environment on your Earth is so good. The Three-Eyed Star King's gaze swept across Lin Sheng's villa. The people on their planet are very clean. It's alright. It's normal to have a good living environment. After all, most people probably couldn't afford to live in Lin Sheng's villa. More importantly, Lin Sheng rarely comes back, but someone comes to clean the house every day. Even if Lin Sheng didn't specifically hire someone to clean, it would inexplicably become clean. We arrived at the basement of the villa. The Three-Eyed Star King followed behind Lin Sheng, looking around curiously. The basement walls and floor were overgrown with weeds and strange plants, which easily obstructed the view. The two bypassed the weeds and plants and ventured deeper into the area. They came upon a gigantic beast, which was lying on the ground resting. The giant beast emitted a faint green light. It gives people a friendly and comfortable feeling. Natural green wood spirit beast. Level: Extraordinary rank 7. Talent: Starry Sky tier 7. Skills: Concealment, Life Growth, Cloud Opening Domain, Proficient, Life Affinity, Perfect, Plant Healing, Perfect, Nature Control, Perfect. Evolutionary Path: Wood Spirit, Heavenly Wood Kirin. Introduction: A natural green wood spirit beast, a creature intimately connected with nature, possessing the ability to communicate with it. Little Deer ultimately did not choose to follow the plan towards becoming a Qilin. Instead, they chose the natural green wood spirit, which is closer to elemental beings. They probably felt there was no rush. Moreover, after evolution, its plant healing and natural control abilities have all reached a perfect level. This is a natural greenwood spirit beast. The Three-Eyed Star King looked at the little deer with burning eyes. Although it cannot compare to the previous Flaming Dragon King, it is at least a top-tier level 3 creature. Moreover, the greenwood spirit beast possesses extremely strong healing abilities and can summon plants at will. It's a favorite among those spirit masters. How could such a rare species exist on a planet with such backward genes? The Three-Eyed Star King was utterly perplexed. Most importantly, all these pets have formed contracts with Lin Sheng, and these contracts are even soul-to-soul contracts. That means that these pets must have formed a contract with the other party when they were still weak. Otherwise, why would some powerful beings be willing to form a soul contract with a weak spirit master? It's important to know that spirit masters are also divided into different levels. A guy who forcibly controls his pets and calls himself a spirit master. There are also spirit masters who can refine the corpses of ferocious beasts into walking corpses. There are also spirit masters who forcibly imprison the souls of ferocious beasts using certain ancient tools. There is also the ability to implant chips in the minds of ferocious beasts. In short, there are countless examples. Among them, those who form soul contracts with ferocious beasts are the rarest. This is why the Three-Eyed Star King was shocked when he learned that there were spirit masters everywhere on Blue Star. Owner. The moment Xiao Lu saw Lin Sheng, she jumped up excitedly. He quickly stepped forward and started rubbing the two horns on his head against Lin Sheng. All right, we'll go to another planet with the Three-Eyed Star King in a bit. Hearing Lin Sheng's words, Xiao Lu also came to her senses. So this is the Three-Eyed Star King? It seems that this planet is considered one of the weaker ones among advanced planets. Humph. The Three-Eyed Star King couldn't stand these words and snorted coldly. However, would the Three-Eyed Star King agree to take you to the black market planet? It is very difficult to get to such a dark place without a guide. You want someone to take you in without paying a single penny? Xiao Lu was skeptical of this. It's a transaction. Lin Sheng stroked the little deer's forehead and smiled indulgently. I'm really afraid of being scammed. Do I look that stupid? Okay, stop touching my head, or it'll turn into a bald patch. The fawn seemed quite resistant. It's mainly because it's too embarrassing. Only Xiao Bai would grin foolishly when he was touched. Is this your pet beast? It's rare to see a spirit master with such a good relationship with their pet. Does your pet beast have a name? The Three-Eyed Star King asked. No, not at all. Lin Sheng slapped his head. I usually call myself by my nickname. I thought about getting a proper name, but I always forgot about it. No name? You've raised it for so long, and it still doesn't have a name. The Three-Eyed Star King was taken aback. This spirit master is too casual, isn't he? How can they be this close if they don't even have names? It would be best to give it a name, which would be a way to give the pet a proper status, and you can call it by its nickname in daily life. The Three-Eyed Star King spoke silently. Within the Spirit Master sect, it is common practice to give each pet a name. It seems that this would deepen the spiritual bond between the two parties. Okay, Master, will you name them for us? Xiao Bai was quite excited in the beast taming space. It also wants a formal status. Your name will be by Suzhen. Xiao Ling will be called Xiao Yuling, and Xiao Lu will be called Wang Lu. Lin Sheng casually made the decision. But all three pets seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Even the Three-Eyed Star King was dumbfounded. What kind of weird name is that? Forget it, let's talk about it on the spaceship first. We'll have plenty of time to think about it then. Lin Sheng also felt that what the Three-Eyed Star King said made a lot of sense. Arriving outside Yancheng, at the Three-Eyed Star's fleet. King, Lord Star-Lord. The three-eyed aliens present spoke respectfully to the two of them. In their view, a starry sky-level spirit master who can manipulate fourth-level life forms is undoubtedly the master of this planet. Lin Sheng didn't have time to argue with them. Instead, he looked at the Three-Eyed Star's flagship in front of him. On the front of the main ship are three huge bloodshot eyes. It was as if a giant beast had destroyed a huge mechanical ship from the inside. This is my octopus-shaped flesh and blood spaceship. The spaceship itself has no consciousness. It only has the instinct to feed in space. As the Three-Eyed Star King introduced the ship, he led Lin Sheng onto the spaceship. The spaceship's interior is divided into living quarters and piloting area. The driver's area has 2 rows of seats and is controlled entirely by voice, but there is also a manual control area. The accommodation area is divided into 4 rooms, each of which is about 100 square meters. Most importantly, most areas of the spaceship are equipped with entertainment facilities and psychological counseling rooms. Octopus, activate autopilot. Target, Plague Planet. The Three-Eyed Star King issued the order. A colossal spaceship of flesh and blood floated into the air. Then, in an instant, it broke through several times the speed of sound and rushed straight out of the atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, we arrived in the universe outside of Earth. Looking at the planet behind me, which is getting smaller and smaller, I feel a little sentimental. Leaving the embrace of Mother Earth still leaves one feeling somewhat uneasy. Many people have this reaction after leaving a planet, who would willingly do it if they weren't forced to. The Three-Eyed Star King said calmly. Even if we don't leave, we won't encounter a cosmic storm. They will also be discovered and enslaved by other powerful planets, and their fate will only be worse. Only by constantly becoming stronger can our race and planet continue to survive. The Three-Eyed Star King has seen far too many planets blown up by laser weapons. When that time comes, you won't even have a place to go back to. He truly became a cosmic wanderer. There is nothing more despairing than this. Compared to these people, Having a place to go back to already puts them far ahead of everyone else. Chapter 188 Level 7 Life Form, Cosmic Gold-Eating Insect. Blue Star. On the coast, a stunningly beautiful figure emerged from the seawater, a sight too breathtaking to behold. Amazingly, not a single drop of seawater touched his body. Seeing this beautiful figure, for some reason, even those who usually pride themselves on being experts at seduction felt somewhat ashamed, merely looking at the women without daring to approach them. The star-level beings have been completely absorbed. Next, they will devour all life on this planet. The voice of the chaotic godwood emanated from Lin Ming's body. In just a few months, they had already killed every being in the world that had reached the star realm level. Of course, the most time-consuming part is marine life. Nearly 70% of Earth's surface is still made up of oceans. No, this place is no longer of any value. Lin Ming lowered her eyes and said softly. The chaotic god tree seemed to remain silent for a while. It's all right. I will divide my forces into an army. Without any star-level beings to hinder us, we can wipe out all living beings on this planet in less than a month. The combined energy of these countless lives is also a considerable number. I said I don't need it. Lin Ming's words were extremely cold. Luan Shenmu suddenly felt a little guilty. Ultimately, it is just a branch of a higher life form, but it is accompanied by the most powerful level 7 life form. The most powerful beings in this universe are those 12 level 7 life forms. Any one of them could be considered invincible. Lin Ming is a descendant left behind after his family was defeated by the 12 level 7 life forms. I have to take responsibility. We absolutely cannot let her act on her emotions. You have to understand that this universe has always been cruel. If you don't eat others, others will eat you. When danger is truly imminent, despair is of no use. Master, you don't still retain the emotions you had when you were human, do you? Those are useless things. Now you have become noble and have completely separated yourself from those weaklings. The more Luan Shenmu spoke, the more excited he became. You can tell his inner emotions just from his words. Really? Perhaps I was born at the top of the food chain. But what's the point of killing these creatures? A hint of pity flickered in Lin Ming's eyes. That is the pity of the strong for the weak. Her mindset has changed a long time ago. She will no longer argue or fight with the weak. Instead, he wielded his sword against the stronger. Seize the opponent's power and status. Upon hearing this, Luan Shenmu was deeply shocked. Yes, how could a truly noble being wield a knife against the weak? In their hearts, they would no longer care about the life or death of these ants. Perhaps if we keep these people around, they can grow into even more powerful beings in the future and then be devoured. For these ants, this is the greatest blessing from the gods. It turns out I misunderstood my master. As expected of a top-level life form, his way of thinking is different from ordinary people. Previously, Luan Shenmu didn't quite approve of Lin Ming because she was too young. But now it seems that Luan Shenmu was overthinking things. The genes of the highest level of life are indeed beyond its imagination. Seeing that she had finally managed to fool him, Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Several months have passed. Lin Ming's memories were gradually being received. She also learned that she was the only survivor of the Moon Goddess clan. They also learned about the arrival of the three-eyed aliens and Lin Sheng's journey to outer space in his spaceship. Lin Ming's mind contains all the landmarks of the entire universe. As long as there are people, with a little effort, one can dig them out from the depths of their memory. How dare you sneak out by yourself without calling me? Snort. Lin Ming clenched his left fist with his right hand, deliberately revealing a fierce expression. However, due to the aura she exudes, even so, she is still as beautiful as a deity descended from heaven. Let's steal the three-eyed star's spaceship and head to the center of the Milky Way. Yes, master. The chaotic godwood was slightly excited. Although our strength has not yet reached its peak, fighting spirit is also a kind of strength. There are definitely far more powerful beings in the center of the galaxy than in this corner of the world. All they need to do is keep evolving until Lin Ming awakens the unique talent of the Moon Goddess clan. At that point, it will be difficult to kill her. I am both a moon goddess and a human. I wonder if I can be contracted by a beast tamer. Lin Ming pressed one hand to her red lips as she sat on the advancing wooden giant, lost in thought. If possible, wouldn't my strength become even greater after the contract is signed? If we're talking about the best person to sign a contract with, it has to be one's own younger brother. After all, his talent is among the best in the human world. In the universe at this moment. On the octopus-shaped spaceship. Achio. Lin Sheng sneezed unconsciously. I have a bad feeling, like something ominous is closing in on me. You humans on Earth are really physically weak. Some creatures can survive in the cold universe from birth. Three-Eyed King glanced at Lin Sheng beside him. I really don't know how such a weak race could produce so many spirit masters. Is this what they mean when God closes a door but opens a window? It feels like this isn't just opening a window. It's practically tearing the roof off. There seems to be something outside. The spaceship travels through space, seemingly hovering without any reference points. However, at this moment, in the pitch-black universe, it seemed as if some kind of creature was darting around. In a fleeting instant, Lin Sheng captured the creature's appearance. A huge beetle with a completely silvery white body. The beetle was as big as a basketball. Blood-red eyes stared intently at the people in the spaceship. Though it was only a fleeting glimpse, it sent chills down their spines. It's a gold-eating beetle. These creatures are born in space and survive solely by consuming metal objects. A large number of gold-eating beetles would be a disaster for a spaceship. The Three-Eyed Star King cried out in despair. It is very difficult to encounter such a creature in the universe. Although these gold-eating insects are at the 6th or 7th level of the extraordinary realm, their sheer number is overwhelming. We must take a detour. The Three-Eyed Star King cursed inwardly. Take a detour? How much time will it take if we take a detour? Lin Sheng frowned and asked. Every second counts. Earth can't wait much longer. Octopus, search for the second closest wormhole to here. Begin navigation. Searching for you. The second closest wormhole will take another 3 years. Only 3 years. Change course immediately. The Three-Eyed Star King breathed a sigh of relief. 3 years is but a fleeting moment for it. It'll be over after a good night's sleep. We cannot change course. We must go through the first wormhole. Lin Sheng stopped the Three-Eyed Star King. Chapter 189: The Gene That Devours Cosmic Life. Are you kidding me? There must be a huge number of gold-eating insects ahead. It will probably take us months to get through the areas they occupy. We'll be dead before we even get there. The Three-Eyed Star King's eyes widened. Forcibly passing through the area occupied by the gold-eating insects. Isn't that just courting death? The octopus spaceship's hardness is not enough to withstand the devouring power of the extraordinary gold-devouring insects. I can't wait a few years. You keep going forward, I'll protect the spaceship. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. You're here to protect the spaceship? The Three-Eyed Star King almost wanted to curse. A being who has just broken through to the first level of the Starry Sky realm and is just able to stand in the universe. Do you really think you can fight against the army of gold-devouring insects? Isn't this courting death? I can't wait a few years, and neither can Earth. Lin Sheng gave a simple response. All right, let's continue towards the first wormhole. The Three-Eyed Star King gritted his teeth. After all, even if we go to the second wormhole, we cannot guarantee that we will not encounter other dangers along the way. Any long-duration space voyage will inevitably encounter crises. Not to mention, if it were Lin Sheng's fiery Sun Dragon King, it might actually be able to withstand it. Finally, the spaceship decided to continue heading towards the first wormhole. In that instant, the spaceship reached the speed of light. Like a streak of light, it travels through the universe. All the dangers encountered along the way will be removed by the octopus tentacles outside the spaceship. However, they hadn't flown for long when they encountered a real swarm of gold-eating insects. The octopus spaceship detected an obstruction in its path and had to forcibly stop its flight. Gold-eating bug. Level: Extraordinary Tier 6. Talent: 9th rank of Extraordinary. Skill: Devour. Evolutionary path: Gold-eating insect king. Description: a creature that lives in the universe by consuming metal. The thousands upon thousands of gold-devouring insects were as densely packed as a honeycomb. Lin Sheng got goosebumps just watching it. Although the temperature of the Blazing Dragon King is high, it will dissipate quickly in the universe. Besides, would those gold-eating insects really be afraid of high temperatures? But they had no choice but to fight. Roar! In the universe, the gold-devouring insects bared their fangs and claws as they pounced on the spaceship. The spaceship's tentacles lashed in, but in an instant, they bit off a large chunk. Quick, go through. The Three-Eyed Star King gave the order and then jumped to the outer edge of the spaceship. Those 3 eyes emitted scorching lasers, piercing through all the gold-devouring insects in the void. However, since there is no gravity in the universe, it is difficult to predict the path of these gold-eating insects. Damn it! Boom! The Three-Eyed Star King smashed a gold-devouring insect that was flying towards him into dust with a single punch. However, they still missed the fact that a large number of gold-eating insects were clinging to the metal spaceship, constantly gnawing at the metal on it. There are no more habitable planets around here. Once the spaceship loses power, they will all die here. Lin Sheng, make your move quickly. The three-eyed Star King let out a loud shout. Wait a little longer. Hold on a little longer. Lin Sheng did not choose to release Xiao Bai immediately. Although these gold-eating insects are not very intelligent, they still know how to seek advantage and avoid harm. Once they discover that the high temperatures here are unbearable for them, they will hide beforehand and then wait for an opportunity to attack. But Xiao Bai can't stay in space for too long, or it will be completely put in a passive situation. It would be better to lure them over and then capture them all at once. Roar! The three-eyed Star King's muscles swelled, and his size became more than 3 times larger than before. Its speed is incredibly fierce. A single kick can kill dozens of gold-devouring insects in front of it. But countless insects were also looking for an opportunity to devour the metal on the spaceship. In fact, some of the weaker areas are about to be bitten through. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just as expected. Seeing that the three-eyed Star King was becoming increasingly weak, all the gold-eating insects surged forward. The sheer number of them was almost greater than the stars in the sky. Its mouthparts are terrifying to behold. What's most terrifying is the level of these insects. If they were on Earth, they would almost certainly be at least disaster level. If these gold-devouring insects were to attack Earth, it would be a devastating disaster. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Sheng summoned Xiao Bai. Roar! With a dragon's roar, Xiao Bai darted to the outer edge of the spaceship, and then its body expanded infinitely. In just a moment, it became almost the same size as the spaceship. Roar! Little White spewed out a mouthful of flames. The flames spread forward in a cone shape, instantly turning hundreds of gold-devouring insects to ashes. Squeak, 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 squeak. The surrounding gold-devouring insects sensed the aura emanating from Xiao Bai's body and, in fear, attempted to flee. But how could Xiao Bai give them a chance? In that instant, the red mark on the back of Xiao Bai's head gradually became brighter and more vivid, and the temperature of his entire body rose rapidly. As Xiao Bai charged forward, it resembled a sun. It will burn all living beings that come near it. Those insects almost melted just by flying around Xiao Bai. Upon contact with its body, it was instantly melted into ashes by the intense heat. At this moment, Xiao Bai shone as brightly as a star in the universe. However, its temperature is still far from reaching the level of a star. But dealing with these gold-devouring insects is already a matter of reducing their size. Crackling, crackling, crackling. It looks like popped beans. Tens of thousands of gold-devouring insects exploded with a crackling sound. So strong. The three-eyed Star King was dumbfounded. As expected of a level 4 life form, the gap between them is not just a tiny bit. Fortunately, I didn't choose to attack Lin Sheng on Blue Star. Otherwise, he would probably be the one who gets hyped up. Moreover, I've heard that after the Flaming Sun Dragon King evolved, the temperature of its body can indeed reach the level of a star. The three-eyed Star King couldn't help but shudder at the thought of that scene. This is absolutely buggy. These higher-level life forms are simply not on the same level as the lower-level life forms. With its stellar heat alone, it can annihilate all other creatures of the same level. Roar! After quickly killing the gold-devouring insects, Xiao Bai returned to the cabin. Well done. Lin Sheng stroked it from head to toe. Very satisfied. The three-eyed Star King was dumbfounded once again. Is that the same arrogant and powerful being from before? Why would someone willingly submit to the subservience of a weak human? Are you happy about something so trivial? If you gave it to me, I'd send someone to touch it 24/7. Unfortunately, the three-eyed prince focused on the wrong thing. The key point wasn't touching his head, but who was touching it? Master, my stamina is being depleted too quickly in space. Xiao Bai said eagerly. That feeling made it very uncomfortable. Okay, don't rush, try again in a bit. Lin Sheng looked at the large number of gold-eating insect corpses floating in the universe. By extracting the genes from these tens of thousands of gold-devouring insects, even a novice can evolve the ability to not fear outer space. Chapter 190, you have a star beast, but you don't use it? You ride a spaceship? Little star. Lin Sheng waved. Inside the empty cabin, another star beast, about the size of a small dog, appeared. Roar! The starry sky beast let out 2 excited howls. It prefers space to land. This is your pet animal. The three-eyed Star King strode forward. Isn't that the star beast? Starry sky beasts are mounts that only the strongest are qualified to use. It is a tool that can truly travel in space for extended periods of time. Moreover, This creature travels extremely fast through the universe and is capable of short-term spatial teleportation and concealing its presence. You have this tool. Why didn't you bring it out sooner? Are you suggesting we drive around in our spaceship? The three-eyed Star King was dumbfounded. Can't you even be a human being? Why would you need a spaceship to travel if you already have a Star Beast? Star Beasts are so rare that you probably couldn't find even 1 or 2 people in the entire galaxy who possess one. The three-eyed Star King's eyes widened. You can't find even 1 or 2 people with that in the entire Milky Way? This surprised Lin Sheng quite a bit. Are these starry sky beasts really that rare? You really don't know how lucky you are. We don't need a spaceship. With the help of this Star Beast, we can reach that wormhole in less than a few weeks. The three-eyed Star King rubbed his forehead, looking utterly speechless. Lin Sheng was speechless. You didn't tell me either. You didn't ask. How can I ask if you don't tell me? How am I supposed to know you have a starry sky beast if you don't summon it? Do you think it's like a cabbage on the street? The three-eyed Star King stared intently at Lin Sheng with his 3 dead fish eyes. This attack resulted in his spaceship being gnawed in a large chunk by those gold-devouring insects. All right, send your spaceship back. We'll use the Star Beasts to move forward. Okay. The three-eyed Star King nodded repeatedly in agreement. He has never ridden a Star Beast before. I never imagined I'd have the chance to ride one in my lifetime. Soon, Lin Sheng entered the body of the Star Beast, left the spaceship, and arrived in the cold, dark universe. This feeling was magical, as if Lin Sheng himself was standing in the universe. Moreover, there was no coldness to be felt. The Star Beast's body remained warm. Sequence extraction. Lin Sheng activated his innate skill. Even through the starry sky beast's body, it had already begun to corrode the corpse of the gold-eating insect in the void. Obtain the gold-eating insect bloodline gene. Obtain the gold-eating insect devouring skill gene. Obtain the physical attributes gene of the gold-eating insect. Place your hand on Xiaobai's forehead. Lin Sheng directly injected the gene. Obtain the gold-eating insect bloodline gene. Obtain the physical attributes memory of the gold-eating insect. A large amount of genetic energy was injected into Xiaobai's body. This is the genetic lineage of tens of thousands of catastrophe-level gold-devouring insects. In an instant, Xiaobai's body became burning hot, and the red symbol on his neck became even more conspicuous. This energy also flowed back into Lin Sheng's body. Finally, after a few minutes, the process was completely completed. Lin Sheng took Xiaobai and left Xiao Xingxing's body directly. They then ventured into the universe. However, at this moment, Lin Sheng did not feel any discomfort whatsoever in the universe. It's like standing on land at night. I don't feel that uncomfortable feeling anymore. Little White called out. The master truly possesses a magical power. Each time you stroke their foreheads, it grants them tremendous power. Even subtly, Xiaobai felt that he was about to break through. It's important to know that upgrading to the Starry Sky level is extremely difficult. The difficulty of advancing from Starry Sky Tier 1 to Starry Sky Tier 2 is no less than advancing from Monarch Tier to Emperor Tier. However, after absorbing the bloodline of these tens of thousands of insects, Xiaobai actually felt that he was about to break through. Let's go back. I'll give the remaining genes to Xiaoling and the others. Lin Sheng patted Xiaobai's forehead. We must ensure that everyone receives the benefits. Soon, Xiaobai arrived at the bow of the spaceship, and Lin Sheng distributed his genes to the other pets. Let's use the Star Beast for navigation from now on. There are probably still quite a few gold-eating insects ahead. Lin Sheng's gaze was intense. These are all nutrients. How difficult would it be to find so many powerful, disaster-level, or even emperor-level creatures on Earth? However, there are vast expanses of them in this universe. Your pet's leveling speed will definitely increase rapidly. After instructing the main fleet to return to Earth, they communicated with them. The three-eyed Star King and Lin Sheng then entered the Starry Sky Beast's body together. Looking at this amazing pet, the three-eyed Star King couldn't help but marvel. It truly is a priceless navigation tool. No wonder so many people are pursuing her. Its size alone, which is not so conspicuous in the universe, combined with holographic projection technology, is enough to make people envious. It's safe to say the experience is top-notch. You should know the direction, right? Lin Sheng asked the three-eyed Star King. Of course I know. The three-eyed Star King nodded. And you don't need me to navigate. Your Star Beast probably knows the location of the wormhole on its own. This ferocious beast is most sensitive to the presence of wormholes in the universe. Do you really know where wormholes are? Lin Sheng asked the question. No. The Starry Sky Beast responded immediately. Wow, it even has an automatic navigation function. Lin Sheng was slightly surprised. We can go now? With the Star Beast's space-time travel ability and speed, it's many times faster than my fleet. A hint of envy flickered in the eyes of the three-eyed Star King. Then, the Star Beast instantly began to traverse the universe. Its speed reaches the speed of light in an instant, and it can perform spatial transfer to a certain extent. Because it is inherently inextricably linked to space, this transfer consumes almost no energy. But that won't work for spaceships. Even a very short distance transfer will consume a lot of energy. In just 1 week, the Starry Sky Beast traveled an extremely long distance. There are less than a few days left before we reach the wormhole. During this time, Lin Sheng also encountered many dangerous cosmic creatures, among which the gold-eating insects were the most numerous. However, they were all eventually killed by Xiao Bai, who then injected their genes into several pet beasts. Even Xiao Ling gained the ability to absorb metal and become stronger. A perfect level of devouring. I didn't expect there to be so many gold-devouring insects, even though there are clearly no metal objects around here. The three-eyed Star King was also somewhat puzzled. And at that very moment, Master, we have sensed the presence of other creatures not far to our right. The message sent back by the Star Beast. Other creatures? Could it be a spaceship from another planet? Lin Sheng pondered for a moment. The spaceship was right in his path. If the Star Beast concealed its aura, it could almost blend into the void and wouldn't be easily detected. Let's go take a look. Chapter 191 Black Star, Residents of the Azure Sky Region. In the cosmos. It was not far from Lin Sheng. Of course, this is not far, but it is relative to the universe. This distance is enough to circle the Earth several times. A silver-white, colossal spaceship lay there. The size of the spaceship was almost the same as that of the main ship piloted by the three-eyed Star King. Countless enormous cannons extended from the outside of this silver-white spaceship, frantically firing at the gold-devouring insects around it. Although its bullets were very powerful, they had little effect. After repeated firing, only a few gold-devouring insects were killed. But the gold-eating beetle's steel teeth bit into the spaceship, leaving not even a trace. This silver-white spaceship is even more sturdy than the main ship piloted by the three-eyed Star King. Inside the ship at this moment, there were more than a dozen people, each only about 1 meter tall. A dozen or so burly, dark green, humanoid dwarf men with sharp ears and gray eyes. They were standing there in a straight row, all wearing extremely bright and identical steel armor. In front of this group of steel dwarfs, there was also a one-eyed man with long, thin ears and a short, fair-skinned, elegantly dressed female dwarf. Your Highness, our spaceship has been besieged by that gold-eating insect king for 3 months now. All our energy has been used to fight off its minions, and we've already used up most of it. I request permission to send our warriors out to surround and kill that gold-eating insect king. The one-eyed dwarf spoke with conviction. Their spaceship was made of the heavenly silver that the gold-eating insect king loved most. This gold-devouring worm king will definitely not let them go until it devours the spaceship. However, the gold-eating insect king has been sending out its minions to deplete their resources. Most of their spaceship's energy has been used to protect the hull from damage and to attack other insects, and now there is very little left. Although they could reach the next wormhole, they dared not go all out. Because once all the energy is used for propulsion, the gold-eating insect king will appear and attack. Based on the hardness of the gold-eating insect king's teeth. Without energy to protect the hull. One bite, and it could drill a huge hole in this ship. After all, this was just a ship they used for travel, not a combat vessel. Your Highness, don't worry, the family's fleet is on its way. As long as we hold them off, we'll still have a chance. No need, the fair-skinned girl said quietly. I never thought that just wanting to sneak out and see the world beyond the endless sky would lead to an attack. Who beside? Your Highness, I told you long ago that the creatures beyond this endless sky are all savage. Not only are the creatures on this planet savage, but the ferocious beasts in this universe are also incredibly savage. Just when the one-eyed dwarf was about to be enraged, suddenly, the operators at the front, who were in charge of piloting the spaceship, cried out in alarm. One-eyed Lord, a spaceship is approaching us. It looks like a Star Beast. The spaceship operator immediately became excited. Star Beast. Then the other party must be someone from the Endless Sky region. It even holds a very high position within the Endless Sky region. Otherwise, it would be impossible to own a pet beast of the Starry Sky Beast level as one's mount. At that instant, Ubi and the one-eyed man had the same thought in their minds. The other party will definitely recognize them as the number one star lord in the Endless Sky region. How could anyone not recognize the Wuxing people? You can tell from the markings on the outside of the spaceship. Quickly, immediately send a distress signal to the adults inside the Star Beast. Ubi hurriedly issued the order. This is an opportunity. Even the top 3 families in the Endless Sky region may not necessarily possess a Star Beast. Ubi concluded that the owner of the Starry Sky Beast must be a powerful figure of extremely high status. I was incredibly lucky to run into this place today. That's incredible luck. The signal has been sent. It's a signal that the Starry Sky Beast can receive. The operator, who had been in despair, was now beaming with energy. As the master of the Starry Sky Beast, wouldn't killing the gold-devouring insect king be a simple matter? At the same time, Lin Sheng also received the signal. Those guys are from Wuxing. Wuxing is the largest planet in the Sky Zone. If we help them, we might get a lot of money in the future. Those guys have no shortage of money. The three-eyed Star King was somewhat excited. This is a favor I got for free. Can. Lin Sheng nodded. Whether or not to save them is irrelevant. It is impossible to discern whether the other party is hostile or benevolent in the universe. The main reason is that Lin Sheng needs the genes of these gold-devouring insects. And the most important of all is the genes of that insect king. Following Xiaobai, Lin Sheng went straight to the outer universe. Its enormous dragon body was quite eye-catching. My goodness, she's actually a spirit master. We've really hit the jackpot this time. The one-eyed dwarf was greatly surprised. They even managed to encounter such rare beings as spirit masters. Moreover, this dragon's bloodline is at least level 4 or higher. It seems to be a legendary stellar dragon. That should be its name. To own such a pet, you must be a very important person. But the boy sitting cross-legged up there is a human like us. But he seems to only have the strength of the 8th level of the extraordinary realm. Moreover, his pet beast level is only Starry Sky Tier 1. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the giant dragon. It's not that the strength of a star-level being is weak. Actually, it's not weak at all. It's already extremely powerful. They would be treated as honored guests by the lords of any planet they visited. Even these warriors, and even the one-eyed dwarf, are only at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. However, with the added benefit of their exoskeleton armor, they could still potentially fight against low bloodline creatures of the 1st tier of the star realm. But it also depends on who the opponent is. There were quite a few extraordinary 9th level beings among that swarm of insects. Even the Insect King's rank is very likely at the 2nd level of the Starry Sky. Don't underestimate what is just one stage. It can take hundreds or even thousands of years to evolve. Moreover, this also depends on the pet's talent level. The lower the talent level, the more difficult the evolution. Unlike those creatures with high talent, they cannot evolve at will once they reach a certain level. Why doesn't that senior come out in person? The dwarves all blinked. I was very puzzled. It's simple. That senior is probably training his descendants. Wu Bai spoke up quietly. A sense of longing also arose in my heart. Compared to this elder's methods of raising offspring, the old folks in my own family are nothing but a pile of dog shit. Don't you know that good flowers can't be grown in a greenhouse? Learn from others. Although they looked to be about the same age, this young man's strength was already miles ahead of hers. As expected of a senior who possesses a star beast, truly impressive skills. His dark blue eyes shone brightly. Chapter 192 Killing the Second-Order Starry Sky Insect King. Born rebellious, Ubi naturally seizes any opportunity to rebel. The process, the beginning, the result, whether it was right or wrong, none of it mattered to Wu Bai. As long as she has the power to rebel, she will go against the grain of her family. Roar! As soon as they arrived in the void. Immediately, a massive amount of heat energy emanated from Xiaobai's body, piercing a sliver of light in the pitch-black universe. The energy spread to the surrounding spaceships, causing the solar power systems to start rotating on their own. The Fiery Dragon King's innate skill, Fiery Sun, reaching the proficiency level will rapidly increase your popularity. It can also resist large amounts of heat. The heat energy generated by this immunity is equivalent to the heat energy that the body can release. Therefore, the heat released cannot harm Xiaobai itself. But for those creatures in the void, it's practically poison. If sound could travel through the universe, it would be heard crackling here. Those were the cells of those gold-devouring worms wailing as they died. Any gold-eating insect below the king level would turn into a skeleton the moment it touched Xiaobai. Even the emperor-level gold-eating insects couldn't last more than a few seconds. at the speed of 10 times the speed of sound. Simply by wandering around, it killed a large number of gold-devouring insects. Roar! At this time, the gold-eating insect king, which had been hiding behind the cosmic meteorite, finally couldn't hold back any longer and charged towards Little White. Can't stand it anymore. Sitting upright on Xiao Bai's forehead, Lin Sheng extracted the corpse of the gold-eating insect from the void. He looked ahead at the gold-eating insect king. The size of that gold-devouring worm king was even smaller than some ordinary gold-devouring worms. It's about the size of 3 ping-pong balls, but it is extremely fast. It darted through the void, rapidly flapping its wings, and shot towards Lin Sheng like a bullet. So fast. This really is a Starry Sky Tier 2 gold-devouring insect king. The one-eyed dwarf inside the spaceship couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, which seeped through his armor and soaked through his thin clothes underneath. Thankfully, they didn't go out at that time. Otherwise, given their strength, as soon as you leave this spaceship, you will be instantly killed by the Starry Sky Second-Order Gold-Devouring Insect King. That Flaming Sun Dragon King is only at the first level of the Starry Sky realm. Can he possibly deal with the Gold-Devouring Insect King, which is at the second level of the Starry Sky realm? Those on the spaceship couldn't help but feel a little worried. It wasn't that I was afraid of this person's safety. If even he dies, the gold-eating insect king will surely be enraged and attack them. The one-eyed dwarf slammed his hand on the table, veins bulging on his forehead. The bloodline level of the Flaming Sun Dragon King is not low either, but it is not much higher than that of the gold-devouring insect king. The Flaming Dragon King is a level 4 bloodline creature, while the gold-devouring insect king is considered a peak existence among level 3 creatures. Don't be fooled by the fact that the two sides are only one level apart. The effort required for these two is vastly different. A being of the first rank in the Starry Sky realm might be found everywhere on the road. However, it's very difficult to encounter Starry Sky Tier 2 or even Starry Sky Tier 3 beings on the streets. With the strength of a first-tier Starry Sky realm cultivator, he can fight against second-tier or even third-tier cultivators. Even on the 10 planets, only the most outstanding geniuses could do that, right? Gold-eating insect king. Level, Starry Sky Tier 2. Talent, Starry Sky Tier 4. Skills, Devour, Mastery, Steel Teeth, Perfect. Evolutionary path, none. Description, living in space, it can typically command tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of gold-devouring insects. They really don't have many skills. Lin Sheng said in a low voice. It seems that the lower the bloodline level of a creature, the more complex its skills. On the contrary, these beings with high bloodline levels have few skills, but are extremely proficient in them. Roar! The gold-eating insect king opened its sharp teeth and lunged at Little White. There are dozens of rows of teeth in its mouth, and each one is extremely sharp. Hardening. The white thing will harden the area where it was bitten. Click. A crisp sound rang out. That perfect level hardening skill blocked the steel teeth. However, a clear tooth mark was still left on Xiao Bai's scales. Although it was not enough to penetrate, it was still quite astonishing. What a sharp tongue. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. Yet, I was also delighted. Because these teeth will soon be mine. The more you bite me, the more excited I get. Click, click, click. The gold-eating insect king hovered around Little White. Using its wings, it vibrated rapidly, constantly flashing as it searched for an opportunity. Damn humans. They killed so many of my men. Enraged, the gold-devouring insect king seized the opportunity to concentrate its power on one point, intending to penetrate Little White's body in one go. And its target was still the scales on Little White that it had just bitten. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the gold-eating insect king arrived in front of Xiao Bai. It opened its mouth wide and charged toward the bitten scale. The gold-eating insect king was also extremely excited. If you kill this creature, its bloodline might evolve again. At this moment, Xiao Bai's scales turned black again. You think hardening will stop my teeth? Innocent. The gold-eating insect king activated its skill, and its teeth instantly turned silver white. Then it stabbed fiercely at Little White's scales. But the next moment, bang! A loud noise was heard. The gold-eating insect king was instantly shaken apart. The teeth chattered wildly, releasing the force and causing him to fall into a moment of dizziness. At this moment, Xiao Bai's body was emitting a faint golden light, and it was this golden light that blocked the opponent. Vajra body. Master-level defensive skills. Quick! Seize the opportunity. Xiao Bai received the order. It immediately spewed out a large amount of lava, enveloping the gold-eating insect king in a lava-like sphere. As Little White continued to spew out flames, the sphere became increasingly hot, and its color deepened. Lava cage. Gagaga. The gold-eating insect king, realizing what was happening, immediately turned red in the eyes. How is that possible? My sharp teeth couldn't even penetrate that guy's scales. In the same class, there's simply no way anyone could stop my teeth. Sensing a life-or-death crisis, the gold-devouring insect king frantically crashed into the lava wall. However, it is always itself that gets hurt. With Xiaobai's operation, the lava cage was shrinking smaller and smaller. The gold-eating insect king's activity space is getting smaller and smaller. Finally, amidst a sizzling sound and smoke, the gold-eating insect king was burned to ashes. However, what Lin Sheng needs is not the whole thing. Its genes can be extracted from just one cell. At most, it just means that the body can't extract that much energy. Sequence extraction. Obtain the bloodline genes of the gold-eating insect king. Obtain the devouring gold insect king devour, mastery, skill gene. Obtain the steel teeth, perfect, skill gene of the gold-eating insect king. The genes were extracted. Lin Sheng immediately injected the perfect grade steel teeth gene of the gold-eating insect king into Xiaoling. Chapter 193, A Big Shot in the Sky. Devouring Dragon Beast. Level. Extraordinary Rank 7. Talent. Starry Sky Tier 6. Skills. Death Domain. 3 Steps to Annihilation. Proficient. Corrosive Breath. Proficient. Awaken Remains. Proficient. Endless Devour. Master. Steel Teeth. Perfect. Soul Imprint. 17500. Evolutionary Path. Starry Dark Dragon. Star Devourer. Introduction. Changes that have already occurred in the bloodline genes are beginning to lead in an unknown direction. Xiaoling's endless devouring skill was upgraded to mastery level after she received a perfect level devour from the opponent. Click, click, click. Xiaoling opened its mouth and bit twice in the beast taming space. I'm extremely happy with these teeth. I feel like I can bite anything in half now. Excellent. These teeth seem to be made of various metallic substances. The more metals they absorb, the sharper they become. For a moment, Xiaoling's gaze fell upon the silver-white spaceship in the sky. The material of this spaceship looks incredibly delicious. Of course, the spaceship is made of sky silver, which is an extremely expensive metal. The price of this one spaceship is almost enough to buy a city on a small planet. Xiaoling silently echoed this in the beast taming space. Then let's kill them all, right? Anyway, no one in this deep space knows who did it. If this silver-white spaceship can't be sold, I can eat it. Xiaoling grinned, revealing her pearly white teeth. Forget about it. The more expensive the spaceship, the more meticulous they are in this regard. Who knows where this spaceship has hidden its signal transmission system? Now we need to enter the Endless Sky region. Once we are wanted by the Galactic Association, everything will be over. The deer said calmly. What needs to be done now is to build good relationships. Cut. Xiaoling lay on the ground, somewhat annoyed. At that very moment, Lin Sheng's consciousness also entered the beast taming space. He casually placed a large piece of red crystal in front of everyone. The moment Xiaoling saw the red crystal, she jumped up, drool practically dripping from the corner of her mouth. Pure energy. Its appeal is simply too great. Absorb the energy here and advance both of you to the starry sky level as soon as possible. Lin Sheng stepped forward and smiled as he touched Xiaoling's dragon horns. Yes, master. The little deer also quietly walked forward. Oh, why are you being so well-behaved today, even calling me master? Xiaolu pretended not to hear Lin Sheng's teasing. Xiaoling, on the other hand, seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. He opened his mouth and swallowed the red crystal in one gulp. I also want to grow to the starry sky level. Then who would dare to steal their owner's pet? Feeling the pure energy flowing throughout her body, Xiaoling was incredibly excited. And at that very moment, Senior, a message came from the spaceship. Lin Sheng parked the starry sky beast here and asked the three-eyed Star King to look after it. He then boarded the silver-white spaceship. As he stood on the side of the spaceship's silver portal suddenly burst open. Lin Sheng then stepped inside. They were met by the one-eyed leader and a woman. Why is this spaceship full of children? Lin Sheng blinked. The tallest one here, the one-eyed one, is probably only about 1.12 meters tall. The girl next to her was even smaller, probably less than a meter tall. But why do all these guys look so mature? Is this the result of premature and excessive secretion of male hormones? Who's a child? I'm older than you. Upon hearing Lin Sheng's words, Wu Bai rolled her eyes in displeasure. Then, some curious individuals peeked out, and looked behind Lin Sheng. Where is the senior from the spaceship? Didn't he come? Why did he send a disciple like you instead? Now, even the one-eyed creature was displeased. No matter how powerful or influential you are, even if you see our spaceship from Wuxing, you can't be so rude, can you? He actually sat upright inside the starry sky beast and sent his disciple over to meet him. However, since the other party had saved his life, One-Eyed was too embarrassed to say anything more. And they might even have a bigger background than them. Bigger than me? Are these guys dwarves? Lin Sheng didn't pay attention to what the others were saying. They're not dwarves, they're weasels. The little deer spoke quietly. Mouse. Lin Sheng was startled. The weasel clan has rats, but not all of them are rats. The deer's voice echoed in Lin Sheng's mind, explaining the situation. Also, I'm going to be in a period of rest for a while. Good luck to you. As she spoke, the deer's voice disappeared. No matter how Lin Sheng called out, there seemed to be no response. Hey, how can you be so rude? Didn't you hear us talking to you? Wu Bai stood with her hands on her hips, looking up at Lin Sheng in front of her. Oh, Lin Sheng realized what was happening. He looked down at the weasel clan in front of him. Only then did they notice that there was a long, thin tail wagging behind it. However, the weasel tribe members wearing armor had somehow hidden their tails. Which branch of humanity are you from? And which planet in the Endless Sky region is your teacher from? Hearing the girl's question, Lin Sheng was startled. The Endless Sky region? The fact that they can ask this question means that these people are from the Endless Sky region. Moreover, it seems that they mistakenly believe themselves to be from that region of the Endless Sky. We can build good relationships with these guys first, so that we'll have channels to use when we go to the Endless Sky region later. Lin Sheng had a plan in mind. Yes, we are from the Blue Planet. Lin Sheng smiled slightly. It revealed the planet that the Earthlings went to after leaving Earth. Water Blue Star. But you're already considered a super short person on Water Blue Star, aren't you? Ubi circled around Lin Sheng, looking him over, its long, thin tail swaying behind it. Your Highness, I apologize. This guest from the Blue Planet, our His Highness, seems to be rather tactless. The one-eyed man quickly apologized. The relationship between the Blue Planet and their Dark Planet is not exactly good, but it is certainly not tense either. Our guest from Aquamarine Star, our spaceship is currently short of energy, and we hope to purchase some from you. If possible, we will explain this to the Star Lord upon returning to Wuxing. One-eyed made a request. That's possible, but there's no need to inform the Lord of the Blue Star. Lin Sheng thought for a moment and then responded. Now we must be extremely careful about everything he says. If anything goes wrong, we may face being hunted down by all the planets in the celestial region. Hearing Lin Sheng's words, the one-eyed man's eyes lit up. Then thank you very much, Senior. I wonder where this Senior and the great Senior behind you are headed. Yes, we're going to a planet. We have some things to take care of. Lin Sheng said casually. Chapter 194 The Rat King, a legendary level 7 life form. Then he took out several purple crystals from his beast-taming space and handed them to the group. Upon seeing the crystal, the one-eyed man's eyes lit up, and he quickly took it. He held it in his hand and examined it for a while, then revealed a look of shock. The highest grade of void crystal. This is the purest energy. This confirmed the other party's identity without a doubt. Within that boundless sky region, it must be quite high. Okay, I have something to do, so I'll be going now. Lin Sheng waved his hand. Thank you very much, Senior. If we have the chance to meet again in the future, I will definitely treat you to a meal at the best restaurant on Wuxing. The one-eyed man quickly thanked him. After Lin Sheng left, Uba's eyes suddenly lit up. Should we follow him and see where he's going to play? Since the game is already out, it would feel like a waste not to go and have some fun. Your Highness, it's best to forget it. I'm afraid they're headed for a plague-ridden planet. The one-eyed man's brow furrowed slightly. Just then, a phone call came in. One-eyed, how are things there? Is His Highness Ubi all right? Of course not. Fortunately, we encountered a senior from the Sky Realm who helped us along the way. Otherwise, we might have been in danger. One-eyed breathed a sigh of relief. A senior from the Sky Zone? You should know how small the chances are of encountering one in this universe. Don't be fooled by those who want to infiltrate the Sky Zone. Don't worry, that person possesses a starry sky beast and the purest void crystal, and even his pet's bloodline is not low. With his strength, entering the Sky Realm shouldn't be too difficult for him. One-eyed certainly had his doubts, but given their enormous financial resources, there's really no reason to doubt them. So that's how it is. People with star beasts are few and far between in our Sky Realm. I will tell the Star Lord that I must pay him a visit afterward. Hearing what the other person said, One-eyed did not stop them. Although Lin Sheng told the one-eyed man not to tell the Star Lord, wanting to remain unknown. But this matter is of great importance. It would be better to have the Star Lord confirm it. If they really are from their Sky Realm region, then One-Eyed will be willing to personally go to their door to apologize. So, the people in that spaceship must be from Wuxing, right? The Three-Eyed Star King recognized the symbol on the outside of the spaceship. Yes. Lin Sheng did not deny it. You did the right thing. Building a good relationship with them will make things easier for us when we're in the Sky Zone. The Three-Eyed Star King gave a strange smile. After all, they were thieves. Of course, it's best to avoid being discovered by others. Let's go. I know a boss in the black market. He's the only one on this planet who dares to forge a fake identity within the Sky region. The Three-Eyed Star King has really gone all out this time. He also learned a lesson in the universe. Sometimes being too honest doesn't bring you many benefits. The one who first draws the dagger is sure to be the one who laughs last. Riding inside the Star Beast. Within a few days, Lin Sheng arrived at the wormhole. However, the location of a wormhole cannot be seen with the naked eye. The universe is a plane, and speed can never exceed the speed of light. But there are ways to relatively exceed the speed of light. Wormholes are one of them. They're like two holes in a piece of paper. They seem unrelated, but if you fold the paper, the two holes will connect, allowing for ultra-long distance teleportation. The Three-Eyed Star King explained to Lin Sheng a theory he had read in some magazine. But wormholes can only be generated naturally, not artificially. With that, the Starry Sky Beast flew into the wormhole. If wormholes cannot be created artificially, then how do they come about? Lin Sheng's question stumped the Three-Eyed Star King. You humans really love asking questions. Anyway, we've arrived at our destination. Have we arrived? Lin Sheng looked around. Of course, as I said, they are just two holes on a piece of paper. When you pass by, nothing will happen. The Three-Eyed Star King gave a dry laugh. Lin Sheng's reaction was expected. This is also the reaction many people would have when traversing a wormhole for the first time. After feeding the Starry Sky Beast a few more void crystals to replenish its energy, and after several space-time jumps, a planet appeared in front of them. It was a pitch-black planet that appeared utterly desolate in the universe. The overall color scheme is gray, exuding an aura of death. But its size is even smaller than the moon. There are no stars or satellites around this planet, and not even a single meteorite can be seen within a radius of several light years. It stood there, completely naked, in the pitch-black universe. For some reason, watching it made me want to cry. And in the distance of this dark planet, a bright white that can be faintly seen. That's a region of the sky thousands of light years away, where the most elite people in the universe gather. All the planets outside that region are slums. The Three-Eyed Star King sighed. Of course, this slum refers to all low and medium-level planets. The Three-Eyed Star and the Blue Star are not included. It could even be said that these two planets are stronger than some planets in the celestial sphere. Outside the Azure Sky region, it is a place that few dare to provoke easily. Soon, the Star Beast then descended towards the dark planet. This is the Black Market, also known as the Plague Planet, a top-tier planet outside the Sky region, located far away from the Sky region. Even powerful beings from the cosmic realm have arrived on this planet. But the Sky region will not recognize the existence of this plague planet, so it has been designated as an uninhabitable planet. Inhabitation requires at least a low-level planet. The Three-Eyed Star King has clearly been here quite often. The technology of the Three-Eyed Star was exchanged with a family in the Sky region on this plague planet. This is a place where shady deals are made. Although everyone wanted to get involved. But no one dares to rule this place, and no one dares to guide or set the rules. Even the legendary 9th-level Starry Sky expert wouldn't dare to be too presumptuous. So it has such a prestigious background. How did this plague planet come to be? As the Starry Sky Beast fell downwards, Lin Sheng asked Three-Eyed. It's the Rat King. The Three-Eyed Star King seemed quite wary of mentioning this name. The Rat King? The Rat King who grants a specific race of creatures for 2 mana each turn. Lin Sheng asked in confusion. Of course not. The Rat King is not such a fragile thing. This is just a name. Legend has it that the Rat King, a level 7 life form, once crossed the Milky Way. He only released a wisp of his aura, a tiny wisp of aura, which corroded most of the Milky Way. And this plague planet is the only one that survived. Chapter 195 The Black Market Shop, Rat Twitch. There are 12 of the most powerful level 7 life forms in this world, and the only one that has contact with the outside world. He is the king of rats, a weasel species. As a mouse, It was able to evolve into one of the most powerful creatures in the entire universe. It even led to a major evolution of the entire race. It's easy to imagine what an extraordinary person this Rat King was. The Rat King was born only once. This triggered a great leap in life across the entire universe. Just passing through a single star field, the aura emanating from his body was enough to crush half of the Milky Way. This is the legendary Level 7 life. A being almost like a god. That's strong. Lin Shinkai only found out at this time. The reason why Little Deer was so excited when I mentioned the 7th level of life contract. This is like a dream, perhaps in the eyes of such beings. The entire galaxy is nothing more than an ant. Extending even a single finger could completely crush all life here. Soon, accompanied by the Star Beast, Lin Sheng and the Three-Eyed Star King landed outside a market. In fact, it is possible to land directly in that market area. But nobody would do that. It would upset other people. Put away the Starry Sky Beast. Lin Sheng and the Three-Eyed Star King headed towards the black market. Along the way, we encountered various different races of creatures, including rat people, snake people, and minotaurs. And many races that Lin Xingjian had never seen before, such as the Three-Eyed Star King. The tall ones are over 10 meters tall. Some were short, some even shorter than Lin Sheng's ankles. However, most of them are of normal size, such as 1 to 3 meters tall. Lin Sheng has attracted a lot of attention along the way. After all, almost no one here is of the same clan as Lin Sheng. On the road, Lin Sheng even witnessed 2 races fighting each other, and even killing each other in the street. There's nothing strange about it. The strong only reason with each other. Come with me, the shop is deep inside. The Three-Eyed Star King led Lin Sheng through the wide street, and into an alley. The surrounding high-rise buildings are 1 or 2 stories tall, all made of wood and stone, with very few metal structures. Its architectural style is not much different from the bungalows on Earth. Only occasionally can you see some high-end technology products displayed indoors. Why are there no slave traders here? Lin Sheng found it somewhat strange. Logically speaking, this kind of dark place. The buying and selling of slaves was probably the most common thing. There were already many in the giant tree empire back then, let alone this is the darkest place in the entire galaxy. Slave trafficking? There are planets that specialize in slave trading. How could it appear on the black market? The Three-Eyed Star King rolled his eyes. Of course, there are some, but what's being sold here is status. Identity. Yes, identity. Certainly. His favorite people were the beautiful women of the Three-Eyed Clan. Is someone trafficking people from Wuxing? Lin Sheng inquired. The Three-Eyed Star King seemed to be startled. He hurriedly turned his head, put his hand to his mouth, and made a shill gesture to Lin Sheng. Are you out of your mind? Even if there were such a thing, it's definitely not something you can discuss face to face. If you want, I can ask around for you. Many people like this small-tailed race. Get lost. Lin Sheng cursed. It seems that powerful races do indeed possess a hidden advantage. With the backing of a powerful race, their fate was changed in an unseen way. Lin Sheng also wanted to transform Blue Star into such a powerful race. Let him be like a black star. No matter how far away the people on the planet are, it seems as if there is a line connecting them to the planet. This is it. They led Lin Sheng to a quiet alley. I stood in front of a small shop. The store's signboard had several large characters engraved on it. One general's success is built on the bones of 10,000. Lin Sheng silently read out these large characters. I suspect the shop owner must be a fortune teller. Let's go inside. The Three-Eyed Star King led Lin Sheng into the shop. The shop's furnishings are very simple. There is a 7-shaped counter against the wall on one side, and 4 neat high tables with strange little trinkets on them in the rest of the space. Who's here? A coughing sound could be heard. A short figure emerged from behind the counter. Its height was even less than the counter's height. Mouse! Lin Sheng was taken aback. It looks like a human-shaped rat. It wasn't that Lin Sheng wanted to curse him, but he really did have shifty eyes. His eyes were gleaming with a cunning. 3 big eyes, what are you doing here? The mouse asked silently. Tucci, I'm here to ask you to forge my identity documents and this brother of mine. Three-Eyed pointed to Lin Sheng, standing to the side. With the money in place, everything will be easy. However, I have other matters to attend to today, so I can come back in a few months. With that, Tucci turned and prepared to leave. We can't wait a few months. Three-Eyed immediately stopped Twitch from leaving. Oh shit. That damn rat. It is known that no new residents are allowed to join the Sky Zone during the ranking distribution period. Make them wait a few months. Even if they forge their identities, they won't be able to get in. We have a distinguished guest today, please return. How much money do you need? Lin Sheng suddenly asked from the side. Tucci stopped moving abruptly. Turning his head, his dark eyes couldn't help but glance at Lin Shengduo a few times. It's not about money. How about the three-dimensional void crystal? Lin Sheng said again calmly. Are you crazy? Do you know how much a three-dimensional void crystal can sell for? The three-eyed man was dumbfounded. A whopping 3 million galaxy coins. Moreover, it's a void crystal with such high purity, so there's definitely no shortage of buyers. Forging an identity wouldn't cost that much. However, the rat only gave a cold laugh. I've already said that. I have a T1 model at. Lin Sheng said expressionlessly. For a moment, even Tucci's lips twitched involuntarily. Hey, that thing is priceless. It's completely out of print. You know that. Three-eyed hurriedly approached Lin Sheng. Giving this treasure to this dead rat is such a huge loss. Why don't you just sell it to me, and I'll introduce you to the beauties of my three-eyed star. Handsome men are fine too. However, Three Eyes was also somewhat surprised. Why would they even give up this dead rat for the 3 million galaxy coins worth of three-party void crystal? Given this dead rat's greedy nature, this shouldn't be the case. And at that very moment, a sound suddenly came from the back room. Twitch, when will my gear be ready? Chapter 196 Ji Ling, a grand gathering in the sky. Twitch, when will my equipment be ready? A hoarse voice came from behind the door. Then, a figure, at least 3 meters tall, emerged from behind the curtain. Its body was strong and its muscles were bulging, like a coiled dragon. Its body and cheeks were covered with some bluish-green fleshy scales. He was like a tank. The moment it appeared, it gave Lin Sheng an immense sense of pressure. Little White in the beast-taming space also became nervous. The three-eyed Star King beside him was in even worse shape. After the robust green figure emerged, it glanced at Lin Sheng and the three-eyed Star King. After that, I didn't pay much attention to it anymore. The first level of the Starry Sky realm might still give him a second glance. However, the young man beside her was only at the 8th level of the Transcendent realm, and neither of them were worth befriending. I'm sorry, Prince Ji. I was planning to prepare the armor for you ahead of time. But then I remembered that I promised this young man a favor, and I haven't done it yet. Tucci suddenly slapped his forehead. It seems they really have forgotten. Hey buddy, I'll get what you need right now. However, Prince Ji, you may have to wait a while. Tucci's eyes gleamed with a thieving light. Lin Sheng was speechless. He really is a greedy rat. However, Lin Sheng's expenses were worthwhile. Getting into that area is the most important step. As long as you can get in safely, money doesn't matter at all. Can a single T1 type chimera ant be worth as much as the entire Earth? The three-eyed Star King, standing to the side, seemed to have anticipated this. Prince Ji, however, frowned. Our sparring session will begin soon, and I need to get used to that armor beforehand. Prince Ji was clearly somewhat unwilling, and it seems they genuinely believe that Tucci has forgotten about it. Here's what we'll do. Whatever price he offers, I'll double it. Just do it for me now. Prince Ji seemed very confident in his wealth. This put Tucci in a bit of a predicament. These chimeric ants are priceless treasures, and their existence is forbidden to be revealed to the public. Lin Sheng frowned slightly upon hearing someone bidding against him in person. Even Xiao Bai was a little annoyed. The owner is still here, and you dare to raise the price right in front of him? This is a clear indication that they don't respect their owner. Since I arrived first, of course you should do it for me first. Business people value integrity the most, right? Lin Sheng said quietly. That's right. We business people value integrity the most. Tucci's eyes lit up. That's a great sentence. I never imagined that two words that have absolutely nothing to do with business people could actually be put together. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Upon hearing Lin Sheng's words, King Ji narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Sheng and the three-eyed king. Seemingly surprised, someone actually dared to contradict him. In the past, when people encountered this kind of situation, they would have been eager to curry favor and give the opportunity to him. These guys actually dare to try and take it from him now? Moreover, judging from their appearance, both of these guys seem to be quite weak. So this is where you've been. Just as everyone was at a standoff, a light, cheerful voice came from outside the door. The short-statured Ubi led his group of dwarves, hopping and skipping into the shop. The one-eyed man following behind also sighed helplessly. They had originally planned to leave, but no matter how they tried to persuade him, His Highness seemed unwilling to listen. Your Highness, Wuobi. King Ji seemed quite surprised. I can't figure out why Wu Xing's Wu Bai would come here. However, the shop owner remained silent. He squinted his gray eyes, staring intently at the black alien in front of him. Aren't the Tucci and the Ubi people of the same race? Lin Sheng was somewhat surprised. What race? This shop owner is an incompletely evolved rat man. The genes of the Wuxing people are already very good, and they are beginning to approach human form. On Wuxing, these rat men are very ostracized. Three-Eyed explained to Lin Sheng. Really? Even the servants behind Ubi showed a hint of disdain towards the shop owner. It appears that the hierarchy of contempt within their race extends even beyond that of people outside their race. Lin Sheng, this is my first time visiting such an interesting planet. Ubi was in the shop, flipping through things left and right. Tucci squinted and said, "Don't move." Upon hearing this, Wu Bai was startled and quickly hid behind Lin Sheng, looking at Tu Chi in the distance. Is this guy the shop owner? Why does he have such a sharp mouth? Ubi spoke silently. Tucci's lips twitched. He felt increasingly annoyed with this group of people. Prince Ji, however, narrowed his eyes slightly in the distance. Prince Ji, so you're here too. Do you know Senior Lin Sheng? Wu Bai glanced around, and then Ji Wang looked at Lin Sheng and the three-eyed king beside him. It seems the senior is still not here. Senior Lin Sheng? Upon hearing this, Prince Ji was slightly shaken. The fact that Wuxing's Wu Bai calls him senior suggests that this person's status is indeed quite high. They probably hold a certain status and influence in the Sky region. Your Highness, we've only just met. What is your relationship with this Mr. Lin Sheng? Watching Ubi's little tail wagging. The jealousy in Prince Ji's eyes was so intense it seemed it could turn into a blade and kill Lin Sheng on the spot. Is this kid a pervert? He's 3 meters tall, yet he likes girls who are less than a meter tall. Three-Eyed King secretly grumbled to himself. Is it really Beauty and the Beast? Oh, just now in space, we were attacked by the gold-eating insect king, but Senior Lin Sheng and his master saved us. This Senior Lin Sheng is a very powerful spirit master. His eyes shone brightly, as if he were very envious. Spirit master. This is an extremely rare and powerful profession. My father once wanted to gather a group of spirit masters, and I don't know how much he spent. King Ji was slightly surprised. I really didn't expect that the person in front of me would actually be a spirit master. If his own strength has reached the 8th level of the extraordinary realm, then how strong must his pet beast be? Could it be that he, like me, has also reached the 3rd stage of the Starry Sky realm? All right, Mr. Lin, please forgive my rudeness earlier. But I suppose you'll be attending that grand event? Prince Ji's attitude towards Lin Sheng has changed somewhat compared to before. At this moment, the three-eyed Star King nudged Lin Sheng's arm. Yes, I will go. Upon hearing this, Prince Ji's eyes lit up. That's wonderful, to get to know a strong person like you. However, I won't hold back when the time comes. Prince Ji's gaze lingered on Wu Bai for a moment. In that case, we'll operate on a first-come, first-served basis. Since you arrived first, I'll make it for you first. Your Highness, please don't stay outside for too long. This planet is a melting pot of all sorts of people, and it's easy to encounter danger. What if you run into someone with ill intentions? Prince Ji gave a meaningful smile. Then he left the place directly. Chapter 197, taking Ubi to the black market to buy advancement materials. Ha ha ha, we stole his things, and he still has to fawn over us and try to reason with us. Xiao Ling's weak voice came from my mind, and I almost laughed myself to death. You need strength to reason with others. If your master isn't strong, who will reason with you? Xiao Ling chimed in. But both pets seem to have very weak voices. Abbreviation, Jiazian, Jiazian. Alright, you guys should just start evolving already. Lin Sheng completely sealed off the beast-taming space. Senior Lin Sheng? Are you here to make armor too? Ubi stood beside Lin Sheng, wagging its tail. Lin Sheng had no choice but to lower his head to look. Of course, Tucci, we're in a hurry, so we hope you can hurry. Hee hee, don't worry, this is easy to make. A glint of light flashed in Tucci's eyes. The fact that we forged identity documents must not be known to anyone within the Sky Zone. They maintain a certain attitude towards the people on these other planets. That's exclusion. He was found to be forging identification documents for the Sky region. Not only will Lin Sheng suffer, but Tu Chi will also be in trouble. Tu Chi entered the store. Lin Sheng and the three-eyed Star King also found a place to sit down. Ubi, who was next to him, also sat down. Several hours later. Are you really planning to wait here for several days? Wu Bai turned his head to look at Lin Sheng beside him. Lin Sheng smiled slightly. They ignored it. The more you say, the easier it is to give yourself away. Why don't we go out and explore? This black market seems to have a lot of interesting things. Ubi tugged at Lin Sheng's arm. If no one is there to guide her, One Eye will not agree to let Ubi go out. After all, there are quite a few people who harbor a deep, unspoken hatred towards them. Once Uba's identity is recognized, it will not only fail to keep her safe, but will actually make things more dangerous for her. Go ahead, I happen to have something to buy too. In this black market, as long as you know how to identify counterfeit goods, it's not easy to buy fakes. The three-eyed king's 3 eyes shone brightly. Lin Sheng hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay. His pet also needs to purchase evolution materials. Once both pets reach the 9th level of the extraordinary realm, a large amount of rare materials will be needed. This is a good opportunity to buy all the materials. Yay! Upon seeing the two of them stand up, Wu Bai jumped up excitedly. It must be said that the Weasel clan's jumping ability is indeed formidable. This truly showed Lin Sheng what it meant to jump 3 feet high. Then I'll leave your highness in your care. One-Eyed had no intention of following. If you follow the crowd, it's practically telling everyone around you that this is an important figure in Wu Xing's life. On the contrary, Lin Sheng and the 2 Starry Sky level experts, three-eyed, seemed safer to be by his side. The next few days, Lin Sheng, along with Wu Bai and San Yin, began to wander around the black market. Although it was said that Lin Sheng was leading the way, in reality, it was San Yin who was leading the way most of the time. However, because Lin Sheng inherited a large amount of the pet's power, his eyesight was even stronger than that of the 3-eyed alien. He avoided many counterfeit goods along the way. Therefore, Lin Sheng was still the leader among the 3. As for Wu Bai, her admiration for Lin Sheng grew even stronger along the way. Their curiosity about the senior figure behind him was greatly amplified. Finally, on the last day, Lin Sheng managed to buy all the necessary materials. In the meantime, following 3-Eye's instructions, he also cultivated a good relationship with Prince Wu Bai of Wu Xing. He not only took her to various high-end places to eat, drink, play games, and have fun. Every day, I also take her to see all sorts of new and interesting things. They took such good care of her in every way. She was even better than a nanny. The consumption during this period was also astonishing. However, all of them were contracted out by San Yin himself. After all, it was this guy who proposed the plan, and Lin Sheng was just carrying it out on his behalf. Lin Sheng, does that senior still accept disciples? Ubi stared at Lin Sheng with her gray eyes. With both arms behind his back, his right hand tightly gripping the index finger of his left hand, he looked very nervous. Receive. Seeing that his chance had come, Lin Sheng hurriedly spoke up. Will you accept it? What do you think of me? Ubi spun around excitedly. It seems that weasels do this when they're excited. We will accept it, but... Lin Sheng frowned, seemingly finding it somewhat difficult. Don't worry, I'll be very obedient and will definitely complete your task, as instructed. Ubi gave a black-spotted military salute. Alright then, leave me your contact information, and I'll let you know when you arrive in Wuxing. I will also tell that senior about your situation. Okay. Wu Bai excitedly handed over her contact information to Lin Sheng. The means of communication in space is a watch. Don't you have a contact watch? I happen to have a new one here. Ubi took a brand new watch out of his pocket and handed it to Lin Sheng. I thought to myself, the life of an ascetic is truly difficult. They don't even have a means of communication. Damn, how could I forget about that? Thank goodness that one-eyed guy didn't follow us. The 3-eyed king was startled. That is to say, this little girl is easy to fool. If that one-eyed guy follows us, we're definitely going to be exposed. This kind of communication tool is only not provided to people outside the sky zone. After accepting the watch and thanking him, Lin Sheng put it on his wrist. They then exchanged contact information. The 3 of them then returned to the small shop where one general success is built on the bones of 10,000. Then I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave now. The one-eyed man seemed very impatient. Upon seeing Wu Bai return, they hurriedly left the place. Haha, the signal here is cut off from the outside world. I bet the Wuxing people are frantic right now. The 3-eyed man grinned, baring his teeth. What exactly is her identity? Lin Sheng asked, somewhat puzzled. What else could they be? Tucci emerged from behind the shop. Just a bunch of rats who steal other people's work. Tuki chuckled twice as he spoke. I harbor deep resentment towards those guys. You're talking like you're not a mouse. 3-eyed muttered a couple of complaints under his breath. I have completed the process of creating your identities. As you requested, you are a resident of the Blue Planet. Whether it's your online identity or your residential identity, everything has been taken care of, including the location and land where you live, which have also been purchased for you. Your current name is Lin Sheng, also known as 3-eyed. Your residence is Villa Number 3, Street 111, Shuilon City, Shuilon Star. You have lived on Shuilon Star for 30 years. Tuki explained everything in great detail. This money was well spent. If I had to do it myself, I probably would never have been able to enter the Sky Zone in my entire life. Lin Sheng couldn't help but admire Tu Chi's methods. These are your identity tags. Tu Chi handed 2 round blue plaques to the 2 men. The 2 of them took it and put it in their pockets. But Tu Chi, do you have any armor here specifically designed to counter ferocious beasts? Lin Sheng asked. He was very interested in the armor made by Prince Ji. You can sense that Prince Ji is very powerful. But if such powerful individuals are making armor, it's clear that the thing greatly enhances combat power. Chapter 198 Heavenly Silver Level Armor. Heading into the sky. Armor. Tu Chi's eyes lit up at the prospect of another business opportunity. Common armor includes exoskeleton armor, specially operated mechs, or mechs implanted in the body. The most expensive of these is the exoskeleton armor worn on the body. Generally, exoskeleton armor is divided into 3 levels: iron, sky silver, and black gold, and each level is further divided into 1 and 3 cores. Iron grade can be equipped with a maximum of 3 cores, silver grade can be equipped with 5 cores, and gold grade can be equipped with a maximum of 9 cores. Iron grade exoskeleton armor requires 1 million silver coins per core. Each upgrade requires an additional 2 million silver coins, and then 3 million silver coins. The Sky Silver grade exoskeleton armor requires 10 million silver coins for 1 core, and each upgrade requires an additional 20 million silver coins, 30 million silver coins, and so on. Black Gold grade exoskeleton armor. This is priceless. Our galaxy does not yet have any Black Gold grade exoskeleton armor. Listen to Tu Chi's explanation. Lin Sheng couldn't help but gasp. That's too expensive. According to Tu Chi, even the cheapest 1-core iron-class exoskeleton armor could buy 10 of the Three-Eyed Star's secondary ships. The most expensive Sky Silver level exoskeleton armor requires 150 million silver coins. These are silver coins with extremely high purchasing power. They all cost 150 million to buy. I can't say much else, but I can tell you that a creature with a level 3 bloodline, if it obtains the top-tier triple-core iron-grade exoskeleton armor, can boost its combat power to the level 4 bloodline level. Hearing what Tu Chi said, the 2 were once again shocked. Then this price is understandable. Generally, a bloodline creature that is 1 level lower can easily crush a creature of the same or lower level. Just like Xiaobai is currently at the 1st level of the Starry Sky realm with a level 4 bloodline. Then its combat power is enough to deal with beings of the 3rd rank of the Starry Sky with a 3rd level bloodline. However, we can't calculate it that way. Although Xiaobai's bloodline level is relatively low at level 4, with the support of skills and physical attributes, it can even reach the top of level 4, and even fight against level 5 beings. Lin Sheng was relatively confident in Xiaobai. While not among the top, they're not exactly weak either. I suggest you buy an exoskeleton suit. Otherwise, with your abilities, trying to snatch a spot from those people is just a pipe dream. Tu Chi said it bluntly. Snatch it from them? Lin Sheng asked, somewhat puzzled. Of course, within the Sky Realm, the 10 top planets that surpass advanced planets will hold a grand event that has been held for nearly 10,000 years, and among the final rewards of this event are quotas for the Sky Realm. Tu Chi began to explain. Are the quotas for the Sky region really that worthless? The Three-Eyed Star King was also dumbfounded. Even a grand event for the younger generation can use slots from the Sky region as rewards. And judging from what Twitch said, it seems to be one of the less valuable rewards. Letting you into the Sky Zone is just a matter of them saying a word, isn't it? What you natives crave so desperately might mean nothing to the great figures in the heavens. At most, just an extra. A strange light flashed in Tu Chi's eyes. How about this? Since what you gave me this time is so expensive, I'll throw in a set of 1-core iron-grade armor as a bonus. How about that? Tu Chi grinned. Tuki was happy if he could make the Wuxing people suffer. Ideally, these 2 people in front of us could shatter the confidence of all the geniuses in that Sky region. That would be perfect. Do you have any top-tier black gold armor here? Lin Sheng still wants to change to a black and gold set. No. Even the highest level Sky Silver armor would require considerable effort to acquire. Besides, can you even afford it? Twitch rolled his eyes. You want to buy an entire city with just 1 T1 model ant? Then make me 4 sets of the highest grade Sky Silver exoskeleton armor. All of them should be defensive models. As he spoke, Lin Sheng stretched out his palm. A bunch of T1 type chimera ants appeared on it. This is the extra backup that Lin Sheng brought out in addition to the main functions. Even if this part is lost, the functions it possesses have not diminished in the slightest. It's just that the efficiency is much lower and there are no replacement parts. But it doesn't matter anyway. Anyway, this thing is just an antique. It's alright for dealing with the old spaceships. It would be completely ineffective against those new types of spaceships. I knew you still cared about me. Besides your pet, you even made a set for me, right? The three-eyed king blinked. However, Lin Sheng ignored him. Where did you get this? The Rat King was taken aback. It's definitely not just luck that they were able to get so many at once. Just leave it at that, and tell me if you're going to do it or not. Lin Sheng ignored the three-eyed Star King and instead spoke to the Rat King. That's possible, but I need some time, at least a year. No, maybe 6 months. The Rat King's eyes were fixed on the small machines, his gaze unwavering. If this thing were resold, it could fetch a huge price. The descendants of powerful families love collecting these mechanical gadgets. The T1 type chimeric ant is the rarest and most legendary of all. It is naturally very attractive. It will be done in 3 months. I can't wait that long. Lin Sheng said bluntly. Okay, 3 months it is. Unexpectedly, Tucci agreed immediately. Damn, I feel like I've been tricked. The three-eyed Star King's lips twitched. That damn rat actually agreed so readily. It's alright. Even Prince G needs several months to make one. I have 4 sets in total, and 3 months is already a very short time. Lin Sheng didn't expect things to go too quickly. Having a set of defensive armor is always a good thing. This can prevent you from being instantly killed before you can react when you are ambushed. You can go to the Endless Sky area first. Once the things are ready, I can send them in to you. After taking the small machines from Lin Sheng's hand, Tuki returned to the shop with a look of excitement. Then they simply closed down the store and ceased operations. Lin Sheng and his companion did not linger for long. Now that we've obtained the identity, let's go straight into the sky world and take a look. Lin Sheng was also very curious about what kind of place this celestial world was. At this time, a three-eyed spaceship from Earth encountered the returning main ship. Chapter 199, Entering the Sky. Isn't that one of our three-eyed star's ships? The main fleet, which had been persuaded to retreat by San Yin and Lin Sheng, was now encountering ships from Blue Star. Upon seeing the approaching ships, the main fleet sent a message, but no one responded. Instead, the ship hovered in the air. A figure emitting a dim light emerged from it. To be able to stand in the universe, one must at least be a star-level powerhouse. The people of the Three-Eyed Star were greatly surprised. Among the star-level powerhouses of the Three-Eyed Star, there is only one, the Three-Eyed King. Who exactly is this guy? Before anyone could hesitate, the figure arrived in front of the main ship in an instant at an extremely fast speed. Quickly, seal the spaceship immediately. Don't let anyone in. The members of the Three-Eyed Star team nervously began to operate the device. As long as the spacecraft is sealed, even for a star-level expert, entering is not easy. However, something surprising happened. The wall in front of the spaceship gradually melted away, and the figure stepped straight in. It was as if the wall was invisible, just as moonlight could pass through glass without any obstruction. The person who arrived was Lin Ming. One of them was a robust man, standing 4 meters tall with 3 eyes. He jumped up and threw a punch at Lin Ming. Boom! The fist whistled, and a power surpassing that of an emperor surged forth. Lin Ming raised her delicate hand and blocked the fist a meter away through the air. How is this possible? The three-eyed alien felt as if he had been struck by a layer of silver. No matter how hard I try, I can't make an inch of progress. But in the next instant, that enormous force actually came back. Boom! The three-eyed alien was struck by an invisible force and instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. No matter how powerful a force is, it is still fragile inside. Lin Ming withdrew her delicate hand. Its pale purple eyes then turned to the few three-eyed aliens in front of it. However, by this time, the other party was already too frightened to move. I could only stand there, not knowing what to do. Well, it's best to be honest. Turn the spaceship around and take me to my brother. Lin Ming smiled slightly. That captivating smile now seemed like poison. The three-eyed aliens present were shocked and, in their haste to obey his orders, immediately began to operate the spaceship. The Moon Goddess clan's ability to manipulate souls means that once the manipulation is cancelled, these people's lives will also disappear. The chaotic god would remain in Lin Ming's hand, secretly alarmed. It seems I was overthinking things. This aloof and subtly ingrained nature is difficult to change. Perhaps in the eyes of their current masters, all life is merely a tool and nourishment to be used. Without any deliberate reminders from Luan Shenmu, their temperament will gradually change. This is not bloodlust, but indifference. A callous disregard that is even more cold-blooded than bloodlust. Even the chaotic god tree itself felt a faint sense of fear. I'm afraid that one day, this threat might turn against me. Don't worry, just be a good girl and listen to me, Lin Ming said indifferently. You? The chaotic spirit tree was startled and dared not think any further. I feel like my consciousness is getting more and more confused lately. Lin Ming was somewhat displeased. She could feel her emotions being swallowed up. It seems we need to find Lin Sheng quickly. At the same time, Lin Sheng and the Three-Eyed King, inside the Starry Sky Beast, headed towards the Endless Sky region. The small white dot in the distance gradually enlarged over time until its boundary became invisible. Standing before Lin Sheng, it is a huge network structure. At each intersection of the mesh structure, there is a white sphere of light radiating intense heat. And these spheres of light seem endless at a glance. This is why the endless sky appears to emit a white light when viewed from a distance. Through this net lies the endless sky region, but you must never try to cross it directly. Otherwise, we'll definitely be discovered. The holes in that net are full of detection signals. The Three-Eyed Star King cautiously gave his instructions. Lin Sheng looked at the enormous machine in front of him with some shock. It's hard to imagine how much time it took to build such an area. The size of even a single intersection point is probably larger than the entire Earth. Let's go? The Three-Eyed Star King pointed to the road. The Starry Sky Beast headed towards one of the larger openings in the mesh structure. This is the only way we can get through. Three-Eyed Star King and Lin Sheng arrived together at a steel-like platform. They saw someone arriving in a star beast. The service staff on the platform also hurriedly came out to greet them. Residents of the surrounding sky area also looked on in awe. To possess a star beast, one must at least be a resident of one of the 10 major planets. Dear guest, is there anything I can do for you? The gatekeeper here is also a humanoid creature. Generally, all living beings in the universe evolve towards human form. Only a very small percentage will retain their original appearance. We need to enter the sky zone. We are residents of the blue planet. The Three-Eyed Star King took out the round plaque. Lin Sheng then handed it over. The administrator hurriedly and respectfully took the sign, then lowered his head to examine it carefully. For a moment, the Three-Eyed Star King felt a little nervous. Several minutes later, the manager suddenly realized something was wrong. But this guest doesn't seem to be from Planet Blue. The manager looked at the Three-Eyed King, standing to the side. However, the Three-Eyed King suddenly calmed down. I received an invitation from a friend on Planet Blue. Should I send that friend a message to confirm? As he spoke, Three-Eyed King slowly raised his right hand, revealing the communication device inside. Lin Sheng had also unknowingly left the communication device exposed. The manager was very observant and quickly noticed Lin Sheng's state-of-the-art communication device. The managers were stunned. Oh my god. This is the highest grade Banana brand communicator in the Sky Zone, and it's a limited edition. Having obtained this communication device means that within this sky region, his status and position are far beyond what a mere manager like him can afford to offend. I'm so sorry. Please come with me to the teleportation hall. To express my apology, the entire teleportation fee will be on my tab. At that moment, the manager felt like slapping himself twice. That's half a month's salary gone. It's also his fault for not recognizing the true value of someone. You've already seen the Starry Sky Beast. What's the point of investigating further? Isn't this the best proof of identity? Could those natives outside the Azure Sky region possess a ferocious beast of this level? Lin Sheng exchanged a glance with the Three-Eyed Star King and followed the administrators to the platform's teleportation hall. Chapter 200 Seeking an opportunity to participate in the grand event. Inside the teleportation hall at this moment. I told you, I was very dissatisfied with her service. A humanoid creature with a single horn on its head and bluish-purple skin seemed very angry. Standing next to him was the manager of the teleportation hall. Please calm down. We've already punished him. To express our apology, we'll waive the teleportation fee this time. The manager standing to the side was sweating profusely. The purple-skinned creature in front of us is a resident of a very powerful advanced planet. Although this purple-skinned person may not have a higher social status than him, the planet behind him is absolutely protective of its own. With that mouth of his, if he went back to that planet and casually said a few complaints, the manager, would be fired. Really? You think I'm short of teleportation fees? The purple-skinned man was a little annoyed, then raised an eyebrow and looked at the young man in charge of service. At this moment, the young man also seemed extremely nervous, never expecting to have offended such an important person today. I won't make things difficult for you. Let him come with me for a drink. and we'll call it even. The purple-skinned man's gaze swept over the young man. The young man felt nauseous, but dared not show it on his face. The passers-by were already used to this kind of thing. Although this place is designated for reception, it is fully equipped with all kinds of facilities. Rich kids often loiter around here, and if they see someone they like or someone they can bully, they deliberately pick a fight with them. In the end, to quell their anger, they usually choose to let the matter drop. There is also a strong class system within the sky. The manager seemed somewhat embarrassed. If this is sent out again, there will really be no one to help take care of the front desk. And right at this very moment, Lin Sheng and San Yan followed the management personnel and heard the argument from afar. I thought people in the universe were different from those on our planet. Lin Sheng smiled. Isn't there really no difference? Ha ha, there is still a difference. At least on the same planet, everyone is putting on airs. Since we're not even the same race anymore, there's no need for pretense. Three-Eyed King echoed this sentiment. It's fair to say their behavior needs improvement. Seeing the two smiling faces, the purple-skinned beast felt a little displeased. He felt that the two newcomers were mocking his hobbies. But Purple Skin dared not flare up. If it went around picking fights with everyone it met, it wouldn't have survived to this day. Manager. The manager felt as if he had been granted a pardon upon seeing the general manager. He hurriedly walked over to the manager and whispered a few words in his ear. The manager's irritated gaze turned into one of shock after a few words. Then he strode up to Lin Sheng and the three-eyed man, completely ignoring the purple-skinned man beside them. Gentlemen, just tell me what service you need. The manager's face was beaming with smiles. If you treated the purple-skinned beast like a servant just now, so now, the manager treats Lin Sheng and Three-Eyed King like a lapdog. It immediately attracted a lot of attention from those around. The people from all the planets were quite surprised. Just who were these two people? How could the manager treat them like this? Although the purple-skinned man was unhappy, he could only suppress his feelings. Even a blind man could see that those two people were of higher status than him. Forget it, it's best to run away first. Purple Skin didn't intend to pursue the matter any further. What if I upset them? It wouldn't be good to just slap him to death. Moreover, he really lost face today. If his brothers find out, they'll laugh at him to death. Seeing that the purple-skinned creature had finally left, the male host from the other planets breathed a sigh of relief. We're going to Water Blue Star, Water Blue City. Lin Sheng spoke quietly. When the manager glanced at the communication watch on the wrist, his face was filled with envy, but he quickly regained his composure. This is something he couldn't afford, even with several years' worth of salary. All right, I'll prepare a private teleportation array for you right away. We'll cover all the costs this time. The manager voluntarily took on the responsibility of covering the expenses. He then handed a business card to Lin Sheng. Then, Lin Sheng and the Three-Eyed Star King found a place to sit down and wait. An independent teleportation array? This sky realm is so technologically advanced, they even use teleportation arrays. Lin Sheng was somewhat confused. Teleportation arrays are very expensive. Only your blue star has such things. Most advanced planets don't have teleportation arrays. Three-Eyed King looked at Lin Sheng speechlessly. Damn, he's definitely a tycoon. It's both tacky and expensive. Most teleportation arrays are used by multiple people at a time within a specified period, while single-person teleportation arrays can be used at any time, but they are relatively expensive. Moreover, the prices of teleportation arrays to different locations are also different. For example, the top 10 planets are relatively more expensive, while the other hundreds of advanced planets and countless subordinate planets are relatively cheaper. The Three-Eyed Star King began to explain. Our next goal is to use fake identities to participate in the grand event in the heavens. We'll find an opportunity to secure that one spot, and by the time we transfer the planet here, it will already be a fait accompli. By then, I imagine people will be more eager to curry favor with you than to ostracize you. The Three-Eyed Star King silently explained. But the grand event seems difficult to participate in. We met King Ji before, who is a third-level star realm expert, and I even felt a sense of threat from him. Moreover, the other party hasn't even obtained that suit of armor yet. Once it acquires an exoskeleton armor, its strength will reach a new level. Of course, Prince Ji is a member of a family from one of the 10 great planets, so it's normal for him to be powerful. Their power is so great that a single punch could shatter a mountain. They are trained with the best resources, the strongest techniques, and the most outstanding masters. The Three-Eyed Star King said leisurely. The idea that the more barren a place is, the more likely it is to produce strong individuals is complete nonsense. On the contrary, It is these beings born into extremely powerful families. With strong innate genes, access to the best resources, and greater effort, how could they be weaker than those from impoverished lands? The real reality is that powerful planets will become even more powerful. Lin Sheng's goal is to win a spot among the descendants of these powerful planets, a spot that is insignificant to them. The road ahead is fraught with peril. You're facing the most monstrous monsters in the entire galaxy. The three-eyed king suddenly realized he had acted rashly. Fortunately, Lin Sheng also has his own advantages. That is, he is a spirit master, and it possesses an extremely rare level 4 bloodline creature. Gentlemen, the teleportation array is ready and can transport you to Water Blue Star at any time. The manager ran over at that moment. Lin Sheng and Three-Eyed King exchanged a glance. Then Lin Sheng stood up.